The story begins on the battlefield, where everything is shrouded in thick smoke. A young field medic, drowning in sweat from exertion, faces a difficult task. The situation he finds himself in seems hopeless. He wonders if he should have taken on something he had never done before. Who could have predicted that his favorite profession would lead to such consequences? The doctor recalls the time when a colleague offered him a high-paying job and thinks that if only he had known what it would lead to. Once, while working in a hospital, the same colleague approached him and told him that he had signed up to become a medical volunteer, urging him to join. He offered Dr. Chin to go along, but he, feeling good at the hospital, did not understand why he would go to such a remote place where he would have to work at the limit of his abilities. His colleague kept insisting that it was a great opportunity to gain invaluable experience. Dr. Chin didn't want to go, but his colleague arbitrarily put him on the list of volunteers. Who could have foreseen that he would be sent directly to a war that had broken out in one of the countries? The doctor had never experienced the horrors of war, but he found himself in the middle of a civil conflict, where there were so many wounded that there was not enough room for everyone. He did his best, as a doctor should, faithfully fulfilling his duty by helping everyone who needed help. Dr. Chin forgot about sleeping and eating. His only companions were the blood and suffering of the people he was trying his best to save. But one day, something happened that no one could have predicted. The rebels suddenly attacked their camp. They ruthlessly killed everyone they didn't like, quickly seizing positions and began to search the camp. There were too many of them, and they surrounded the area from all sides, leaving no chance of escape. The insurgents combed every corner, looking for survivors or those who tried to hide. Dr. Chin, along with the patients and children he was protecting, sat in a shelter, trembling in fear of the insurgents, not knowing what to do next. A few minutes later, the insurgents opened the tent where the young doctor was hiding and pointed their weapons at him. The cold-bloodedness of these men knew no bounds. Their beliefs were far from peaceful, and they came with clearly hostile intentions. The little boy clung to the doctor, and his mother trembled with fear as they saw the guns pointed at them. The tension reached its peak, and the young doctor felt the severity of the situation as the insurgent prepared to shoot. The worst happened unexpectedly. The insurgent opened fire, and although the doctor knew he could die, he could not stand aside, because his duty was to protect the lives of others. The insurgent squeezed the trigger in cold blood, pointing the machine gun in their direction. The guy could not fully realize that this heartless rebel would actually shoot innocent people. But it happened, and a burst from the assault rifle fell on the young doctor, who was shielding people from the bullets with his body. He did everything in his power, and when the last cartridge case fell out of the clip, it was over. Drops of blood began to fall to the ground, turning it red, and the doctor stood there, pierced by bullets, not even realizing what had happened. In his arms was the little boy he had saved. The boy looked at him with hope and gratitude. He realized that these were the doctor's last breaths. In his eyes, he became a hero, and when the boy looked around, he realized that everything had happened as it was supposed to. This is the fate of a hero. After all, a doctor has always been supposed to help people, and this was his destiny. His eyes slowly closed. He fell to the cold ground, his arms dropped helplessly, and the little boy shouted, "Dr. Chin!" But the doctor could not hear anything. Having fulfilled his duty to the end, he collapsed to the ground, as if his soul was leaving his body. The first thought in his mind was of pain. It felt as if his bones were breaking and cracking, and now he was falling into an endless void, feeling death gradually engulf him. Suddenly, fresh air pierces his lungs, and bright sunlight blinds his eyes. A dense forest appears in front of him, the likes of which he has not seen for a very long time. He looks around, not understanding why he is lying on the ground, what happened to him, and why he is covered in mud. Looking at his hand, he is surprised to find that it does not look like his. It is the hand of a child. There is blood on his hands, and he remembers that his life was cut short because he died in the war. Looking around, he does not understand where he is and why he is in the body of a child. For a long time, he looked at his new body and tried to understand what had happened. But when he looked up, he was shocked to see people around him. Lots of people. Warriors dressed in medieval armor were holding daggers and other weapons. It seemed that these people were on the verge of death, tired and exhausted. The place resembled a caravan that had been ambushed or attacked by robbers. The guy caught himself thinking, is this a dream, or is he misunderstanding something? Maybe it was all just a hallucination. Or maybe it was some kind of movie set. After all, he could not have invented such a realistic smell of blood that permeated everything around him. Approaching the dead, he examined them and realized that they were real. Their bodies were torn to pieces by a single blow, and the wounds were extremely deep. But how could a person be cut in half like that? There were no gunshot wounds, which looked strange. The people around him were also behaving very strangely, like children. The guy looked around for a long time, trying to understand what had happened and where he was. But one detail caught his attention, and he began to think about what it could mean. He seemed to be in the world of martial arts, and this place was simply incredible. The cold stones that reflected the sunlight and the area where the fight was taking place resembled a murim, a place from the legends of warriors. The guy looked at the dead man for a long time, not knowing what to do next. But despite the horrors around him, he felt good, and his body was intact. Even his soul felt a little calmer. He thought, maybe all this is just a fantasy? But if not, then this place is definitely not some remote wilderness or even Korea. His body had also undergone changes, and the 3 lanes ahead were empty, as if they had been attacked first. The guy looked at the dead and saw their frozen faces and necks, indicating that all this had happened quite recently. Most likely death had occurred no more than 2 hours ago. He decided that he had to pull himself together, get over his shock, and get out of here before the robbers returned. When he stood up, he heard a man screaming. It seemed that someone else was still alive. Approaching the wounded man, the boy asked if he was okay. The man picked up a bag with some jewelry and said, "Give this to my wife." The guy saw that it could have been hard-earned money or some valuable things, but he didn't say anything. He just looked silently at the owner, who looked extremely depressed. The man kept saying that he was dying, but his wife was still alive and she needed money. The guy quickly tore the clothes on the wound and realized that he needed to stop the bleeding immediately. Drawing on the knowledge he had gained as a young doctor, he quickly identified the location of the wound and prepared to provide assistance. His actions were clear and confident, as he knew how to stop the bleeding and save a life. Seeing that this man was incredibly lucky, the guy realized that although the wound was deep, his vital organs were not affected. Despite the significant blood loss, if the wound is sutured, the man will be able to recover normally. But for that, he needed to find something that resembled a needle and thread. He looked at the duffel bag. Dumping its contents on the ground, the guy began to search carefully for something suitable. Fortunately, among the things was a sewing kit used to repair clothes. Quickly threading the needle, he realized that this should be enough for the operation. If he did it right, it would help prevent further infection. Although he did not have anesthesia, and it would be very painful, he had to endure it, because he had no other choice. Gathering all his will into a fist, the guy began to sew the wound of the wounded man. After some time, the operation was successful and the bleeding was stopped. The guy almost finished his work, confidently continuing to work, knowing that he was doing everything right. He had practiced many times when he was a surgeon, and often faced similar situations. As the case was coming to an end, a slight smile appeared on his face, knowing that he had done his best. The warrior who withstood this terrible pain was a real fighter. Now everything will be fine. And he quietly thanked the guy. The guy said that he had done everything in his power, as he had no antiseptic at hand. However, he hoped that there would be no blood poisoning. Taking a few things in his hands, the boy told the soldier that it was unlikely that God would help them in this, but there was still hope. The old boots that fell out of the bag showed that the soldier had a pregnant wife waiting for him at home, and he had to survive. The boy carefully collected everything he had poured out of the sack. He brought the sack to the warrior and asked him not to die, because he was waiting for him at home. The sun was already setting over the horizon, and soon the dark night would come. The guide dragged the survivors away from the danger, trying to gather his strength after everything he had been through. He was completely exhausted, because all this time he had been helping people without thinking about his own strength. He didn't understand why he got tired so quickly, because his new body was supposed to be much more durable. Soon he heard the sound of footsteps and thought that maybe someone else had survived the chaos. He got up and walked forward, hoping to find someone else alive among the ruins of this tragedy. He believed that there were others who needed help, and he simply could not leave them to their fate. He felt that it was no accident that he was in this body, and now his mission was to help everyone he could save. However, the danger was enormous, and if no one came to help, all his efforts might be in vain. Clenching his fist, he stopped the flow of negative thoughts, trying to focus and not lose faith. This is not the time to think about that now, he decided. I need to help the survivors first. He could only see one thing: to fulfill his medical duty and help everyone in need, even in his new reality. Thick smoke rose over the rocks, horrified by the situation that unfolded around them. The bodies of the dead were scattered all over the mountain range, and overturned chariots testified to the scale of this fierce battle. The young master went from one place to another where the dead lay, trying to understand what exactly had happened. He looked at their bodies and was disgusted by the amount of blood that covered them. The smell of blood permeated everything around him, and he was horrified at the thought of how much these people must have suffered. He looked at the woman with the deep-cut wounds, and the realization that he could not help her filled him with shame. Tears streamed down his face, and the thought that he was powerless gripped his heart. But when he looked closely at one important detail, he realized that the main thing in a surgeon's work is to be able to determine who can be saved, and those who are no longer saved. His first priority was to focus on those who still had a chance of being saved. He got to his feet and moved forward, searching the area for those who could still be helped. He dragged some of the wounded aside, laying them on a convenient slope, trying to create some kind of shelter. Out of the large number of wounded, only 3 had a chance of survival, and only they could be helped, given the scale of this tragedy. Only for them did he do everything possible, given the situation. His eyes rested on these people who were lying helplessly in front of him, and he felt heavy with what he saw. It was difficult and painful for him to realize how it all turned out for him, being in a hopeless situation. But he gathered all his will into a fist and tried to keep himself in check, despite his despair. He could only imagine that if he had normal medical equipment with him, he could have saved more lives. Now in the middle of the forest, he felt powerless with only his own hands. Looking closely, he noticed a handkerchief under one of the wounded. He picked it up, unfolded it in front of him, and saw that it had strange hieroglyphics on it. The hieroglyph meant flying kite, which was drawn on this piece of cloth, mysteriously glistening under the sun. It was clear that this was an escort carrier, an organization that transports people or goods for a fee. Such transportation companies are often found in martial arts novels, and the young owner realized that he had moved right into one of them, and the wounded were probably the guards who accompanied this caravan. If so, a rescue team should have already been sent for them. However, there was no time for delay. The boy found a sharp sword in one of the bodies and pulled it out. He sat down on a hill, stuck the sword in the ground, and began to sharpen it on a flint, preparing to make a fire. All of his efforts were directed at getting the fire going, and soon the flint began to spark. After a while, after many attempts, the fire finally caught fire, and the boy was happy because his military knowledge was finally useful. He started collecting firewood and carrying various materials to set up the camp, but as he worked, he realized that the body he was reborn into was very weak. After a while, he managed to create at least some kind of shelter in the area. Soon everything was ready and the place looked like a campsite. The guy fell to the ground, exhausted after a hard day's work, next to the people who had been unconscious all this time. From his tent, he looked up at the sun, which was bright red and slowly setting behind the clouds, illuminating the sky. He didn't understand, but he couldn't stop thinking. Why did he think that someone would come to rescue them? But before it got dark, he had to go down to the foot of the mountain to check the area. The people who had a chance of being rescued were warming themselves under a tent and were safe at least for the moment. The guy looked at them again, gritted his teeth, realizing that he had to act because their lives depended on him. His main task had always been to help ordinary people, and he could not leave these sufferers to their fate. He thought about his difficult fate, fell to the ground, and was overcome with sadness. Despite the fact that he is a doctor with full medical training and all the privileges, fate has prepared him for a difficult test. He did not come to this profession to carry the wounded on the battlefields of Murim's lands, but he could not escape his duty. He chose the profession of a doctor not out of altruism, but for the sake of making a lot of money to be able to support himself and his family. Although helping people has always come first for him, the financial side was of great importance to him. He had been poor and unhappy all his life, having grown up as an orphan, and this feeling of lack had always haunted him. He devoted his adult life to fighting his own suffering, considering every step towards a better life and achievement. His life turned upside down when he decided to become a volunteer and found himself in such a horrible situation where he sacrificed himself, covering civilians, and died from multiple gunshot wounds. How could this have happened at all? He did not understand it. A sudden loud sound filled his ears, and the guy paid attention to it, feeling threatened. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he assumed that it could be wolves who were probably going to attack them. After all, he was in the ancient world, where wild animals like wolves had existed for hundreds of years, and robbers for thousands of years. The boy picked up a flag with the emblem of the kite and began to cry, asking himself where the rescuers were. Why aren't they coming to help? But when he looked closely at the inscriptions on the flag, he noticed that the flying serpent transport escort was very familiar to him. He began to recall where he had heard the name, and suddenly remembered that he had read the novel The Greatest Heavenly Demon, where one of the characters was named Peklinson, and he was in a 3-generation medical institution in the Middle Kingdom. He was stunned by this discovery, but the ground under his feet began to tremble more and more. As he left the tent, he heard the sounds of a horse galloping from a short distance away. He grabbed the sword he had pulled from the body of one of the dead and began to wave it, hoping to attract attention. He had hoped that it was a rescue squad that had come to help him, and he was trembling with anticipation. However, he also had a strong suspicion that they might be robbers who had come to attack him. The first to appear were flags with various emblems fluttering in the wind. Soon the boy saw the main flag, the famous flying serpent. He breathed a sigh of relief and fell to his knees, realizing that he had finally reached help. These people had indeed arrived to help the lost squad, and the boy felt relieved to have survived. All the survivors, including him, would now be safe, because the soldiers had come to protect them. When the soldiers arrived, They were heavily armed, and their squad surrounded the boy as the only survivor of the horror. The boy noticed that the carts that arrived with the soldiers looked quite unusual. One of them looked like a huge first aid kit filled with medical supplies, and the boy remembered that he had already read about something similar. He recalled a passage from a book that described Pek Rik Insen's medicine cart, which was filled with medicines from top to bottom. And now he realized that this cart was the same one he had read about, and his eyes lit up with a spark of hope. The guy remembered the time when he was enthusiastically reading the novel, and how his colleague interrupted him, mocking the fact that the doctor was again immersed in a book about martial arts. The doctor did not care what others said because it was his hobby. His colleague then remarked that the greatest heavenly demon sounded boring, but the doctor was angry at this opinion and reacted sharply. The young master grabbed his head, not believing that the incredible was really happening to him. It seemed to be a coincidence, but it wasn't. When the soldiers arrived and saw the guy, they shouted joyfully that they had found at least one survivor. The guy had been kneeling all this time, waiting for their reaction, trying to comprehend what had happened. He was illuminated by the sunlight, and looking at the warriors, he could not believe that this was really the same world and the same master he had read about in the novel. The hawk flew like a wind over the mountainous terrain of Merim, the dry wind sweeping over the slopes, kicking up dust. The rescue team arrived at the scene and rescued everyone they could, including our hero. The boy looked at the person who saved him, trying to understand who this stranger was. When Chin was on his knees and the chariot stopped, a man who seemed strangely familiar to the young master approached him. The first thing he ordered was to check if there were any wounded and to thoroughly examine the entire area. After that, the man turned his attention to the young man who had miraculously survived the tragedy. The boy was standing and eagerly awaiting the reaction of the commander-in-chief of the unit. The man was approaching him with his huge steps, confidently standing in formation, demonstrating strength and authority. Standing over the boy, this stern man directed a penetrating gaze at him. The only thought that was going through the boy's mind was, why is this man so huge and powerful? He sat down next to the boy and asked him how he was feeling, looking at him with care that he hid behind his stern appearance. The man standing in front of him was called Hyun, and he was the head of the Flying Serpent. He asked the boy to introduce himself. The grimy and tired boy said his name, Ji Cheon. Looking at Hyun, he realized that he was much kinder than he had expected. The head recognized that the young master's name was quite beautiful and praised Ji Cheon, saying that he was a real good man, because not every adult man could show such resilience in a situation like this. But Ji Cheon could. Hyun's eyes drifted to the tent, and he immediately realized that the tent could not have appeared out of nowhere. It was made by this boy. When Chin reported that there were injured inside the tent, the head was shocked by this discovery. He looked inside and saw that there were indeed wounded people who had already received some medical care. A chill went through Hyun's body as he realized the situation, but he had to act immediately. He ordered his soldiers to provide emergency assistance and call Master Baek Rinsung as soon as possible. Chin hoped that he hadn't made a mistake because the guy in question was Rinsung. A carriage was rapidly approaching from the distance, and the silhouette of this hero appeared from it. The young master held his breath, feeling that something important was about to happen. It seemed impossible, but it was not a dream. When he turned his head, he noticed something incredible. The man who was getting down from the chariot was the same one described in the novel, Baek Rinsung, one of the doctors of the 3 generations of the Celestial Empire. Baek Rin got his nickname because of the color of his hair, which resembled the scales of a white dragon, and his figure was truly legendary. He looked like a magician, and his aura radiated incredible energy that everyone around him could feel. Although he was a man, everyone saw him as an incomparable beauty. The guy, seeing the silhouette, opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say because it all looked like a fairy tale. Everything corresponded to what he had read in the novel, and the world he found himself in was not just the world of martial arts. It was a whole universe from the same book that had once been just an interesting novel, but now had come to life right before his eyes. The story went like this. The young doctor had read the novel The Greatest Heavenly Dragon several times in a row shortly before his death. One of the important secondary roles belonged to Baek Rinsung. According to the plot, when the transport squad was attacked, it was he who saved the main character, Hae Ryun. After that, there were many events in the novel, and in the end, Baek died of a chronic illness in the 2nd volume. But now everything went off script, because the guy, standing in front of Baek, realized that something had changed. The patient Baek was supposed to treat had already been stitched up by Chin. Baek looked at the victim's body for a long time and saw a striking picture. A deep wound was sewn up with threads, and the seam was already beginning to heal. The suture was made with incredible precision and skill, Dr. Peck appreciated the flawless work he had seen for the first time in his medical practice. All he had to do was to treat the wound, for which he took out a special ointment and applied it to the wound with his fingers. By putting his hands on the victim, his energy was transferred directly to the patient's body, and the aura around him shone. The head of the detachment came to check on the doctor, as he was interested in how the important warriors Unpaidu and Kongsong Paisa were feeling. However, the doctor didn't want to talk about their condition and changed the subject to a question that bothered him. Pointing to the stitch, the master asked who had sewn the wound. All the warriors paid attention to this question because it was serious. No one but the young master could have done it. The eyes of everyone present focused on the little boy, and he felt a lump form in his throat because of the unexpected attention. Chin admitted, when asked, that he had sewn the victim's wound. Peck emphasized that the boy had extraordinary surgical skills for such a young man, and smiled at him to express his surprise. Everyone was shocked to learn that the victim had survived, thanks to this young hero's skills. Praise from Baek Rin-sung was the highest form of recognition in the society. They began to praise the boy, admiring how good he was, and could not believe that he was such a skilled craftsman who did not get confused in a critical situation. But the boy only wanted to help at any cost. Peck's face symbolized respect, and from that day on, Chin was accepted into the circle of confidants, which was very rare. The young master was left with the warriors who were to remain in place for some time. When he saw the chariot with the dignitaries leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Falling to the ground, he felt heavy in his chest. It was hard to breathe, and he could not fully accept the new reality. He realized that the gratitude from the flying serpent himself was incredibly valuable in this world. The warriors around him promised that they would definitely repay him for his kindness. However, he would have to live a new life in which he found himself in a new, important role. The chariot with the dignitaries moved quickly along the mountain paths. Everything necessary for life was in these chariots, but their speed was their main advantage. Inside the chariot in which Master Peck was riding, a fire was burning and a kettle was heating up to make fragrant tea. Next to Master Peck was a servant who helped him in everything, because Peck spent a lot of his inner energy to heal people. The servant understood that his master was a pearl of kindness, but he should not go there because it was hard for him. Master Peck lay in bed, having no choice but to fulfill his duty. He remembered how last year, the head of the escort, Un, had helped him escape from the threat that hung over his family. Today he saved his younger brother, thus repaying the debt he once owed. The servant realized that the losses associated with Un Pyongyang were particularly painful. He was very sorry that others had survived, and he had not, and when they arrived, there was no way to help him. Leaving this place, the young master had a clean soul, feeling that he had fulfilled his duty. Now he no longer owed anything, and his soul was no longer burdened by any burden. However, the servant realized that if Master Peck continued to behave like this, he might lose his strength completely. After all, Peck knew that the 9 yin meridians were not easy to restore, but what could he do in this situation? Master Peck knew full well that he did not have long to live, and if he lived to be 40, he would be considered a long liver. Although his servant begged him not to say so, Peck raised his hand, feeling that it was true, and called his servant Yuha. Removing his mask, he said that he had decided to take him as a disciple. No matter what contradictions Yuhu expressed, the master was adamant, and his decision was final. The master knew full well that his life would be even shorter if he began to teach the apprentice, but he made the decision anyway. The servants, no matter how much they tried to convince him, knew that he would not change his mind. However, one thought did not let Master Peck rest. When they were at that place, he saw a child who had done the unimaginable. This child had amazed the young master with his actions, and even the servant was amazed by the story. The servant clenched his fist but did not say anything to his master because he was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. This incident was truly incredible, and the servant decided not to contradict his master, although he still could not fully accept his decision. Chin was sleeping peacefully, not disturbing anyone, when suddenly a familiar smell began to wake him up, and memories of the medicine from his childhood appeared in his mind. For a moment he caught himself thinking that he had heard and seen this medicine when he was a child, and often visited the market where such herbs were sold. Then he decided to open his eyes. He noticed that he had woken up in a different place from where he had fallen asleep. The strong smell made him feel sick. He grabbed his heart and began to breathe heavily. Looking around, he tried to figure out where he had woken up. Despite the unpleasant smell of the medicine, he had to figure out what was going on. Warm air was coming through the thick window in the carriage. The rays of the morning sun penetrated the room, and he realized that the place he was in resembled a hospital. He saw the same legendary man he had seen before. But why did he come back again and stomp his boots loudly? The man only told him to stay in bed. Still not fully awake, Chin did not know what to say because everything seemed unreal. He saw Master Peck, surrounded by soldiers and his assistant, standing over his bed, and it looked like something very serious. Master Peck was feeling very well that day, and he had not gathered just to talk. The warriors stood around him on all sides, in straight lines, as if they were on an important mission. The young master could not imagine why they were all looking at him so closely. Next to him was the boy Chin had saved. He had survived, but what happened to the other two remained unknown. Chin asked the master where he was, and he replied in a light tone that they were in the Flying Snake unit. Master Peck said that the boy had fainted and slept all the way here, so he decided to let him rest. The boy looked at Master, and he looked like a real celebrity. He could not believe that Master was speaking to him so respectfully, and even on a first-name basis. Master Peck expressed his respect to the young man, saying that his skills and help had saved the lives of his people. Even though Peck had completed his treatment, saving other people was the young hero's undeniable achievement. Chin was only happy that he was able to help people, but he did not say anything. Master Peck said that he had managed to avoid complications, and emphasized that not only the kite, but also the Kongson family owed him a great debt of gratitude. The boy did not understand where the Kongsons came from. The master reminded him that the girl he was treating with a sword in her hand was the heiress of this family. She was one of the daughters of the Kongson family, a wandering warrior and heir to the position of Fosa in the Flying Serpent. The master once again emphasized that if it were not for the young hero, these people would probably have died. Chin, knowing a little bit about the plot of the novel, recalled that the Kongson family appears a little later in the story as an important part of the events. He realized that he had saved the daughter of the head of the Kongson family, not because he wanted to, but because it was his duty as a doctor. The young hero decided to get out of bed, not wanting to think that it was his merit. He tried to get up but felt a lot of pain and could barely stand. Master Peck's servant stopped him, supporting him with one hand so that he would not fall. Peck's servant, official Yuhu, who was accompanying him, only told the boy to be careful. It was just like in the novel, and Yuhu was also quite a strong character, known for his half-closed eyes, which he kept that way because of a skill he learned from his grandfather. The young master thanked everyone for their kind words, feeling grateful that he had been able to help. He was glad that he was able to contribute his modest help to saving people. The warriors around him, hearing the young boy's words, could not believe that he was so wise to speak out like that, being just a child. The boy understood that thanks to him, the Flying Serpent had repaid the debt to the Kongson family. But deep down, he felt that he could cause even more confusion in these circumstances. A minute later, Master Peck handed the boy a red box and warned him that it contained something special. The box contained a rare cure for internal injuries, which was a sign of great respect and gratitude for the boy. The warriors around them were amazed by this gift, because it was not just a thing. It was the legendary Huandan of the century-old pine tree, which cannot be easily obtained or bought. This medicine is extracted from a century-old pine tree that grows in ancient places. The resin released from the roots contains the vitality of this tree. This drug preserves the vital energy of the century-old tree, and its value is extremely high. Looking at this gift, the young hero did not understand why the master was giving him such a rare item. Everyone around him was also surprised by this gift. Master Peck looked at the boy and felt no regrets, because if it weren't for this child, they would have lost hope of continuing the Kongson family, which was nicknamed the Dragon Sword. The Kongson family may not even believe that the child saved their relative, but it is true. The master knelt down in front of the boy, recognizing that the rescued girl held an important position in the family, and perhaps this gift was not enough to express all the gratitude. Other people around who understood the value of this object could not fully comprehend its meaning. The guy looked at the gift for a long time, not knowing what to do with it. He still did not understand why he had been given this medicine and thought it would be useful to know its name. The master explained that if he took this pill, it would help treat internal injuries and relieve his headache. He noted that the boy was very exhausted and that it was difficult for his body to recover. The master asked the boy to take the pill right now to feel relief. The boy understood that this was probably a miracle cure for internal injuries, and although he doubted its effectiveness, he decided to take it out of respect for the master. Despite his doubts, he obeyed the master. When he put the pill in his mouth, he noticed that it even began to glow. At first, he found it difficult to swallow it, but with effort he did so. After that, a pleasant chill spread through his body. His head felt a little dizzy from the effects of the pill. Yuhu handed the boy a bottle and asked him to drink the liquid to help him sleep, because he needed rest. The boy put the bottle to his lips and began to drink. Master Peck asked everyone to leave to let the boy rest. As the warriors left, they realized that this boy was much more unusual than they had been told. When they thought about their children, they didn't even want to imagine how far behind he was. He would have been a great example for them. The rumors spread quickly, because people love to gossip. In the evening, the master returned to visit the boy. He had been lying in bed for a long time and fell asleep quickly. Then Yu-Hu asked the master if he really wanted to make him his disciple. The master had no doubt about his decision, for no one would refuse to become a disciple of Heavenly Father Baekrin Seong himself. However, his servant was still worried. The bottom line was that the master was aware of the possibility that the boy might be a fake. To check this, he went to the bed and carefully examined an important detail. Pulling out the needle and holding it in his fingers, he asked the servant, "When sincerity is revealed, does it not touch the heart?" The servant looked at this and was amazed, and could not believe that the master was going to give such a valuable thing to this young man. The master raised the needle above the young master's forehead. He ran it over the young man's face, and it began to glow with his aura, as if the aura was embracing his body, filling it with energy. The boy's hand began to tremble from the effect. Peck looked him straight in the eye and smiled as he watched the effect of this procedure, while the servant looked on with envy. The only question left was whether to envy this guy or to sympathize with him, because now under the master's care, his life would not be peaceful and safe. At that moment, the boy had a strange dream. It seemed to him that he had become a butterfly and was in the hands of a madman who was piercing his body with needles. He clearly felt every impact on his body in the form of a butterfly, unable to do anything. The boy begged the madman to let the butterfly go, realizing that this was not normal, but the man did not listen. All the guy wanted was for this nightmare to end as soon as possible. Suddenly he woke up, opening his eyes with relief to see that the ceiling was the same as it had been before. Waking up, he felt like he was in a new body, as if his body had changed completely. There was only one peaceful smell in the room, which enveloped everything around him. The guy did not understand why the room smelled like something rotten, filling the entire space. He lifted his arm, feeling that it was a little numb. When he lifted his leg, he felt that he could not fully control his movements, and this confused him. Looking around, he saw that the entire room was shrouded in smoke. Another important fact was that he was not wearing a single piece of clothing. Naturally, very unpleasant thoughts began to swarm through his mind. What had happened to him again while he was sleeping? He started screaming all over the room because it was not normal anymore. We will find out what happened to him while he was sleeping in the next chapter. As soon as he started to worry, he saw Master Pecklinson standing next to him with his servant. The master quickly covered the young man with a blanket, and it was obvious that he had been in the room all night. But why was he personally looking after him, since servants are usually responsible for caring for the sick? Master Peck was pleased because, surprisingly, there was not much dirty energy in the boy's body. These words surprised the boy because he felt something stuck to his back. It looked like dried rubber, and he saw that he had a scar on his back. The master asked him what was bothering him, because his body looked good and he should be fine. The young master realized that this scar was the source of the bad smell. However, Chin felt much better and did not feel anything wrong, so he allowed the master to address him as you. He felt that it would be embarrassing if such a high-ranking person addressed him as you. The master understood his request and fulfilled it without any problems. The boy was glad to have such an understanding. The master looked at the scar for a long time and touched the boy's back with his hand, focusing on its condition. Chin could not understand what kind of unclean energy it was, because he had no internal injuries. When he felt the scar, the skin began to peel off, and Peck was sure that this might be useful to the boy in the future when he started learning martial arts. The course of treatment included a pulmosis procedure. Pulmosis is a term often found in martial arts novels. It is a stimulation technique that removes all toxins from the body through energy and medical cleansing. As a result, the guy's blood vessels were cleaned. It was great, of course, but Chin could not understand why the master said he would study martial arts in the future. Why would he want to do that? Peck called his servant Yu-Hu and told him to prepare a bath for the boy. Yu-Hu was already there, holding a towel. He quickly wrapped the young master in the towel and picked him up to take him to the bath. Yu-Hu walked along smiling, though he was hiding his thoughts. He knew that if Beck himself had done the cleansing, then this boy probably had even more potential than those who came from warrior families. The boy was in Yu-Hu's arms and couldn't understand why he was being treated so well. The smile did not leave the servant's face, and his behavior seemed a little strange to the boy. A few minutes in the bath would not hurt, but the boy was thrown directly into the hot water, which seemed too harsh to him. While taking a bath, he thought about all the events that had happened. The water getting into his eyes stung a lot, so he decided not to open his eyes underwater. He emerged from the large bathtub, which looked like a swimming pool. Looking around, he saw that the Flying Serpent's bathing facility was a luxurious place. It had been built as part of the unit that managed the waters of the Qianzi, thanks to the skill of Pecklinson. It's hard to find anything like this place in the world. The boy left the hot spring and headed for the place where Yu-Hu was. However, he had one serious problem. After bathing, he had a very bad headache. Various questions began to appear in his mind. Where was he really from? Who were his parents? What kind of family did he come from? All these answers would be normal for an ordinary person, but he did not know what to say. If there had been even small injuries on his head, he could have attributed his forgetfulness to memory loss. When asked by Yoo-hoo, he simply replied that he was suffering from amnesia. Meanwhile, Yoo-hoo rubbed Chin's back, finishing his usual duties. The servant told him that he had done everything he needed to do, and now the young master could take as long as he wanted, calling him when he was done. Chin dove back into the vat of hot water, trying to figure out why Yoo-hoo was so annoying. He was a really annoying guy, but it was understandable. Master Baek had used a polymorphic effect on an unknown guy. As Chin waded deeper into the water, he wondered what he should do next. He looked at the clear water and saw his reflection. It was unclear why, but he found himself in the body of a child in a novel he knew. In his previous life, he died nobly, saving a man. And in this life, he survived only because he also saved others. The situation seemed strange to him. Maybe he was just unlucky. He couldn't even imagine what would have happened if hungry wolves had come instead of the kite squad. The guy would have been dead for sure. His memory brought back the events of his past life, as if it had happened only yesterday. A life in which he had no family, no relatives, not even a loved one. His life was quite boring, perhaps even aimless, just an existence. However, thanks to his efforts, he was able to survive and always wanted to move forward. But his previous life is over, and now he is in the body of a boy. He wonders how he should live his life. A few minutes ago, he heard from Yoo-hoo that the escort group was killed when they were attacked by robbers. Yoo-hoo said that those bandits were scoundrels and were on their way from Soju, the city where the secret unit of magicians is located. The boy remembered the book he had read several times and knew roughly how the story would unfold. He realized that the main character of the novel, a heavenly demon named Har-young, was recruited by the magicians through Soju, where he was constantly humiliated and tempered his character. However, there was another interesting character, an unnamed hero who died in the novel at the very beginning when the boy was reading it. And the most interesting thing is that the boy was reborn into this nameless character who died on the very first page. In addition, he is now an orphan again, just like in his previous life. His entire previous life was devoted to doing his best for those who had a family. And now, as he plunged into the water, he was overcome with a strange feeling. Perhaps he dreamed that by helping others he could find happiness. Maybe his actions would give him the right to start his own family someday. As he emerged from the water and grabbed a breath of fresh air, he realized that this was a real challenge. A chain of thought led him to the conclusion that in order to have a family and children, he would need a lot of money. In the world he is in now, Mareem, human life is worthless. The only way out for him is to become stronger. There are many difficulties ahead of him, but he realized that he had to learn to stand up for himself. If he doesn't, then what kind of family can we talk about? In this world, if you don't defeat your enemy, you will simply die. The boy looked at his reflection in the mirror. He saw a weak boy, a child who has neither money nor strength, but has knowledge of what the future holds. He just wanted to find his way, to be a doctor, which was a bit like his previous life. Soon the guy appeared on the horizon, well-dressed and looking confident. When Yoo-hoo saw the young master, he was amazed at his appearance. He couldn't even believe that this was the same boy who had finally been washed clean. Now he looked fresh, and Yoo-hoo complimented him, telling him that he had made him a wonderful tea. All he had to do was follow Yoo-hoo to drink it. They walked down the deep corridors toward the tea room. However, the strange expression on the boy's face scared Yoo-ha. He seemed to be a rather strange child. This child, unlike other ordinary children from warrior families, had neither a noble background nor good fighting skills. Although Yoo-hoo's master treats him well, the boy sees this as a problem and does not feel anything special. He even feels jealous because he was accepted as an apprentice. You can see on Yoo-hoo's face that he feels bad because his master shortened his already short life because of him. Chin notices Yoo-hoo's behavior and recalls the time when he was just a simple intern. He recalls large Chinese buildings where people enjoyed fresh, fragrant tea. Yoo-hoo sat the young master down at a large table and began to serve him lunch. Looking at all these treats and drinks, there was no doubt that there was a reason why the young man was treated so carefully. If you recall the novel, there was not a single character in it on whom Baek Rin-sung used the pulmosis technique. It turns out that he himself is the reason why the master used this technique, and that's probably why Baek spent a lot of energy. If the boy really did receive a pulmosis, it could have a bad effect on Master Peck, because his internal energy helps prevent the development of diseases. Perhaps this is why Baek Rin-sung died in the first volume of the novel, sacrificing himself to save another person's life. It was not an easy decision to make. The guy knew the book's content from cover to cover, had some skills, and wondered if there really wasn't a way to help Baek Rin-sung beat his disease. But first, he needed to enjoy some tea and sweets. However, the sweets could have been poisoned with Sangon poison. The magicians were always cunning and resourceful. They sent a spy who poisoned part of the flying snake's escort, and then came to finish off the rest of them personally. The boy started eating cookies for tea, and they turned out to be quite tasty. He thought that he shouldn't refuse such good food, especially such tasty food, and wiped the cookie crumbs off his hands. The creak of the door spread through the room as a stranger entered. The guards immediately noticed the newcomer, and the young master looked up as well. Master Peck walked in, dressed in smart clothes, and with him was not only his staff, but also someone unknown. The person in the center was wearing a satchel, an Asian straw or bamboo hat, and it was quite difficult to tell who it was. However, when you looked closely, you could see that it was a girl. She came up, bowed to the guy, and began to thank him for saving her because she heard that if it wasn't for him, she would no longer be alive. The girl, as a member of the Kansen family, promised to reward the young master for his good deed. The boy began to remember what he had read about her in a novel. It was Kan Song-hyun, who had come to thank him for saving her younger relative. He refused to help her. However, she insisted because she knew that he had already been praised by both Master Beck and In-seong. But their family would not stand aside and would never forget his deed. The boy was embarrassed because he was not used to so much praise. He was embarrassed, and he began to make excuses that anyone in his place would have done the same. The guy began to insist that she should visit her relative, because it would be much more correct. Hearing these words, the girl was shocked and reacted with surprise. She apologized for her tactlessness, said goodbye, and ran to her sister. She ran out of the room so fast that everyone was even embarrassed by it. For a moment, she felt ashamed of her behavior because she had not gone to her relative first. Master Peck was watching everything that was happening and hanging on the boy's every word. Chin understood that Hyun was the only daughter in the family, and he knew that she was not good with a sword. Because of this, her older sister was disappointed because she had hoped that Hyun would inherit the secret techniques of the Kongseong family. The previously mentioned Kongseong-eun was their sideline relative. Although Hyun always compared herself to her younger sister, she still loved her more than anything else in the world. According to the plot that Chin read in the novel, it was said that at this point, Yoon was supposed to die. After her sister Yoon dies, Hyun, who treated her like her own, falls into an uncontrollable rage. When she finds out that it was planned by their family, she sets off a real bloodbath, eliminating all those responsible. And the doctor who happened to be in this storyline turns out to be the one who helped to avoid these events in the future. But all of these people are now following a completely different plot from the novel the boy was reading. According to the story, the prologue of the first volume is now taking place, when Bak Rin-sung has to save Haryong from the Celestial Empire. It was in this chapter that one of the most terrifying events of the novel was described. Knowing this, the boy realized that he had to prevent the plot. Otherwise, he himself might die because of these events. Master Peck approached the young doctor and noticed that he was feeling much better, so he offered to discuss the events. Suddenly, the young man started coughing. It was obvious that he was sick, and everyone began to worry about his health. He explained that it was because of his throat, which had become sore after tea, although he had not yet fully recovered from the treatment. The master looked at his future student with interest. The boy realized that since he was in Muram's world, this pace of events would not leave him without interrogation and suspicion. His throat hurt after tea, and he tried to explain it. The master approached him and offered to take his pulse if he didn't mind. He lifted the boy's sleeve a little and touched his vein to check his pulse. When the master took his hand, the boy felt a strange itching sensation, as if something unusual was happening. He realized that he knew little about internal energy, but he could feel his body reacting to this unexpected thing. At that moment, some kind of energy connection arose between him and the master. The master abruptly pulled his hand away and said that the problem was that the inner energy was scattered. The head could not understand how this was possible, because the guy did not show signs of being proficient in martial arts. Our hero did not understand anything. He just watched and was shocked by everything that was happening. However, Master Peck knew that the energy was due to a miraculous medicine sent by the Kongson family. In addition, he had given the boy some pulmosis techniques, and in this case, it was not so important. The master reassured himself that almost all of the energy would be removed and only a small part would remain. The head was not happy that the power of pulmosis of this level went to a child who had never studied martial arts. But he hoped that it would help the boy better absorb the medicine he received. Master Peck realized that if people found out about this, many families would send envoys to him to do the same for their children. So he decided to hide the information, explaining that he had simply repaid the debt to the kite. In addition, his grandchildren will soon start practicing martial arts. If he was wrong, his medical skills were still on the level of a divine gift. However, the master did not want to be praised so much, and joked that he should not be overly exalted. The young master watched Master Peck's expression closely, and saw the real Peck Rinsen in front of him. He even thought about the grandson of the head of the escort. This man was a real doctor, and something strange happened at this table. The boy's inner energy dissipated. Most likely the reason was that the boy had taken Sangon poison. The head was shocked that someone would even think of giving Sangon poison to an ordinary child. Such an attitude toward children, especially toward the benefactor of the flying serpent, was completely unacceptable. But it remained a mystery to the master who had mixed the poison. The whole situation looked incredibly mysterious, and the motives of those who did it were unclear. Anyone could be suspected, for example, Yuha, who was simply silent, but his expression was quite strange. Returning to the servants who served the sweets and tea, they belonged to a prestigious class of paisa, and the soldiers were of high rank. It became obvious to the master that this event was a sign that someone had set his teeth on them and had hostile intentions. The master, realizing the seriousness of the situation, ordered to immediately get rid of the tea and sweets, as it was unknown who the traitor was, and they might be attacked soon. So we had to act quickly. This was not the first incident, and remembering the attack on the escort, the head realized that it was clearly part of a conspiracy. In a rage, he smashed the table with drinks and candy, and exclaimed that it was no doubt poison. In his anger, he turned to Master Peksun and apologized for his assumptions, even though they were true. Roughly throwing open the door, he began shouting for the clan master to be called immediately, because from that moment on, things would get serious. The head was determined not to allow any more such arbitrariness, as it had already become a threat to his entire clan. The master asked his young apprentice if he knew that there was poison in the sweets, and if he knew that the poison was called Sangon. The young man thought to himself that Sangon is a poison that absorbs internal energy, and has no color or smell. He tasted a little of each dish, hoping that he would be able to detect something suspicious. He was trying to feel the presence of poison, having not conducted experiments on experimental rabbits for a long time. And this time he became one himself. The guy recalled how he had justified his experiments in the past by saying that the development of medicine requires victims, and that is why he found these victims. They were his colleagues. There were many guinea pigs among them. And now, in this situation, he couldn't miss the opportunity to explore Sangon. Everyone in the clan was very tense, and it was no time for jokes. Master Peck realized that the boy was quite strange and might be hiding something. It was not just the boy's energy, but the fact that the poison was still poison. It was hard for the master to believe that the boy had deliberately eaten poisoned sweets. All he said to the boy was that if the examination showed that there was poison in it, the boy, not he, would be the savior of the kite. It was probably a joke, or at least it seemed so. Looking at the child, the master thought about how sorry he was that such a fate had fallen on his childish shoulders. However, he knew that when it was over, the boy would get a job. It was a job that Master Peck had personally prepared for him. When he heard about the job, he was not upset, because it was a great opportunity. This is an incredible chance to make money, and martial arts can wait. At the word money, a sly and greedy smile appeared on his face, because money was the most important thing to him. It didn't matter that he woke up alone in the middle of an endless plain. The main thing was to get as much money as possible. He did not remember his family, but he was happy to be useful to these people. Of course, such a statement did not impress the others much, but only caused mixed feelings. They even felt a little sorry for the guy because of his difficult fate. But it was all his manipulation. He knew that his handsome face played in his favor. The head, like a real father, bent down in front of the boy, patted him on the head, and said that as the head of the escort, he was ready to help. The head tried to assure the boy that he would not be disappointed in his choice to live with them, because he had already become a real hero for them. However, this sentimental moment was interrupted by Master Beck, who put his hand on the head's shoulder and said quietly, "You can't." The head was well aware that the master had used the pulmosis technique on the young man. There was an awkward pause between them. They did not look into each other's eyes, and the tension was palpable in the air. The master just smiled and repeated, "You can't." The head could not understand what the master meant when he said, "It is impossible," and what exactly he could not do. It was a dark night over the village, illuminated only by the moonlight. Some kind of smoke enveloped the streets and houses, spreading a strange odor throughout the area. A strange energy vibrated in the air, and there was not a single living soul on the streets, except for the ninja warriors who were hiding in the shadows of different corners, invisible to the common eye. It looked like they were performing some kind of task, because they were moving around carefully and quickly, dressed in black suits. They looked around to make sure no one was following them. Only when they were sure that everything was safe did they start moving forward, about 5 of them. The warriors moved quickly, overcoming difficult defenses. As soon as the first group of warriors reached an elevated spot, they stopped, observing the surrounding area. Their colleagues immediately followed, beginning to surround the area. When they were convinced that there were no guards at the site, they began to enter their army from different directions. Since it was an unusual smoke or something similar to a sleeping pill, people were not supposed to wake up. Soon, the main ninja in this group was reported that all positions were taken. The warrior leader surveyed the area, checking to see if the sleeping pills had been mixed with poison to ensure that everything went according to plan. He put on his mask and breathed in the air to make sure everything was working as it should. They had come for the child, knowing that he had not yet developed internal energy, and no one would be able to detect their intrusion. However, during the mission, the warriors heard some rustling in the distance. The ninjas tensed up and drew their swords, preparing to confront a possible enemy. When they approached the main building and began to jump over the fence, someone was already waiting for them. The guard who was on duty began to shout at the top of his lungs, calling for the destruction of the enemy. The ninjas were, of course, amazed. They had not expected such a turn of events. Downstairs, a bunch of warriors with torches were already waiting for them, running toward them, surrounding them from all sides. The guards were in high spirits and enthusiasm, as if they were expecting an attack, and they were rushing at the enemies with determination. A huge number of guards filled every street running out of the main building. The main ninja watched this spectacle and could not understand how it happened that someone knew about their presence. Before he could look back, he saw the sword of a cold-blooded warrior near his face. It was the head of the guards, who already had the ninja in his sights. He looked him sternly in the eyes, making it clear that he would either tell the truth or lose his life. The ninja just screamed, asking how they even knew about their mission and what was going on here. The head decided to explain to the doomed ninja that their plans had failed because of the presence of a great doctor who had discovered the poison. The head was interested to know who had sent them and what their goal was. After a long silence, the ninja had a choice. Either he would say something or lose his head. It was impossible to delay. The fact is that all this was planned in advance, and no one knew that the great Dr. Peck was here. If it happened, the ninja was ready to tell everything. However, this was just a clever distraction for the head of the squad. The ninja suddenly broke through the roof, and everything began to fly apart under his feet. It was a trap to catch the clan leader and strike him. However, no matter how hard the enemy tried, it was in vain, because an experienced warrior would not fall for such a trick. The leader of the squad pointed his sword, which flashed with an incredible aura, and directed the valiant sword of Hongwan towards his enemy. No matter how hard the ninja tried to dodge, the valiant warrior was always one step ahead. After a quick exchange of swords, they found themselves facing each other, ready for the next blow. A cold silence enveloped the battlefield, and they looked into each other's eyes for several minutes, as if assessing every movement. The ninja did not wait long and decided to attack, because he had no other choice. His sword glowed with the red aura characteristic of their clan, and he pointed it directly at the head. It was a serious and fast blow that almost pierced the head of one of the valiant warriors. But the leader managed to dodge and deflect the blow with his sword, reacting in time. The ninja's sword almost flew out with his hand, but he was not going to give up so easily. Straining all his strength, the ninja rushed to attack again, decisively approaching his opponent. When their swords crossed, the atmosphere was filled with the smell of battle, as if the air had become thick and heavy. In the silence of the night, an incredibly powerful explosion suddenly rang out, shattering the peace of the area. The explosion engulfed and shook one of the neighborhoods that had never known such anxiety before. After this blow, the warriors felt each other's weaknesses and realized how to continue the battle. The leader looked at his opponent for a long time, but suddenly felt something happen to his hand. It began to tremble. Suddenly his arm began to break in different directions, as if under the influence of an invisible force. He realized that one of the insidious magicians was standing in front of him, and the sword of the bloody demon was hovering in front of him. However, the ninja did not say anything. Silence enveloped everything around him, creating an atmosphere of tension. A red aura began to fill the ninja's silhouette, dissolving it right before the eyes of the head. In a second, everything could have become dangerously serious as the head's vision began to dim. Like a bolt from the blue, the warrior magician slashed his red sword through the space in front of him. With incredible fury, he pointed his cold, sharpened sword directly at the leader of the squad. An incredible aura reigned on the battlefield as the two legendary warriors clashed with their swords pointed at each other. It was necessary to act immediately, because the demon's strength was extremely serious, and the blood demon's sword seemed like a death trap. To counteract this technique, the head used his valiant sword, the Hongwan, a symbol of world order. The two mighty warriors unleashed their powerful blows on each other, and only one of them was to survive. During the clash, the head realized that there was no doubt that this was indeed the sword of the bloody demon. He could clearly feel the bloodlust, regardless of whether these people were mages or belonged to another clan that used such techniques. For a leader, the most important thing was to protect his people, and everything else took a back seat. To a mage warrior, however, the head was only a fool seeking to protect something that was doomed. No matter how much they wanted to avoid this confrontation, their battle had reached a critical point of collision. For a moment, it seemed to the magician that his opponent had slowed down, and now his death was inevitable. It seemed that they were already only a few centimeters away from the demon's cold sword, which was about to end this battle. But behind the clan leader, a storm began to form, filled with pure energy and a sphere of light. This storm fell upon the demon and enveloped him with its destructive power. At the moment when the demon's sword almost touched the face of the clan leader, it only left a wound on his cheek, passing very close. The second strike was for the clan leader as the demon warrior lost his attack, and the clan leader sent out his valiant Hongwan sword using the ascending dragon rising technique. The lightning-fast technique pierced through the demon, cutting through his mask, clothes, and himself. This technique was so powerful that no ordinary or even strong warrior could resist it. After a fierce battle, the head gathered his strength to survey the environment. Soon all the enemies were destroyed. The young master watched everything that was happening through the door, but it did not look like an ordinary battle. The warriors fought each other, destroying the attackers from the demonic cult. Although the forces were unequal, everyone knew that it would be a victory, and that was why they fought so confidently. The young master, looking at all this, thought for a moment about what was happening. If danger arose again, he would not be able to escape because his patient had not yet regained consciousness. He realized that he needed to close the door so that no one could enter and focus on one task. The guy who was lying in the ward still hadn't regained consciousness, and it was extremely dangerous for him. The young master realized that this guy had a dangerous future ahead of him, and he needed to cheer him up somehow. However, perhaps it would be better if he did not wake up in such a difficult situation. The whole group of demon warriors came for a reason. This guy was their target. They sent assassins to destroy him, and they will stop at nothing, despite the obstacles, and will fight to the end for their goal. For example, the warriors of the Flying Serpent, although strong, have not even learned about the poison. They believe they will still win, but it will require a lot of blood. And perhaps this will deal a fatal blow to the kite. If that happened, the escort drivers would revolt. In order to seize control of Yang Qi, they would start their fight, and the battle would only gain momentum. Qin realized that something terrible and inevitable was ahead of them. He sat down opposite this child. It was hard for him to watch everything that was happening. But fortunately, the boy was at least sleeping soundly at such a moment. Everything was relatively calm until the boy started making strange noises. He started snoring loudly across the room like a madman. This snoring resembled the cries of wild animals in the forest. The young doctor, of course, did not like it, because the boy began to behave like a real animal in a human body. Qin had no choice but to try to wake the boy up, but no matter how many times he tried, he failed. He had been watching him the whole time, and everything was fine, but now the guy was snoring as if he had gone crazy. Perhaps it wasn't caused by nightmares. Perhaps the smell of blood from outside began to penetrate the room. He began to rummage through the boxes that stood by the boy's bedside, trying to find something that might help. Qin realized that he hadn't just gone through the boxes for nothing, because there must be some fragrant herbs somewhere. After a short search, he found the wrapped items and realized that they might be what he needed. Greedily and with joy, he began to unwrap the items, hoping that they were fragrant herbs. By lighting a scented candle, he tried to neutralize the smell of blood coming from outside. However, one candle was not enough, so he decided to light 3 candles at once. Although he was not sure what herbs they were, he was sure that they would help to destroy the smell because he did not want to anger the Death Star of the Sky. The Death Star of the Sky is one of the 2 stars of the Milky Way that governs people's lives and is considered a bad omen. The smell of the herbs began to fill the room, and the guy who had been sleeping so restlessly finally began to calm down. After a few minutes of inhaling this aromatic smoke, he stopped snoring. It was a real relief for the young gentleman because at least it was no longer pressing on his ears. As his friend lay in bed and finally fell asleep, Qin felt lighter at heart because he felt responsible for him. Qin understood that he was the protagonist of a novel, and no matter what his role was, he needed to be treated with the utmost care. However, it was somehow uncomfortable to fall asleep when there was a battle going on around him. It was a really bad idea. He decided that it was better to stay awake that night and stay alert. All the while, a fierce battle between the 2 factions was going on outside. But after a while, everything quieted down. There were no more screams or the smell of blood, which hinted that things might be coming to an end. The guy decided to look outside to see what was going on. When he put his eye to the crack in the door, he saw medics running from different directions because there were many wounded, and everyone rushed to help. This made him realize that the battle was finally over. The guy was amazed because he managed to change the course of events in which many people were supposed to die. Now that everything is calm in this place, he closes the door. And he begins to doubt what to do next because the plot is now changing. He has 2 options. Either help them or just watch what happens. If he stays on the sidelines, no one will know about his abilities, and he will stay safe. But if he is called to provide medical care, he will not know how to answer all the questions. However, with his knowledge as a doctor, he could help people on the verge of death and save their lives. However, doubts plagued his soul because his own safety was still more important. In addition, the local methods of treatment might seem rather strange, and the guy might even be suspected of spying. He walked around the room, not knowing what to do, from one side to the other, and decided to do nothing for now, but just live and help the kite as much as he could. Remembering the past when he had tried to save many people, he relived that moment. Perhaps he could remember the time when everything seemed to be fine. He remembered how the soldiers from another unit broke into the camp and started shooting everything around them with their machine guns. The doctor rushed to cover the guy with his body, trying to save him from enemy bullets. It was a difficult moment. He sacrificed his life, but the question remained. Did it really help the child survive? Why did he save them at all if it had no effect? Perhaps he should have just left them all behind and fled, saving his own life. These thoughts plagued him, for he did not know what was good and what was evil in this world. A loud scream came again from the novel's protagonist's bed, like a beast that started screaming loudly. He was just screaming and not breathing, which was an alarming signal. The boyfriend began to wake him up, shouting, "Hey, Haru, wake up!" But he just gritted his teeth, scrunched up his face, and it was obvious that he was getting much worse. The young owner realized that the situation was getting worse. The boy began to have trouble breathing. It seemed that he had been holding his breath for more than a minute, and it looked very dangerous. Then the young master began to shake him with all his might to bring him back to life. After a while, his breathing resumed, and he opened his eyes a little. However, it was clear that he was not happy to be woken up in the middle of the night. The young master began to realize that he needed to run away. But he didn't have time. Haryung abruptly grabbed him by the neck with his right hand, as if with a spoon, and lifted him up. As he lifted him up, Haryung asked him furiously who had sent him, looking at him with such fury that it seemed he was about to strangle him. His eyes blazed with fire, and he was ready to destroy the one who had woken him up. The young master felt that things were bad, but he had to get out of it somehow. Otherwise, this rascal would just strangle him. Haryung lifted the boy up like a toy and began to strangle him, despite the fact that he was kicking his legs in the air, trying to escape, and was suffocating. Chin was shocked, because the protagonist of the novel turned out to be a real madman. And because he was strangling him, Chin couldn't even say a word. Haryung's cold gaze was directed directly at the man he was holding, looking at him like a small insect. He only coldly said that it didn't matter who it was, as he would find out later when he saw his corpse. After that, he squeezed the young doctor's neck even harder, and he began to sweat from the strain. Chin began to recall one of the reasons why Haryung became a heavenly demon in the novel. It was the blood of the Death Star. In general, the Death Star of Heaven is a demonic creature that can kill people, and the more it kills, the stronger it becomes. Its abilities are so unusual that even those who study martial arts and have innate talents cannot resist it. In other words, this killer, who came straight from the sky, was extremely dangerous, although he still had weaknesses. Later in the story, Haryung will fall into madness due to the influence of the Death Star of Heaven. However, as the protagonist, Haryung will not be able to inflict fatal harm on him. Over time, he will become omnipotent, and his power will increase day by day. However, in such a difficult situation, there was no time to think about the future. Haryung had used too much force trying to strangle the young master, and he realized that he had to get out somehow. He had only 2 candlesticks on the table at hand. He could only try to use them as a maneuver. As Haryung was choking him with all his might, burning with demonic energy, Chin grabbed one of the candlesticks. The candlestick fell to the floor, and a red light engulfed the entire room. When the candlestick landed, it began to ignite everything around it with its fire. After a minute, everything caught fire, and it seems to have gone according to plan. Haryung, seeing the fire, started to panic. Haryung regained consciousness very quickly, and his demonic figure seemed to disappear. His face took on normal features, returning to its normal state. He calmed down, and the young master did not see any more aggression. However, all of this happened for a reason. He was being controlled by the Death Star of Heaven. Haryung looked around, not realizing where he was. But when he looked at his hand, he saw that he was still holding the boy's neck. It was an incredible moment for Chin, because he would finally be able to break free. Soon, Haryung's grip loosened, and he let go of the boy's neck, which was not his fault. He threw him to the ground with all his might, trying to somehow maintain his balance. The guy couldn't understand how everything had changed so quickly, but at least no one was strangling him anymore. This crazy Haryung started falling asleep on the spot, as if nothing had happened. But even if Haryung wanted to fall asleep, the fire was engulfing everything, and there was no time to waste. Chin held onto his neck for a long time, trying to catch his breath after this terrible incident. Finally, he let go, but something went wrong again. After a while, Haryung's eyes turned red again, as if they were even more heated. It was unclear whether it was anger or the flow of blood that caused this. Perhaps the bloodlust was intensifying his desire for destruction. But everything was happening just like in the novel. Having dodged Haryung's punch, Chin noticed that he was going to attack him again. He had no choice but to try to calm this cold-blooded killer down. The guy started to dodge, climbed on the table, looking for a way to escape. But seeing this ferocious beast in front of him, it was hard to think of a way to resist it. But the young master remembered one important point, and at the very moment when this rascal was rushing at him, everything changed. He realized that all the events were like two sides of a sword, and he waved his hand as if to deflect a blow. Finally, Haryung stops, his eyes returning to normal. Haryung looks around and realizes that something is not going right. He's standing over the boy, waving his hand, but he doesn't remember how he ended up in this situation. It is not known whether this maneuver worked, but the result was obvious. The attack stopped. The young master looked at him and hoped that Haryun would finally come to his senses, wondering why he had woken up this idiot in the first place. Watching his eyes, the young master recalled the legends of Kangho, where people compared fate to the two sides of a sword. In any case, the shedding of blood was inevitable, but these words were rarely taken seriously, especially when you see the suffering of others and how close people fall victim to senseless conflicts. And when you see the suffering of your loved ones, your heart is filled with hatred that encompasses everything around you. All of these people will go on with their lives, but after this incident, their lives will never be the same. All this suffering causes tears to fill the faces of the children who survived, but they are no longer the same as they were before. In the novel, it was said that Haryung's mother was the only family he had, and to stop him, the young master used the last words his mother had said to him. It was no doubt a great trick that few people knew about, but it stopped the boy on a subconscious level. Haryun finally came to his senses, and his eyes were no longer filled with hatred. The young gentleman put his hand on Haryung's shoulder and asked him if he had decided to join the Magi, or if he thought it would be safe there. He continued to wake him up, saying that Haryung was exposed to the smell of blood, which like a parasite filled his body and made him a puppet. Haryung finally regained consciousness, and his common sense began to emerge. He accepted this little guy's words and finally realized that they were right. He abruptly stops the hand that was aimed at the young master, as if restraining himself. Rising above him, he asks only one thing. "How do you know all this?" The young master explains that now is not the best time for a long explanation of what he knows about magic. But despite the fact that the building is on fire, there is still time for a short conversation, and he decides to share some facts. He keeps his hand on the table without raising it, waiting to tell us what is on his mind. Anyone who joins the mage clan gets a blood parasite, and it doesn't matter who that person is. It's a rule without exceptions, he explains. The blood parasite devours the body from the inside, and it is difficult to fight it because it is a very dangerous creature. Within 10 days of infection, you need to take medication. Otherwise, the parasite will lay eggs in the body that will explode. The fire only added to the tension of their conversation, but the young doctor began to explain that there was a way to get rid of this parasite. Looking at Haryun, he asked, "What would you do in such a situation?" Haryun persisted. "If that's the case, how do you know all this?" The guy starts avoiding direct eye contact, realizing that no one knows who he really is or how he has this information. But this is not the main thing now. He knows very well that Haryun has his own intentions. This is no longer a joke. If Haryung is going to move forward, he has to be on his guard. They exchanged glances, and Haryung asked directly, "Is the Meiji clan hunting you, Chin?" When asked about his background, the young master remained silent. He realized that after hearing this, Haryung might think that he belonged to one of the 8 great families in the Mahe clan. The children of these families are often said to be excellent spies. The only question left was whether he should confirm or dispel these suspicions. The fire was consuming the building, and almost everything was already on fire. The boy decided to say something about the escort and told Haryun that he was here alone, without adults, and hoped that he would take his hint. The young master turned his back and picked up a board that was usually used for... The boy quickly locks the door, closing it firmly, but the fire is already burning behind it. This does not stop him, and he decides to continue his plan by blocking the only way out. Haryung starts to get nervous because there is no other way out, and the young master's actions seem strange to him. However, this is part of the young man's cunning plan. He insists that this way Haryung will make her choice faster. At this moment, the sounds of soldiers begin to come from inside, asking if anyone is in the room. The smoke and flames grow even stronger, and the soldiers try to enter, thinking that there might be people inside. However, the boy blocks all these sounds, and Haryung's face turns stone as the tension reaches its peak. The soldiers were knocking frantically from all sides, trying to open the heavy door as quickly as possible. They believed that behind it were 2 important young masters. Our hero offered Cherian 2 options. Either he would entrust it to Chin, or he would die in this burning room. Cherian, in turn, could simply stun him and run away. But the situation turned out to be more complicated. As soon as he was left with a mark from the blow, the young man would scream that Cherian was a magician's spy, and one would only wonder who would be trusted, he or the young doctor. This accusation came as a real shock to Cherian. He made contact, remembering that it was Chin who had saved him and cured him. For a long time he thought it was a dream and could not come to his senses. However, everything turned out to be real, and what's worse, It seemed that Chin had his own plans for him. Our hero found himself in a dead end. Smoke was filling the room, and the young owner did not know what to do. He did not realize that the heavenly demon actually wanted to save him. But now he had to make a choice that would determine the further development of the whole plot. He bit his lips so hard that he almost chewed it off. Rage filled his soul, but he decided to trust this young man. Despite the fact that he did not like Chin's expression at all, it seemed that he could kill for that look. Although the young doctor hadn't killed anyone yet, the soldiers shouted, demanding that the door be opened, and tried their best to break it down. Inside was a child. Not one, but two. Time was running out, and everyone was trying to hurry. Finally, the door opened. Chin jumped forward with tears in his eyes and begged to be rescued. He pretended to be very scared and begged his mother to take him in her arms. All the soldiers thought that the door had closed by itself, but the young man could not even open it. They searched for carrion all over the neighborhood, and eventually he was found. Against the backdrop of flames, the soldiers rushed to him to save another young man and ensure his safety. Chin winked at him, telling him that everything would be fine and that this was part of their plan. The remains of Denmark had burned to the ground, and now there were only ashes that were slowly settling to the ground. The warriors decided to clear the rubble, as there were many dead, both from the mage clan and from their side. Some could still be saved, but others had to be carried away as dead. Everyone tried to carry the bodies and help the wounded. Support was vital, and everyone worked together to treat wounds and provide aid. The young master had access to the most modern medical supplies available in their medieval times. He did his best, working tirelessly to heal the wounded. The doctors who watched him from the sidelines were amazed at his dedication. The guy was constantly thinking about his patients. Some were in stable condition, others needed organs to be saved. He also had to think about infections, but there were no antiseptics or other anti-infectives. He searched through all the chests, but did not find any effective medicines. Finally, he came across one strange object, filled a bowl with it, and decided to try it, because there were no other options. The local doctors were watching the young man, and did not understand what he was doing when he took the alcohol and soaked a rag in it. It seemed completely unacceptable to them. However, the young man knew that in this way he could cleanse the blood and remove contaminants, although it was not enough. Alcohol could disinfect the wounds from bacteria, but there were still many other problems. He took the bloody rag and wondered what else he could do in this situation. He was not sure if he could do it right, but he relied on his own knowledge and experience. He began to put pressure on the wounded warrior's body, using the skills he had acquired in his past life. The young man turned to the powerful energy of this world, hoping that it would help him, although he was not sure if it would work. Taking the needle in his hands, he thought about what to do next, looking for the best solution. The doctors continued to watch him, not fully understanding what he was trying to achieve, but their curiosity only grew. Soon he started making sutures that were an order of magnitude more complex and sophisticated than those that existed in the medical field. At that moment, the chief doctor, Master Peck, appeared. He is informed that there were 35 people with light injuries and 12 with severe injuries, of whom 6 did not survive. Master Peck turns his attention to the same guy who has been working on the seriously wounded all this time. There was a warrior on the table with his light sword pierced through his lung, and the situation seemed critical. The young man realized that he urgently needed a scalpel, and there was no time at all. In the box, he found only a dagger, although it was too big, but there were no other options. The soldiers just watched, realizing that the chances of saving this man were minimal, but the guy took the throwing knife and started to act. Chin exclaimed irritatedly that they were only talking and doing nothing, begging them to help in any way. The young master, looking at the severely wounded man, asked him to apply the Chomkel technique, a method of immobilizing the enemy by striking certain acupuncture points, which also helped to stop the bleeding. Chin knew about the existence of this technique because he had previously read about it and studied it. Gritting their teeth, the soldiers dared to try the technique, hoping that it would stop the bleeding and give them at least some chance of survival. Master Peck stopped the boy, not understanding his actions, and scared him, sure that it would not help. The boy carefully pulled the dagger out of the wounded man's chest, trying to control the bleeding. He looked at Master Peck, realizing that he had to continue despite his doubts. With great effort, he pulled out the dagger, and blood sprayed across his face. Everyone around him held their breath as they watched this tense moment. Suddenly, a huge jet of red liquid burst out of the wound, splashing everything around. Everyone saw an incredible amount of blood pouring out of his lungs, with no chance of salvation. Everything around him was covered in blood because of the young master's maneuvers. Master Peck, standing next to him, could not understand why the boy acted this way, because it was not just the bleeding. Finally, the dagger was pulled out, and Juha was asked to help, even though the young master did not understand why he was there. In response to the situation, Juha directs his energy to the event, trying to take control of the situation. The blood that was rapidly gushing from the wound began to stop right before our hero's eyes. It seemed that the blood was swirling in space under the influence of a technique that filled the void with matter, a martial art that allows you to connect and move objects through the power of energy. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, because he had never seen such technology before in his life, and he wasn't sure if it would work at all. However, there was no time for admiration. He looked at the situation and realized that everything should work out. Taking the dagger in his hand, he began to control his actions, realizing that everyone had already recognized his medical skills. He skillfully stitched the wound, which was still very open, and in the end, everything went well. He wiped the sweat from his face because the situation was too tense and exhausting. Master Peck had never seen such a worthy candidate for apprenticeship in his life and was impressed by his skill. After a while, the statistics appeared: who survived, who was wounded, and they could summarize the results. The squad leader asked if they had managed to save anyone. The statistics were disappointing. 2 out of 7 could not be helped, and 2 more had just died. However, it was not the end, and some people survived. The commander thanked Master Peck for his help, saying that he had done a good job. However, Master Peck asked him not to thank him, because he was only present at the end of everything that happened and did not see the main part of the events. All the treatment was done by a young man whose skills were simply incredible. The commander was also amazed, feeling that it was like a dream, not believing in the possibility of such a miracle. The girl looked at this young hero, and at that moment he had already fallen asleep, although he had been standing up just a minute ago. He had tried very hard, and a lot of events had happened that night. He was exhausted, and Master Peck asked him to take him to bed. Yuha took him on his shoulder and carried him to a quiet place so that he could rest well. After that day, the entire campaign started talking about Zheng-He's exceptional medical skills. The next day, in the clan's territory, the warriors discussed the prisoners they had captured from the Maji clan. These people were extremely fierce and would not make contact, and if you talked to them, it was pointless anyway. They were silent, and as soon as you turned away, they were already trying to commit suicide. The soldiers lost hope of learning anything from them. Even torture did not work. They were stubbornly silent, but they decided to call the masters from the Gate of Hao, hoping that they could untie their tongues. The mages did not admit why they came and attacked. Probably their target was the young Mistress Conson, but they did not see much point in it, because they had nothing to steal. All this time, Qin was hiding in the rooms, eavesdropping on various conversations. Being small in size was very convenient. He could crawl in anywhere, hide anywhere, and watch anyone. Sitting behind the door, he ate delicious cookies and listened attentively to the soldiers' conversations. The rumors were that Kong Song-hin probably came because of her hatred for her younger sister, who remained alive even though she was thought to be dead. She allegedly came to avoid arousing suspicion. All these rumors were false because the soldiers did not know anything, so they gossiped. In fact, Hin loved her younger sister more than anything else in the world. In addition, she had a strict upbringing, and such gossip scared her very much. But then the soldiers' conversation turned to that boy, and Qing held her breath. The soldiers were gossiping that they had found marks on Qin's neck that looked like strangulation, but that everything seemed to be fine. They said he was sleeping next to the child when he had the nightmares. The soldiers could not understand how the boy could do this, because Qin had done so much for their escort. He seemed kind and sensible, so no one believed that they were deliberately covering up for him, protecting his actions. Our hero continued to eat the cookies, happy that the soldiers were on his side. Even the commander decided to find an ointment to heal Zheng-He's neck. However, his nightmare was not caused by the child, but by something sinister. It seemed that people suspected Hyun of having a malicious intent, and moreover, they believed that she wanted to kill her cousin. However, they didn't know anything for sure about her, and it was unknown. They planned to pass on the position of the head of the family to her. Moreover, Hen had probably already started looking for those robbers. Suddenly, someone approached the place where the young master was hiding. The door opened, and finally the person they were looking for appeared. It was Haryun. He had been looking for the young doctor all this time, not realizing where he had gone. They went far away from the city to discuss what exactly the young doctor needed from Haryun. Qin sat down comfortably on a rock and said that he did not need anything. However, if Haryun understands, he saved many people who were on the verge of death, discovered the Sangun poison, and prepared the escort for the attack in advance. He took care of Haryun during the battle all this time. Showing the scar on his neck, Qin opened it up, pointing to the dent that remained as a token of his gratitude for his help. Haryun, of course, did not like this demonstration and asked what else Qin wanted in return. The young doctor changed his mind, realizing that he could not trust Haryun. But if Haryun was expecting change, he was wrong. Qin simply looked at him, making it clear that he wanted nothing from him. However, after that, Qin agreed and said, "Okay, starting tomorrow, you can call me big brother or older friend by age." Of course, Haryun was not happy about this, because he didn't want to get closer to him as a brother. Even though this boy had saved his life, He was very afraid to call him his older brother. The young doctor wondered why Karyon thought this way and why it scared him so much. Since he considered himself to be the older man, he should be the older brother. However, Harun thought that only a fight would determine who was older. The young doctor realized that Haryon wanted to fight a peaceful civilian who did not even know martial arts. When asked why Haryon was so cruel and scared of the weak man who had saved his life, Haryon decided to back down. However, the young doctor still intended to make him call him his older brother. But if Haryon hit him, he would automatically become the younger brother, and the doctor encouraged him to try to do so. Haryon was shocked at the ridiculous situation before his eyes, and the young doctor kept insisting that he call him his older brother. Haryon thought for a long time what he should do in this situation. In the end, resigned to his fate, he reluctantly called the boy Big Brother. However, the young doctor did not like the tone and asked him to say it more clearly, more distinctly and louder. Haryon shouted Big Brother at the young doctor and started calling him that. However, the young doctor asked him to say it more clearly and better, as if he were training him. Eventually, after some time, Haryon safely began to call the young doctor his older brother. Chin was pleased that he had finally trained Haryon like a dog, and thought that if it had happened earlier, it would have been just perfect. But they were not alone. A girl was watching them, and she was amazed by what she saw and did not know how to react. The woman approached them and asked what they were doing. The guy said hello, but the girl was more interested in how the little savior was doing. Chin, hearing his new nickname, was amazed at how silly it sounded. This charming girl was picking flowers for her sister, and asking if the boy was a doctor, she wondered if he knew what herbs were needed for healing. The boy was reluctant to help, explaining that he had not studied these herbs properly. But the woman insisted that he help her anyway. Soon they decided to go in search of medicinal herbs that were useful in the Murima world. Of course, Haryon didn't feel comfortable in Chin's presence, but he had something to hide. The woman was glad to be helped with such a difficult task. From that moment on, the young doctor and Haryon became brothers. After they had collected various herbs, they talked to sisters Hyun and Yen, who were not only friendly but also energized everyone who talked to them. One of them gave the young doctor a very valuable herb sample. It was a dagger-like object, and it was called Wind's Click. It was one of the famous indestructible blades. Its dark blade did not reflect light, making it ideal for covert missions. When the blade was in his hands, the boy felt unworthy of it and did not want to take it at first. However, this was unacceptable to the girl, as it was her gratitude for saving her sister. The guy explained that the family had already thanked the young owner, but she wanted to do it personally. The fact is that this dagger was not suitable for the girl because of her abilities, so she was going to return it to the family. But she really wanted the young doctor to use it. She would be very pleased if the boy accepted the gift. The boy finally decided to take the blade, but on the condition that he would be shown how to use it. Soon it was time for training and self-improvement. The sister stood on the training ground, ready to demonstrate what the blade could do. The young master was eagerly waiting to be shown the Kansen technique. When the girl pulled the sword out of its sheath, a bright flash resembling lightning was heard around her, and its light instantly illuminated the entire combat perimeter. In the Kansen family, the most important principle is the speed of movement, which made the master of this family powerful and invincible. Swordplay in this family is based on the elements of water and wind, which gives the movements incredible fluidity and unpredictability. Everyone who watched her sword movements was fascinated by their grace and precision. The girl trained with this sword without feeling tired, embodying the image of a young genius endowed with extraordinary abilities. All these maneuvers were not just a demonstration. They had a specific purpose and strategic importance. The swordsmen of the Kansen family always inflict maximum damage on the enemy while expending minimum effort. The boy watched with admiration at her unique abilities and sword technique. Her movements were so perfect that it seemed as if she was dancing in a martial dance, completely immersed in her art. The principle of the Kansen family's technique was extreme speed and powerful counterattack, making it almost invincible. Her smooth movements were like the swaying of the wind in the pines. Her sword moved with precision, and her strikes cut through the air with incredible speed, reaching their maximum. It was a moment of comprehension of technique that could not be achieved simply without a deep understanding of the art of the sword. The sword technique was so exquisite that it was impossible to look away, and it seemed to open up completely differently with each movement. This charming girl, against the backdrop of the shining technique of her sword, performed incredible movements that fascinated everyone around her. When everything was quiet and the air cut by the sword began to slowly settle, the moment of realization of her skill came. Her sister supported her, recognizing that this was a real blessing for their family, because this maneuver was the pinnacle of skill. A smile formed on her sister's face as the soldiers began to congratulate her on her achievement. It became even more pleasant because it was a remarkable event that everyone wanted to share with the rest of their community as soon as possible. The girl had become a true swordsman, and it was worth celebrating. All of these words sounded like honey, but it was Qin Qiang He who helped her reach this level, and whose advice proved to be decisive. The soldiers were amazed to the core, and the young doctor himself could not believe what he saw. He began to make excuses that it was not his fault, and that he owed a great debt to the girl for giving him the wind blade. However, everyone assured him that he should not be modest, because such help was more than just a simple gift compared to the technique of the Kansen sword. After these words, the girl suddenly felt sick, and everything began to spin before her eyes. She fell unconscious, which frightened her sister. The sister did not know how to provide first aid and did not understand what to do in such a situation. When the girl fell to the ground with the sword, the soldiers were ordered to pick her up, but her sister decided to try to handle it herself. Everyone understood that this sword was unusual. It was a sword of self-forgetfulness that required complete dedication. Obviously, the girl had to use all her strength to comprehend the technique she had just demonstrated, although her stamina was much higher than that of an ordinary warrior. Even this did not become an obstacle for her to reach the technical peak. Like every human being, she too had her own limit to physical exertion. The sister hugged her mistress Yen with all her strength, sympathizing with her exhaustion. But Yen was very tired, and she urgently needed to regain her strength. The young doctor watched all this and realized that everything in this world and the novel is much more complicated than it seems at first glance. The soldiers left with the sisters, and the younger sister carried her tired mistress in her arms. From that moment on, the Kansen family began to recover, and the young master had to find Haryun. We move on to the busy market in the transportation escort area, where people were bargaining and trying to bring down the price. Recently, some people were lucky. Many girls appeared in the market, but the elder was annoyed because he had nothing to pay with. And since the young master had bought something for Hyun, he had to try anything. When Haryun heard about the gifts Hyun was giving him, he was amazed. He did not expect such a course of events. But they agreed that from now on, Haryun should call him Big Brother, and he bought him food, which was a gesture of a big brother. The young doctor looked at Haryun and asked him about this gesture. And Harun, in turn, ate and silently looked at his older brother with some distrust. The young doctor was walking through the streets and noticed a fruit and sugar on a stick. Excited, he ran to buy them. The future heavenly demon watched with some indifference. But suddenly he felt someone's breath behind him. The stranger grabbed him and pulled him away with all his might, without explaining his actions. When the young doctor returned with 2 sticks of fruit, he saw these strangers dragging his younger brother away. He was only distracted for a moment, and a conflict had already started. The strangers were saying that this boy was acting like a child, and that it was absurd to argue with him. The young doctor just watched what was happening, amazed at the absurdity of the situation. One of the big men started swinging his fist at Haryun with rage. He called Haryun a lousy person, but the young master intervened and deflected the blow. Although the man called him an insolent man, the young doctor was able to stop him and disarm him. The man's colleague, who was watching the fight, was amazed and could not believe that anyone but him could be so strong. He also rushed at Haryun, trying to stab him with his sword. However, the young future heavenly demon possessed incredible strength, and when his gaze swept over these scoundrels, the situation changed. He delivered powerful blows in their direction, knocking down these bastards who dared to disturb him. The men fell to their feet, not believing that they had just been beaten by a young man. One of them wanted to tell them to stop, but how could a boy who had just defeated his elders stop? Demonic fury was reflected in Haryun's eyes, and like a demon, he began to attack these scoundrels mercilessly. Soon, their teeth began to fly out and fly in different directions, mingling with the ground. The bodies of the attackers crashed into the benches and tables, which were shattered by the force of the battle. People watching from the side were shocked, amazed by what they saw. They all realized that the child had just defeated 3 attackers known as the 3 Dogs. Everyone wondered what family this young man was from, because these legendary warriors, who were real brawlers, kept the entire market in fear. The young doctor was glad that his brother had defeated these scoundrels, and now they would be quieter, because they were just a gang of bandits. He offered Haryun a snack, expecting that now there would be no more problems. But things were not as good as they seemed. Haryun felt the power of his demonic nature, and it was beginning to scare him. When the young doctor offered him a snack, Haryun suddenly knocked the delicious fruit ice out of his hands. The situation needed an immediate solution. The situation was getting worse as Harun couldn't stop himself. He was possessed by the same demonic worm that wouldn't let him be himself. His uncontrollable attacks led to the fact that instead of simply answering the villains for their attacks, he began to beat them brutally and ruthlessly, with such fury that the people around him did not know what to do or how to help, because everything was out of control. Haryun's cold, demonic gaze became so sinister that he seemed to turn into a beast. Soon, everything in front of his eyes turned red, and people did not know where to run away from this horror. The guy had become a real beast in the flesh, and the situation required immediate intervention. The young doctor was frightened by what was happening and realized that he had to stop it somehow. However, Karyun continued to beat the villains incessantly, as if he had lost control of himself. He sat on one of them and beat him mercilessly without stopping, bringing him to death. It was only when his fist turned blue from the blows that Karyun suddenly got up and stopped. He turned around to see who was running toward him, and his eyes glowed with bright red fire. The young doctor ran up to Karyun, realizing that this was his true nature, which he had long forgotten. He started screaming, asking what was wrong with him and why he was doing this. But the fact was that the thirst for battle and the blood effect of the Death Star of the sky had taken over him. The doctor offered him fruit ice on a stick and quickly told Karyun to take the treat and leave. However, Karyun replied that he was not finished yet and refused the treat, because the guy used martial arts to insult weak people, and he deserved to die as a punishment for his actions. The young doctor didn't know what to do, but he knew he had to calm this angry Karyun down and make him try the treat. The ice on the stick had already begun to melt and drain, so time was running out. The doctor literally pushed the treat into the mouth of this demonic young man, trying to calm him down. And when the young doctor swung it like a stick toward Karyun's teeth, he bit the candy like a wild animal. Finally, he began to calm down, and the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. It was his true human instinct. To get out from under the influence of the deadly star of the sky, he had to provoke a different reaction. And it was good that the child fell for the sweet, because there was already enough destruction and problems here. After Karyun calmed down, it was necessary to wipe the blood off him, because he could not just return to society in this form. If he wanted to earn the trust of society and have dinner tonight, he would have to follow the rules. However, when Chin mentioned society, Karyun did not understand him. Then the hero realized, why should a heavenly demon worry about social life and understand anything about it? After all, if he could just hit the one who bothered him, even this thought made his hands tremble. Suddenly a man appeared behind them who was glad to see his master in these parts. They were representatives of the Baekdu escort, the carriers of the Ungesan kite, who, frightened by rumors about the events in the market, came to find out if they were all right. The young doctor assured them that everything was fine and explained that they were just a little bit out of sorts. They also noticed that a baby in the arms of one of the brothers was present at the scene. The younger brother said that it was his son, and that while he was away, the child had already grown up. The kid grabbed his finger, and the soldier added that such a story was not uncommon in their family. The father began to tell his son that Chin Chung-hee was a benefactor who saved his life. In gratitude for the young doctor's actions, he decided to name his son in his honor. The child, feeling this closeness, recognized his father's savior and reached out to him in his arms. The boy, of course, took him in his arms. He hugged the child to him and felt how strong he was, assuming that soon the baby would probably start walking. As he thought about it, he realized that children are a real miracle, and this baby looked so happy that he became attached to the joy of parenthood. All this became possible because the young doctor saved a soldier, and this trip ended well for him. Now he is retired and stays with his community. In fact, Hanim had been planning to make this warrior the head of the escort for a long time, but the warrior had a lot to regret because of his past, so he traveled and was under surveillance. Finally, everything fell into place, and now that Chin had saved his life, the warrior decided to dedicate his life to others. And thanks to Chin, he could now be with his son. The baby started to play and stretched his hand toward Karyun, as if he wanted to play with him. The child grabbed Harun's hand and started playing with him, although Harun did not understand what was happening at first. But when the child grabbed his finger, he felt some kind of lightness in his soul, and the child's gaze directed at him made him feel warm. The young doctor was amazed to see this scene, because he did not expect that Karyun not only did not reject the child, but also took his hand. The future heavenly demon's eyes were surprisingly kind at this moment, but despite this pleasant moment, the warriors had to continue their journey, so it was time to move on. The child waved goodbye, not wanting to leave, but her father took her away. The young doctor smiled and wished the child good health and a happy future. Karyun remained silent, and no one knew what was on his mind, because his eyes remained mysterious. As they were returning home at sunset, Karyun suddenly said that Chin deserved to be called his big brother after all. Even though the warriors of their clan only learn to kill, their training leads to one goal: victory in battle. Karyun always thought that it was easy to deal with bad guys, and that life itself was just a beautiful phrase that covered up murder. But the young doctor saved him and that uncle, showing him that it was possible to act differently. He saved not only the life of a warrior from the Kansen family, but also others, such as members of the Flying Snake clan. Looking into the young doctor's eyes, Karyun thought that things could have been different, but he would still continue to kill, because he had no other way, and someone else's death made him feel alive. Because of this, he believed that the young doctor was more deserving of the title of Big Brother than he was. Chin smiled at these words and joked, asking Karyun to repeat it again for fun, because it was nice to hear. After the repetition, the young doctor thanked him and told him he was good, laughing at the sincerity of the moment. The story of the heavenly demon in the court of mage showed that he had never been given the opportunity to live a normal life. But now he felt the taste of simple happiness, although he continued to humiliate himself by calling himself a murderer. However, the young doctor believed that such a life could also be cool. When they decided to rest and talk, the young doctor asked Haryun how soon he was going to leave for the mage clan. Haryun's gaze became wary and filled with contempt, but he still thought about it. He said that he would leave as soon as the next transportation appeared, but the journey would be difficult, and perhaps the best option was to change his mind. However, Haryun had nowhere else to go. He saw no other meaning to his existence. He asked why the doctor was even asking about this, and if he knew anything about the Magi clan that Haryun himself did not. Chin looked away, not knowing what to say, because only the future heavenly demon could resolve this situation, but there must be a reason for Haryun's question. After this sentence, Haryun looked at the doctor carefully, trying to figure something out. He asked when Chin was going to share the information he was hiding. The young doctor carefully watched Haryun's facial expressions, considering when it would be best to tell him everything he knew. But the fact is that the pressure from the future and what he might say will make him look like a madman. Chin promised that one day he would tell Haryun what he was hiding. But for now he decided to discuss something else. How to get rid of the bloody parasite that was tormenting Haryun. It had to be done before he left the doctor. The guy was happy to hear this, because it was a great opportunity. After exchanging information, they left at dawn the next day. Haryun decided to leave, packed his things, and set off. The young doctor had done his best and passed on all the necessary knowledge. Now all that was left was to wait, because everything was in the hands of Haryun, who is the main character of this story. When the future heavenly demon disappeared from sight, the young doctor could not even imagine what he would do now. He was overcome with boredom, and even regretted that Haryun had left. All this time the struggle for life had been going on in Murim's lands, but now the doctor felt as if he had lost the meaning of this struggle. His thoughts were interrupted by Master Bake, who suddenly appeared. He had been searching for the young doctor all over the neighborhood to tell him something important. The fact was that Master Peck came to the boy for a reason. He had an important and personal conversation with him. The boy did not understand what was going on, but he opened his mouth in surprise. When Master Peck told him that he wanted to make him his disciple, he was seriously impressed. As Master Peck poured him some tea, he didn't understand why he was so surprised, because it was quite obvious. But it was an incredible moment for the boy, and he almost burst into tears at this honorable moment, because the novels he had read had nothing to say about discipleship. Pouring himself some hot tea, Master asked him again why he was reluctant, but he replied that he was very much willing. It was a great honor for him. It was just unexpected. Master Peck was pleased with this answer, but he wanted to know why he had decided to teach him everything he knew. Master Peck's answer was clear and without any doubt. He was not joking and really wanted to pass on his knowledge. Master Peck could sense that the young man was a little hesitant, for the young doctor's pulse showed mixed feelings. On the one hand, he was lucky, but on the other hand, it could mean that Master Peck would die soon. Since Master Peck had no children, all of his achievements and property would most likely be inherited by his student. Master Peck suffered from an unusual disease, a phenomenon often described in martial arts novels. As Chin sipped his tea, he couldn't help but wonder if there really was no way to cure him. Raising his glass of tea, Chin asked the master to promise him one thing. Peck didn't understand what the guy was saying, but the phrase, "hold on for dear life," seemed rather strange to him. Chin already knew about the master's illness, or rather about the peculiarities of his body, but he still believed that there was a way to cure him. Suddenly a strange aura enveloped the room, and the tension began to rise. Behind the master stood Juho. But why did he suddenly become angry? His eyes were filled with hatred, and his appearance became so frightening that it seemed impossible to understand the reason. Yuho was a minor character who was mentioned only a few times in the first volume. Chin couldn't understand why Yuho was behaving in such an obscene manner, and it raised serious questions for him. The atmosphere in the room was so tense that no one knew how it would end. Master Peck told his servant to behave properly and stop this behavior. In response, Yuho exploded with aggression. He didn't like the way the young doctor was talking to the master. Chin looked at the master, realizing how difficult it is for a patient with advanced cancer to hear about the possibility of a cure and a chance for healing. Hope was more painful than despair because it makes people cry and feel helpless, especially when death is inevitable. But is it really worth telling the truth in such situations? It is not always a doctor's duty. Life is a chance, and it must not be lost, and one must not give up, even when it seems that there is no more hope. Over a cup of tea, the boy continued his conversation with the master, trying to convey his thoughts. In the master's opinion, he was not going to take treatment and did not plan to give up. He would just die peacefully and accept his death. The young doctor began to get angry at the master's words because he believed that there was a way to save him. For the master, Chin's words were completely absurd, and he asked the young man to stop talking. It was not a good topic for jokes, and the master had been acting seriously and calmly all along. Earlier, he had seemed unpretentious and had won the love of others, but now the atmosphere in the room had changed. The master's face looked completely different, as if another person had entered him, and his true appearance began to manifest. Turning away from the boy, not quite believing him, the master decided to listen to him. However, if it turned out that Chin was just making fun of him, the master would take back his offer to become his student, and they would never see each other again. The young doctor realized that Master Peck's distrust was incredible, and he was not used to it. Leaving the building, he plunged back into the beautiful world of Murim. He continued on his way, thinking about how to prove everything he had said. After all, something had to be done since medicine in this world was very weak. Juho asked the master if he believed the boy, because if nothing worked, death from this disease would be neither beautiful nor easy. And he would not be able to die peacefully as a famous person. He would fight for his right to live and fight the disease to the last of his strength. However, the very presence of this guy did not give the master peace of mind. His words about how all people are doomed to fail, but at least once you have to try to win, deeply affected the master. That is why Peck decided not to give up and not to give up, because he had something to fight for. The boy's question sounded harsh. Is Master Peck ready to fight for his life? This question haunted him for a long time, but the master could not give a clear answer. No matter how well he healed the Murim warriors, they kept getting wounded in battles for valor, love, or hate. They seemed to resemble butterflies flying straight toward their death. If he healed them once, what would happen next? What was the point? This thought haunted the master for a long time. But all this time the old demon of the heart had been hiding inside him, and it finally broke out. He felt relief and emptiness, because this demon of the heart is a demonic being that sits deep in the human soul and whose existence is usually unaware. It manifests itself in the form of suffering when a person achieves awareness during meditation. Since then, young Master Peck had felt sympathy for Chin at first sight. Now he likes him even more, and he is determined to make him his disciple no matter what. Perhaps one day Master Peck himself will learn something from this boy, and in the future they will even switch roles. Juho did not believe Chin's words because he believed that no one could cure the master. However, Peck had no guarantees, but he was sure that there was always a chance, and it was true. Throughout this time, Master Peck had never allowed the thought that there was a cure, but now he realized that the search would be time-consuming and difficult. However, if a cure was found, he would be able to continue living. However, Juho looked strange. His face was upset. He still didn't like this guy and didn't believe him. Juho was convinced that Chin would simply not let the master die in peace, and he thought he was a tactless person. He spoke as if he was dealing with someone from a noble family, and it seemed that if he had the will, he would have cut off Chin's head long ago. Willpower is the most important quality for becoming a disciple of young Master Peck. Haryun did not see himself as the person Master Beck saw him, and he thought that if he were not that person, Master Beck would not have shown interest in him. The next day, they met by a lake in a rocky area, and Haryun's mind kept hearing Master's words that he would not let him die in peace. But before he began training, the Master asked Haryun to promise that he would be a devoted student, because being a disciple of Master Peck would not be easy. He was well aware that he had a lot of hard work ahead of him, and that training would be a difficult process. The master looked at his new apprentice carefully and squinted his eyes, preparing to demonstrate his abilities. Energy began to radiate from his hand, which seemed to grow into his fingers, merging into a single force. Soon his palm was filled with pure energy, and the surrounding aura was felt in every movement. The incredible power that Master Peck possessed began to manifest itself, and the young doctor was amazed at what he saw. His eyes almost popped up on his forehead in amazement, and he had a very strange feeling from this power. When he looked around, he saw an impressive picture. The master's palm was filled with powerful energy, which, like a laser, struck the stone next to him, shattering it into pieces. The flash of energy that came out of the master's fingers was simply incredible. It was not easy to do, and although it was not a spear or a knife, the power was at a high level. Simply amazing. The master told his student that he must become strong for him. He had to use his skills in medicine with the same precision as the master uses his martial arts. Once again, the sphere of energy began to spin in the master's palm, and this impressive feat left the boy stunned. The strike of pure energy fell on the stone again, and everyone around held their breath. The master's second strike was so powerful that it pierced the stone completely. The radius of the blow became even larger, even piercing a huge hole in a nearby tree. This time, the master aimed more effectively, concentrating all the energy in one finger, and this was not all of his power. The master said that the training would be different from the training in warrior families, because he would pass on his knowledge and power from the Chagall family, one of the noble families in the Marima world. The boy tensed up, realizing how many obstacles would be on his way, but despite this, he was ready to do his best. Every day of his life would be filled with strength and desire to please his master, as well as to benefit the future world of Murim. However, there was one more important detail that the master could not ignore. He asked his disciple not to let him go to the next world just like that, but to do everything to save him. The young man was shocked by this request and did not immediately know how to respond. But could he keep his promise? Tension gripped them, and it was unclear what the boy would say. A warm breeze blew through the place where they were training, and the tension was relieved when the boy promised with all sincerity and gave his word that he would do his best to fulfill the request. The master accepted this answer favorably, and it was a good sign. He asked the disciple to bow down before him 9 times. It was a rite of passage that symbolized the making of a great vow. The boy waved happily, realizing that when they met again, he would be a different person. Sometime later at the estate, the sisters asked the young doctor why he was leaving so soon. He replied that he was temporarily leaving the escort because of urgent matters. The teacher was nearby, and as soon as he finished his business, they would be on their way. The girls looked at the young doctor with a bit of envy, because he was the first student of the great Master Peck. Chin continued the conversation, asking how they were feeling and whether the girl who had been practicing with the sword could walk around and feel good now. She replied that she was feeling fine thanks to the young doctor's help and care, but that she still needed some time to recover because she had back problems. The gifts that the young doctor received from the chapter were luxurious, but he was saddened by his imminent departure. Sister Yen realized that all the warriors were looking for Master Peck, and he did not have long to live. Therefore, he decided to pass on all his knowledge to the young master Chin Chul-hee, and this young man could become the next legendary doctor like his master. For their own benefit, the sisters decided that they should treat Chin well in order to maintain a good relationship. After all, when he grows up, all families will turn to him, and it will be too late to try to establish a relationship. They need to be friends with him now, while there is still time. The young master was invited to the hall and a box was opened in front of him, offering him to accept the gift. The young man was embarrassed when the bright glow of gold shone in his eyes. He asked the hostess to address him as you, and did not take his eyes off the box. His surprise did not leave his face for a long time, because the gift looked extremely expensive. When he opened the box, he saw an incredibly valuable gift. It was Cheon Sondan, which means 1,000. It was something similar to a guandan, but made of a 1,000-year-old pine tree. It was a real treasure, and one of the sisters even envied the boy, because this object is especially useful for treating internal wounds. The descendants of the Kansan family have very few such things left. Mrs. Hyun gave this valuable gift with understanding and asked the boy to eat it and show it to his teacher. The boy was extremely grateful for this gift and considered it a real treasure. He looked at the box and saw many prospects in front of him, not even thinking of refusing. Soon the young doctor said goodbye to his sisters, wishing them a good journey. He thanked Mrs. Hen once again for the wonderful gift and promised to use it. Chin promised to show the result to his teacher before he ate the valuable gift. Mrs. Hyun also emphasized that he should use his blade and promised to come to see how it would look in his hands. She hugged him from the bottom of her heart, thanking him for his work, and saying that he did a great job. She also congratulated him on becoming a master. All those present watched this hug and the farewell ceremony closely. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Master Peckrinson for his work, especially the head of the squad. The doctor was happy, but he thought that he should not be so happy. He was just glad that fate had brought them all together. Soon the carriage was off and speeding toward its destination. Little Master Ching looked out and waved as the carriage quickly disappeared from view. The head of the squad watched and realized that the phoenix must grow under the wing of another phoenix. All the people who saw the young master off hoped that they would soon see this young man surpass his teacher. This was the beginning of a great story that could never have happened, because it did not exist in the novel at all. It was a completely new plot. A few months later, interesting events took place in the mountains in Master Peck's medicine yard, not far from the Flying Snake unit. There were endless landscapes around the area of the extinct volcano. Every morning the boy woke up early and began to study martial arts. First, he had to walk all the steps, starting in the morning, to fetch water. With each step he got closer to his goal, because it was not easy with his body at the beginning. He needed to strengthen his external energy, which is called Donggong. Donggong is a type of Qigong, and Qigong is a set of health and trauma exercises. He repeated the same technique and movements to increase his internal energy. During the exercises, he also needed to practice proper breathing, and his gait was no less important. To start learning martial arts, he had to stand firmly on his feet because he had to become one with the ground. The master constantly emphasized that inner energy was the strength of the Chahal family, and that external physical strength was their weakness. His family arrogantly believed that external energy did not matter against the background of strong internal energy, but this was a mistake. The master decided to teach the boy in a completely different way, and he would master the new technique. He will become an unbreakable vessel of vicious power that no one can break. After the exhausting exercise of carrying water up the stairs, the boy felt tired. The master told him that when he mastered his inner energy, he would become completely self-sufficient. The master appeared unnoticed, and the boy was amazed that he had not noticed his presence. Watching him, the boy promised that starting tomorrow he would carry 4 water cans. The master looked intently at his disciple's face and realized that he was bluffing. However, the master's smile was almost angelic, and he did not show any mercy and said nothing. A few months ago, when he had just arrived here, he was shown the location of the master's residence and office. This residence was known to people as the Peckrin Medical Palace because of its large size. The boy remembered that he had read about this palace in a novel, which was located in a mountainous area, and now he realized that this was the same place. It was a huge area where many patients came to receive treatment. Even though Master Peck did not accept disciples, this place was known as the infirmary by itself. A few minutes later, they arrived and had to unpack all their belongings. Everything around looked ancient and old-fashioned. The flying serpent seemed empty and abandoned, but this place was filled with comfort. While the master was away, Juho checked on many postal pigeons, but they never got through all the letters. Watching this, the boy was fascinated and realized why pigeons were often mentioned in the novel. Postal pigeons were common birds that delivered letters and parcels, and seeing this with their own eyes was something unusual. The official was told that everything was fine, but at the same time, pigeons from Suramun and Chainin appeared, both messengers injured in a martial arts competition. Juho wondered what had happened, why the conflict had arisen between them, and what kind of trouble had happened, because now they would all have to solve it. Both wounded warriors were to be treated by Master Peck. To find out what was going on, Master Peck decided to check it out for himself and see for himself. He opened the letter and began to read that Prince Samon had a simple sword wound and would recover soon. Prince Suramun, however, had a more serious problem. Suramun had used the Tokimunchiol technique, and although his case was more complicated, the local doctor would be able to handle the treatment. The young man watched Master quickly draw conclusions, and he was impressed. Master Peck decided to send a reply with recommendations, to prescribe bed rest for one of the wounded, and also provided prescriptions for puncture and internal wounds. He noted that the composition of the medicines was simple, and everything needed could be found in local pharmacies. The letter was written, and they had to decide who to send a reply to first. Since Princess Chang's condition was moderate, and her wound was more serious, although it was sustained in battle, Peck was afraid that their house would be angry if they sent the letter to the others first. It was an incredible display of wisdom on Master Peck's part to foresee everything in advance. These were the first instructions the master gave him upon his arrival at the workplace. He took the boy for training. He gave orders to all his servants to prepare answers to the letters and act according to the situation. It all happened very quickly, and the letters were sent so promptly that it was just amazing. It was like telemedicine, to put it in modern terms. It is not for nothing that Peck Rin is among the medical palaces of the 3 generations of China. No matter how long humanity has existed, people continue to live, and therefore to get sick and injured, especially in the world of Murim warriors, where battles take place every day. Because of this, the need for hospitals and medicines is constantly growing. That's why it's so important to share information between hospitals and keep in touch in case of important events. Master Peck took his student to one of his rooms. It was his private room. Everything looked quite minimalistic, and it impressed the boy. The master asked the boy to sit in the center of the room, next to the stove, as it is often shown in Chinese movies and TV shows. There was nothing superfluous in the room, only what was needed for life, no jewelry or dishes. It was a rather modest room for a rich master. Infirmaries exchange information and various knowledge among themselves, but this does not apply to medical skills. Just like in martial arts, doctors cannot teach their skills to anyone. For this reason, an organization of doctors, similar to the Marima Union, has long been established to regulate their activities and the transfer of knowledge. The medical palace, which was the true center for doctors in the district, played a key role in supporting the medical community. The master put the tea on the stove to warm up in the middle of the minimalist room. He continued to talk about the Doctors' Alliance, explaining that several clans were under the leadership of the medical palace. The doctors' offices exchange information through this palace, keeping in touch and coordinating with each other. Chin listened attentively, even though he knew all about it from reading it before. But he couldn't just show that he knew everything, because in the event of war, the doctors' union would meet in the palace, and that was important. The young doctor recalled that during their conversation, he did not even think about how to install a water heater. He thought that research was being done in the medical wards, and he might have to clean up the mess, especially if the heater was going to be running all day, and he had to think about how to deal with the draft through the open window. It was necessary to open the window to keep carbon monoxide from accumulating, but what to do in the winter to keep the heat out? The boy was so absorbed in his thoughts that he stopped listening to the master. The master was talking about the district hospitals and doctors who continue the family business. But he noticed that the boy was not listening to him at all. All he could think about was how he would have to live without underfloor heating, because it would be difficult to install and he would not be able to use it in the near future, so he would have to make do with the stove for now. He also needs a large window and a temperature regulator for ventilation to keep the room warm. The master began to yell at his apprentice, calling him a rascal for thinking about something completely unrelated. Chin apologized for his absent-mindedness, admitting that he was just thinking. The master asked him, since he was so deep in thought, what exactly he was thinking about. However, was it worth asking such a question at all, because a student is first and foremost a patient, and his thoughts may be related to treatment? The young doctor replied that he wanted to create a favorable environment for the master's treatment, especially for the treatment of problems with an intermittent pulse. After all, in his opinion, the master was freezing, and his blood pressure was spiking due to improper heat exchange. The master was amazed because it was true, and he confirmed the student's words. He explained that when one is cold, the heat is actually leaving the body, and if one replenishes the missing heat, one can mitigate these complications. Chin drew attention to a very important detail that could affect the master's health. The master liked Chin's approach. His story was unusual, and he supported the apprentice's point of view, but he wondered what solution he was proposing. Chin suggested that the first step was to arrange the room, since the symptoms had not yet worsened. But the question arose, what kind of room would be suitable for Master Peck? Chin began to think. Because doctors are very sensitive to the environment and always pay great attention to hygiene, one of the main causes of illness is repeated infection. In the modern world, everyone knows this. But here, no one is aware of it yet. The guy suggested forgetting about medicine for a moment and thinking about architecture, because it is important not only to treat, but also to create the right atmosphere for recovery. However, we should not forget about the balance. The room should not be too cold as it is now. It lacks an oven and a large stove needs to be installed. But it could be life-threatening, although Chin wasn't exactly sure why. He observed people and noticed that some of the symptoms were similar to those of carbon monoxide poisoning. He began to think about how to avoid the risk of poisoning due to improper room heating. After talking to the master, Chin thought about how to properly arrange the space to avoid the danger. The cause of all these problems was the carbon monoxide that was produced by the stove. In their world, they did not know about the existence of carbon monoxide, although they understood that oxygen is needed to breathe. However, the air also contains other gases that can become dangerous under certain conditions, such as rising temperatures. A lack of oxygen produces carbon monoxide, which becomes toxic if inhaled for too long. Chin explained that the effect of this gas on the body is similar to the feeling of drowning, but not in water, but in air. Master Peck didn't answer, just listened to his student in silence, amazed at how he could make assumptions so quickly without basic knowledge. He began to realize that his student was a true genius. After the conversation, the master poured tea for everyone and put the kettle on the stove. He wondered how such a young boy knew about these complicated things. The fact was that Master Peck's family had been collecting all sorts of knowledge for a long time, but what Chin was saying was new and unfamiliar to him. This was the first time he had heard of such things, and it was amazing. Now these secrets were coming out of the mouth of a boy who was only 12 years old. Even for the master himself, this information seemed very strange and unusual. Tension arose between them, as the boy could not explain his knowledge precisely. He only said that if he told more, the master would not believe him and would probably consider him dangerous. But looking at such a serious teacher who was also teaching him, Chin realized that he could not lie. After all, he was not a simple man, but Baek Rin Ik-sung, the genius of this novel, and a good man. Another important fact was that the novel mentioned how Baek became determined and even cruel in his mission, which made the master realize that he was not just a child. He accepted Chin's assumptions and decided that if the boy didn't want to answer, it was okay. He would accept him as he was. Chin was a little embarrassed by these words. The master took his student outside where they continued to drink tea. He thanked him for his advice on the arrangement of the room. Chin was given a special room where he could practice and study. This place was ideal for him to develop his skills and further his education. Chin began to plan how to set up the room and what he would need. It was difficult for him to get used to the local writing tools, so he dreamed of something like a pencil, which would be easier to draw and write with. Juho, who was an official at the medical palace, was given full control by the master to organize the work, and now Chin could turn to him with all his questions. Now, with everything he needed at his fingertips, Chin could show his medical skills to the fullest. Thinking back to the Korean underfloor heating, he thought it wasn't something that could be implemented here, but he remembered everything he had seen before and started thinking about possible solutions. He began to draw sketches of the ideal heated floor and heating stove, sketching out ideas that could help create comfort. Realizing that he had every opportunity to realize his ideas, He worked on the project with a pencil in hand, drawing and refining his ideas. After a while, the plan drawn by the young doctor fell into Juho's hands. Looking at it, Juho was amazed and did not understand how they would be able to make it happen. Underfloor heating seemed like an unheard-of luxury to him, and on the second floor with a stove, it all looked simply unrealistic. However, the young master assured him that the smoke would not get into the room, recalling that in their classrooms they used stoves for cooking and heating. There were no heaters here in the training schools, but it was quite possible. At first, the boy's words seemed ridiculous to Juho, but now that he had the plan in hand, everything seemed logical. Another detail surprised Juho. There were no windows and glass in the plan, but the guy argued that when it was cold, it would be difficult for the teacher to go outside. In addition, good lighting is essential for physical and psychological health. All this, of course, was impressive and reminiscent of the Western style. They will need professional help, and the costs will be considerable, but it is possible. For example, it will take a day to install a stove and windows, but the installation of underfloor heating will require the approval of a master. It will take a lot of time to set up a new home for the owner. Apparently, the preparations will take longer than they originally thought. The guy was happy, realizing that his master's condition would improve significantly. He believed that floor heating and sunbathing would help prolong the master's life for at least 10 years, given his well-developed internal energy and ability to make medicine. The builders worked quickly enough, and the new house was completed. It seemed incredible because the builders did not have modern tools, but they were able to do everything very quickly. Chin noticed that the work was already complete. The stove was installed, and the owner was now in the room. As soon as he stepped inside, he was struck by the temperature in the room. The temperature was extremely high, and the room was very hot. In winter, this room would be very warm, and the windows were very light, which reduced the negative health effects. When Master Peck saw his student, he was happy to see him and invited him inside. He was amazed at how beautiful the design of this house was. He could not imagine that it would be so comfortable with the windows closed and the stove on. However, the guy emphasized that it is important to check the system from time to time to keep it safe. Chin asked how the master was feeling, and he said that although he had been coughing all day, he was feeling much better today. He said that the furnace was a great idea, and he was impressed with the boy's concept. The master praised his apprentice and invited him to sit down. He emphasized that Chin was an extremely smart guy, because no one else had ever thought of glazing windows. But our hero was thinking about something else. How did the secondary character, Juho, get such a talent? He was able to install the glass windows in just one day, and even set up the stove. Juho looked like a real magician. Chin decided to follow Juho more closely and find out what he was hiding. Although he was a dedicated teacher, something about him seemed suspicious. Master Peck, as the head of the Namgun family, was proud of his heirs, but Chin's talents were unsurpassed, and even his descendants would not be able to surpass the boy. Chin was glad to see the master's condition improve and was happy about it. Meanwhile, Juho was spying on them. He was unhappy to see how the master had become fascinated by this boy from the first meeting, and now he was acting like a fool. The master used to smile only when the situation or work required it. Every day the situation at the medical palace was getting worse, and a depressing silence reigned. With the appearance of Chin Chong-hee, the master's smile did not leave his face, because the boy was mastering the skills so quickly that he was able to find a solution to the problems associated with the loss of heat and the intermittent pulse of the ninth yin. The master began to calm down, realizing that this boy was no ordinary child. He realized that Jung-hee could really save his life. Juho decided to help the boy with all of his endeavors, even if it would cost him his life, no matter what the consequences might be. He was determined to support Chin regardless of the possible consequences. In the evening, the boy left the master to his room, leaving him to rest. Juho stayed by Master Peck's bedside and watched him closely. He asked the master how his energy channels, which carry the inner energy, were feeling. The master replied that he felt fine, and thought that he only needed to prepare Nikki's medicine, and did not even realize that he should have started with creating a new home. That was his omission. Juho noted that such things were not the doctor's job, but the drawings that Chin had drawn were incredibly talented, and he conveyed this idea to the master. It even seemed to Juho that there was a Western influence in Chin's drawings, although this was probably just an illusion. After all, their inventions were much more advanced, but nothing could compare to the talent of Master Peck's student. Juho kept up the conversation, recognizing that the student was indeed worthy of attention and telling everyone about him, but it was not just that. Juho spoke to the master about what was already known, how he praised his student in letters that would be sent next week. The whole of Gangho would be on their ears, trying to figure out who Chin Chong-hee was. It seemed to Juho that the master was overestimating the boy and not acting quite right, but he didn't care anymore. The master simply said that he wanted to go to sleep and Juho could be free. In addition, the master joked that maybe Juho was jealous of Chin and was envious of him because of that. When the master lay down on his comfortable bed and breathed in the warm air, he was neither cold nor hot, and he felt great. He was glad that he had no pain today. Mr. Juho looked at the evening sky for a long time. He remained alert to make sure that Master would breathe peacefully that night. It was the first time in a long time that Master finally fell asleep soundly. He ordered everyone in the neighborhood to be as quiet as mice that night, and not disturb him. The next day, the master took his disciple for a walk, and began to tell him about Chagal Liang, their ancestor. After a while, they began to call him Kanmen, because he created many laws and founded various disciplines. Now, all of his descendants continued to develop and benefit from his legacy. Initially, the master planned to adopt Chin to continue his family line, but changing his surname is not so easy. The boy was upset, realizing that it didn't matter to him what his surname would be. The master explained that for now, Chin would remain just his student, but he realized that even Juho, who was quite unpredictable, could become his adopted son. Later on, Chin might be able to take on the surname Siegel. However, for now, everything will remain as it is. The master hinted that when he said later, he meant when Chin grew up, and it seems that he meant that this would happen before his death. The situation was quite complicated, and it put pressure on the boy. The weight of these words weighed on the young master's heart, causing a sense of responsibility and anxiety. Soon they reached one of the training grounds. The boy looked around and was surprised to see what awaited him. Opposite him stood a mannequin designed for training. It was an ancient doll for their training, and today the master planned to show him a real master class. The boy was amazed. Was he really going to learn martial arts? The ancient dolls are here for a reason, and today is the big day. In the next chapter, we will find out what happens next. Their lineage is based on the study of the art of shimbap, which helps to develop memory, has a positive effect on thinking, and reveals human emotions. The master stretched out his hand again, and this movement was familiar to the young master. As before, his hand shot out with a fiery aura like an arrow. Exploding with his power, the master struck a powerful blow toward the dummy, and a huge sphere of pure energy hit the dummy's chest. This was an important lesson as the master showed the key points of using this power. Then he demonstrated the Chunun point, and the next was the Octane point. The whole spectacle was fascinating and left a great impression on the young man's mind. It was simply incredible. With just a flick of his finger, the master could hit the named points on the body. During the next strike, he only lightly hit the dummy without piercing it through, and it seemed impossible to the boy. He could not even imagine such power, but for the master it was just a game. The creation of such a pistol with enormous firepower that could be precisely controlled impressed Chin with its incredibility. The master asked the boy if he was impressed by the demonstrated power. Another person might have asked why the master did not pierce the dummy through as he had done before, and why the impact was so weak. But the young doctor realized that the master had demonstrated impeccable control. He had not even damaged the dummy or removed the paint. This was the first lesson, and the boy proved to be an excellent student. Their kind used brainpower in this way, achieving great success, which put them ahead of ordinary warriors. However, the roots of their pride were the source of their problems. But the boy will learn to master this technique, so don't worry. The knowledge he will gain will be much deeper than that of his ancestors. Finger Flash is the main martial art of the Chagall family, and for the master, it is almost child's play. In the past, the great power of the Siegel family was manifested in sword techniques, as well as the art of wielding the fan, which was their main weapon. Of course, that was not all they possessed. Over 10,000 weapons and techniques, which was a rather terrifying feature of their lineage. The boy's eyes shone with delight. He was amazed because these masters were using weapons that he had never seen before in his life. It was just incredible. The master was impressing him more and more with every passing moment. But there was only one question. Could the boy have reached such heights with another teacher? However, looking at his master, he had no doubt that in the future he would also be able to become an almighty warrior who would surpass all his enemies. His heart grew confident that he could achieve this through training. The master leaned over to his student and asked him if he wanted to master all the martial techniques of their family and become his successor. But there was one important but. The boy realized that if he became omnipotent, the heavenly demon would target him to kill him. After all, to become a leader of the Magi, you need to prove that your art is of the highest level. Even now, while he is still young, the demon provokes fights and threatens to destroy anyone who gets in his way, because this was his destiny written in the novel. In the novel, the heavenly demon Yonghyun pursued the Almighty all his life, going to his goal and destroying powerful enemies. He did not know any obstacles and was obsessed with his desire to win. There were no obstacles for the heavenly demon, and all this time he was achieving his goal. This is clearly described in the novel. And now Chung was asking himself whether he should strive for omnipotence to be ready to fight him, because sooner or later the heavenly demon would come for his head. Standing on the training ground, he asked his teacher why he should strive to become omnipotent. After several minutes of thought, Master Peck could not give a clear answer. Watching him, Cheong wondered why Master didn't pay attention to the fact that so many people in Kanho were training for this goal. However, no one would give him a medal or a certificate for becoming omnipotent. On the contrary, he will have a great responsibility, although many will consider him an idol. Once he becomes omnipotent, he will have rights that are not available to other people. And yet the Master asked his disciple, what does he want to become? Without hesitation, the boy replied that there was no point in striving for omnipotence. Then the Master asked him what he really wanted to become. The student replied that he wanted to become an omnipotent doctor like his teacher. Peck looked at this wonderful child and was very happy to have such a purposeful student who had a noble goal. It was a good goal that promised to lead him to a wonderful result. The Master knew many of the Seagull clan who aspired to become omnipotent, but this was the first one who wanted to become an omnipotent doctor. The Master thought that the student was special, and he thought that the boy had been sent to him by heaven. Looking at his disciple, the Master felt proud to have such a student. Standing with the Master and looking at the sunset, the boy realized that his path was to devote himself to medicine, even if the heavenly dragon became the ruler of Mage. In the novel, the protagonist never killed the doctor, and the boy decided that this was his meaning in life. His heart was racing at this thought, because his path was decided. He would become a doctor, and this path would not be easy. But it was his goal, and the cycle of life. And no matter what happened, no matter what obstacles arose, he would certainly come forward and heal his Master Peck. Master Peck realized that this student who gave him warmth was being kind for no apparent reason. He could not even imagine that he would ever have to ask himself such a question. The high-ranking master could not leave this boy to his fate. He was now his debtor. That's what the valiant Chin Chung-hee had become to him. They continued to train until late at night, and the most important thing was to learn to concentrate the energy within themselves. No matter what happened, the young student was not to move when the master applied his technique. He told him to sit in the lotus position and concentrate his power. This was an extremely important moment when the young disciple had to be filled with the power of his master. When the master put his hand on the boy, their breaths synchronized. The energy around them began to fill every drop of air with crystals of its power. And at one point, feeling the energy of his master, the boy seemed to have an epiphany. The master channeled his energy and moderately filled the body of the young disciple. The teacher's energy, sweeping through the room in an incredible way, filled every particle of air, striking with its power. But the main thing he was telling his student was whether he was focused on his energy. And suddenly, streams of green, pure energy, like a green mist, began to flow through the boy's veins. The circulation that took place in the body is called the Great Celestial Cycle. This is the inner energy that is present in every person, and it can be awakened. The guy felt it inside him, like an electric charge spreading through his body. It felt cold and heavy, although this was not due to the influence of the ninth yin, which is responsible for the intermittent pulse. When the student moved his hands forward, the power began to flow out of his hands. Meanwhile, the master closed his eyes and concentrated on the process. Suddenly, the energy circulation broke, and the master filled the space with his own energy. In the area of the abdominal cavity, where most of the energy is collected, the boy began to feel a hardening. It was the same Tanjong that was mentioned only in legends, the energy that accumulates in a century-old Huandan. The inner energy was absorbed by the miraculous medicine, and now it became part of his essence. Filled with this incredible power, he will be able to control it. When the effect became even stronger, the hardening would turn into a life force that would become like a resin that was constantly renewing itself. It was difficult for him to get used to the new, depleted essence, and perhaps because of this, he never fully understood it. Now he has imbibed 100-year-old Huandan, and next time he will try a 1,000-year-old one. He realized that he shouldn't try to learn too much at once. Today had already been very effective, and the master was tired. He allowed the disciple to open his eyes and proceed to the next step, learning the basics of Shimbap. The young man realized that this was a breakthrough in his career, the path to becoming a great doctor. Continuing his studies, the Chegel family's Shimbap was based on the 5 elements that shaped this world. They were fire, water, wood, metal, and earth. The master instructed his student to breathe as he was taught, and try to control his inner energy on his own. The boy began to circulate his breath and concentrated on it. The master continued teaching. Water nourishes the tree gives power to the fire forms the earth creates metal, and the metal purifies the water. Suddenly, the boy felt a stream of energy moving inside him, and everything was exactly as the master had described. It even seemed funny to him. The basic principle is the cycle of the 5 elements, and it is through this cycle that the god of the 5 elements, Seagull, combines with medicine. It is important that the internal energy does not conflict, does not mix chaotically, but moves harmoniously. No other energy in the world is able to heal internal wounds and stimulate life cycles so effectively. The boy asked what would happen if the energy started moving in the opposite direction. The master replied that this is a deadly combination. When everything goes the other way around, water meets fire, fire goes out. When fire meets metal, metal melts. Metal cuts wood, and wood becomes part of the earth. Was it bad? Of course, there are cases when it is necessary. For example, when a person falls into a state in which he loses control of his own body and abilities, becoming a demon, this deadly combination is used to restore balance. The cycle of the 5 elements in the deadly combination can be compared to medicine and poison. In modern medicine, this is called a side effect. Well-known examples, such as sildenafil or Viagra, were originally intended to treat cardiovascular diseases. But during clinical trials, a side effect was discovered. Treatment of dysfunctions became its main use, although it was originally intended for another purpose. There are other cases where the drug is used to treat obesity or diabetes. The master explained that any substance can be a medicine or a poison. It all depends on how you use it. The same applies to the 5 elements in the world. Tanjong begins to move faster, and cognition does not come immediately, but gradually everything comes in its own time. Cheon was a gifted child, and the saying, "When a bard learns a new chord, he writes 9 new songs," accurately described him. After all, he was a student of the master. The master realized that they would probably have to recognize the boy as the second best doctor in China, because they had a new talent in front of them. This was a serious statement, and everything had to be carefully considered before proceeding. Everything went quiet, and the boy went to his room. After a while, Juho brought him a miraculous pill to take. This pill contained 5 kinds of huandan: fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. The boy looked at them, and it seemed very strange to him. Ordinary huangdang usually had a cool fragrance, but these had no odor. The young master asked Juho if he should take all the pills at once. However, Juho looked down and said that he only needed to choose one, the one he wanted. The boy could not imagine what kind of test he was facing. Perhaps it was some kind of exam held to test his knowledge, and the boy's fate could depend on whether he chose the right pill. He had already taken a century-old huandan, born in deep villages and forests before. Therefore, he needed to choose one whose properties matched his inner energy in order to enhance it. The guy noticed one important detail. He remembered that according to the principle of the cycle of the elements, it is important to choose the right balance. That's why he chose huandan, which belongs to the element of fire, because the energy of wood enhances the energy of fire. And so Juha gives him this pill. It fell into the hands of the young disciple, and a sweet aroma began to emanate from this huangdang. The boy inhaling this smell was amazed that he had never smelled it before. It turns out that the huandan of the 5 elements are 5 pills, and each of them has its own role. If you take them in order, you won't need any more energy, because the cycle of the elements will start naturally. In order to create the cycle and start the cycle of the 5 elements, it was necessary to assemble the base of the 5 components in their purest form. The guy told Juho that he would not take just one pill. He decided to take them all one by one. Juho was incredibly surprised by this statement, because it did not fit their scenario at all. He expected the guy to pass the test and be easier to deceive, but it turned out not to be the case. He was a strange guy, but in the end, he supported our hero's decision, and his words even made the guy a little upset. The guy was much smarter than he even thought. He continued to explain that if he had chosen only the fire huandan, the owner would have already considered his answer correct, and asked how long it had taken he to think of it. He clearly explained that it was all about the smell. Juho realized that it was the smell of the fire's huandan. At first he thought it was strange that none of them had an odor. However, as he watched, he noticed that each huandan had its own scent. They are so harmoniously combined with each other that when mixed, the smells disappear completely. Then he remembered the basic principles of the 5 elements. And then it was easy to guess the right answer, because it literally just came to him. After this conversation, Juho praised he, saying that he was really very insightful, and his efforts were not in vain. Juho then added that he would tell his master his answer when he was packing up the pills. On his way out, he asked he to take the huandang without haste. He held the pill up to his eye and looked at it carefully. Then he swallowed it. The fire huangdan had a very pungent aftertaste, which he felt in full. Before he knew it, a whole week had passed. He activated the cycle, and it seemed to him that he sometimes confused whether he was a human or a huandan processing machine. Juho told him that they had already arrived at the place. This was the place where the medicine was made. He did nothing but look around, amazed at the size of the room. It was huge, more like the Pek Rin Palace, one of the 3 generations of medicinal palaces in the Middle Kingdom. A medical palace was a larger structure than a doctor's office, which was much smaller. In other words, the Pek Rin is one of the few palaces in the country that can be counted on one hand. It specializes in the manufacture and sale of huandan. It was mentioned in the novel, but he had no idea that it was so organized. Juho continued to explain and said that some people believe that palaces also practice Chinese food therapy, which is better, but this does not lower their status. They produce a lot of miraculous medicines, each of which belongs to a certain class, from the highest to the lowest. The highest grade medicines are produced only 2 times a year. And although every student who has received inner energy from a master can easily handle such medicines, you may not be able to, warned Yuho. He advised taking a lower grade Huandan once every 3 days, and if the body can absorb the properties of the pills, then he will receive as much internal energy from one as long training would bring. He just closed his eyes and told himself that he would have to try. In the novel, the students received energy from the teacher, and the descendants of noble families took miracle drugs from early childhood. He began to wonder if he was lucky. By the way, he seemed incredible. He managed to do so much that Yuho didn't even understand how he did it, assuming that the boy didn't sleep well because of his training. But he just smiled in response, saying that compared to what happened during the internship, it was nothing. He constantly recalled what was happening then. He was exhausted both physically and mentally. If slavery hadn't been abolished, it would now be called a specialization for medical school graduates. He would have done everything, but he heard insults all the time. Patients, caregivers, professors, and ordinary passers-by all did not hold back and insulted him. His constant companions then were sadness and anger, and later even these emotions disappeared. It was then that he learned what emotional exhaustion was. But here, all the doctors praised and supported him. He felt their love and respect every day. He wondered if this was real life, or was it the influence of the man from the Baekrin Palace? After walking through the palace, they went outside and met the teacher on the way. As usual, the teacher was smiling, and his eyes shone with a blue light. Coming closer, the teacher asked he what he thought of the drug manufacturing department. "It's an incredible place," he replied. Coming even closer, the teacher took he by the shoulder, and Juho thanked him for showing him around. The teacher touched his shoulder for a reason. The teacher began to feel he's inner energy and noticed that he had already reached the first level. "You did it very quickly," the teacher said. But he warned him not to overexert himself and asked him to rest. He immediately understood the teacher and agreed that he needed to rest because it wasn't work. So he wasn't going to argue. After that, the teacher suggested going out to eat and telling he where he would be living. Soon the construction of the new house was completed. They hired a lot of workers and the time frame was shortened. On one side, there was a large glazed window, underfloor heating, and a stove. He was overwhelmed with emotion when he saw his new home. The inside of the house was lined with wood and the walls were covered with clay. He was fascinated by this. A house with such thermal insulation was different from the typical Chinese style, and this house spoke volumes about its owner. The thermal insulation showed the teacher's willpower. The teacher was wondering if the bed, which was lying directly on the floor, would be suitable for he because he would have to sleep on the floor. Since the floor was warm, this only made he happy because it was good for his back. The teacher, on the other hand, was worried about whether it would be too hot. It seemed like they were in a bathhouse. Juho explained that the stove had been deliberately loaded with wood to the maximum to test its maximum temperature. The teacher thought that one stove would have been enough, but the whole system was simply amazing. While they were talking, he was excited about everything he saw around him. Juho noticed that he was suspicious, especially about how he knew so much, and asked the teacher about it. But he reminded him that they had decided not to ask such questions. One day, he would tell them the secret himself. The teacher began to realize what kind of person he was. The teacher came a little early, as did the boy who also came early. The underfloor heating was a real godsend for the teacher, and every day he felt better and better, as he repeatedly told the young student. This made the boy smile slightly. The time had come to comprehend the divine help of the 5 elements. The teacher asked the boy to concentrate the energy in the tangent and direct it to his fingertips. He repeated this several times to make him feel calm and confident. The student closed his eyes and began to concentrate. All attention was directed to the breath to receive divine help from the element of fire. When he opened his eyes, everything around him was ablaze with bright flames. The energy he had just awakened was incredibly powerful. The wind that rose from his power tore leaves from the trees. When he touched one of the leaves, Pen burned it with a single touch. This amazed the boy, but he was even more impressed that he had done it himself. Rising on one leg, the boy heard from his teacher that he had succeeded. True, he hadn't managed to set anything else on fire, but it was still a great result. The teacher noticed that the boy was learning much faster than the others. As the boy's level increased, the teacher decided to give him a new task. He took out a fan and opened it in front of his face, causing his hair to blow in the wind. It was the first time the boy had ever seen a teacher use a fan. But as soon as he began to wave it, everything around him changed. The fire began to swirl along with the wind coming from the fan. This was the true essence of fire. Destruction. The teacher stood on the tips of his fingers and rotated around his own axis. As he spun, he spoke quietly to himself, "Neither wood nor iron nor air." And when he swung harder, the tree flew into the air and split in half. This blow to the tree was like a sharp movement of a sharp blade that encountered no resistance. There was a slight rustling of leaves as the tree fell to the ground. The boy saw it with his own eyes, but he could not believe what he saw. A huge tree in just one swing. How is this possible? The place of the cut was burned, but the tree itself did not catch fire. The teacher asked the boy if he liked what he saw. Then he added, "The next thing is the energy of the wind," and he started waving his fan again. But this time green energy appeared around him instead of fire. The stump that remained of the tree began to rise into the air. The teacher continued to wave the fan more and more. The boy just covered himself with his hands, trying to protect himself from the gusts of wind. The energy of the wind was incredibly powerful because its essence was movement. It lifted the tree into the air with its power. A dull thud was heard as the trunk collided with the trunk. The teacher returned the felled tree to its place. It seemed that nothing had happened to the tree. It stood exactly where it had been cut. The boy noticed only a thin line at the place of the cut. But the teacher explained that the fire had already damaged the bark of the tree, and it was no longer alive. "Now it's your turn," the teacher told the boy. The teacher then asked the boy if he could harness the energy of the water. The boy just stood there, swallowing his saliva at the experience, having no experience with this element. He looked at the tree and timidly asked if he should try it on it. His task was to save the tree from death, because water is life. If he succeeded, he would consider his first task completed. Pen wondered how long it would take the boy to do it. The teacher left him alone, and after a while he came back with Juho, who thought that the teacher was in too much of a hurry, because it was almost impossible to reach the 3rd degree in the first lesson. Juho was convinced that no student could do this in the first year of study. "Then why did I spend so much time explaining the theory to our boy?" the teacher replied sarcastically. "When it comes to education, it's hard to find a more demanding mentor. The teacher may be taking care of a new student, but you can't expect him to be lenient. Although, if you think about it, isn't success the most important thing? This approach will make the boy stronger." It started to rain outside, and it seemed to him that even the weather was against him. He could have hidden, but the thought of how to heal the tree with the energy of water did not leave his mind, even though he was at the first level. He managed to collect a pea-sized drop of water, but it was not enough to heal the bark. He knew that the teacher was well aware of this, and he began to doubt why he had given him this task. Did he want him to get discouraged? If so, the method seemed extremely questionable. It seemed to him that in such a situation there was only one way out: death. If he had simply cut the tree, there would have been a chance, but he burned even the cambium layer with fire. The roots were intact, which meant that the tree was not yet dead. He decided to start treatment with the lower part of the tree and then restore the upper part. He was not going to give up the fight, so he sat down at the roots of the tree and watched as the roots absorbed the water that had once made the tree bloom in the rain. The tree gave birth to fire, and the fire brought it back to the earth. The earth was connected to the metal that was connected to the water. And it was at that moment that he realized the answer was found. The boy was sure that this was what the teacher had meant. It was necessary to increase the amount of energy, as is done with the load on weak patients, gradually. But the question was, would it work? After all, he only needed the energy of water. Would he be able to put the divine help of the 5 elements into practice? It is dangerous to use a technique that you are not trained in, but there is no other solution. If he fails because of the tree, he will be remembered as a rare failure. First, he decided to start with the calmest and most stable energy of the earth. He could literally feel the amount of energy increase when it was combined with metal. So far so good, and there was no reason to worry. Now he had to combine the metal with water. At this point, the guy felt that the energy increased more than 8 times. All this powerful energy rushed straight to his hand. Rays of blue light from this energy even fell on his face. The bark of the tree began to grow together, and it seemed that everything worked. But the boy realized that this was not the end. The energy dissipated around him, and he just looked at the trace left on the tree. Then it occurred to him that he should start with the energy of the tree itself. He would pass the energy through fire, earth, metal, and water. This means that the energy will increase 32 times as 2 to the 5th power. In such a situation, quality is more important than quantity. Because of this, he was offered to take the 1,000-year Huandan a little later. The essence of the divine help of the 5 elements is mutual exclusion and harmony. If one energy suppresses the other, he will fall into a state of Chuhuima. But the boy decided to take the risk, because no one held him accountable for his failure. At that moment, Pen was walking with Yuho, talking about he. The teacher began to wonder if he should have given the child such a difficult task. Maybe it was better to choose something easier. If the requirements are too high, it can have a negative impact on the student. But when he approached the tree, he looked at the bark in amazement. At first, he couldn't even believe it was the same tree, but there was a small mark on it. He was amazed that the boy had completed the task. When he looked closely, he saw that the bark had grown together unevenly. The trace of energy was also clearly visible. Juho, who was standing behind him, said, "This is undoubtedly the work of Jung-hee. He did it on his own without any help." Did he really do it? He was truly impressed. The boy did it in just 1 day, maybe even half a day. He easily mastered the third element during the first task, where he had to combine, expand, and concentrate the energies of all the elements in the right direction. A child is usually not capable of this level of control, but this student was. Then Peng thought about it and said that perhaps the boy would become his successor. Such talent is rare not only for him but for the whole of Kanho. Oh shit, Yu-Ho thought as he listened. The teacher was already eager to tell everyone about his student. When the owners of the doctor's offices found out about him, they would start making claims against their students. Juho thought the teacher was being too hard on the other doctors. The teacher was looking forward to the morning meeting to tell everyone about his student. Morning came and he slept the whole day. He felt 100% as if his body had become completely different, almost supernatural. All of his senses were sharpened to incredible limits. He started jumping for joy because he felt that this was just the beginning. Just the beginning. And his inner energy was already getting stronger. His abilities were developing. He felt as if he was no longer an ordinary person. Martial arts seemed like something natural to him, and he believed that he had already matured. This was probably the result of the miraculous medicines and techniques of the Seagull family. If things continue like this, he may be able to become stronger than the heavenly demon itself. It's unlikely, but he possesses the deadly sky star and knows various techniques. However, he is still far from being a heavenly demon, but one day he will definitely come to the medicinal palace. Until he becomes a real heavenly demon, he will need his help. Suddenly, he heard sounds behind him. Instantly, he turned his head to see what was going on. There was a loud sound that made he immediately run to see what happened. First, he decided to open the window to get a better look. It seemed as if the sound was so loud that the house was about to collapse. Someone was making a mess at the entrance to the palace, and the commotion was such that it seemed like they were being attacked. He couldn't remember a single moment in the novel where something like this happened. The doctors quickly lined up in a row. The demon archer asked one of the doctors for permission to meet with Baek Rin-sung. Meanwhile, he came closer and tried to understand what was happening. The source of the noise seemed to be a man who was screaming at the top of his lungs. On the man's back, he saw a child about his age. Was this child sick? The man kept begging to be allowed to meet Peck at least once. Then he realized that he was an archer trying to save his daughter, and he looked like a poor man. However, the archer pointed his arrow directly at the doctors. He was desperate and begged to be brought to Peck immediately. If this man is able to attack from a distance even without a weapon, then the guesses may be true. He was Jung Sanjikan, neither Jung Paik nor Safa. He is a mercenary who does not hesitate to kill and attack even prominent martial artists for money. In simple words, the main enemy of this world. The doctors explained to him that they only treat those who have been notified through pigeon mail. The palace receives patients who could not be helped in the doctor's offices. They explained to the archer that he had to bring a statement, and then they would be able to help him. But the archer held an arrow pointed directly at them. What kind of statement? He asked them again, barely containing his rage. After that, he began to lower the bow down. He seemed to have calmed his temper a bit. At that moment, the memories of the novel began to return to the boy. Some of those who had attacked him had killed his daughter, after which she died, and he was on a slippery slope. This child on his back is the same girl. If his memories were correct, the girl would die right there, and he decided that he could try to save her. Archer began to explain to the doctors that they had tried to get treatment at the main unit of Hua's hospital, but they were only refused, saying they could not issue a discharge. He has been trying to cure his daughter for 10 days, and it took him 5 days to get to Baek Rin Hospital. He was running out of time, so he decided to apply directly. And Hua-ju, like Sun, said he couldn't help because the archer wasn't a Jonpa. They can't just leave her to her fate, he said. As the boy listened to this conversation, he tried to remember the name. Hua-ju, like Sun, treats only those who belong to Jongpa. How difficult it is. Because of the lack of some papers, a child is denied help. He also said that he had been walking here for 5 days. How did she not die on the way? From a medical point of view, this has no explanation. The archer knelt down and put the girl on the ground. He said he tried his best. He sold his property to raise some money and begged the doctors to save her. The doctors did not know what to say, but they felt very sorry for this child. Seeing something like this live is not the same as reading about it. Only a teacher could solve the situation. So he appeared, approached the archer, and asked permission to examine the child. The doctors immediately told the teacher that this man had made a real mess of things. The archer looked at him and thought, "Is this Baek Rin-seong?" After that, the archer began to beg Baek to help his child, kneeling down in front of him. He explained that she had been attacked by 7 people in Sun's doctor's office, was examined and told that her internal organs were badly damaged and was given medicine, but it did not help. Peck came closer, sat down next to the girl, and began to examine her. He immediately started taking her pulse to check her condition while he watched from behind the doctors. "It's a miracle," Peng said, "that the girl is still alive." Then Peng added that it was too late to treat her and that he could not help. This began to irritate the archer. He got angry, ran up to Peng and shouted, "What did you say?" Pen repeated. It's too late. These words from the doctor's mouth enraged the demon archer, and he began to form energy on his arm. Everyone watching was terrified. Had he gone mad? Or perhaps it was just desperation. Yuha grabbed his tense hand, asking him to stop. He tried to calm him down, explaining that this was the territory of the Baek-rin Medical Palace. The novel says almost nothing about Yu-ho, but he looks very strong. The teacher remained calm, showing no fear or anxiety on his face, as if he was indifferent to everything. The demon archer, clenching his teeth, could barely keep himself under control. But Juho made him let go and take his hand away. The archer asked them if they were acting like this because his money was earned by illicit means. He then called them hypocrites. His anger grew, a real demon archer. At this point, he did not know what to do. The situation seemed hopeless. Armed men appeared to calm the demon archer down. But this made him even more angry, because it seemed that the whole world was now against him, while his daughter was on the verge of death. The doctor's palace was impressive. Part of the Morim clan, fighting warriors, it was definitely not weak. Peck continued to say that the girl could not be helped and that it had to be accepted. The archer looked at the girl and then at the teacher, not knowing what to do. In complete desperation, he asked to kill them both right there and said that he would kill them all himself in the hospital palace. He added that Sona Hospital, which refused to help, would suffer the same fate. Oh, things are getting worse, and these two are acting like nothing happened. Peng even said to the archer, "Your will is your own, but in this case your corpses and your daughter will rot in the marketplace in front of everyone." Hearing this, the archer's body was already completely covered with energy, and he was ready to end it all. Because of these events, he could not calmly watch the little girl die, and he managed to convince everyone to put her on a stretcher. It was not easy, but he did it. It seemed that if not for this, the demon archer would have simply killed Peng, and everything would have ended horribly. But after a while, there were no traces of aggression on the archer's face, only the calmness that was characteristic of a caring father. He watched this with the hope that things could still be fixed. When it comes to the life of your own child, pride takes a back seat. The archer apologized, admitting that he had long lived a dishonest life, and that his powers of observation had become dulled. Then the demon archer looked at he with such an inhuman look that the boy could not understand who he looked like. He couldn't figure out what was so unusual about that look. The demon archer couldn't figure it out either, because his face looked beautiful and feminine, like a mask that hid his true emotions. It was as if he was frozen in place, even if the demon archer decided to kill everyone around him except for he. He realized that his teacher really appreciated him, and it was obvious. To reach heights like Sung means to see many more deaths than an ordinary warrior. The boy knew that Sun was a bit mysterious, and a mere mortal could not understand his strange nature. But Dawn at least looked like an ordinary person, which was confusing. What annoyed the demon archer the most was that Sung always shied away from conflict in every situation. Putting his hands on He's shoulders, the archer apologized for raising his hand to his teacher. Then he began to beg to save his daughter, repeating his requests over and over again. He recalled his anger and desperation, as well as the energy that filled the air around him, stronger than any poison. Even though it was a different world, he, though a child, felt it was time to act. He decided to get down to business, because it was exactly the same hospital as in his past life. While in the operating room, they checked the girl and wondered if they could cure her. He was not sure, because without a CT scan or magnetic resonance imaging, it is difficult to see internal injuries. But in the world of martial arts, one of the most amazing things for he was the ability of Qingyi, which resembled an ultrasound but was much more accurate. After the examination, the three of them gathered together and the teacher was about to say something, but asked that what he was about to say remain in this room. The attacker was using a very strong negajitsu technique, and his fighting technique was quite peculiar. It was the so-called fist-fighting technique. This may mean that the enemy belongs to a certain clan, in particular to Jonfa, the Pecto Union. This is exactly what the teacher told them. Jonfa is an association of 5 unions. But why isn't Safa behind this crime as usual? It doesn't matter what started the conflict. Attacking a child is unthinkable. In the novel, the archer never found the culprit. If the attacker is a member of Jonfa, he will never confess, no matter how horrible the crime. He gathered his courage and decided what he would do next. The archer's business is his concern, and ours is to save the patient. Hearing this from he, the teacher saw real courage in him. Children are not characterized by such an indifferent attitude, and it reminded the teacher of his own negative character trait. However, this knowledge could be useful to them, so the teacher agreed. It was time to begin. They got closer to the girl. The girl had suffered necrosis due to a ruptured intestine, and surgery was possible but risky. There was a question of whether she could survive the operation, and they needed to get the consent of a family member. He told the teacher and Juho that he would take it upon himself. When he went outside, he called the girl's father for a conversation. He explained that there were 2 options. The first option is a painless death, Sleep will hold the session and ease her suffering by reducing the pain until the moment her breathing stops. The second option is to fight for her life to the end. An operation could be performed, but in case of failure, the body would be impossible to restore, and the procedure would be very painful. The father could not hold back his tears, but he realized that this was 100 times better than the first doctor's statements about guaranteeing a cure. For this man was a stranger, and he was seeing his daughter for the first time. So the decision was up to the father. Only he knew his child better than anyone else. At that moment, the father began to recall her constant smile and how she loved to play overcoming obstacles. She was a very energetic girl, and he never had time to tell her what he was really doing. She still naively believed that her daddy was a wandering warrior named Kanho. Once she even told him that she wanted to follow in his footsteps, study martial arts, and become a strong warrior. But now, it seems that her dad was too late. And then, when she was beaten, she told him that she would never be as strong as him. Barely able to speak the words, she added that she still fought well. At that moment, the archer felt like a real liar and a coward. He didn't want to see the condemnation in her eyes and live in poverty. He blamed himself for everything, considering himself a bad father. Kneeling before he begged her to cure him. With tears in his eyes, he asked for help for his daughter. Then he knelt down and asked, "Why should an innocent child die instead of me?" His pain was felt in every word, and he saw how much this man was suffering. After a while, he returned to the operating room and said that the conversation was over. He also added that he had explained all the options and their consequences to the archer, and he had chosen to continue fighting. Immediately after that, it was decided to act quickly. Juho began to prepare everything necessary. There is nothing beautiful in hospitals. There is constant anxiety there. Relatives are worried about the lives of their loved ones, and the hospital staff is worried about everything going well. After a while, all the necessary tools were prepared. The medicines that he had asked for were also in place, and he himself rolled up his sleeves, ready to act. All they had to do was not give up. Examining the girl, it was found that she had a liver rupture. The liver had crumbled like tofu, and the well-known Qigong technique had punctured her intestines. Unusually, her ribs remained intact. How did she manage to live for 15 days in this condition? Perhaps it was due to her inner energy and her father's miraculous potion. One thing he realized was that the girl was extremely strong, and the painkillers seemed to be working to keep her alive. After that, they went out to consult whether it was enough for the operation. As he had asked, Juho tried to do everything as quickly as possible. After handing over the tubes to Juho heard his words of admiration. Unbelievable. Only Joho could make them so quickly. The more he watched, the more questions he had about this blood transfusion invention. It took him very little time to create the tube. "Are we going to use this device to give blood?" the teacher asked. He explained that the girl would not survive without a blood transfusion. Blood could be taken from her father by simply connecting their veins with a tube. The father was ready for anything if it would save his daughter. After a while, they stood by the bed where the girl was lying. He was going to perform a posterior lateral opening of the chest cavity. To do this, the patient had to be laid on her side. Then an incision was to be made between the ribs to provide a good view. At Murima, the incision is made with a comgan, and then everything is fixed back together. The result promised to be promising. Modern medicine could not match the accuracy of local methods. The teacher just watched he work. The teacher saw in his movements the skill of a man who had performed operations hundreds of times. It was not just amazing, but truly impressive. Not only the teacher, but also Juho noticed that his skill level was extremely high. They had never seen anything like it, and thought that his knowledge did not belong to this world. It came to him from above, so the teacher and Juho thought. At this point, he was completely focused on the operation. Now it was time to make an incision to minimize bleeding. With the help of Hogan's somas, blood, toxins, and other fluids were absorbed from the body. The demon archer decided to pass his Qingyi source to his daughter to save her life. During the prolonged transmission of Qingyi, the teacher will strengthen the targeted effect by replenishing her vital energy. They all gathered here to save one child. Soon, all that was left was to connect the tissues back together. But the teacher noticed that the pressure began to drop. Why? Although there was still not enough Qingyi, it had already begun to penetrate the body. Suddenly, he put his hand right into the incision on her body. No one realized what he was doing, but suddenly he opened his eyes. It was expected for him. He told the others that his spleen had ruptured. Only now did they realize that they had been too focused on the liver. It was difficult to notice the tear, because it was in the area of the hypochondrium. The liver is recovering. You just need to be careful. There is still a chance for salvation. However, without the spleen, her immunity will be significantly weakened, and she will have to spend the rest of her life in a safe place, constantly taking care of and monitoring her health. And this operation means the end of her dreams of becoming a warrior. However, it was important to understand how serious the damage was, so they decided to try to do without surgery. The teacher asked he to rely not only on himself, but also on others, because although he was weaker, his name was known to everyone for a reason. The teacher could help by using his technique, which he had previously shown to he, but only on a tree. Inserting a needle into the girl, he began to transfer internal energy to her, and her pulse recovered. The gap was small and occurred in a favorable place. However, this did not diminish the fact that Peng was the best doctor in the martial arts world, and his reputation was well-deserved. But he had to focus. This was no time to get carried away, because the operation was not yet complete, and he had to act quickly. The needle was already sewing up the wounds. These were the final touches of the operation. After that, he, the kid, literally fell to the floor and exclaimed, "Finally finished!" During the operation, he did not even keep track of how much time had passed and felt completely exhausted, like a squeezed lemon. When the teacher came up to him, he immediately praised him, calling him a good man because he had saved a child from death, which was worthy of praise. But he replied that he should not thank him, but the teacher. In response, the teacher said that he shouldn't, because someday he would be able to use this technique even on him. The problem was that the archer had also used up all his strength. He had also risked everything he had to save his child. He had lost all his energy. At that moment, the teacher said that he also needed to lie down, and he began to fall. "Master, wake up! Master!" he was asked, shaking his body, but he fell down and even his mask flew off his face. The cold and torment were like an icy knife blade cutting into his heart, tearing it to pieces. He screamed loudly, begging for help, but no one could give it to him. However, he had already begun to get used to this feeling. He was told that his life would be short, and asked if he had thought about how he wanted to live the rest of his time. The medicine contained poison, but was used as a strong painkiller. It was the only thing they could offer him. The relatives of patients who had a short time to live were not concerned about the use of such drugs, perhaps because they dulled the pain a bit. Once, he felt nothing at all as he stood on the ruins of his home, swearing revenge on those who burned down his house and killed his family. It was his destiny to be the first in his family to die, but it didn't happen that way. This was the story of a teacher. Juho threw the unconscious teacher on his shoulders and started running, asking everyone to get out of the way. He ran as fast as he could, pushing everyone out of his way. He was fascinated by him at first sight. Juho had something that he lacked. Perhaps that was why he admired him so much. No, it was definitely not envy. It was admiration, or a feeling similar to admiration. He instantly started running after them to help as soon as possible. The moonlight was coming through the window, its rays flooding the room with their light. After a while, the teacher was already lying in bed. He began to open his eyes and noticed that he was at home. He immediately asked what time it was, but no one answered. He got up and noticed that he was sleeping right on his bed, sitting on a chair with his head on the bed. Has he really been there all this time? The teacher thought, looking down to see the boy's hand resting on his arm. At that moment, Juho came into the room, who had also been waiting for his master to wake up for a long time. The teacher immediately asked Juho, "Why is he here?" Juho replied that he was resisting and making up absurd reasons to stay. He said that he wanted to cure him with the help of the 5 elements Shimbop. The teacher stopped him with his hand outstretched and asked him to stop making excuses. After that, a slight smile appeared on the teacher's face. He looked at He and realized that it was like trying to pour water into the sea. The small amount of Qingyi that the boy was able to give the teacher hardly helped. However, the pain subsided a little, perhaps because he tried many times to restore the disturbed balance in the teacher's body. It was important that the boy used a lot of fire, metal, and wood energy, but he was still learning, so the effect was weak. Peng told Juho that He's temperament was very similar to his, but their energy was different. At this point, the teacher began to use his energy to help He, although Juho asked him to stop because he needed to rest. However, the teacher was sure that there was nothing to worry about. Despite the imbalance in his body, he would be able to transfer some of his energy to He. He held He's head, transferring the energy. Thanks to this boy, for the first time in a long time, the teacher had a desire to live. He wanted to see He grow up and become a part of Kanyo as soon as possible. After a while, they were both on their feet, and He brought the teacher tea. The teacher was laughing as he discussed the situation in which he had fainted, glad that everything had turned out all right. He was very scared and very worried about his teacher. This was an understatement. Rather, he felt a real universal emptiness. Chai stood by his teacher's bedside. Although he often had to deal with the deaths of patients, he had never experienced such a deep emotional shock. He felt as if he was losing his father. In such a short period of time, he began to see his teacher as a family member. Perhaps the reason was that he grew up in an orphanage and always felt that something was missing. It was like a thirst that could not be quenched. Perhaps thanks to the teacher, this thirst was becoming weaker. At this point, the teacher brought up how strange this feeling was, and said that he was sorry that he was making others worry. But at the same time, It was nice to see that someone cared about him. Now the teacher understood why clan elders become weak in front of their students. The old man grumbles in the hope of attracting attention. Pen did not even think that it would affect him. But it all happened because he had a student. Suddenly there was a loud cough, and all the food and tea flew away along with the tray on his lap. He instantly jumped up and saw blood coming out of the teacher's mouth along with the cough. The teacher put his hand over his mouth but could not stop the bleeding. Scared, he asked him to hold on and told him that he would bring Yuho in a moment. Yuho and Cheon rushed forward like the wind, not stopping for a moment. Yuho begged Cheon to keep going until the end. Cheon tried to run even faster, but he felt his strength gradually leaving him. Their goal was getting closer, each step bringing them closer to the decisive moment. Very soon they would reach their destination. They flew into the room where their mentor Peck was sitting. Without hesitation, they ran up to their teacher, anxiety evident in their eyes. Juho gently supported his mentor, holding his hands tightly. At the same moment, medicinal pills spilled onto Bak's palm. Cheon begged his teacher to come to his senses and eat the medicine. They began to gently pour water to make it easier for him to swallow the pills. Cheon watched the teacher hopefully, waiting for him to regain consciousness. After a while, they came back to him, hoping that he was feeling better. Peck slowly opened his eyes and said in a tired voice that he was fine. The boys were a little relieved, but they realized that this was probably not the first time their teacher had been in this state. In reality, everything looked much more serious than described in the novel. The description of the events in the novel did not evoke much emotion, because although the character was incredible, he still remained secondary. Besides, he died at the beginning of the novel. At this point, the teacher's breathing began to gradually return to normal. Juho noticed that the teacher needed to rest and decided not to disturb him. The teacher reached out to Cheon and told him that it was time to learn how to measure the pulse of a Qingyi, because he would not find such a patient anywhere else to practice with. Besides, he and the teacher had a homogeneous Qingyi, so even if he made a mistake, there would be no serious consequences. The teacher asked him to sit down, and Cheong pulled up a stool, ready to begin. He already knew the theory, so it was time to hone his skills in practice. The teacher asked him to close his eyes and focus on Kugel, which meant controlling his internal energy. Kugel is a comprehensive method of controlling the body, breathing, stances, defenses, and attacks. During the process, they could neither open their eyes nor talk. Both of them immersed themselves in the practice, and energy began to form around the boy's hand, which held the teacher's pulse. Cheon closed his eyes and went deeper and deeper into his sensations. He began to feel many different sensations. At first, it reminded him of ultrasonic waves. He was able to feel his body from the inside. His inner power gradually moved along the Kimeg, and his pulse and Qingyi, the pathway through which energy circulates, became tangible, indicating that he had acquired Kigami. It was easy to understand how serious his condition was. After that, he had to follow the Kigami and carry the energy through to the end, as the teacher told him. Cheon closed his eyes and focused more and more on the inner energy. When asked by the teacher how things were going, he replied that he had no idea how bad things were. Indeed, nothing could be hidden from the teacher. But with a clenched fist, he firmly promised the teacher that he would cure him. At first, Peck thought the boy would be afraid, but now he realized that his resolve had only strengthened. Yuho stood by and watched the scene closely. Cheon was ready to cure the teacher no matter what, and the teacher, seeing this, said, "Okay, let's try together." A few days later, the following happened. There were sounds of a conversation outside the door, where a father was talking to his daughter, not believing that she had survived. He was hugging her, blaming himself for what had happened, sitting by her bedside. He could not hold back his tears. But his daughter did not understand what had happened and begged him to explain. And he was crying and squeezing her so hard that she could hardly breathe. And then the girl could not stand it and screamed loudly to her father, asking him not to let her go. But he was overwhelmed with emotion because of how happy he was. It was very strange for the girl to feel the changes in her body. There was much more Qingyi in her Tenjong than before. She even felt that she had become stronger. At that moment, Cheon came into her room with her teacher and was happy to see that she was feeling better and could stand up. Her father immediately jumped up and ran to them. In a moment, he was on his knees in front of them, thanking them for helping his daughter survive. He repeated the words of gratitude over and over again. Even the girl began to ask her father to stop crying, because she was feeling much better. But now she was worried about her father. But when asked how he was feeling, he said that he probably wouldn't be able to use his old movie anymore. However, his daughter was alive, and that was enough. The current movie will be enough for him. This may be due to the fact that he used to use a congenital Qingyi, and his appearance has changed significantly since then. This is understandable, because innate Qingyi consists of human vital energy and has a different power than ordinary Qingyi. By the way, an ordinary Qingyi would have been enough to heal him, but now the demon archer had become a lower-ranked warrior. After that, he remembered what the girl had said earlier about her Mui becoming stronger. Nothing else pleased him as much as this news. Peck decided to go over and check his daughter's pulse again. Sitting down next to her, he put his hand on her pulse and asked her to sit still. Then he closed his eyes. Feeling the pulse clearly, he began to count. Some time passed, and he still kept his hand on her pulse. Chong watched his teacher's actions carefully. The master who had reached the maximum capabilities of his power had become a government soldier. It was a touching moment, but in his current state, he could easily succumb to influence. Such thoughts arose in Chion's mind as he looked at the girl's father. Usually, in martial arts novels, the villains first demonstrate an impressive movie, which later becomes the basis for the protagonist's awakening of his powers. He could probably accept the role of someone who would sacrifice himself. A lot of killing has hardened him, made him stronger, but you never know at what point someone who was an enemy can become an ally. Negative characters can be annoying, but they are also considered the coolest. In the novel, he appears even before the confrontation with the heavenly demon begins. That is why Cheon could have accepted the role of a thief. In addition, he has lost his martial arts, and because of this, it is not difficult to involve him in the conflict. I'll have to try to avoid this scenario, Cheon thought. After a moment, Baek let go of the girl's hand and said that her veins were now open. These are also known as simeg, and her father was even more shocked to hear this. Jong listened carefully to what his teacher was saying. For 15 days, your daughter was on the verge of death. We kept her alive all that time with Qingyi, miracle medicines, and various techniques. Thanks to this treatment, she absorbed everything possible and then received your innate Qingyi. The fact that the simeg is open is temporary. If you leave things as they are, they will close again. So the teacher wanted to say that for 10 days you will need to supply the simeg with internal energy. The doctors will help with acupuncture, and after the 10-day course, she will be able to live with her semeg remaining open. It was great news, and the father was happy about it. The girl could not hold back her tears at that moment. She began to thank them and her father, putting her head on his shoulder. She survived all of this thanks to the help of teacher Baek and Cheon, the main character. Her dad didn't even know how to thank them for their kindness, which is what he said. Baek pointed out that his contribution to the case was not that significant. Then he put his hand on Cheon's shoulder and said that if anyone should be thanked, it was him. The girl opened her eyes wide and began to look at him intently. She got out of bed and stood up. A moment later, she was standing right in front of Cheon and said, "If it wasn't for you, I would have been dead. Thank you so much for saving me." In response, the guy laughed and said that her father had sacrificed a lot and he'd just helped. "But all's well that ends well," he continued, noting that each of them had done their part. Then he explained to her that she had held on for a very long time, and this was only possible because despite her age, she is very strong. Her capacity for greatness manifested itself at such an early age, because even as a child she was not a simple person. She was able to survive her first real battle with enemies who probably belonged to Kayantha. Now they are the same age, and Cheon is confident that if this girl continues to strive for heights, she will have a great future. Her name will soon be on the lips of every resident of Gangho. With one good deed, Cheon helped both the demon archer and the future goddess of the bow. After the conversation, the boy's teacher said that they needed to rest. The protagonist also advised the teacher to get more rest, and in his head, Cheon already has a plan to replace the demon archer with his own side. For some time they were walking in the middle of a bamboo forest, and the archer confessed to the boy that he did not know what to do next. He used to think that revenge was the best option, but now he was afraid that he might not have the strength. He had often seen warriors following Kano's orders turn from first-class masters into third-rate fighters. And the worst thing is what these people end up doing. And the archer also knew about this. He told the boy about all this during their journey. It is thanks to Cheon that things are not so bad for him now because his daughter is alive. What else does a father need? He doesn't need anything else. The only thing he wanted was to be with his daughter until she died. But as Cheon listened to him, he realized that now that the archer was weak, he was unlikely to be lucky enough to die his own death. The thieves from Ganjo could continue to pursue him. That's when what was described in the novel would happen. After being defeated by the heavenly demon Harayon, he lost his innate Qingyi, but he was not at all upset about it. He took it for granted, like the third-rate fighters he had just described. If the protagonist doesn't want to let this happen, he needs to act now. "Could you listen to one request I have?" asked Cheon. After hearing what he said, he immediately stopped and asked what kind of request he was talking about. "In the end, I would like to understand the principle of your Ungan," said Cheong. "Ungan means energy attack. Is this a tactless request?" he asked again, and the man replied that it was not, and explained that their family has a form of Tong Ugong that allows them to attack by performing repetitive movements. However, since he didn't have a bow with him, it would be difficult to show it to him. However, the guy assured him that he only wanted to see it, not learn it, so he could just show the movements on an imaginary bow. The man thought about it, because he had never tried it without a real bow before, but eventually he agreed and told Cheon that he would fulfill his request. Because when else will we get to see this again? He added. He only asked the boy for one thing. If his movements were clumsy, not to think that all archers are like that. He modestly described himself as a rather inept archer. My technique is called the Divine Bow of Destruction, he began to explain to the boy. He said that their clan of archers originated from a Buddhist family that did not belong to the followers of Taoism. Their goal was to reach nirvana through the awareness that comes from selflessness. By repeating the same movements, you fall into self-forgetfulness and can use Ungon. The wind blew around them, intensifying the atmosphere as they stood there. The boy realized that, probably because the archer had lost almost all of his strength, the internal energy in his tangon was almost non-existent. However, the archer began to make movements. He imitated taking out an imaginary arrow and then taking aim with an imaginary bow. His breathing remained calm. Concentration was at its highest level, and he closed his eyes to find balance. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was completely different, focused and determined. The kid watched his every move carefully and thought that maybe this would be his last Ungong right now. The archer stood motionless, not straining a single extra muscle in his body. And at that moment, the imaginary bowstring flew out of his hand. At that moment, the wind grew even stronger. It felt as if a real arrow had flown out and went straight into the bamboo. The archer reached for the imaginary arrow again, but this time a red bow made of energy appeared in his hands. Did I imagine it? The boy asked himself when he saw it. He could literally feel the bow colliding with the arrow. He could see the arrows flying through the air. The arrow was blue in color and cut through the air on its way, creating a whistling sound. You could feel its plumage and the strength of the bamboo it hit. The archer repeated this movement over and over again. He carefully adjusted his stance and controlled his breathing. This is what allowed him to perform the movement so clearly and over again. His breathing was rhythmic and his grip was perfect. The grip was followed by the draw, which he also performed perfectly. Although there were no real arrows or bows, there was only perfect movement technique around him. The result of all these actions will be the following. The result will be mental anguish. The expression on the man's face is unsurpassed when he feels that he is doing what he has been studying all his life. The movements that he has repeated hundreds of times have become a matter of technique. A technique similar to a prayer that you have recited thousands of times. A mental torment similar to wind and thunder. Wind and thunder that are destined to meet with a flash of lightning. The essence of the divine bow of destruction technique is endless giving. But when you give everything away, how can you accumulate internal energy? Chiang asked himself. The conclusion that Chiang came to after much thought was this. Archery, when you rely only on your own strength, is akin to self-depletion and is not the highest skill. At this point, the archer's eyes closed again. But when they reopened, Cheon's conclusion was the antonym of what he had thought before. What you really need to give away is your own soul. At that moment, he became even more convinced of his words and thoughts. And when he saw the incredible energy surrounding the archer, an incredible, powerful energy wave. In the novel, it was not described as vividly as in reality. The archer reached the highest level, the spiritual bow. It looked impressive, as if he was surrounded by yellow ribbons of energy mixed with red. And with each moment, they became more and more powerful. The energy was directed both upward and downward. And then an incredible thing happened. Thanks to this energy, he rose into the air and soared above the ground. Wow, he's floating in the air. Has Pugon achieved Samadhi? But in the novel, when he awoke, he never reached this stage. This means that the protagonist managed to do what he had no doubt would be successful. He couldn't wait to tell his teacher everything. That he had succeeded, and that he had revived their future ally, the demon archer. The boy's eyes lit up with joy. At that moment, a person with red hair stood behind the bamboo. Yuho said that he was indeed an unpredictable person. The protagonist did not expect to see him behind him. He came so close, but his presence was not even felt. At that moment, the archer was still in the air. Juho said that at first everyone thought that after losing his inner energy, he would soon become incapacitated. However, he gained insight, all his wounds healed, and judging by the fact that he is a Pugong Samadhi, he also grew in his skills. Excellent work. First as a Kansen and now as an archer. The compliment was nice, but why it sounded so cold seemed strange. Because of this, the protagonist remarked that Yuho probably didn't come here to praise him. She agreed and said that she had been watching him for a long time. She also added that she had been thinking about something, and it interested the protagonist. Whether to kill you or not, she said. After that, her eyes, like cunning foxes, focused directly on the protagonist's eyes. The protagonist's pupils instantly dilated. This was because of the anger he felt when she said the word kill. Immediately afterwards, a loud sound echoed off the bamboo. A chill ran through Cheon's entire body. Why do you want to kill me? He asked her. She replied that her master was barely alive. She also added that since he had been with her, her master had been constantly outdoing himself. This is repeated over and over again and ends only with his death. Cheong understood all this. He knew that when a patient with a limited life expectancy takes on an apprentice, he agrees to die even earlier. No wonder the teacher almost lost his life this time because of the protagonist. Afterwards, Chong turned to the girl and said that if she killed him, the teacher would definitely not sit idly by. She replied that this was true, because he would kill her so brutally that it would be difficult to even offend him. Cheon then suggested that perhaps she would simply be executed. "Do you think the master is a very kind person? Do you think he will just let me die?" replied Yuho. She explained that he did not know his master well. Even the magi themselves were speechless when they saw how cruelly he could treat her. However, deep down, he did not believe that his teacher was capable of such cruelty. If Yuho had seen her teacher in a rage, why would she have driven him to that point? Cheon's loyalty remained in doubt. Yuho went on to say that it didn't matter how she died. If the master could live longer after Cheon's death, she would see it as fulfilling her duty as his confidant. After that, their gazes met eye to eye. Her eyes reflected the scenes of the master stroking Cheon's head. "But I have doubts," she continued. "Have you changed your mind about killing me?" he asked. She replied that she would just continue to watch him. After that, she started to turn around in the other direction. After she had taken a few steps, she asked Cheon if he knew the name of a feeling. The feeling when you feel indignation, gratitude, and joy at the same time. And when at that moment the desire to kill becomes even stronger. "That's klesha," said Yuho, and then disappeared. Explanation. Klesha is a strong contradictory emotion that intensifies when we are trapped in disgust and attraction. 3 hours had passed since the demon archer had awakened. After that, he stood in front of Cheon, arms folded, fist to fist, and one hand on top of the other. His hair had darkened again, and his skin had become elastic. He was significantly rejuvenated, his innate Qingyi and Qingyi of vitality fully restored. Unbelievable, so much for the thief. He thanked Cheon for helping him to reach the level of Huagyan. Explanation. Huagyan is one of the levels of martial arts proficiency in Murim. In the novel, every Murim warrior dreamed of reaching this level, but in Zhongyuan, only 30 people were able to reach this level. Cheong expected the archer to simply regain his vitality, but the actual result exceeded all expectations. Kneeling down on one knee, he said he remembers the moment Cheong reached out to him when he needed it most. Cheong not only saved his life and his daughter's life, but also helped him reach the level he had dreamed of all his life. "No amount of gratitude can express what you have done for me," the archer said. Cheon listened to his every word with a serious face, and then he thought to himself, "I'm hooked." Through the bamboo, words were heard asking his uncle to get up. Cheon asked him to get off his knee because he was embarrassed. The archer called him a benefactor and said that he could ask for anything he wanted. He promised to repay him for his kindness, even if it took his whole life. "It's unlikely that the payment for the treatment has already been received by the infirmary through the teacher," Cheon said, adding that he just wanted to see Ungon. But the archer asked Chung again to tell him how he could repay him. "Well, if you insist," the boy said. At that moment, the archer remembered that although Cheon had managed to save his daughter and helped him reach a new level of skill, he was still a child. He bowed again in front of Cheon, and then he asked for permission to serve him for the rest of his life and to repay him at least a small part of what he owed. "Do you agree?" he asked again, standing in front of the boy. And in fact, everything worked out even better than Cheon had intended. After a while, they were already in another place. Cheon told the archer that the teacher was going to offer him a place in the infirmary. He explained that if the archer worked there, the issue of finding a job would be solved, and he would not have to deliver medicines, herbs, and medical messages. Compared to other jobs, it is quite safe, and as a bonus, it will pay well. Now the archer understood why Cheon had asked him to demonstrate martial arts. "It's because of this," Cheon said. "I didn't realize he was such a sincere person with a deep soul." Archer gladly accepted the offer, and not just to repay Chong for his kindness. "I don't have enough experience yet, but please love and pity me," Cheon said, and the archer bowed before the boy and said that these were his words. Cheon couldn't wait to tell his teacher that they now had a scout who had reached such a high level in their infirmary. In addition, his daughter Wang Kagyung had discovered Semeg all over her body, and now they could consider that they had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. It's easy to see why the heavenly demon had to suffer with him. The divine annihilation bow is like poison to demonic martial artists, and it's not for nothing that the word annihilation is in the name. Soon, the little heavenly demon Ryun-ha will be promoted to the position of junior leader, and the bloodshed will begin, with other Seogyoju killing and dying, just as he remembers from the novel. All of this will involve many people from Janfa, Safa, and the infirmaries during the war with Magyo, which is just around the corner. They needed to ensure the safety of the infirmary, and preparations were gradually underway. Cheon was confident that he could protect his men. Meanwhile, the teacher was already sitting at the table with the archer. The archer greeted him because he respected him. Peck smiled back at him as well. At that moment, Yuho was bringing them food. It was dark outside, and evening was approaching. Jong sat deep in meditation. At this pace, it would take 6 months to reach the 3rd element of the Shimbop of the 5 elements. That's why if you try to do everything at once, you can't avoid side effects. You have to be careful not to overdo it. He also realized one important thing. Shimbop has a good effect on the mind, because the kugel he learned so long ago pops up in his head as if he had just repeated it yesterday. Moreover, by circulating the energy, he even manages to think about something else. He remembers how his teacher said that Juho is not capable of mastering the 5 elements Shimbop. So he studies other martial arts. His ability to control blood and other bodily fluids in the human body most likely belongs to the demonic martial arts, which Janfa does not use. At the sight of blood, Yuho maintains a clear mind. It is quite difficult to stay calm during operations. But he is a very good assistant. Moreover, if something needs to be made, Yuho can easily complete the work in a day. The more Cheon thinks about it, the more he realizes that Yuho is an extraordinary person. The demon archer decided to officially become part of the infirmary, and they felt peace again. A few days later, it was raining outside. Yuho was very irritated, and asked Cheon if he didn't want to die young. Cheon asked him why he had said that to his master. You could read a trick in the protagonist's eyes. Let's recall what he said, Cheon said, sitting at the table. Yuho is going to study medical arts with me. He said he wants to improve his skills so he can save as many patients as possible. Baekrin was excited to hear this. He had always thought that Cheon would never recognize him, and he couldn't believe that the teacher had developed an interest in medicine. At that moment, Juho looked at the boy and asked himself what the hell he was up to. It's better to tell the truth and then lose my head than to learn the art of medicine from him, he thought. Cheon immediately told the teacher that he and Yuho had agreed to cure him. The teacher turned to Yuho and asked him if he had really decided to do so. A wide smile never left the teacher's face. It was the first time that Yuho had ever seen his master with such an expression. No matter how hard he tried, he had never seen his master so happy, and this boy had only said a few words. At the same moment during the conversation, Yuho reached out his hand to Cheon and told him that he could kill him with a flick of his finger. Then he asked him to explain himself. He asked about his motives and why he did it, recognizing that the guy was not that stupid. It seems unlikely to pull such a stunt for the sake of ridicule, he said, and asked Cheon what his goal was. He suggested that the goal might be to reduce his influence in the infirmary. Power struggles were common in such places, but something told him that the reason was something else entirely. Juho looked down at Chun's hands, seeing that they were shaking. He assumed it was out of fear, but still, Zhang dared to do so. Obviously, you have another motive, right? To this question, Zhang answered, yes, and then he actually asked Yuho to become an infirmary warrior for Beck. An infirmary warrior? What was that? Yuho couldn't understand what he was hearing and decided to ask again. The man didn't hesitate to explain that he needed an assistant, a nurse who would assist him during surgeries. The red-haired man did not expect such a turn. In this world, there is no such thing as a nurse or a nurse. Doctors are assisted by students who act as assistants. He warned that the time would soon come when he would be forced to pick up a scalpel and would need a reliable assistant who would work to the limit of his abilities. Juho laughed and asked if he was really offering to be his assistant, since they were enemies. Why would he want to keep Juho around? He replied that it was simple. He has abilities that others lack. The redhead was certainly pleased to hear this. First, Juho is tough. He spends all day on his feet following orders, working in the infirmary and doing the hardest work. Second, he is cold-blooded. When a patient is in critical condition, a quick response is vital, and he believes that Juho is capable of acting decisively in such situations. Finally, he will need medical knowledge, which is the most important thing. All in all, Juho is the perfect candidate. In addition, he wants to find out whether his technique belongs to demonic magic or is an ordinary martial art. Yuho once again asked if He's motives were as he described them. The last straw in this conversation was when he added that the two of them had to save the teacher. No matter how much he racked his brains, no one but Juho was suitable for this mission. These words haunted Juho, especially because he had recently been about to kill this guy. To make matters worse, he hadn't decided whether he had really changed his mind, but he knew that Juho would do anything for his teacher. He added that he himself was in the same situation and was also ready to risk his life if only the teacher would recover. At that moment, Juho was overwhelmed by a strange feeling. He could not understand why he was overwhelmed with emotions. It was hard for him to understand how this young man could suppress his will and now ask him to become his assistant. Juho was outraged and asked what kind of tricks he was playing. The situation became very unpleasant. He could not kill He because he knew that he had an influential ally, a demon archer who had reached a high level. And now this demon could look him straight in the face and smile defiantly. Yuho had to decide whether to meekly agree to become a nurse or take He's life right now. His hand shook as he realized the awkward position he was in. He was passionate about saving his teacher, but it bordered on madness or morbid attachment. What worried him the most was honesty. He seemed to have control over the redhead's entire life, including his decisions. All he had to do was admit defeat. At that moment, standing in front of He, Juho gave up and admitted it. Yes, it was a victory, and a smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He had achieved his goal. However, Juho was still laughing at the fact that he had received such an offer from a man who could kill him at any moment. But the protagonist was not trying to show mercy or say that he forgave him. He simply considered this option the most advantageous. He warned that in the presence of other people he would behave as usual. It was advantageous for him to be considered a little Chin-chong-hee. This meant that he would continue to bully him when they were alone, because Yuho had threatened to kill him, and this gave him reason to treat him harshly. He will have a much harder job than what nurses and doctors do in South Korea. He will continue to save lives, and the red-haired man will have to learn a lot from him from this day forward. The main character told him another interesting thing. He warned him that if Yuho had any complaints, it was better to kill him now, before it was too late. On that note, he turned around and started walking away. This made Juho think about many things. Now he understands why the demon archer swore his allegiance to He. At first, Yuho thought that he was just tempted, but now his opinion has changed. He realized that this guy was afraid, but he didn't run away and get scared. What's more, he managed to lure the enemy to his side. A new day began, and the sun had already risen in the sky. The pigeons spread their wings in different directions, flying in the air, flapping them over and over again. This day carried with it many different destinies, and for each of them it had its own meaning. It didn't take long for the news of Chin-chong-hee's treatment method to spread quickly among people. Everyone was amazed when they read the next message. Hee's method was written down and officially published, although, of course, some details were omitted. The general picture of the patient's condition and the treatment itself were described in general terms. What impressed people the most was the case of the demon's daughter, whose condition was critical, from liver to spleen, and who was saved thanks to this technique. Now it became clear why Peck cared so much about his student, even though everyone knew that he was still a child, not even 20 years old. It was hard to believe that he managed to cure such serious damage to his internal organs. Some people even wanted to return to Peck Rin to learn his method from him personally, and it was suggested that they send carrier pigeons there. The announcement from the Peck Rin infirmary spread like wildfire among the people of Gangho, stirring up the city. Because of this, it was strange why the archer demon's daughter was expelled from Hwaju. Perhaps the doctors simply did not have sufficient skills to treat her, and so they decided to abandon her under this pretext. Word of mouth spread, and over time, many families who had entrusted their health to other hospitals began to consider signing new contracts with Beck. Let's move on to the Hwaju hospital. Their panic rose to unprecedented heights. Questions were pounded on the table. What is this nonsense? What outraged them most was that Hwaju was inferior to Baek Rin in skill. Everyone was filled with fear as they watched the infirmary official. No one dared to say a word. They all sat silently and listened to him. He did not restrain his fury, and his name was Juma Jin. The conversation was about the demon archer, namely that he had been fulfilling orders for Jungpa. And wasn't it for money? He was kept in their hospital for 10 days to show Hwaju's good nature. The official could not understand this. He was told that this was something that ordinary people were discussing. But everyone knew that it was not the responsibility of the hospital to keep a patient with severe internal injuries for more than 10 days. The official's face was dripping with sweat. Others continued to say that if the Hwaju hospital refused to accept the demon archer because he worked for Sappho, then this needed to be clarified immediately. One of those present stood up and shouted that this was all nonsense. He believed that the Peck Rin infirmary was scheming because there is no room for rivalry in medicine, but their announcement looked like they wanted to show their superiority. The official listened carefully to every word. There was no mention of the Hwaju infirmary in that ad. It only gave minimal information about the patient's condition, so he couldn't understand why the rumors were spreading. Then they said that it was time to reveal the truth about Hwaju as a dream. The official was told that thanks to Keiban, they had learned that the patient was the daughter of the demon archer Wang Kog. But even after that, he did not understand why it was necessary to admit a patient who was almost certain to die. As a result, many hospitals are now in a state of panic. In addition, several clans had begun to show interest in the treatment methods of the Peck Rin infirmary, which irritated the official even more. But he still didn't dare to meet with Hwaju-san because he was convinced that it wouldn't end well in this state. Meanwhile, he continued to be told that the situation looked very strange, as Baek Rin infirmary was not known for complicated surgeries until now. The announcement praised the medical skills of the student, Chin-chong-hee, but there was a possibility that Baek Rin had used unofficially approved treatments on the patient. Hearing this, the official immediately looked at the boy. He realized that they had used the patient's body to test unofficial methods on him. Or rather, it was not clearly stated in the letter. The guy saw the official's expression change literally before his eyes. It was at that moment that the official asked to send several doctors to Peck Rin, especially those who can speak convincingly. All of this was to be done under the pretext that Baek Rin had endangered the patient's life by using unknown techniques. This happened on the 20th day, and the official believed that if they had 10 days, they might have been able to save the patient. The guy immediately understood the official. Even if the patient was not admitted to the infirmary, he could be treated in another hospital. But the demon archer did not wait and left. It was a great idea. They decided to say that their doctors had come to Baek Rin because they were worried about the patient's condition, so they wouldn't be kicked out. And what happens if they're kicked out? The guy asked the official curiously. Then it would be fertile ground for rumors to spread, and the official was going to use it in any way he could to keep the clans that had contracts with Hwaju Infirmary from abandoning them. It was necessary to prepare well, and it was at this point that the servant said he would do everything necessary and report back later. That was the end of their conversation. Cheon wandered through the forest with his eyes closed, standing right in front of a tree. His teacher's condition was much worse than he had assumed. He still lacked the inner energy and understanding of the Qingyi technique to perform the operation himself. That's why he needed to get stronger as soon as possible. He chose one of the most optimal options for training. He managed to reach a level where he could create and control the wind energy he had absorbed thanks to the demon archer. But there was still one more task to be done: learning how to use it properly. At that moment, he began to feel a flame in his chest. His power grew stronger and stronger, and he could feel the energy surrounding his hand. Eventually, he was able to clench it in his fist. The first step was to combine this energy with the energy of fire. He saw a tree in front of him, and he focused all his attention on it. He felt a good footing under his feet, and his fist tensed, clenching tighter and tighter. Cheon aimed his attack directly at the tree, and it hit the target like a hurricane of fire. Everything around him shone with a bright yellow-blue light. The leaves of the trees began to fly in different directions under the influence of the energy that crashed into them. The force of the impact was so powerful that it bent the thick trunk of the tree. Coming closer and examining the result, the boy was satisfied. This combination is capable of creating a much larger and stronger destructive force. However, when he looked at his hand from the other side, he noticed a red spot. No matter how careful his technique was, he still managed to burn himself. He realized that he should have foreseen this outcome. A second-degree burn could leave blisters if nothing was done. Fortunately, thanks to the 5-element Shimbop technique, he didn't have to worry about bacterial infection. The water energy was supposed to reduce the fever, and the wood energy was supposed to restore the skin. Although it was not perfect, the burn marks were significantly reduced. Thanks to his skill in managing the 3 elements, in 2 days the skin was completely healed, and the result was more than successful. Now he was ready to move on to mastering the 4th element. A warrior's training is completed when he manages to destroy something, and then the work of a doctor begins. Half a month has passed since the daughter of the demon archer Wang Kong received treatment. Now she sits in her room and meditates, breathing in deeply and exhaling slowly. Although the Qingyi Nijia technique provides the power of recovery beyond human capabilities, we should not forget that her wounds were far from ordinary. Until she fully recovered, she approached martial arts with great caution. She gave all her strength to recover as quickly as possible, using Yosan Gyo, who had been taught to her in the hospital. During her training, she kept asking herself how Santa Claus had brought her to this state. Her desire to find the bastard and tear him to pieces was great, but her memories of what happened were very blurry. She could recall some things, like that he was wearing a mask, which made it much harder to find him. Every time she woke up, her body was in pain. She constantly forced herself to remember that reality. It was so hard for her, as if there was a heavy stone on her heart. One day, she woke up and decided to go outside. Outside, she always felt better and could take a deep breath of fresh air. And today, the weather was especially beautiful. A real balm for her soul. She came up with a great idea to relieve her boredom. Take a walk around the neighborhood. Suddenly, she noticed doctors carrying a man in a panic on their shoulders. She followed them as they carried him into the ward, where they began to apply a towel to his chest to stop the bleeding. She looked at what was happening with her small eyes, and it reminded her of the harsh reality again and again. As she watched the doctor work diligently, she could not understand what strange feeling was squeezing her heart. There were instruments for treatment on the table. When she went outside, she realized that she had survived, but here in the ward, someone's life could end. Everything inside her was shrinking more and more. Her attention was drawn to the words that the master of the dream was approaching. She decided to go back to the same room where Baek and Jung were already standing by the man's body. Looking at the patient, Baek realized that the case was extremely complicated. He reached for the instruments to begin the operation. Next to him was Jung, who was eager to help. That was the first time the girl noticed that boy, Jung-hee. Together with their teacher, Baek, they began to treat the man, putting their hands on his chest. Their faces showed how hard they were trying. It was written on their features. The girl also noticed that Cheon was handsome. Just looking at what was happening took her breath away. Is this really the ordinary life of doctors? After a while, the guy was meditating, practicing after a hard day's work, and the girl was spying on him, hiding behind a tree. She was surprised that he still found the strength to practice after such a hard day. In her eyes, Cheon seemed extremely diligent. How is it possible to work out all day without rest? He really was an outstanding guy, and even her father bowed his head in admiration. What amazed her even more was that he was taught very unusual things. After watching him for a while, she decided to turn around and walk in the other direction. Her thoughts were preoccupied with the question, what kind of person is Zhang? She also didn't know how to make friends properly, and looking at the incredible mountain peaks in front of her, she thought about it. This girl hadn't had a single friend since childhood, which was understandable since she spent her free time on art. Sometimes she even had to pretend that she had friends so that she wouldn't feel lonely. For her father, she always tried to be a good daughter. But in reality, she was a loner who was doing her best to survive. The weather was magical. The sun was burning hot with its rays. Doctors were walking down the street, each doing their own thing. Meanwhile, after finishing his morning chores, Chang was thinking about how to plan his day. However, his attention was drawn to one of the men in the scrubs. He was telling the archer where to carry the giant sack he was carrying on his shoulders. This sack contained medicine, and the fact that he was carrying so much medicine amazed the guy. At this rate and with such a heavy load, his body might not be able to withstand it. It's real slave labor. It would have been better to wait until his daughter was fully recovered, but the concept of mercy was apparently unfamiliar to his teacher. The father worked hard in the infirmary, and his daughter practiced breathing exercises for days on end to circulate her internal energy. There was only one thing to say. Their family was not to be envied, and the protagonist was of the same opinion. That's why he decided to visit the girl. When she started addressing him as you, he asked her to call him by his first name. She didn't understand it because he was her savior, but they were both still children. Why such formalities? He brought her a drink on a tray and asked her to drink it, explaining that it would give her vigor. She thanked him for the tea, carefully taking the hot cup in her hand. He was a younger brother to the Kansan sisters, and Hyun to the little celestial demon. But who would he be to Wang Kagyeon? Cheon decided to ask her. He added that it would be great if she chose how to address him based on her desires. Her hands began to tremble with incomprehension. She could not decide whether she should take advantage of this opportunity. After a moment of silence, the girl, afraid to say the word, said quietly, "Friend." Then she asked if she could really call him her friend. This was unexpected for Cheon, and a slight look of surprise appeared on his face. Did she really dare to say that? It was her secret. She had always dreamed of having a friend, and now she decided to tell him about it. He was amazed that she had never had a friend. It seemed impossible to blush more, but his question made her blush even more. She began to tell him that because her father was constantly traveling around Kanho, she did not have the opportunity to meet children from military families. Her father lived on the run, hiding his status, and every day she had archery training. At that moment, the protagonist realized that she must have been very lonely. The demon archer turned out to be a bad father. Cheon's hand involuntarily reached out to her, and then he asked her to be his friend and to be on a first-name basis. It was a dream come true for her. She took the boy's hand and said yes, and said that she was willing. She also asked him not to tell her father what he had just heard. When Cheon assured her that he would not tell anyone, keeping her secret and pretending to be one of her many friends, she said that he was special and would always be. Scratching his head and smiling, he asked her if it was true. He could not understand why it hurt him to see a child who had to grow up so quickly. Then he suggested that she play outside, and she agreed because he thought that nothing bad would happen if he missed one day of training. When they went outside, they decided to play something that didn't require the use of internal energy, since she hadn't fully recovered yet. But it's not just that. Even after recovery, it will not be possible to overuse strength. The days followed each other, and soon the child turned into a teenager, and winter had already come into its own. Breathing in the cold air, it was hard to put his thoughts in order. The most surprising thing for him was how quickly the few months he had spent in this world had flown by, and how he himself had turned into a teenager. Every day he tried to outdo himself, not even noticing the passage of time. It was amazing how in a few months he could strengthen his strength so much. The place where he was now was filled with the principles of the 5 elements and yin-yang. After he mastered the 5 elements Qingyi and strengthened his body, he was able to achieve what he was striving for. He managed to achieve synergy, a result that is quite difficult to achieve. At that moment, he felt something dark that was releasing powerful airwaves. What the hell is that? He couldn't understand. The energy was so strong that he felt goosebumps. He abruptly jumped up, finishing his meditation, and looked around with a frightened face. From his expression, it was clear that he was truly frightened. But who could possess such a powerful energy? He walked around and it seemed that no one was there. But he was sure that he felt something in the direction he was looking. He even thought that he might have been mistaken. He tried to calm himself down by explaining that he was still a beginner, and so there was nothing strange about it. For 4 hours every morning, he practiced breathing exercises to circulate his inner energy. Now this energy has reached a good level. The miracle pills had completely filled him with energy. In addition, he took many different medicines and continued to practice breathing exercises every day without rest. adding to this meditation practice and work with the 5 elements Shimbop technique. Because of this, his inner energy grew incredibly fast. In 6 months, it increased to a level that usually takes 15 years to reach. We can say that he is a unicum in Kanho. By the way, today is the day he officially became a doctor. Many doctors gathered in the courtyard of the infirmary. The 4 Tanjus who ran Bakrin's infirmary were present in one place at the same time, and he was watching everything that was happening. Yuho came up to him and asked him to follow him because the master was nearby. Since the protagonist was just starting to work in the infirmary, his official status had not yet been determined. In fact, the very fact that an intern was allowed to work in the infirmary seemed absurd. But according to Juho, there was one but. He told the protagonist why he was allowed to come here. He managed to save a patient whom even his teacher could not help, and also saved the life of the daughter of a demon archer. That is why a long meeting is to be held today to determine his status. Sitting at the table, he listened attentively to everything that was said. His eyes darted in different directions. He watched everyone sitting in front of him. He tried to understand everyone's thoughts by looking into their eyes, but it was not easy. There was tension in the air because the acupuncturist Sama Byung was sitting in front of them. Also sitting at the table was Toko Chunhu, a physical strength Tanju. Another person present was the massage Tanju Chudan Ha. And finally, there was Manhwa Recapa, the medicine Tanju. Most of all, he was surprised by the lady who gave him bells marinated in honey, dried persimmons, and many other delicacies. Yuho also noted that she had an excellent reputation, and there was no one in the infirmary who did not like her. She was an expert in making medicines, very frugal, and maintained good relations with many large traders. In addition, she had a gift for finding medicinal herbs that other hospitals could not find. Her kindness radiated from her, bringing smiles to everyone who looked at her. Suddenly the door opened and Master Peck, who was, among other things, He's teacher and head of the infirmary, entered the hall. When he entered, everyone stood up and bowed to him. Without exception, everyone present did so. Step by step, he walked to his seat that had been prepared for him. His long white hair blew with every step he took, and then fell back on his shoulders. The head of the infirmary, Bakrin, took his place at the head of the room. He announced the beginning of the meeting. Yuho and Jonghi got ready because Yuho was to speak first. He picked up a sheet of paper and began to read. The first item on the agenda was an invitation from Murim in the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix Convention. The Dragon and Phoenix Congress is a Pimu martial arts tournament held in Murim, in which young rising stars of various clans participate. The scale of the event promised to be the same as last year. At that point, it was suggested that people from the medicines division help out, as extra hands could be useful. One of the women said that she had heard that there would be many young talents from the Tang family present at the upcoming Pimu tournament, which could make the competition very difficult. Then one of the old men asked what they thought of the Tanju massage. He added that if his people were needed, he was ready to provide them, as they could help with moving patients. Each of the Tanjus expressed their opinions, and the meeting went smoothly. However, Peck's face remained serious. Having dealt with all the current issues, it was time to discuss the most important thing. Zhang was already impatient to get to this topic. Juho began to talk about the next item on the agenda. This item was about determining the position of young Master Qin. Bak was the first to stand up and said that he should be the first to express his opinion. He was surprised that his teacher was the first to speak. Peck reminded him that everyone knew that their infirmary had started out as the Chagall family's infirmary. If the Siegel family had one more descendant left, perhaps the name of this hospital could have been preserved. However, only Baek remained of those with Chagall blood in their veins, and he noted that if they had not been helped back then, perhaps the Baek Rin hospital would not exist today. If not for the efforts of everyone here, Beck would not have survived to this day. Everyone listened attentively to the host's speech, hanging on every word, and they could hear the pride in his voice. He continued by saying that, looking at the situation as a whole, he had come to the realization that he needed to think about the future of their infirmary. That's why he decided to take this student, as this child turned out to be very talented and has medical techniques that are much different from theirs. Today, Peck gathered a council, believing that this boy's skill is at a level sufficient to create a new unit. His next words were, "I want you to express your views on this matter frankly." He turned to everyone and waited for their answers. The first to speak was the old man, who said that a teacher should be prudent in choosing his student, and the student, in turn, should make great efforts to take care of his mentor. He recognized the boy's wisdom and was sure that it was he who had cured the demon archer's daughter. However, the question was whether he was too young. His medical techniques are truly impressive, but many of them have not yet been officially confirmed. Everyone is responsible for the lives of patients, and they cannot just use unconfirmed medical methods. As for the creation of a new unit, this can be discussed when the young master's skills are finally confirmed. Listening to this, He couldn't help but agree, as in his opinion the acupuncture Tanju had put it right. At that moment everything inside him tightened because it would take a lot of time to confirm his medical skills, which the teacher might not have. But another one made a remark that one important thing should not be forgotten. This is that no one has ever heard of the techniques that Cheong has mastered before. Even one of the oldest hospitals in the 3 generations, the Hikchong Hielseong no Gui Hospital, does not have such techniques. This raises doubts about who this young master really is. The teacher, Yuho, and Jung listened intently to these thoughts. Cheon wondered why he subconsciously didn't want to bring it up, but the situation did look suspicious. Suddenly, words came out in response to the last remark. I can give you my guarantee. It was Juho who said this, which surprised everyone because he was the new guy. Yuho said that he had his own methods and had checked everything, so they could be calm about Cheon. The young master's intentions would not harm the teacher. His speech came as a surprise to the others and to he himself. Since Yuho had acted as a guarantor for Cheon, the Tangju no longer had any reason to oppose him. Yuho's unit also no longer had any questions about their benefactor. In the eyes of the protagonist, Yuho had changed. Yuho's words were enough for the Tanju to simply drop the subject. Indeed, it seemed that Cheon still did not fully understand who Yuho was. Yuho's reassurance diffused the tense atmosphere in the meeting room. A little time passed, and the tension eased. Tanju Acupuncture also softened his stance and changed his mind about Chin Cheong-hee. It was time to summarize the day's results. The new surgery unit would begin its work. His Tanju, Chin Cheong-hee, will write books on surgical techniques to teach others. At the same time, he will prove his competence to other Tanjus. After saying this, Beck smiled. A fire of pride for his student was burning in his heart, and after hearing the other Tanjus say, "Let it be as I wish," this pride overwhelmed him. Explanation: Kakchu means master of the infirmary. A new day came and promised many interesting things. Cheon tried on his new position. At that moment, a teacher came up to him and greeted him. The teacher asked him how he saw the infirmary, and with this question he was taken by surprise. Cheon hadn't been in the infirmary for long, but during this time he had seen and even experienced something. Peck was curious to know what the infirmary looked like in the eyes of his student. Indeed, the size of the infirmary aroused curiosity even among Cheon himself. Yuho and the teacher were also eagerly awaiting the answer. The boy was thinking about what to say. After a pause, he said, "To me, it is like a watercourse in a river." This interested the teacher. Why a river flow and not a mountain or the sea? Together with Yuho, they began to listen to the explanation that a watercourse is a place where pirates gather and how important it is for life. Life can be compared to a stream of water that starts in the mountains and ends in the sea. Then the water evaporates, becomes rain, and descends from the mountains again. A river is a bridge between the beginning and the end, and pirates are villains who block its flow. Hearing this, the teacher laughed and said, "So the infirmary is the place where these scoundrels gather, blocking the flow of the river?" But that was not quite true, which he did not hesitate to explain. Pirates are those who seek conflict, trying to capitalize on everything that passes by. They demand money and jewelry. "That's right. Money and jewelry are important too," the teacher agreed. Moving closer to Cheon, the teacher put his hands on his shoulders. He said, "If you think that the infirmary is a watercourse, then by becoming one of the Tanju, you are now the head of the pirates." He meant that there would be much harder times ahead. Perhaps this is why the teacher had difficulty breathing during the meeting, and Cheon had similar feelings. And that's the way it should be, it's right. A doctor is only responsible for the life of the patient in front of him. However, a Tanju is different from a doctor. He is responsible for the lives of all the patients in the infirmary, and he must be firm and decisive. This may make him arrogant, but there is no need to flaunt it. The teacher also addressed Juho, noting that he still had a lot to learn. If he wanted to be called not just a master, but a benefactor, even in person, he would have to try very hard. Chung smiled and said that he understood the teacher. He wondered how heavy the burden was on the shoulders of a Yakchu, who was responsible for all the departments of the infirmary. Some time passed and evening came. Cheon needed time to sleep, train, and write books on surgery to raise the prestige of his unit. He had a lot of work ahead of him, and even more to do, and he needed to learn time management techniques to get it all done. In addition, he had to share his knowledge with his teacher at night, and he had to find time for that as well. It was a crazy schedule, but he was happy to have a pencil. A pencil allowed him to write much faster and more conveniently compared to calligraphy brushes. The brushes needed to be constantly rubbed with ink, while the pencil was easy to care for. In addition, he wrote perfectly on bamboo sheets. He had the idea that it would be useful to distribute pencils throughout the hospital. Much of his medical knowledge could only be described in a foreign language, and it would be difficult to translate all the terminology into the local language so that everyone could understand. Since there were no analogues to his knowledge, he decided to rewrite everything based on the sound of the words. He decided to do his best to cope with this task. A few days later, at the in-house training ground of the infirmary, Yuho and Cheon were in the waiting room. Cheon was about to have his first official training as a Tanju. The teacher and the physical strength Tanju decided to attend in person, and Yuho reminded Cheon that he had to do his best. Yuho helped tie the belt around Cheon's waist, trying to encourage him. If Cheon made a mistake, the physical strength Tanju could immediately take over his personal training. As he dressed further, Yuho added that it was unlikely that Cheon knew how much the 4th-generation Tanju wanted to take control of him. He was like sugar to ants. Then Jong said something that made Yuho laugh. He joked that at the meeting, the physical strength Tanju looked indifferent and was more concerned about the safety of the infirmary than the patients. Yuho then asked Cheon not to worry, assuring him that he could handle the warrior without resorting to extreme measures. In the infirmary, all units worry about their qualifications, and this manifests itself in different ways for each one. What Juho was saying was very interesting to Cheon. Perhaps it's because they are in Gangho, where even the doctors are endowed with combat power. And although they are not warriors, time does not make them cowardly. In general, Cheon liked it all. Everything the owner said reminded Yuho of his teacher's words. Cheon didn't even believe that he liked this devil's den, but he was more interested in the fact that his teacher had said the same words to Yuho before. Yes, he had once mentioned that this was the only place he liked, and even though he and his teacher liked very different things here, they still had something in common. The conversation dragged on, and Cheon asked how long he had to stand, because it was just a training suit that would get wrinkled anyway, so there was no point in worrying about it. It was true, but it was very important to Juho that his master looked neat. And in a moment, the teacher appeared in front of them with a Tanju of physical strength. An hour passed, and they were already on the training ground. Yuho stood opposite the young master. The teacher watched Cheon carefully. He was looking at how skillfully he kept his balance. Cheon looked very concentrated as he performed the exercise. Yuho also had his eyes closed. He had 3 stones in his hand, which he swung, and now they flew like bullets right at Cheon, who was standing on a bamboo stick. Each of the stones flew with an ultrasonic sound near his neck and head. The challenge was not only to dodge them, but also to maintain his balance. Yuho kept throwing again and again, replenishing the stones in his hand. Jong watched every movement carefully, concentrating his eyes. Then he skillfully dodged each throw, and he was more surprised that Yuho had never thrown so accurately and precisely before. Was Yuho really that serious? Cheon managed to dodge every single stone, and they both stood in front of the elders, waiting for their assessment. The teacher only said that it was a good job, and the Tanju agreed with him completely. This expectation made he a little nervous. Almost making a mistake, he noticed that in the eyes of the Tanju, it looked as if Cheon, using the Samjai step technique, was dodging attacks completely naturally, like water. Is it possible to achieve such a mastery in just a few months? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have been in disbelief. Tanju also noted Cheon's physique. Not that it was outstanding, but it was perfect for martial arts. He really wasn't remarkable in this regard, the teacher admitted, but what he had would be enough for training. Tanya wondered how Cheon managed to move like that and asked the teacher about it. The teacher explained that in martial arts, the most important part is internal energy. That's why noble families don't worry too much about physique. Are you saying that my approach is wrong? Asked Tanju after the teacher's words. But the teacher replied that this was not the case at all. A strong body helps to better accumulate internal energy, and this is a good bonus for the future family. It's all good. However, strength does not lie in the physique alone. This child, like no other, trained his muscles diligently. He especially focused on developing the strength of his leg muscles. The teacher praised Cheon and said that he seemed to have mastered the Samjai technique to some extent, and this made Cheon very happy. After that, it was time to move on to learning the blurred step technique. But this technique was not even close to the previous one. Now it was important to see if Cheon could handle it. He didn't even know what the blurred step technique was. He already knew the answer to this question from the books, but at times like this, it's important to pretend you don't know anything. The teacher explained and answered his question that it was the next level after Samya. The path of Samja, which originally consisted of 3 stages, reaches the phase of the blurred step and then diversifies even further. When you master the blurred step technique, you will make significant progress. And what comes after that? Asked Cheong of his teacher. The teacher explained that after reaching the 12th stage, one can begin the technique of the blurred step of heavenly energy, which can already be called the absolute teaching of divine power. There are not even 5 step techniques in the whole world that can approach the power of the blurred step of celestial energy. Although the blurred step of celestial energy is the highest level among all step techniques, the problem is that the blurred step technique that is the bridge to this level is extremely difficult. Because of this, Cheon asked his teacher if he could practice the Samja technique a little more. This was surprising, because usually students from martial arts families are eager to get to the next level as soon as possible. Back asked him in a surprised tone if he thought the technique was too difficult for him. Zhang replied, "Yes, the more I study it, the more difficult it seems." He answered yes because he knew that if he didn't fully master the samjay, he would not be able to do the blurred step. "That's right," the teacher praised him, adding, "The quieter you go, the farther you will go." It was time to take a break, and that was the end of their training. However, the training did not end completely because when he went out into the woods, he continued to practice his technique. After reaching the first stage, he mastered the second stage quite quickly. However, the third stage took much longer than the first and second combined. In martial arts novels, it always happens that something small can hide deep knowledge, like an iceberg. Even the demon archer, thanks to the shunyata technique, managed to achieve deep knowledge, along with the level of Haue Gyan. In general, it doesn't matter where you get your knowledge from. Small and insignificant things are still useful. This world is filled with such little things. It is important to understand an important thing. Together they are knowledge. The word samya itself means not just three directions. The truth is always on the surface. It is depicted as a dharma chakra that moves in different directions, and the steps form a circle. After that, they bloom like a mandala, a complex geometric structure that symbolizes the world order. After that comes the end of self-negation. The energy of gold protects the body. The energy of the earth maintains health. The energy of the tree absorbs the energy of the environment. By removing all impurities with the energy of water, they are burned by the energy of fire. This training was exhausting, and afterwards Cheon fell to the ground. He was incredibly short of breath from what he had just accomplished. Yuho came up to him and asked if he realized how funny it was to do tamsolmukin. It means to walk in the snow without leaving footprints, and is similar to the name of a martial arts technique for high-level warriors, Chocholchin. Yuho started to laugh at Cheon because by this term, he meant only the samjay technique. He still remembered the fright in the doctor's eyes and didn't understand why He's story about Tapsolmuhin had caused so much noise. What made Yuho laugh irritated Zhang. From that day on, Zhang He was known as Mr. Snowmobile. A shape was drawn on a piece of paper, but there was one mistake. It was a little too narrow. Recently, he has been busy writing his medical papers. In many aspects, of course, his teacher helped him, but still he had to make the final conclusions on his own. After the work that Juho had done, he was surprised when he looked at the sheet. Juho had drawn with a brush, but his lines were much more precise and clear than He's own. When asked if there was anything that Yuho couldn't do, he replied that he couldn't save his master. These words made He feel uneasy. However, Juho's devotion to his teacher was impressive, and it made him wonder if there was a reason for it. Putting down his brush, Juho replied that there was a reason, but added that it had nothing to do with He. After that, Yuho simply changed the subject, saying that He had a great talent for martial arts. Being in the fourth stage of the 5-elemental Shimbop, he already has knowledge of the freezing technique, which is the 5th stage. He immediately noticed that Juho was trying to change the subject. This annoyed him a little because that's what Juho always does, and this behavior only piqued his interest. He decided to ask why Juho was suddenly talking about him. Juho was not a villain, like the archer who terrorized the sky demon in the story, but a minor character who was not given any personal information. Juho remarked that He's interest was too great and asked him if his threats were not enough to quench his curiosity, because there are people who like to be tormented. At this point, it seemed to He that Juho was taking him for some kind of strange type. Putting his hand on the table, He replied that his attempts to find out more were not related to his curiosity about Juho, but that he could no longer work. He was surprised, because this amount of work would normally be done by 9 people, but it seemed that Juho was too calm for someone who was supposedly tired. Juho is one big mystery. Where does he get so much energy to do so many things? He is Murim's first nurse. He is also a graduate student, a laboratory assistant, and the head of the infirmary office. In addition, Juho is an illustrator of medical books, and an engineer who designs medical devices. In addition to his main duties as an official, he is also a teacher's assistant. He was not going to let this issue go. After all, he remembered what Juho had done during the rehearsal for the physical strength Tanju. It was still fresh in his mind. He really wanted to know more about Juho, not to give him more work but out of pure curiosity, because his teacher had known Juho for a long time. When he said this, Juho finally realized that this interest came from an apprentice following his master. After that, Juho added that perhaps it was also the curiosity of a doctor who wanted to help more in treating patients. In response, he said that it was neither one way nor the other. He was just curious to know more about Juho because they would have to coexist in the same infirmary for a long time. After exhaling and closing his eyes, Juho calmed down and replied, "If you don't make any mistakes in your treatment, and I don't kill you for it, then of course you will live here for a long time." He could feel the tension rising as Juho, in his secondary role, dared to threaten him. "Are you really going to kill me?" asked he. And Juho replied, Do you really expect to stay alive after giving me so much work? After that, Yuho suddenly declared that he was a bodhisattva, a person who decided to become a follower of the Buddha in order to save all sentient beings from suffering. And the fact that he allowed he to live in peace made him perceive his threats as empty talk. He told him to stop threatening to kill him because it would never happen, but all he could see in response was a smile on Juho's face. Juho was sure that he would continue to do this anyway because he didn't care about the overwork of others. Standing up, he asked, "Are you saying you wouldn't do anything to save a patient?" Juho agreed and replied that he would do his best. He added that he tolerated he only because he was just like him. After this conversation, Hai realized that if he continued to exploit Juho even more, he might do something unpredictable. After that, Juho brought up the topic that he had asked about earlier, namely his relationship with his master. He held his breath and listened intently, and then asked if Juho wanted to talk about it. Smiling, Juho replied that he didn't really want to. He just wanted to get rid of his intrusive questions. After that, Juho finally said that his master was able to calm the Mimul's anger. A Mimul means a person burdened with many vices. In other words, a worthless creature. People perceive a Mimul as a miserable creature, but even they are not without the ability to feel hatred. And it was this hatred that the master weakened with the help of his powers. For this word Mimul seemed like something that shouldn't be used for animals or plants. He couldn't understand why Juho would call himself that. A smile reappeared on Juho's face after this question. He put his hand on the table and started to get up. Then Juho asked he again, "Do you really want to know?" To which he replied, "Of course." Juho added with a smile, "Great. It would be ideal to catch some disease from the pent-up anger resulting from suppressing curiosity forever." He just gritted his teeth and continued to listen in silence, trying not to show his irritation. But Juho continued, saying that he could ask as many questions as he wanted, but he would not get a word out of him. He was evading questions more and more. It seemed to be his favorite trick. A little more, and he would have exploded with anger, so he decided to stop this meaningless dialogue. Words won't get through to him, he thought. So I'll have to make him work so hard that he grinds his teeth. Meanwhile, the book writing and teaching were going well. The assignments that the infirmary staff received opened up new horizons for them. If things continue like this, in a few days, he will be able to put all his duties on paper and pass them on to others. And also perhaps the Peckrin Infirmary will gain dominance in medical circles and become the best infirmary in the whole world. A few days later, amidst this beautiful winter weather, people were saying how cold it was. No one felt it more than he who was walking along the fence. He looked up and watched the snowbirds flying overhead. Then he reached out to the door to open it. Stepping inside, he was surprised to see that everything around him now looked like an operating room from the early to mid-20th century. Finally, he was ready to really start his surgical practice. Meanwhile, winter was getting harsher, covering everything with snow and frost. Today was an important moment for he. For the first time after treatment, he would perform a surgery. This time, the patient was admitted to the surgical ward according to a standard scenario, unlike the case of the demon archer who suddenly appeared, begging to save his daughter. He pulled surgical gloves over his hands. He looked a little funny in this costume, but everything was ready. On the couch was a patient with acute appendicitis who needed urgent care. Others were impressed by the operating room, because it was their chance to expand their knowledge of so-called surgery. But he could feel the room getting tighter and tighter around him. The tension was building. It was time to start the operation. All the necessary anamnesis data were collected. The teacher carefully watched his two subordinates. Juho was also serious and focused. He relied on the teacher and Juho, and when he was ready, he took action. Putting his hand on the patient's body, he sent energy through his body. By moving the energy, he could feel what was happening inside the patient's body. After his teacher showed him the principle of the technique, he practiced it constantly, but each time the sensations were different. Suddenly he felt something unpleasant, how serious the situation with the patient was. Usually it was extremely difficult to survive in such a condition without antibiotics. Surgery on the appendages of the cecum, or appendix, is performed in case of its blockage, which leads to the expansion of the cavity. As a result, the contents of the gastrointestinal tract come out, contaminating and infecting the abdominal cavity. According to the records mentioned by he, the patient began experiencing abdominal pain 5 days ago. It was difficult to say when exactly the perforation occurred. Despite all this, the patient's vitality remained stable, and thanks to energy, it was possible to maintain this condition. Here is the knife touching his abdomen. After that, he made a small hole for access. The smell was terrible as the stomach contents had leaked out through the hole in the appendix. He immediately ordered aspiration to stop the bleeding. The teacher immediately rushed to help. He put 2 fingers on the patient's body. After that, he pressed the necessary points several times. He also reached out his hand to help. He put his energy to work to help with the process. Those who were just watching noted their well-coordinated work. They had done an excellent job, and now it was time to remove the organ. He confidently led the way, already holding the intestine in his hand. It was necessary to continuously flush the abdominal cavity to get rid of the infection. Splashing around in the water, he did it with precision and coordination. Even the teacher was amazed, watching his every move. His hands were fast and precise. His concentration was at its peak, which was evident in his eyes. The seam was perfect and no blood artery was hit. He even cut the sutures with maximum speed and precision. The operation continued and was nearing its completion. After it was completed, when the Tanjus went outside, they were only discussing how impressive the sight was. The operation in reality was much more amazing than any stories of others. One of the women even noted that Hyolsung himself probably could not have performed something like this. Tanju acupuncturist was amazed by the way the guy opened the patient's abdomen, flushed out the internal organs, and sewed everything back together. All three were impressed with his skill and work. Usually in such cases, the patient develops a fever and dies. The question arises, how will he defecate now if there is a hole in his stomach? It is only a matter of time before death. However, the suture on the wound was perfectly applied, and perhaps the sad outcome that was predicted will be avoided. All that remained was to watch. Medications for internal organ damage would not help retain heat, and doctors doubted whether the body could cope with the fever. But despite everything, the young man did his part. Meanwhile, the young man was resting after the surgery, but the thought that he was missing many things did not give him peace of mind. Especially he felt the lack of antibiotics and a surgical aspirator, which provides access to the organs, removing excess. Those who can use the Juho technique to fill the void with matter are very few and far between. Leaving the patient without antibiotics after surgery is also not an option. The inability to demonstrate even a quarter of his skills was depressing for he. There were a lot of problems, but the guy was worried about something else. He was most concerned about his teacher's condition. If he didn't prepare in advance, his life could be in danger, and it was scary to imagine what could happen during a rash operation. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice in the room asking if he was resting. A teacher came into the room and he told him that he was just lying down and thinking, adding that the surgery seemed to have helped him make some progress. The teacher came closer and asked him not to exert himself. Then he told me that the 4 Tanjus made a big noise like children, and he had a look on his face as if his whole life had passed before his eyes. One way or another, the thought of the teacher's life hanging in the balance made he anxious. It felt good when the teacher's large and cool hand stroked his head. He was ready to do anything to give the teacher warmth, but it would take a lot of effort. At this point, he told the teacher that he was going to create something important, but he didn't want to bother him. He explained that his goal was to cure the teacher before his condition deteriorated to the point of no return. The teacher closed his eyes and agreed, asking what exactly he wanted to do. He asked to lend him Juho for a long period of time. It was all in order to create penicillin. He didn't even know what was ahead of him yet, but already at that moment, a chill ran down his spine as he realized the seriousness of the situation. Over a cup of tea, they began to discuss this important topic. The teacher was curious what penicillin was because he did not know about it. He immediately explained that it was an antibiotic. He explained that it is a substance produced by microbes that has bactericidal properties and inhibits the growth of other microorganisms. Penicillin fights against bacterial infections that have entered the body. That is why he needs a team to grow penicillin. In his mind, he added, Yuha, you have become Murim's first nurse, and now you will be his first slave. Several surgeries later, he had a clearer understanding that energy is a powerful force, but it has limits, which was a concern. After explanations, the teacher agreed to follow up on his request. He was calm and thanked the teacher for agreeing to lend him Juho because he was an outstanding person. On the one hand, the teacher was happy, but on the other hand, he was a little jealous, because he would pass on a lot of knowledge and technology to Juho. If he hadn't been sick, he would have wanted to participate in the process with them. But he asked the teacher not to say that, because the most important thing for him now is to rest. They saw the operation on the cecum, and he realized that this method of treatment can be very dangerous. If the teacher suddenly had a seizure during the operation, he would be in a difficult situation. The ability to perform the surgery is limited by time. This problem is like a ticking time bomb, and the teacher's daily lifestyle does not play into his hands. The worst thing is that this bomb could explode at any time, in a year, in a week, or maybe even tomorrow, so the guy asked the teacher to take care of his health. The teacher agreed with his student with hope in his eyes. He promised his little doctor that he would try to take care of himself. After a while, he stood before Juho, putting him in charge of setting up a room to grow penicillin. They officially began work on its production. This, of course, did not please Juho at all. Penicillin belongs to the class of B-lactam antibiotics that are extracted from green mold. Mold is sensitive to temperature, light, and humidity, and it happens that even when all the conditions are met, it cannot be grown. Biology and math are completely different things. No matter how much time he spends preparing the containers for cultivation, without the necessary knowledge, nothing will come of it. It was more like a farmer growing mushrooms at home. The work was in full swing and everyone was busy. After a while, Juho reported that the containers were ready, and he stood in front of a large ceramic tank that looked pretty good. However, the doctors had to take responsibility for the lower fermenter as well. Using the wind energy of the 5-element Shimbop technique, it was necessary to ensure air circulation under the floor. Normally, this would have been done by a motor, but now this task fell on the shoulders of Murim's first-ever cultivation slave, Juho. With his hands on his belt, Juho said that although he had not studied wind energy, he could control it. Juho had the following question. What will happen after the fermentation stage? Doctors with ice energy would have to drastically cool the fermented liquid and start refining it. He assumed that 3 to 5 stages would be enough. Right now, the acidity of the liquid was roughly 2, but he didn't know how to determine this precisely in the future. He wanted to develop a method that would allow him to accurately determine the amount of internal energy and how to create refined water, although this was not an easy task. After removing the impurities, it was necessary to shape the medicine into pills and store them in the coolest place in the infirmary. The plan was in place, but there was always a risk that something would go wrong. Apart from the storage problem, the main difficulty was the unpredictable effect of penicillin on local people. The process of manufacturing the antibiotic went relatively smoothly. Of course, mistakes were made, but the first fruits of their labor began to appear before the end of the season. A whole month passed, and he stood in the cultivation room. With his head down in his glass, he noticed that the process was going better than he had expected, and he was prepared for the fact that it would take twice as long. Despite the lack of time, the quick results gave him strength. The 5 elements Qingyi was indeed a powerful technique, and it lit a fire in He's eyes. Training, research, and development had taken up the entire past month, and he was completely absorbed in his work. But his brain didn't even feel tired. On the contrary, his head worked like clockwork and his sleep became deeper. Unbelievably, he had made such progress in Shimbop inner energy despite his busy schedule. He was holding a glass of water in his hands, and there were only spots of water, indicating the success of the process. Looking at the glass, he thought about how good it is to be young. You recover quickly, your head works at full capacity, and you can see everything without glasses. It is said that when you become a master of inner energy, the aging process slows down. If you entrust your fate to the heavens, you can turn old age into a second youth. His teacher Peck was a great example of this. No one knew exactly how old he was, but it was clear that he was much older than the head of the Cloud Dragon Transportation Organization. It was a real miracle a middle-aged man, but he looked like a 20-year-old. At that moment, Juho came in and asked if he was satisfied with the result. Looking at the glass, he asked if this was what he had been talking about earlier. Then Juho asked what kind of medicine it was that required so much effort to make, and joked that it was like Western alchemy. He, curious, asked Juho if alchemy really existed in the West. Juho answered in the affirmative, but noted that almost no one knows about it. It's a bit like ancient Chinese chemistry, but in the West, alchemy is considered part of the knowledge of demonic arts or magic. This was interesting because the novels mentioned a neighborhood where foreigners live, but there were no details about it. Juho wondered how he could invent so many things without knowing about alchemy, but he, in turn, was surprised at how Juho was able to fulfill all his requests so easily in one day. After this question, Juho no longer doubted He's skills and asked him to tell him more about the medicine. He looked down at the vial in his hand and began to explain. Based on the criteria of the current era, this medicine can be called a limited panacea. A panacea? Is it possible? Several questions immediately arose in Juho's mind. He asked to be skeptical, but assured him that after seeing the effect, Juho would change his mind. As for Juho's curiosity about why it was so much work, he would find out when the experiments gradually began. In the room, illuminated by the dim light of a candle, the protagonist sat deep in thought. There were pieces of paper in front of him, and the word syphilis caught his attention on one of them. It was known that syphilis could occur for various reasons, but the main one was a sexually transmitted infection. It is believed that syphilis first appeared on the islands of the West Indies, and it was Columbus who brought it to Europe. Later, the disease spread throughout the world. This is the version the protagonist was taught during his studies, but recently other arguments have emerged that prove the existence of syphilis in Europe even before Columbus. However, he was not interested in the truth of this story. His main concern was the method of treatment. In today's world, patients trying to find salvation take a powerful poison, mercury, as a treatment. They did not achieve any effect, but died one by one, suffering from poisoning. Now the protagonist faced a new problem, an incurable disease. The people who had just come to him belonged to the Hao clan, a group that included representatives of the lowest strata of society. He had heard of them only superficially. Yuho began to explain that the Hao clan ran brothels and taverns in Murim, and their influence was felt in many places. The clan is quite large because wherever people live, a bar must be built, and their base has always been located in a crowded place. As they say, even an emotionless chump opens his soul after a few drinks. The House make money by selling information, and send their spies to expand their influence. After these explanations, the protagonist remembered one detail. Most of the clan members were vagrants with nowhere to go. There was neither kindness nor honesty in the Safa clan, so its members were constantly at risk of dying at any moment, which made their lives different from those of ordinary people. The only thing that could be hoped for was that the case of the high-ranking official's concubine would be resolved quickly. After that, Juho reported that the syphilis patients Chin was looking for had arrived. Soon he was meeting with them. He noticed that their disease had become much worse. Their skin was so damaged that they were hiding it under a thick layer of makeup. Chin invited them to sit down, for which they expressed their gratitude. In addition, they were incredibly grateful that he paid attention to people like them. Chin planned to provide them with treatment in a medical office located under the mountain. He wondered what was the reason for their personal visit, and he asked about it. The woman asked, "Is there anything worse than human eyes?" Knowing that a thing is dirty and seeing it with your own eyes are completely different things. At that moment, the girl told the protagonist that he was a strange person to invite such disgusting creatures for treatment. He could not understand why they would be so rude. Of course, their position implied such an attitude, but Chin still thought it was wrong. He promised that he would do everything in his power to help them. There was no hint of joy on her face. All you could see in their eyes was fear of what was left of their lives. At that moment, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her student, Baek Rin. She knew that he was considered a weirdo, and although it was hard to believe that he didn't despise them, his impartial behavior raised doubts about his true nature. She suddenly realized that she had forgotten to introduce herself and said her name. Manhwa. Her younger brother, Mu Wol, was sitting next to her. They were representatives of the Hao clan. The owner was shocked to learn that they were both sick. When he asked them about it, there was silence at first. Then Mu Wol replied that they had contracted the disease around the same time. Chin understood and began to plan what to do next. Yuho asked him to accompany the patients to the doctor's room. When Manhwa and Mu Wol were alone, they began to discuss the fact that she had worked in a brothel. But this was the first time she had seen a child like this. Mu Wol hinted that her jokes about the young Dr. Baek Rin had gone a little too far. Manhwa and Mu Wol were born into a poor family and then sold to the Hao clan. They had outstanding beauty since childhood and were highly valued by the clan. Over time, Manhwa rose to a leadership position in one of the units, but lost her influence due to syphilis. His sister suspected that her brother was healthy, to which he replied, she herself knew very well what happens to syphilis patients in their clan. If he didn't take care of her, who would? They could have run away when he suggested, and now they would both be healthy. They could only run away to the place their parents told them to go. The Hao clan was their home. If they were caught, they would simply be sent back. Manhwa didn't even think that if they tried to leave, they would just be waved goodbye and wished good luck. A beautiful sunset was beginning to appear outside. The birds were flying around, and despite her condition, she was enjoying the cool breeze that refreshed her. One could only guess what was really going on in their minds and souls. After walking for a while and sitting down under a tree, they began to discuss whether the owner was telling the truth or not. She asked her brother not to get their hopes up, because the man was a young man. All they had to do was allow their bodies to be examined while information was extracted from them. They planned to gather information about the changes in the Peck Infirmary and about the young doctor. They needed to assess the skills of everyone working here, and they were told that even if they didn't find any weaknesses, it wasn't a problem. The task at hand is the task at hand, and the brother asked if they should concentrate fully on the treatment. "Do you think an incurable disease is called that easily?" she asked him to stop caring about her and instead attend to his own desires. Although he realized that this was impossible, he still had hope that perhaps the young master would be able to successfully treat her. However, there was no hope in her eyes. She only thought about who she was and believed that she was acting like a thoughtless person. She was well aware that there is nothing more painful than dreaming about something that will never come true. And time and again she reminded herself of this. After that, they began to discuss the pleasant look the young man had, and both noticed it. He did not ask unnecessary questions and did not interfere in other people's affairs. To him, they were just patients, but you could see in his eyes that all his thoughts were focused on his work. Mu Wol thought so, and his sister added that he looked at them as people, and she liked the warmth and sparkle in his eyes. They even wondered if ordinary people always look at each other like that. Suddenly, her hand grabbed her throat and she started coughing violently. It felt as if her throat was about to burst. He instantly came closer, put her on his back, and hurried to carry her back to the hospital room. On the way, he begged her to be patient and assured her that he would call a doctor right away. As he carried her, she thought of only one thing: whether she would live to see the end of this year. A moment later, Chin learned from Juho that she had lost consciousness and fainted. Chin was more interested in why she hadn't rested since her last seizure, and how she had even managed to get here. In his mind, she was not a character, but a real problem. Her brother stood at the door while she was inside. She was lying on the bunk, and he was examining her body. Her skin was covered with a rash, and the pain must have been as if her skin had been cut with a knife. According to external signs, the disease had reached the 3rd stage, and there was a possibility that it had affected the nervous system. At the 3rd stage, an injection into the muscles is possible, but if the infection has penetrated the nervous system, it is a completely different matter. A moment later, moans began to come out of her mouth. The doctor asked her if she'd calm down a bit, and she replied that she felt weak. She asked the doctor if she could cope with the disease. She realized that even for him, treatment would not be easy because the disease was considered incurable. Since her motor functions seemed normal, he decided to give her an internal injection and monitor her condition. He asked her not to give up, adding that he believed in a positive outcome and that they both needed to try together. She noticed that he was different from other doctors who could only talk a lot. After a while, Cheon was in the surgical unit. Now the marathon began. First, he had to administer an injection and monitor the patient's condition, ready for drastic changes in his health. As for the information, he was not yet sure whether the antibiotic would work as effectively here as in his past life. Nevertheless, he was ready to continue recording all the changes in the patient's health and possible side effects. At that moment, Tanji came into the room and told him that she had heard the good news. She told him that if there was anything he needed, he could feel free to ask her, and she called him Young Yakchu. She suggested that he would be able to cure even this incurable disease. "First, I will observe the patients for a while," he replied. She noted that everyone in the infirmary was on edge about these events, and added that if the cure was ready, its name was too complicated. Neither she nor the other staff could remember the name, and asked him to come up with something simpler. He did not even realize that it had come to this. She thought he was a young treasure and understood why his boss valued him so much. She asked him to continue working and noted that she had just come in for a minute. He wished her a good productive day and walked her to the door. In fact, he was glad to have the medical unit next to him. Patients started asking he if it was true that he had created a cure. He asked the purple-haired patient to be quiet and checked his pulse, asking himself if there was hope in his eyes. The boy had contracted syphilis in the womb. He realized that it was impossible to cure the congenital disease with modern methods. If syphilis had manifested itself later, he could have lived and fought the disease. But now half of his face was covered with scars. One eye could no longer see, and one ear was hard of hearing. When he asked him if he had studied martial arts, the boy said no. Then he asked if it was true that his Tanjong had an inner strength. The boy did not even understand what he was talking about. It turns out that not only did the penicillin make him feel better, but the energy in his body started moving. "Didn't you breathe strangely?" he continued to ask him. He replied that during his illness, when his temperature rose to reduce the pain, he breathed through his abdomen and showed him how. First he breathed heavily, taking deep breaths, and then he exhaled all the air from his abdomen. It seems that he accumulated inner strength in this way, even without knowing the methods of energy management. If this is true, the boy is a real genius. He put his hand on his shoulder. After that, they both bowed their heads and silence fell between them. Inside the boy, celestial circles were circulating. Something you would expect to see in a master who had taken a real pill, but not in a child. He was not even aware of his power. The small celestial circle is a narrow energy circle within the body, while the great celestial circle is a wide energy circle. The celestial circle is one of the training techniques mastered by martial arts warriors, and it takes a long time to master it successfully. This guy didn't have a real name. His uncles from the Hao clan just called him Hey. The children called him Dog, or Waste, and this confused he. So he suggested the following. He took out a piece of paper and a pencil and decided to come up with a real name, because without it, the boy could not live on. Yuho watched their interesting conversation closely. Most of all, he liked the smile of the boy, who was incredibly happy with the idea of coming up with his own name. May the heavens reward the child for all his misfortunes. Let's take the first 2 characters from the expression God's mercy, said he. And so they got the name Qian Wu, Qian as in God, and Wu as in mercy. His name meant a person who was helped by heaven, and the little boy liked it very much. Afterwards, he asked him if he would like to live somewhere else instead of the Hao clan. With such a talent, if you become a warrior, you can achieve anything, he added. The boy agreed to live anywhere if he took him there, and at that moment he called he his brother. It was easy to understand that the child needed love and care. Adults did not pay attention to him. and his peers began to ridicule him after the onset of the disease. He had to face constant bullying. Goodness should always be rewarded with goodness, he thought, but he still had to get permission from his teacher and the Hao clan. A few days later, he stood in front of Manhwa and asked for permission to take the child because the Hao clan treated him like an empty space. She also realized that anywhere would be better for the boy than the Hao clan. In addition, thanks to the treatment she received from he, her condition improved significantly, and she was able to make plans for the future again. She asked us not to worry about the boy. She promised that she would take care of it and everything would be fine. He had one more task to do, to convince her teacher. After that, he told them that they could prepare to go home. Judging by the fact that their condition was improving, the disease had not affected the nervous system, and they had reached the stage of full recovery. Hearing this, everything turned upside down for her. She immediately started asking him if he was really saying it. The brother jumped up to his sister, and they looked into each other's eyes, not believing it was true. Had they imagined it? "Are you sure this isn't a dream?" she asked, looking into his eyes and not holding back her tears. He couldn't believe it either, and he couldn't hold back his tears either. It seemed like everything would be okay now they had survived. He watched his brother hug his sister, and they rejoiced in their second chance at life. At the same time, he heard words of gratitude from both of them. It was clear that they would need some time to recover, but today could be said to be their new birthday. After a while, the bandages were removed and the patients began to feel relieved. He was told that she had an increase in her internal energy, and after checking her pulse, it turned out that some of the patients had the same effect. She also noticed it because the energy in her tanjong became heavier. At that moment, she promised that she would never forget his kindness. Reaching into her pocket, she said that if she became the leader of one of the clan's units again, she could be its strength and support. She took out one thing and said it was a gift for him. She couldn't pay for his kindness in full, but she would be faithful to him until the end of her days. He liked the gift, and she added that if he ever needed help, all he had to do was show it to her, and she would help him. After that, Muwol came over, got down on one knee, and bowed his head in front of he. He said that he used to be a wanderer, so he had no loyalty to the Hao clan, but he was ready to repay he's favor in the sect. He asked him to get up from his knee, but he did not, continuing to say that he would always be ready to help him whenever he called. Even he did not expect to see such emotions from them. Both brother and sister could not contain their gratitude. Manhwa and Muwol swore their loyalty to him for the rest of their lives. The tables were set, and the smiles did not disappear from the guests' faces. All the patients were discharged from Baekrin Hospital, and a small reception was organized in honor of Chin Chong-hee's success. This celebration was a real joy for both the doctors and everyone present. When he came in, everyone immediately came up to him to congratulate him on his great achievement. The patients still could not believe that they had recovered, but he did not take all the credit. He said that without the help of his comrades in the infirmary, nothing would have happened. No one could even imagine that a cure for syphilis would become a reality, but the day had come. He held a glass of drink in his hands. However, he was sad that he could not save everyone. 3 of the 30 patients had a disease similar to syphilis. It was Hansen's disease, which was called leprosy here. He was unable to cure it. Leprosy affects the skin, which becomes like wax, and because of resistance to penicillin, rifampicin is needed, which disrupts RNA synthesis in bacterial cells. But rifampicin alone is not enough, as it loses its effectiveness over time, so it is recommended to use it together with other antibiotics. He thought that if he could produce streptomycin, an anti-tuberculosis drug, the problem of rifampicin would be solved. Suddenly a teacher appeared behind him and said that he seemed depressed. The young master replied that he felt this way because he realized that he still had a lot to learn. Peck asked him not to rush so much. It seemed that the teacher no longer cared whether he survived or not. He was Muram's true self, but he could not allow a fatal outcome. At this point, Beck brought up the subject of the boy Jongwoo. His talents were indeed impressive, as he had said, but due to the nature of the Jahal family, the boy was not quite right for them. So Beck decided that it would be better to send the child to a clan that would match his skills. The head of the clan, Mudan, an old debtor of Beck's, will not refuse to accept him. Besides, Qian Wu is so powerful that the head of the clan will definitely not miss this opportunity. To this, he replied that the Mudan clan is located in Hubei province, and if Qiang Wu goes there, they will not be able to see each other. The teacher went on to say that meetings would be difficult for a while, but when the boy succeeded in his training, they would definitely see each other again. At this point, he remembered that the Mudan clan has a statue of Yuanshi Tianzong with a secret book hidden in its cubbyhole. Therefore, he immediately told the teacher that he needed to send Zhongwu there as soon as possible. At first, the teacher thought this was strange because one moment he wanted to wait, and now he says he needs to send him. After that, he was standing next to the kid and asked him to promise that he would come to play with him. Zhongwu replied that he would not come to play, but to check on him, and that he needed to make sure he was feeling well. He asked him to get along with the other members of the clan and learn to manage his energy every day. The boy, smiling, replied that everything would be fine and that he did not need to worry about him. He had saved and changed his life, and now he wanted to live it with dignity. He saw such maturity and confidence in He's eyes. After that, the boy touched his finger to his finger and turned to He, brother. He was too shy to ask if he could consider him his real older brother. Overwhelmed with emotion, he asked again, "Are you offering to be brothers?" It was very cute. With a serious expression on his face, the boy replied, "Yes." Then he asked him if he understood how important brotherhood is for warriors. The boy replied that he did, although he was not yet a warrior himself. However, he already had a brother, the heavenly demon Yoha-ryun. Because of this, he couldn't accept Jungwoo's offer alone, and said that if his brother didn't mind, they could do it. "You already have a brother? Did you save him?" the purple-haired boy asked. The answer he heard was, "It's my duty as a doctor." The protagonist did not expect to have a second brother, and he was not even sure if it was the right thing to do. In martial arts novels, he had never met anyone who had multiple brothers. Hugging the purple-haired boy, he asked him to calm down and said that his younger brother would understand everything, and they could be friends. The kid replied that even if that didn't work out, he would still consider him his older brother. Their personalities are different, but both were saved by He, and the more associates the better. Putting the boy in a palanquin, he once again asked him to work hard and come to visit. The boy again said he had another request. "Can I take your surname Chin now that you have given me a name?" he asked. "Of course you can," he replied, and told him that he did not receive his surname from his parents, so it has no family tree. Holding out his fist, Cheon-woo said goodbye and asked He to wish him to become the best warrior in the Mudan clan. "I will become a swordsman, and you will be proud of me," he said to the sound of fists pounding. Someone sitting at the reins of the cart whistled. A moment later, the horses rushed forward, and soon they were heading straight for the Mudan clan. At that moment, he realized that the head of the medicine department was right. The name is very important. The medicine should be called Sacred Pek Rin Pill, and its liquid version should be called Pek Rin Oil. If you give a name, it should radiate power. This way, everyone will know about the infirmary and its Sacred Pek Rin Pill, a sort of panacea. The release of the new drug encouraged the doctors of the infirmary. They killed two birds with one stone. They all threw themselves into training, which improved their skills and made the pills faster. He didn't know what it was like in his past world, but in this one, penicillin was like a cow that devoured money like grass. The doctors who had reached the Shimbop level of 5 elements above the 3rd level, and 2 who had awakened the 5th level, he made a medicine for 10 people. The pill was extremely effective, but it cost a lot of money to make. It not only cured, but also gave an impetus to the growth of internal energy, so there was no need to worry about the addictive effect. Yuho stood in front of his teacher and reported that he could indeed be considered the heir to Baekrin Yisun, and that he, who had never had a student before, had now gained an amazing apprentice. Yuho continued, "That's the kind of rumor that's been going around the infirmary." The teacher replied that they had completed equipping the place for a larger-scale production of the new medicine. Until the active production of the pills begins, the flow of information outside the infirmary should be limited. Yuho immediately understood the task and said it would be done. He also realized that the secret would soon be revealed, and he was sure that as soon as the recovered syphilis patients returned home, rumors would spread. Fortunately, the basic training had already been completed, and now all he had to do was continue to improve his skills. The time was approaching when he would save the life of Chegal Rin, known as Baekrin Yi-sung. One might even say that he goes against the original plot of the novel. This is because in the original plot, Baek dies early. Spring is a time of awakening for all living things. Jung-hee was able to break out of his incredibly busy schedule and began to spend his days in a more measured way. A smile began to appear on his face more and more often, although he hadn't lacked it before, but now he felt more relaxed. As before, he helped everyone by checking their pulse and monitoring their health. He often joked with others, laughing back at each other. Despite the calmer days, he still plunged into his favorite work, spending his time with benefit. He pulled out a list of patients and looked to see who would be next. However, something else distracted him. He caught a strange, appetizing smell. "What is this attractive smell?" he asked himself. In front of him stood an old lady who seemed to be a relative of one of the patients. "Is she lost?" thought he. Approaching her, he told her that to get in, he needed to send a carrier pigeon through the district hospital. She replied that she had just come to visit her granddaughter and talk to her about many things. He offered to deliver the package himself, but the grandmother refused and firmly stated that she would not give it back, showing her stubbornness. She was lucky that she met with He, because if she had met with other doctors, things would have been different. She would not have been allowed to bring the gift into the hospital, and would have been sent back to the foot of the mountain with the food, as it was forbidden to enter. It was impossible to get in without a registered letter from the district medical chamber. How did this old lady manage to do it? I just said that until I feed my granddaughter, I'm not going anywhere, she explained. He asked her not to resist, and suddenly noticed a trace of blood on her elbow. He immediately ran to her and began to roll up her sleeve, although she objected and asked him not to touch her. She was strong, but he still managed to roll up her sleeves and see that her elbow was broken. Looking down, he noticed that her knees were also bloody. She had put herself in this condition, trying to help her heartless granddaughter, who couldn't even come out to meet him. At first he said that she needed to be treated, but the question arose whether it was possible to provide treatment at the Bamboo Roshi unit, which accepts foreigners, and invite her granddaughter there. To do this, it was necessary to get permission from Juho. The grandmother continued to be stubborn, shouting that she understood everything and asking him not to rush. However, he persisted in offering his help. He put his back to her and asked her to climb in because she was covered in blood. His persistence and conviction to obey made the grandmother agree. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Then she clung to his hips with her legs. As she started to walk, she told him that her daughter's name was Chu Do-hwa, and she worked in a unit that deals with glaucoma. Chin realized that the doctors in this unit were very busy, and told the grandmother that as soon as the treatment was provided more quickly, she could visit her granddaughter. He was in a hurry, but the grandmother even asked him not to push so hard. On the way, they met Juho, who asked who was on his back. My grandmother wanted to give her granddaughter some gifts in honor of spring, but she was so injured that I had to heal her wounds first, he replied. He also added that the granddaughter's name is Chu Do-hwa. Juho repeated the name several times in his head. At this point, the grandmother asked him not to stand still and to start moving on. Juho asked to give the patient first aid as soon as possible. In this situation, something was confusing for he. Usually, Juho liked to check everything 2 or even 3 times, but today he was somehow too compliant. Maybe he also has a grandmother somewhere in his native land? At this point, his grandmother turned to him again, asking him to hurry up. Let's go, little man. The other doctors watched and said among themselves that Baekrin's infirmary remained the same as always. Judging by their actions, they were from Hwaju's infirmary. They asked them why they were visiting the unit. He went to the Bamboo Grove unit. The guy at the entrance asked him to tell his grandfather to tell a girl named Chu Do-hwa from the glaucoma unit that her grandmother had come. He replied that he would, of course, but he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to find her because the number of patients had increased significantly since the arrival of spring. He, holding her grandmother on his back, asked the boy to do the right thing and find her. They arrived at the place, and the guy asked to let him heal her wounds, but she again said that there was no need. It will go away. But he reminded her of their agreement. She would listen to his stubbornness, and he would listen to hers. She could not resist his sincerity, and gave in again. After these words, Chin smiled at her and laughed. He took her hand and began to examine her, first washing away the dirt from her wounds. He asked her to be patient for a while, and she watched him do it carefully, noting that he really treated his patients well, no matter what. He provided first aid quickly and with great understanding. As he continued to treat her wounds, he carefully bandaged her arm. Finally, her elbow was securely wrapped. They sat next to each other under the bamboo trees. My grandmother asked him his name, and he answered, Chin Chong-hee. A person should not be so kind-hearted, do you understand? Said my grandmother, but he only replied that he had to take care of her knee now. There was a lot of blood, and it was surprising that she was not in pain at all. It is not known how my grandmother got up at all, given her condition. He asked permission to examine the bone and began to gently touch her knee with his hands. Not a single nerve in her face flinched as he did so. It was amazing. She had been bruised so badly, but her cartilage remained perfectly intact. The wound hadn't even festered, so it would be enough to just heal it on the knee. He took a needle and started pricking the characteristic areas to relieve the pain. At that moment, the grandmother felt like she was 17 again. Such lightness swept through her body. They started talking about whether he would stitch the wound, because she had heard that the infirmary was very good at it. Smiling, he asked if she was going to take up martial arts. Where do I go from here? She replied. Then you don't need to stitch it up, he replied. Meanwhile, in Baek's office, Yuho reported that he had arrived and brought with him the other members of Hwaju's infirmary. Their reputation had suffered greatly after they abandoned the archer Wang Kag's daughter. Baek wondered why he had been sleeping so restlessly. It turned out that all the uninvited guests had come together. Yuho went on to say that, according to them, the reason for the visit was concern about the condition of Wang Kag's patient. However, the girl was already at the stage of full recovery, so Juho realized that they were just looking for an excuse to find fault with something. Denying them a visit would only give them a reason to complain, so Juho approved their visit to Van Kag. Now he and the doctors are examining the patient and taking her pulse, and Juho has already informed the archer of everything. Baek felt sorry for his doctors, as he realized that they would have a hard time. The doctors of Hwaju's infirmary would jump at any opportunity to discredit them, and his doctors would have to do their best to handle the situation. Yuho asked his master not to interfere in the mess. In fact, their colleagues from another infirmary were just visiting them. But it was not this trivial matter that worried Peck. He was most concerned about the person with whom he was to meet. Even Yuho did not expect that the lady would pay a visit in person. She seemed to be interested in what she had heard about the art of surgery. "Are we going to keep playing this game?" asked Yuho. "Someday it will have to be stopped," Peck replied. "But for now, the motives are not clear, so we should not interfere." Meanwhile, on the other side, they were already dealing with a rude tone and questions about whether patients were dolls to them. They wanted to accuse the doctors of daring to use unconfirmed medical methods to treat the patient. They demanded that the patient be transferred to the Hua infirmary, where, according to them, she would be cured in 20 days. First, they left her to her fate, and now they came to make excuses, saying that the treatment they had given her would have been sufficient. They had no shortage of nerve. Ju's representatives went on to say that the position of the father who had approached them was understandable. Obviously, their answer did not satisfy him, and they failed to earn his trust. However, it is not normal to play with a patient's life by conducting experiments on her. Rin's representatives asked not to spread nonsense, because the girl was on the verge of life and death. At that time, the girl was sitting and listening to all this. They explained that there was no other way to save her, and they claimed that Ju's infirmary skills would have been enough to save the child. However, Rin's representatives noted that the girl's father received a response from Ju saying that the patient would not be admitted. Then one of Ju's representatives raised his hand and began to justify himself, saying that they said they would not accept her, but they did not refuse treatment. He explained that their head, after the examination, began to think about a treatment plan, but in reality they were just lying and not blushing. Hua Ju's doctors were angry, and she could easily see it. It seems that what happened caused quite a stir in the Marima clans. One of Ju's representatives asked that the girl's father or the clan head be summoned, but they replied that their head would not personally settle petty disputes. After that, they demanded that his disciple be brought. A very serious argument started between them, but suddenly everyone was drawn to the sounds behind them. There were loud shouts outside the door. "What are you doing?" And then the body of one of the people flew right through the door, knocking it out with it. The body flew straight into the ward and fell at the doctor's feet. It was the doctor's protector, Ju, and they recognized him immediately. After that, someone else stepped into the room. It was an angry demon archer, angry because they only know how to talk with their tongues. "Damn bastards from Hua Ju!" he shouted. The girl jumped up and screamed loudly, "Daddy!" The archer, not holding back his strength, approached the doctors to ask them questions. He asked if they even understood what his daughter had to go through because of their actions. They tried to calm him down, saying that killing was forbidden in the hospitals, but he clenched his fist even harder and asked again, "How can I calm down? If it wasn't for he, you idiots would have met me in the afterlife." He thanked them for coming to him and added that they had dug their own grave. "How can you not help bury it now?" he said. There was not a drop of doubt in his eyes. He could only hear requests from all sides to calm down. But at that moment, he came into the room. He did not look very smiling, but rather serious. He didn't like what was happening. Everyone immediately froze when they saw him. He just said calmly, "We are in the infirmary." The girl watched silently, fascinated by the energy that radiated from he. He came closer and said that the showdown needed to be arranged elsewhere, not here. Gradually, the demon archer's energy began to fade. It became weaker and weaker, and finally he was able to calm down. He was calmed down by the appearance of his benefactor, he. After that, he turned to Ju's representatives and said that he had heard that they wanted to see him. They were still standing there, holding their breath, looking at this boy, wondering if this was the student they were talking about. He looks young, but in reality he's just a child, they thought. Then the demon archer said, "If you even try to harm our benefactor, I will not stand aside, even if I have to put my name as a demon archer on the line." "Don't," he asked, but these words were enough to calm them down. Ju's representatives didn't even understand what was happening to the demon archer, because he looked as fierce as a tiger, and one word from the boy made him calm as water. He decided to be reasonable, and said that Ju's representatives were only concerned about the patient's condition, so there was no need to be angry with them. Even so, the demon archer asked for permission to stay with him at least until the discussion was over. This news, of course, did not sit well with Ju's representatives. Those who were on He's side felt calm. This also pleased He, as he had been waiting for the archer to appear, and this development was favorable for him. However, the demon archer continued to hold a grudge against Ju's representatives, and reminded them that they were only living because of his benefactor's requests. He warned them that he would not let this go unpunished and would slit their throats as soon as they left the confines of the Baek Rin infirmary. The archer became much stronger, radiating powerful energy. However, it was time to get down to business, and he asked the first question. What questions did they have for him? After a while, he explained to Ju's representatives that he could not provide any more information about the secret manuscript that he had received from his mentor. He added that his mentor's name was not known in these parts, as he came from a distant continent. However, this aroused suspicions among Ju's representatives. Why hide his identity? They persistently asked for more details. He had to think about what to say. Then he said, "Okay, my mentor's name is Hippocrates." They couldn't even pronounce the name correctly. They started whispering among themselves, discussing how strange this name was. Later, they remembered that they had heard that he had lost his memory. "Yes, it happened," he admitted. "Most of the memories are erased, but I remember my mentor in school well." He called it luck, but they began to ask if he was lying. The demon archer decided to intervene and asked the doctor if he hadn't lost his fear, since he dared to suspect the benefactor of lying about his mentor in school. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the doctors, who burst into the room filled with anxiety and addressed young Kakchu. Barely able to speak, he said the name of his master, Baek Rin Yi-sun. The doctor then explained that Baek Rin had ordered he to clean up, put on a formal suit, and go to him immediately. He didn't understand why, because he had never prepared like this for a new patient. The main thing was to cure him, not to look good. The doctor also added that Wang Ya would be here soon. Hearing this, Ju's representatives became alarmed. The demon archer was also very surprised. Even the little girl was alarmed when she heard the news. Wang Ya is the name given to the emperor's descendants who are not eligible to inherit the throne. He asked again if they were confused about the Wang Ya. The doctor confirmed that yes, the main heiress was coming to visit them. Ju's representatives objected that this was impossible, as Her Highness was a long-time guest of Huaju's hospital. But the doctor firmly stated that he was not mistaken, and he would not have the courage to risk his job because of a lie. She is definitely the main heir apparent. No one could understand how the hell this happened. He tried to analyze everything, and then he smiled, realizing that they had a VIP client. In this world, all members of the imperial family are descendants of the legendary first emperor Fu Shi. Fu Shi is an ancient deity from the time of creation. As one of the 3 rulers, he passed on to people the knowledge of fire, the 8 trigrams, and animal husbandry. In the human world, he had a child, and it was his descendants who became members of the imperial family. All of them share the same surname, Fun, and as descendants of the creator of the world, they are endowed with exceptional abilities. The hierarchy of the imperial family is established according to 2 categories. The first is how strong the maternal relatives are, and the second is how much of Fu Shi's blood they have inherited. The main heiress has the most outstanding talent, but she refused the title of Empress. She was given 2 abilities, the ability to control and manage the heat of objects she touches. Cases when a descendant of the imperial family has 2 abilities at the same time are very rare. Despite the fact that the main heiress had no strong maternal relatives, she, as the 8th princess, broke the army ranks and came out on top. She can be called a killing machine and a genius who defends the imperial throne. That's the kind of person she is. I just wonder why she came here. They say that the main heiress has long been a regular patient of the Huaju infirmary. It seems that the news of the Archer incident has spread like wildfire among the people. Even influential members of the imperial family became interested. Soon he finished his preparations. They hurried to the entrance. His teacher and Yuho were already waiting there. When he arrived, he could not understand what was happening. The situation was more than strange. All the staff in the infirmary were in a state of excitement. Even the teacher himself asked he to come to him quickly. Yuho's face remained as calm as ever. He realized that he needed to pull himself together and act as normal. At this point, everyone held their breath and began to look in front of them. At first, they saw endless mountains, but soon a wagon began to appear from behind the hill. He immediately realized that it was Madame Wang Ya approaching. From a distance, it looked like a carriage, but when he got closer, he could see that it was a palanquin carried by guards. They came closer and closer and were already entering the infirmary. What surprised he the most was how big the palanquin the guards were carrying was. An incredible energy radiated from each soldier. They were serious and performed their duty with devotion. Yuho said, "Wang Ya," and bowed his head down. "Long live your highness," the teacher said, also bowing his head. "Long live your highness," everyone else repeated. And they were on their knees. They repeated these words in unison. Then the screen of the royal throne opened. Wang Ya came out and said that she had no time for pleasantries. Her name was Funju Ha, and she was the main heiress. Her appearance made such a strong impression that he was amazed when he saw her. They walked forward, and one person was carried on a stretcher. Wang Ya walked in front, and behind him, the soldiers carried the patient straight to Peng. When he looked over, he noticed that someone was being carried on a stretcher. He realized it was the patient, although there had been no mention of it before. As he got closer, one of the soldiers shouted, asking who was in charge. They then asked the person in charge to come forward. Pen got up and walked toward them. In a moment, he was near a stretcher. On the stretcher was a man whose leg was bandaged and everything was smeared with blood. Pen immediately began to examine him. The man looked young, a little over 30 years old. Judging by his condition, he had a broken leg after falling from a horse and the fracture was open. Wang Ya began to appeal to the man in charge, asking him to start treatment as soon as possible. The soldiers stood outside the therapy room, waiting. Moans echoed throughout the room, filling the space with pain and tension. Wang watched his man suffer in pain. The man could not contain his suffering, screaming loudly and writhing on the bed. Wang couldn't take it anymore and asked Peng, "What's going on over there?" At that moment, Peng was carefully examining his leg, trying to figure out what to do. He said it would be difficult to restore the leg. In Murim's world, manual repair means putting the bone together like a puzzle by hand. "If it is difficult to restore, what do you suggest?" asked Wang. At that moment, he recalled this episode from the novel. When treating a fracture, as with other external injuries, it is important not to waste time. He approached Wang and asked him how long it had been since the injury. He was told that the owner had fallen off his horse about an hour ago, and asked the boy who he was. Wang explained that he was his student. What confused them the most was that he was so young. At this point, he was already analyzing the situation. If the injury happened an hour ago, it means that the fall occurred somewhere nearby. The events of the novel had changed a lot in the area of their infirmary. Since only an hour had passed, perhaps things were still not that bad. Representatives of another infirmary jumped out and said they needed a cut. Wang asked them, "Are you suggesting to amputate the leg?" Yuho ordered them to shut up, saying that they were only guests here, and this was the therapy room of the Baek Rin infirmary, and asked the doctors of the Hwaju infirmary to leave. However, they reminded him that Wang Ya had been a patient in their hospital for a long time. They said they only wanted to help the patient. Wang realized that Hwaju's doctors were suggesting that his leg should be amputated. Their suggestion was to cut off the leg. They explained that if the bone fragments remained inside, manual repair was possible but very dangerous. Therefore, to save the patient's life, the limb would have to be amputated. Everyone listened attentively to their point of view. Both the teacher and everyone present, including Van. It's not a good situation, Wang understood perfectly well. He also had the same opinion, but he couldn't believe that the doctors at Hwaju's infirmary had made such loud statements. They seemed to be willing to do anything to lure the main heiress back to their side. At this point, the patient began to raise his hand and address Wang. Wang walked closer and grabbed his hand, waiting for him to speak. "I would rather commit suicide than live with one leg for the rest of my life," the patient said. "How can you say that?" replied Wang, trying to calm him down. The patient begged him not to let him amputate his leg. He asked not to deprive him of the only joy in his life. There was no such scene in the novel. Did the plot change and everything went differently? It's more like a butterfly effect or a conspiracy, because in the original, the incident took place near Hwaju's infirmary. The main heiress then rejected the young man's sincere request and agreed to his amputation. However, for Cheong Yulan, who had been a brothel performer and member all his life, the inability to dance was equivalent to death. Even if he was despised because of his low status, he could endure such treatment because he was cherished by the main heiress. After losing his leg, Cheon Yulan refused to eat and drink, which made him weaker. And the main heiress lost all sense of conducting state affairs and stopped going out. What happened caused a fierce struggle for the emperor's seat, and unrest broke out. What to do? Perhaps there really is a conspiracy here. Peng asked He what he thought about this. After that, Peng asked He to examine the patient. He could tell by the teacher's eyes that he was also leaning toward amputation. He came closer and asked Wang for permission to examine the leg. The patient was lying there, covered in sweat from his emotions. He closed his eyes and concentrated all his efforts on trying to feel something. He began to feel every point of the patient's body. Everyone was frozen in anticipation, waiting for the verdict of what the kid would say. His eyes were closed for a while. And then, when he opened them, everyone held their breath even more at that moment. "The leg can be restored," he said, turning to them. Afterward, he was asked how he realized this. The other doctors said that they shouldn't fall for Baek Rin's tricks, who only wanted to get another achievement for himself. This was very upsetting for Joho, but he was understandable. They didn't know how to take the statement that a man who, according to them, would survive only after amputation could do without it. But he seemed to know that it was possible, and that the fact that others did not understand this was their problem. Wang asked again if the leg could really be cured. The patient was lucky. The blood arteries were not seriously damaged. He realized that his teacher probably thought the same way as he did, so he said that they were able to restore the limb with the medical techniques of their infirmary, but could not give an exact answer yet. Wang listened carefully to every word that he said. The representatives of the other hospital were hanging on his every word. After that, they started talking about some kind of bloody intrigue. Then he turned to leave, but the teacher's hand was on his shoulder. Peng asked him to leave it to him. Then he turned to the doctors and said that he was sure that there was no infirmary that would dare to fiddle with the main heiress. Wang Ya had to make the decision himself. Amputation of the patient's leg guarantees his salvation 100%. However, the patient can no longer walk, and he does not want to, so he will have to take a risk to save his life. If everything goes well, even with minor difficulties, the patient will be able to dance again. After hearing all this, Wang Ya had to make a very difficult decision. She thought for several minutes, weighing all the risks. In the end, Wang Ya accepted the sincere plea and appealed to the husband of the emperor's daughter. Despite possible criticism from the members of the Hua infirmary, he did not hesitate to treat the patient. He did so in front of his teacher. Yuho watched closely, keeping his fingers crossed that everything would work out. Pek Rin's infirmary came to life again, and preparations for the emergency surgery began. Soon all the necessary instruments were ready. First, for anesthesia, he concentrated his inner energy on his fingertips and began to pierce the energy points one by one. The gate of energy, the sea of blood, and then the crest of the mountain. Even in modern times, there are cases when wounds are anesthetized with acupuncture. However, this method of anesthesia is not suitable for an open fracture. Having carefully examined the wound, he made sure that the blood vessels were not seriously damaged. The peroneal artery was fine, which meant that the nerve endings were also in order. This could mean only one thing. The guy was incredibly lucky. Thanks to Hai, he managed to avoid amputation. The guy was amazed at how incredible the guy was, as they say. He asked him to call him by his first name, as formal addresses make him uncomfortable. But he replied that no. Even if he was called respectfully, being born of a concubine, he believed that it was the kid who should be addressed as you. At this point, he wondered what exactly the main heiress saw in him. Wang Ya couldn't help but know that marriage to an influential person would be a much more profitable political move for her. But whatever one might say, Buma was indeed endowed with good looks. However, compared to Teacher He, Buma could not compete with beauty, but he seemed to have a good character. However, he would have to work hard to continue his career as a performer. Question: what does dancing mean to Buma? His real-life image is not very different from the one described in the book. However, he still had one question: why? Why do his memories of what he read in the novel differ from his medical intuition? Standing by his bedside, he looked at his smile. It was indeed expressive, like red roses. But he found it increasingly incomprehensible. Why was this guy who had recently demanded that he heal his legs smiling so friendly now? Moreover, he was smiling at every word that he said. He seemed suspicious, thought he, as he put on a blue coat, mask, and gloves and said it was time to start washing the wound. This was only the second time he had ever performed an operation in this world. Water began to pour over his wound. However, this time he has more appropriate tools. If it turns out that the places where the blood is not in contact with the fascia and subcutaneous fat are a breeding ground for germs, they will have to be removed as thoroughly as possible. To do this, you need to work diligently, and it's time to move on to sanitation. Sanitation is the elimination of infected or dead soft tissue in the body. This is quite a tough job, and you even have to penetrate the skin. He did everything very carefully. His concentration was so high that sweat was running down his forehead. However, he had assistants who wiped the sweat off with a towel. Yuho wiped the sweat off his face. The insightful He did not even ask him to do so. And now the first stage is over. The skin has been successfully cut. At this point, he turned to his teacher. Emergency external fixation is a way of temporarily fixing a limb with the help of half pins. He showed the teacher where to attach them. The metal pins pierced the patient's leg like tofu sticks. The other doctors carefully wrote everything down on paper. For a moment, he even thought that he had been worrying for nothing, as everything was going very smoothly. However, now he needed to maintain the temporary fixation for some time and monitor the condition of the tissues, and then start the second operation. The teacher helped him very skillfully, but suddenly he noticed something and told He that the patient was moving his fingers. He replied that this sometimes happens during anesthesia. You could see in He's eyes that he was smiling, although it was not visible through the mask. But suddenly his eyes opened wide in surprise. Yuho exclaimed that his pulse was starting to increase. The patient still hadn't regained consciousness. This frightened Ji, and he looked like a characteristically frightened guy. The blades fell from his hands to the floor, and he couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Suddenly, the patient started breathing much faster. Then he abruptly began to move his body in different directions. His arms were clenching and then relaxing. Juho exclaimed that the patient was having convulsions. Uncertainty and anxiety were reflected in the eyes of he and his teacher. The patient's body began to bounce on the bed. The convulsions were getting stronger. Juho tried to hold him with his hands. He grabbed the patient's shoulder and pressed him to the bed. "What the hell happened to him?" asked Juho. For a moment, he seemed to be in another world watching this. However, no idea of what had happened occurred to him. The patient's body seemed to be enveloped in black energy that could be seen even with the naked eye. Strange shadows began to envelop his body. One thing was clear, he had to act very carefully. Behind Juho's back, the shadow began to move. The other doctors who did not participate in the operation were very frightened. What kind of equipment is that? It can't possibly be Zhongpa's, he thought. Yuho turned his head and turned to the owner. The boy ran over and asked him what he wanted. However, he himself could not understand whether this was a complication, because this should not happen with acute respiratory compression syndrome. Perhaps an acute pulmonary embolism or fat blockage had begun. But even in this case, there should not have been such a reaction. Was there a problem with his heart? He noticed that the patient's limbs were trembling, like a person with epilepsy. But why was he unconscious? The teacher's hand fell on He's shoulder and he asked him to stay calm. The teacher then explained that it was similar to the Murim disease, and perhaps he did not know about it because his knowledge was out of this world. The teacher began to examine the patient himself. Putting his hand to the patient's mouth, the teacher's energy began to circle around them. He closed his eyes to feel what was happening to the patient. Juho was ready to help at any moment. He looked at the tip of the needle the teacher was holding and how the light glinted off its sharp end. The needle was very long and sharp, and the teacher swung it. There was only confidence in his eyes. The needle began to fly quickly straight into the patient's body. For a moment, everyone held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Juho closed his eyes, not wanting to see what would happen. He saw the needle plunge into the patient's body. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his mouth and began to fly around. After that, the teacher turned to He and told him to cut immediately. Cut the stomach, otherwise the blood would clog the energy channels and the patient would drown in it. Without hesitation, He rushed to get the necessary tools. After cutting a circle on his stomach, he noticed a strange thing that looked like a purple-colored snake crawling inside. It was a parasite, and it was hard to believe that it could reach such a size. The parasite's mouth sucked on the stomach. The teacher just spoke to Juho, and he immediately understood everything, even without words. The needle had already cut through the air, flying straight towards the parasite. A moment later, it plunged into its purple body. The parasite finally unhooked itself from the stomach and showed its many teeth, which were very numerous. The boys skillfully dealt with it. Then the teacher grabbed the parasite with his hand and pulled it out. Its length was impressive and surprised everyone present. He looked at it and could only think, "Mother of God!" Juho had already taken out a jar to hide the creature inside. The parasite wriggled and spun very fast. It was difficult to control it, but the teacher acted very clearly. The teacher's glove flew right into the jar, dragging the parasite with it. "Now!" the teacher said, and Juho began to quickly screw the lid on the jar. The speed with which he did this made the sounds of metal on glass as he screwed the jar on. In a moment, the parasite was inside, and finally everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. A note of calm passed through their bodies. Even the steam came out of the teacher's mouth as he exhaled. The other doctors broke out in a sweat of bewilderment and fear. He looked through the glass at the parasite that was sealed in the jar. Everything happened so fast that the patient's clothes were completely crumpled. The seizures stopped abruptly, but one more important thing had to be done. The wound had to be stitched up. He began to pull the clothes away to prepare a place for stitching. The teacher explained to He that this creature was called a stomach worm. The patient had not taken the prescribed medicine for 10 or 20 days, which caused the parasite to develop rapidly in the body. "Is it similar to the bloodworms used by the demon school?" asked he. And the teacher replied that it was even worse. "They are used in some parts of Halmoon to appoint spies." Now he was thinking about telling Wang Ya about what had happened. It is true that if they hide the truth, they will commit a terrible sin. It is better not to interfere in the affairs of the imperial family. It's hard to imagine how things would have turned out if they hadn't found out, but now the truth has been revealed. And even the teacher is not sure what will happen to them. Hai said that after recovery, a second surgery will be required. This is necessary because the damaged tissues need time to regenerate. If left as it is, there is a high probability of complications. Since the patient practices martial arts, it is impossible to accurately predict the speed of soft tissue recovery. If the regeneration goes quickly, then after removing the temporary supporting rods, it will be possible to save not only the patient's life, but also his limb by performing the main operation. Juho listened to He's words and agreed with him. So did the teacher, but he was not sure if Wang Ya would agree. As the saying goes, you never know. The military was still standing outside the door. It was the same door behind which Wang Ya was sitting. Peng went to him and bowed. She was waiting to be told what had happened to her boyfriend. The teacher did not know where to start, but he had to speak clearly and to the point. At this time, he did not leave the patient's side. He kept asking himself questions. Why was the novel written in this way? All the stories revolved around the characters, and the details he knew about the heiress princess were described only from her point of view. However, the book did not lie, and certain assumptions began to come to his mind. What if everything had been planned from the beginning? Namely, Zhong Yulan is a Halmoon spy whose goal was to become the lover of one of the princesses, who happened to be the main heiress, Fun Juha. This scenario seems very likely. The protagonist began to realize that representing Halmoon, its members expand their influence through drinking establishments, fulfilling many illegal orders, the highest paying of which is the sale of information. The time when the heiress was called Fun Juha belongs to the moments of a fierce struggle for the throne. If Halmoon had wanted to order Cheong Yulan to infiltrate the imperial family as a brothel worker to obtain information, he would have done so. However, Cheong Yulan did something different. He refused. The novel said that Cheong Yulan was even ready to face death, But suddenly he was afraid not of death at the hands of the angry Wang Ya, but of Hao Mun. The teacher he was waiting for came into the room. He wanted to know something else from him. All the stomach worms that live in Kanhyo differ in function and shape, but they have some common features. All stomach worms grow in the larval stage by absorbing the internal energy of their host. Since worms are formed by the same internal energy as their host, it is not an easy task to recognize them by measuring their pulse. And even if it is possible, the analysis still won't show that the parasite is a stomach worm. It is clear that otherwise, all the Magyo spies in Jeonpyeong and Safa would have been exposed long ago. Looking closely at the color and size of the worm, it became clear that it had been in the body for quite some time. Even the teacher suggested that it could be from childhood. The teacher said that it was good that this worm was not as destructive and did not cause as much pain as the Maggie worm. However, if a certain medicine is not taken on time, the parasite causes anorexia in the host. Hearing the word anorexia, he remembered that the novel said that Cheong Yulan died of starvation. This happened when he was in bitter sadness because he could no longer dance. Another piece of the puzzle fell into place. He realized a lot and his suspicions began to form a single picture. But at that moment, he turned his head, hearing a groan. Baum was awake, and the first thing he asked was, "Did the operation go well?" Of course, the fact that he was awake made he happy. He came closer and asked Baum not to move. Then he explained to him that they had found a parasitic worm, which was why they had to open his abdomen. Baum felt it on his body and started to lift his shirt. He asked him if he was okay. Baum thought, "Have I been exposed?" Suddenly his eyes met his. What the hell is he going to do, thought he. Was Baum going to bite his tongue out and kill himself? But he wouldn't get away with it because he was ready to make him calm down. He punched him so hard in the body that Baum's eyes opened wide. The blow was so powerful that blood spurted from Baum's mouth. All mermans are the same, like a copycat. As soon as something goes wrong, it's suicide, thought he. Do they really see their lives as a joke? But he acted clearly. He grabbed Baum's tongue and pulled it out. He immediately wrapped a cloth around it so that he could not bite his mouth. He then tried to calm him down, asking him not to do anything stupid. He also said that he was on his side. This made Baum calm down for a second. But unfortunately, it only lasted a minute. His hands suddenly grabbed He's body. If he had been brainwashed with spy stories since childhood instead of regular education, it would be difficult for him to trust a person. It was good that after the operation he had no strength left. And it seemed as if there were more and more opportunities to go to his ancestors. To save him, he worked for 10 hours without eating or drinking, performing the surgery to install bayonets for temporary fixation, a real work of art. And now this guy decided to destroy everything and commit suicide. The attempts to save his life almost cost he his own, so he will not let him bite his tongue out so easily. The soft moonlight penetrated through the patterned windows, filling the room with silvery light and creating a magical atmosphere of tranquility. The bright rays of the moon star penetrated the room, giving the room a magical glow that played on the walls and objects, creating a sense of mystery. The doctor's desk was in complete disarray. Elixirs were boiling over, spilling over, and clothes were scattered all over the room, indicating haste and fuss. Zhang, exhausted from the endless ordeal, was lying over the patient when he suddenly began to move, feeling fatigue grip his every muscle. The patient had exhausted him to the limit, and now many doctors had gathered around him. It was extremely difficult for all of them to bring him back from the brink of death. He asked himself why the patient thought that if he decided to die, he would just stand by with his arms folded and watch. He wondered, what if his friend could not bear the grief and fell ill because of the nervous tension? This thought haunted him. He realized that he had been a real selfish person, and it was time not only to think about himself, but also to change his manners and character. The man slowly pulled the mysterious ball out of his mouth, which had prevented him from saying a word, freeing his voice from invisible fetters. Having freed himself from the ball, he firmly said that he was not a weak person and had never been, demonstrating his inner strength and determination. However, the young doctor noticed that despite everything, she would suffer for the rest of her life at every memory of him, and this would cause her untold pain. Suddenly, his expression changed. A deep thoughtfulness appeared in his eyes, as if he realized he was wrong and began to rethink his actions. Having stopped the bleeding, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, and was finally going to examine the wound thoroughly to understand its seriousness. The doctor seriously addressed the patient, begging him not to commit such acts that could endanger his life again. After numerous trials and sufferings, he was finally able to secretly obtain a secret drug that could destroy the stomach worm that was tormenting him from the inside. He was sure that he had finally gotten rid of it and would be able to free himself from the burden. But unfortunately, for unknown reasons, the medicine did not work. The young doctor realized that he had sought to destroy the worm in order to retire to Hauman, and this was an extremely difficult ordeal for him. However, the drug that he had so hardly obtained worked only partially, not producing the expected result. The medicine did not completely destroy the worm, but only plunged it into a state of clinical death, temporarily stopping its activity. However, when the patient was given the sacred pill Peklin, the worm became active again, because it has the ability to feed on the internal energy of its host. If he decided to take this step to get rid of the worm, then perhaps the situation is not as hopeless as it seemed at first. The young doctor asked the patient if he had really fallen off his horse, because the wound looked like a fall injury. However, there was one important detail that remained unclear. The horse was well trained and had no reason to suddenly go crazy and stand on its haunches. Observing the patient's reaction, the doctor realized that he hadn't just kept quiet. It was obviously something to do with Haoman. If the criminal organizations got the news that Cheong Yulan was a spy, they could destroy the entire Haoman by destroying it to the ground. So to prevent this, Haoman must use any means possible to keep Cheong Yulan quiet and not reveal any secrets. However, he survived with only a leg injury, which allowed him to avoid more serious consequences. They assured him that they were on his side, but the young man could not fully trust them. Feeling suspicious, he realized that even the doctor might not believe him, but he was confident in his rightness and knew he was telling the truth. After a short pause, the young man thought about it and finally replied that he believed him, deciding to trust his words. The patient accepted this point of view, and he felt warm at heart, relieved and trusted. Yulan recognized the guy as a great doctor and decided that he could share his secrets with him. The next day, a very interesting event happened that changed the course of their lives. Things were worse than anyone could have imagined, as the Duke's wife had already discovered the worm, and it was impossible to hide the truth. The doctor, of course, convinced Yulan to tell the main heiress the whole truth and apologize. But for some reason, this only caused new outbreaks of passion. Fortunately, the doctor was able to get permission to speak up, and he did his best to make things right. And of course, he didn't forget to mention how much her husband had been suffering during all this time, emphasizing his suffering. When they began their story, the faces of the listeners were filled with sympathy for the man. One way or another, they needed to accept this point of view, even if it was not true, in order to maintain peace and tranquility. Yulan was approached by his friend and asked if all this information was true. The man abruptly grabbed the bedspread and, leaning on it, tried to get up. He looked at his wife with an offended expression, not understanding her reaction. He wanted to prove to her that he had his own point of view and was entitled to it. The young doctor watched and thought that everything should have been fine. But the patient spoke as if they had quarreled, and now all they had to do was make up. Yulan bluntly stated that this was not true, and it was a very bad sign for everyone present. The young master just wanted to ask why everything that was intact had suddenly collapsed. Master Wang gritted his teeth when he heard these words, because this was simply unacceptable to him. If it wasn't true, rage gripped her heart. She couldn't stand it and didn't hide her feelings, just got angry. She stood up so abruptly from her chair that it tipped back and clattered loudly to the floor. The young doctor watched this concert and simply could not believe his eyes. He saw her reaction and realized that if she reacted so sharply, it could end badly. Yulan lay in his bed and decided to tell the truth, that he was Haoman's puppet and had been a spy all along. Unfortunately, he was found out, but he had no regrets. Haoman had gotten enough information from him about her, namely about Ms. Wang. Hearing these words was like a bolt from the blue for Wang. Her fury filled the entire room. The master and Juho stood there, not knowing how to react. They could only hope for the best. The guy, realizing that everything was out of control, wanted to smooth things over somehow. He claimed that his patient had lost his mind and was sick, trying to justify his behavior. But no matter how much the young master wanted to fix the situation, the girl rejected his hand. After all, the doctor was only allowed to say one word, and only once. Chin turned to the patient, realizing that he wanted to help. But perhaps it would have been better if he had kept quiet. Mrs. Wang was furious with both him and her patient, and looking at this rascal, she did not know what he was thinking. The mistress turned to Lan Lan, asking him directly, was it true that he had approached her just for this, and that their entire relationship was just a performance? The young man looked down, hiding his eyes, and quietly confirmed that it was true. However, Wang wondered why he had eaten the stomach worm against his will. Was that also true? He replied that yes, it was also true. In order to get promoted in Haomun, he had no other choice. The woman realized the seriousness of their relationship, and the fact that this rascal was seriously telling her all this meant that the time of love they had shared was only a deception. He apologized to her again, confessing that he had been forced to hide this information for a long time. He had deceived her and betrayed her feelings, acting like a true spy. Hearing this confession, her body began to tremble with tension. Shock completely took over. Unsure of what to do in her pain, she turned to Lan once more. Had he never loved her, for a single moment, after all the trials? Exhaling, Lan said in a hoarse voice that he had never liked people like her. He admitted that it was unbearable for him to receive care from her. It was hard for everyone present to hear him say this, and they would have loved to stop him from causing more pain to Mrs. Wang. For Qin, it was a real disaster. He had planned everything so well, and this traitor had ruined it. It was as if Lan had deliberately torn his mistress's heart apart, and this act was a real self-destruction on his part. Lan looked at his wife's face, and saw in her eyes so much boundless grief and suffering that his heart shrank from indescribable pain and regret. In his thoughts, he recognized that he was a real sinner who had been wasting his life in an empty routine all this time. He had been engaged in espionage, wittingly or unwittingly, but he realized that deception did not fill every part of his existence. Whenever night fell and he did not receive the necessary medication, he had to hurriedly pack up and run for his life in the darkness. He overcame all the obstacles on his way because he had no other choice. His life hung in the balance between life and death. Every time it happened, he broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that there was very little time left and his life could end at any moment. He was never able to get a cure for Haumud, so he had to run all night from pain and hunger, literally on the verge of death. In those moments, when all this was happening, he completely rethought his life, reflecting on his every step and decision. Since then, he has continued to pass on valuable information in exchange for medicines, which were his only salvation and chance to survive. This medicine allowed him to live for another 10 days, and he spent the rest of his life chasing it as if it were his last hope. Only after he took these medicines did he have a chance to at least taste and eat something, feeling the taste of life that he had long forgotten. The food that became available after taking the medication and that he could finally taste seemed unrivaled, like a divine gift. However, even after tasting a few bites, he did not feel truly happy about eating, realizing the severity of his fate. Each time his wife was with him, and he watched her swallow the food with difficulty, realizing the bitterness of their situation. He pretended to be a good family man and never gave himself away. All this time he wore a mask, hiding his true feelings. And now, finally, the moment had come to end all this madness that had filled his life all this time. While surviving, he felt the warmth of this woman's hand, which tried to give him everything she could and support him in the most difficult moments. However, he felt like a traitor. Although he loved this woman, he had to betray her in order to continue his existence, and every time he forced a smile, he felt as if a piece of his soul was flying away, leaving an emptiness. His face instantly became a gloomy mask, reflecting the weight of his existence and inner struggle. He contemplated birds flying freely in the sky and people who don't have to suffer like this, dreaming of freedom and serenity. Every time he looked into the face of this woman, he repented of the unforgivable sin that weighed on his soul. Despite everything that had happened between them, he realized that he was deceiving her, wounding her heart with his secrets. And every time he saw a smile on Van's face, his heart would clench and he would feel uncomfortable with guilt. After all, he realized that sooner or later this whole performance would end, and the truth would come out, destroying their lives and relationships. After everything fell into place, he finally gathered his courage to tell her the truth. He pleaded with Mrs. Wang, begging her to forget about him and find a decent man who could give her true happiness. He spoke these words to Mrs. Wang on the eve of his death. She was crying and holding her heart, unable to contain her pain. Her pain was so unbearable that it was difficult to describe it in words. Tears and deep regret filled the air around them. The warriors around them did not know how to react, because the situation had reached its climax, and the tension was almost tangible. The master stood next to his servant, Yuhu, carefully observing everything that was happening around him. He decided to stand behind Yuhu so that in case of danger he could react instantly and protect him. The situation was truly terrifying, and although the young doctor was trying his best to save his life, it seemed that everything was out of control. By telling the truth, he had only harmed himself, and now wished that he could just be beheaded in his sleep, without feeling any more pain and suffering. And then the young master noticed that something in Lan's hands began to sparkle brightly, attracting the attention of everyone present. Holding a sharp blade in his hands, the young man said that he was so sorry to part, hinting at his desperate move, and attacking the lady with the sharp blade. He invited her to go with him on his last journey, wanting them to be together even in death. Wang did not react to this. Her body seemed numb, and tears flowed from her eyes, reflecting the depth of her pain and despair. But as Lan raced with the sharp blade toward his wife, something suddenly shot into his shoulder, stopping his attack. He froze for a moment, stopping for a second. His leg suddenly hurt, all because he had damaged the support that had been supporting it. He managed to pull out the pin that supported his leg, and the soldiers had already caught him, holding their swords at the ready to act. And when he shuddered and screamed, it was the last straw for the soldiers, who decided to react immediately and put an end to this madness. The woman had been looking at this traitor all this time, not answering anything, and saw the tragedy unfold with her own eyes. Her ward, a warrior, took his sword, swung it over the scoundrel and dealt him a crushing blow, leaving him no chance of escape. A pool of blood spread across the room, and the young doctor, no matter how hard he tried, realized that it was over and nothing could be done. This epic ending filled the entire space, and the room smelled of blood. The atmosphere was tense to the point of being overwhelming, and everyone felt the weight of what was happening. Yu Lan got what he deserved and turned the color of blood red. He would never wake up again, as he had wanted, having completed his tragic story. Everything turned red and froze. The bed, clothes, underwear. Everything was covered in red, and in a moment everyone was numb, because everything was out of control. At that moment, Lan thought that he was dying and that he had managed to pay for his sins, feeling some relief. He wanted to cry because of what and how he had lived his life. But something went wrong. He felt no pain and was happy, thinking that the sword had just quietly ended his existence. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a terrible picture. Mrs. Wang covered him with her body and took the blow on herself, saving him from certain death. This blow was very strong and aggressive from the old warrior, and it was supposed to fall on Lan's body, but fate decreed otherwise. Mrs. Wang took this crushing blow and received a fatal wound. She fell into his arms, pouring blood all around, and when she looked into his eyes, tears flowed from him and from her. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stop. The bloody sword of the warrior pierced her body, and the warrior who did it did not understand anything, shocked by what had happened. After all, Wang had suddenly intervened in Lan's punishment and took the blow on herself, thus protecting him and sacrificing herself. She fell into the arms of the sick man, and it seemed that the whole world stopped at that moment when the sword pierced her heart and life left her body. For a long time she sobbed on Lan's shoulder, and it seemed that her life was fading away. He could feel her weakening with every second. Lan was screaming with all his might. Why did you save me and cover me? Why did you do that?" His voice was full of despair and pain. Lan had even wounded her with his own pin. It was unbearably painful for him, as it was for the poor woman. He just wanted to destroy himself so that he wouldn't suffer, and she suddenly appeared. All she whispered, dying on his shoulder, "I'm glad you're not hurt," were her last words that echoed in his heart. And his beautiful hands were covered with blood. Lan looked at it and could not bear the burning pain that tore at his heart. The warrior ran up to his mistress and apologized, saying that he did not mean to harm her. In turn, Wang said that everything would be fine, and she would not blame them both for anything. This is her last will as the main heiress, and not even His Majesty will be able to ignore or overrule it. And everyone in this building has now witnessed her words and a decision that will change everything. Lan was crying, holding Wang in his arms, realizing that she was dying. He couldn't understand why she had set it all up, because he was the one who was going to end his life. But it was because she did not even understand her partner's feelings. She believed that she could not be called a worthy empress after this incident. She didn't want to go on living after such a lie. She took Lan by the face, looking into his eyes. And although her life was fading away, she accepted everything as it was and decided to do what she thought was right, because she still loved Lan. Now she told him that he would remain free and that she was letting him go with all her heart. She recognized that it had not been easy for him, because he had put up with a man he hated for so long, hiding his true feelings. And in the future of his life, no one will be able to constrain or limit him anymore. He is free to go his own way. Such is his fate, such is his destiny, and such is her life. They accepted it as inevitable. At that moment her hand dropped, symbolizing that her strength and life were leaving her body forever. Lan was overwhelmed with adrenaline and in unbearable pain. He held her close, but she said nothing more. He began to realize the severity of this ordeal, thinking that if he had realized it earlier, if he had comprehended her feelings faster. The woman fell on the bed in critical condition, and no matter how much Lan tried to cheer her up, it was too late. For a long time, the doctors could not recover from the shock of what they had seen and come to their senses to act. But the young doctor decided that he had to act immediately, and when his consciousness returned, he set to work. He ordered the wound to be quickly closed, and at that moment, they began an urgent operation without wasting a second. Turning to the teacher, the boy asked him to pinch the acupuncture points to stop the bleeding and stabilize the condition. He quickly started to do so and was shocked by what he saw. Everyone began to fuss and prepare for the operation. This place, called the Pekrin Infirmary, has gone through many trials that have affected the fates of many people. But in this hospital, no one is going to leave people to their fate and let them just die. They immediately got to work saving lives. The situation had reached an extreme level of tension, and the young master immediately set to work, ready to do everything he could to remedy the situation. The soldiers were shocked to the core. It was incredibly difficult for them to realize what had happened before their eyes. Instead of one patient, there were now two, and this greatly complicated the task of the doctors, who found it extremely difficult to help both of them at the same time. It was hard to believe that Lan had pulled out the pin with his own hands, because it caused unbearable, hellish pain that could drive you crazy. However, Wang went even further, doing something even more absurd. She returned the pin to Lan, shocking everyone around her. After all, their problems could have been solved with a simple, frank conversation. Sincere communication from heart to heart. Instead, they brought the situation to an absurdity, throwing themselves at each other like foolish children who do not know the right amount of violence. Of course, you can go to great lengths to protect a loved one, but this did not justify such extreme sacrifices. After checking her pulse, the guy was relieved to realize that everything was not as bad as he had initially thought. Feeling the vital energy flowing in her veins, the young doctor told the teacher that the situation was better than he had expected. All the energy channels and internal organs, including blood arteries, remained intact, possibly due to the fact that the pin was very thin. Then the doctors turned to Mrs. Wang, telling her that they were the only ones left in the room and she could get up. At that moment, the woman's eyes remained closed for quite a long time, which caused concern. But suddenly she opened her eyes abruptly and it became clear that she was probably pretending. The young doctor was amazed at what had happened. He thought she was sick, and she suddenly jumped out of bed. She also smiled, knowing that Baek Rin-sung could not be fooled. All of this seemed ridiculous, of course, but how could this have happened? After all, this woman had just been stabbed in the chest and back with a sword, and everything around her was covered in blood. Wang explained that she had bitten her tongue for effect, which was unpleasant but necessary, and suggested that the doctors first heal it. The young doctor was shocked to the bone by this turn of events, not knowing what to think. After all, the whole performance was a staging, but what else could she do? She was an outstanding warrior. Even if she wanted to take the hit, she couldn't. But sometimes you have to resort to little tricks for love. Chin listened to these stories and was shocked by how all the events unfolded right before his eyes. Han asked the teacher why he was standing so calmly when he asked him to pinch Lady Wang's acupuncture points, since she was covered in blood. And perhaps he knew all this from the beginning. And the nickname Holy Doctor is given only to those who have countless practical experiences. Over time, such people naturally develop insight that helps them identify simulators. And the novel did indeed state that the main heiress who held this position was an incomparable martial artist. Therefore, it was an impossible task for him to understand her between the lines, because she was so strong that she could overcome any opponent. But as it turned out, her love was truly sincere and deep. It turned out that she was actually healthy and strong, and this criminal could not be blamed for nothing. Everything turned out to be incredible. Master Peck emphasized that the woman had amazing intelligence, because it was not easy for her to throw herself under a sharp pin in that situation. The woman had thought this situation through and was well aware of all the possible consequences of her actions. She knew that Lan was not going to really pierce her when it all happened. She noticed that his movement was slow and staggered, even as he lunged forward. And even if he had actually pierced her, he would have done so shallowly, avoiding vital organs. The problem was with the guard. She told him to only lightly touch the skin, but if he did, her plan would have been revealed. Everything happened very quickly, but the guard almost gave himself away by swinging too slowly. They lost control and disobeyed her. It turns out that everything that happened had been planned in advance, and her entire entourage, including the soldiers, was aware of it. Now it was very important for her that they treated the wound and wrapped it with bandages so that the injury did not seem too light. She turned her back to the doctors, and they began to work on her back because the performance had to go on. Taking all the necessary tools and unwinding the bandages, everyone started working with maximum concentration. The guy was examining the wound and realized that it was good that the woman had not really thrown herself at the pin. Otherwise, the consequences could have been fatal. She noticed the young doctor. Why he was so calm? Because he had been deceived, and she thought he would be angry. He, of course, did not pay attention to this, because what could be more important than health? He was glad that what happened today was not real. It was just a well-planned performance, and although he didn't know about it, the main thing was that everyone was safe and sound. In turn, the woman noticed that the young doctor's point of view was quite wise. She had not met such intelligent and pleasant people for a long time. There were various rumors about him. The Heavenly Dragon Road Warrior Corps wanted to get this guy at any cost, and although he was young, he was completely different at heart. If he possessed such abilities, the whole world could lie at his feet, and she thought it would be great to have him as a bodyguard. Master Peck looked at this woman and realized what she was thinking and simply said, "No, that's not possible." She hadn't even said anything yet or expressed her thoughts, and he was already saying that it was still impossible. To her, it was as if Master Peck was not a person but a ghost. She turned to the boy and asked him his name, to know if there was any work that would bring money and fame. Would he accept it in the future? It was a rather controversial question, and the master was even worried about his young disciple's answer. The young man, who had just finished rewinding the bandages on her back, heard this question and abruptly tied the last knot. He did not fully understand what kind of work would make him the best doctor in the world. After all, his dream was to become an unrivaled doctor, and only in this way could his goal be realized. He would be able to cure his teacher's illness. Hearing these words, the master was proud of his student, but did not expect the boy to be so categorical. The woman did not expect that the boy would reject her offer. She'd not even gotten to the point yet, and he had already categorically rejected her. After bandaging her wound, she lay down on the bed, admitting that things were bad. But because of the young doctor's refusal, she began to like him even more, and she even began to joke. What had Master Peck done in his past life to get such a valuable and golden student? She didn't understand. If even the royal doctors had half the talent of this boy, it would be wonderful. It was unpleasant for the master to hear his student praised, because he still had a lot to learn. Wang lay on the bed and was just jealous. She said so. "I am jealous." Qin decided that he had a question for her and politely asked for permission to ask her. The woman, of course, gave him permission, and the question was, why does she love Lan so much? Although her life was not in danger, her vital organs were not damaged, she was still in pain. It was true that he had deceived her, but despite this, the woman survived it and turned the event into a real performance, creating a dramatic moment. She didn't answer him right away, wondering why the boy had used the word love. It was a strange question, but if he asked it, she would answer it. It was just as she thought. Her love was destined for her from the moment they met. When young Lan first caught her eye, she realized it immediately. As soon as they got closer, she had no doubt that this was the case. She fell in love with him at first sight and couldn't help it. The young doctor thought it was rather strange, because one might say she was simply fascinated by his appearance. Although the guy was handsome, he was still not even a tenth as good as his teacher. In any case, this situation was gradually coming to an end, and it was time to look forward. The next day, Lan came to visit his lover, whom he had once wanted to kill. After this incident, the soldiers brought him in their arms at his own request. When he arrived, Wang pretended to be sick for a long time and looked very unhealthy. She only opened one eye and looked at him, not even expecting him to come. Lan was holding on with all his might. Although it was hard for him, he was only interested in one thing, whether she was okay. The young doctor watched from the sidelines, not realizing that they were both turning into real comedians. They hugged each other tightly, and Wang, looking into Lan's eyes, asked if he would leave her again. The man firmly replied that he would never leave her, and would wait until she was fully recovered. He promised that he would never leave her again, regardless of the circumstances, and they clung to each other even more tightly, feeling warm and supported, as if the whole world had disappeared around them. Whispering gentle words in her ear, they expressed their love and support. Their voices quiet but full of deep feelings that only strengthened their bond. The young doctor watched this emotional performance and thought it was a real melodrama, like an endless Santa Barbara. They were playing on each other's emotions so skillfully that if Wang hadn't been deceiving him by pretending to be a seriously ill patient, it might have seemed sincere. In fact, it was Lane who had the most serious injuries, and the whole situation seemed somewhat absurd. After a general reconciliation, the master approached his student and told he that it was time to leave. He was glad to do so, as he no longer had the strength to watch this dramatic performance. Mrs. Wang noticed them leaving and drew attention to it, not wanting to lose the opportunity to say a few more words. She asked them to wait a few minutes to fulfill one important request that could not be delayed. When the master and his disciple returned to her, she was ready to voice her wish. She asked them to prepare a letter, and they wondered where exactly it should be sent and for what purpose. The woman replied that the goal was the palace. She was going to make those who had caused Lanlan great harm pay in blood. The master understood how harsh the consequences of all this could be, and they did not want to be involved in a possible conflict. He saw the expression on this woman's face and realized that things were bad. They were facing a determined and dangerous person. After all, this was the true face of a true formidable ruler, and her anger could have serious consequences. They decided not to argue and agreed, promising that they would fulfill her request without delay. But there was one more request from the queen. They asked the Huaju infirmary to listen to them, because her Lan would have lost his leg if it weren't for them. They needed to be taught a harsh lesson so that next time they would make more informed decisions and not endanger patients. This information silenced everyone. No one dared to say anything or object to her words. It was understandable that the queen was angry, but punishing the infirmary for their methods of solving the problem seemed too harsh. A few days later, in the Huaju infirmary, events occurred that no one could have predicted. All the doctors gathered in one of the halls. They were scared and did not understand what was happening. They were reading a letter from the queen, and the head, Counselor Mahjong, was holding it in his hands with anxiety on his face. He was trembling in his chair as he read the message, and everyone was wondering what she had written and what consequences it would have. The doctors gritted their teeth and asked the counselor what exactly the problem was and how it threatened them. The counselor didn't know how to respond, but he realized that things were going badly, and something had to be done. All the support and privileges that had been provided to their hospital were now being transferred to the Pekrin hospital, which was a serious blow. The doctors could only wonder what had happened to make the queen take such a radical decision. The counselor hit the table, furious. He wondered what the doctors they had sent there were doing and why they had failed. What angered him most was that they were just watching what was happening, not intervening and not trying to change the situation. But the doctors did not understand what exactly had happened, because they were not to blame for any of the events and did not understand why they were being accused. They were urgently sent to Wang because it was necessary to restore their situation as soon as possible. If Mr. Song found out about this, everyone would face dire consequences. At that moment, the ambassador rushes into the room and informs them that Mr. Song has ordered them to report to him immediately. The counselor realized how risky the situation was and that the consequences could be incredibly serious. The doctors also realized that their heads could fall off their shoulders at any moment if something went wrong. The counselor put his head on the table and began to cough, realizing the inevitability of what had happened and that it would be difficult to escape punishment. He couldn't understand why Mrs. Wang had done this, dooming their infirmary and making them suffer. The doctors tried to calm the counselor down, suggesting that he think about what to do next, how to act in such a difficult situation. But the counselor already had a plan of action, although it was extremely difficult for him to make this decision. He realized that his anger would do no good, and soon everyone would have to come back to reality, accepting all the consequences. Meanwhile, the doctors had to check everything that had happened and decide what to do next. They were discussing whether to go to Kaban or Kumon, and this became the main issue. According to the counselor, who was in a state of shock, Kaban was not suitable, so it was decided to go to Humon. This decision turned out to be the right one, because their branch was located near Peklin, which could speed up the process. The doctors listened to the advisor and began preparing for the departure, gathering everything they needed for a quick move. The next day, the news that the main heiress had stopped financially supporting the Huangjun infirmary on her own behalf spread quickly, and that all the money was now being transferred to the Peking infirmary. This news reached every corner even faster. Shock spread throughout Morimu, and the news reached the political circles of the imperial palace, forcing everyone to react. Numerous inquiries began to arrive at Wang's residence, and she watched as people came one after another, asking many questions. She realized that no one knew a boy named Hongyi, and because of this, many began to doubt his future and the role he would play. In the meantime, the hero went to the MacBook Solution Unit and, passing by, accidentally saw an old lady who caught his attention. He apologized to her for not coming for so long. He had promised to help her and come down the mountain earlier, but only now was he able to fulfill his promise. Grandma was glad that he had finally come, as she had been waiting for him for a long time. He noticed a bag filled with food next to her that she hadn't even touched. This made him realize that even her granddaughter had not come, and the grandmother had not had the opportunity to eat. The grandmother, looking at him angrily, asked him if his mentor, whom she called a chump, was as busy as he was. The doctor noticed that the word chump sounded rather strange, and he began to wonder why they were so close if they allowed themselves such words. At the same moment the old woman was saying these words, the master himself suddenly appeared. He approached her, and the boy immediately realized that it was his teacher in person. The grandmother emphasized that the master was easy to remember, hinting that he had been here many times before, and that they had known each other for a long time. The master, looking at her, calmly remarked that there was no need to check on his student anymore, as he was doing well. From the look in his eyes, it was clear that the old lady was up to something and probably had some information that she was in no hurry to share. The boy did not understand what they were hinting at, and what exactly his teacher meant when he spoke so calmly. But the grandmother suddenly began to laugh out loud, and her voice was not at all like the one she had used before. The young master, hearing this strange laughter, was extremely shocked and puzzled. The old woman's voice changed, and then her appearance began to change right before his eyes. Her wrinkled skin became youthful, and she began to transform like a werewolf, turning into a completely different creature. The old woman turned into a beautiful girl. But the boy could not understand what was happening and why it happened. Master Peck, however, knew exactly what was happening, and did not seem surprised by this metamorphosis. Her long brown hair was fluttering open, filling the space around her, creating an atmosphere of majesty. She said with a smile that thanks to him the strange old lady was able to enjoy the wonderful show that unfolded before her. The guy just fell to the ground when he saw this beautiful girl standing over him and laughing. He recoiled from her, falling to the ground, and pulled himself back, kicking his legs in fear and amazement. This woman had come here for a reason. She had come to meet Master He. The master told him that he was facing the head of one of the 3 largest hospitals, and she was also one of the weirdos, who was one of the 10 best warriors in Kanghol. She was a famous weird old woman known for her bloodshed. This old woman, known for her strangeness, received a strange nickname because of her unusual actions. She has a technique of muscle contraction, thanks to which she constantly changes her appearance. In Muram's world, it is still unknown whether she is really a woman, or perhaps even a man. However, the young doctor who read the novel knows for sure that she is a woman. Now he understands who this mysterious old woman with a passion for surgery is, and he believes that she can help even those who have returned from the dead. She noticed that the boy was scared and did not understand why he was so surprised. Had he never heard of her? For his own safety, the boy decided to pretend that he was hearing about her for the first time, although she had appeared much earlier than described in the novel. The master called his student up and again reminded the girl that it was unethical to change her account in front of another person. At Master Peck's remark, she became angry, asking why he had decided to judge her at all. However, the master was only interested in one thing. Was his student really that scared? Although the master did not understand what was happening, he was surprised when the old eccentric noticed him. At this point in the novel, she hadn't kidnapped people for healing yet. Master Peck noticed that, despite all his doubts, she had kept her promise. And if you think about what she said, she did keep her promise not to cause chaos in his hospital. When he heard about this agreement, he realized that it was quite worthy. Young Master Peck remembered the moment when they had come to an agreement. A long time ago, an old eccentric woman had taken a keen interest in his illness and, without his permission, began to touch him to understand the nature of the disease. She wanted to take Master Peck for treatment by force, but he was against it. They made a promise to each other. He would become her patient if she beat him in 50 blows. The girl accepted the challenge, ready to fight. Their incredible strengths converged on the battlefield, intertwining in a frantic dance of competition. Otherwise, the strange girl promised not to make any more noise in his infirmary. Hearing this story, the eccentric laughed, finally remembering, and the young master realized that his master had withstood 50 blows. She also recalled that Master Peck had won with ease, although it was hard to believe at the time that she was a second youth master, and he was seriously ill due to 9 torn meridians, and in that fight she had only managed to cut off some of his hair. The master also recalled this moment, and his student was only interested in whether it was true. He told his student that if you master family martial arts, you can become stronger. The eccentric girl noticed that the master was wasting no time in teaching his apprentice but that he had no problem passing on new knowledge. She walked over to the bench, took a bag of food, and offered to finish the greeting. Ipchun is the season when yin begins to replace yang, and she had prepared a dish for Master Peck. He realized that the package was actually meant for his teacher, The master did not refuse the offer because she always keeps her promises like her own life. The strange girl said that everything was exactly as he said, and she was glad that he trusted her. They went to a more cozy place where there was at least a small table. The old eccentric resembled another doctor, but she treated her patients with completely different methods. She had strange approaches that sometimes ignored the patient's wishes. He understood what the master was talking about because he had experienced it himself. The eccentric treats those whose chances of survival are minimal and close to zero, and her infirmary is one of the 3 largest. Because of its strange medical techniques, the old freak's infirmary was once considered an enemy in the Murim world. But time has eased the animosity, and now Hek-chan makes deals with mages and Saphas. They even treat diseases that the other 2 large hospitals cannot cure. She looks not just like a doctor, but like a real mad scientist of the second youth. Treatment at Haejong is quick and inexpensive, but there is one downside: side effects. On the plus side, the infirmary can obtain demon pills and various ingredients from mages and Sappho to help during operations, and the chances of survival are 50-50, but there is still hope. However, the boy could not understand why the old eccentric was checking on him again, pretending to be his grandmother. The girl didn't have to wait long. She quickly hurried to them. She had to sweat a lot to make the food edible. Anna brought the food right to the table and cheerfully encouraged everyone to pounce on her dish. Everything looked quite appetizing, and when the young owner tasted the dish, it turned out that it was not only beautiful, but also delicious. In the infirmary, Peck began to use unprecedented and unheard-of methods of treatment, and the girl could not miss such an event, so she quickly rushed over. She noticed that the boy had skillfully patched up her knee, but she thought it was still missing some important parts. Even in their infirmary, it was rare to see doctors as skillful and meticulous as this young man. Sitting at the table, she thought about it, and realized that despite his young age, the boy thought differently from the others. And the boy, while drinking tea, felt the strange woman's gaze and felt uncomfortable. The young master asked her if she knew that the main heiress had arrived. The girl was well aware that the atmosphere in the infirmary was icy. It was a good thing that the heiress had lost her mind and gone the other way. Because if Wang had discovered her during the war, there would have been no avoiding the trouble. The eccentric came mainly to observe the treatment process, devoting some of her time to it. She even used one trick, borrowing the eyesight of one of the great doctors. Through his eyes, she watched the operation, although she was mostly watching from afar. A real magic trick! Recalling the operation, we can say that everything went according to plan, and the treatment took place as the young man had originally imagined. To restore each layer of tissue, he first removed the damaged areas and carefully cleaned them with a scalpel. If the infected cells are removed, the healing process will go much faster. The girl realized that everything was clear now. The treatment had worked, but she was particularly interested in the young man's unusual approach. She continued to watch the boy who was growing on her and thought that she wouldn't mind sending him to the Hikshan infirmary. Master Beck heard her say this and firmly stated that this was not to be done. The girl was surprised to ask what exactly was wrong, but the master just repeated that it was wrong without giving any explanation. Before she could even finish her sentence, the master laughed, repeating that it was absolutely impossible. The tension between them was growing, and her green eyes stared at the young master. She abruptly stood up from her chair and shouted, asking Master Wuhi if he wanted to become her apprentice. If he agreed to become her apprentice, then in the future, the Hikshan infirmary would be his inheritance, and he would be able to control all the darkness on Earth. This offer sounded incredible, but the girl didn't seem to be joking at all. The master repeated once again that he had already said his word. If it's not possible, it's not possible. The guy looked at her silently and did not answer her, but she continued to look at him, trying to put psychological pressure, offering him much more than Master Baek-rin could offer. She explained that their Hikshan infirmary specialized in surgery, and because of that, he would have better prospects than at an acupuncture-focused infirmary. After she said that, Master Bayek remained silent, waiting for the boy's reaction. After a moment's pause, the boy asked the weirdo, if he went to Hikshan Hospital, could he become the greatest doctor and cure his teacher? The eccentric girl did not understand the question and asked him what he meant. She could not understand what he was talking about, because even she could not overcome this disease. And the fact that the boy was still alive could be called a miracle. And yet, although her words were true, it seemed inappropriate to refuse him. The girl began to get angry because her offer had not received any response, and she felt bad. She offered the boy all the darkness, and he chose his teacher. She even began to envy the Master of Hell, who was simply enjoying his student's refusal. For the Master, his student was everything, and he couldn't help but be grateful for his devotion. Over a long period of time, a special bond of friendship formed between them. As a master of the second youth, the eccentric lived much longer than ordinary warriors. It's been 50 years since the nickname Freak of Blood and Life changed to Old Freak of Blood and Life. And in that time, she's met only one true talent. Despite the explanation, the girl did not calm down. She said that if they didn't agree and the boy didn't want to be her apprentice, she had another great offer. The young master thought he would not give up so easily, but it was quite funny to hear about the second offer. She kept the intrigue in the air for a while, and she announced that she was giving him the right to view all the secret records of the Hikchan infirmary. This offer was very tempting, but it remained unclear how exactly she would show him all the patient records and even their secrets. The fact is that there is a ban on the transfer of third-party data and secret documents stored in the infirmary. In the ruthless Kanfo province, medical records are equivalent to secret clan books. However, this was not the main thing. More important was the fact that these documents contained medical charts. They described the symptoms, the course of treatment, and the results. Based on this information, you can learn almost everything about the hospital. If you study the wounds, you can understand the peculiarities of martial arts, and by internal injuries, all the weaknesses. It was for this reason that the old eccentric's suggestion stunned Qin Chongqi so much. Beck, who was nearby and heard this, did not understand the old woman's point of view, but she continued to insist that the boy listen to her, because she had always considered surgery to be the most important field of medicine. And it was obvious that physical health problems could be solved if they were treated by opening the body. And he would be the one to confirm this and be able to move forward. In Kanho, where even Hua's followers had left surgery, everyone began to look closely at the young master's actions, because Ahuato was the most famous physician in ancient China, and he could not give up his idea. After all, there were enormous opportunities at stake that the boy could discover once he got into that library. The tension between them grew, and their dialogue reached a dead end. The boy decided to ask what she was offering in return. In return, she wanted him to teach students her disciplines and skills when the time came. The problem was that he had already been taught by a teacher, and he didn't see the point. But what about the martial arts techniques that the guy doesn't know about yet? He had already mastered the greatest techniques and saw no point in learning the rest. The old eccentric was furious that the boy had rejected her offer, for she thought he was a real sheep. The master was proud of his student, and in fact, the situation became a stalemate. If she wanted to continue the dialogue, let her, but it was no longer worthwhile. Student He refused because his family possesses the most powerful martial arts techniques, and he was adamant in his decision. He thought for a moment, and standing up, offered his own version of the situation. After that, everyone froze in anticipation of his proposal. He offered to share his patient records with them, and thus he would provide the old eccentric with information about his research. She exploded in anger again, because this young boy dared to teach her. How could this kid dare to teach such a famous master and doctor? She simply could not understand what he was thinking. However, if she offers to share her secret medical records, he is also willing to pass on a lot of knowledge to Hickson. It could be considered an exchange of medical experience, if she agrees. If possible, he would like to get some medicine in exchange. Since Zhongpa has many different resources, not everything they need can be obtained. But the girl can bring in all the medicines they need or lack. She realized that the young doctor was going to propose an alliance. It was quite interesting. But two such unions were incompatible, and not everyone could think of it. And yet, the guy was thinking outside the box. No one else would have even thought of teaming up. The master, looking at his student, realized that he would go far. He was not sure how far, but his only goal was to save as many lives as possible. Hearing these words, the girl was numb with surprise. The tension between them grew, and their conversation became more tense. She took a long time to recover and finally decided to get up. She wanted only one student, and he wanted to conquer the whole world. He tried to explain his position, that it was not about taking over the world, but the girl asked him not to be modest. The development of medicine would change the world more than anything else. And all the heads of the infirmaries know about it, and Kangho only envied hell with all his heart because of such a student. After that, the girl realized that she no longer needed to stay here, and the guy just watched her leave. Before she left, she told him that there was one more option. He could learn how to keep the muscle contraction technique in Amji art from disappearing in Pecklin's infirmary. The boy didn't quite understand what she was trying to tell him, but he didn't object, even though it was somewhat different from his point of view. The master emphasized that the old woman was the best in the world at muscle contraction, and her amgi art was unsurpassed, and he gave him permission to take the chance and learn it. After assessing the situation, the boy agreed, if the teacher gave him permission. The old eccentric, watching this, realized that the boy was following every word of Peck. The longer she stayed in the room and listened to their conversation, the more she envied Master Peck. For people like her, it's important to find your calling, and she had succeeded. But Master Peck, unfortunately, is not able to use the technique of the second youth. The girl drew the boy's attention to the fact that his master would never be able to use this technique due to his health condition, even if he understood its principles. She kept trying to convince him that she was more suitable as a teacher. But the boy had only one goal in mind, to cure his teacher. And when he recovered, he would easily master the techniques of the second youth, thanks to his talent in family martial arts. The master had every reason to be proud of these words. However, for the old eccentric, these words sounded like an insolence. After all, she had a certain status and was quite a strong personality, and no one in the world dared to dare her except him. Master Peck turned to his disciple, saying that even though he had lived his life, there was no bitter residue on his soul. Although he was grateful for his words, he should not pay attention to trifles. The young master asked the teacher not to say that, as he was sure that he still had more to come. However, this was enough for him, and he did not say anything else. After that, the master put his hand on his student's shoulder and laughed softly. The girl watched and wondered if Baek-rin had already made up his mind. Jong-hee completed Buma's second surgery without any problems. Thanks to his quick recovery and excellent skills, Jong-hee cured the patient without any doubts and successfully. And a few days later, the promised aid arrived in large quantities at Beck Hospital. Meanwhile, in Hwaju Infirmary, the doctors who lost everything were reprimanded. Hwaju Hospital suffered not only financial losses, but was also embarrassed because the masters were not up to the level of the Baeklin Hospital. A full-scale movement began on the part of the largest merchants who were close to the heiress. Everyone who had power in this world began to fuss. After all, the biggest fire of conflict broke out in Halamun. When the young host asked what had happened there, they could only guess. But the information would soon reach them in the next chapter. In one of the districts, they heard the screams of a famous doctor. It was in the doctor's office of the Hwangju Infirmary, where doctors were explaining their point of view on why they had failed. Their medical fields were different. For example, Hwangju Infirmary is still the best in medicine, and after all, how could they indifferently leave? However, the fact was that they were not leaving of their own free will. They were forced. They were asked to stay even because of old friendships, stopping them at every turn. But there are many soldiers in the trade organization who suffer external wounds on duty and need to be treated. The doctor replied that if someone had a fever like Buma's, they would have had their leg amputated immediately, not treated. He apologized, but said they could not pass on their skills to those who would not even risk their lives to protect the goods. The delegation left, and the doctors were left with nothing. Their situation was bad enough, and no one knew where it would lead. An urgent meeting was held in the office, where one of the soldiers suggested that the head consider cooperating with the Peck Infirmary. Most of the talk centered on the case of a guy named Boom. Isn't it important to the soldiers that limbs that could have been amputated were healed? There was certainly a silver lining, but their clan had always relied on and trusted the Hwangju Infirmary's pill-making. If their clan was bigger, they could have had their own medical offices and produced their own medicine. However, they relied heavily on the Hwangju Infirmary. That is why it was problematic to suddenly change the situation in one day. The head's words sounded categorical and harsh, and despite all the discussions, it was all in vain. This was only the opinion of the elders, but in reality the clan is led by young people like these warriors. The head suggested that it was necessary to start a new meeting with them, and a little fuss caused a lot of excitement in the Muram world. All the influential people of this world began to fuss. Master Peck read a letter that said that the greatest fire had broken out in Haumun. When his disciple asked what had happened there, the master said that the Haumun division, which Boom had previously relied on, had burned to the ground. Wang Ya's anger did not subside, but only grew stronger. All the members of the unit and its leaders were dead, and now it would be difficult to decide who would take their places. For the young master, this news was too turbulent and very different from what was described in the novel. The master turned to his disciple He, asking him if he knew about the truth that the crown is inviolable in the world of Muram. The student said that he knew it very well, but in reality these were just words, because there was no clear distinction. The city to which Wang Ya led them and their infirmary were in Kanho. Similarly, Muram and the crown used places like this as information and transportation organizations, and this only made things more complicated. The master clutched the letter with the news in his hand. He was philosophical about it because it was only human affairs. Their infirmary preserves traditions, and it is very important not to forget about this when making decisions. For a young student, these words sounded quite difficult. According to Master Peck, it was difficult to set standards that would satisfy both the Muram and the Crown. Homun failed to properly maintain these standards and became greedy, which led to his wrath. This was the reason for their defeat and the fate of those who go against the rules. The teacher's words sounded like he was talking about what would happen after his death. He wanted the boy to be able to handle everything when he inherited the Pecklin infirmary. However, in his thoughts, the boy stopped the teacher, not wanting to hear this because he believed that the master had not yet become too old. The young student could not even imagine what would happen next, but he asked what the future really held for them. The master answered that until alcohol and criminals disappear from the face of the earth, Homun will continue to exist. However, according to the teacher, their power will not be the same as before. Someday everything will be back to normal, because it cannot last forever. He believes that Mukfi's brother and sister, whom the young student once treated for syphilis, have a new chance. The boy thought about the fact that they were brother and sister. It was just incredible. The opportunity to rise to the post of head of the unit, and maybe even higher, is the fate of the younger generation. All of this was good, of course, but one thought kept coming to mind. If they really were brother and sister, the boy was in awe. It seemed quite interesting. A week later, the emperor issued a decree to calm Wang Ya and his queen, because if she arbitrarily assembled the royal army without the Quan's consent, the foundation of justice would only be shaken. The emperor granted Chai Lan the title of Ho, so that he could have an official status in society. The emperor also accepted Chiyu Lan as an adopted son into the family of a high-ranking official, changing family records, and gave Wang Ya Boom, his granddaughter, as an adopted daughter to continue the Wang Ya lineage, which had the blood of the imperial family. Everything that happened surprised even the explosive nature of this woman. The young master, Qin Chong-hee, received a letter from Manhua, saying that he would soon be able to announce good news. And, judging by the letter, it was clear that his position in Haomun was gradually rising. Everything was as his teacher had predicted. True insight. In the evening, over a cup of tea, the young man came to discuss something seriously. The young student was very serious, and intended to put everything on the shelves in front of the teacher. The master watched his movements and reactions carefully, waiting for him to explain himself. The student said that he had been passing on his medical skills up to that point, but they remained disorganized. The master did not understand why his student called his knowledge disorganized. In a general sense, the young man believed that he had to systematize his knowledge, and for this purpose, he wanted to ask the master to talk to him. He still had a lot of knowledge that he had not yet shared. The fact that neither the master nor other doctors can fully understand even the real properties of the antibiotic penicillin creates a difficulty. For the master, his apprentice is a real doctor, but he does not demand that the apprentice disclose all his knowledge. However, he does ask him to share some medical secrets. Peck, for his part, would like to teach him everything he knows. Their conversation became more and more heated, but it sounded insightful. Regardless of whether his teacher understands, he is still willing to share his absolute skills. After a few minutes, the atmosphere in the room became tense, and everything was filled with the master's energy. It was clear that the master wanted to apply or teach the young master the art, and they had to start right away. The young student saw a technique he had only heard of before. It was the Chigel family's secret weapon, the Divine Heaven and Leaves technique, which the master used to awaken his mind by circulating energy. After a while, the young student brought the master his notes and drawings that he had been creating for a long time. After reading them, the master was amazed at his knowledge. The young man teased, saying that everything he had been explaining all this time could be called a short summary. A detailed study of these records would take at least a few years, which was simply amazing for the medieval master. After all, what the guy was describing was about cells, and what was depicted there was truly unusual. And these cells, which make up the whole organism, seemed to be simply incredible to him. While the master was reading these records, a bright stream of radiant energy came out of his body. The divine technique of Heaven and Leaves looked warlike and mysterious. But then the young disciple noticed a very important detail and wanted to tell the master to wait. The disciple wondered if the master was experiencing the same thing that had happened to the archer, because the aura was similar. The master read through all these records, and it was just incredible. The records included descriptions of the brain, liver, various organs and cells, which amazed him. Looking at this, some special aura flashed in the master's soul. He could not even imagine that such knowledge could be comprehended at such a young age. The boy was fascinated by the energy that emanated from the master. but also returned, filling the air with incredible crystals and incredible power. This energy created the feeling that the air was filled with pure magic. If the master's health had been better, he could have achieved even greater results, and he was extremely sorry about that. The boy did not understand why the master was saying this, but he felt that it made it easier to understand his hopelessness. The master thanked student He for his efforts, but the boy was happy to help any time for the sake of progress. Looking at the student, it became clear that it was now necessary to take up his knowledge. Hearing these words, the boy realized the importance of this moment and felt that the master meant something great. Perhaps he would give him the entire divine technique of heaven and leaves. He even stood up from his chair as it was incredibly exciting. He suggested that we continue to teach each other and not stop there. However, realizing all the advantages of this technique, the guy could not say a word. After the student and teacher decided to share their knowledge, they both went deeper into their studies. Chong-Hee plunged into his studies while training at the same time. He was able to combine martial arts training, studying medicine, and passing on medical knowledge. The master supervised him all the while absorbing his surgical knowledge. If it wasn't for the power of the 5-element sacred technique and the heaven and leaves sacred technique, he would have long since become tired, unable to keep up with his intense schedule. One day, he dozed off while reading a book. A passing girl noticed him and thought he needed to get some rest. Otherwise, he would soon be completely exhausted. The boy emphasized that he was very focused and did not understand why he needed it, but the girl suggested that he go play by the water. When he went with her, he decided to scare her, saying that he would tell the archer about her absenteeism. The girl realized that this was not entirely fair and thought that the guy was getting a little carried away. He did not leave the library because every second and every minute was valuable to him. He didn't want anyone to be able to say that he had finally studied all the imperial records on medicine only after his death. The young master's studies went very fast. Every day he studied a new book and experimented. The nurses who were his assistants were simply amazed at his knowledge, because he learned in a week what other people needed years to learn. He experimented and watched experiments to find something that could help cure the master. If he hadn't studied the peculiarities of herbs and their combinations perfectly, he would have failed. Finally, the guy brings the same potion he had been preparing all this time and gives it to his master. He was on his knees bringing this potion, practicing every day. He carried water across the mountainous terrain to harden his muscles. And now, he is not the weak guy he used to be. He is now a balanced person. Every day his physical condition improved, and he moved forward. The divine heaven and leaves technique stimulated his brain and contributed to the rapid improvement of his memory, so he stopped being afraid of failure. He could have earned a lot of money teaching this technique to modern students, but this knowledge was available only in this world, and he completely absorbed it. His energy was incredible, and he was getting stronger every day. The disease took away a lot of heat from the blood vessels surrounding the master's heart. Because of this, he overexerted himself even more, trying to keep moving and keep the energy circulating so that he would not freeze even in the height of summer. And this is what allowed the master to stay alive. The disciple understood that the attack was due to a lack of internal energy, and that is why the master had recently lost consciousness. Due to the excessive circulation of energy, his limit would soon be reached, and he would not be able to continue. The master has already experienced aura stratification and involution of the middle layer of arteries. Aura stratification is a condition in which the inner, middle muscular layer and the outer layer are separated. When the inner layer is destroyed, the blood begins to gush out, and the pressure causes the middle wall to crack along the major axis. However, due to the power of the divine 5 elements technique passing through the aorta, the upper body remained in good condition, and the brain was not damaged. The problem was in the descending part of the aorta, where the symptoms of the disease included loss of sensation in the lower body or partial paralysis. The master was listening to his student, and it was painful for him to hear this. The boy claimed that it was a real miracle that the master was still alive, and that he would probably need to undergo an urgent operation. He also realized that if he used an aggressive method, he would have to remove all the damaged tissue. However, in this case, the teacher's body might simply not be able to withstand such a load. Even if the tissues were removed, the cold from the 9 yin and the severed meridians would return, and this struggle would have no end. I will have to use the same method again, and at this stage it would be a real suicide. It is not just a heart disease as in the real world, but a meridian gap that exists in Marima. And it is much more complicated. The meridian gap has the feature of artificially taking away heat, which seems simply fantastic. Whatever knowledge and methods the young doctor had, they had a certain limit. He thought about how to help the body through a stand, a special form of cylindrical frame that narrows the pathological process. And then he found several precedents in the Chai-Hal family's medical supplies. The master did not know about these precedents and asked what he had found. He needed an internal pill from the 10,000th fire carp. The fire carp lives in hot springs and accumulates fire energy with age. It is used to make internal pills. The pill can be swallowed as a source of internal energy, and there are many different kinds of internal pills. This type gives the body elasticity and stability, not to mention endurance, by giving it a huge amount of energy. Because of this, it is possible that this pill will be an ideal remedy for treating 9 yin and broken meridians. However, it is not known where the 10,000th fire carp lives and who is able to find it. The guy smiled, realizing that this was a new challenge. He was philosophical about it, saying that patience and hard work would conquer all. He was sure that even heaven could answer his request. The master was amazed by his disciple's answer. He recalled reading in a novel about a place where a carp was described. This place was discovered only 10 years later, but he would have to go there right now. With the onset of winter in Murim, the beginning of the Dragon and Phoenix Congress was announced. It was a battle festival where allies met and young talents from each clan gathered. They fought for honor and measured their strength against each other. This event was of great importance to Murim, and the excitement did not pass the infirmary by. Yuho and Master Peck watched as numerous carriages rushed to visit them. These carriages were traveling with one clear purpose. After that, complete silence reigned in the infirmary. When the Congress began, the master and the leaders of the other units went to the Union. Counselor Juho, however, did not go, and this remained a mystery to the young man. The boy joked with Juho, asking who would take the master's place, and noted that the teacher must be worried, because the number of his guards had decreased. Juho continued to do his job as a guardian for the young student. These words struck a chord with Juho, and he became angry at the joke, promising the master that he would take his life if he continued to joke in this way. He explained that the master did not trust the apprentice Chin, and that was why he had kept him to watch over him, because such a small child could not cope on his own. However, Juho did not even realize the age difference between them, and at one point he remembered the message. He pulled a small box out of his pocket. It was a message from the northern part of Jiangsu province, and it was addressed to the young master. He wondered for a moment if it was a message from the demon school. When he was alone, he opened the letter and began to read. The letter was quite large and carefully folded, along with some kind of gift in a box. The letter said that he was allowed to send a letter to anyone at school, but that he had no one else to write to, besides Hyun. He wrote that he was living very well and that when the time came, he would definitely visit his young master. Master Peck's disciple immediately realized that it was Yaharyun, and was glad that he was okay. He had managed to restrain his bloodthirsty nature. Yaharyun had probably already gained some status in his school. Not every member of a demon school can just send a letter to other places, which means that he will get the position of young leader very soon. Initially, it was supposed to take less than 5 years, but that changed because he taught him the basics of life that he needed. Thanks to the young man's words, Yakaryun's anger subsided considerably. He always remembered the advice, think 3 times before killing a person, and saved many lives. Reading this message, the young master realized that Yaharyun was a truly dangerous person, and it was not easy for him to suppress his instinct of a deadly sky star. The last thing that was interesting was the description in the letter of the silk bag that contained the gift. The guy loved gifts, so he picked up the bag and was pleased. It looked like a heavy thing, and all that remained was to find out what kind of gifts Yakaryun tasted. He took out something that looked like a bracelet, but it was an unusual bracelet. It was heavy and resembled a dragon eating its tail. The bracelet was made of demon school steel, making it a very valuable artifact. The young master remembered seeing it once before, the same thing he had read about in the novel. Initially, the bracelet was supposed to belong to Yakaryun himself, a bracelet with the black power of bloody death. But why Yakaryun gave this valuable artifact to the young master so easily remained a mystery. The young man began to turn the bracelet in his hands and examine it, not believing that it was possible to send such a valuable item through a letter. But after several manipulations with the bracelet, dark energy began to emanate from it. For some unknown reason, the bracelet activated, and the guy could not understand why. He watched the artifact in amazement and did not know what to do next. The bracelet of the Black Blood Death Sect is one of the secret weapons of the Demon of Heaven that he used in the novel. The invisible strings from the bracelet compress and cut the enemy's throat, and at a critical moment, this bracelet can be used to create a trap and drive hundreds of martial artists into it. In the original novel, Yaharyun received the bracelet of the Black Sect of Bloody Death only after he defeated the Black Light Shadow Freak with great difficulty. One can only guess how calm Yahello feels since he sent this bracelet to the boy. If this is the case, then Yahello must have become friends with the Black Light Shadow Freak, because in his current state, it would be impossible to take the bracelet from him by force. One could only guess whether Yahello had become a student of the Shadow Weirdo, which was simply incredible, because everything happened 4 years earlier than in the novel. The black bracelet on his hand seemed small, but once it grew, it would become much larger. However, the boy did not fully understand why Yahello sent him the bracelet, because Yahello himself could easily use it. He was an ordinary person, and even if he didn't understand the value of the bracelet, what would he do if he just sold it on the market? After receiving the letter from Yahello, Jong-hee wrote him back, asking him the simplest things. If he was eating well, how was his health, and so on. At that time, the young master was busy in his workshop brewing another potion when a girl came in. He was not particularly happy to see her, and did not understand why she came in so suddenly, out of breath. She asked the boy to follow her because he needed to heal someone, which seemed like a rather strange decision. She couldn't tell him everything right now, so she just asked him to follow her. She pleaded with him, and the guy realized that she was not joking. He quickly went to treat the patient, no matter what. He ran forward without looking back, and the girl led the way. They ran into a dense forest that was covered with snow. They were already tired of running, but they kept going because the place was quite far away. The young master overtook the girl, which impressed her greatly. She watched his body flutter like a feather. The guy easily overcame all the obstacles, and they had to run farther and farther. The girl was surprised, because she could not imagine that the boy had already comprehended the principles of the 3 foundations, and it had such a great impact on him. Now, he needed to focus on the 5 elements of wind technique and the newly learned foot ice technique. They were running up some mountain, and it was unclear where it would eventually lead them. But this was not a problem for the young master. He confidently jumped on the snowy slopes and cleared the way with his strength. The girl looked at his strength and asked him how long he had been studying martial arts. He replied that he had been practicing for only 6 months. She was amazed because such progress in 6 months was a real breakthrough. Looking at him, she saw a real beast that overcame all obstacles. They had already gone far, and the young master began to wonder how much further they had to go. But then the girl pointed to a deep cave ahead. The cave looked quite strange, and if the patient was there, they would have to go into the very guts of this uncharted space. The cave was completely dark, and he could only ask how she had found the patient here in the first place. The girl did not explain anything to him, just asked him to follow her. Next, they found a very narrow, dark, hole-like place where they had to climb. The cave was so tight that it was hard to imagine how a patient could get in at all. They crawled from one hole to another, and it was quite difficult and dangerous. Soon they did see the light and finally reached it. The girl quickly rushed forward, holding the young man's hand, pulling him along. The boy was amazed when he saw that the light was coming from this very place, and he did not understand how there could be life in such a place. He wondered where this room came from in such a gloomy place. Everything was done quite well. The cave was lit by very expensive pearls that automatically emitted light in the darkness. He followed her, but still did not understand where the patient was. The girl led him confidently, emphasizing that they had to go a little further. The sounds of the patient could be heard in the space, and someone was clearly jumping or running. She climbed up, passing through a rocky area, and soon, in the perimeter, the guy saw a dog lying beaten, and the girl asked him to heal it. The guy was not expecting such a patient, but the girl demanded immediate help because the dog was seriously injured. He decided not to ask too many questions and asked the girl to explain everything later, while he focused on what he could do. After washing his hands, he began to examine the patient. The dog was whimpering in pain, and although it was large, it was unclear what exactly had happened. Despite the animal's pain, the guy realized that he would have to disturb it a bit for treatment, hoping that it would not be offended. There were 3 ropes around the dog's neck, which resembled a symbol. He remembered that he had seen this somewhere before, but the dog was growling the whole time. One day, his master's servant gave him a list of books that listed the symbols of each clan. He was instructed to learn these symbols by heart, and they were contained in the materials that Yuhu had given him. The symbol on the dog's neck belonged to the Kiban clan, and the 5 knots meant the head of the clan. The Kiban is a clan made up of poor people who make a profit by selling information. Our hero told the girl that he might be facing the head of the Kiban clan. However, perhaps this is not the head, but just a messenger trained to pass on information to the head. The girl was shocked by this information because she did not know this. She had thought that birds were used to transmit messages, which are much faster and more efficient than dogs. But birds fly only on certain routes, although there are birds with high intelligence that are used for special tasks. Dogs may be slower, but they can move in packs and overcome intricate paths the first time. The dog had an excellent sense of smell, which is why it performed well in the search. The girl emphasized that this dog was a real smart girl. The young doctor, having only the basics of veterinary medicine, realized that he needed to find a specialist, because his efforts could have been in vain, like a charlatan's. The only question was who to turn to. At first, he provided first aid, and then decided that he would have to take the dog to the hospital and find someone there. They began to lift the dog by the paw, encouraging their new friend to move. But as soon as they took it by the paw, the dog growled loudly, and even it tried to bite young Dr. He. The yellow-colored dog scared the young owner very much, and he did not understand why she suddenly decided to bite. The girl asked the young doctor to stop because she did not know all the details, but it seemed that the dog had difficulty moving. The young owner was interested in how she could find him in such a place, but realized that you can't go against the patient's will, and decided to help. The girl named the dog Huang and asked it to calm down, promising that she would help it recover. The dog was very angry about what was happening and could no longer distinguish between good and evil. The dog was a true messenger of Wang, and in the novel, the Keban clan had to face numerous difficulties. Each incident had a fatal impact on them. And if this dog survives, it will become an important part of the future of the Keban clan. When the young owner asked her if she knew what had happened, she said she had no idea. She often saw the dog in the neighborhood, and today she was drawn to it by its whining for help. He recognized that the dog was a real smart kid. She knew that the dog belonged to someone important, but she didn't realize that it was a messenger from the head. The boys she played with used to call the dog Huang, and that was all she knew. Today, she was hunting in the forest and accidentally came across him. The dog led her here, but then fell to the ground, and it was good that they met on her way. The doctor examined the dog and saw that blood poisoning and a strong inflammatory reaction had begun due to external wounds. The dog had a fracture of the kneecap, tibia, and tendinitis of the biceps brachii muscle. This indicated that the dog had been using its front paws too often, and the pain was incredibly severe. But it did not give up. One could only wonder what could have happened to Huang, looking at his condition. The dog was better than many people. It was kinder, but it was attacked because of some important message. The enemy apparently did not attack it with swords, but with something sharp. Someone was trying to catch the dog alive and was in a great hurry to capture this messenger. The girl wondered if it would be more efficient to just kill the dog to take the message. But she could not understand why they would do it this way. The master also could not understand why this happened, and they realized that if they could not get the dog to the infirmary, they would have to bring someone here. The dog growled loudly, as if it understood them and was well aware of the situation. The young owner and the girl realized that the dog was responding to their words and seemed to understand everything. If so, what should they do next? If they don't want anyone to come here, what can they offer? Perhaps it would be better to send another messenger instead, but the dog just barked again, as if he didn't agree. This dog was very intelligent, but still its master was more precious to it than life. In this cold cave, there was only one option left, to provide emergency assistance. It was necessary to run with the dog to the Keban clan as soon as possible. The doctor realized that they couldn't be sure if the messenger himself would be able to pass on the information, and there was no guarantee that the dog would survive before a decision was made. They did not even expect to have to go to Kanga because of this. The dog started barking even more, and it was clear that he was very angry. But why was he barking so loudly? Maybe it was his way of saying yes, and it looked like it. The dog was very nervous and trembling in pain, but tried to hold on. The young owner asked her to be patient a little longer, promising that they would help her in any way they could. Their hospital, even for Keban, was one of the most important in the region. The unit was a 6-hour walk from the infirmary. The guy gave the dog a pill and told him that it took 12 hours to get there from this mountain. But if they used the light step technique, they could get there in 4 hours. They had a very strong dog, and they could only hope that they could make it. They begged him not to die until they reached the Gai Baikan unit. When Zhonghe finished administering first aid, Wang's dog expressed his gratitude by pointing to an unusual shining pearl. Qin Chonghe and Wang's girlfriend picked it up and started walking out of the cave, heading for the Geban subdivision. When they got outside, everything was covered in snow, and darkness had already descended outside. He was sure that they were definitely being followed. In general, he believed that Yen was stronger than him in martial arts, and so she would cover them and protect them. The girl was not particularly confident in her abilities, but she understood that it was necessary and agreed with his opinion. As they walked through the forest, they had a problem. They did not know the exact path. However, Yen assured them that they could walk even with their eyes closed, while the boy was not so well oriented, so he decided to follow her. While walking along the forest path, the dog started whining. The girl hinted that Huang wanted to show them the way and pointed in the direction. The boy couldn't even believe that a dog could be the best guide, but he agreed. They asked the dog to lead them and began to follow its directions. The dog became their guide and they quickly moved forward. But before they set off, Yen asked if the young doctor would trust her with his life. The young man answered without hesitation that yes, of course. The girl's heart warmed as she saw that he trusted her. Now all they had to do was run, and the girl promised to shoot if she saw anything. They began to move rapidly, overcoming obstacles on their way. The girl looked at the young master and Huang, who was running behind, and promised herself that she would protect them. The night was very dark, but the moonlight gave at least some hope. They were running fast through the cold trees, and the wind was freezing. Using the technique of light stride, they managed to move quickly. They overcame various obstacles, mountains, pits, and falling trees. The girl could barely keep up with the young master. However, looking at him, she realized that protecting someone and protecting yourself are two different things. She remembered her mentor's words. If you are protecting another person's life, it is much harder than protecting your own, especially on such a dark night. Luckily, the wind direction was favorable, and the moon was shining, albeit dimly, but sufficiently. She hoped that they would not be spotted by enemies for the rest of their journey. But somewhere in the distance, the girl noticed that something had gone wrong. She saw the mountain birds flying up as if they were afraid of something. These birds didn't just fly up, they flew towards the young owner and the dog. And suddenly, having noticed them, the birds began to attack rapidly. They were rushing to the young owner's back, who did not even suspect the danger. Yen saw that the birds were aiming directly at the dog, and Master She counted 5 birds and quickly pulled arrows from her quiver. She loaded 3 arrows into her bow because she had practiced for a long time for moments like this. But now 2 lives were on her shoulders, and she had to seize the moment. She shot 3 arrows, deciding to shoot 3 birds first and see what would happen next. The arrows flew rapidly one after the other, and the girl kept drawing new arrows. She loaded them and sent them toward the enemy without wasting a second. She hoped that the arrows would hit the target and save the young master. As she aimed, she thought of nothing else but hitting the target. The arrows flew very fast and sharp, flying past the young master. For some reason, some of them hit the trees and stayed there, stuck in the trunks. However, a few arrows still reached their intended target. The cursed blackbirds began to fall to the ground because the girl had hit them. The boy felt that things smelled dangerous, and when he looked ahead, he could not imagine that these cursed birds could be hunting them. One by one, the birds began to fly to the trees. It became clear that these birds were no ordinary birds. They had been following them all along. The boy asked Huang if he was scared, but fortunately, everything was fine. Their protector had done a good job. The little girl was proud of what she had done because she had hit the target. She began to suspect that Wang was wearing some kind of scent that allowed his enemies to track him. Perhaps that was the reason why Wang hid in a deep cave. If he came out, they would immediately start chasing him. The boy raised his hand to symbolize that everything was fine. But the girl heard rustling in the bushes, and it became clear that the situation was getting worse. It was obvious that their location had been revealed, and they were in big trouble. The ninjas began to rapidly jump out of the trees, holding their swords, and surrounded the young master. There were a lot of them, and they were all serious about destroying the enemies. Their main goal was to capture the messenger, and it seemed that the boy would not be able to escape from them. They didn't know that he was a messenger, so they just wanted to kill him. Looking at the situation, the young doctor realized that they were surrounded on all sides. These warriors were not known for their friendliness. They were dressed in specific clothes that indicated that they belonged to the killers. But the young mistress's sharp arrows flew rapidly at the enemies. The warriors were frightened when they saw their comrades falling from arrows flying from an unknown direction. Their bodies were pierced by arrows, and they felt that they would not live long. The trained killers could do nothing, because they had not expected such an unexpected attack. It was clear that they were not alone, and the boy could no longer fight in close combat. More killers were hiding behind the trees, and the girl continued to shoot at them with her bow. When the ninjas found the girl, they realized that they had to act quickly, because their comrades were dying like weak beginners. Their next task was to hit the archer and deliver a fatal shot the first time because she would not be able to resist in close combat. The enemy was skilled in martial arts and knew how to protect vital organs. In this situation, the girl remembered the lessons of the master. She quickly maneuvered from place to place to avoid being caught, and at the same time shot arrows at the enemies. Her arrows hit exactly where the enemies could not even expect. You don't need to put a lot of thought into each shot. Just act. No matter how hard these soldiers tried, they could not catch the girl because the arrows flew chaotically, hitting their legs, arms, and even their hearts. If a shot slows down the opponent's movement, it is already in favor of their organization. A fatal attack is not as important as any attack, because every arrow brought a positive result. The girl dispersed and her arrows fell like rain. The warriors had to hide behind trees because everything around them was dotted with arrows that pierced their comrades. The boy, along with Huang, saw a brutal scene when a little girl literally showered tall and trained warriors with arrows. It was the first time he had ever seen such a technique, and he could not even imagine that scenes from the novel could unfold right before his eyes. The difference between vaguely imagining a situation from a description and experiencing it firsthand was enormous, like heaven and earth. The Kongan girl was incredible, but looking at her it was hard to tell if she was even okay. The guy, such a strong man, was even scared and afraid to watch her work. She was perfect in her craft. The girl fought desperately against a huge number of soldiers, which created many problems. One of them suddenly crept close to her. He pointed his sharp sword, trying to destroy her ruthlessly. She turned around and saw death rapidly approaching her. The words of the master, who had always emphasized not to be afraid of close combat, came to her mind. If the body is numb with fear, it is the end. She let go of fear and dodged the blow with lightning speed, avoiding the inevitable tragic consequences. Having made a turn, the girl felt that she was now above the enemy and raised her bow for the decisive blow. She took aim and hit the face of the villain who dared to attack her. It seemed that all the enemies had already been defeated. The soldiers were lying unconscious on the ground, and the last one was coughing after being hit. The only question that remained was, what kind of message did this insidious attacker bring? The cries of other warriors came from the forest, warning each other to be careful, because things were not so simple. The girl had only one arrow left, and the young master was already in danger. Holding the last arrow in her hands, she realized that now she would have to rely only on luck. The young doctor ran with his dog, trying to escape from these villains. He was scared more than anyone else. He had to at least save his life. A ninja appeared on the horizon, and he was no ordinary ninja. He was holding a cold weapon. He was holding 3 shurikens, ready to attack. The ninja took a swing and threw these sharp metal stars with all his might. Although he had trained before, this was the first time he had faced such strong enemies. When 3 shurikens flew straight at his head, he realized that he had to act immediately. Feeling the rhythm of the battle, he gathered all his strength and dodged the deadly stars. The guy successfully avoided being hit, saving his life. But that was not the end. The villainous warrior began to chase him even faster. It became a real challenge for the young doctor, because these enemies hide insidious weapons. The ninja watched the guy closely, and it seemed that he did not understand how he had not been able to catch such an opponent. Watching his movements, he noticed that the boy was acting according to the principles of the 3 pillars. He didn't evade with any special technique, but with his skills, which are usually taught to lower-level warriors. For a highly trained assassin, this young man was already quite annoying, beginning to get on his nerves. The dog began to bark loudly, signaling that the enemy was approaching. At that very moment, as the guy was running, the warrior swung his sword over his head. The villain got very close, and in a moment he was already in front of his face. But something went wrong, and the warrior suddenly received a fiery arrow. The arrow pierced his heart, knocking him down and taking him out of the fight. The arrow traveled so fast and violently through the warrior's body that blood spatter painted everything around him. The highly skilled assassin let go of his sword, realizing that it was over and that the arrow had hit his heart. It was the work of the young mistress, who ordered him not to look back and just run on. She would deal with the rest of the enemies. Hearing these words, which sounded like madness, the girl wondered whether she should leave her friend and run alone. It really seemed crazy. But what could he offer in return? The enemies were still here, and she had no more arrows. If they both wanted to die together, they might as well stay still. The guy looked her straight in the eye. He couldn't lose a close friend, especially a dog. No matter how important the information the dog carried about Muram was, it would not change their fate. She ordered the young owner to leave the dog behind, and everyone around her was shocked, both the boy and the dog. But for the girl, it was no longer a joke. She did not expect such a development of events. They had to run away if they wanted to survive. The dog looked into the eyes of the young owner, and he returned the same look. The situation was very tense. This dog had such sad eyes. He did not know what to do, but he had to move very quickly because the enemy was gradually and steadily advancing. In his thoughts, the guy realized that there was no other way out. They would not be able to cope with every enemy. They have no technique that would allow them to use their inner energy and win together. He sees a big mountain right in front of him. The guy realizes that they might have a chance. He squeezes the dog tightly in his hands. He orders the young owner to run as fast as she can without looking back. She doesn't know what he's up to, but the guy insists that she listen to him at least this time. The uncertainty was written all over her face, and it was very noticeable. But what else could she do? The situation was hopeless and they had to trust each other. A few minutes later, the guy activates the sacred 5-element technique. Fire begins to fill his every vein, and if the internal energy is enough to create a vortex, his plan might work. If not, everything will go to hell. The dog feels this power and starts barking nervously. The incredible power of the sacred 5 elements technique is so powerful that the girl sees it for the first time. An unusual inner energy fills the space, and only one question torments her. Where does this guy get such power? However, this energy envelops everything around them, and when the warriors begin to approach them, the situation changes. Something is disturbing their souls. They don't understand where the electric force that stands in their way comes from. It was as if the boy had released an incredible chakra that spread throughout the forest. He asked the young lady to just run and not listen to anyone. She decides that this time she will listen to him. The incredible power that he released from himself begins to spread throughout the space. The wind filled the young master's chakra, and his body became stronger, as if it were hardened. Power began to flow out of his hand, and he felt a powerful stream of energy being released. He put his hand to the ground, and every movement was filled with an electromagnetic storm that was unfolding around him. When his hand touched the ground, the power spread throughout space, destroying everything in its path. The young owner literally changed before his eyes, because he had never felt such a powerful force before. The dog didn't know how to react. He was so shocked to the depths of his canine soul. The lightning strike spread throughout the forest, and the boy's energy seemed to flow through the veins of nature. It penetrated everywhere, both the snow and the trees, filling the space with life-giving power. The electromagnetic shock covered the entire landscape, every bush spreading in waves. The force grew stronger and stronger until it reached the mountain. It shook the mountain, and it seemed to have succeeded. The boy looked at the mountain, hoping that it worked, because it could change the course of events. If not, then they would be in trouble. The ground beneath them cracked, and the stones of the frozen mountain began to crumble. It looked like an avalanche slowly descending from the top of a mountain. Every minute the stones were getting bigger, and soon a big collapse started in the very center. It was as if an earthquake had shaken the place, forcing the mountain to move from its place. A huge mass of snow fell on the killer warriors. No matter how many of them there were, they could not oppose the power of the elements. It became increasingly difficult to run in this snow, and the huge amount of snow was carrying them away. The soldiers were caught in an avalanche, turning into frozen victims of the elements. The young master was laughing, happy that he had managed to do all this. The young mistress, running away from the avalanche, screamed, feeling fear and realizing that the power of his mind was more terrible than a sword. The girl remembered the words of the master. To use the surrounding landscape and nature is either to survive or to drive out the enemy. And these words were not just confirmed, they turned out to be the absolute truth. This technique is called disposition or gal, and although it may seem complicated to some, its essence is to react quickly and take advantage of the terrain without much preparation. A guy named Chul-hee didn't particularly impress the girl at an early age. She even thought something had happened to him, but when she looked up, she saw that the avalanche was moving behind her and the boy was ahead of it. He looked like he was surfing, along with a dog that was barking loudly. The dog had not seen such acrobatic stunts for a long time. They began to maneuver on the wave of the elements, sliding as if on snowboards. The young owner rode this wave of snow like surfers catching a wave at sea, enjoying it immensely. He didn't play golf, but he had been skiing several times. And these skills, as it turned out, came in handy in Murim's strange world. The girl was surprised to see the maneuvers of this young master. She didn't understand why he was so cheerful because the situation seemed quite deplorable. But why would he be sad at all if he was able to deal with such powerful enemies? Let's move on to the location where the poor live. They live quietly in their tent city and do not even suspect that a unit will soon arrive with a very important thing. When our hero and Yen approached the Kiban unit, they saw a dog that seemed familiar to them. But something was wrong with it. The dog suddenly began to break free from the young owner's hands and bark loudly at the person he knew. The poor man came closer and asked who they were and why they came with Mr. Huang. The young master did not allow the young lady to speak. He pulled out a tile medallion that made it clear who they were. When the Kiban representative saw their warrant, They were amazed. The whole neighborhood stood on its ears when he showed them the plaque. Mrs. Yen did not fully understand what he had shown them, but the Keban representatives immediately realized that they had a doctor in front of them and quickly escorted him to his room, because he had wisely brought the sign with him. The head of the Kabanu unit saw the plaque and remembered that the young doctor was quite famous, and that the plaque had been issued by the Peklin Infirmary. Moreover, the plaque was not wooden but made of gold and silver, indicating Zhang He's high status as one of the leaders of the infirmary unit. In addition, they quickly provided medical care to the famous dog Huangzu, whom they had brought with them. When they placed the dog on the table, Dr. Keebang realized that the young master standing in front of him was a student of Mr. Peckinson's and was nicknamed Little White Dragon. Hearing this nickname, the young master was upset. It was the first time he had ever heard people talk about him in this way. Mistress Yen, hearing these words, realized why he was called the Little White Dragon. After all, Mr. Peckinson's arrival had healed many difficult people, and that is why he had gained great fame in certain districts and places in the Congo. The dog was bandaged, and it felt better. Now nothing threatened its life. However, a message had been torn from its mouth and was hanging around its neck, and that is why they brought it to Mr. Huang. The dog needed urgent treatment, and time was against them. They had to act quickly. It was necessary to call the doctors who were nearby and bring the herbs that the young owner would name. Kaban quickly set about fulfilling his orders. They quickly gathered all the doctors who were in the area and distributed tasks among them. Everyone started acting immediately, and all the resources were gathered in the shortest possible time. A real bustle began, and everyone focused on one task. While everything was being prepared, the young master offered to examine Mrs. Yen's wounds. Fortunately, his analysis showed that there were no serious injuries. However, one of her hands was badly bruised. It was also necessary to disinfect the wound on her leg and stop the bleeding to avoid serious complications. He did everything skillfully, and even when he had to work with a scalpel, causing pain, he acted carefully. The girl endured and did not complain about anything. The young owner noted that she was a real strong girl, and thanks to her, he was still alive. In fact, it was because of her that he was in danger. But at the same time he was saved. The young master's hands were covered with bruises, and he could have used some treatment himself. But he just laughed, saying that he was only worried about her and Huang, and that he was an adult, so it was no big deal. Mrs. Yan heard him say that, and didn't understand how he could call himself an adult, because he seemed like a child to her. The boy accidentally blurted out these words without even thinking. He decided to justify himself by saying that he was older than her, so he considered himself an adult. In addition, he assured her that his treatment could wait, because he knew the sacred 5 elements technique that accelerates cell regeneration. The girl looked at him suspiciously, sensing that something was wrong. They were the same age, but his deep gaze was heavy and evoked a sense of experience. She had often heard that she was considered mature for her age, but the young master was different from all his peers. She emphasized that he had saved a dog and someone else very important today. He admitted that without Karen, he would not have been able to protect anyone. The dog suddenly barked as if to thank them for their help. It was an exciting adventure, and fortunately, they all survived. They exchanged warm smiles as they looked at each other. The girl whispered quietly that she would protect him. The boy did not understand why she said that. He assumed that it was because he had saved her life. But the hostess assured him that it was not about that. She was grateful for another reason. She is learning to shoot a bow, and the young master's goal is to save people in different situations. That's why she wants each of them to do what they are confident in and strive for their goals. It was a great idea, and the young owner thought she was really good. Her words inspired the guy, and he continued the conversation with a smile. However, something strange began to be felt in the girl's behavior, as if she was beginning to fall in love with him. They were interrupted by a man who said that the doctors had arrived, and it was time to leave. He was happy to hear these words and was ready to act. He clenched his fist, and in it was a sacred pill. He handed it to Yen. It was the sacred Peking pill, an extremely valuable medicine. He told her to take it and rest. And now it was Huang's turn to start the treatment and get a normal healing. As the young master left, taking the dog with him, the girl looked at him, speechless. She was happy to have met him in her life, and our hero saw only the goal of saving the dog and helping people. This was his main goal. The treatment took a long time, and it was necessary to carefully treat all the wounds of this dog to prevent complications. The young owner concentrated as he needed to apply his knowledge to help as best he could. After all, this patient was extremely valuable to the entire veterinary team. Thanks to the fact that the first aid was provided correctly, the operation was successful. But there were many obstacles, such as a comminuted fracture, which complicated the process. Every minute mattered because of the external damage, and in addition, in an unstable environment, it was necessary to complete the operation as soon as possible. The sacred technique allowed young Master Qin Chong to act at least 3 times faster than a normal person. Thanks to the fire energy, similar to the treatment of Chong Yulan, he was able to find the site of inflammation with ease. Fortunately, young Master Qin Chong managed to cure Wang, despite his almost complete lack of veterinary knowledge. After the operation, all the doctors noted the excellent work, in particular pointing out that Qin Chong is indeed an incredible talent, as they say. He asked them not to praise him too much because his colleagues also did a great job, and he sincerely thanked them for their help. Although he thought that some of them would despise him because of his young age, they all had friendly looks. One female doctor remarked that for a cave of the poor, the sanitation was quite good. They expected to see dirt and an unpleasant odor, but inside this dugout, everything was clean and pleasant. The poor turned out to be different, just like everyone else in Murim. There are those who like mess, but some people prefer to live in cleanliness. The young owner fully agreed with these words, because being poor does not necessarily mean living in a mess. They had high-level information, and so they could make as much money as they wanted if they wanted to. Moreover, in the clan, unlike in Hamu, expenses are much lower. It was not at all obvious that the Kiban clan really had no money. He even wondered how much he should ask for treatment. But suddenly, the head of the unit bursts in and shouts to the head doctor that their chief elder is alive and urgently wants to meet with him. After these words, he went to the head of the clan, ready to listen to his request. Everything was happening in a rather luxurious palace that was striking in its wealth. Except for the head and his bodyguards, there was no one else there. Everyone was sitting on the rugs, waiting for the young master to sit down and listen to them. The boy looked around, noticing that one of the guards had more than 4 knots on his belt, indicating his high rank. These were quite high-ranking individuals who had to be handled with care. The head said that they had just finished translating an important message, and that young master, he was very much needed right now, so he was called. Hearing these words, the boy felt that something suspicious was afoot. The teacher always said that healing should be done well, but one should not get involved in complicated and undesirable cases. The head of the unit continued the story, noting that some rather suspicious people had appeared on the field, which greatly worried their clan. For a long time, the head had been trying to return from the neighborhood with his sacred object, but the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The head said that he was finally able to take the sacred object, but was attacked by an unknown person wearing a black mask. He received a serious internal wound, and this was the main message he left in his letter. The young master realized that he had already guessed this even before he heard it. After all, in the novel The Heavenly Demon, the little heavenly demon appears along with other adherents of the demonic path to achieve their goals. It turns out that the sacred object is directly related to a demonic cult. He asked who these suspicious individuals were, but the head only replied that he was able to fight off almost all of them. What worried him, however, was that one of them was extremely strong. The head was unable to kill him and allowed him to escape. However, he assumed that he was unlikely to survive due to his serious injuries. For the young master, this sounded quite strange, because in the original, the head of Kabanu was supposed to die at the hands of those unknown people. Now it looks like more than just a storyline. It looks like a real butterfly effect. The deputy head of the Kiban clan, as the leader of the group, begins to bow to the young master. All of them felt uncomfortable asking the doctor for help, especially after he had just finished a complicated operation. However, they are in an emergency situation, and the life of their leader hangs in the balance. They all begged the young master on their knees to save their leader. At that moment, they trusted only the young apprentice of Master P. Crimson, believing that he could help. Realizing that both the head of the Kiban and the little heavenly demon were involved, things became even more complicated. The boy realized that he was involved in a serious matter that could not be easily abandoned. Returning to the mountains, where a great deal of blood had been shed that evening, the situation was becoming tense. In the same forest where the young owner had fought with his colleague, it seemed that danger lurked at every turn. Under the snow that came down from the mountain and covered everything around, the fight continued, hiding the traces of the battle. Someone was lying bloody in a cave. It was incredibly hard for him. His strength was leaving his body. The cave was covered with snow, and it was unbearably cold and scary inside. It seemed that no one would come to help him, and all his strength was disappearing every minute. The warrior leaned against the cold stones, plunged his sword into the snow, and tried to breathe to keep from dying. There was a terrible wound on his chest, which made it very difficult for him. It was Ye Haryun himself, who was severely injured, but was glad that the blow was at an angle and did not kill him. If the head of the cabin had not turned away, he would have died. He didn't understand why he was in doubt at the moment he was fighting. He did not know that the head of the cabin had such a fragile heart. How many people would pass by a child in a cold mountain forest begging for help and calling for his mother? The cabin chief fell for this trick, not realizing that this child was from their cult. When he became the head of the clan, he was unable to show composure in front of the crying boy. Feelings of guilt overwhelmed him, and now he had no right to consider himself a true leader. After all, the main rule of their cult is that mercy is considered a weakness. Everything was going smoothly, and he was sure that the mission would be successful. If the head of the Kabanu had not been a martial arts master, he would have fallen from the poison of dark blood. However, in reality, the head never once retreated, and all the while tried to repel the surprise attack group. He was in an incredibly strong physical state, despite the fact that his body was permeated with poison. His strength amazed all the demon warriors, and none of them could get close to him. He was both gentle and strong, so much so that even when his body was filled with the black energy of the path, he did not give up. He killed all the members of the surprise attack group with the poison of dark blood. But his gaze was full of sadness as he looked at the child who had stabbed him in the back. This was exactly the fatal chance they had been waiting for. The young representative of the demonic sect managed to concentrate his energy in his sword. He quickly closed the distance between himself and the head of the cabin, approaching with all his might. It seemed that the old man could not have expected this, but he was on his guard. When the young demon's black sword almost reached his back, something unexpected happened. Yahello was unable to strike sneakily and suddenly stopped. After that, he felt all the suffering that the head of the cabin had caused him. The head sent a strong energy strike, destroying the health of his offender. Yahello could not understand why he stopped, because he was a real killer. The blood of the deadly star of the sky was still inciting him to commit mass murder. In such an excited and crazy state, he could not stop. But for some reason he did, and he did not understand why. As he suffered in pain, he remembered the moment with young Master He. He even wondered if he'd received the sacred object that the young man had sent him as a gift in that cave. In one of the doctor's rooms, which was located in a fairly well-known city, everything was ready for an urgent event. It was the city of Peklin, not far from Keban, where some mysterious meeting was taking place. People began to gather at the entrance, and no one knew who they were. They only said that they came from a group of Iskiban's followers. They asked for certain ingredients and called for a doctor for urgent help. The guy looked at the ingredients that were already in place and realized that almost everything he needed was there. He gathered the most important things: herbs and pills to make a potion. He had to go to the aid of their leader, and it was a rather difficult and dangerous mission. If Wonka hadn't asked him for help when she found Huang, he would have died. And the head of the Kiban, who was holding on with all his might and hiding, would have died as well. It will take some time to track down, but it looks like the sacred object probably belongs to a demonic cult. As a result, they have the wounded head of the Kiban and the seriously injured heavenly demon Yahello. The doctor has only one question: who should he save first? If he decides to save the heavenly demon, it will look like a betrayal, and he will be suspected of spying for the demon cult, which will be a big threat. However, Yahello is the protagonist of this story, and if he dies like that, it will be a disaster. He was told not to interfere with the plot, but things are not going according to the original, and events have begun to turn upside down. Yen approached the young master and asked if he was ready, but the guy said that she should rest, and why should she walk here? Perhaps Yen is going to go along with the pursuing group, and this is quite likely, because she wants to save the young doctor at all costs. Despite all the events, she behaves calmly, because Muram has enough trials like this, and Yoon copes well with them. He tells her that there is one problem, and he wants to ask her for something, but she can refuse if she wants. The girl doesn't like to drag things out, and said that he should tell her what he wants from her as soon as possible. The guy liked the girl's determination and directness, always acting without hesitation. When the young man went outside, he saw an interesting picture. The woman was shouting loudly, saying that she had told everyone, and always knew that the old man would do something bad, and that everyone around her was an idiot doing something stupid, and how they had gotten to this point. The streets became quite noisy, and this woman was the epicenter of it all. It was hard to see who she was from the back. However, she was telling off the members of the Kiban quite severely. The number of knots on her clothes was strange, and she also had a stick. There was a huge scar on her face, and she looked to be about 30 years old. Was this the head of the Kabanu who was to lead the next generation? It was Solgan. If you translated her name into English, it would mean Snow Dog. Judging by her rough character, appearance, and words, it was definitely her if the guy was right. Her real name is Seol Hwa, where Hwa means flower. It seems that she joined the search for the chapter, and this path did not promise to be easy. According to the plot of the novel, since childhood she had a natural talent for martial arts, and already at a young age she managed to master one of the most powerful techniques of Kiban called 18 dragon slaps. She helped Murimu solve both large and small issues from the outside, but after the incident with Zlovoy, she lost her mind and began to behave eccentrically. However, she did not stop looking for him until the very end. Solgun spent 18 years in solitude and searching and finally found the culprit. According to legend, she attacked the perpetrator, which is why she got her nickname, the Dog, because if she grabs someone, she will never let go. She hid for 2 years, preparing to take revenge. This woman is truly incredible. She managed to drive Yeharyun into a real dead end. When they met in battle, it was a real confrontation between two great warriors. She fought desperately against him, the strongest man in all of Murim, who was even written a novel about. Their fight was truly legendary, but unfortunately, it didn't go the way she wanted it to. She lost. She was suffocated by the punch of the heavenly demon, who defeated her in a fair fight. She could not believe that she had spent all her energy and vitality to catch one heavenly demon. Her last words were, "When the world finds out, everyone will laugh at me until they cry." This was her story in the novel, but was it necessary? She noticed a young doctor standing behind her. She turned to him, knowing that he was a student of P. Crinson, nicknamed the White Dragon. Introducing herself as the heiress of Kabanu, she suggested that he simply call her Solgai, or Solgai. The boy expressed his respect, showing that he understood her status and importance. The girl said she was glad he saved Wang and that the old man was just babysitting his dog. From the book, the guy recalled her mentioning that she puts dog food out, and that was her hobby. The woman confidently shouted that the old man would not die easily, and she would bet a tooth that he was alive. She not only praised the young doctor, but also said that she trusted his skills, which put the guy in an awkward position. Soon everything was ready and they had to hit the road. However, this woman had not yet found answers to her questions. Despite this, she was confident and in control. Seol Hui's parents were thieves, and Fa himself had committed many evil deeds and crimes. It all started after the head of the Kaiban, Yailgol, killed them. Naya Ilgol did not know that Solva was their daughter, and the girl herself did not know who she was, or who her parents were until she learned the truth. Accepting the teacher who had killed her family was not an easy task, but she did it. Once upon a time, she, the daughter of criminals, was affectionately called Flower. But after she lost her mind, her name was changed to Snowdog. Snowdog spent 8 years seeking revenge and 2 years preparing to strike. No one knows what she was thinking when she rushed at the heavenly demon. She could feel the young master's gaze, but she tried to ignore it. She turned to him and told him not to stand around and to get ready quickly. Meanwhile, in the branch of the infirmary in Hell, the dragon and the phoenix, the Murimu alliance met. The primates felt an incredible power emanating from young Master Pei Crinson, and this power mesmerized everyone present. No one knew what made this master enter such a mode and state, but his stern gaze indicated that something was going wrong in his native land. In the next chapter, we will find out why Peeklinson was so worried, and what caused his concern. Somewhere in the Murima Union, the Dragon and Phoenix Congress was taking place, where warriors tested their strength in competitions. While Yonghe was with Wang Yong, the owner of the infirmary, Baek Rin, went on a business trip to treat the soldiers. The 4 Tanjus who worked under Chiharin took turns treating various external injuries. The young soldiers were happy and welcomed him with hope, hoping for a speedy recovery. The high-ranking clansmen, knowing Murim's bloody history, were wagging their tongues, believing that Peck should have died long ago, but he appeared as if nothing had happened. He received great appreciation and generous gifts for his services. Siegel Rin's concern for his patients was interrupted by a sudden message. What he read awakened a fierce anger in him. Incredible rage and energy from the master began to permeate everything around him. The people who saw this were frightened to death. They belonged to the Somon family. Recently, Pecklin's son had made great progress in martial arts, and after feeling his aura, one could guess that this monster had become even more terrifying. There were rumors that he had very little time left, but in fact he was getting stronger and stronger. One could only guess what was in that letter that made the master so angry. One of the soldiers tried to stop the master in his anger by putting his hand on his shoulder. The master's shock knew no bounds. He had not expected such interference at all. The soldiers tried to bring him to his senses, but nothing worked. Only one warrior managed to influence the master so that he finally came to his senses. The master did not understand what had happened, but everyone saw his condition gradually change. Looking around, he noticed that an incredible level of aura filled everything around him. His desk was filled with hatred and powerful energy, and it seemed like everything could explode at any moment. Master Peck breathed out a sigh of relief, and he seemed to be gradually calming down. People were already thinking that the end was near, and they would be in trouble because of Master's uncontrollable state. He rose from his chair, holding the table as if to regain his balance. Peck told everyone that he was finishing his treatment, and it was time for him to return. The warriors tried to object, saying that the Congress was not yet over, but the master was already about to leave. His stern gaze pierced everyone in the room, and despite the Congress, he didn't care. He just had to leave. He told them to talk to the head of the union and not to bother him with stupid questions, and to let them take all the consequences. No matter how many times he was asked to stop, he would not listen to anyone. That guy in the bandage understood that the consequences would be terrible. But the damned master didn't hear him at all, and no one even tried to stop him. The letter was lying on the table, and everyone wondered what was in it that made the master leave in such a hurry. After reading the letter, the boy in the bandage did not quite understand where the master was going to go. The letter could not withstand Salga's energy. The ink smeared and the paper tore. However, one barely noticeable sign caught the warrior's attention. It was the hieroglyph He, meaning joy, and it may have been connected to the name of the young Kachu. The warrior looked around and realized that the situation was complicated, but the circumstances became clear. Now it would be extremely difficult for them without the young doctor. Despite everything that was happening, the master was rushing forward, pursuing only one goal, alone on his horse. The expedition to the mountains with Kiban was very harsh and dangerous. They were running all the time, looking for the master, like animals that smell prey. The girl encouraged everyone, asking them not to give up, because the goal was close, and she, like a true hero, would be the first to arrive. She moved quickly through the mountainous terrain, using all her abilities to maximize her acceleration. Young master, he set himself a single goal: not to be late. Huanggu, who was in the woman's arms, tried to smell the master to help find him. He could feel the master's presence very well, and soon got ahead of everyone. After a while, they reached a narrow gorge where a waterfall was located. A waterfall in the mountains is a real miracle of nature. But it was unclear why the old man had gone to it at all, having his own plans. Huang was laid on a rocky surface after the operation, but the ground was cold, and he needed to be patient for at least a little while to break the ice. The girl took her huge mace that she usually used. She knew that she had seen an avalanche once, and if it started coming down right now, it would be problematic. So she tried to proceed carefully. They were doing their best just to save the old man. Soon, when the ice cracked, they saw a rather interesting picture. Doctors began to run together, preparing for immediate action. The young owner watched all this and was amazed by what he saw. The sounds coming from that place were incredible and filled the atmosphere with tension. The Kiban warriors hurried forward to find their master, guided by their inner sense of duty. But when the ice was broken, they saw a big obstacle in their way. The girl remained on the other side, while in the middle between them a huge chasm with a hole in the ice formed. The soldiers asked Ms. Seol-gayong how to understand her gesture. She laughed and explained that they needed to go beyond the ice waterfall because there was a cave there. No one could even imagine that the head of the clan could be hiding in this cave. The cave looked cold and dangerous, so they had to hurry, because the lava could already be in a bad state and pose a threat. Ice chips that had broken off the ground were floating in the air, creating a sense of mystery and danger. The warriors went inside the cave and began to call out to the old man, hoping he would respond. He would have to give at least some sign of life so that they could find him. But no matter how hard they tried, no one answered. Soon, however, their voices reached an old man meditating in a cave. He was in a terrible condition and had very little time left. His wounds were serious, but he heard this scream. It was Solgan. Soon the master was found in the cave, and they had to quickly start a fire to keep him warm, so everyone started gathering wood. The warriors from the Bang clan were preparing a place for the operation, and the young master was examining his master. The girl looked at the old man and realized that he was stubborn and always knew how to turn people on their ear, even though he was extremely resilient like a contagion. The young doctor examined his arm and saw that it was in a very bad condition. There was a large sword wound on the old man's chest, and there was almost no living space left on his body, especially after he had also suffered frostbite. It was hard to believe that the head of the Kiban could hold out for so long, despite the poisoning that was destroying his inner energy. The remnants of this energy kept him alive, but it was not easy. The doctor's first order to Kabanu's warriors was to raise the temperature in the cave to create a comfortable environment. The woman suggested moving him quickly to a safe place. However, the doctor knew that in case of frostbite, even the slightest movement could be fatal. Any impact on his body could cause cell destruction due to the thickening of the fluid. "And it can take as long as 2 hours to find firewood," said one of the doctors, looking at the situation with concern. Everything was under control, because for such cases, the guy had studied the energy of water and fire, the sacred 5-element technique, to the 5th level. However, the doctors realized that these elements were opposite and could easily collide with each other. They asked the White Dragon Master if he was really confident in his ability to control this 5-element technique, since he had recently mastered it. It was a big risk whether he would be able to handle it, but the guy uncompromisingly answered that yes, this was his first task, to provide medical care. It was an incredible sight for the doctors, because they realized the power of this technique. They saw how small amounts of inner strength were real and powerful. It didn't matter how difficult it was to control this force, it mattered how well he did it. From the moment his inner power was as small as a pea, he continued to cultivate it and learn how to interact with the elements. The basics of technique are important. Even if you have little strength, you cannot act rashly. The fire raised the temperature in the cave, heating the body of the master, who urgently needed help. The master remained silent, keeping himself in a state of semi-consciousness in order not to die. The young master put his hand on him and began to act, concentrating his inner energy. The energy began to fill the space, and a blue glow enveloped them and the entire cave. The woman remained silent, focused on the main thing, saving their leader. At first, the young master used the heavy and soft energy of water to stabilize the condition. Then he carefully began to warm the body with a thin and sharp jet of fire. If these two elements had collided in the beginning, there would have been a great collision, but the water energy formed a spiral around him, harmonizing the process. Feeling this, he immediately brought both elements into harmony. After all, chaos between these elements would be unacceptable. Soon the frozen blood vessels, receiving the energy of the 5 elements, began to revive. It seemed as if a huge, fiery explosion had taken place inside the body of the head of the Kiban. Now the young doctor faced the most frightening moment, the test that can be faced when treating frostbite. If the internal force is introduced too abruptly, it may collide with the energy of the cold, causing internal damage to the patient. The process will take some time, and the energy must be constantly controlled during this time. The energy must flow not only through the blood vessels, but also through the arteries and all important organs. It is necessary to promote inner strength by warming each blood vessel. A few hours later, 4 to be exact, the young man continued to do this without getting tired. The situation was becoming tense, as the old man had not moved once during this time. They were not sure that he would last, because the limit usually comes in a few seconds. The doctors decided to watch and wait a little longer, hoping for improvement. The young doctor did his best, controlling his breathing and focusing on the process. He felt that his efforts were paying off. The blood vessels and muscles began to soften, and blood circulation was restored. Suddenly, the old man began to cough up blood. Along with the coughing, all the poisonous venom in his body began to come out. Everyone was frightened by the sight of a large amount of blood coming out of the old man. This happened because the body began to regain heat, and the bleeding had to be stopped immediately. The doctors helped the old man to get up, not believing their eyes. The guy had made it. They had overcome the critical condition. However, in the young doctor's opinion, despite the success, the patient had serious internal injuries, and the sword wound had reached his intestines, although no vital organs were affected. This was good news for everyone, but the young doctor still immersed the patient in inner energy and successfully performed a hemostasis procedure. However, another problem arose. The problem bothered the doctor very much and did not give him peace of mind. Due to severe frostbite, the patient could no longer feel his limbs. When he said this, everyone realized that the treatment was not over yet, and although they had managed to stabilize the condition, the real treatment was just beginning. If everything goes according to plan, the first aid has already been provided, but the main treatment is just about to begin. When the soldiers found out that frostbite is worse than cut wounds, they were shocked. The head of the Kiban was at a temperature of 4 degrees for several days, which caused severe frostbite, and it was a miracle he survived to this point. Moreover, due to improper energy circulation, his energy pathways were intertwined. Because of this, if you force him to move now, he may remain disabled for the rest of his life. The right treatment needs to be done right here. Everything was exactly as the doctor said, and it was a real risk, but there was no other way out. The woman asked the young man to say whatever he needed to say, and she would do whatever he said. However, everything had already been prepared and the necessary equipment was in place. All that remained was to show determination. She would have to sacrifice her right hand, left foot, and 5 fingers, as well as part of her leg below the knee. It was a tough but necessary decision for the master to survive. Hearing these words, the woman was angry and afraid at the same time. The warriors also realized that the strongest in their family would remain disabled. The first task was to save his life, just his life. However, the woman could not calm down. She could not believe that the young doctor was actually condemning him to give up the life of a warrior, not even an ordinary person. She doubted whether this was accurate information. However, the fact remained that the old man definitely could not survive without serious intervention. The guy seriously explained important things to her, trying to convey the truth. Suddenly, they heard the old man's voice addressing Seol. Seol heard the old man joke that even the dead would wake up from her scream. Seeing his enthusiasm and liveliness, she was glad that the old man was beginning to come to his senses. The warriors of Kabanu almost started dancing with joy when they saw that their master had regained consciousness. Seol turned to the old man, telling him that according to this quack, he needed to have his arm and leg cut off, and that she should just sit and watch it calmly, because the old man looked quite good. However, the young doctor examined the old man's arm and, as expected, found that it had completely lost sensation. The old man wanted to deny it, but he knew perfectly well that the white dragon was not mistaken. He really could not feel his limbs, and the only way to save him was to cut off parts of his arm and leg. At this point, it was the best option, and although Seol was gritting his teeth, there was no other way out. Otherwise, the old man would simply die. When Seol heard that the old man agreed with the young doctor, she could not believe her ears. However, the fact is that frostbite is not uncommon among the poor, and the old man said that on the first day he stopped feeling his limbs, resigned to this fate. The old man thought that all of his limbs would be cut off, but the young master said that he could save 2 of them. Hearing this, the old man was extremely surprised. It meant that he was planning to leave the staff to Thag, and he added that it was not only the staff that kept him as the head. Although Seol had asked him not to become weak, the old horse did not even listen to her words. He realized that one puppy was crying at the foot of the mountain and begging for rescue. The old man knew that it was a trap, but his cry was so similar to Saul's cry as a child that he went to meet it unconsciously. From the very beginning, walking through the forest, he realized that it was an ambush, but the puppy he took with him reminded him of Saul as a child. These memories pierced his soul and scared Seol to death, making her worry. Even knowing everything about Keban, it was unclear why the soul dragon had plunged him into madness. However, he knew something for sure, and he was not going to betray these truths because the whole reason for his madness was his lack of moral principles. These words sounded like a bolt from the blue, and the atmosphere in the cave suddenly changed. The young master stood aside and realized that the head of Keban did not know why Seolgyong had gone mad, and the fact that he killed her parents also remains unknown to her, although she seems to be beginning to guess. From that day on, he took over as head and appointed a rather eccentric person as his successor. Seolgyong took his place and began to fulfill his duties. When she heard this, she did not know how to understand it, but realized that she should not relax. There is a long way to go, and she is a wise child, and the head believes that she will succeed. However, the woman explained that all his words sounded like a joke, because she didn't even have the right to become the head. And why should the old man decide everything as he pleases? However, according to the head of the Caban, she has enough rights, and although there are other options, he chose her, and no one else had such influence. Time was running out, and the head told her to listen carefully. She would become the head of the Keban, just as he had once been. He had always found it difficult, and every word he spoke was hard, but this position remained his great step forward, which he was now passing on to her. He turned to Mad Dog, saying that as the head of the Keban, she would have to sacrifice something for the position. The young doctor listened to all of this, and it seemed to him that this was not a conversation between his grandfather and his crazy student, but a conversation between the murdered head and the new head. Then the head of Keban turned to the young doctor, asking if he had something that needed to be gotten rid of. After these words, the atmosphere in the cave changed, and the head handed over his duties to Seol. Mad Dog could not calm down because of the dramatic nature of this moment. The operation had already begun, and Seol couldn't watch what was happening. She ran out into the open space of the cave, fell to her knees, and started crying. She sobbed like a little child, but she couldn't let anyone see her weakness. Anger and resentment filled her heart so much that tears streamed down her face, giving her no rest. She scratched the ground with her fingernails in anger and cried, pouring tears on every piece of ground. Meanwhile, the operation was taking place in the cave, and everyone was focused on this crucial moment. The head set himself the first goal, to survive despite the loss of his limbs. The young doctor gathered his thoughts, realizing that it would not be easy, but he had to do his best. Everyone noticed Soul crying at the exit of the cave, and it did not go unnoticed. She asked the master what made his soul fall into the clutches of the soul demon. The girl scratched the ground even harder with her nails, anger overwhelming her from the inside. She could not say anything, but she knew that she had to keep herself in check and continue on her way. Despite the tears streaming down her face, she decided to remain silent in front of her teacher and her parents' enemy. The head, knowing her well, could tell that everything she did for him was nothing more than an attempt to please. He asked her if she was afraid that if her secret was revealed, the soul demon would consume them both. But why would the old man want to know? The old man's harsh gaze enveloped the cave, and he no longer saw the mad dog who had lost his mind and had never bitten anyone. If he had gone mad himself, he would have felt better, and he laughed. If the old man found out the truth, he would live the rest of his life consumed with regret, the young doctor realized. But Seol said it was okay, and decided to put the past behind her as far as the soul demon was concerned. With sadness and pain, the girl said that she was rid of him. Then the old man ordered her to untie the knotted soul belt and worship him. Everyone held their breath, and the girl examined her belt, weighing her decision. The warriors inside and the young doctor watched the scene, waiting for the next step. The heat coming from the fire was like the goodness that sometimes comes from people. Just like the hatred that appears in the hearts, the belt gradually slipped off Seolkyung. It was a legendary scene that was not even described in the novel. The girl lifted another burden from her soul, because once someone was everything to her. But now she let go. Seolkyung has always been chasing her past, but in the end, she decided to leave it behind. After she bowed to the former head of Kaban, she stood up. The master looked at her for a long time without saying a word. She had to make 20 bows, which meant that she had to get rid of 12 mental torments. This gesture symbolized a complete immersion in the new world, with a clean soul and new strength. Suddenly, the head shouted, "Take away my knots!" And the wound on his body began to bleed profusely. The young doctor noticed that there was almost no time left, and he got too carried away, distracting himself from the operation. The operation had to begin immediately, and all the extra people had to leave the cave. The doctors rushed to prepare the necessary materials for the operation. The girl watched everything and realized that if the operation was delayed, the old man might die. There was only darkness on the old man's face because of the suffering he was going through. All the outsiders left the cave so as not to interfere with the operation. The warriors stared at the new chapter for a long time, not knowing how to start a dialogue with it. Seolkyung looked at the space and realized what tasks she would face as the new head of Kaban. At the moment, however, she thought only of the old man and relied on the young doctor who was to perform the operation. In a comfortable position by the fire, the old man was to be kept warm during the operation. He was placed on a soft sheet and proceeded according to plan. It was the best solution, although the old man would lose his martial arts. But there was no other choice. The guy took the scalpel in his hands and tuned in to this difficult gesture. He felt that at that moment, he was not only mastering a martial art, but also learning new medical techniques. Despite his vast knowledge, his choices were very limited. He didn't even understand why he couldn't just cure the patient and why he faced such an obstacle. But suddenly the solution came to him, and he experienced an epiphany at that moment. The young doctor began to ask himself if this was really all he was capable of, or if his potential was much greater and he had to find the right way. Because of the outburst of anger, the energy of the 5 elements began to circulate rapidly in Chin Chong-hee's body. However, he could not feel it on his own. A powerful fire energy rushed up to his brain in response to his anger. The flash of this energy spread throughout the cave, filling it with an echo of power. Chukvaima is a phenomenon in which it is impossible to control the internal energy in one's body, and from the outside it might have seemed that a disaster had occurred. But the ice spun harmoniously with the anger without causing chaos. After that, the energy of water began to interact with fire, and at the same time, both elements came into harmony with the energy of the 5 elements. The guy completely immersed himself in himself to find answers to an infinite number of questions. It didn't last long, only a few minutes passed, and the energies that were weaker than fire and water came together by themselves, reaching a balance. As a result, the energy of the 5 elements suddenly took on a perfect form. The energy began to rise upward, and everyone around did not understand what was happening. The young man's whole body was covered with red light. It looked like something serious, and everyone around him was puzzled by what was happening. However, by going deeper into himself and interacting with his powers, he found a way and an answer to his questions. When he started the operation, an incredible chakra was circling around him. The feeling of energy was something new and completely different from the other 5 senses. Thanks to this new sensation, he could notice all the details concerning the Kabanu chapter, down to the smallest detail. In his previous life, there was a similar situation that happened only once. It happened to a man who froze his foot while climbing the huge Mount Everest. Everyone said he needed an amputation, but one of the famous hospitals specializing in traditional Korean medicine managed to cure the patient with acupuncture and cauterization. The cauterization proved to be so effective that the patient was able to quickly get back on his feet after a while. The guy turned to his colleagues and said that they would not cut off the limbs. He ordered everyone to get the needles ready as soon as possible. Everything would be done as the idea came to him. At first, this thought seemed incredible to him, but now he felt that he was capable of it. As he started his work, the young doctor's movements were simply flawless. The nerve cells were almost dead, but by using the energy of the 5 elements and stimulating the essential energy, he could maximize the regeneration process. Creating new tissue, just as a lizard regenerates its tail, he united the dead blood vessels and ran blood through them. The doctors watched this picture and were simply amazed at how flesh and blood were restored in their master. After some time of treatment, working with a scalpel and needles, the result became obvious. The result was incredible, because every movement was filled with energy. But the energy of one guy was not enough. To revive the cells, it was necessary to come up with an additional way to enhance this process. Even if the energy pathways are mixed up in a messy way, it is possible to use force to draw out the internal energy and use the 5 elements technique. The guy took out a large, sharp spear, deciding to use it for further work. Seeing this huge, sharp object, the doctors stepped back a meter, not knowing what to expect. They were intrigued by what the young doctor was going to do with such a long needle. The guy asked them to wait a bit, as everything would soon become clear. He waved his hand and stuck the spear directly into one of the painful points for maximum effect. This spear was endowed with incredible power, and its energy began to overwhelm the surrounding space. Through the long needle, he transferred the inner energy of the 5 elements, so that it could merge with the powerful energy that had absorbed Kiban. With the collision of 2 different energies, it would not be surprising if a state of Chu Vaima arose. The young doctor realized that he had to concentrate on his conscious control in any way possible to control the energy. The chakra pierced the space, heating the air, and soon the patient felt a pleasant odor. This smell came from within and filled him, causing him to visualize. He dreamt of walking with a child on his shoulders and asking her if she had parents or relatives to rely on. But she said no. He decided that they should first find an infirmary and look at the girl's wounds. If they could find her parents, things would be much easier. The young girl asked him why her grandfather was so kind and who he really was. He replied that he was just a poor man. The girl remarked that such work must be very hard, but the old man just laughed, because it was funny for a person who had been saved by a poor man. In his imagination, he saw himself bringing the girl to the hospital, and she started laughing with all her heart, radiating joy. He watched as this child began to eat, satisfied and happy. She had no sky as a ceiling, and the earth served as her blanket. And the old man, having checked his whole life, wandered along the roads of Kang. The old man became very accustomed to this girl. He constantly fed her and tried to make her grow strong. He walked with her through the forests and was her mentor. He felt warm, even in the rain, when she was with him. The old man had never had children or a beloved woman. He always believed that a family was not a thing for a poor man. But with the appearance of this girl in his life, everything changed. She was always around, and he saw her grow up and became very attached to her. He felt a certain connection and treated her as his own child. He couldn't just go away and leave her with a peace of mind. 100 days passed, but no one came for this girl. No one took her away. And when she saw the old man, she told him that she wanted to be a poor girl like her grandfather. The old man yelled at her, "Little girl, what have you come up with? What good have you found in this life of a poor man?" But the girl grabbed his leg and shouted, "I will be a poor girl like you. I really like poor people." She was not going to let him go, holding onto his leg so tightly that she did not even let him breathe. And because of her stubbornness, he remembered how Ciel Hui had been stubborn since she was a child, as if her mother had taught her to be so. This thought and energy began to fill the old man. Blood began to flow into his limbs, restoring them. Although the acupuncture was very effective, something incredible happened. The arm, which was previously unresponsive, began to move right in front of the doctors. The doctors watched Master Peck's best student and were amazed at his incredible strength. After the operation, everyone was waiting for the results, already resigned to the possible consequences. Suddenly, they heard joyful shouts from a person who said that everything was fine. The girl noticed someone running toward her, but she could not understand what was happening. The woman, a doctor, was running as fast as she could, filled with boundless joy. She announced to everyone that the head of the Kiban clan was feeling well. Out of breath, she could barely speak, but kept shouting that he had regained consciousness. This message stunned everyone around her. Seol realized that the old man was not as simple as he seemed, but no one expected such a turnaround. The old man thanked the young doctor for saving him, as the Kiban clan would never forget such a favor. However, before celebrating, they needed to check all the injuries to make sure everything was okay. The guy worked hard, sparing no effort, focused on every movement. He noticed that his arms and legs felt like wood, but he knew that there was still a chance to save 2 limbs. The old man realized that he had a lot of important knowledge and secrets to pass on to Solfa. Soon, when the soldiers came running and saw what had happened, it looked like a real miracle. From the hidden facts about Kanho to the location of Ban's secret hideouts, and many stories that are only available to the chapter. The old man believed that even without arms and legs, he would be able to convey all this to Seolha, and that would be enough. When Sela saw that the old man had regained consciousness, she was amazed at the young doctor's strength. All the while, the old man was joking, noticing a mad dog on the horizon. "This is not just a return to consciousness," he said. "He has started a new life. He's alive." The guy used his hand to block the path of the rabid dog, protecting the old man. She hit him on the arm and said, "Are you crazy, kid?" But the young doctor firmly asked her not to approach the patient again until he was better. Despite all her arguments, the guy simply repeated that he could not. The woman believed that if the old man had already regained consciousness, why not? But still agreed that rules are rules. Even if it's just a little bit, you still can't approach. He is being outrageous, she thought, not understanding how she could say that when she was so worried about the old man. The doctor apologized, saying that he should have tried harder. But the head of the Beibang clan did not understand what he was talking about because the boy had done better than his teacher. Sol emphasized that the young doctor, a true white dragon, had done his best and put in his best effort. Except for 2 fingers, everything else was fine. The old man was worried when he heard this. "What do you mean, 2 fingers?" The doctor replied that he was unable to save the index and middle fingers of his right hand, which is so important in Murim's world. The old man was shocked by this news. He looked down and seeing that all the limbs were in place could not believe this miracle. How is this even possible? However, he had lost much of his internal energy. But if he regained his strength, he would be able to use his martial techniques again. The old man, realizing this incredible chance, could not believe that he would ever be able to pick up his staff again. The doctor replied that yes, he had lost only 2 fingers. The old man was amazed. He thought he would lose his limbs, and if he had known that he had just lost 2 fingers, he would have organized a celebration. Tears of joy appeared in the eyes of his wards. The old man was extremely grateful to the doctor for saving his life. The guy was so tired from exertion that he could hardly breathe. Despite the fact that it was not possible to save all parts of the body, everything turned out in the best possible way. Mrs. Seol Hui took her belt and smilingly said that she would continue to kick him. The old man was finally healthy, and she took her belt back with a smile. The head of the Kiban clan saw this and ordered her to put the staff away. "Stop tormenting the old man. Let him finally rest," he said. The girl joked with excitement that now she would have to work even harder. The young master noticed that her voice had become softer, meaning that she had freed herself from the clutches of the demon that tormented her soul. The master reached out to the mad dog. He gently touched its face and stroked it. "If I could turn back time 5 years, I would still choose you," he said. These words warmed her heart and added warmth to her soul. Her face lit up with emotions caused by the old man's words. The same old man who had saved her at the most important moment of her life. And if she were born again, she would still be a simple poor woman. The young owner watched this beautiful, sentimental moment. Right before his eyes, a new chapter in this life novel was opening, which had remained unexplored until now. Today he had created a real spectacle that touched thousands of hearts. But there was still one more very important detail. He dreamed of seeing it at least once in his medical career. After completing the first stage of treatment, Master Qin Cheong-hee transferred the head of the Kabang clan to the Pikrin Infirmary unit for further care. To ensure the best conditions for his recovery, he prescribed various treatment prescriptions. Rest, medication, and additional medical procedures were required for full recovery. After Seolgyung was freed from the influence of the soul demon, she began to demonstrate extraordinary intelligence, which surprised many people. She took over the leadership of the entire Giben clan. Despite the difficulties that came her way, she proudly fulfilled her duties. Zhang He secured her promise to personally visit the main part of the Peklin Infirmary one day, and then successfully went on a new mission to the Green Pines unit. He realized that he had to act quickly because time was of the essence. He activated all his strength because by saving the head of Kiban, it could change the course of future events. The future could change at any moment, but whether everything would be okay remained a mystery. The butterfly effect would manifest itself to the fullest, and no matter what you think, the answer is always the same. As a result, he will again save a life that is right in front of his eyes. This time, he has to save Ye Haryun's life, and he hopes that he will safely get to K-In, where he is already waiting for him. Managing the infirmary involves a lot of favor and disfavor for Kangho. In order to avoid conflicts in the infirmary, a system similar to one of the Mu Dan clans, called the Land of the Sword Belt, was created to help manage the infirmary. However, human behavior is unpredictable, and the Land of the Sword Belt rule means that anyone who wants to enter Mudan clan territory must surrender their weapons. There have been cases where both sides have laid down their weapons and had to be carried on stretchers at the same time. Because of this, the layout of the chambers is located as far away from each other as possible to avoid conflicts and separates the paths. The Chegal is considered a famous family of strategists and masters of mechanisms. It was Chegal Rin who designed and built both the main hospital and the provincial unit. The young master rushed to the aid of his friend Ye Haryun. He had to run through many forks in the road to find his way. He barely made it to the detached building where Wang Kagen was staying. She had been waiting for the young doctor for a long time, and he finally arrived. He asked her how hard it was for her, and sincerely thanked her for her help. However, she emphasized that he was always thanking her, even though it was not necessary. His friend, Ye Haryun, had received first aid, and was now sleeping under the influence of medication. When they opened the door, they heard loud snoring. Ye Haryun was lying in the room, completely immobilized. The young master had not seen him for a long time, and even missed him. It was the heavenly demon from the novel who had been seriously injured. Armed with all the necessary items, the master set about saving his friend. It was certainly not the first time, but not the last. It was always a lot of trouble with this rascal, and he had to concentrate. Nevertheless, during the examination it became clear that there were no serious problems. All that was left was to focus on the restoration, and that was pretty good news. The young master realized that the heavenly demon's life would not end so easily, and his colleague, Kag-Yoon, did a great job of finding and bringing Ye Haryun to the infirmary while helping the Keban clan. He did the right thing when he entrusted her with this task, and Ye Haryun was personally treated by the heir to the infirmary and even given a separate ward. Despite the burns, everything piled up in front of the young doctor, who had to solve everything. During the time they hadn't seen each other, Ye Haryun had grown noticeably stronger and more mature. It turned out that he was a patient about whom even Master Beck knew nothing. Master Pekson burst into the room, roughly throwing everything in his path. It was Master Pekson himself in person. He asked the student why he had accepted a patient without informing his teacher. The boy merely asked why the teacher had come here. There were 4 of them in the spacious room, not 3, but 4, and the master was rushing toward them. Master Peck asked who the rascal was, for the young student had not seen him in such a tense state for a long time. The student explained his point of view, emphasizing that he was not trying to deceive the teacher, but that events were unfolding very quickly. He added that the situation could cause misunderstandings. However, he asked for just 1 minute to explain everything. Hearing the scream, Ye Haryun got out of bed, ready to cause some problems for Master Peck. The girl noticed Ye Haryun's unprecedented activity. Suddenly, sharp knives flew at the young student, pointing at his teacher. It was a demonic force that aimed directly at Master P. Crinson's face. He did not even have time to react to repel this attack. However, the master was always on guard and did not tolerate such manifestations. He quickly deflected the daggers with his fan, which were flying directly at him. However, even after that, the sword was still flying straight at his face. The question remained, where did Ye Haryun get these daggers from, and how did he throw them at his guests so quickly? Moreover, there were more and more sharp knives. Young Master Peck fought off all these dangerous objects, but the situation was already out of control. The young doctor took on the one who had attacked his teacher. It was a real disaster. The situation was completely out of control. What was going on? The heavenly demon got out of bed. He should have been sleeping like a baby after being medicated. But instead he got up. He decided to calm his friend down and stop him, because the situation was threatening to get very bad. The fact that he got up and wanted to attack was a very bad sign. It was clear that he was out of his mind. The teacher was ready to rush at him at any moment, and the student already thought that he would be captured as a traitor. The teacher nervously watched the boy who attacked him, and it seemed that he had seen him before. The heavenly demon looked at Master P. Crimson with hatred in his eyes. Our hero realized that things couldn't go on like this. He had to do something. He asked everyone to stop. He begged for some time to sort out the situation, because this case was extremely confusing, and the guy was in a very bad condition. Yahello proved to be inadequate and difficult to calm down, despite all attempts. He rushed past the young doctor, heading straight for Master Peklin. Then he threw his friend on the bed so that he would not interfere with him. Despite his requests to calm down, the situation only escalated. Yahello touched the guy's hand, and then it stopped moving. The demonic energy was so powerful. Master Peklin was in a state of complete excitement, capable of destroying everything around him. Everyone in the room felt the enormous demonic energy. It was the energy of the deadly star of heaven. Master Peck realized that the boy had been too young to realize it at the time, but now everything was clear. The heavenly demon stopped when he heard these words, and the master asked why the boy had tried to heal this rascal. When he looked at the master, he realized that he didn't even consider him a human being. The young master replied to his master that, although this boy was born under the deadly star of heaven, he was still worthy of respect. Master Peck was not sure whether the words herbivorous wolf made sense, which sounded absurd in the context. After all, the meaning of life for those born under the deadly star of heaven is to kill a lot. The boy stood in front of them, filled with demonic energy, even here in their infirmary. He was born under a star that haunts and kills, even if they were children. The situation became so confusing and went so far that young master, he realized that he could not cope on his own. The heavenly demon was in a rage, and bloodlust was in the air, and Master Peck, like a bright ray of justice, was eager to destroy it as soon as possible. Yem looked at this, sensing danger, and could not understand what they should do now. The master struck her hand with his fan and said, "Tell this rascal what I said. Tell him to take his dirty hands off my disciple, please." It was clear that both the heavenly demon and Master Peck were holding back only for the sake of he. The disciple, caught between two fires, realized that they needed to be calmed down before the situation got out of hand. Yahello held his doctor friend's hand, but the latter begged him to let go. In his rage, Yahello could not understand why the doctor was listening to this man. Master Peck could have easily destroyed this rascal, but he was holding back only for his sake. The heavenly demon speculated that perhaps this Pei Crin song was the real master he had heard about. Yahello approached the young doctor and asked him to join the clan, promising good conditions where he would not even have to take the blood parasite. This offer sounded rather harsh to he. For a moment, he wondered what this man was doing in the clan. Perhaps he had been promoted, but the novel did not make this clear. Hearing these words, Master Beck began to radiate a powerful aura of peace. But he decided to explain to the heavenly demon that if he didn't know, he should pay attention to his words. After all, Divine Dr. Marima is so powerful that even compared to the clan leaders, he stands out for his fierceness. Yahello felt Master Peck's incredible strength and compared it to other masters and magicians who seemed weaker than him. He remembered that Master Peck was also a famous demonic archer, as mentioned earlier. He remembered those words again when they talked about his skill, which was like that of an experienced archer. The divine physician was gifted and always surrounded everyone with his constant smile. However, he was hiding his true self, which now came out, and everyone felt it. It was only in front of his student that the master showed his true face, behaving completely differently than usual. Zhonghee knew that Master Baek was hiding something about the Chigar clan's past. Even the manuscripts did not detail what happened to him. However, the fact that the clan elders were afraid of him was absolutely true. It is hard to imagine where the line between revenge and simple destruction, driven by rage, lies. Zhonghee tried to take his hand away from his fierce friend's clutching embrace. He told Yahello that he was wrong, and the master was not what he seemed. But it was obvious that the master had more blood on his hands than any demonic creature, and he himself was well aware of this. Anne watched this performance, sensing the danger, and was so shocked that she could not do anything. Master Peck sternly warned that this was his last warning, and ordered Yahello to take his hands off his student, because the deadly star of heaven was already consuming him. How dare he open his mouth? But if Master Peck was really going to confront him, then he should do something about it, and not just stand there. The situation was already out of hand, and if a fight broke out, it would be fatal. The young master's energy began to fill the space. He was trying to suppress this unwanted conflict with his power. He couldn't understand why the heavenly demon still wouldn't let go of him. He felt a tightness in his chest and some unexplainable force began to act, so the young master decided to shout to his teacher that the situation was not that bad. Although this demonic sect member was a magician, he was not that bad. Even if the deadly star of heaven had consumed him, he had always fought it on the side of the previous head. The guy had already sent the treatment plan to the main hospital, and Master Peck might have already seen it. Although everything looked tense, these words stopped the master for a while. He turned to Yahello, who was fed up with his ridiculous speech, saying, "If you're going to talk nonsense, at least have a little conscience. This is your teacher. He is like heaven to you, and you dare to talk to him like that, such a respected man." Looking at Yahello felt pain in his soul. Young Master He continued by saying that he can only cure this rascal Yahello because of the skills he learned from his teacher. And because of this, they must end this conflict immediately. And one can only wonder why there are always so many problems with Yahello. He suggested that they stop yelling at each other and try to negotiate. Yahello abruptly let go of young Dr. He's hand. The demon star still possessed him, but he was trying to regain his senses at least a little. Our hero looked at his hands and felt that Yahello had almost broken them, although it was good that he had listened to him. Looking at Master Peck, Yahello was sure that the guy could solve everything without his intervention. If he insisted on it, then the heavenly demon would agree with him. Master Peck watched this scene without saying a word. The boy rubbed his hands, trying to get rid of the bruises. However, the master's energy began to fill the entire room. He was angry for a moment, not understanding why Master He was wasting his time with this rascal. It was all because of the young man's kindness, as if good and evil had come together in a fight. However, the boy managed to stop this conflict. Master Peck spoke to Lady Wang, expressing his respect for her action, adding that if the demon archer had known about it, he would not have let it go. He could see that the situation was getting worse, as the master was still furious. How could he cope with his shame and not break down? The master allowed them to leave safely, saying that he would discuss everything later, and Jen expressed her gratitude by replying, "Yes, master." He could see that she was very upset. And it was all because of young Dr. He, who hadn't noticed this moment in time. The girl looked back at Chunghee, realizing that if she left, the boy would definitely be in danger. Tired of all this arguing, she decides to just leave, wishing him good luck in her mind. The master is left alone with these scoundrels, and he will have to deal with everything on his own. The master's energy and fury filled the room, and the heavenly star stood next to him, also filling the space with its demonic energy. Master Peck's disciple, looking into his eyes, tried to explain everything that was happening. But how could he not make things worse and complicate the situation even more? Young Dr. He asked his teacher for some time to make things right and explain everything verbatim. The next day, they had to get to work, and when all the ingredients were gathered, they could begin. The doctor was preparing some of the potions needed for his experiments. After yesterday, he almost went crazy, wondering why these two guys were in such a relationship. In the novel, they behaved like the protagonist and the character who saved him. Yahello no longer paid attention to his feelings. The teacher could not significantly influence his life because he died in the first half of the story. Their characters were diametrically opposed, and this greatly influenced the development of the script. After brewing some fragrant tea, the guy decided that it was time to improve the situation between them. After brewing the tea, he brought it to the sick man, thinking about how to save his teacher and how to make sure that Yahello had fewer enemies and could live in peace. Yahello was sitting at the table, not very happy with the fact that his teacher was sitting across from him. Master Peck sat across from him, and his student Mr. He poured tea into his cup. Neither of them was happy about this meeting, but it had to be done. Zhang He poured them tea and started a conversation as they were talking about very important issues. He explained to Yahello how his teacher was an important and great person in his life, and he emphasized to his teacher how much Yahello is able to control himself, and that they are, in fact, like brothers. He also mentioned the luxurious bracelet Yahello had donated to him. The teacher, listening to this, could not contain his emotions and put down a cup of tea filled with his energy. He asked his disciple to stop protecting the heavenly demon and called him simply It. The heavenly demon did not expect his teacher to be such an important person in his life. The stubbornness of these two could be felt in the air. They could not give in to each other, but they were united by their friendship with He. After the story, the teacher's expression softened. He relaxed a little, because he had already restrained his emotions twice. He had never heard or seen people obsessed with the deadly star of heaven do such a thing before. He looked at Yahello and it was quite strange to him. The master had often told his disciple, and would repeat it again, that he was the most important person in this world. Previously, he would have killed this unworthy creature without any compromise. and their conversation would never have begun. Hearing these insulting words, the heavenly demon hit the table. The boy made every effort to restrain his anger, but if the teacher saw that they considered each other brothers, he could not just kill the heavenly demon. This somewhat eased the tension for the young doctor. Although it was not easy for him, he knew that the teacher would not kill him. However, if this rascal injured him or the people in the infirmary in the slightest, Master Peck would certainly carry out his threat. They looked into each other's eyes, and there was a stiff tension in the air. He tried to assure everyone that this would not happen, and that everything would be fine, given the situation. The teacher decided to believe what he was told. However, of course, he would conduct his own investigation no matter what. After all, Master Peck has his friends in the magician's clan. His student had guessed that the master was a very sociable person, and also had acquaintances among the magicians, which was quite unexpected. After these words, the teacher broke down and left. As he waved his hair, he thought, "It is clear that he will get to the bottom of the truth." Ye Haryun stayed with Dr. He, breathing a sigh of relief, because the situation had somehow been resolved. A few days later, a significant event happened in the infirmary. All this time, Chi-Yun-hee had been helping Ye Haryun to regain his health, and Master Beck was constantly watching them to make sure that nothing bad would happen. We returned to the Oriental medicine room, where the young master was discussing the situation with Madame Yeon. She thanked the young man for helping Master and Ye Haryun stop fighting. He noted that her father was supposed to tell her off this morning, but it seemed to go well. She thought back to the morning and jokingly told the boy to shut up, because it had been a nightmare. The young man joked that if it wasn't for him in her life, they would have nothing at all. Mrs. Yen said that she always interferes where she shouldn't, and asked why young He always thinks so badly of himself. She said several times, and will say it again, he is a very important person in this world to her, and his mentor is happy. His friend is by his side. What more do you need? To be honest, the young master saved the head of Keban, and everything was pretty perfect. The young master caught himself thinking that it was all his fault. Not all fathers are capable of such things, like his father. He saved Ms. Yen, and she really thinks he's a great father. But she also knows how hard it is to have daughters who are always getting into trouble. And even when trouble happens, you need to take things one step at a time, and everything will work out in time. Even the Jade Emperor could not solve everything at once. The young master remained pondering the situation. Mrs. Yen tried to encourage him, advising him to hold his head high and be proud of himself. After saying that, she said that she had to go because her father had ordered her to practice, and she had to practice until sunset. She quickly ran off to get all her training done before the evening. The young master wished her good luck and was grateful for her words. Although things were not as they were in the original, he was glad that his friends were alive. When the doctor returned to Ye Haryun, he took his pulse and told him that he was almost recovered and could go. Ye Haryun heard his friend mention something about a blood parasite. When a person first joins the magicians, they inject go, known for its poisonous properties, under the skin. The young doctor assured him that everything was fine. The goo had been removed, but asked him not to tell others so that they wouldn't think it was a reckless act. He assured Ye Haryun that everything would be fine, because he had not only healed his wounds, but also pulled the parasite out through his stomach and killed it. Ye Haryun believed his friend, because he promised that he would heal him again if necessary. However, the young master told him that he had to hide the fact that the parasite was no longer in his body. Even if his associates ask, he must not say anything, not even to his teacher, not to anyone at all. Even though the parasite is gone and Ye Haryun can now control himself, he feels strange. Every time he talks to the young master, he feels as if he is talking to a seer. He had to realize that he is a very cautious person and could not, in principle, burn out to expose himself. Although the difference between an observer, an advisor, and a ruler may seem insignificant, Ye Haryun has developed excellent instincts that make him look like a protagonist. And although he is sometimes called an unusual teenager, he has the feeling that he is driven by pure evil. This partly frightened the young doctor. In this situation, Ye Haryun stood in front of him, but the boy could not help him. Ye Haryun offered the boy to return with him to the main complex. However, realizing that the complex was in the clan of magicians, they had to think carefully about this step. Although the heavenly demon had his influence, they could not ignore the power of the master who was closely watching them. Ye Haryun assured the young doctor that everything would be fine, because in the mage clan, doctors are always treated with respect, and he would personally supervise him. He asked what position the heavenly demon held in the mage organization, and as far as he knew, he wasn't even a junior leader yet. The heavenly demon didn't see it as a problem. He would become a junior leader and then lead the clan. These words sounded very confident, and Ye Haryun decided that he would reach the position of head. He felt confident in his words, because Yeharyun spoke about it as easily as if he were choosing what to eat for dinner. After thinking about it for a few minutes, our hero refused. He would not go. When asked about the reason, the boy didn't answer immediately, but Yeharyun suggested that it was because of his master. He looked away, as he could not allow his master to be disrespected. But still, if the circumstances were such that he could not influence the situation, what then? A very risky idea occurred to the Sky Demon. The Sky Demon suggested that his friend, he might follow him if his master died. The young doctor knew his friend well and realized that this was what he was thinking, for he had no other options in mind. He firmly told him that if his teacher died, he would die with him. These were harsh words, but how else could he convey this message? The heavenly demon only asked what he would do if he died first. All these conversations did not lead to the desired result. But the doctor realized one thing. Yeharyun would have done the same thing as he had done. He would have killed his murderer, and the young doctor would have done the same. It didn't matter if it was a ghost or a human being. This death would have been extremely cruel, so much so that the killer would have regretted ever having lived. Moreover, Yeharyun would even try to resurrect his friend He at any cost, and with any life. All these words sounded like incredible loyalty from one friend to another. After that, the doctor turned away from Yeharyun and said that he would do the same if necessary. It felt as if the boy was trying his best to distance himself from him. Yeharyun was getting ready to leave and said that if he died, it would be all the fault of Peikrin, his teacher. He said that this was nonsense, as his teacher was only suffering from the curse of the Star of Heaven. After joining the mage clan, he began to think completely differently, and Yeharyun only added that he envied Master Peck for having such a loyal and cool student. This even made our hero angry because he was tired of hearing such ignorance. However, for Yeharyun, Master He's opinion didn't matter. He would come to him in the main building anyway. Even though these words sounded like just another nonsense, the heavenly demon was confident. This conversation was going nowhere, and he was already tired of empty words. Yeharyun was already feeling healthy and said that he would leave tonight, and then everything would calm down. Hearing such harsh words addressed to him, and realizing that it was not a joke at all, the heavenly demon was angry. He wanted to stay for a few more days. But the guy had done his duty and had no particular desire to continue this tug of war. He reminded him that there was only one way out. If the main road was blocked, he would have to use his fists. These words came as a surprise to Yeharyun. He had given him just one piece of advice that he had to remember. Yeharyun was silent for a moment, which was extremely rare. He said that he should never take off the bracelet. In his mind, he realized that this was the fastest way to overcome all obstacles for the heavenly demon in the future. And Yeharyun, unlike ordinary people, would remember his words for sure, because he was turning into a little boy who always listened to his He. Soon, our famous doctor finally saw Yeharyun. His eyes showed that he would live for 1,000 years, so there was no need to worry about him. The guy thought for a moment. He was even a little sorry to let him go. But such is fate. Suddenly, the master appeared behind him and asked how the farewell went. The guy turned around, not expecting to see the master, but he was glad that he had seen off the deadly star so quickly. This was exactly what he had been striving for a long time. And to tell the truth, Yeharyun turned out to be a good guy. But for Master Peck, the concept of a good Death Star was incomprehensible. He had never met anyone like his student in his entire life, and he would hope that everything would be fine. However, in their business, it is difficult to determine whether a star brings good or evil. Master Peck didn't like Yeharyun hanging around his student and thought it might be dangerous. Master Peck never thought that as a teacher he would have to put up with such conditions for the sake of his student. The boy just smiled, but in his heart he was afraid of his master's anger. After the conversation with the heavenly demon, it was time to train. His student had to become stronger, even if it meant something terrible, because he would have to face the heavenly demon more than once. He once again assured the master that his friend would not act treacherously, but there is nothing real in Kong-Hu except the relationship between mentor and student. Children kill their parents, and brothers kill their brothers, so he needed to train and not be naive. It was the truth, and another lesson from the master. Behind them was a black horse. It was big, healthy, and looked just fine. It was a gift from Master Peck for the young master. It was an expensive gift, but the horse was so huge that it seemed like you could ride it straight to hell. From that day on, Cheon-hee began hard training because his mentor decided not to let him off the hook after he spared the deadly star. He even had to train to ride a horse, although at first he was afraid to even climb on it. Apart from eating and sleeping, Cheon-hee devoted all his time to training. Ms. Yeon was walking with her mentor when she saw Mr. He dragging a huge boulder up the stairs. It was a miracle that he had survived such training. Although it seemed that the mentor was calm, he turned into a real devil during the training. The guy worked hard to turn his still young and fragile body into something incredible. The young master patiently endured all these training sessions to move forward. Master Peck was supporting him all the while, adding even more tension. Both the student and his mentor were special people. Only God knows what lies ahead of them and what they can achieve. After long and grueling training, the result was not long in coming. The three-strike technique that the young master had practiced thousands of times, he could now perform with his eyes closed. Cheong-hee realized how important it was to improve his skills in practice, so he focused on each martial arts technique until he perfected it. After receiving advice from Pei Kring, he began training with spears, combining elements of the 5 elements. These were fire, air, earth, water, and a new element, lightning. The strike was completed the 6th strike, known as the lightning strike. When the master handed the spear to the boy, he warned him that it was called the Formidable. The main feature was that after the lightning strike in Kanho, this spear received another name, the 10-step spear. The boy was amazed, but did not fully understand what it was all about. The teacher explained that the 10-step spear is an ancient and rare technique mentioned earlier, and it prohibits enemies from approaching within 10 steps. Usually, martial artists use swords or fists, but if you look at the current state of affairs, there are almost no martial artists left who can use a spear. It is thanks to this technique that sword and fists can be defeated. Ye Haryun also used the sword, and he had a choice that was clear to his teacher. From that moment on, they began to learn the 10-step spear technique. Apart from he, no one else had ever advanced in this art so quickly, but the young man almost died during training. Suddenly, the master was in shock. His face changed. He abruptly began to cough up blood, choking on his discharge. The young master looked at his teacher and did not know how to react, because he was already on the verge of death. A large amount of blood was coming out of his mouth. The master was holding his hand, and it was clear that he was not feeling well. The young doctor ran up to him, trying to help, but the situation became even more tense. The master called his servant Yuha to help him. Seeing this picture, Yuha could not contain his emotions. He could see that the master was lying on the ground and could not get up. Blood kept flowing from his mouth, and he coughed up more and more blood. He was quickly rushed to the hospital, and something had to be done urgently. The situation looked terrible, and the guy had to find a solution. Every day, the teacher's condition was getting worse. Although he had lived longer than it was stated in the novel, his condition was steadily deteriorating. Treatment with antibiotics and heat, the use of fire energy, all of this did not have the desired effect. This was not enough, and the guy began to think about a plan of action. He shared his thoughts with Yuka, but he thought it was nonsense. But what could he explain if he didn't understand? The teacher needed a pill of the 5 elements. Although Yuha understood the first time why he needed the pill of the 5 elements, he still did not understand why it was needed. But it was the only one that could help the master. Although Yuha believed that the pill only helped with paralysis or nausea, he thought it was unnecessary. However, he was well aware that the other medicines in their arsenal would not change anything. In Yu's opinion, it was still better than nothing, and they had to try to treat him with what they had. He even began to think that the young doctor might use the medicine for his own purposes. A strong energy began to radiate from Juha, and it was clear that he was angry. But what was that shadow that appeared beneath him when he started to get angry? The young master had seen this shadow before and wondered what they were going to do. The shadow began to emerge from Yuha, and he looked like a demonic creature that began to be filled with power. The guy asked him to calm down and not show his weakness. This approach to the situation was inappropriate, and if he continued in the same way, it would not help him. The tension between them grew and the guy activated his chakra. However, after a while he came to his senses and the energy dissolved. After that, they looked at each other, realizing that it was too much. Yua confirmed that it was too much, and it was a mistake to use the medicine so senselessly. But the young owner realized that this fool Juha wanted to kill him because of old grievances. He told Juha to use the medicine he had specially prepared for Pekrin. He would spend his time looking for something better. Juha apologized for crossing the line. He was embarrassed by his behavior. He promised to consult with the owner and provide what was needed, as well as give the guy what he wanted. The boy needed to get to the vault, to the deepest part where the secret books were hidden. He had already gotten permission from the teacher, so there shouldn't have been any problems. The teacher told him to study the techniques described in the books from the vault, which only senior officials have access to. As a junior officer, he has access to it. Yuha would prepare everything necessary for the young master, and finally, the guy got his way. Even though Juho was inferior to him, it was important to seize the opportunity and maintain a normal relationship. Juha asked when the boy was going to go there and find the 10,000th and 10-year Hara techniques. He replied that he would go back after training, but that the teacher must not know about it. Juha realized that the boy could be hiding this information from him, but why did he say it at all? The young master thought there were two reasons. First, if he hadn't told him, Juha might not have given the teacher the medicine. The second reason was more interesting. He believed that his mentor's life was more important than his own. The young master was ready to do anything to save his teacher. And although Juha was behaving unacceptably in this situation, he kept thinking about other things. Even when he was about to leave, he offered to accompany him, but Juha refused. To find the 10,000-year-old Vari, you need people who know the techniques of the 5 elements, and anyone who follows him will only get in the way. He had to kill this bloodless creature without harm, preserve the energy of the fire, and transfer it to a clay vessel. Juha understood his hints and agreed with his point of view, promising that tomorrow the pill of the 5 elements would be ready. The boy promised to return by noon, and now he went to practice. He was confident that he would be able to cope with this situation, despite all the difficulties. The Segal family is famous for its students, whose fighting skills are legendary, making them one of the strongest families in Marima. At the center of all the family's secrets is the library, which can be called the true heart of the Seagulls, where all their martial knowledge and techniques are collected. And finally, the legendary library he had heard about only in stories stood before his eyes. Now it was in front of him, in all its majesty. Juho led him deeper into the library, their footsteps echoing loudly in the silence of the vast hall. On either side of them were endless rows of shelves filled with ancient books, each with its own unique story. He approached one of the shelves, carefully examining the books, trying to memorize their number and location. Finally, he had access to the most forbidden parts of the library, but the place he was brought to looked quite open. He wondered why they had been brought to the public area, so he asked Juho what was going on. Juho calmly replied that knowledge can be found anywhere, but not always in the right place. Although he realized that complaining was not an option, as it might not please Juho, he did not like it, but he decided to keep quiet. He reached for one of the books he had been looking for a long time because he believed it held the key to everything. Juho doubted whether he really needed this book and asked him about it, wanting to be sure he had made the right choice. He took the book firmly in his hands and replied that it was definitely needed for the journey ahead. The method described in the book was called Nariotagon, a technique of avoidance by rolling on the ground, although it was not considered the best in Marima. After that, he ran his hand over a few more books, feeling the antiquity and knowledge stored in them. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide in surprise, and he could not hide his amazement, for what he saw was beyond his expectations. Juho warned him that this book was only available to adults, and that its contents could be dangerous for those who were not ready. "I'm already an adult at heart," he said confidently, not letting doubt cloud his resolve. These words seemed quite serious to the redhead, and he began to treat he with respect, like a real adult. Now Juho was ready to leave he alone, giving him space to work independently. He looked through several books again, wondering which ones might be most useful. Finally, he pulled out 2 of the most important books, which contained knowledge far more valuable than all other works on martial arts. Juho was beginning to guess what he was planning and why he had chosen these particular books. After a while, they were standing in front of a secret training center deep in a cave, hidden from prying eyes. He warned Red that he was going to practice here, and asked that no one be allowed into the cave while he was training. Of course, Juho assured him that he didn't have to worry about that and promised to keep him out of the way. Taking a few steps forward, he began to move confidently deeper into the cave, where something special awaited him. The eerie atmosphere made him swallow his saliva nervously, but he kept going forward, overcoming his fears. As he moved on, he felt the coldness that reigned in the place and realized that the cave was indeed a secret training center. Looking around, he saw that there was plenty of space in the cave to train, and the location seemed perfect for his plans. Through a small crack in the stone above his head, a ray of sunlight penetrated the cave, beautifully illuminating its dark depths. Various weapons were arranged under the walls, as well as several training dummies, creating ideal conditions for combat training. The strangest thing was that there was a bed in the corner. The opportunity to rest seemed unexpected, even unnecessary for a training place. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and he turned around to see a giant stone slowly moving, opening a new passage. More and more sunlight fell on his face as the stone moved further away, opening the way to even more uncharted depths. At this point, his only thought was that Juho would take care of his teacher while he trained here. After a while, he was sitting in a meditation pose, directly under the rays of the sun coming through a hole in the cave ceiling. The secret training center was the heart of all martial arts legends, a true place for those who seek to become stronger. Here, the main character could reach new heights, become stronger, and reach a new level of skill. There was no place for other people in this place, only training, concentration, and improving skills. Each hand stroke was honed to perfection, over and over again, until the technique became a part of the body. At first, he used a stick instead of a sword. But when the time came, he switched to a real weapon. There was no time limit, and he could train as long as it took to achieve the goal. He gave it his all, realizing that you have to train until you achieve the desired result. His muscles and physical development played an important role in mastering the 5-element technique, making him even stronger. His chopping hands needed additional training to become even stronger and more accurate in combat. He also trained his legs by lying on his back and pushing 2 giant blocks with his feet, which had a significant impact on his strength. Zhang He set himself the goal of becoming stronger, and he continued his training continuously, not allowing himself any weakness. His main weapon was unwavering faith in himself and his abilities. In order to continue training, it was necessary to accumulate energy, and the Saigel family used a special method of bathing that restored strength and energy. In addition, this method was so pleasant that it was possible not only to recover, but also to relax well. During his training, Zhang He decided not only to build up his physical strength, but also to master the techniques of the preliminary step and 10 copies. Despite the distance, his thoughts were constantly on the hospital and the care of his teacher, whom he had left behind. He could repeat the same stroke thousands of times, honing it to perfection. At the same time, his worries about his teacher never left his mind, even during the most intense training. With each subsequent meditation, the energy around him grew stronger, as if nature itself were supporting him. He often thought of the archer demon he had once faced, his figure never fading from his memory. But even more often he thought about his daughter, who also trained constantly until her last breath. 3 months of endless training had passed unnoticed. It was the last stage of his long training. And as he fell to the ground from exhaustion, he felt the energy filling his body, more of it than ever before. His arms were no longer the same as when he came here. They were now strong, hardened weapons. Using the last elixirs of the 5 elements, he was able to go beyond consciousness, to the place where the transformation was taking place. 5 elemental pills, if taken correctly, can replace 10 years of training. However, because of their power, it is necessary to take them one at a time, because if you eat them all at once, irreversible changes begin in the body, and that's what happened to Zhang He. The power of the pills began to mix with his internal energy, creating 5 different elements that caused simultaneous destruction, restoration, and strengthening. His white blood and energy merged into a single stream, and at the moment he lost the feeling of his own body. A black liquid burst out of him, as if releasing something dark inside. It felt as if the top layer of skin was starting to come off his body, adding even more discomfort to the transformation process. It was a real metamorphosis of his body, a sensation so unusual that it is impossible to describe it in words. The rays of the moon were shining through the hole above his head, adding a mystical atmosphere to what was happening to his body. His clothes were completely torn apart, turning into rags that barely fit him. He felt something strange in his hand, as if it was beginning to transform into something new that he could not understand. After that, his whole body seemed heavy and stiff, as if it had turned into stone. Running his hand over his head, he wondered if he had grown up during this metamorphosis, asking himself this question. His voice became lower, taking on a deep, resonant tone that he did not recognize before. He had heard of people going through bodily metamorphosis, but he could not have imagined that the changes would be so dramatic. Now he looked and felt like a completely different person, as if he had been born again in a new body. However, he still wasn't 100% sure he understood exactly how this metamorphosis process worked. The only thing he knew for sure was that metamorphosis unites the mind, heart, and body into a single whole, making a person stronger. After going through the bodily metamorphosis, his body acquired the ideal shape for martial arts, becoming flexible and strong, which greatly increased his combat potential. All unnecessary impurities disappeared from his body, and he felt as if he had been born again, renewed and pure. He realized that his mentor also had to go through this to cleanse his veins and become stronger. Walking over to the water, he sat down and dipped his hands in it, feeling the coolness wash over his fingers. Grabbing some water in his palms, he began to wash his pumped-up arm, feeling the strength building up in his muscles. Then he applied the water to his abs, which were now well-defined and as strong as armor. However, he could not understand one thing. Why the white blood, which, according to legend, is located in the center of the shadow, had leaked out. He could only guess that all this white blood had been blocked all this time. And now it was finally released. He hadn't gotten used to his new body yet. It felt strange, like he wasn't in full control of it. He didn't know anything about the origin of the guy whose body he was possessing. Neither his parents, nor his age, nor his place of birth, although he had previously thought that this guy was just a minor character who died at the beginning of the story. But now it seemed that something else was waiting for him. Perhaps fate was preparing a completely new role for him. Qianghee realized that he was now able to use wind and fire, and this gave him endless possibilities. He didn't even need to make any movements, and so he decided to clean the cave of moisture using only his spiritual power. Now he could kill his opponent with a single thought. His power was so strong. All he had to do was to want it, and the power fulfilled his desire without any effort. Now, standing in front of the water, he was confident that he could catch the carp, feeling his strength and skills would help him in this difficult task. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Qianghee completed his preparations in just a moment, ready for the challenge ahead. The middle of the pond was connected to a bay, and it was here that Qianghee planned to catch the 10,000-year-old prawn, a legendary fish that was the stuff of myth. The water currents resembled a spider's web, and if you lost the right path, you could die from lack of air. But the power of the 5 elements and his bodily metamorphosis protected him from any difficulties. He also brought along the Soso-Jigon he used during his first training, because if you feed it to a fish, it will receive a signal to escape. Qianghee set out on a quest into the dark and confusing waters, where he faced dangers and trials. Meanwhile, in the small village near Baekran's hospital, silence reigned, as if everything was frozen before something important was about to happen. 4 people approached the guards, and their appearance immediately attracted the guards' attention. One of the guards was very frightened when he saw one of them, and asked in a trembling voice who he was and where he came from. He also asked why this person was wearing no clothes at all, which frightened the guard even more. It was Qianghee. After introducing themselves, they couldn't believe it was him, and asked to see the seal to confirm. Qianghee took out the seal he had been carrying with him, but he could not use Baekran's seal, realizing that it would attract too much attention and might disturb his teacher. Instead, he decided to show the fake seal he had made in Kabang to avoid unnecessary questions. The guard took the seal in his hands and, after examining it, saw the inscription Heavenly Dog, which made everyone around him wary. The smaller the clan, the easier it is to forge a seal, but Solgan's joke seemed to have gone too far, and now things could go wrong. The guards quickly ordered the boys to get dressed, as their appearance could have aroused unnecessary suspicion. Qianghee was already inside and closing the door behind him, ready for the new events that awaited him inside. Inside, he was greeted by a man to whom Qianghee turned for help, feeling that this visit was important. He asked for clothes because after his adventures he needed something that would not attract too much attention. The man only wanted to know if Qianghee had any money, but there was no problem with that, and Qianghee confidently answered. The man invited him to follow him, saying that he had something interesting to show him and that he had something to show him. He remarked that he was glad that Qianghee's face was barely injured, adding that it was better to be robbed than to be killed or sick with something terrible. Qianghee just smiled in response, agreeing that he was indeed very lucky in this situation. After a while, the clothes were already on the table, ready for Qianghee to choose which one suited him best. He carefully chose what he liked and quickly dressed, ready to move forward with his plan. He really liked this place, and the hair jewelry he wore shimmered with different colors, adding to his mysteriousness. Now his appearance was completely different, but he still didn't understand what to do next. His plan remained uncertain. His goal was about a month away, and that gave him time, but it also made him anxious because of the uncertainty. The problem was that the exact location of the 10,000-year-old Huari was only described in novels, and no reliable facts existed. These thoughts led him to the idea that he needed an escort people who knew the place well and could help. As he walked down the street, he noticed people paying attention to him, admiring his appearance. Girls turned their heads and blushed uncontrollably when they saw him, unable to hide their admiration. Qianghee had a slight smile on his face, and he knew what kind of impression he was making on others. His appearance made the girls want to follow him, and he was thinking about how to ask the locals for help in his search. Now he was in Kaban, where he planned to find the right people to help him. He decided to approach one of the men who was sitting outside his house, hoping to have a conversation and get some useful information. The man, curious, asked what such a handsome young man was doing in such a horrible city that had no place for people like him. It turned out, however, that it was a girl, not a boy, and Jong-hee thought she would be angry at his unexpected arrival uninvited. But instead she began to ask questions. "I wanted to send you a letter," Jong-hee said. But she immediately bombarded him with a lot of questions, saying why a letter if he could have come by invitation. She then asked him if he even realized who he was dealing with, and warned him that if it was just a joke, he should leave immediately. The conversation became tense and he decided to take out his card to show her and defuse the situation. "Chongyeon, this is from Panju," he said, explaining that this card was personally made by one of the most influential people in the country. The girl immediately apologized and asked if there was anything she could do to help by changing her attitude. This surprised him, because in Caban, the reaction to this sign was completely different, and he did not expect such respect. He handed her the sign and she said it would only take 2 days to complete it. In the meantime, she suggested that he rest in a nice place and even promised to personally show him the place. When Jong-hee saw the cave in front of him, he thought 3 times about going there, because it looked a bit creepy. However, out of politeness, he thanked her for her help and decided not to refuse her hospitality. 2 days passed and the night came, bringing new challenges. The protagonist was approached by a man who asked if he was the same young gentleman from Chongyong. "Yes, that's me," Jong-hee immediately replied, trying to remain calm. The man looked around cautiously, checking to see if anyone was nearby who could overhear their conversation. After that, he put a bag on the table in front of Jong-hee, looking at him with a serious look. He told him that it was a secret and asked him to be careful, because from his appearance, one could think that he held some kind of government position. After saying goodbye, the stranger started walking in the other direction, and Jong-hee remained immersed in his thoughts. He was worried about his teacher and thought about how quickly rumors spread. He hoped that Yuho would be able to protect his teacher from these gossips. Turning his head to the package, he wondered if he should open it and what might be inside. After unpacking it, he saw that inside was a medallion of high officials. "Now it will be easy to get a horse," was the first thing that came to his mind, because this medallion gave him access to many privileges. In addition to the medallion, there was also a letter sealed in mystery. The letter read, "Wherever you are, have a good rest." It was a nice support, but it was hard to understand who sent it and for what purpose. Jong-hee closed his eyes, trying to remember who the sender could be. But instead of clarity, he felt a burden of responsibility on his shoulders that was difficult to carry alone. A very important order had been given in Kaibang, related to Jong-hee, who had once saved Panju, and now he had another important mission to fulfill. The people were ordered to protect Jong-hee with their lives and to obey all his orders without question, because he now had a special status. The reason for this decision was that information about him had already spread among government officials, and his position had become dangerous. It was difficult to predict how this situation would affect Murim in general, so it was necessary to act very carefully so as not to cause unnecessary consequences. Against the backdrop of the flickering candlelight, a question was asked. Why did he appear so suddenly? Seol couldn't understand why Baekrin kept Jong-hee by his side all the time. She asked what was going on, and the old man replied that students are always led like this. They will never get better on their own. But the old man also wondered why Seol cared so much about this child, even though she realized that Jong-hee was the origin of the coming storm. To which the old man fully agreed, continuing to enjoy his tea. The old man had already heard rumors that the young man had managed to cure syphilis without any consequences, which added to his influence. Moreover, he had discovered the parasite, which brought him even more praise. Due to this, the Ju family's anger did not subside so quickly, and Hauman had to suffer a lot, but many people died because of this incident, including rebels and mundos. It seemed crazy to the old man. He had a feeling that he had been caught doing something bad, and now he was just trying to defend himself. As he sipped his tea, Sul reminded him that he knew much more about Safa than she did. He admitted, however, that it was difficult to make an objective assessment of the situation given all the circumstances. It seemed like they knew everything, even that Jong-hee had received a medal from the Ju family. Now his movements would become even faster, and if they couldn't keep up with him, they would definitely not be able to catch him. And not only they, even Hao Mun will not be able to succeed in this pursuit. But the old man said that fortunately the MANHUA family had passed on information that, thanks to Hao Mun, they knew the approximate direction Jong-hee was headed. Seol was pleased with this, and became even more convinced that in Safa, children should be raised only with harsh methods to make them stronger. They were confident that the wind was on their side, even though they knew that the path would not be easy. And although these two children did not quite fit into Safa's value system, this would be an impetus for their development. Seol was confused that the old man seemed to be worried about these children. and she reminded him that Hao Moon had targeted Zhong He through the Zhu family. She acknowledged that they were stronger, but she asked the question, aren't they better at killing? And she warned the old man that if he left things the way they were, it would definitely not please Kabang. However, the old man was well aware of this and was not going to destroy Keban in any way, knowing the consequences. This puzzled Seol even more, and she couldn't figure out what actions they were planning to take. He also admitted that he didn't know who could catch up with Young He and give him the letter if he was deliberately hiding from everyone and carrying such a weapon. He added that this was the reason she was still staying in Panju. Suddenly a dog appeared and began barking loudly right in the cave where they were, attracting the attention of everyone present. But then, unexpectedly, it calmed down and began to behave strangely, as if it was anticipating something. Sol turned to the dog. Huang, where did you come from? The old man was very fond of Huanggu, took her in his arms, and joked that if Huanggu had been his student, all the issues would have been resolved long ago. Seol, hearing these words, almost fainted from surprise, because she thought she was doing the best thing. The old man asked her to calm down and explained that even water sometimes flows upwards, and asked her how many years Huang had been doing his bidding. She probably hadn't even learned to walk when she first started doing it. The old man looked at her and smiled broadly, showing his kindness. But he never got a reciprocal smile from Seol. The Hao clan is known for its involvement in human trafficking, murder, information selling, prostitution, and extortion, making them one of the most dangerous in Murim. While Kabani is dominated by ordinary thieves and louts, Hao is dominated by brigands who are cruel and ruthless. Life in the clan became much more complicated after Young He was discovered, which attracted too much attention to them. MANHUA wrote to the Hao clan asking for his safety as the situation became more and more dangerous. Her status grew so much that she could personally write such letters, having a great influence on clan politics. However, the final decision always rested with the head of the family, who determined the fate of all subordinates. It was late at night, and Mukvi was advised to go to bed, but she was too anxious to rest. She refused, saying that she could not sleep until she knew the fate of Young He. She was very worried about the condition of Baek Rin Sung, who was also an important participant in the events. She was told that nothing was known for sure about his condition, but it was clear that he was having difficulty moving around. MANHUA replied that this was why Young He was willing to do anything to prevent a disaster, because time was running out. Suddenly, a man ran into the room, saying that an important letter had arrived. She took the letter, because she had been waiting for it for a long time, and hoped to receive good news. At last! She breathed a sigh of relief as she received the long-awaited message. Opening the letter with the hope of good news, she began to read it, worried about what she might find inside. What she read next almost knocked her down. The news was so shocking that she almost lost her balance. A bounty of 1,000 nannies had been placed on the head of the White Dragon doctor, Qin Zhonghe, making him a target for all bounty hunters. A limit of 100 days has been set for his capture, and if he is not caught within that time, the task will become invalid. The letter fell out of her hands, and everyone around her began to ask what had happened, what had been written, because her expression spoke of the seriousness of the situation. Her brother picked up the letter and began to read it while the others waited for a response. At that moment, it became clear that MANHUA and Muvol were forbidden to intervene in this situation. Their relationship was taken into account, but that was all they could do. Muvol indignantly exclaimed that they knew about the transfer of information to Kaban and could not let it go unpunished. They could have been killed for that. The Hao clan just went easy on them, he added, clenching his fists in anger. The girl gritted her teeth and spoke. 100 days! But her brother asked her, didn't you want to move up in the ranks? This is your chance. She explained that in Safa, the strongest is the strongest, and that just because she had regained her inner energy did not mean she had to back down. Muvol waited for her decision, asking her with his eyes what she planned to do in this situation. With a confident look, she made a decision and told everyone that she was ready to act. She said she needed to train and asked her brother to keep an eye on things in her absence. She realized that the path would be difficult, but it was necessary to achieve her goal. She turned around and started to go to training, realizing that she had to act immediately because time was running out. Meanwhile, Zhong He continued his journey on the horse, not even stopping to eat, because every minute was worth its weight in gold. However, after reaching the 4th destination, he decided to take a break to rest a bit. Immersed in the warm water, he began to think about the fact that in the novel, the 10,000-year-old prairie dog grew up in the south, in an underground lake, as a mascot. Fortunately, there were no water robbers here, because this place used to be the capital, where wealthy families still live. so the area is not abandoned. He was hoping that maybe he could find a guide in Keban to help him in his search. But few people know about the underground lakes, and the deeper you go down, the hotter the air gets, and the harder it is to breathe. In the worst-case scenario, he would have to go through Tansen alone, relying on his own strength. At that moment, he heard quarrelsome voices outside the door. "Why are you behaving like that? Stop it! Shame on you, go away!" The voices were getting louder, as if something was happening right outside the door. And then someone answered, "Calm down, it's just a dog," adding to the comic relief of the situation. Outside, people were using a stick to chase away a dog that seemed to be bothering them with its barking. Young-hee peeked through the slightly ajar door and asked what was going on. He was told that a strange dog had run in and started barking loudly, attracting attention. He immediately recognized the dog. It was Huang, his faithful dog. One of the men who was chasing the dog away asked Young-hee if he knew the dog, and stopped poking him with his stick. "I do, but I don't understand why it's here," the man replied, surprised to see it in such a place. Huanggu happily ran up to Young-hee and jumped into his arms, licking his face as if he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. It was then that Young-hee noticed a note tied with a string around the dog's neck that looked like an important message. "It seems Panju sent this," Young-hee realized, feeling that this message was of great importance. He immediately opened the note right there and started reading it, expecting important news. The letter mentioned a bounty of 1,000 nannies on Young-hee's head and a deadline of 100 days to catch him, after which the task would become null and void. It was extremely unpleasant to read. Knowing that they wanted to kill you was a heavy blow to Young-hee, but he was somewhat comforted by the fact that he only had to hold out for 100 days, and the thought that he was valued at 10 billion won cheered him up a bit. However, there was something else in the letter. It also mentioned Huang. It said that Huang was to become Young-hee's court dog, which added a new meaning to their union. It seemed that the protagonist had now gained a faithful companion in Huang Wu, and perhaps with his help, he could find safer ways. Young-hee had no doubt that Huang was the best companion he could have ever had. Indeed, when they fought against the Magyo, it was Huang who led them through the snowy mountains and always found safe paths. The protagonist was overwhelmed with trust in his dog, who had saved him more than once. He sat outside with Huanggu for a while longer, playing with him and petting him, enjoying a brief moment of peace. Meanwhile, up on the mountain, 3 people were talking about how if they killed Baekrin's disciple, they could bring a terrible wrath upon themselves. Some of them were worried about this, while others saw no reason to worry. These people were armed, and each of them wore a weapon at their waist, ready for any action. The reward of 1,000 nannies was important to them at any cost, even if they had to resort to the services of dark doctors. They were ready to go all the way in this confrontation. The Hao clan had a famous trio of assassins nicknamed the Rat Faces, who acted like hunters. Their methods resembled quick and unexpected raids, hence the name. Each of them had their own unique trait that harmonized with the skills of the others, so they became a well-known group in the clan. They assumed that Young-hee was heading to the lake and planned to cross the Chan River to hide or continue his journey. Their plan was that if he started the crossing at night, they would attack, and if it was during the day, they decided to wait to find the best time to attack. The first tracking master remembered the boy's scent and said that he had to hurry before his superpower lost its effect. He could find the target anywhere thanks to his unrivaled sense of smell. The second master had the gift of long-range vision, able to identify a target at a distance of up to 3 kilometers. The third master specialized in swimming and agility, and his skills were useful in any water conditions. They decided to waste no time and start moving so as not to miss their chance. Meanwhile, Young-hee had already reached Lake Hongtaek, riding his horse, with his dog Huanggu following faithfully beside him. What struck him most was how huge the lake was. It was so big that even in his past life he had never seen anything like it. Even Huang was nodding along as if to support the impression that this was a truly grandiose sight to behold. To a certain extent, Young-hee even envied his faithful dog, because Huang Wu had already traveled to many places, and his life was full of adventures. Young-hee himself began to think, delving into his memories, reflecting on the past. In his previous life, he was always in a hurry, had good relationships with his colleagues, but no real friends to go on a journey with. And right now, standing in front of this endless lake, he could afford to think about such things. He looked out at the endless distance and the incredibly beautiful sunset, hoping that he would be able to return here with his mentor. However, Young-hee did not forget that he was on a quest, and before it got dark, he had to move on. "Let's go," he said, deciding to keep going, not stopping to face any obstacles. If he had to cross the river, he knew it would be better to do so by boat to save energy. His horse galloped forward, hooves pounding the ground, and Huangwu hurried after him, carrying his dog's paws on the ground to keep up the pace. At that moment, they approached a crowded market. Despite the late hour, there were many people here, and Zhang He kept asking Huangwu how far they were from their destination. Huang just nodded his head, confirming that they were on the right track. Looking at his faithful dog, Zhang He thought that Huangwu must have already picked up the trail and was leading him to the goal. A man began to appear from around one of the corners, catching Zhang He's eye. Zhang He realized that this man was from Kabang when he saw him, and the man stepped forward and pointed to the dog, saying its name. The man knew Zhang He's name and he introduced himself. "I am Ba Il from Kaibang." Zhang He immediately thanked him and his clan for helping him in this difficult situation. They began to talk about Zhang He's journey, and he said that it was all thanks to Huang, who had taken the shortest route. Ba Il informed him that he knew about his plan and said that the ship would be ready tomorrow. He advised Zhang He to get some rest and warned him to be careful, as the Hao clan might send mercenaries after him. Besides Ba Il, there are other allies, but they are not many, and each of them plays an important role in this situation. It seemed like Bach was trying really hard for Zhang He, putting all his energy into helping him. He had done so much good for Yung He that he didn't even know how or whom to thank for all of his efforts. However, Bach continued to warn that although the likelihood of an attack was now low, he needed to be especially careful on the ship, as there could be hidden dangers. He invited Zhang He to Gyeokchang, a place they are watching over and where one can rest under their protection. But even there, one shouldn't attract too much attention, as the Hao clan's henchmen could be anywhere, and danger is everywhere. It wasn't hard to guess that he needed to be careful to avoid trouble. Zhang He agreed to follow all the advice and do as Bachil told him. After that, Bach said that he would take care of all the preparations and said goodbye, leaving Yung He behind. Left alone, Yung He decided to have a good rest today to gain strength for the upcoming events. Zhang He asked Huang if he knew where Giechan was, and asked him to lead him there, trusting the dog's instincts. Along the way, he also thought it would be good to eat something to recuperate before the upcoming events. Meanwhile, another man, known as Flying Sword Cho Huan, who was a famous bounty hunter, was already on Zhang He's trail. He was literally on Zhang He's heels, feeling that he was getting closer to his prey. It seemed to Cho Huan that no one was around, and he was the first to find Zhang He. Based on this conclusion, he decided to act immediately and attack Yung He while he was still unsuspecting. He had a plan in his head to kill Zhang He quietly so as not to attract the attention of others. Hiding behind the corner of a building, he thought, "I'll go unnoticed, kill Zhang He and take the money." However, going unnoticed was not as easy as he had imagined, especially when Zhang He had his faithful Huang Wu by his side, who had a great sense of smell and could sense danger from a distance. When Huang Gu growled, Zhou Huan darted around the corner and threw sharp knives at Zhang He with incredible speed. The blades flew straight toward him, moving so fast that it seemed impossible to dodge them. But Zhang He noticed them in time and reacted with lightning speed. In a split second, the blades plunged into everything around him, the walls, the ground, but not into him, although it could have been a fatal blow. At that moment, Zhang He remembered Ba Il's words that he could be attacked at any time and that he needed to be on the alert. Flying Sword Cho Huan did not expect a boy from a family known for their medical skills to be so agile. Soon, Zhang He was surrounded by men with guns who were ready to defend him. They warned Cho Huan that he could not attack a man who was under the protection of the Gyeban. They also asked him if he understood what this meant and what the consequences might be. But Cho Huan didn't care. He believed that the KGB had no right to interfere with him, and he wasn't afraid of them. He warned them that there was no way they could defeat him and took a fighting stance. In response, they just said, "Shut up," and prepared to fight. Standing nearby, Zhang He watched this scene and wondered how to deal with such fools who did not understand who they were dealing with. Immediately, a fierce fight broke out between them, each participant ready to fight to the end. Cho Huan deftly dodged the attacks of the Kabang fighters who were trying to neutralize him. They were carrying heavy sticks and delivering powerful blows, but the enemy did not give up. In response to these attacks, Cho Huan said that their stubbornness was pointless and that they were only hindering his path. These words only angered the fighters more, and they began to act more aggressively. "Get out of the way! Get lost!" he shouted and moved to active combat, no longer just dodging but attacking back. After the first strike, one of the samurai received a cut on his arm, right near the elbow. Cho Huan's blade was quick and accurate. Immediately afterwards, blood flew rapidly from his leg. Another sharp blow left no chance for defense. Cho Huan was ready to fight to the last, because 1,000 nannies for Zhang He's head was too big a reward to turn down. He was determined to destroy everything in his path just to achieve his goal. The sly smile on his face showed his confidence in his abilities and his desire to win. However, he forgot that Jong-hee was not only able to dodge his attacks, but also able to fight, and that would cost him more than he could have imagined. As he launched his attack, Jong-hee just smiled as if he was anticipating his victory. His punch to Cho Hwan's left ear made him remember the sound of the school bell ringing in his head. The bell continued to ring in his head for several seconds, clouding his ability to think clearly. After that, Jong-hee struck the enemy again, making it clear that he must not relax for a second, otherwise he would fall quickly. And that's exactly what happened. Cho Hwan fell so hard that his head smashed into the stones below him. The one who was being protected decided to help and dealt with the villain himself. Now all that was left was to look at his miserable condition and wait for him to regain consciousness. When that happened, Jo Hwan was on his knees, with his weapon above his head, and the people from Kaebong, who were holding sticks over him, were waiting to see what Jong-hee would do. It was ridiculous to call these sticks weapons, but they were wondering what decision Jong-hee would make. They reminded Jong-hee that this man had threatened his life and deserved any punishment. So they asked him to decide what to do next, because he would be punished in Kaebong anyway. But what Jong-hee said was not what everyone expected. As a doctor, he didn't want to kill anyone, and asked everyone to calm down. Cho Hwan was already on his knees begging for mercy, realizing that his life was in Jong-hee's hands. The question was what to do with him next. If he was simply let go, it could create problems for others. Then Jong-hee gave his verdict, which sounded like a question. How about you atone for your criminal act by working on the boat? Jong-hee needed an assistant to cross the river, and this candidate seemed perfect for the role. Cho Hwan looked strong, so he would be perfect to row until Jong-hee decided to let him go. Cho Hwan knew that this was a real curse, because there was nothing worse in this world than rowing a boat or working in a mine. But he should have been thanking God for sparing him, not wondering if Jong-hee was serious about using him. And to play a joke on him, Jong-hee added the following. "Don't worry. If you get hurt, I'll heal you right away," he said with a smile. However, Flying Sword would probably prefer to die rather than row a boat. He asked to be untied, because how could he row with his hands tied? This made him realize that Jong-hee was not a simple young doctor, cunning, intelligent, and in good physical shape. That was the end of the incident, and Jong-hee decided to take a break by going to a restaurant. Opening the curtained entrance, his face reflected surprise and curiosity. He walked into the Gyeokshan Yongyong establishment and said, "Wow!" The first thing that struck him was that the place was open around the clock, and it was so crowded even at this late hour. People were relaxing, drinking, and socializing, creating a relaxed atmosphere. As he looked around the place more closely, it seemed to him that most of them belonged to Kanho, people from the world of martial arts. Looking even more closely, he saw among them the guys from Sosen, who were known for their skills. There were a lot of different people in the place, and Jong-hee, along with his dog, walked forward on the carpet. Suddenly, however, his dog Hwang began to growl, and Jong-hee could not understand what caused this reaction. Jong-hee couldn't understand what had happened and why his dog Hwang-woo had started to growl at two red-haired people standing nearby. When Jong-hee saw them, he couldn't immediately understand who they were or why they were causing his dog to react the way he did. One of them came closer and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you. You're Jong-hee, the young white dragon, Baekrin's disciple, right?" he asked, seemingly confident in his words. Jong-hee said yes, but immediately asked in return, "Who are you two?" They seemed to be experienced martial artists, although their style was unfamiliar to him. "My name is Nam Gun, from the Nam Gunse clan. My friends from Ganho call me the Dragon Sword. In the future, I will be called one of the three swords of the world," the man said proudly. The girl standing next to him introduced herself. "I am Nam Gun Young." She was his sister, and in the future she was destined to fight Yo Ha-ryun, a famous master. This meeting was very unexpected and mysterious for Jong-hee. What Jong-hee was most interested in was how they knew he would be here. In response to this question, a mysterious smile appeared on Nam-gun's face, as if he knew more than he was willing to tell. Nam-gun was eager to meet Jong-hee and just couldn't resist checking out the interesting information he had heard from someone. During the conversation, they decided to drop the formalities and address each other on a first-name basis to make the conversation more relaxed. Nam-gun agreed, noting that they were both young and progressive, which added a special tone to their conversation. The place served excellent alcohol, and the red-haired Nam-gun suggested that Jong-hee try a drink. Besides, the pork dishes were incredibly tasty, and he couldn't help but recommend them to Jong-hee. Young-hae was grateful to Nam-gun for his kindness and hospitality, but Nam-gun didn't stop and kept asking if there was anything else Jung-hee wanted, offering even more dishes. His sister, Nam-gun-young, also offered to try the noodles they were serving. At that moment, however, she suddenly blushed, and her brother turned to her and jokingly asked, "You introduced yourself well. Why are you shy again? We've been rehearsing." At that moment, a big question mark appeared in Young-hee's mind because he didn't understand why she was so embarrassed. Yun decided to show her brother that he had only embarrassed her more with his words. She pinched his side, making him jump up and scream in pain. Nam-gun felt like he was going to die from the pain, and he started asking her how a younger sister could treat her brother like that. He had never been able to figure out why she was so harmful, and now this old argument of theirs had flared up again. But despite this, her hand was still on his belt, which only added to the comic relief of the situation. Jong-hae, watching his brother and sister, noticed that they had the same good relationship as Manhwa and Mu-wol, constantly joking and arguing. Alcohol was pouring from all sides, and this time Nam-gun offered white wine, wanting to prolong the festive mood. Young-hee changed his appearance and looked restrained, but to refuse the wine, he said that he still had a long way to go. However, this was not an obstacle for Nam-gun. He was ready to drink himself. Instead of alcohol, Young-hee decided to drink tea, preferring a more moderate drink. However, the jokes ended when Nam-gun raised the serious topic of Jong-hee's having made a cure for syphilis and many other dangerous diseases, which was widely rumored. With a modest smile, Jong-hee replied that in Ganjo, you can't hide anything. Everything quickly becomes known. But it was not difficult for Nam-gun and his sister to get the information. They believed that there was no point in hiding such good news. It was better to share it. However, Jong-hee asked Nam-gun, why? The good atmosphere between them suddenly disappeared, and the mood changed. In response, Young-hee said that this medicine is of great importance because human life depends on it. Nam-gun said that this medicine does help with syphilis and other diseases, but he also noted that in some cases these diseases can be deadly. Jong-hee explained that this is why we need to explore all possible options before drawing any conclusions. After explaining, Jong-hee confirmed that the rumors about his achievements were not false. "You are very attentive to details," Nam-gun said. "I guess that's why things turned out the way they did." Jong-hee asked what exactly had turned out that way, because he didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Nam-gun answered briefly, "The Hao clan." Without a smile, he looked Jong-hee straight in the eye, making the conversation even more tense. The thought of how much Nam-gun knew about him flashed through Young-hae's mind, and it began to bother him a little. He realized how serious it was when he found out that Nam-gun was connected to the Hao clan. Jong-hee also couldn't imagine that the House were so eager to have him killed, and he asked a question. "Why did you have to give a reward of 1,000 nannies? Why not 5,000 at once?" Even though 1,000 nannies is a lot of money, it's still not much. "It's not that big of a bounty on your head," Nam-gun said. But Jong-hee replied that someone had already tried to kill him, by the way. Nam-gun was surprised by this quick answer. He hadn't expected to hear it so soon. He realized that for small mercenaries, this is a lot of money, so they are trying so hard to fulfill the order. But during this conversation, Young-hee didn't forget that someone else could appear at any moment who was dangerous. From Nam-gun's point of view, Young-hee looked very good, and he wondered if he had gotten help from Kabang, or if he had become so strong on his own. Nam-gun also felt that there was a very powerful energy coming from Young-hee, which showed his inner strength. He noted that a threat such as mercenaries was a small danger for someone of Young-hee's level. But Nam-gun wasn't the only one who was curious. Jong-hee had his own questions too. He voiced his thoughts, and both Nam-gun and Yeon froze, waiting for his question. First, Young-hee thanked them for feeding him and starting this interesting conversation. Then Young-hee asked them directly, "Are you trying to protect me in some way?" The whole place burst out laughing because the question sounded quite unexpected. Nam-gun complimented Jong-hee, saying that he was very smart and his sister expected him to say something else. Gong acknowledged that Jong-hee was right and added that he had heard that there were not many people from Kaibang here. He suggested that Jong-hee take Baek-rin's place in his debtors and offered to help by providing the fastest ship in the area. He assured Young-hee that he could trust all the crew members on the ship. It seemed a bit strange to give away an entire ship just to get a debtor. But as Gun explained, it was for a reason. According to him, it was because Jong-hee had saved a very dear person to him, Manhwa, by curing her of a serious illness. He also assured me that he and Manhwa had just known each other since childhood, and that it was not worth attaching importance to it. In any case, Gun had many reasons to help Jong-hee, but Jung-hee, listening to all these words, remained cautious in his answers and reactions. He slowly placed his chopsticks on the table, thinking. Suddenly, Yan, who had been sitting quietly, spoke up and asked him, "Where are you planning to go next?" "To Tangsan, which is not far from Namgyong," Jong-hee answered her immediately. Yeon suddenly turned as red as a tomato, but when she remembered where it was, she quietly added that it was very far away. Her brother almost fell out of his chair when he heard her say so many words because it had been a long time since she had spoken so many at once. Afterwards, Namgun joked that his sister seemed to like Young-hee. He seemed to have a talent for embarrassing her with his words. But Yeon pinched her brother's side with 2 fingers again, causing him to jump up again. After that, she sat down more calmly, trying to hide her embarrassment. Knowing the future, Jong-hee only smiled, thinking about how cute the future head of Murim would be. Her fingers squeezed Namgun even harder, so much so that he jumped again in pain. Jong-hee wondered if he should intervene, because God forbid he might have to treat one of them again. Namgun looked very worried after another pinch from his sister. "That's enough," Jong-hee decided and stood up, realizing that it was time to act. He put his hands on the table and asked them to wait a bit to express their gratitude. They froze, waiting for what he would say next. As a token of his gratitude for their hospitality, Jong-hee offered to take their pulse, bringing smiles to their faces. Yeon was the first to walk right up to Jong-ae and extend her hand to him, ready to be checked. His energy immediately flowed through her hand, creating a warm sensation. Feeling the energy flow, Jong-hee immediately smiled, understanding her condition. Then he said, "I can sense that you're a little nervous, but other than that, you're fine." Her brother couldn't help but laugh, walking over to her and putting his hand on her shoulder, saying, "She's a specialist in worrying." The doctor noted that her energy was harmonious, indicating a well-balanced training. Namgun was next. Sitting down on a chair, he jokingly said that he hadn't done this for a long time, but he was ready. He held out his hands so that Jong-hee could do the test. Jong-hee closed his eyes and immersed himself in concentration, feeling the energy flows in Namgun's body. He felt every cell in his body, carefully analyzing the condition. But in the liver area, he felt a clot of energy that alerted him. Jong-hee asked him a question. "Do you feel any pain in your lower abdomen when you bend over?" Namgun replied, "Not often, but sometimes it happens." Jong-hee concluded that he had urolithiasis, which was causing the discomfort. They were immediately frightened when they heard this diagnosis for the first time. At first, Jong-hee decided to ask if they knew what a bladder was, but Namgun replied with a smile, "It's where the sword is stored, isn't it?" Jong-hee decided to explain it in a simpler way so that they would understand. He pointed to the approximate location with his fingers and explained that there might be a stone somewhere inside. He explained, "All of your body fluids pass through this spot, and sometimes when there are too many or strange, stagnation can form, and the stone tries to come out with the urine. Then you just have to guess what happens next," he added with a hint. But to keep them from guessing, Jong-hee decided to be blunt. "You will feel a lot of pain." He added, "Of course, it's not life-threatening, but the pain will be terrible, and you can die from the pain if you don't endure it." Hearing about the possibility of death, Namgun immediately jumped up from his chair and asked, "How can I be cured?" Jong-hee reassured him, saying that there was no danger yet, and invited him to come to the hospital for a checkup. He determined that the pain would not start soon, and that stasis would form in about 2 months. He then advised him to come for a checkup to be treated, and it would be better if his mentor did it. Jong-hee hoped that Namgun would come so that he could protect him from the upcoming attack of the heavenly demon. Namgun was very worried, but the news that there was a cure calmed him down a bit, and he thanked Jong-hee sincerely. Since Namgun was to become the head of Murim in the future, this problem would probably go away by itself, although Jong-hee did not want to scare him. However, as he said, forewarned is forearmed. In the end, Jong-hee gave him some advice. Eat less salty foods and drink more water. "What about alcohol?" asked Namgun, raising the issue with a pointed question. Jong-hee answered briefly. "The Chang River and the Hwangha River divide the empire into several parts. The Hwangha separates the northern region, and the Chang separates the central and southern regions. These 2 rivers, the Chang and Hwangha, are important trade routes for merchants, making them key to the region's economy. Of course, this has provoked the emergence of pirates, the most notorious of which is the 18 Waves, which controls much of the waterways. Fortunately, Lake Hongtak, where Jong-hee is currently being held, is located near Namgyong. This means that pirates rarely appear there, as Namgyong used to be the capital. There are many aristocrats and military men left in this region, so the area is well guarded and protected. After a while, the brother and sister said goodbye to Young-hee and wished him health and success in fulfilling all his plans. Words he did not want to forget. Blushing a little, Yeon wished Jong-hee a safe journey, which evoked warm emotions. It was incredible to know that one day she would become the leader of the Iron Blood Squad. A man came up and said that everything was ready to go, signaling that it was time to leave. It seemed that the moment of departure had finally arrived. They escorted Jong-hee to the ship, which Namgun had kindly provided for him. In the fresh air, Jong-hee's hair was blowing as well as his clothes, creating a picture of the beginning of a new journey. His new friends saw him off with a smile, wishing him all the best. After that, the ship began to sail away, and the way was open. However, someone was following them, wondering, if this is Namgung's ship, why are there so many people on board? It was the Chris squad, whose plans were not going according to the script, and now they were up to something dangerous. They immediately decided to make adjustments to their plan, realizing that things were not going as they wanted. Looking at the water that the ship was cutting through, Jong-hee thought about the future and what lay ahead. There were still 2 days left until Namgyong, and he thought why not practice right here on board the ship. The flying sword was constantly hearing comments from others that he should be careful and do everything right. It seemed to him that everyone around him was too intrusive and constantly interfering in his affairs. Jong-hee couldn't help but notice how everyone was trying to help and do their best, even though it was a little distracting. He turned to his dog, Hwang. Watch closely as he prepared to train. At this point, the 2 men from Kaebang were already dozing off, oblivious to what was happening around them. Night fell, and almost everyone on board began to fall asleep, drifting off to sleep. Even Hwang was already in his 10th dream, curled up at Jong-hee's feet. But 3 men were approaching the ship, their heads poking out of the water like rats. They approached cautiously, knowing that they had to be very careful not to accidentally kill any innocent people, because this was a Namgun clan ship. They didn't want to get into any unnecessary trouble with the clan, realizing that it could turn into a disaster for them. In addition, they realized that the young dragon, Jong-hee, was very strong and could easily kill them if they made a mistake. But it was too late to retreat. They were already here and were going to see it through, regardless of the risks. In addition, they had a debt that had to be paid off by the next month, and this motivated them even more to complete the task, because if they didn't pay the debt, they would simply die. Jong-hee was sleeping on his bed when he suddenly woke up because his dog started barking loudly. He decided to run outside, and while running, he heard someone shout out, "There are 3 of them!" Wasting no time, he decided to run to the top of the ship to see what was happening. Meanwhile, his dog was barking loudly, warning him of the danger. Suddenly, one of the swordsmen fell down, confusing everyone who was nearby. The others looked at him in horror, not realizing what had happened. And then they appeared, the criminals from the Chris squad, who were already ready to attack. The tracking master looked directly into the eyes of Jong-hee, who ran out in front of them, stopping right in front of them. Jong-hee didn't look scared. On the contrary, he calmly walked out to them, thinking that if the mountain doesn't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad comes to the mountain. He just wanted to ask, "Who are you?" He was even more interested in why they had come to this ship. Between the fingers of one of the criminals were 4 blades, ready to attack. "You don't need to know that," he replied and immediately charged. They believed that Hwang-hee would die under any circumstances because they were confident in their abilities. But Jong-hee used his energy to deflect the bodies flying at him, maintaining his calm and control over the situation. Jong-hee seemed to move exactly according to the trajectory of his opponents, anticipating their actions. But still, he was not able to deflect the blades as skillfully as his mentor would have done. Nevertheless, the rats were shocked by how Jong-hee was able to repel their attacks, showing a significant level of skill. However, this was not enough. If his mentor had been here, he would have swept them away with a single puff of wind. He would have used the wind breath technique and wiped them all out in one move. At this moment, one of the rats was already standing behind Jong-hee, ready to attack. But his sword swing was suddenly interrupted by pain. The reason for this was Hwang's bite. The dog had grabbed his leg with its teeth and wouldn't let go. The pain began to rise higher, and the dog grabbed at the very spot where the pain was unbearable. The thief screamed as loudly as if he were a girl who was suddenly seized with fear. Even the master of long-range vision saw something yellow flowing between his legs, as if he could not control himself. Enraged, he raised his sword upward, feeling even more anger. With a quick stroke, he tried to hit Jong-hee, but he had been practicing his dodging technique for a long time. At the same time, Jong-hee did not forget about his striking technique. In an instant, he struck more than 20 blows to the body of the master of long-range vision, destroying his defense. Now 2 of the 3 attackers were screaming like girls in pain and fear. But there was still the master of swimming and agility, who had been hiding for the longest time. but now appeared with a sword in his hands, ready to attack. As they fell to their feet, they were still muttering something about not letting this go, trying to gather themselves. But Zhang He wasn't going to let it go either, and he was determined to see this through. All he had to do was dodge the lightning-fast attacks of the Master of Agility, which he was doing now. Damn it, he's so fast that it's getting hard to dodge, Zhang He thought, feeling the pressure from his opponent. But Zhang He didn't believe they could overcome him, and quickly found a foothold under his foot to better maintain his balance. He wondered how this old master had so much strength for such quick attacks. But Zhang He had a plan in mind. You had a plan, I had a plan, and I stuck to it, was how he described his strategy for defending himself against the sword attacks. But when the sword became uncontrollable in the hands of the third attacker, he realized that the situation was getting out of hand, and now everything depended on how quickly he would react. Zhang He, remaining calm and polite, decided to warn his opponent that it would not be easy to recover from his injury. After that, the third attacker let out a scream so piercing that it could be heard as far away as the moon. In terms of decibels, he was probably the loudest of all. Meanwhile, the ship continued to sail as calmly as before, not paying attention to what was happening on its deck. The water around it also continued to flow as before, as if indifferent to what was happening on board. But the Chris squad could not remain indifferent like the ship. As they approached, they realized that they had no chance against the young dragon. Even the allies from the Namgun clan were amazed that Zhang He, as a doctor, had become a master at such a young age. However, another fighter remarked that it was obvious, because Baekrin Sung's disciple must be strong. One of the allies quickly ran to the room where Zhang He was, and told him that it was time to leave because the enemies were tied up. Of course, Zhang He left, thanking them for their help. After that, he started walking toward the tied-up villains, ready to settle the matter with them completely. And now Zhang He was standing right in front of the bound criminals from the Kreese squad, looking down on them from the height of his victory. But suddenly he was struck with astonishment. What he saw was unexpected. It seemed to him that these people needed immediate treatment. Their condition looked quite miserable. He turned his head to Huang and realized that the dog must have grown extremely strong under Keben's care. He has no compassion for these people at all, Zhang He thought, seeing how harshly the dog treated them. After that, Zhang He started checking the pulse of the members of the Chris squad to assess their condition. It turned out that 2 of them had simply come here for company, and thus could be released. But what to do with the third was a more difficult question, although the answer seemed obvious. Zhang He exhaled and said, "How good it is that I now have 3 more slaves," joking about his victory. And finally, he wished them good luck, having already decided their fate. The second and first criminals stood right in front of the flying sword, ready to take their places and pick up their oars to do their new job. They explained to him that they had been sent here by the young dragon, Zhang He. When asked where they had come from, since Flying Sword had not seen them when the ship left, they shrugged their shoulders and replied, it was the way things were. But gradually, though not quickly, the puzzle in Flying Sword's mind began to come together. He realized that they, too, had fallen for the 1,000 nanny reward and were defeated. Their conversation was quickly interrupted by the man with the spear, who ordered them to work. The master of long-range vision only whispered, "We are the killers of the trio of mice." When the armed man left, they continued their conversation. Flying Sword asked, "Where is the third one?" They replied that the third one had met with a great setback. "Perhaps it's best not to ask what kind of failure," they added, exchanging heavy glances. Later, one of the Namgong clan appeared and said that 2 would stay here, and 1 would be placed in the back. Flying Sword thought with relief, "Finally, I can escape from the bow of the ship," realizing that his duties were finally complete. They needed to pick up the pace, because at this rate they would not get anywhere in an hour. These scoundrels were constantly given orders, and they obeyed them with their heads down, which always happens to those who fell for easy money and wanted to get it through evil or murder. A little time passed, and Namgyong appeared on the horizon. Yonghi stood with his dog at the stern of the ship, watching the view. When he saw this majestic landscape, he opened his mouth in awe. Just as he thought, this place was incredible, and made an impression on him. The ship was getting closer and closer to the pier, and they were 1 step away from arriving. Yonghi was glad that they had arrived safely without any major problems, except for the addition of 2 slaves. Now all that remained was to find the 10,000-year-old quarry, the main goal of his journey. This city used to be considered the capital of the empire, but after the capital was moved to the north, Namgyong was called the capital of the south. It was an amazing city that combined the culture of the past and the traditions of the present. Yong-hee left the ship in the charge of the boys from the Namgan clan and went to the city with members of the Jiban clan. He had to return, and the 3 mice and the flying sword remained waiting for him on the ship. Of course, he took his faithful friend Huang the dog with him. The dog was supposed to help him find what he was looking for, a 10,000-year-old brave. Most of all, Zhang-He relied on his 4-legged friend, believing that he would help him solve the problem. Huang seemed to understand exactly what Zhang-He wanted. He quickly teamed up with local dogs and headed to Mount Tan, showing his determination. It even looked funny in the eyes of the young dragon, who was watching his friend's clever behavior. Zhang-He was surprised at how smart a dog could be, and Huang Wu was particularly outstanding at it. However, their journey did not promise to be easy, as they faced challenges ahead. The road was covered with mountains and rocks, making it difficult to overcome. They walked for a very long time, more than a day, without stopping to rest. The next day, he and Huang finally reached the entrance to the cave, but Zhang-He noticed that it was very narrow, and it would be difficult to move around. Despite this, he realized that he would never have been able to find the place without the dog. Suddenly, he put his hand over his mouth, trying to hold his breath. This happened because there was a persistent smell of sulfur that filled the place. It was obvious that Huang was also very hot, and Zhang-He realized that the temperature inside the cave was even higher. Because of this, the young dragon decided not to take the dog inside and asked him to stay and watch over the others outside. Zhang-He himself was looking intently into the cave, preparing to enter and overcome another obstacle. Zhang-He realized that he had to hurry before the sun went down, and the cave became even darker. He pulled a mask over his face to protect his airways and be able to breathe normally inside the cave. Once inside, he immediately began to use the 5-element technique to regulate his internal temperature. He also controlled the energy of the water so that the hot vapors of the cave would not suffocate him. He realized that it would be a good idea to use this technique until the very end of the journey. Zhang-He descended deeper and deeper, but it didn't make it colder. On the contrary, the heat only increased. There was less and less oxygen, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to breathe. It seemed as if the water and hot springs were squeezing him by the neck, preventing him from moving freely. The heat was so intense that even the water in the cave was boiling, creating dangerous vapors. These hot vapors were more like fire hanging in the air, threatening his life. Even with the 5-element technique, it was difficult to survive in such an environment. An ordinary person would not have survived even 10 minutes here. They would have either fallen dead from the burns or fainted from the heat. But Zhang-He knew he had to cope, constantly seeing the image of his teacher in front of him. He even had to drink the elixir of the 5 elements to gain extra strength and get here. The path was extremely difficult, and he realized that he needed to lower his body temperature even further so that the cold would spread to all his organs. Zhang-He managed to start going with the flow, balancing his internal cold with the external heat. The hot air around him helped cool his internal cold energy, reducing his discomfort. All he had to do was to control and contain the cold energy within himself. Swiftly, he continued his way down, sinking deeper and deeper. He went deeper and deeper, holding air in his lungs and feeling himself getting closer to the goal. In the novel, he had read that a 10,000-year-old brave lived in a lake of cold water. All he had to do was move toward the place where the water temperature was dropping. Catching the cold waves, he realized that he was going in the right direction. It seemed that the soul of the water was leading him to where he needed to go, as if helping him to achieve his goal. This is what always happens when you believe in something and persevere towards your goal. When your intentions are good, everything works out. And so Zhang-He felt his body rapidly cooling down, and he realized where he needed to go. The temperature around him no longer seemed so hot, and he felt better. At some distance, he saw the water begin to swirl, as if something big was approaching. He looked even more closely, straining his eyes, and there it was, an incredibly beautiful fish. A 10,000-year-old prawn was already very close, within arm's reach of him. He began to exercise the utmost caution, sensing the approaching danger. In these dark waters, where the 10,000-year-old Hari was hiding, it was important to remain invisible. The 10-copy technique was best suited to solve this difficult situation. Finally, the long-awaited moment came, the chance he had been waiting for. The fish he had been hunting was right in front of him, almost in his hands. But suddenly the braggart noticed him and began to swim straight for the protagonist. He barely managed to dodge it by swimming sharply to the side, avoiding a collision. He concentrated his chi power and swung his weapon around, preparing to attack. It was the perfect moment to attack. There was no time for hesitation. It was incredibly difficult to pierce the fish's scales with a spear because of their strength. With one powerful stroke, Quarry almost knocked him unconscious, showing his incredible strength. He constantly reminded himself that he had to surpass the Quarry in both strength and technique. These thoughts gave him confidence and strengthened his resolve. Now he held the spear firmly in his hands, ready for a decisive attack. Concentrate all your mental strength into the weapon, he told himself. And the spear began to gain new, incredible strength. But the hilt seemed to have an invisible protective barrier that repelled all attacks. If he didn't destroy it now, the Havari would definitely attack again. He decided to choose the right moment. The right chance came, and he threw the spear right into the open mouth of the Vari. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, and he pulled the rope tied to the spear. The guy made a huge effort to pull the fish to land. It was the perfect chance to find out who was stronger in this confrontation. He turned out to be the stronger one, and soon he was standing on the shore, the winner. The fish lay in front of him, and he took a knife to cut it open. Under the cut belly was exactly what he needed. The protagonist did not even expect this stone to be so huge and shiny. The dog standing next to him could not hold back his saliva, fascinated by the prey. Well, they also prepared a gift for him. He let the dog eat the meat and all the entrails, and he immediately went to work. It was delicious and healthy, but he suddenly remembered something important. If the temperature was not controlled, this pearl could turn into an ordinary stone, so he had to act quickly. The best option was to hurry up and take the pearl to his mentor as soon as possible. I didn't want to tear the dog away from the delicious meat, but I had to as time was running out. Soon he was back on the ship, ready to return. When he stepped on board, everyone welcomed him back. They asked how he was doing, and his faith that heaven was blessing him gave him strength. Even the Chris squad that had recently tried to kill him was now grateful to the young dragon for his forgiveness and healing. They were even eager to follow him further, not out of duty, but out of desire. Listening to this, the young dragon could not understand what was happening. At first, he was going to use them only until the end of the journey, and then let them go. But when they felt his real care, they became devoted to him and sincerely wanted to follow him further. Their words sounded sincere, and it was evident even in their faces. In any case, the infirmary needed not only doctors but also other workers. The young dragon agreed, although he warned that the work would be difficult. But the conversation was suddenly interrupted. It was stopped by the unexpected appearance of another figure. A flying sword suddenly appeared behind them and expressed a desire to join their team. If it weren't for the trio of mice, he would probably have tried to run away right away. But they showed him how honest and kind their master was. From the young dragon's point of view, the whole situation seemed a bit funny. Although he trusted the sword the least, if he insisted on it, why not give it a chance? At least it was worth a try. They returned to the medical facility, where Beck Rin, the trio of mice, and the flying sword continued to perform their duty. Even though the young dragon could not yet fully trust them, he began to see them as important. They had an overwhelming desire to fight and change for the better. Suddenly, he ran fast, because time was running out and he had to hurry. He ran to his faithful horse, who was waiting patiently for him. After saying goodbye to them, Cheonhee and Huang continued on their way. Time passed very quickly, and it seemed that only he blinked his eyes as 2 days had already passed. The protagonist arrived at the entrance to the valley near Mount Baekrin, which was connected to the closed training area. He thanked Huang and said that he could go now, expressing his gratitude for his help. However, the dog's face began to nod in different directions, hinting that he did not want to leave him at all. At first, the young dragon did not understand why the dog was wagging his head like that, because he knew the way back. However, the expression on his face spoke for itself, and there was no doubt. He just sighed and said, "You're a pest. Do what you want." Still, he needed to train alone, so he asked the dog to stay and wait here. He was about to go to the training room, preparing for the next test. But suddenly the dog began to growl, baring its sharp teeth. What happened? The guy jumped, looking around cautiously. 2 shadows appeared behind him, and he immediately thought that someone had come for his head for 1,000 nannies. But when he looked closely, he froze in place, and a question was addressed to him. Why did you lie to me and leave? Under the sunlight, the blonde hair of the person who asked this question began to show, and as the silhouette drew closer, he saw a clear image. It was his mentor. A wave of memories swept over him, and he realized that there were still many important meetings ahead. It was not difficult for the protagonist to feel how fierce the energy radiated from his mentor. Was this energy also coming from the red-haired man who had come with his mentor? A tremor shook the young dragon's body as his mentor's hand reached for his ear. Grabbing his ear tightly, the master asked him how he had ended up on the street when he said he was going to train. Even the dog's face began to sweat from the tension of the situation. Without giving him a chance to say a word, The mentor asked why he felt that the boy had changed both physically and in his skills. Feeling unbearable pain as the mentor used one of the most terrifying techniques, wondered how the mentor had so much strength after his recent illness. However, they decided not to talk here, but to move to a more comfortable place. The teacher already knew what had happened, but wanted to know the details directly from he. He said that he had brought a 10,000-year-old fairy to cure him. He took out the pearl and carefully placed it on the table in front of his mentor. The teacher did not hide his surprise, for he had not expected something like this. When asked where he had found it, he replied that he knew of other places where 5 such hawks and 7 of another species lived. It made no sense to lie to his mentor, so he told the truth. Huang was there the whole time and even followed him to the cafe, not leaving his master. He went on to explain that he couldn't have told him about it before. Since he was his student and his mentor trusted him, he decided not to question him further. However, one question remained interesting, and he asked it. To capture the quarry, you went through terrible training that required incredible strength of mind and physical endurance. Are you really ready to give your life to achieve your goals? He replied that he would do anything to save his mentor. Hearing this from his student was extremely gratifying for the mentor. He had nothing left in his life to hold on to, but his student's life. He was also touched to hear these words from his mentor. That was the end of their conversation. He and Huang went outside to continue their journey. The mentor stayed with Yuho, whose eyes showed that the mentor looked very thoughtful, although this could be explained by the fact that his student was a real stubborn one. At the same time, Juho noticed how happy his mentor looked, which could be explained by the fact that he had such a loyal follower. He knew that in all of Kanho, many people would be willing to pay a high price for such a student. As he sipped his tea, the master felt warmth in his chest. It was a truly amazing feeling, although he couldn't help but worry. The mentor was a little upset that he had obeyed him so blindly, but at the same time he felt very happy and proud. Perhaps this is the very love of a mentor for a student that is spoken of in Kanjo. In Muram's world, spirit and inner energy have unique properties, like water and liquid. It is a force that lives inside the body. That is why it is called the flower of martial arts. It is a mystery that science cannot yet explain. Seeing what was happening on the table, Yuho, who had crept up behind him, offered his help. He did not refuse and asked for help in extracting the inner energy. Is this pearl really contained within us? Surprisingly, it was, which meant that there was no rejection reaction from the body. It was similar to a blood parasite, which, although considered a parasite, thanks to an element naturally found in the body, easily adapts inside. The energy in the air created an incredibly beautiful sight, but Juho was curious how he managed to purify his inner energy and at the same time increase his endurance. The answer to the question was quite simple: through constant training. Juho knew that martial artists quickly build up both physical and inner strength. But in his case, it seemed like too much. He did not tell his mentor all the details, but later decided to explain it. To this, Yuho replied that his mentor already knew everything, which was why he was angry with him. Although the young dragon himself was sure that his mentor knew more than he seemed to, Juho thought the young dragon was not cautious enough and too risky. He also said that the master was only asking, and that there was no reason not to tell the truth right away, because after his death, the young dragon would take control of everything anyway. Isn't it natural for a disciple to wish his master a long life? The young dragon was sure that even though he didn't want it, anyone in his position would do the same. Having accepted he as his student, the master could not reject his loyalty. This conversation forced Juho to recognize that the young master was right. This conversation could not go on forever. And the young dragon turned to Yuho and said that it was time to end the discussion. After all, they had already decided everything, so why prolong the conversation? A few days later, the young dragon successfully completed the first stage of processing the 10,000-year-old fairy, and the second and third stages were entrusted to the workers, and to Yuho. The young dragon trained the other doctors in thoracic aortic stenting and implantation. This process was extremely responsible and required great skill. He was very careful to ask the doctors to watch him perform the operations to learn the correct technique, but he was sure that everything had to work 100%. A whole week of preparation for this important event passed, and then the day of the operation came, and everyone was ready for the decisive moment. Everyone felt very excited, because this day was crucial. The instruments needed for the operation were lying neatly on the table next to the operating table. The young dragon asked Juho about the patient's pulse, and he replied that the pulse was normal. The daily glaucoma and other suffering was done to prepare for this important day. The mentor had held on for so long, and now it was time for the young dragon to help him. He had warned his colleagues in advance that the operation would be simple, but provided everyone did a good job, the consequences would be minimal. This time, there was no need to cut through skin and bone, as there had been before, and that reassured everyone. It certainly made the situation easier, but everyone was prepared for any eventuality. In his mind, the young dragon only asked that his mentor trust him and hold on a little longer. Of course, he believed that everything would go well. He was convinced that the operation would be successful and end perfectly. First, he had to insert a catheter into the artery. After that, he carefully guided the golden wire along the slow pulse to lead it forward. He acted with the utmost care, realizing the importance of every movement. Who would have thought that he would perform such a complicated operation in Murim's world? Next, a thin tube about 6 millimeters in diameter had to be inserted and guided along the aorta. The other doctors watched the process closely, not even realizing before that it was possible to operate without a knife. Although they had seen that it was possible, they had questions about whether it would really work. Since the chief doctor had undertaken such a complex operation, it must be successful. At that moment, Yuho wondered what would happen if everyone in Kanho found out about it. A real stir would ensue. When the young dragon finally guided the lead to the heart aorta, he said with relief, "At last!" Everyone watched his every move with excitement. Juho was ready to help at any moment if something went wrong. Any mistake could lead to bleeding, and then they would have to start all over again. The problem was that there would be no second chances. Here, everything had to be done right the first time, clearly and flawlessly. At that moment, he remembered everything he had gone through, how hard he had gotten this medicine that was now in his hands. He mentally returned to the moments with his mentor. Memories of the important lessons his mentor had taught him filled his heart. Horrific moments flashed before his eyes when his mentor became so sick that he could not stand on his feet. In his mind's eye, he saw a picture of his mentor lying on his bunk, which had become his second home. He remembered the coughing accompanied by blood from his mouth. But even in those difficult moments, his mentor looked at him with a kind and warm gaze. His charming smile and blue kind eyes never left his face. These memories awakened even more emotions in him. In his past life, he had no friends, only endless days filled with chaos, treating patients and being completely dedicated to his work. But in this life, he had a mentor who became almost like a father to him. And at that moment, he felt it like never before. When he opened his eyes, he could not understand what had happened. Because the pain in his heart had disappeared. He felt someone's touch on his hand. The young dragon was sleeping with his head on his bed, and he was sitting next to him on a chair. It was easy to understand that the young dragon had personally looked after him after the operation, but it was difficult for the mentor to realize how long he had stayed here. He could only realize that the young dragon had been suffering all this time because of his condition. The mentor did not want his student to go through such difficulties with all his heart. However, he was also infinitely grateful for his care and efforts. After getting up from the bed, the master felt good, and then he covered the young dragon with a blanket and put him to bed. He thought that he had been ready to give all of himself for the sake of his student, and now he had to do everything for him. Walking through the courtyard, Juho noticed his mentor slowly moving toward him. "Master, you are awake," he said and began to approach. The mentor praised him, saying that he had done a great job too. Juho's emotions were overwhelming, and he felt proud that he was able to help. Juho was also surprised to see that his mentor's hair was tied up. The night air was cold, so Juho wondered why his mentor had gone outside. But his heart was no longer in pain, and the effect of the medication had almost completely worn off. The operation was a success, and this was confirmed even by his mentor's heart, which was beating steadily. For the first time in a long time, he saw the stars shining brightly. For the first time, he felt how refreshing the air could be. Life without pain is a completely different life, full of new sensations. Now he could smile and enjoy the lightness that filled his life. Juho, standing next to him, noticed that his mentor was like a newborn who was beginning to discover the world again. At first, he thought that the 10,000-year-old would not be helped, but the result exceeded his expectations. The energy of the fire of the Vari helped the mentor's heart to continue beating. Of course, the ablation was not complete, and the owner is not yet 100% healthy, but now life was visible in his eyes again. And then the teacher turned to Juho and said that they had to hurry before he woke up. Yuho started to worry and said that today it was better for his mentor to rest rather than rush. But the mentor had only one goal and told Juho about it. A little time passed, and the young dragon woke up on the same bed where his mentor was lying and began to rub his eyes. When he opened them fully, he was extremely impressed. His teacher stood before him, alive and smiling. A warm smile shone on his face. He immediately jumped out of bed and ran to him. There was a table set with delicious food nearby. The boy hugged his teacher, not holding back the emotions that overwhelmed his heart. Even the mentor was surprised at how much the boy squeezed him in his arms. The teacher closed his eyes and enjoyed this warm moment. During the hug, the teacher thanked him for the successful operation. But he may not have even heard this, because his head was full of joy. The aroma of food filled the room, and the mentor said it was time to eat before it got cold. Sitting down at the table, the teacher asked the boy to eat because he needed to eat well. He immediately replied that he was obeying his teacher. In honor of Baekrin's recovery, a festive reception was held. The streets were filled with a festive atmosphere, and joy reigned everywhere. Musicians and dancers were invited to the party, and a sumptuous banquet was organized. The music sounded like a cure for people who had been worried about Baekrin's health all this time. Now the doctors had big smiles on their faces. They all congratulated the master and the young master, wishing them long life. They expressed hope that they would live another 1,000 years. The master was happy to meet the guests who came to the banquet. The young dragon noticed how sincerely happy the people from the infirmary were over the teacher's recovery. Huanggu ran up to the girl, and she began to pet him and play with him. She was amazed at how much Huanggu had grown. But even though he was big, he seemed very cute to her. By the way, the girl herself had also grown up, which surprised the young dragon. She was a teenager and already tall, and her plans were to become even taller than all the other girls. It was logical, because her father, an archer, was also very tall. From birth, she had long arms and legs and a strong build. She punched He on the shoulder in a friendly way, demonstrating her strength. Then she jokingly told him that if he didn't want her to outgrow him, he should be more careful with his body transformation. Despite these words, he still thought she was very cute. Some people were already sitting at their tables, preparing for the holiday dinner. Yuho began to look for a place among the guests. At this point, his mentor addressed everyone, explaining that with this little celebration, he wanted to thank everyone for their help. He especially thanked his student, the young dragon. Everyone listened attentively to his speech, filled with gratitude. For the young dragon, these words from his mentor were of great importance. After the speech was over, everyone continued to celebrate, and music was playing in the atmosphere. It was already evening outside, and the sky began to darken. Blue energy slowly spread over the entire surface, filling the space. In the air, the whistle of swords could be heard flying over the festive banquet. It was not one, but several swords, which, under the influence of the mentor's telekinesis skills, were hovering over the guests. This spectacle took everyone's breath away, and the banquet became even more magical. The swords, cutting through the air, left barely noticeable traces behind them. The teacher was demonstrating a truly incredible sight, which was simply impossible to look away from. It was magical. His clothes were fluttering with quick and precise movements, each of which was calibrated to the millimeter. No one could take their eyes off his sword dance. Many saw it for the first time in their lives and were stunned. Needless to say, 80% of the audience opened their mouths in awe. Small lightning bolts appeared on the tips of the swords, creating a magical spectacle. Mesmerizing glimpses drew amazing patterns in the air. The audience had questions. How could he slow down the sword so much that lightning appeared and disappeared? The young dragon opened his mouth even wider than everyone else, repeating, "Wow!" He stood next to the girl who asked him to pay attention to how the swords followed the teacher's movements. But he did not take his eyes off the teacher for a single second, fascinated by what he was seeing. You can see something like this only once in your life. Baekrin's serious, focused, and confident expression spoke for itself. The motifs of the music playing in the atmosphere made this spectacle even more magical and unforgettable. Spinning around his axis, he gave all his energy to this fascinating dance. It's safe to say that anyone who saw this spectacle will never forget it in their lives. After the next trick, he always found himself in the perfect position without making a single mistake. Everyone present felt like they were under a starry sky, which Baek created with his incredible skill and atmosphere. It was truly something incredible. Smoke appeared under his feet, created by his energy, to further impress the audience. People started clapping their hands, supporting the impressive performance with loud applause. Baek just sighed deeply, truly enjoying this moment. The hands of everyone in the audience went up. People rose from their seats and gave a loud standing ovation. But this was not the last surprise for them. While dancing with his swords, Baek carved a huge dragon into the stone under his feet with lightning, and the audience began to shout in unison that a dragon had appeared on the floor. Baek just smiled and then turned to He, saying, "It's you," meaning that this dragon drawing symbolizes a young dragon. He addressed the young dragon in front of everyone present. He felt grateful to Baek, but at the same time thought that people might think it was undeserved. It wasn't hard to see the resemblance, and everyone was remarking on how accurately the image was captured. The drawing created by the flying swords amazed everyone, and people only talked about Peck's incredible skill. However, it was a special phenomenon that happened only here and only on Peck's birthday. The young dragon could not find a place for himself, thinking that next week everyone would know about it. News of the mentor who would do anything for his student quickly spread throughout Murim. It spread even faster than the young dragon could have imagined, and the very next day he received a letter from King Zhu. He immediately picked up the letter and began to read it. In the letter, the king made a little fun of the dragon's drawing. The handwriting was crooked, and the young dragon realized that the king was undoubtedly laughing while he was writing it. This caused mixed feelings within him. A few days after the end of the festive reception, numerous gifts began to arrive at the Baek Medical Center. Everyone sent congratulations to the leader on his recovery. There were so many gifts that everyone had to help carry them. The CAG was very surprised at the number of gifts. The heir was holding a letter of congratulations. Although there were many letters, he realized that his recovery could have serious consequences. Those who thought he was already dead would want to kill him with their own hands. They had hoped that heaven would take him, but now they would have to act on their own. Of course, there were also those who did not believe in his death from the beginning. To this he asked, "Didn't everyone know that he had been suffering from the yin disease of intermittent pulse since childhood?" This is true, but the problem is that many people believe only what they want to believe. From the outside, it looked a little funny to discuss such serious things in front of a mountain of gifts. But regardless, if they found out that heavenly punishment was no longer in effect, they would definitely do something. The young dragon realized that it was time to be careful and think about the next steps. Finally, the time came and the teacher began to unpack the gifts that had accumulated. He was curious to see what was in the boxes. The teacher told the young dragon that he could take whatever he wanted because mentors often give things to their students. Then Peck noticed something particularly interesting. Expensive fabrics, and even an ice sword sent from the palace of the Ice North Sea. When he heard the word ice sword, he immediately shone with joy. The teacher couldn't help but notice how his eyes lit up when it came to the sword. Using telekinesis, the teacher picked up the sword and brought it to his hand. Then he took it by the hilt, feeling the coolness radiating from the steel. The sword was made of North Sea steel, and the scabbard was a beautiful purple color. In addition, the sword had a special spiritual power that would help the young dragon master the elements of ice while learning the 5 elements. This meant that the young dragon would be able to master sword control. The teacher taught him to use a spear for self-defense, but the sword had a different purpose. Handing him the sword, the teacher suggested that he try it in action. With a hint of excitement, the young dragon reached out and took hold of the hilt. When he took off the scabbard, a bright light blue color flashed before him, and the sword appeared to be very large. The hilt was cold, and out of concern for his teacher, who had not yet fully recovered, the young dragon said that he should not use such a weapon yet. Although the energy of the 10,000-year-old Hari had helped in the healing, it was better to avoid such things. But why did the Ice North Sea Palace send this sword? The teacher answered that it was a gift of gratitude, but also a warning. The young dragon became curious, and Peck continued to tell him. In the past, he had killed their heir, but he also helped to heal people in the palace. In those days, there were fierce battles and many people needed help. The owner of the castle said that he cursed Peck so much that he could only wait for heaven to hear his curse. This meant that he left everything to the will of the heavens. At the same time, he was grateful for the treatment, but he also hated Peck. His feelings are hidden in this sword, and now it is clear what its meaning is. The weight of this sword was also impressive. Looking at the young dragon straining to hold the sword, the teacher told him that he would need more training. The sword is powerful, but it cannot just protect its owner. At that moment, the young dragon realized that if they sent the sword that belonged to their son, then perhaps they wanted to kill the teacher, and asked about it. It was difficult to understand the thoughts of the palace owner. He was praying for Peck's death, but no one knew how it would end. However, if the master was going to come and kill Peck, he was ready to show what it would cost him. Such words are typical of only great people. And the young dragon, listening to this, concluded that he needed to train more and become stronger. Motivated by these thoughts, he squeezed the sword hilt in his hand harder and harder. People were well aware of Bayek Rinsen's illness. Everyone in Murim was talking about it. Many had already begun to imagine what would happen to the hospital after his death. But as soon as it became known about the successful operation, everything changed dramatically. The world literally plunged into chaos after this news. In this discussion, we talked about Bayek Rin's medical facility and how he managed to overcome the darkness inside of him. Tana from the Sashan clan wanted to see for herself how he was doing. Namgun asked her if the elders had told her anything. However, they believed that they could not even say anything, constantly trying to avoid her. Many of the Tang clan change when they reach adolescence and develop their skills. But she was a special case, as if the clan had passed her on to Namgun so they wouldn't have to deal with the problem themselves. Namgun was holding his head because he was already feeling sick and needed treatment for a headache. In addition, the pain was exacerbated by the two girls sitting next to him, who were constantly talking, especially Tan. His sister reassured him, saying that Tana was a normal child, and in the Tang clan she was also interested in treatment. Indeed, she seemed quite sweet and inquisitive. The Sachon Tang clan was known in Murim for their poisons and excellent weapons. Although they did not reach the level of the Pek Rin hospital, their poisons were also considered quite effective, making them either respected or feared. While traveling, Namgun expressed his joy at being able to travel with his friend Yan. When Namgun suggested that Tana wanted to befriend the young dragon, she replied that she only wanted to test him. Namgun tried his best to silence her, even offering her pies. It helped a little, making her shut up for at least a minute. Namgun's father had spoken to him earlier and warned him to be careful with Tana, explaining that children from the Tang clan were good at demonic arts and martial skills, so she needed to be watched. Namgun did not like this, but they were already riding in the same chariot. At that moment, the young dragon sat meditating and trying to calm his mind. His thoughts were occupied with the fact that after his bodily transformation, he realized that he had spent his internal energy for 20 years ahead. He was worried whether he would be able to master the skills of a martial artist in this state at all. In the future, he would have to learn even more techniques, and he realized it. Before that, the teacher had explained that the 10-step spear was a great weapon, but that these techniques were not really sacred. The young dragon was shocked then. It was hard for him to believe that even the techniques of the 10-step spear of the Seagull family were not considered sacred. These techniques are only the first step to learning the sacred techniques of the Keigel family. He gave his training 1000%. The protagonist also had to learn demonic techniques for the overall development of his fighting skills. And he did not lose sight of this either. He paid special attention to the movements of his arms and legs during strikes. "What about Taya's broken immortal sword?" the young dragon asked his teacher. The teacher explained that this sword works even on immortal beings and is made of 24 parts. If you change even one of these particles, the structure of the sword will change. The fact that a sword could affect immortals was truly amazing. This technique is based on the discipline of variation and patience. If you master it, it will be very difficult to find a worthy opponent in the whole world. A young dragon needs to master it to be unrivaled in battle. He was well aware of this during his training. He had also read that in one novel, the enemy of the main character managed to learn this technique. Of course, he managed to master only half of the technique. Even that was difficult, despite having access to the secret documents of the Chegal clan. Now, the young dragon understood why that character hadn't been able to advance any further. The training had been very difficult. However, even with half the technique, he could become much stronger. And if he mastered it completely, no mountains would be able to stand in his way. After a while, Cog suddenly called the young dragon into the bamboo forest, explaining that she did not want her father to find out. Then she reminded him that he too sometimes hid from everyone in Kanho. It seems that this girl started to lose control of herself. She continued to explain that this decision was not spontaneous. Since the young dragon had become much stronger through training in Kanho, she decided that now was her time. The young dragon did not know what to do in this situation, as he felt he had no right to stop her. Then he decided to talk about money, explaining to her that traveling outside of her home could be very expensive. But for her, the money was her knowledge of martial arts. She believed that if she knew the techniques, she could find a way to support herself. This stubbornness amazed the young dragon, but he also realized that she would definitely not be able to cope on her own. He had no idea how to convince her. Then he remembered and told her that in that case, she should go to the Heavenly Dragon Association, where people from the Keban clan could help. The leader of the association is a kind man who could help her learn martial arts. But she was worried about her father's connection to the association, and if someone found out about her. The young dragon explained that once the contract was signed, it was unlikely that anyone would tell her father, and even Elder Flying Sword would not be able to intervene. He promised to give her a letter with him. She agreed to do as he suggested. The young dragon handed her the letter. She took it and began to look at it carefully. Now the young dragon was no longer worried because he was sure that the leader of the association would take care of her, and she would not have to be afraid anymore. He also wrote a letter to Lady Kongsong-hyun and Kongsong-yeon, whom he knew because the young dragon had told him earlier that they had saved him. These two ladies are very kind, the young dragon said, adding that they would take care of her as well. He said this with his eyes closed, but a warm hug made him open them. Kag immediately pounced, hugging him tightly. She was infinitely grateful to him for everything he had done for her. The young dragon did not even have time to react when this happened. Then he closed his eyes. Putting his arms around her waist, he held her close, maintaining the embrace. He asked her once again to take care of herself, and to contact him immediately if she got hurt, because the doctors at Pekrin were always there to help. Her goal was to return much stronger and protect the young dragon. After the hug, she set off on her way, waving goodbye to him. She had a lot of hard training ahead of her, but that was why she set out. After saying goodbye to her, the young dragon said quietly, "Come out." The young dragon could not help but notice the presence of the demon archer hiding behind the bamboo. It seemed to him that he could hide better. Coming out of hiding, the archer, who was the girl's father, apologized for his behavior, but he had just seen his daughter leave for Kano. He could only see the horizon, where he could see the small silhouette of his daughter. "Is it really a good idea to send her off alone?" the young dragon asked. "She is very similar to me. I also left home at her age," the demon archer replied. Since she was going to the association, he expected to be informed of her progress, and thanked the young dragon for sending her there. "Come on, it's a great place to train, and most importantly, it's safe," the young dragon replied. The demon archer thought about his daughter, thinking that sometimes she really resembled a carefree child, and sometimes she was a grown woman who had lived more than one life. He sincerely hoped that one day everyone would know her name. With her will and character, she would definitely become a great person. After that, the young dragon went back. On the way, he was met by Yuho and told that he had guests from the Namgun family. He took them to the guest room and said that the young dragon would be there soon. "Why are they here? Has something happened?" the young dragon immediately thought, but in any case, they had not seen each other for a long time. In a moment, he was opening the door and entering the room where he was waiting. Gun was eagerly waiting for the young dragon, and at last he came in. They greeted each other warmly, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asked how each other was doing. Gong complimented the young dragon, noting that he had grown up since their last meeting. Tana was watching their friendly conversation from the sidelines. Immediately, she recognized him. Unable to restrain herself, she jumped up and asked at the top of her voice if it was really him, the young dragon. Gun was not surprised, because he did not expect anything else from her. He even asked her to be a little quieter. However, Tana immediately got up and began to approach the young dragon. Then she suddenly announced that she was challenging him to a fight. Both Gun and the young dragon did not understand why she was challenging him. However, they both stood before her, spreading their hands in confusion. The young dragon even found her interesting, to want to fight so immediately. Tana challenged them to infect each other with poisons, and the first one to recover would win. It seemed that the thirst for competition ran in her blood. "So this is Tana," the young dragon thought. Then he asked, "What if I don't want to? I am a great expert in poisons, and I do not want to harm you. Do you understand?" he said calmly. She thought he had no right to refuse, but when she was angry, she seemed even more cute to the young dragon. However, there was no time for games, so he decided to find out why they had come and asked Gun to check his pulse. Gun immediately felt afraid when he heard this suggestion. Perhaps it was because of the previous examination, when the young dragon had found kidney stones. Gong sat down opposite him, and the young dragon's hand was already on his pulse. Tana suddenly screamed that you can't just let someone take your pulse, because it can be used against you. In response, he only asked her calmly if she knew that she should be quiet in the doctor's office. After that, Tana felt the young dragon's hand touch her face. Yan decided to help by coming up behind her and putting her hand over Tanya's mouth. She wanted to help the young dragon finish his work in peace. After taking the pulse, the young dragon asked Gun if he had followed his advice. He reminded him again what he had said earlier. He needed to get more sleep and drink more water. But because the elders often invited Gun to drink, he simply could not refuse. It was hard for the young dragon to admit it, but Gong's condition had deteriorated significantly. There was still time, but not much time left. "Time for what?" asked Gun. The young dragon answered, "Until the terrible pain." These words sent fear through Gun's body. Meanwhile, Tana tried with all her might to remove Yon's hand from her face. She succeeded, and immediately emotionally asked the young dragon how he could tell from his pulse alone, calling his actions empty nonsense. She believed that such diagnoses were made only after symptoms or obvious pain, which was a typical opinion at the time. The young dragon could already imagine how surprised she would be to learn that he could diagnose diseases in a much simpler way. Because of the young dragon's silence, Tana even called him a fraud, claiming that no one could diagnose a disease by looking at the pulse alone. Tana, calm down. There are many ways to make a diagnosis before there are any obvious symptoms, the young dragon replied. However, more important than the argument was Gun's condition. The young dragon asked him if he could endure the pain for a while, to which Gun replied that he was ready and allowed the treatment to begin immediately without asking any further questions. Tana asked that the young dragon first explain what he was going to do. Gong also asked him about the next steps. Nothing special, the young dragon replied and began to explain. First, you need to move the stones that block the inner energy. They are small but sharp, so it will hurt. Gun had already begun to feel the pain even as he spoke. Tana had a different opinion. She thought that Gun would not even notice before the young dragon stole his money. But he only replied that it was Gun's decision to make. Yang pointed out that they needed to check how many stones were in his body. That's why Gun had to endure the pain patiently, even though Tana was constantly straining the atmosphere with her remarks. The chances of success were 2 to 1, so there was no time to waste. The young dragon asked Gun to show his back to begin treatment. But in front of the 2 girls standing behind him, he was uncomfortable doing so. However, there was no other choice, and he bent down, asking he not to make any sudden movements. Finally, the girls held their breaths and watched attentively. The young dragon closed his eyes and concentrated. He put his hand to Gun's back. There were a lot of stones, and as patients often said, it felt like a bullet had stuck in his back after being hit. The young dragon understood perfectly well how severe the pain was. Using his energy, he could feel what was happening in Gun's body. At the same moment, loud screams were heard from Gun as he grabbed the back of the chair with his hands. The pain pierced him like lightning, as if it had struck him in the stomach and would not let go. He begged the young dragon to stop. Then he removed his hand, noticing how much Gun was in pain. After that, Tana finally pointed out that this was no longer a game, and it was clear from Gun's face that he was really in pain. Through gritted teeth, Gun turned to both girls, asking them not to touch him for a few days. When everyone had calmed down a bit, the young dragon said that he needed to move on to full treatment. Tana replied sarcastically, "Well, if that's what you both want." Gong's face was filled with pain, and he asked he to pay attention to something else. He expressed his confusion as to whether he was surrounded by demons or young ladies. It was really hard to believe that they were human, especially Tana. But perhaps everyone's life is like a kind of test. Eventually, it was time to go to the office where the young dragon had invited them. The picturesque landscape, inspired by traditional Oriental architecture, amazed with its unique beauty, harmoniously combining nature and art. The doctors approached Tan, with Yan standing next to him, both cautiously examining the situation. Each of them expressed his emotions. Yan, with her hair braided and wearing traditional clothes, looked worried, her surprise reflected on her face. Tina, on the other hand, looked ominous, and her resolute eyes were full of confidence. Yuha wondered how to handle this situation, which seemed to him to be full of chaos. They were constantly whirling around like funnels, and it was really annoying for Juho. What confused him the most was the question of why they needed these bandages to learn a new martial art. The young dragon tried to calm Juho down, reminding him that they were guests, and that all the other doctors were happy to have them, especially since the hospital was overcrowded. Juho gritted his teeth, terrified by the horrible nature of the dark-haired girl next to him. It was time to go to Gun, and Juho thought about how best to help this man. It is hardly possible to radically change the life of someone who eats only meat and alcohol. It is striking that this man will become the leader of the United Morum and the strongest swordsman according to the novel. Although internal energy may have influenced the condition, the method of stone removal was not described in detail in the novel. Juho would have to find a way to help his patient despite all the difficulties. The day of the procedure came. The interns gathered pens and notebooks in preparation for the extracorporeal shockwave, lithotripsy. It would be ideal to remove the stones naturally, but if not, we'll have to do surgery, the young dragon explained as he stood in front of the interns. The crowd of people gathered around scared Gun even more, making him feel defenseless. The young dragon reassured him, explaining that all these people were students, for whom he was nothing more than a medical object for training. Although it seemed rude to Gun to be called a medical object, he understood that young doctors had to learn somehow. His face reflected a mixture of tension and frustration that was growing by the minute. But the time had come to begin, and the young dragon announced to his students that the procedure was about to begin. As he had said earlier, it would be great if the stones came out on their own, but this procedure was for more difficult cases. First, the stones themselves had to be found. The young dragon suggested that the students try to find them themselves. The young doctors enthusiastically joined the examination, trying to do their best. Gun was the only one who did not smile, but he had to be patient and wait. Cheong-hee explained how extracorporeal shockwave lithotripsy helps to remove stones by combining the 5-element wind technique and water energy. He also reminded that care must be taken not to damage neighboring organs during the procedure. Chong-hee emphasized that the patient should be treated even more carefully to avoid unpleasant consequences. When he showed how to perform the manipulations correctly, all the students held their breath and watched carefully, writing down every move in their notebooks. Gong lay still, praying that everything would go well. The young dragon went on to explain that it was necessary to try to separate the energies of earth and metal, as they were too complex for this procedure. The best approach would be to focus on the element of flowing water, which would reduce the risks. Many doctors were surprised that such a complex procedure could be performed without a single knife. Gong, as a patient, did not even expect the young dragon to be so skilled in his craft. The dragon explained to the students that, having mastered this technique, they would be able to crush stones, which would then be excreted naturally in the urine. The atmosphere among the doctors and students was full of hope, support, and a strong bond between everyone present. The extracorporeal shockwave lithotripsy was a revolutionary new procedure at Peckrin Hospital, and when it was successful, everyone was relieved. The next day, Gun was told that he could be discharged the next day. Even for Gong, who had always been afraid of treatment, this seemed like a very fast recovery. The young dragon warned him about the need to give up alcohol and watch his diet, as bad food could further aggravate his condition. After the pain he had suffered, Gong would remember these words of the doctor for sure. The young dragon's teacher, standing behind him, praised him for a job well done. The young dragon wondered what to do with Gun now. In the original story, Haryung was supposed to beat him up, but it seems like that would be a big loss for their relationship. The young dragon's thoughts were suddenly interrupted when the girls ran into the room. Tana was still waiting for the young dragon to finally agree to fight her. But why was she still so insistent on fighting? The young dragon had already told her that he did not know the techniques related to the use of poisons. Tana, recalling this, replied that she only wanted to test him in martial arts without the use of poisons. Gong, holding his head, wondered why she was clinging to this idea. When Peck saw Tang, he was surprised because she was the daughter of the Tang clan, so he asked the young dragon why he shouldn't accept her offer. This was a great chance for the young dragon, because the Tang clan specializes in poisons, as his teacher knew. Tana, the future leader of her clan, was supposed to have many strong techniques. Her level was definitely superior to anyone the young dragon had encountered before. Frankly speaking, he understood that each clan had its own unique techniques, and he himself was curious about how different her skills were from those demonstrated by the 3 mice. So, if the teacher allowed it, the young dragon decided to accept the offer. And finally, Tana got her way. After a while, they went to the training ground, standing opposite each other with swords in their hands, ready to fight. The swords were wooden, but Tana insisted that, according to the traditions of the Tang clan, they should fight with real weapons. Peck agreed without hesitation, but added that if someone's life was in danger, they would intervene. She recalled that her clan elders also followed this rule. Her confident demeanor made it clear that she knew how the training battles went. Tana said that she planned to use a poison that restricts movement, and would provide an antidote after the fight. Beck ordered Yuho to bring a sword for Jung-hee, and in a moment, the sword was near the training ground, ready to be used. The young dragon was holding a sword, decorated with decorative elements that emphasized its status. It was an ice sword, made of ice crystals and North Sea steel that radiated cold, and this weapon impressed Tana. She asked him if he agreed that the battle would be exciting and interesting. The battle was to begin immediately, and with real weapons, both should be extremely careful. The Tang clan would use an iron whip and poisons. The young dragon stood with the ice sword in his hands, ready to fight. Waving his hand to signal the start of the battle, the demon archer said, "Let us begin." The girl stood concentrating, her gaze focused on her opponent, and there was a tension between them, as if the energy emanating from their hands was ready to attack at any moment. Her gaze changed, because the thoughts of Murim's warriors are difficult to understand for an outsider. At first, the young dragon thought she was just a spoiled teenager, but she was an incredible threat, like a divine power. He had felt the same way when he met Kagome, the same dangerous aura that pinned him to the ground. She had practiced hundreds of times to make everything look smooth and perfect. Her movements with the iron whip were honed to perfection. Her eyes radiated only confidence and calmness before the battle. Watching this from the outside, the teacher and Yuho realized that this girl was a completely different level of fighter than anyone they had ever seen before. Gong and his sister were also holding their breath as they watched the intense fight. The dynamics of the fight were electrifying. The characters' punches sliced through the air, and energy flashed around them, emphasizing the power of their attacks. Even the lines from their punches created the illusion of rapid movement, and their clothes added to the movement, emphasizing the intensity of the battle. Tana realized that her opponent deserved respect. He was not as weak as she had expected. She knew about Pekrin's Lyceum, a place that was famous throughout Murim. Even so, she couldn't understand how her opponent managed to dodge all her attacks. Her whip was cutting through the air more and more often, making loud whipping sounds. Then, the young dragon noticed that the little girl's eyes softened. She was probably surprised by his skills. His brain worked faster, and his reactions became even sharper, allowing him to react instantly to her attacks. The young dragon had a feeling that everything around him was beginning to slow down, which helped him to focus better on the battle. The picture in front of his eyes seemed to become a slow-mo, and now it was much easier for him to concentrate on every movement. He felt confident that he would be able to fight back against Tanya. He decided to act as soon as he noticed a weakness in her attacks, and at that moment, pushing his foot off the ground, he moved sharply forward, preparing for a counterattack. All he had to do was concentrate and deliver a precise strike. The tension was visible on Tana's face, her emotions reflecting the state of internal struggle. Her face expressed tension, which indicated the seriousness of the situation she was facing. She would have been calm if her opponent hadn't started attacking with such precision. She needed to defend herself, but the number of blows exceeded her expectations. Her whip, however, could handle even this many attacks. The speed of both fighters was extraordinary, the blows flying at blinding speed. Their blows became more frequent, and energy condensed around them, which emphasized the power of their attacks, making the fight even more intense. The young dragon, holding his sword, felt as if this weapon could kill even a god. He had only 1 second to strike the decisive blow. At that moment, the brother and sister were discussing how the young dragon's sword was changing, and he was changing with it, as his movements were becoming faster and faster. This battle made an incredible impression not only on them, but also on the teacher and Yuha, who were watching every movement carefully. The teacher noted that his student had indeed reached new heights in training, but he could not relax. The fight continued. Despite the tension, the young dragon successfully deflected the blows, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. During the battle, Tana said, "We can't be on the defensive all the time," and gripped the handle of her weapon even tighter. With one clear motion, she began to spiral her whip. The end of the spiral tightly wrapped around the young dragon's sword. The whip now looked like a snake that had come to life and acted like a living creature. It seemed that this weapon was controlled by someone's living spirit, and this made the young dragon act more cautiously. As soon as he managed to pull the sword out of this trap, he demonstrated his skill in avoiding danger. His ability to dodge impressed everyone, even the referee who was closely watching the fight. The way he managed to evade such an attack was incredibly surprising to the judges. Everyone present was amazed, their faces expressing bewilderment. Only the teacher and Juho kept their emotions under control, not showing their surprise outwardly. The fight was so intense and hot that it seemed as if you could fry eggs right on the playground. The sounds of the whip were so loud that they echoed for several kilometers, as if the air itself was being cut. Tana swung the whip and deftly wrapped it around her right arm, demonstrating complete control over the weapon. She was furious that the enemy was able to dodge the blow, because usually after that it was all over. The young dragon looked at his hand and realized that the girl's attack was extremely dangerous, and he almost lost his sword. Gong remarked to Lady Tanya that the young dragon had been studying martial arts for only 2 years and had already caught up with her. Everyone was amazed that he had reached such a level of skill in such a short period of time. It was really something incredible, and even the young dragon himself could hardly believe it. However, it did not matter because at any moment he could die if he was not careful. The girl was amazed that he had been training for only 2 years, because she herself had started studying martial arts since she could walk. The whip she was holding did not allow the young dragon to strike a decent blow. If not for his new techniques, he would not even be able to resist her. She noticed his confusion over her iron whip and realized that this was her advantage. Tana pointed out that not only the whip, but all her techniques were special and unique. She announced that she would finally release the black dragon she had been holding back all this time, and the real battle would only begin now. As soon as she said this, everyone was filled with a terrible fear, and the atmosphere became heavy and tense. Tana didn't want to blame herself for this battle in the future and regret not giving it her all. Her growing brain was working under the influence of hormones and the guidance of the Tang family, which further sharpened her decision. She was going to show the full power of her clan, Even though she was emotionally affected, she still maintained control. It was noticeable from the outside, and the young dragon also understood it perfectly well. This was the basis of the Tang clan's fighting philosophy. The whip began to attack even more fiercely, its blows becoming more dangerous with each passing second. The young dragon could only feel the skill with which the girl controlled the whip when he repelled her swift attacks. The comparison of the whip to a snake was apt, because during the battle, this feeling arose repeatedly, as if the whip had come to life and was acting on its own. Another problem was that it was almost impossible to predict the trajectory of the whip. The girl's eyes grew more and more excited about the battle, and she enjoyed every stroke. But the young dragon could not even approach her, feeling constantly threatened by her attacks. It was hard for him to believe how such a seemingly fragile girl could be so strong. In addition, he did not remember her in the novel. She must have used a pseudonym. However, the book mentioned the owner of the Iron Whip. She was known as the Lady of Blood, one of the strongest teenagers, and perhaps it was her. Since there were no illustrations in the novel, it was difficult for him to recognize her at first glance. But with every second of the battle, it became more and more obvious that it could be her. In any case, he personally realized how dangerous this weapon was. Now he could only rely on his own senses. As he began to understand her attack pattern, it became a little easier to dodge and defend himself. However, this was not enough. Now, he needed to use her strategy against her and go on the offensive. When he tried to attack, the young dragon saw that Tana deflected all his blows with ease, so he decided that he would have to use another weapon to have a chance in the fight. Meanwhile, Namgun was discussing with his sister that the young dragon was successfully deflecting attacks. However, Tana was already quite angry because of his endurance. Yon wondered what would happen if she used a different weapon, to which Gun replied that the battle would become even more dangerous. The teacher noticed that the young dragon was holding up well so far, but he also realized that the power of the Tang clan was too dangerous to underestimate. Tang's whip was getting closer and closer, the danger growing with each stroke. But it wasn't just the whip that was getting closer. Tana herself was getting very close, and it seemed like she was up to something. Something moved behind her cheeks, as if she was chewing on something. Suddenly, she spat a purple liquid into the young dragon's face. He instantly realized what kind of substance it was, because he had seen it before. The liquid was right in front of his face. It was the poisonous slime he had seen before. Spitting it out, Tana smugly declared that it was a poison that deprived him of movement. She was sure he would not be able to avoid it. The purple liquid floating in the air had the consistency of jelly, viscous and thick, and looked threatening. The young dragon had to be as careful as possible in this situation. He knew that Tana had poison, but he hadn't thought about the fact that she could use her mouth to attack. It was almost impossible to avoid this blow. The situation seemed hopeless. The poison was already in front of his face, and he was about to fall. Tana, seeing this, began to ask him to surrender. Now it was clear why she had decided to approach him. It had been her plan from the beginning. The only way the young dragon knew how to defend himself against the poison was to launch an attack. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, and even the referee could not find a place to sit still with excitement. Gong's face expressed dissatisfaction because the poison did not cause him positive emotions, just like his sister. Watching the fight, the mentor realized that the young dragon could neutralize the poison with the 5 thunderstorms of frog kung fu technique. But the Tang clan's poison was too strong and would still take effect after a while. Attacking was a better option than delaying, and the young dragon acted on this plan. However, Tana used her whip to deflect all his blows, regardless of whether there were 2 or 10 of them. Her skill allowed her to deflect even the fastest attacks. She realized that her opponent was trying to defeat her before the poison took effect. The young dragon's strength was gradually leaving her, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to continue the fight. However, Tana did not stop her attacks, and he knew that he would not last long. It was time to use all his remaining strength. Having found the ground under his feet, the young dragon decided that it was time to end this fight once and for all. The young dragon decided to end this battle with his victory. The two rushed toward each other, preparing for the final attack to put an end to this intense battle. Suddenly, Tana's whip flew out of her hand as it seemed the young dragon had hit the right spot. Now her feminine gaze was able to catch the moment when the young dragon's sword was rapidly approaching her. For the young dragon, after such a grueling battle, it was a real pleasure to carry his sword at breakneck speed toward her. He wanted a clean victory, without any excuses or hesitation. The young dragon's sword moved with incredible speed like a bolt of lightning ready to strike its target. However, his thoughts were focused on whether his mentor would stop him at this crucial moment. But there was no action from his mentor. He just watched the battle. The young dragon even began to wonder why his mentor did not intervene and just stood there, watching everything in silence. But suddenly his movement stopped. His legs refused to move, and his whole body seemed to have lost its strength. He could only stand still, unable to take a single step. It was the effect of the poison. He could no longer feel anything. His body became as heavy as a stone. It was an incredible turn of events that stunned everyone watching the battle. The events unfolded so unexpectedly that it was difficult to describe in words. The teacher understood everything, and therefore did nothing. He had accurately calculated the moment when the poison would take effect. Tana laughed out loud, feeling triumphant, because the young dragon would now finally taste the taste of darkness. Her joy knew no bounds, and it seemed that all her worries were in vain. The young dragon could not understand why this had happened now. It seemed to him that his own energy was not enough to get rid of the poison. The girl grabbed the whip again, confident that this would be her glorious victory. She rushed in his direction, asking him if he agreed that it was time to end this fight. The young dragon realized that he was in a desperate situation. It was hard for him to even imagine what he was feeling at this moment. Looking at this little girl who was already celebrating her victory. She hadn't put the final touches yet, but she was ready to pick up the brush to complete this picture of victory. She instantly rushed forward, rapidly closing the distance between them. Her eyes burned with determination, and her every move betrayed unshakable confidence. At the same time, she mocked his defeat with a ringing laugh, emphasizing her superiority and disdain for his efforts. With a challenge in her voice, she asked if he could stand up to her black fire dragon, inviting him to see his inevitable defeat. She was impatient to execute the attack, and she rushed forward with all her speed, trying to get close to him as quickly as possible to deliver the decisive blow. Anxiety appeared in his eyes, which was understandable, as the situation was becoming more and more tense and dangerous for him. The end of her whip touched his ribs with lightning speed, and a sharp pain pierced his entire body, making him grimace at the sudden blow. When she pulled on the other end, a loud clang was heard. Although his body was as strong as stone, he still felt a piercing pain. After the blow, the young dragon took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air, trying to gather strength for further confrontation. However, even this didn't help him to stay on his feet. His body began to sway, and he felt himself losing his balance. Falling on his back, he slid across the floor as if wiping it with his body, and dust rose around him from the sharp collision. This was a real test for him, questioning his abilities and forcing him to fight with his last strength without giving up. At that moment, the audience was filled with pity as they watched him struggle to get up, fighting with pain and exhaustion. They had hoped for the young dragon's victory, but events were not going in his favor, and their expectations began to melt away. However, the teacher realized that he still had a lot to learn, and this battle became an important lesson for the young warrior. Lying on the ground, the young dragon bitterly admitted his defeat to his mentor, feeling a mixture of shame and disappointment. The mentor came closer, put his hand on his shoulder, and assured him that defeat was not the most important thing. What mattered was what he had learned. Fortunately, his wounds were not serious, and he gained the valuable experience he had desired before, confirming the significance of the ordeal. When the young dragon expressed his regret at his defeat, his mentor assured him that there was no reason to be upset, because every failure is a lesson. Moreover, the young dragon had only been training for 2 years, which the mentor reminded him of, emphasizing that the fact that he had held out against the Tang family member for so long was a great achievement. The girl continued to be surprised to learn that he had only trained for 2 years, realizing that if it were not for the paralyzing poison, he could have easily defeated her. Then, with disbelief in her voice, she asked the teacher if he was lying about the boy's 2 years of training, because it seemed unbelievable. The teacher confirmed the truth of his words, and added that the young dragon had actually fought only twice, making his achievement even more impressive. The first time he fought, trying to save the head of Kiban by fighting dangerous mercenaries, and even then he showed great courage. And the second time, traveling in Kanho, he met a warrior from the Hao clan in a duel, continuing to expand his combat experience. Tana could hardly believe what she was hearing, but she could not doubt her teacher's words. She realized that he was telling the truth, no matter how incredible it was. Even Namgun had heard for the first time that this was his official duel, and he was amazed at the young dragon's achievements in such a short time. Now the girl was disappointed, realizing that she had almost lost to a beginner who had only been training for 2 years. The young dragon's arms began to gradually recover, and he could feel his strength returning to him. Using the sword as a support, he began to rise, leaning on it, and soon stood on his feet. A moment later, he was standing next to his mentor, who was teasing him, pleased with his resilience and perseverance. The mentor was pleased that the young dragon had managed to cleanse himself of the poison and get up, showing his endurance. Tana could hardly believe that he was able to get up, because she had used a large dose of paralyzing poison on him. It was amazing that the young dragon managed to recover so quickly, demonstrating incredible abilities. Behind his smile, you could see a drop of regret, but he was glad that this battle had taken place and brought him valuable experience. The same could not be said for the demon archer's face, which looked dissatisfied and worried. Yuha also said that he would have to train harder to achieve similar results. It was said that although his inner energy was being kept up by the medication, his movements and strikes showed that battles were a matter of course for him. It was already night outside, and light clouds covered the moon, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Lady Tang felt tired and decided to go to rest, leaving the others to continue the conversation. Namgun and the young dragon remained at the table, discussing how winners get tired more than losers, and that this girl had outdone herself today. They could only imagine how disappointed that kid was after the fight. Afterwards, they brought up the fact that the young dragon had become a worthy opponent for the Tang family after 2 years of training. Namgun suggested that it was all thanks to the secret technique of the Chagall clan that produced such impressive results. He tilted his glasses sip by sip. Having recently undergone surgery, he was already allowing himself to get drunk. The young dragon asked him how he knew about his master's techniques, and he replied that the 9 great clans and 8 great families knew little about each other's techniques. The Cheagle clan had not always been honored, but now the situation had changed, and more people were talking about it. The protagonist understood that the Namgong clan was suspicious. He had heard about the fall of the Cheagle clan, but he knew that his mentor would no longer be sick if he found a wife and had a child, and then the clan could prosper again. The problem was that he did not want to get close to people and remained reclusive. Namgun continued to talk and said that he had heard that if you master the 5 stars of the Holy Infinity technique, you can gain a special ability. This ability does not require much internal energy, which helps both sides in a fight, especially when you need to repel a second attack, radically changing the course of the battle. Hearing this, his sister remarked that he was completely drunk. She also reminded him that they knew very little about each other's techniques and should not jump to conclusions. He then asked her if she wasn't curious about how the young dragon had become so strong and achieved mastery so quickly. After that, an argument started between them. And watching it, the young dragon thought that he had organized the send-off in vain. But this argument quickly ended when Namgun covered his sister's mouth with his hand, ending the discussion. He then said that strong martial arts show how hard the training was, and that is worthy of respect. That is why it is important to know the characteristics of your opponent. In the past, no one could help the Cheagle clan. When these words came out of Namgong's mouth, the young dragon was very curious to hear them and understand their implications. He went on to say that it was because everyone was afraid of the brilliant Peck family, referring to their power. His hand was still on his sister's lips, preventing her from interrupting the conversation. However, his other hand was free to take another cup of drink, continuing the party. The young dragon wondered what he was trying to say with that, and asked if Namgun was sure he could talk about it openly. As he asked this question, he realized that he was throwing words around so easily for a reason. He kept in mind that he needed to be very careful and vigilant in this situation. Gong hoped that the young dragon understood how much he trusted him, because not everyone deserves such frankness from a master of his level. He went on to say that ordinary martial artists do not share information about themselves, and his sister remarked that this behavior was atypical for his brother. After these words, the young dragon began to listen even more attentively, trying to catch every shade of his words and intentions. He thought, is it because Lady Tang is absent that Gong is being so frank with me? The young dragon seems to have realized that Gong treats her like a younger sister, but still maintains subordination and respect. However, remembering that he will have to lead the Namgong clan in the future, he always maintains the appropriate behavior, even in informal situations. Wandering around the world and endlessly training seems boring to me, Gong continued as he poured himself a drink, his eyes thoughtful. But drinking with good company and getting a good night's sleep is what I really like, he added with a subtle smile. He went on to say that he knows well who he is and what he needs to do, showing confidence in his purpose and destiny. So my plan is to keep trying so that no one can doubt me, he said, not losing sight of whether this would satisfy the clan elders. Listening to this, the protagonist tried to remember if there was anything like this in the novel, but he couldn't recall. Gong seemed truly mysterious to him. Although he behaves somewhat loosely, he is an excellent swordsman. His skills impress even experienced warriors. He was born into a powerful family to rule over others, and this imposes a special responsibility and high expectations on him. He is a very wealthy man. While others are willing to give their lives to become better, he acts differently, finding his own ways to the top. His gaze at that moment was arrogant, looking down on others from the height of his position, which caused different feelings in others. In the young dragon's past life, there were also people like that, and he remembered how it affected his own path. To put it mildly, he disliked them. Such personalities always caused him mixed feelings of envy and irritation. They could learn in an hour or two what others took 10 hours to learn. And they had a wonderful character, which made them even more unapproachable. The young dragon then asked, "Why are you so open with me, Mr. Namgong? This is not typical of masters of your level." "Like I said, I like you," Gong replied. "Your desire to fight, your self-doubt, all of it makes you special. I am pleased that you stopped your last blows in the fight with Lady Tan," he continued, making it clear that he had noticed his mercy. The young dragon was impressed that Gun noticed. He had not expected such insight from him. This convinced him even more that Gun was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. It was not difficult for the young dragon to fight against those vile mercenaries. But he did not want to harm those who were sincerely trying. He could not harm a child who was trying so hard to succeed. His heart did not allow him to be ruthless. Indeed, a duel is just a duel. But still the young dragon believed that he had lost, regardless of the outcome. The next question came from Gun. "As a doctor, you know the weak points in the human body, don't you?" He believed that the outcome of the battle could have been completely different. "Do you really want to test me?" the young dragon asked with a bit of wariness. "I would like to fight you in a duel when my healing is complete," Gong replied. "I am also curious about what you want to see." "The light body technique," the young dragon replied with a smile, his eyes shining with curiosity and anticipation. Gong asked him why he was not interested in fencing techniques, since they were better known and the flight techniques of the Chagall clan were much more advanced. However, the young dragon insisted that he wanted to see this particular technique, emphasizing his special interest in it. Gong realized that he would have to practice hard to avoid disappointing the young dragon, and this spurred him on to new efforts. Of course, the young dragon thanked him for this, showing his appreciation for his willingness to share his knowledge. Knowing the future, he hoped that Gun would be able to defeat the heavenly demon, changing the course of events for the better. After all, in the original story, Namgunyeon discovered his dead body, but if he could develop the light body technique, he could avoid death. It was getting late, however, and the young dragon rose, saying it was time to go to bed, ending the conversation on that note. He reminded Gun to take care of his health and drink less alcohol, worrying about his well-being. He just laughed and promised that he would not do it again. Although his words were full of frivolity, he makes promises, but even now he drinks too much, the young dragon thought. But he only smiled and asked him to try. They said goodnight to each other, and he went outside, feeling that he had gained invaluable experience today. A new day came. Everyone was rested and woke up with renewed energy, ready for new achievements. But the time had come to say goodbye. They escorted the guests to the exit, and the carriage was waiting for them, ready to take them on their way. The weather was beautiful, and the farewell was warm and touching, leaving pleasant memories. For some reason, the young dragon was sorry to let Goon go. But at the same time, he felt some relief. Gun and his sister were already sitting in the carriage, but Tana was standing next to them about to say something else. However, she was not allowed to do so, and was gently pulled into the carriage so as not to delay the departure. And so the carriage moved off, taking them home after Gun's treatment, leaving behind their adventures. The young dragon and Peck-Eyes watched them go, each thinking about how wonderful these days had been. And even Tana was not bad. After that, Chong-hee returned to his normal life, continuing his journey and training. He trained, studied medical techniques, constantly improving his skills and knowledge. He also shared his medical skills with his mentor and others, exchanging experiences and skills. There were also very difficult cases that had to be treated, testing his skills and endurance. He received very serious patients, and each case was a new challenge for his medical skills. He was able to save many, but he also lost many, which left a mark on his soul. Not everyone can be helped, and it is important to understand this, accepting the limitations of even the best doctors. And even knowing how to do it, it doesn't always work out. Sometimes circumstances are stronger than desire and skill. With these memories, he had to move on, carrying with him the experience of the past and hope for the future. Outside, The trees were dressed in red leaves, creating an atmosphere of autumn beauty and melancholy. Catching the fallen leaves falling from the trees with my hand, it seemed that time was flying incredibly fast, and it was already the end of autumn. But today was the long-awaited moment, the mentor's first surgery, an event of special significance. And so it all started with the first appendectomy, an important step in the young doctor's medical career that opened a new chapter in his life and promised great things in the future. This was Baek Rin-sung's first surgery as a surgeon, and Jung-hee, his dedicated assistant, helped him every step of the way, ensuring the procedure went smoothly. In addition, all the other doctors and medical staff were closely monitoring the operation, ready to help at any time if needed. His movements were extremely careful and precise, reflecting the years of study and practice he had devoted to the art of surgery. He executed each step with precision and fluidity. Years of practice on pig cadavers and their organs, where he had learned to connect blood vessels, were now paying off, allowing him to act with confidence and skill. His mentor's movements were so skillful and graceful that Cheong-hee could not hide his admiration for what he saw. He was deeply impressed by how easily he performed complex manipulations. Thanks to Baek Rin-sung's quick and precise actions, the bleeding was minimized, which showed his high level of professionalism and ability to control the situation, even in the most difficult moments. The young dragon remained calm and focused until the very end of the operation, showing no signs of anxiety or doubt. His confidence was unbreakable, and it inspired everyone around him. Therefore, the assistants only handed him the instruments and took away the used ones, without distracting him with unnecessary questions or movements. They understood that every second was important and did not want to break his concentration. And so, after a lot of hard work, after a while the wound was completely sutured. The operation was successful, leaving everyone present in awe of the surgeon's professionalism. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief. Without a single mistake, with absolute precision, Baek Rin-sung had successfully completed his first surgery, opening a new chapter in his medical career and gaining the respect of his colleagues. "You really did a great job, mentor," said Cheong-hee with respect. Baek Rin-sung, however, replied modestly, "That's only because I've watched you work many times. You've been a role model for me." Cheong-hee also noted the speed and precision of Baek Rin-sung's work. This was understandable, because everything indicated that he was already an experienced doctor and his skill was beyond question. And even under the mask, one could see a slight smile appear on his face. It was a rare moment when he allowed himself to show emotion, and it did not go unnoticed by those present. All the other colleagues came up to congratulate Baek Rin-sung on his successful first surgery. They were sincerely grateful for the invaluable lesson he had taught everyone present today, inspiring them to new achievements. Now, all the other doctors had the opportunity to learn how to perform surgeries by following Baek Rin-sung's example. His success opened the door to developing new skills and improving the level of medical care at the hospital. As a result, their hospital will be able to help more patients by providing high-quality medical care and saving the lives of those in need of emergency surgery. Of course, one young dragon was not enough. But thanks to the teacher's example, other doctors would also have the courage to try their hand at the operating room, expanding the team of specialists and raising the overall level of skill. Now they didn't even have to worry about anything going wrong. Self-confidence and the support of their colleagues created an atmosphere in which everyone felt capable of great things. It was safe to say that everything would be fine. The hospital staff became a stronger team, ready for new challenges and confidently looking to the future with hope and enthusiasm. Many students and doctors gathered at the hospital. They were all involved in the process of learning and sharing their experiences, creating a lively and dynamic atmosphere in the medical facility. Their faces showed excitement and anticipation. Each of them felt that they were part of something big and important that would change their lives and careers forever. All of these events took place in the hospital's dining room, which usually has a calm atmosphere, but today it was filled with energy and excitement because of the recent events. Everyone who saw Baek Rin-sung turned their heads in his direction. His presence was an eye-catcher, and people couldn't hide their interest in him. And people's excitement was noticeable at a glance. One had only to glance over to realize how enthusiastic and interested they were in what was happening. Perhaps the young dragon had been wrong to invite his mentor to have lunch in the common dining room. Now they were in the spotlight and privacy was lost among the inquisitive gazes of colleagues and students. But his mentor had suggested that they have lunch together, and Cheon-hee couldn't think of a better place than the dining hall, although he didn't expect it to attract so much attention from others. They chose a cozy table by the window and sat down across from each other. The atmosphere was filled with a slight tension, but also a friendly understanding between teacher and student. The food on their table looked and smelled delicious. The delicious food was supposed to help them relax after a busy day and get them in the mood for a frank conversation. Baekrin Sung brought up the fact that New Year's Eve was coming up, and the Murim Alliance had invited them to assist at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. He expressed concern about taking on such a big responsibility. He asked his mentor, wouldn't other hospitals like to be asked to do this? He wondered why they were chosen for this honorable mission. Well, they would, Sung replied, because the descendants of the best families will be there, and everyone would want to be involved in such an event. They are usually very dismissive of their doctors, he added, alluding to the difficulties of working with such patients. Beck opened up the surgical department, creating something of a revolution in medicine. Perhaps that's why they were asked to participate again despite their previous dream leaving early. He recalled this moment from the novel. Dream had run away on the Black Demon horse, and he wondered if he had gotten it back after that incident. Then he asked his mentor about the Black Demon horse, and he said that maybe Nam Gun-un would ride it this time. Last time, he defeated the Mudan family and was honored with such a horse. And Sung could only imagine how upset the Mudan family was about that defeat. As far as they had heard, Gun would not be competing, but this was not the case for his younger sister Yeon, who was going to compete. However, Song said he's not sure if everyone knows it, but she's strong enough to be a serious contender. If she was more confident, she could compete with the Mudan family and everyone else, he added, emphasizing her potential. Taking another bite of food, he asked, will Lady Tan enter the competition? Sun was not sure whether to include a child with such a dark heart. He had doubts about her participation. According to rumors, the elders of the Tang family are still hesitating and cannot make a final decision. She has left a very strong impression of herself, and this has caused some concern among others. Although she is still in her teens, her strength is impressive, so she will definitely be able to compete in the finals. Lady Tan insists on participating, unwilling to back down from her decision. She even asked to have the Black Dragon engraved on her weapon, emphasizing her determination and ambition. The teacher then suggested that it might have something to do with the bracelet on He's hand. He looked at his bracelet, trying to understand the connection between the two. This bracelet was created from the madness of Ryun, the heavenly demon. Does Tan also want to go mad, he wondered, feeling a little uneasy. Maybe the elders are not afraid that she will follow the path of the previous head, he mused further. He listened intently to everything that he was told by his mentor Seung, trying to understand the depth of the situation. Song went on to say that rumors had it that he had changed his name with his parents' permission, which was quite expected. Lady Tan could be the future queen of the Blood Scourge, he said, emphasizing her potential and danger. But if we can't keep her from participating, she might meet the young dragon at the meeting. Hei could only imagine how many problems that could cause, as wounds from the scourge are difficult to heal. It's an unusual weapon, so there aren't many healing techniques, he added. And she's using it along with poison. The head of the medicinal herb department, Man Pagok, is praying that she won't be allowed to use it. It is so strong that the number of patients may increase significantly, he reasoned, and it will be a challenge for me as a doctor to treat wounds from a poisoned scourge. It is indeed a very difficult task. But anyway, it's good that we've started to train other doctors in the operation, he concluded. So there will be a better chance of helping the injured in the assembly. Thanks to the young dragon, Sun could take on very difficult cases, he said, feeling grateful for its contribution. Over and over again, Sung repeated that it was all thanks to he, and so it was even a little embarrassing for him. And then he actually said that he would soon become an upper-class doctor, which was a great honor and responsibility. But it wasn't bad in the middle class either. He replied modestly, not wanting to overestimate his achievements. It's all thanks to my knowledge from the past and the sacred techniques I learned here, he added, realizing how much more he had to learn. Now he was fully prepared for the new challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Soon the hospital will be able to perform surgeries without my help, he thought, because I need to move on. As he walked under the falling leaves of the trees, Cheon-hee turned to his mentor, sensing that it was time for an important conversation. When the mentor turned around, he told him that he was going to go to Gangho, which was unexpected news. It came as a big surprise to Seong. He hadn't expected to hear such a thing from his student. A meeting is taking place in Baek Rinsung's office, although it is probably more appropriate to say that the teacher is having lunch with his student. In fact, it's not so much a meeting as a casual lunchtime conversation between a mentor and his protege. There is hot, fragrant tea on the table in front of them, poured into elegant cups. creating a cozy atmosphere for conversation. They are talking about an important topic. The young dragon wants to go to Kanho, and this is causing concern for his mentor. Although the teacher understands his aspirations, he wants to know exactly why he decided to go there. Was it because of the 5 mystical animals and 7 great elixirs? Yes. Recalling what he had told him earlier, the teacher had no doubt about his serious intentions and purpose. The young dragon explained that he wanted to find them before someone else did, and that was his main motivation. Sun was sympathetic to this, but still had some doubts and questions. Yuho also joined their table, listening intently to their conversation and trying to understand the situation. He overheard Sung say that he didn't think that was the only reason and wanted to know more. The mentor could sense when his student was hiding something, and it made him worried. Ryun, the protagonist of the novel, is the greatest heavenly demon who had a complicated and tragic fate. Being possessed by the Death Star of Heaven, he did terrible things against his will, which he deeply regretted. Taking the place of the heavenly demon, he completely changed Magyo to suit himself, influencing the course of history. After that, it turned out that the real villain of the novel was someone else, an enemy of the great heavenly demon who operated from the shadows. The Mixed Blood clan, whose full name is Magyo, was the Holy Magyo, as the clan originally worshipped both saints and demons. One of its offshoots was the spiritual cult, which practiced sacrifices that cause fear and rejection in others. Of course, there are other enemies besides the Mixed Blood clan, but if we think about the future, it is them that should be stopped now. However, there was no way to explain this to his mentor. He would definitely try to stop Hei if he knew that he wanted to attack a clan stronger than Magyo. The young dragon thought it would be better to bite off his tongue than to tell his teacher. He was afraid of his reaction. He did not want to lie, but he did not dare to tell the truth for fear of misunderstanding. And this basic goal would be difficult for the teacher to accept, and it would take time to learn, which Hei does not have. He may miss 2 of the 5 mystical animals. Others may also be the first to find 4 of the 7 great elixirs, so he needs to leave right now. The protagonist saved his mentor's life. Now it's time to help Yohar Young and be the first to find the 2 mystical animals and the 4 great elixirs, thereby reducing the enemy's potential power. However, the teacher had one condition to fulfill. The young dragon was eagerly waiting for him to voice it, feeling a little tense. The teacher said, "Learn 1 more technique, and then you can go," setting him a new task. But these were not all the conditions. There were other requirements that had to be taken into account. He had to learn this technique within a certain time, and only then would the teacher give him permission to go to Kanho. If he failed, he would have to stay here until the end of the meeting, abandoning his plans and accepting the new circumstances. After that, the teacher said to Yuho, "Bring them," which caused the young dragon to wonder who exactly he meant. Juho went to the box and began to rummage through it, trying to find what his master had asked for, and he did so with great care. For several minutes, he searched for something, going through different items until he found what he needed. Then he picked up the bag, holding it carefully in his hands as if it were something very valuable and important. In this bag were handcuffs with 2 deer engraved on them, symbolizing a special meaning or tradition. When asked what they were, the teacher explained, "These are special handcuffs made of 10,000-year-old iron, a rare and extremely strong material." Since the teacher believed that the young dragon was definitely hiding something, he decided to approach the question with particular rigor and seriousness. He understood what 10,000-year-old iron was. It was a treasure from which the best swords were forged, and it was almost impossible to find. The master managed to obtain this rare material and made handcuffs out of it, which showed his determination and deep intentions. Then the mentor stood up and said, "There's no need to be afraid," trying to reassure the student and instill confidence in him. "If you win this competition, everything will be fine," he added. But just one look from his mentor was enough to make the young dragon feel the tension and responsibility. A slight smile appeared on his face, adding even more mystery and intrigue to the situation. The technique that the young dragon had to learn was the art of poison, a complex and dangerous science that required complete dedication. He was given a whole week to study it, which seemed too short a time to master such a complex technique. "You can simply refuse and forget about going to Kanho, or you can go there with me after the gathering of dragons and phoenixes," the teacher offered, giving him a choice. The young dragon almost panicked, thinking that it was impossible to learn the art of poison and fulfill his master's conditions in a week. But these were the conditions, and he could not deviate from them. It was a test of his determination and abilities. "How can I cope?" he thought, looking for a way out of the difficult situation and thinking about possible ways. He realized that if he acted too late, the Mixed Blood clan would win, and that would have serious consequences for everyone. The mentor asked him again if he agreed with his proposal, insisting on a clear decision and responsibility for his choice. Refusing would not solve anything. It was impossible to do it in a week, but there was no more time and he had to act now. Nevertheless, the young dragon decided to try and believe that he had to cope, despite all the difficulties and obstacles. He agreed, and this made it clear to the mentor that the student was trying very hard to hide his secret, but was ready to do anything for the sake of the goal. Yuha just watched in silence, not interfering in their conversation, but feeling the tension in the air. This would be a real test for the young dragon, and if he failed, he would have to wear handcuffs, limiting his options. The next day, he was already in the training room, ready for new challenges and fully focused on the task at hand. Yuha held a pill on the board, looking at him with a serious expression and waiting for his reaction. The young dragon knew what it was. He understood that he was dealing with a special substance that required caution. It was the poison of the 5 great elements, a powerful and dangerous agent that needed to be handled with extreme care and skill. Cheon-hee was given the 5 great elements poison. Only those who have mastered the 5 great elements technique can practice with it. This poison was created by the 5 poisons family of Unnam, who were engaged in the development and study of the 5 great elements technique. Since everyone in the clan had mastered this technique, it had its consequences. Their abilities began to stagnate. Almost none of them were able to further develop the 5 great elements poison art while remaining at the same skill level. Over time, the technique came to the Seagull family, and they made every effort to ensure that this art did not pass into other hands. Poisons were not the main focus of the clan, but because possession of poison was considered very dangerous in Kanho, they wanted to change the attitude of their clan and began to work more with poisons. Taking the pill in his hands, the young dragon looked at it carefully. It had no odor. Juho explained that it was poison, and it should not give itself away. "If I don't succeed in taking it, I will die, won't I?" the young dragon asked Yuho, feeling anxious. He answered, "No, but you will have a very hard time," hinting at the seriousness of the possible consequences. They had an antidote, but it would not get rid of the side effect of bleeding for a month. Perhaps this was the right place to start, the young dragon thought. If he made a mistake, he would not be able to leave the hospital for another month. Then he started to think, isn't his mentor overreacting? Doubts began to creep into his thoughts. He could not refuse. Perhaps the best option was not to be afraid and to be sure that he would be able to win. In this world, everything is divided into the 5 elements and yin-yang. Understanding this was the key to success. The elements are present in both elixirs and poisons. To get rid of poison in the body, you need to use the 5 great elements technique. After absorbing the poison, Cheon-hee immediately began training. He had heard that if you achieve mastery, you can get rid of the poison, but it must be as pure as the technique itself. The poison would be destroyed and almost completely disappear, leaving behind only a small trace. But doubts did not leave him. Could he achieve complete mastery? Perhaps it would not even be necessary for purification. Blue energy spread throughout the room, filling the space with power and mystery. This time, it was an extremely rich color, indicating the intensity of his concentration and inner strength. At the beginning of the training, it didn't take long for Cheon-hee to master all 5 elements of the poison. Fire, which seemed to burn the body from the inside out, brought unbearable pain. Water, which seemed to envelop him from the outside. Wood, which caused inflammation. Earth, which completely fused to form tumors. And finally, metal, which burst veins and caused bleeding. It was extremely difficult to endure. He could not stand it and fell to his knees, leaning on his hands in front of him. Poison and medicine are one in their origin, but are needed for different purposes, and this realization gave him strength. And although it seemed that he might give up from the pain, but he didn't. He continued to endure no matter what. Cheon-hee used the divine heaven and leaves technique to free his body from the 5-element poison. He clearly experienced existence and opposition, the 2 principles that govern the universe. If I use existence now, the poison will become stronger. Therefore, I must use opposition, he reasoned. Feeling incredible pain, he screamed loudly, releasing all the tension. Water against fire, wood against earth, earth against water, and so on in a circle. He opposed all the elements to each other. It was necessary to balance all the elements to defeat the poison and restore harmony in the body. At that moment, the mentor walked into the training arena and saw that green sweat was beading up on Cheon-hee. Judging by this, it became clear that he had entered the 3rd stage, the stage of purification from poison. Because he had reached this level, his mentor told him that he had done well, But the young dragon realized that it was not the end. 6 whole days went by like that. Cheong-hee was able to resist the poison even when he was unconscious. The protection from the 100 poisons had now made his body ready to withstand numerous poisons. Barely able to stand up, he approached his mentor and reported his victory. But there was something wrong with him. He did not look like a living person, and this was a cause for concern. Juho tried to support him when he saw that he was falling down from exhaustion and needed to rest. Even though he had the divine heaven and leaf technique, overworking could be fatal for him. His body was at its limit, and even this powerful force could not fully protect him from the effects of exhaustion. Juho caught him at the last moment, when he was falling to the ground exhausted, and could not believe his eyes. Was he really human? How did he manage to survive in such a state? It was beyond his understanding. Gathering his last strength, he barely managed to say, "Master, do you recognize my victory?" Hoping to hear the cherished confirmation that would mean he could move on. Without waiting for an answer, he decided to rest. He tilted his head back and, completely exhausted, instantly fell into a deep sleep, not even noticing that his mouth was drooling. Yuha, watching this, asked his mentor anxiously, "What should I do? How can I help him?" Not knowing whether to intervene or let him rest, the mentor, remaining calm, replied, "Don't worry, let him sleep for 2 more days. You don't need to wake him up early. He has earned his rest. Take him to his room so that he can sleep properly," he added, realizing that after such an ordeal, he needed complete rest and recuperation. Juho could hardly hold him, because the young dragon was much heavier than it seemed at first glance, and his faint moans could be heard in the silence. "I won! I won!" which testified to his unbreakable will. Several days passed, during which he had to recover. Time passed slowly, and everyone waited for him to wake up. Juho brought breakfast to the young master, hoping that after a long sleep, he would be hungry and ready to return to his usual rhythm of life. But when he entered the room, all he saw was an empty bed, and the young master was not there, which made him surprised and worried. They were standing near the exit when Chin remarked that he didn't even know their hospital had such special medicine boxes. "They are usually used when traveling," the mentor explained, to which Chin smiled. The mentor thought that this box would be suitable for traveling, so he engraved the symbol of their medical institution on it. He put there many medicines against internal and external diseases, as well as several medical instruments that can be useful on the road. Chin thanked him with a big smile because Peck really took good care of him. In addition, Peck redesigned the hilt on his ice sword. Chin wouldn't have even mentioned it if Peck hadn't said it himself. He specially changed the handle so that no one would recognize the sword and made it more convenient to use. Now the sword looked very luxurious, and for sure no one will understand what kind of weapon it is until they face it. Chin had 2 swords with him, Gong Seongyong's wooden sword and an ice sword. Meanwhile, Yuho was saying goodbye to his dog, wishing him a good journey, gently calling him Mr. Hwangwoo. Looking at this farewell, Chin understood that they had a special relationship, as if Yuho understood what the dog wanted to say. It looked like the dog was not going to return to Keiban. He was wearing a 100-year-old silver snake armor made from the skin of a snake that lives for over 100 years and protects against invisible arrows. Yuho added that there was an ointment and an elixir on the dog's neck, and he also put food for 2. Chin always knew that Yuho loved dogs more than people. At that moment, Hwangwoo started barking loudly. "Is it mandatory?" Yuho turned to the dog as if talking to him. The dog began to growl in response, looking directly at his master. "Do they really understand each other?" Chin thought as he watched this. Yuho laughed loudly, as if he were really talking to a dog. Then he gravely said, "Good Lord Hwang," to his faithful friend. Yuho took the bracelet from his hand and threw it to Chin. "Take it," he asked, handing the bracelet to the young warrior. "What is it?" Chin looked at the bracelet in surprise. The bracelet looked very simple, as if it was an ordinary thread. "This is the tail of the fox. It will help when meeting spirits," Yuho explained. "Wool from the tail? But how can she help?" Chin didn't understand, looking thoughtfully at the bracelet. Despite his doubts, he still put the bracelet on his hand, trying not to show his excitement. Suddenly, a dog ran up to Chin and heard a strange voice, which he had never heard before, asking for treats. It was as if lightning struck Chin when he realized that the words of goodies were coming from the dog. Hwangwoo repeated the word goodies again while staring at Chin. "What is going on here anyway?" Chin asked, scared, not believing his ears. He fell to the ground from shock, and it was explained to him that this bracelet allows you to communicate with otherworldly and magical beings, but does not work on ordinary animals. Meanwhile, Hwang continued to ask for goodies. His words did not subside. The teacher laughed and explained that if the animal has no intelligence, the bracelet does not work, and communication resembles a conversation between people. How is this even possible? Chin thought, amazed at what he saw. When asked by Chin where Yuho got this bracelet, he did not answer, leaving it a secret. It was time to leave, and the horse was ready to go. Chin bowed to his friends and mentor, asking them to take care of his health in his absence. They wished him luck, and Yuho thanked him in return, exchanging a short phrase with him. They exchanged smiles again in a silent farewell. Even Huang bowed his head to them as if understanding the seriousness of the moment. Chin mounted his horse fully prepared for the journey. Like lightning, he rushed forward thinking, this is all just beginning. China still hoped that he would be able to find mystical animals and all the necessary elixirs. It was already night outside when he arrived at the station. First, the Blood Clan demanded 2 mystical animals. The future enemies, especially Yeo Ha Rayun, would be hunting the 4 elixirs. And as he moved around the station, Chin clearly understood this. His goal was to get to the elixirs first. But the problem was that there are many of them, and they are extremely strong. The 10,000-year-old Vari contains the power of fire and helps recovery, but does not make it stronger. Chin began his search because he knew exactly where to look from the novel. To conquer them, you need to become a real master of the sword and use the realm of the sword technique, a method that allows you to use the sword as a thread, attacking from a distance. At that moment, a question was heard from Huang. What is it, master? Because he did not yet know about the events that were taking place. Chin took a stick in his hands and began to draw the shapes of a snake and a turtle on the ground. Centipede, tiger, falcon. First, the Blood Clan will try to attack the falcon and the centipede. Because of this, you need to focus on them, Chin explained, while talking to Huang. He continued to draw figures of animals on the ground, explaining each of them. The falcon possesses the energy of celestial lightning. He has huge wings with which he can block the sun. The true king of heaven, said Chin, drawing the falcon. The centipede has 5 storms of black armor, he continued. Black armor is extremely strong skin that protects her. She has no other special abilities. She can only defend herself. It sounded quite scary. And even Chin's head was spinning from the scale of this threat. One of the Blood Clan members had already left to kill these 2 animals. Perhaps it would be better to go after the falcon first, and then the centipede, Chin thought. After his mentor began to recover, Chin trained as hard as he could. Because of this, he was able to see his inner energy. If he managed to absorb the energy of the falcon sky lightning, it would be the equivalent of years of training. Petting Huang, Chin told him about his plan, adding that after all this, they would have to go to the centipede and the elixirs. There were papers on the table, and Chin was already sailing on the ship preparing for the next part of the journey. Thanks to the help of the Hao and Mu clans, as well as the trio of mice, his letters with tasks reached Keban. The mentor shared valuable secret information about Kang Ho with Chin that will be very useful in future cases. In his hands, Chin began to unfold the letters that contained important details. He needed to know the exact plans of the Mixed Blood Clan, so he carefully checked the documents. He carefully read each line, trying not to miss any important detail. There were rumors about a man-eating tiger that appeared near the Pota Mountains. Missing people were found in trees in the mountains without internal organs. After reading this, Chin thought that this could be the work of the Mixed Blood Clan. No traces of the use of martial arts were found, although the bodies were arranged very demonstratively. It resembled a warning, and the absence of internal organs hinted that the clan could take them for themselves. Chin immediately decided to check whether these rumors were true. The 3 mice have already become useful. Now it is important to clarify this information with Keban and the Hao clan. After some time, he was already running through the forest, swimming to the next point, knowing that the Mixed Blood Clan was moving in the same direction. He knew they were looking for a falcon, which meant the bird was not in their hands yet. Huanggu followed Chin closely and asked him, "Where are we running?" Chin explained that they needed to go to an island in the Cholgang area. There in the port, he plans to find out about a ship sailing to the Joshan archipelago, where the Sky Falcon is rumored to live. "Got it! Give me a treat!" Huang barked happily. This confused Chin a bit as he had been feeding him recently. Sometimes Chin felt that he was becoming a servant for the dog who only brought him treats. They decided to rest a little to gain strength before the further journey. After a short rest, Chin realized that it was necessary to restore energy. It was also important for him to think about the whole situation, and he decided to do it during the break. At that moment, Chin realized that Mount Potha and the Sword Potha family were located on the archipelago. This place is famous for its nuns. Due to its remoteness, the archipelago does not usually take part in Murim affairs. According to legends, this family has already raised 2 sword emperors and is preparing to create a third. Qin wondered how desperate the mixed blood clan was when they dared to go through the Path Sword family to obtain the Sky Falcon. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the loud barking of Huang, who said that someone was nearby. The dog surprised him even more with the words, "Someone is dying there." They instantly jumped up and ran in that direction without wasting a second. When they climbed the mountain, armed men appeared in front of them, brutally killing civilians. They begged for help. Qin could not understand what was happening but decided to watch the events from afar. By the clothes of the men, he understood that they were mountain robbers. From the number of bodies, he guessed that they had killed at least 12 guards. One of the escorts begged for mercy, explaining that he had no more money because he had already paid the robbers. However, they did not believe him and pointed their swords at his head, claiming that he could not have so little money. The robber said that if there is no money, then you can pay with the people he accompanied. What to do? Qin's thoughts diverged as he observed the situation. He began to assess the situation by looking around. Qin noticed a large crowd of a few surviving guards and civilians. It seemed they were trying to cross the mountain. Watching everything, Qin guessed that the escorts were not that strong. This situation angered Qin, and he decided to show the robbers their place. At the same moment, the chief robber ordered his men to quickly capture everyone. He already believed that all these people became his slaves. Qin descended from the mountain and moved through the forest, approaching the bandits. One of the robbers was suddenly surprised to hear a dog barking nearby. When he turned around, he saw a young man with 2 swords on his belt, with a dog standing next to him. Qin calmly asked them to stop and let the civilians go. But can the words of one young man stop a whole gang of robbers? They just laughed back. Moreover, it seemed ridiculous to them, and instead of listening, they wanted to take a ransom for crossing the mountain and also planned to take the dog to make a belt out of it. Qin laughed after hearing these words and scornfully said that ordinary thieves are so worthless. One of the leaders ordered to seize him immediately, and the robbers, armed with swords, rushed at Qin. Of course, their advantage was in numbers. There was only a young man and a dog before their eyes, and it seemed that they would easily handle them. It would seem that he can do? Will he start swinging his sword? And that's exactly what happened. Qin suddenly became serious and confidently ordered Huang to deal with this gang of scoundrels. The speed with which everything happened was simply incredible. Qin moved so lightning fast that the enemies did not have time to even blink an eye. He penetrated their ranks using the Misty Progress technique, leaving only a trace of his movement. The enemies did not even have time to turn their heads as Qin was already behind them. He left the group behind for Huang and prepared to attack those who stood in front of him. The leader of the robbers himself was the first to fly into the air, dispatched by Qin with 1 blow. One of the teeth of the leader epically flew out of his mouth. After that, Qin decided to cut him with a leg to complete the attack. The body of the head slowly began to fall as if in slow motion. The effect was like that of an ostrich because his head almost pierced the stone on which he was standing. Several more robbers fell victim to his hot onslaught. The other robbers, seeing this, watched in fright and were afraid to attack first. It was difficult for them to make the decision to attack as their commander lay powerless on the ground. The ordinary people who were their hostages looked at it with admiration and hope. The body of the commander lay in front of Qin, and he thought about what to do next. Qin stood with his soul on the leader's head, debating whether to kill him. Qin pondered whether to leave the commander alive or not, but decided that he would no longer be of any use to this world. Looking around, he saw many dead and realized that he did not want to kill anymore. He needed to start saving others as soon as possible because this is the most important thing now. First of all, he was a doctor and then a master of martial arts. Under the shouts of how strong he is, the robbers began to run in different directions. But Huanggu was still there, grabbing their legs and biting them through with his powerful mouth. When no one tries to offend him, he looks like a cute dog. But when a fight starts, he becomes formidable and relentless. When it comes to battle, Huanggu changes and enemies become his victims. Looking at how Huanggu skillfully works out his goodies, Qin thought, what else should he give him? One of the attendants thanked Qin for his help, because thanks to him, they and several other people remained alive. They didn't even know how they could repay such help. But Qin asked them not to worry about it, because it all happened by chance. He immediately started helping the wounded without wasting time. Together with a group of people, they began to provide help to all the victims who needed it. They applied cold to the wounds and provided the necessary medical assistance to all who were injured. The tools and medicines Yuho gave on the way became extremely useful. Thanks to them, it was possible to make bandages and put tires on the wounded. Chin did not even expect that such a small bag could fit so many useful things. Meanwhile, the children were playing with Huang, who looked like a cute dog who would never bark at a child. Suddenly, a man appeared near Chin and said that he had heard about the young dragon from Kangho. "How do you know my nickname?" Chin asked. The man explained that one of the attendants had seen Chin helping others before. The man admitted that he did not expect to ever be convinced of the truth of the rumors, and said that it was a great honor for him to meet Chin. In response, Chin, known as the Young Dragon, said that he did what he had to do. It turned out that these people were escorts from Honun, a small place that Chin hadn't even heard of in the novel. As a sign of gratitude, they gave him a bag, although they said it was not enough. But they wanted to show their gratitude in some way. Chin lowered his eyes and carefully examined the bag, wondering what could be in there. "You can't refuse, because this thing can come in handy." So he thanked and took the gift. However, there was one more problem: what to do with the main robber. Chin explained that if they were left here, they would definitely want revenge. It was necessary to deprive them of their energy and transfer it to the government. It was especially important to work well on the leader. They understood that the young dragon was not going to kill them, and he explained it by the fact that killing is too dirty a business for a doctor. At this moment, the attendants began to wonder where he was going next. Thinking that Chin was tired, they offered him a seat in the carriage so that he could rest. He asked them to give him a ride to the nearest town. They were just ready to leave and gladly agreed. Everything ended on a great note when parents could enjoy playing with their children because they were no longer slaves. Huanggu barked, telling his master that it was time to move on. Chin, known as the Young Dragon, did a great job with his mission, which he set for himself, showing nobility. Thanks to him, many people remained alive, and they will be grateful to him for this. Hangzhou is the city where the Yangtze River flows into the sea. This prosperous city was founded during the Sui Empire. Hangzhou was mentioned in the travels of Marco Polo. The city is a place for the development of travel and entertainment business. It was Huang's first time in such a luxurious place. There are a lot of people and lanterns, from which it is easy to lose your head. The smile did not disappear from the young dragon's face. There is a lot of light in the city, but there are also enough shadows. The Hao clan has a special influence here, and the Namgun family from Anhe is also trying to influence the life of the city. The possessions of the Potha sword family are also located in the city, and a lot of money is made here. Because of this, the Safa and Chan Fa clans are trying to establish their positions here. The young dragon was so handsome that all the girls could not take their eyes off him. When he passed by, they opened their mouths wide in admiration. But Chin only thought about the words of his mentor and Huang, who asked for another treat. The mentor told him to learn more about clans and families, and Chin remembered from the novel that this city is very important. Chin told his dog that they would soon reach Poth's guides. Because of this, Huang will have to wait a bit and be left without goodies. By the way, the head of the Hao clan will also be in Hangzhou. It seems that in 15-20 years, Ryun will become a heavenly demon and meet Chin again. In the novel, it was written that now the head of the Hao clan is still a child. But the story of his life was not told there, leaving many secrets. It seems that he was the thief about whom Chin tried to remember nothing. He didn't know for sure if this child was here, or if he could even be in Hangzhou. But at that moment, he had already reached the house of Poth's guides. Despite the late hour, there were many people around. He was offered to come to their house and even stay overnight. They turned out to be good people who explained that the House of Guides from Honggun cooperates with the House of Guides in Hangzhou, giving tasks to be carried out. The rescued people were sure that he would find their employees there, and now Chin was standing in front of the armed man, intending to ask for a boat to reach the Zhoushan archipelago, needing their help. The man said that it is not possible to come here, but Chin replied that he had come to meet the leaders of Honun. Afterwards, Chin took out the sign with the logo of Pakrin Hospital and showed it to her husband. He recognized him as a young dragon, because he had already been warned of his arrival but did not recognize him immediately because of his young appearance. The man immediately ran to inform the guides that the young dragon had arrived. It seems that now everyone will know about him. After a moment, he was invited to go inside. He was met by the head of the House of Honun Guides, Gong Panha himself. Chin the young dragon was glad of this meeting. They were invited inside because a place had already been prepared for them. "It's fine. I don't want to cause inconvenience," replied Chin, "as it was my first time in Hangzhou, and I thought it would be better to stay in a guest house with delicious food." The gentleman assured that he would take him to a wonderful guest house and asked if there were any other wishes. It seemed that they were deliberately stalling for time. hoping that the young dragon would check their pulse just like that for no reason. Soon, they were talking about why Chin was going to the archipelago. "I'm looking for a rare plant and I need a boat," explained Chin. He was willing to pay everything, just asked to find a boat as soon as possible. The man refused to take the money and explained that the nearest boat would leave for the archipelago in 3 days. He promised to find a place for Chin, only asking for a little wait. It was a pleasant conversation that resolved the issue with the boat. Guesthouse Visokia Nebesa impressed with its comfort. There were many beautiful women inside. The atmosphere was incredibly warm and Chin sat at the table waiting for his food. When the dish was brought to him, he opened his mouth in surprise because it was the same pork soup he remembered. "I wonder if it tastes the same as I remembered it in the future," Chin thought as he looked at this delicacy. Behind him, Huangwu barked softly, wanting a taste as well. Pulling down one small piece, Chin decided to order a separate portion for Huang. Chin was ready to enjoy the incredible food in front of him. One of the visitors sat down next to him and said that it was finally time to start, and the woman behind him remarked that they had come to the right place because here you can eat and watch the performance. "They say performing with masks is very difficult," she added, and so the main character of this performance came on stage. In the hands of the children on the stage were musical instruments, which added to the charm of the event. The fact that they were children and performed on stage really impressed all the audience. But what happened next shocked those present even more. A mask magically appeared on the face of one of the boys. He began his performance to an explosion of cheers from the audience. The mask on his face changed its color and patterns every time he touched it with his hand. Then with one movement he took off his mask and a fan appeared in his hand. With a gentle child's voice he said, "Greetings to you, the audience. Elder Seok, who founded our group, unfortunately left us, but now Aisama Hyun will entertain you and show you what my mentor taught me." The young dragon, sitting at the table, paid attention to these words, which attracted his interest. Huangwu was also turned towards the stage, watching the performance intently. Chin wondered why only children were performing, and it seemed strange to him. In the first-class guest houses, there was a wonderful atmosphere and soft music was playing around. Sama confidently continued his performance, showing confidence in every move. He raised the fan to his face, and when he removed it, a new mask was already on his face. Sama waved his hands and fan as if mesmerizing the audience with his movements. Around him, flower petals fell to the incredibly beautiful music that sounded around. With each wave of his hands, a mask appeared and disappeared on his face, impressing everyone present. How does he manage to change masks at every turn? Chin thought as he watched the magical performance. Each mask was incredibly beautiful and made with great skill, but he was also a child, which only increased the admiration of the audience. His every movement was polished, as if a real professional was performing on stage. Young Dragon, possessing various martial arts techniques, almost did not catch exactly how Sama changes masks. Even Huangwu was shocked by what he saw, not believing his eyes. It was a real sight that impressed everyone who was present. But suddenly, Chin remembered that the head of the Hao clan was also a master of mask performances. Meanwhile, the young man's face on the stage continued to radiate love to the audience, giving them unforgettable emotions. The special technique of the head of the Hao clan is to change faces. If you want to understand how cruel he is, know that the masks he uses are made of real faces. He manipulates the acupuncture points differently than at Byakurin Hospital. His methods paralyze the muscles but leave all pain sensations. There is only one reason why so little is known about him. This reason is that he never showed his true face. Watching this performance, Chin hoped it couldn't be him. The performance came to an end, leaving the audience in awe. All the people clapped their hands and thanked Hien for this wonderful sight. Servants collected money that people voluntarily donated after the performance. One of them approached Chin, holding out a bowl for him to put in his contribution. It was Hyun himself, and it was simply impossible to refuse him. Chin reached into his inner pocket for money. He dropped it into the bowl, adding it was a great performance. But instead of the usual coins, Chin threw silver into the bowl. The boy bowed and thanked Chin profusely for his generosity. After thanking him, he turned around and went in the other direction, calmly continuing to collect donations. Chin thought, I don't know if he's from the Hao clan, but he could be useful anyway. He thought that if this guy became the head of the clan in the future, it could bring benefits. And if not, at least he helped feed his comrades, and it's not in vain either. The performance ended and the darkness was only getting thicker on the street. It was time for the tiger. It was about 35 o'clock in the morning. The door to the young dragon's room was slightly ajar. Don't use one technique all the time, Chin thought. Other skills need to be slowly developed and refined, and he addressed this in his meditation. He plunged into a state of meditation, feeling how his abilities gradually strengthened. Chin clearly felt the difference between the peace of a deserted mountain and the hustle and bustle of a crowded city, and understood that the more people, the more problems, and here he might have to fight more often. Suddenly he heard a sound as if someone was being beaten on the street and quickly ran to the window to see what was happening. Apparently, it was a small child's voice calling for help. Chin understood that he was in Kangho, and such events happened here at every turn. Looks like it's time to act, thought Chin, and called Huang to come with him. He asked the dog whether it would go with him or stay to rest. Huangwu barked back that he would go with him as he had to protect the young dragon. Chin climbed over the railing. His feet landed on the slate, and he ran in the direction of the screams. He rushed straight to the place where everything was happening, and the screams were getting louder and louder. There, he came across a group of people who were brutally beating children. And in the very center of the beating was Hyun, who was being kicked by an adult man. It seemed that they knew each other well, because the man told Hyun that he should have worked for him from the beginning and not rely on his martial arts. After these words, the man punched him right in the face. The blows did not stop. The man beat him again and again without stopping. Calling him a fool, the man continued to beat Hyun even harder. Chin, hiding behind the corner of the roof, was already watching this, preparing to intervene. His eyes widened when he saw who it was. It was the same guy from the performance who changed masks on stage. There were other children standing nearby whom he also recognized. They were from the same performance yesterday. They cried and tears streamed down their faces, testifying to their pain and powerlessness. The young dragon wondered why Hyun was being treated so cruelly and why he was being punished like that. But what he saw next shocked him even more. One of the men pulled out a knife and began to approach the children. Chin wanted to attack immediately but was afraid that the attackers might harm the children if he acted hastily. Despite the beating, Hyun asked the man if there really aren't any decent young people left in Hangzhou, implying that only robbers who cling to children live here. Having found the strength in himself, Hyun began to stand up and once again asked his husband if everyone in his family was as cruel. "Looks like I haven't beaten all the stupidity out of you yet," replied the man, and added that before he couldn't approach Hyun because of the late elder Seok. But now everything has changed. All the children held their breath watching this scene. They watched in silence as the big man began to knead his fists in preparation for another blow. The man continued to threaten Hyun, saying that this time he would definitely deal with him personally. Hyun raised his head looking at his abuser and began to think about what to do next, trying to find a way out of this situation. Huanggu was already running, pawing the ground with his paws, aiming his nose at the enemy. Meanwhile, the man continued to explain to Hyun that this is how everyone becomes an adult and said that he himself went through this path. He added that Hyun hasn't understood this yet, and that's why he's suffering. With a sly smile, the man said that it was time to finish this matter. He asked 2 questions. Will you listen to me and everything will be fine? Or will you disobey and die? And at the same time remembered something else important. Zdrovan asked Hyun if he got the silver yesterday. Hyun, being in such a helpless position, realized that it was naive to think that it is possible to live as a human among a pack of dogs. He turned to his friends and asked them, is it time to die together rather than listen to all this nonsense? His friends just continued to cry, unable to answer. Silently calling Hyun their brother, they didn't stop crying. They remembered the dirty warehouse and the rats where Elder Sok locked them up and taught them how to earn money. They were constantly beaten, and there was always not enough food. They were beaten hungry children who suffered every day. Only tears were abundant, and they flowed continuously from their eyes. Since then, nothing has changed. And Hyun continued to suffer the blows of this cruel man's fists. The man continued to tell the child that he knew nothing about death. He stated that he personally signed the death sentence for all those present. Hyun fell to the ground and endured these incredibly strong blows that fell on his body. But the force of the blows became more and more, as if the man found even more anger in himself. And suddenly Hyun saw a huge creature that flew right over his head. By the tail, he understood that it was Huang's dog. Huangwu attacked the scoundrel and chased him away from Hyun, saving the boy from further beating. The dog continued to growl at him, and the man who had been so brave when he beat the child now did not dare to oppose the dog. He could not understand where this dog came from. Suddenly, Huang's mouth opened wide and his sharp teeth began to move towards the scoundrel's most vulnerable spots. This technique could be called the last bell. At the same moment, the young dragon had already considered his plan of how to proceed. He appeared behind the other scoundrels. They did not even expect it and did not have time to understand anything. Chin protected the children with his body, thus saving them from the threat. He started talking to civilians, asking what was going on here, trying to figure out the situation. It was explained to Chin that these people are real psychopaths and they need to be stopped immediately. However, he didn't even have to move anywhere, because the enemy had already appeared behind the young dragon. Only the whistling of the blade sounded in the air, but Chin managed to dodge the blow. He used the technique of hitting the opponent's bone with his palm. As a result, the enemy's arm was bent in 2 places, and Chin, as an experienced doctor, made him a perfect fracture. After that, Chin felt the pulse on the opponent's liver with his foot and struck a powerful blow. From this, the opponent screamed in pain, knocking down his comrade. Their cries resembled those of girls, but they had no other choice. Both magically crashed into the wall, creating a real spectacle for children. The children stood with their mouths open, shocked by what was happening. Without stopping, Chin continued to act decisively, destroying everyone in his path. He didn't leave his enemies even a chance to squeak, although when Chin passed on, the beeps still continued, and at that moment, Hyun intervened in the battle. Hyun also had an interesting fighting technique. He covered his opponent's face with his hand, thereby blocking his view and control over the situation. After that, Hyun entered the hermit state, his inner rage bursting out. He began to scream and tore the skin off his enemy's face with his bare hand. The mask was now in his hands and blood was splashing around in all directions. Having awakened the true power in his body, Hyun began to radiate an energy that enveloped him. He proved to his abuser that his place was in the dump. Even Hwang, turning his face towards Hyun, was scared of what was happening. Even the dog was shocked. Hyun's comrades covered their faces with their hands, not believing what they saw. They could not realize that Hyun was capable of such cruelty. Hyun held in his hands the torn mask of his enemy, whom he hated more than anyone, and blood flowed from it onto the floor. The young dragon, having dealt with all the other enemies, approached Hyun. If not for the intervention of the young dragon, Hyun would probably be dead by now. Hyun recognized the young dragon as the man who had given him the silver yesterday, and it surprised him. He could not believe that there were still good people left in this cruel and dirty world. His words sounded creepy, and the energy emanating from him was filled with negativity. Skinning an enemy was a special technique that few people knew about. It only meant one thing. Hyun was the head of the Hao clan after all. Hyun immediately went to his sisters, who were crying but happy to see him safe. They assured him that everything was fine with them, even though tears were still streaming down their faces. Hyun stroked their heads reassuringly and said that everything was fine with him too. After that, he explained to the young dragon why the robbers approached them. The reason was their earnings, because they began to earn well. All of them were very talented and beautiful, and even Hyun himself was different in appearance, because of which they decided to take revenge on them. Hyun talked about it with such ease that the young dragon began to wonder how these children really lived. They thanked him profusely for the help and the silver, but Hyun explained that if anyone saw him with them, it could ruin the young dragon's reputation. Hyun believed that the young dragon belonged to a very influential family and therefore apologized for the inconvenience they had to cause. He also asked not to worry about them anymore and not worry about their fate. Hyun jokingly added that he hoped that the next time the young dragon would give them the same amount of silver again. He asked his companions to thank the young dragon, which they gladly did. "Thank you, sir! Thank you for your help!" they exclaimed in unison. After thanking them, they said goodbye, and Hyun led his sisters behind him, taking care of them. The young dragon looked at them, recalling the words from the novel when he met Ryun. Do even demonic arts masters have a heart? How touching is that? If you are so good on the inside, why is the world so horrible on the outside? He thought. In this real hell on earth, the world has left its people since birth. We are forced to look for a way to survive, hoping that at least after death we will find a god who will save us from horror. These are the words Hyun spoke in the novel. "Heavenly demon, can you save my fallen comrades who were killed by this god?" he asked. "It hurts me so much that I will personally kill him when we meet." Hyun added with anger in his voice. "Can you answer, can you save the children who became victims of this hell?" he asked further. Such were the words of Hyun from the novel that remained forever in the memory. Hwanggu walked up to the young dragon and started rubbing his nose against his clothes, trying to distract him. But the young dragon continued to think about how interesting the head of the Hao clan was. He liked to kill and enjoyed the pain. Who would have thought that inside a person who wanted to burn the whole world was a boy who just loved to dance? It's hard to even imagine how terrible his life was if he grew up like that. He killed the celestial being with his own hands. How terrible he felt at that moment. And although this is only a guess, the young dragon could not leave him in this state. He rushed to catch up with Hyun, shouting to him and his friends, "Wait!" Thoughts about whether it is possible to save the celestial being killed by Hyun did not leave him. Hyun stopped and asked the young dragon what happened. For now, he is just Sama Hyun, and right now is the chance to change his future. Thought. The young dragon. "You are injured, can he heal you?" Chin suggested. Little children were surprised. How is it possible that the man who just defeated the enemies with his own hands turned out to be a doctor? Chin told them that in Kangho he is called Young Dragon, and his mentor is Chegal Rin from Paek Rin Hospital. "Young Dragon?" Hyun asked in surprise. "Wow, Paek Rin Hospital," cried Hyun's sisters in disbelief that their doctors could be so strong. But the children were left with a question. Why does he help them? "Are you a good doctor?" Hyun asked. The young dragon replied that he would definitely deal with his wounds. But Hyun asked to examine the other children as well, although he did not know how he would be able to pay. "It's okay. You'll pay when you become an adult and a handsome man," smiled Chin, not wanting to reveal all the cards. For Hyun, this moment was amazing because they could get help for free without even knowing the young dragon. He seemed to them a really kind person, because he also gave them silver for their performance. Hyun saw in the young dragon a person who could be trusted. His eyes had never looked at someone so calmly before. He felt that he could rely on the young dragon and asked him to follow them because it would be strange to do this here. He told his sisters that they were going home with the young dragon, and they all set off together, and in the thoughts of the young dragon there were notes of peace because he met Hyun when he was still so young. The sun outside today also seemed to be smiling especially brightly, adding to a good mood. After some time they approached the house. The atmosphere on the streets was special. There was peace and comfort. They went up the stairs straight to where Hyun lived. There were also many small children who were very happy to see him. Hyun began to hug them and brought them food, asking them to eat. When the children saw the food in front of them, their eyes lit up with joy. It was immediately obvious that these children were very hungry. Their condition spoke for itself. When a young dragon entered the room, the children did not understand who he was and what a cute dog was next to him. "This man is our savior!" Hyun stated proudly, raising his head. He asked the children to meet the young dragon. For them, Hyun's words were important, and they couldn't help but believe him. The children immediately began to run up to the young dragon and to Hwang, playing with them. They were amazed by his expensive clothes, which seemed luxurious to them. "Why are there so many children here?" the young dragon asked himself with a loud laugh. He noticed that most of the children looked unhealthy, which was obvious to the doctor. Someone had inflammation, and one boy even had a tumor. But the smell of poppy seeds that he smelled in the room bothered him the most, so he decided to send Hwang outside. At that moment, another person appeared and said, "Brother, are you here?" With a smile on his face, Hyun gleefully replied, "Yes, it's me, Hai." And he added that he had brought a doctor with him. The appearance of this girl was particularly disturbing. Her weakness was obvious. It was enough to look at her face to understand how sick she was. Did the doctor come? It was hard for her to believe because the last days had been filled with nothing but darkness and suffering. "Where do we get the money from?" she asked her brother, not understanding how it was possible. Hyun did not object and admitted that they had no money. Young Dragon Hospital student Paek Rin, these words Chin wanted to say to her, realizing that when she heard them, she would have hope. And then he said loudly that the young dragon will examine everyone and that he is very kind. The hope in the children's eyes only grew stronger, and the sister thanked her brother for his support. The young dragon noticed how well Hyun pretended to be happy and cheerful in front of his younger sister. This showed his great love for her. Hyun tried to maintain a positive attitude for her, even though it was difficult inside. Meanwhile, children began to run up to the young dragon with many questions. They were surprised that he was so young and already a doctor. Their suspicions were understandable, and the young dragon understood it too. He spread his hands and turned to everyone, saying that it is necessary to start with those children who need help first, and promised to check the pulse of everyone, asking them not to worry. "Don't crowd, rather stand in line," he added to reassure them. Fortunately, most of the children suffered only from malnutrition, but some already had chronic diseases that were more difficult to cure. They were young, so the therapy could be quite effective, but only time and their willpower will tell if the treatment will help completely. "Woo Hyun is so cool my arm doesn't hurt anymore," Each child was grateful to their brother Hyeon for their care. Hyun walked up to the young dragon and expressed his impression of how cool he was. He had no doubt that the rumors about the young dragon were true, although for some reason, he whispered it in his ear. Young dragon did not quite understand why this was done and asked Hyun about it. But then Hyun said that there was only one patient left, his sister, Samahai. She was the only one who had not yet been examined, and it was clear from her that her case was complicated. Problems with her back immediately caught the eye. This is the advanced stage of scoliosis. The young dragon instantly identified by looking at her carefully. He decided to come closer and examine her more thoroughly. Samahai noticed him approaching, and Hyun told her that the young dragon will examine her now. He said this to calm her down and ask her not to worry and relax. Hyung asked her to give him a hand to begin the examination. She held out her hand to him without hesitation, trusting her brother. She was very scared, but at the same time full of hope that they could help her. Only by touching her hand, the young dragon immediately felt the condition of her body and realized that she was suffering from chronic pain. He could only imagine how difficult it is to live with such problems, but he tried to find out what caused her illness. He decided to take a closer look at her spine and began to carefully explore that area. Suddenly, delving into the examination, he realized that the situation was serious. There was a tumor in her back. Realizing such a problem, even the doctor himself clenched his teeth, feeling internal tension. Others only watched how professionally he did all this. They were delighted because they had never seen such a doctor before. He did not just have advanced scoliosis. Most likely something happened at birth that caused the disease to develop. Even modern medicine cannot always find the cause of scoliosis and completely get rid of it. The young dragon let go of her hand, fully realizing the seriousness of the situation. He decided to focus on removing the tumor first. Then he explained to her that her spine is crooked and it affects the whole body, especially the internal organs, which makes it difficult to breathe and eat. And then she received very terrible news. The tumor needs immediate intervention, and her life depends on it. With such a distortion, it is impossible to live any longer, said the young dragon with a heavy heart. However, Hyun sighed and said that they didn't even hope for it because everyone knew it was impossible. Is it possible to at least reduce her pain? He asked, desperately needing help because it was obvious how dear his sister was to him. Deep concern for his sister could be read in his eyes, and this only intensified his despair. In the novel, it was his sister's death that made Hyun hate the whole world. And then the sister quietly asked, "Will I be able to die without suffering?" Hyung angrily emphasized to her once again that he had already asked her not to say such things because it makes him very angry. The young dragon listened to their conversation with his eyes closed, thinking deeply about this situation. Her constant pain took away her will to live, and it was obvious. In the novel, Hyun had to kill his sister to end her suffering. It was so painful for him. After the sister's words, it was clear that she was still full of suffering, and the pain did not give her peace. To become a thief, a lot of bad things have to happen, thought the young dragon, looking at their story. Then he announced that an operation, or rather a special treatment, was needed to save him. Hope immediately appeared in their eyes, and they asked if they had a chance. There was a chance, but the young dragon warned that this was a very dangerous procedure. Hyun, being in a state of hope and mixed feelings, said that the most important thing is the opportunity. The operation will be very dangerous, emphasized the young dragon once again. But Hyun only replied that she should try because without treatment she would die anyway. We should at least try, Hyun continued, and the young dragon had no intention of arguing with him. Moreover, he himself was in the same position. It is better to take a risk than to simply wait for death. We have to do the operation. Better to try than to wait idly, Hyun repeated, waving his arms to emphasize his determination. It will be a battle of patience. Can you win? Asked the young dragon. Hyun was confident in his strength as he was still alive and not broken. He begged the dragon to start the treatment as soon as possible, feeling the urgent need to act. Meanwhile, the robber's body was found on the street. It was the same robber who tried to take the last money from Hyun and threatened him earlier. People who found a body without skin on the face thought that it was the handiwork of some criminal who operates at night. They have seen many things, but they have never seen such a thing as removing the skin from the face. The guards tried to determine what to do next. If it was possible to identify the deceased, they would have started an investigation. But due to the complexity of the case, they decided to simply bury or burn the body, believing that it would be very difficult to find anything. It was not the first corpse they encountered, but they were glad that at least they found an adult and not a child. The guards ordered the others to hurry before a crowd gathered on the spot. They began to gather everything they needed in preparation for getting rid of the body. The enthusiasm of the idea was quickly covered with a white sheet that was used to cover the body. The body was sent to the furnace for burning. But from around the corner, the actions of the guards were watched by an unknown person. A man or a woman, it is difficult to say because their face was covered by a mask. Meanwhile, the weather was clear at Paek Rin Clinic in Hangzhou. The two doctors tried to calm the children down and somehow entertain them. Some children have already bathed in the hot water, getting a little relief after their hard days. Behind the door, there was a serious conversation that one operation was not enough for treatment. It will be necessary to carry out daily physiotherapy. "What is physiotherapy?" asked the girl. And the young dragon explained that these are special exercises to support the muscles. When the young dragon explained everything in simpler terms, it became clearer to the girl. He was glad that, although it was still impossible to completely remove the pain, her life was no longer in danger. He told Hyun that luckily he managed to avoid paralysis, despite the serious condition of his spine. And then he told them the long-awaited words, "I will perform the operation as soon as possible." Everything changed for the better. The children who came with them to the hospital were satisfied. They were fed here and smiling. Their faces were glowing with happiness. However, Hyon stood behind the young dragon and whispered in his ear, "Are you absolutely sure that even you, young dragon, can do this?" He reminded that they are poor. The young dragon understood that nothing in this world is free, but he told Hyun that there is a donation system at Paek Rin Hospital. At this moment, he asked to gather all the children. Each child was given a piece of paper. The Paek Rin Clinic is one of the top 3 in the world, which makes it a lot of money. Many famous people from Murim turned to them for help, and this allowed the hospital to achieve well-deserved success. Money came in so much that they were able to open their own foundation. Hyun couldn't believe what he read on that sheet, that it was the Paek Rin Clinic Foundation. The young dragon explained to him that this contract meant that the children would undertake to do 3 good deeds when they became adults. Some children could not read, so it was decided to read the contract aloud to them. Their brother Hyun read these terms out loud to them, explaining each word. In exchange for the treatment at the coming-of-age clinic, you will have to do 3 good deeds. This will be your payment for the treatment, he said. Now the children understood what they will need to do when they become adults. However, not everyone believed that it could be so simple. The young dragon himself assured them that these are only 3 actions. For example, they can save a dog on the street, and this will already be 1 good deed. He could not know what path the children would choose in the future, but he hoped that these 3 good deeds would keep them on the path of goodness. One kid raised his hand and, saying his name at the top of his voice, promised to do 3 good deeds. Following his example, the other children also raised their hands and began to loudly promise to do 3 good deeds. They waved their hands overhead, shouting their promises. Everyone wanted to show that they are serious about doing these good deeds. The young dragon became a real light for all the residents of Kangho. He gave them hope for a life without pain and suffering. This was the beginning of the Paek Rin Foundation, which expanded its boundaries of aid. Young Dragon has long dreamed of this moment, when he will be able to help children and change their lives for the better. And this fund will also bring hope to people who need help the most. Hyun barely held back tears as he watched the operation begin. His sister was lying on the operating table and multiple brown spots larger than 5 millimeters were visible on her body. Anomalies of the skeletal system, a tumor under the armpit, scoliosis. All this indicated that the disease may be caused by a neurofibroma. Neurofibromatosis type 1 is a common genetic disease. Young Dragon didn't know Hyun's family history, so he couldn't say for sure. But there was a possibility that the disease was inherited. Examining the body, the young dragon noticed that the tumor fortunately did not look malignant. Other doctors hesitated whether the patient would be able to survive the operation, and told the young dragon that she might need a special fixation for her back. Features of the blood vessels around the spine were a problem. The reduction of blood flow was complicated, which could lead to ischemic shock. She is young, but this did not increase her chances of surviving the operation. The young dragon promised to quickly remove the muscles around the spine and asked the others not to worry. It was necessary to work quickly and accurately for the best result. The assistants have prepared enough blood for transfusions in case the need arises. One of the biggest problems was the size of the tumor. In the world of the young dragon in Chin Chung Hee, tumors were reduced by rational methods, but now it was impossible. The main thing was to remove the tumor with the help of instruments without affecting the surrounding nerves. "Are you sure you can handle it?" once again asked the doctor. Opposite young dragon answered that there are other people in Marima who can cope with such a task, but now he relies on it. The technique of the sword that cuts down immortals from the Chegal family was just right for this situation. Neurofibromatosis got the name coffee with milk because of spots similar to coffee beans. Usually spots on the child's body appear on the skin, optic nerves, spinal nerves, cranial nerves, and other places. The young dragon noticed how badly deformed her wounds were. The spine curved in the shape of a fan, and any mistake could lead to paralysis. In addition, there were a lot of nerves around, which only increased the risk. It seems that the divine technique of the heavens and leaves will help, he thought. Preparing for decisive action. Concentrated, he held tweezers in his hands. He carefully removed the pieces from her body. After that, he carefully put them in a vessel that stood nearby. Another doctor was incredibly impressed by what he saw. He was especially impressed by the young dragon's technique. He worked quickly and skillfully without getting on his nerves. The young dragon himself remained extremely attentive to every movement. After some time, he took out the last fragment of the tumor. And finally, he was able to exhale. Because all this time, he was working holding his breath from tension. She has to hold on a little longer and she will be saved. Now the young dragon was trying to fix the spine by completing the operation. Only the words mother sounded in the girl's mind, as if it was the only connection with reality. When she barely opened her eyes, the image of the young dragon remained in her memory. She barely heard his words, "You will be fine, everything will be fine." And then she opened her eyes wide, which now glowed in a completely different way. Life appeared in them. Pain still flooded her body, and she began to moan loudly. "Did you wake up?" The young dragon turned to her with a smile, but coming closer, he asked her not to move because the pain still remained, although now it was weaker than before. That's what she answered, because before the pain was much stronger. He touched her fingers with his hand. He did this to check on her condition. When the young dragon was examining her, she thought about the fact that he had been around all this time, and it seems that his voice was heard in her dreams. He held her hand and asked, "What do you feel?" She smilingly answered me as cold. The young dragon asked her to try wiggling her toes to see if there was a reaction. The girl strained with all her might, trying to fulfill the request, and her toes began to move. The young dragon smiled, seeing no problem, and it brought him relief. Putting his hand to her forehead, he made sure that the temperature was normal. Now it's time to examine her back to assess her condition after surgery. At the same time, other doctors in Hyun were standing under the polyclinic watching the process. The faces of all those present were filled with positive emotions, joy and anticipation of good news. However, only Hyun remained in a state of confusion and tension. The voices of his brothers and sisters surrounding him told him that everything was fine. Like a bolt of lightning, Hyun suddenly jerked forward, pushing himself off the ground and disappearing from the sight of everyone around him. He lost his slippers, but continued to run with all his might to his sister. It was impossible to hold back tears at such a moment, because he was filled with emotions like butterflies in his stomach, and he ran without stopping. And what the doctor told them next almost lifted everyone to the seventh heaven, or even to the 1,000th. The doctor said that now she will be able to walk, but she will have to work hard. She is waiting for easy exercises that must be performed constantly, but she should not be lazy. Her life is no longer in danger, and now she must focus on recovery to live like everyone else. These words from the young dragon sounded to her like the voice of God. It was as if God himself had healed her, and now she could play with her brother. Will she, like everyone else, no longer be chained to the shackles of pain that daily squeezed her back and brought unbearable suffering? Now she will be able to return to the time when she was not sick, when her body was free from torment. Closing her eyes, she could not hold back the tears that began to roll down her cheeks. She could only sincerely thank the doctor for the great work he did for her. "Is it too early to cry?" "You have to wait for your brother," the young dragon told her with a smile. But how not to cry here? Tears streamed down her face, but they were tears of joy, not pain. She was still very young, but she had already experienced so much pain and suffering. A man with such a kind heart as the young dragon could not simply be left without gratitude. And at that moment, her laughter and tears were seen by her brother Hyun, who entered the ward. The young dragon waited impatiently for Hyun to finally come running. "Is it true that my little sister is smiling happily?" Hyun asked as he ran into the ward, his heart overflowing with hope. He immediately rushed to the young dragon, exclaiming that everything had worked out for him, and that it was a real miracle. The young dragon explained that she needed observation, but at the moment, everything was working out for the best. Hyun ran up to his sister, petting her and asking her if she was in pain and if she was okay. Her body was returning to normal, although everyone told Hyun that he should give her peace. But how glad he was that this day didn't turn out to be sad. "There will be many more such happy days," said the young dragon confidently, adding confidence to everyone. Hyun hugged her so tightly that for a moment he forgot that she might be in pain. She reminded him of this with a smile. He immediately apologized to her, but his emotions overwhelmed him so much that it was difficult to contain them. Their feelings barely allowed them to control themselves, and happiness literally radiated from both of them. A smile appeared on their faces by itself without any effort. The young dragon understood that they needed time alone, and decided to leave them together for a while. The young dragon and Hyun went outside to talk alone. The little one was wondering why the young dragon was helping people like them. Although he didn't understand why it was necessary, Hyun just reminded him of a promise he shouldn't forget. He didn't ask Hyun to be completely good, because he knew it was difficult in their world. But still, I asked to try to help those who seem to be in trouble at least 3 times. "I will still kill people," said Hyun, because his life was already destroyed, and he lived with a constant wound inside. It seems that Hyun decided to remain who he was in the novel without changing his fate. Clan leader Hao is a pitiful creature. Will a river of blood spill from his hands again? But the young dragon hoped that this time the river of blood would be smaller. Hyun still promised to try to do at least 3 good deeds. He also asked the young dragon why he continued to help them. The dragon could not answer directly, and said that the answer would have to be sought until the very end of his life. The rain poured continuously on their faces. The young dragon doubted whether he had done the right thing. But maybe he managed to reduce the degree of Hyung's madness a little, and that was already enough. On the bed lay a corset intended for my sister. The young dragon brought it to her, explaining that it would help straighten the spine and that she would have to wear it in the future. The corset was heavy and uncomfortable, but useful, so she would have to try. The young dragon was sure that everything would work out for her. She took the corset in her hands, hoping that it would help her stay healthy as long as possible. He gently patted her on the head and praised her, calling her well done. She felt ready to say if something went wrong. The young dragon hoped that she would stick to the treatment plan and survive the ordeal. They also needed to see a doctor at home regularly, so the young dragon chose the best things for them and asked them to be disciplined. "And how about you?" they asked. To which the young dragon replied that he would rest in the guest house until the next ship arrived. A tear appeared on her face, which she tried to hold back. Her brother reassured her by explaining that a young dragon should also help other people in need. Looking at the corset, she realized that it was really so. She asked if she could become a doctor when she grew up. "Of course, but there will be a lot to learn," the young dragon explained, and she was ready to make an effort. After that, the young dragon said that he hoped that she would become his student in the future. But first she needs to recover. She was supposed to be healthy and strong, and after a while the young dragon and Hwan were already outside. The young dragon explained that he had made an agreement with a guest house where they would be welcomed and well paid. He also added that he no longer wants to cause inconvenience to the clinic, so Hyun will work and live in a guest house. For Hyun, this was incredible news. The young dragon was clearly not going to leave either Hyun or his sister. He believed that he helped only those who were really in trouble. Then he asked Hyun if he knew what kind of hypocritical adults there are. They boost their self-esteem when they give money to the poor, calling it charity. He called this act his form of self-affirmation. "And does it help you too?" Hyun asked curiously. A wide smile appeared on the face of the young dragon, and he added that helping others heals not only the body, but also the soul. Their conversation took place against the background of beautiful mountains and sunset. "Will it really help me too?" Hyun asked. The young dragon wondered if there was a chance to change Hyun even a little, as he had once changed Ha-ryun. But it will definitely not be possible to forcefully change him completely, so he will have to forget about this selfish desire for the time being. A thought flashed in his head. After these thoughts, the young dragon spoke. "One day you will hate this world. You will have to do what you don't want to do, because killing is inevitable in Marima." However, the little one didn't understand. Isn't he already living like this? You just needed to know that even small good deeds help to balance the world. When it will be difficult for him to do good, let him at least pretend to be a hypocrite like real adults do. And this will also help protect himself. This is exactly what the young dragon Hyun explained. He didn't quite understand, but he promised that he would try. The young dragon also protected himself all this time by trying not to kill people and not be like the rest. However, as long as the doctor and the master of martial arts fight with each other in it, it will not be possible to achieve an internal balance. His deep thoughts are interrupted again by Hyun calling him like an old man when he says wise things. And if I need you to find me, where should I go? Asked the little one. But the young dragon was still on his travels, although he usually lived in the Peckrin clinic. He advised him to send a letter there to find out in advance. Maybe he will be redirected to where he will be at that moment. This meant that he could not say anything specific. For now, the young dragon had an important mission. But once Haiyan's sister got better, he asked him to protect her and support each other. Hien had no doubts about it, and although he did not consider himself the best person for them, he was ready to do everything possible. Then he placed his hand on the young dragon's chest and asked him to try to survive his journey. Of course I will try, Chin answered him. They exchanged wide smiles. The young dragon went further, because new adventures awaited him. And Hyun stayed there, ready to start his new life. There was a lot of delicious food on the table, and the sight of it made the eyes widen. The young dragon was admiring the dishes because everything here looked very expensive. Eggs, chicken sprouts, even mushrooms were added to the dish. It looked so appetizing that it was hard to stop drooling. Next to him sat Hwanggu, who was also hungry and impatiently jumping up and down. This time, the young dragon specially ordered food for him. He brought the dish to Hwang, inviting him to eat. He himself began to eat this perfect dish. He brought the spoon to his mouth, slowly enjoying every moment. At that moment, he froze. It seemed that everything around stopped and the world looked different. How can such a taste be real, he thought. Maybe it's all about the local mushrooms. They were fragrant and large. But while eating, someone else approaches his table with a full mouth. He turns and notices them. "Why are you here?" he asked curiously. "The world is tight," they greeted, apologizing for disturbing him during the meal. "I wonder if there are rumors that the young dragon is in Hangzhou. Or were they specifically looking for me?" he thought. They immediately explained that they came to congratulate him when they found out that he was here, and added that they also had their own business. When they mentioned what they knew about his trip to the Zhoushan archipelago, it became clear that they were from the Hao clan. The girl explained that this is not a secret trip. Everyone who is interested in the young dragon knows about her. Kango really has eyes and ears everywhere. However, they had a reason why they wanted to speak with the young dragon. "I understand you. Traveling alone can be dangerous, but you are an important person to Kangho, so be careful," Muwal said. His sister added that the young dragon should help people. She did not understand how you can become a doctor if you are afraid of people. Hwanggu ran up to them, and the young dragon assured them that there was no need to worry because he studied martial arts diligently and would not be alone at all. They had already heard about Hwang. He was famous, but in real life he looked much bigger than what was said about him. The young dragon stroked Hwang and explained that he became like this because he ate magical creatures and herbs from the clinic, so he grew very fast. Since they were already here, he suggested that they have dinner together. And now, a lot of delicious food appeared on the table again. They were delighted with the taste when they tried these dishes. The young dragon watched them eat and couldn't help but notice that these people of Murim really had a great appetite. Then from their conversation it became clear that recently they discovered strange groups, and because of this, they need to be more careful. In the head of the young dragon, guesses immediately appeared about who they could be referring to. He also had one request for them, which he voiced. He said that he recently performed an operation on a girl and her family will now work in this place. "Could you supervise them?" asked the young dragon. This request surprised them, but they listened attentively. The young dragon explained that they were still children, and he was afraid that someone might try to take advantage of them, or take their money. She immediately replied, "Of course we can handle it without any difficulty." They were even happy to help. After all, a young dragon once cured them of syphilis. After he healed her sister, they refused further help because they didn't want to cause any more inconvenience. Therefore, the young dragon decided to watch over them, at least in this way. He understood that he would become the head of the Hao clan in the future, and it seems that this will be enough for now. After dinner, they said goodbye. Tomorrow, the young dragon had to go on a ship, so today, he decided to have a good rest. Oh, it seems they overate this time. The food was so delicious that it was hard to resist. Returning to the room, the young dragon decided to meditate. He tried to find balance in his head before going to sleep. He slowly controlled his breathing, but the shouting outside the door made him stop his meditation. Someone loudly asked if he was asleep, and the young dragon stood up, approaching the door. "What happened?" he asked the man standing behind them. The man said that Manhua had sent an urgent message and asked him to visit her immediately. This surprised the young dragon, and he asked why there was such urgency. The man explained that Hyun, whom the dragon helped recently, got into trouble and needed help. It seems that the elder of the Hao clan was involved in the case, and Haiyan could not deal with him on his own. The dragon asked where to go, and it turned out that this was Haiyan's new home. The dragon immediately asked Huang to take a scent trail, and just in case, I decided to take a sword with me. At the same moment, they rushed towards the danger to provide help. His face showed anxiety and tension. And what did Hyun get himself into this time, thought the dragon. So little time has passed and trouble has already happened to Hyun. At this moment, Hyeon was on his knees succumbing to the elder's taunts. Hyun knew that Kangho was full of such masters as the elder, but he did not understand why he needed a child. The man warned Hyun that it was better to obey because it annoyed him that such a small boy was already showing stubbornness. He warned that if Hyun continued to resist, he would have to cut off his leg to force him to pray on his knees. Hyun's face was covered in bruises, but that didn't stop him. He could still stand and challenge the old man, asking how long he would be scratching his tongue after getting into a fighting stance. The old man only replied that stubbornness is a problem of youth. The appearance of the elder was really scary, and he kept talking about the fact that Hyun will be left without a leg. Then he added the even more terrifying, "You'll have to cut your sister's throat." "Just try the old man. Old age must be respected," Hyeon said. "But because of this, death will come to you first," he exclaimed, annoying the man even more. Hyun's words threw the old man off balance. Without thinking, he rushed at the boy with his fists, and it didn't take a moment for his fist to be right next to Hyun's face. Then followed an even stronger blow. The elder demanded from him not empty words, but real resistance. But it was obvious that there was a significant difference in strength between them. By luck, Hyun managed to stay on his feet even though he continued to try to dodge the blows. But such quick attacks were almost impossible to dodge. In addition, he was confused by this terrible face that radiated rage and hatred. There was a loud crash that shattered the stones underfoot. At this moment, the young dragon rushed to help. He ran as hard as he could, jumping over the roofs. Following Huang, who was running on the scent, the young dragon's heart was full of hope that it was not too late. He prayed to fate that everything would end well. The dragon pushed Huang to run even faster. But the speed was already incredible. How much faster? Meanwhile, in the place where the battle was going on, the elder stuck his fist in the wall. The stone, although it was very strong, cracked from this powerful blow. Hyun miraculously managed to dodge, but he also realized that his opponent is on a completely different level. But Hyun was sure that if he had a little more inner energy, he would win. So he decided to at least try to steal his opponent's face and run away. His question, "Will you give me your face?" caused real hatred in the elder. He did not want to tolerate such words from the little one. He hadn't planned to use demonic techniques before, but Hyun's words made him completely mad. The red energy characteristic of extremely strong fighters began to appear around. Hyun understood that his opponent was using demonic arts, but he didn't lose his passion. He knew that even without energy, he could use the infinite heaven core. And although I understood that it would be painful, the air around began to shimmer with blue colors. It will be painful, but it is a worthy death, he told himself. Meanwhile, his opponent just laughed loudly, offering to see how much longer the little one could last. Without holding back, the older man pushed off the ground and jumped straight at Hyun. His speed was incredible, and Hyun didn't even have time to blink when he was already in front of him. His look said one thing, "I will kill you." At that moment, the young dragon was already on the roof and saw them. He quickly jumped down shouting loudly to the old man to pay attention to him, and he added that he immediately removed his hands from Hyun. More precisely, the young dragon turned to the old, "Get your hands off my patient." His appearance made the old man understand that Hyun had a protector. Hyun was on the verge of exhaustion and did not understand where the young dragon had come from. His enchanting appearance when he pushed off the walls and jumped on the roofs was impressive. Hwanggu also made an equally spectacular appearance. He pushed away from the fragments of boards and the damaged roof. The young dragon stood directly in front of Hyun as if not paying attention to the enemy standing behind him. But then he did turn and look directly at the old man. The old man immediately understood that he was not an ordinary person. In a short dialogue, they understood who they are to each other, and the last words of the young dragon were, "The treatment is not yet complete. Put your hands away." The fact that the doctor confused the old man in front of him, and it seemed to him complete nonsense. The young dragon didn't fully understand what was going on here, but once again told Hyun that he shouldn't get into trouble until the treatment is complete. It was difficult for the little one to understand why the young dragon appeared again to save him. At this moment, the young dragon was assessing his enemy. The enemy was also trying to make a picture of what kind of person was standing in front of him. And in Hyun's head, there was only one thing. How did he find me? He came to the conclusion that it was the mystical dog that led the young dragon to the trail. But why is he trying so hard for me, and how many more times will he save me? Hyun asked himself. The young dragon was able to save Hyun's inner energy from the explosion, and wondered why people in Kangho were so eager to risk their lives. His main task was to remember who this man was in the novel. His skin resembled the bark of a tree, and his movements were stiff as if he himself were a trunk. Scrolling through these thoughts in his head, he finally remembered who was in front of him. Such skin and demonic arts definitely killed Hyun in the novel. Then the young dragon turned to the enemy, noting that his ancient tree demon art was mesmerizing, and asked if he was by any chance an ancient blood tree demon. He smiled and emphasized that the young dragon was not so stupid. This made it clear that in front of him is a mid-level thief, but his martial arts are currently at their peak. With such skills, he could easily defeat the head of a middle clan or the leader of a group, so it became clear why Manhwa and Manhwa did nothing. Suddenly the words rang out. Don't underestimate Kiban's abilities. Considering the fact that he is here alone, he hardly wants to make noise. Judging by the fact that there was a demonic dog with the young dragon, it became clear that in front of him was the one called the young dragon. The demon already knew that the young dragon healed Hyun and was rumored to be a fighter for justice, so he decided to solve this problem by killing him. The ancient Blood Tree clan was different from the Demon Association in sending their request to the Hao clan. You can imagine how difficult it was for them. The young dragon immediately guessed that this was an order from the Yoselji faction. All these guesses allowed the demon to draw a picture of the young dragon, and he wondered who had taught him so. He assumed that his master was Peck and called the dragon a snake that both heals and maims. Seeing this, Hyun noticed how the young dragon got angry when the demon started talking about his master. Now the demon saw his true face. If someone insults the mentor, the young dragon feels as if he or his father is being insulted. If the enemy does not retreat, we will have to fight. The young dragon decided to talk further, noting that Hyun is just a child, and it is strange that such a master challenges him to a duel. He asked the demon whether he thought that he could be laughed at, to which he replied that he had to do so. Listen to my offer. If it is so important to you, I can fight on his behalf, said the young dragon. The demon saw in this something like the dragon becoming his substitute in battle. But the young dragon didn't care what he was called. He made a condition that if he wins, the demon will leave Hyun alone. He asked Hyun to believe in him, even though he was very worried about the young dragon. Hyun was so worried that he jumped in front of the young dragon and shouted for the demon to take him and not touch the young dragon. But the young dragon firmly stood his ground, adding that his words were no match for the reputation of the ancient blood tree demon, and it was much better than fighting a child. Hyun kept asking him to stop. The demon could not understand what was in Hyun that the young dragon was ready to give his life for him. But it seemed to the demon that it would be better to fight with an enemy who has a name. Chin reassured Hyun by asking him to just wait. Hyun still didn't understand why the young dragon was doing this. He realized that he owed him again, so he asked the young dragon not to die. Hyun warned that the demon was very strong, but the young dragon knew it himself. He was confident in his actions, because he knew that his teacher would definitely say that he made the right choice. And so they stood facing each other with raised weapons. They drew their swords from their sheaths. The blade of the young dragon's sword was exposed and revealed in all its glory. This impressed the demon, and he recognized the sword as worthy of what he said. But the young dragon did not react to the demon's compliment. It was an ice sword forged from northern ice iron. The young dragon tossed the scabbard to Huang for him to hold. Huanggu held the scabbard as the sword was about to go into action. The demon began to release his energy and offered to test how strong the young dragon was. A devilish demonic art thought the young dragon as the demon's inner energy seemed extremely powerful. The demon was the first to go on the attack, hinting that it is worth ending the battle before the spectators begin to appear. He offered to finish faster and began to throw a lot of punches. The young dragon braced his sword for each blow. There were too many blows, so it was difficult to counterattack, and so far he only defended himself by placing his sword. Hyun watched the battle with delight, not understanding how the demon got such speed with his massive build. Each of his blows was filled with overwhelming demonic energy. The demon parried all the young dragon's blows with his bare hands. It turned out that his skin was so strong that it could withstand the direct blows of the sword, and the dragon barely began to deliver the first blows. So he really was a devilish demon. Thought the young dragon impressed by his appearance. This fight will definitely not be easy, the young dragon told himself with confidence. A stream of blue energy shot out from the palm of the young dragon, holding the sword, trying to cut through the demon's red energy and make its way to his body. But it was incredibly difficult. Nothing worked. The young dragon began to use his maximum speed. The amazing sword said by the demon. It repels my demonic energy so easily. After that, shadow waves of energy began to cut through the space, and the demon became even more saturated with red energy. At that moment, he spoke. It was in vain that I thought the young dragon was a weakling, and so the two elements of good and evil collided at one moment. The demon's tense fist slammed into the tightly clenched sword in the young dragon's hands. The problem was that the sword was one and the demon had two hands. He stretched his arms to full strength and hit the ground so that the wave threw the young dragon back. The young dragon could barely stay on his feet and not fall. Worried about his brother, Hyun sat next to Huang, but suddenly a smile filled with hope appeared on his face. This is because the released energy of the young dragon made the earth tremble, and he became much stronger. You will not be able to defeat this enemy with normal attacks. It was necessary to end this fight with one precise blow. The young dragon decided to use his true power using the Heaven and Leaf Divine technique. The enemy confirmed his thoughts by saying that he would have to use real force if he did not want to die. An orb of pure power exploded from his chest, and the air froze as he held his sword. Only in this way will he be able to pierce the opponent's skin. An incredible blow began to take effect. The sword was aimed directly at the demon's neck, cutting through the space, and the young dragon was moving in his direction. Great Sword of Destruction. Basic strike, 24 slashes of destruction. He breathed in slowly, and breathed out just as slowly. With each exhalation, he delivered a blow, but the opponent was confident in the strength of his skin. The demon believed that the young dragon would try to end the fight with one powerful blow. But the dragon's movements and his swordsmanship reached a completely different level. In the thoughts of the young dragon was that he managed to leave marks on the demon's skin, but not completely damage it. Only traces of the use of ice energy remained on the skin. If he cannot penetrate the skin protection, he will not be able to deliver a decisive blow. Do not forget that the demon can also attack, and his blow just passed literally millimeters from the young dragon's shoulder. The demon also seemed to be well versed in martial arts. But these refined movements of the young dragon who moved like a cat while holding a sword confused him. His movements were plastic and precise with impeccable technique. But it was impossible to kill this monster with one blow. So you need to accumulate hits and use them together. Such a plan arose in the young dragon's head while Hyun continued to watch. He did not lose hope for his doctor and new brother. Hyun noticed that they were fighting on an equal footing, and that made him happy. But so far, the young dragon has not managed to break through the skin of the demon. However, the ice energy began to accumulate in the hands of the ancient blood tree demon. The Chehal family's mysterious sky step technique was familiar to the demon, and he was amazed at how the young dragon used it. But the demon continued to claim that the young dragon would not succeed. His eyes glowed red. He used the ancient blood tree's demonic magic to use the altering technique, Sealing Demonic Strike. Sparks began to appear around his fist in addition to the blood-like red energy. The young dragon understood that now it was necessary to be extremely careful. One blow from the demon and it will be over. He won't even be able to push back. The demon's fist was clenched so tightly it felt like it was made of stone. At this point, the young dragon decided to play his game. He began to rapidly circulate the internal energy in the power core, and channeled the fire energy through the veins of his entire body. After his body was completely transformed, he must endure. At this point, the sphere was already formed. They are like yin and yang, two completely different elements flew at each other. The energy collected on the young dragon's sword was directed directly into the demon's body, while a clot of no less powerful energy gathered on the demon's fist. The young dragon swiped his sword right through the demon's arm. Shocked by this blow, the demon looked at his hand. With a voice as if he was losing something, he said, "My hand," finally managed to break through his skin. The young dragon managed to wait before attacking until the cold passed through the skin and condensed. The plan worked. It was a simple principle of thermal expansion, but of course the demon didn't understand what it was all about. Filled with confidence after that, the young dragon was ready to fight on. He found himself behind the demon listening to his moan. The demon could not understand what kind of strange martial arts the young dragon was using. His surprise was so obvious that the young dragon himself noticed it and thought that the demon should study science. Hyun froze in anticipation of the young dragon's next move. Suddenly there were loud screams of the demon. The young dragon lunged at him to end the fight and end the damn bastard right here. He was ready to tear it into small pieces with his sword that pierced through the demonic energy. His sword was to pass through the demon's worthless pumped body and leave him with an experience he would never forget. The demon fully tasted the defeat that engulfed him now. And the young dragon, unlike the demon, enjoyed a completely different taste. It was the taste of victory over an enemy who did not know the words honor and dignity. From now on, the demon knew only the word defeat, and with these thoughts, he fell to the ground. The demon asked himself, what kind of nonsense is this? How and when did the young dragon beat him in internal energy? This question will remain unanswered in the demon's mind. Hyun, inspired by what he saw, stroked Hwang and told him, "This is my master." Defeating a demonic energy master of this level and not being seriously injured is unbelievable. In Hyun's eyes, the young dragon was unbeatable. The young dragon did not want to kill his enemy. So he approached him and asked if he would admit his defeat. The demon muttered something incomprehensible, gritting his teeth in anger. "I don't want to fight anymore. Chong Clinic can help you with a new hand, hurry up." Hearing this, the demon realized that he was not just an enemy, but a doctor. The demon got up and said, "Agreement is an agreement." He agreed to go, but warned the young dragon not to forget that this is not the end. Their meeting will definitely take place again. The strange old woman, Bloodshed, intended to hand over the Chong Clinic to the young dragon. She will definitely notice the traces of using the 5-element technique and understand whose business it is on the demon's body. However, the young dragon was interested in only one thing: how she would react to this. Can he survive if he tries to talk to her? At that moment, Hyun and Hwang ran up to the young dragon and asked how he was doing. But at the same moment, his body weakened and he fell to one knee. Coughing, he spat out blood that was darker than usual. Picking it up from the ground, Hyun noticed that the blood was black. This was a sign that the young dragon's internal organs were damaged. Looking at his hand, the young dragon understood that he was trying to pretend that everything was fine, but the enemy was really extremely strong. He asked Hyung to take him to the Baek Rin Clinic branch as soon as possible. Hyun immediately agreed, assuring that he would take him without hesitation. The young dragon's body was rapidly weakening, and he lost consciousness. After some time, he was already in the infirmary. The doctors treated him and asked him how he assessed their professionalism. The young dragon had no complaints against them, because they were able to properly heal and rehabilitate him. They tried to do everything as he taught them, and hoped that he would not become their patient again, because they did not want to go through something like this again. Because of the young dragon, they had to suffer a lot. "Did you not hear that he was so badly injured while protecting the child?" asked one of the doctors, adding that he was thinking of sending a letter to his master. Chin immediately objected, saying that it should not be done. He did not explain the reason, but insisted. "Just no." However, the doctors understood that they were waiting for an explanation. Therefore, Chin added that if the owner saw this letter, he would forget about all the meetings of the Phoenixes and immediately rush here like it was last year. Sitting on the bed, Chin wondered if this time the master would also bring the 10,000-year-old shackles with him. The young owner quickly packed his backpack and was ready to leave. The hostess asked why he was leaving in such a hurry, but the guy was already late. He is sincerely grateful to her for the opportunity to recover, and she is glad that she was able to help. "Guests are waiting for you outside," she added. The boy was shocked because he did not expect any guests. Going outside, he saw people who brought his brother and sister. Among them were Moval and Muva, as well as Hen herself. When Hung came out to the master, he told that he wanted to join Hao's plan. There was no surprise on the face of the young doctor. He was not surprised. He understood everything, because he knew that Muva always supported him. In his thoughts, he already predicted the development of events. He would join the plan and become its leader. For Mu Heng, martial arts mastery is rooted in the techniques of the leaders of the Hao clan. He once met an old man named Shok Tu, harbored suspicions about where the boy was from, but had no complete idea. The doctor understood why the old man wanted to kill the boy. For this, he even hired a tree demon using the secret technique of the Hao clan, which requires a high level of martial skill. In any case, Mu Heng thanked the doctor for his help, because if it wasn't for him, the old man would have forced him to reveal all his secrets and would have ruined his life. Mu Heng promised to be more careful in the future. Now that the branch of the Baek Green Clinic has opened, they will take care of the boys, so you cannot worry. He looked at these girls with deep thought. The young master asked if they were all right because they had worked so hard to pay off their debt to him. The girls decided to remain silent without giving any answer. They knew that together they would be able to send strong mercenaries to kill Mu Heng. But later they would have a chance to become stronger and avoid it. Looking at Mu Heng, the young master saw how stubborn he was and how fast he was becoming an adult. Mu Heng also talked about Yo staying at the clinic branch. She is studying medicine, but due to the lack of workers, she needs to take special care of her health. Everything is going great. Hio was still very young, but her determination was amazing, and everyone believed that she would succeed. Mu-Heng dreamed that he would be able to see her again soon. The young doctor did not dare to tell her that he was going to the Hao clan. She thought that he would work in the Chamber of Commerce. It was a good idea at the clinic. Someone would definitely take care of her. May he always be on the lookout for her. He believed that Mu-Heng should become part of the Hao clan, even though it would not be easy. Mu-Heng understood that he was lucky to get the opportunity to choose which of the factions to join. His sisters also believed that this was the right thing to do, and recently the elders instructed Mu-Heng to make his choice. The doctor understood that the negotiations were successful. All the information was transmitted in one moment, and he was lucky that the clan data came to them at the same time. Hearing this, the doctor suspected something suspicious, and what worried him most was that Muva and Moval could be involved in this. Observing how everything was resolved, he was happy because he did not expect such successful days. The doctor was sure that the boy would be able to adapt, and Mu-Heng only wanted to become successful to thank for everything. The boy turned to the doctor and said that, even though it was defiant, but if he didn't mind, he wanted the doctor to remain his mentor. Hearing these words, the doctor remained silent for a while, not knowing how to react. He did not know what to answer to the boy's question about whether it was possible. In his mind, he remembered the oath in the peach orchard when the brothers swore allegiance to each other with swords, and now he wondered if a separate contract was possible. But looking into the boy's eyes, which literally begged him to make his choice, he began to hesitate. The doctor replied that he already has a sword brother, so he should discuss it with him. Mu-Heng was shocked by such an answer, and did not expect that the doctor already had such an ally. The girls did not even doubt that the doctor was so popular. Hyung didn't want to hurt his feelings and said that he would ask that boy, and if he allowed, he would become his second assistant. It was a difficult situation for the doctor. He had a hard time answering, but he tried to avoid Heng's insistence. The stormy sea rocked the ship. The waves rose higher and higher. The young master was meditating against the background of the sea, immersed in his thoughts. He understood that even though he had not defeated the martial arts master, it was all due to the difference in their styles. If he was a master who preferred technique and speed, he would have lost this fight, and there will be even more such opponents in his life, and this caused concern. He reflected on the fact that although he does not know much, his base is stronger than most others. There was only one question left. What can he do to become even stronger? He understood that elixirs were still available to him. In order to increase your internal energy, if he learns the dual energy martial art and the great Paraja martial art, it will be enough. Looking at the beautiful sunset, he thought. He realized that the spirit of energy martial art allows splitting thoughts into two parts. But it is dangerous. When a martial art works directly with the mental state, there is a risk of going crazy. He remembered a scene from a novel. In it, master of martial and demonic arts, Marima finds and retrieves the remains of the missing master of the Mudon clan. He realized that he should focus on the essence of the technique, taking only what he really needs. Only in this way will he be able to achieve the desired result. The following martial art. Great Paraja makes the body strong, even stronger than the body of an ancient blood demon, without any side effects. But the Shaolin Temple will not teach this technique to a foreigner. To get access to this knowledge, you need to have a good reputation, or make them your debtors. The captain of the ship drew the attention of our hero to the island that was visible ahead. This meant that they would soon reach Joshua. The young owner looked at the huge and beautiful island. He wanted to find the Skyhawk as soon as possible, and only then learn the martial arts of two energies and take elixirs. Putoshan is one of the mountains among the 1,300 islands located in the archipelago. Here is the Puto clan, a sacred place of Buddhism where mountains, seas, and islands intersect. This place is called the largest port, but despite this, there are only a few guest houses. When the young owner arrived here, he immediately felt the atmosphere of the unusual. He needed to find a boat to continue his journey. However, local prices were too high for travelers. They did not want to simply agree to the terms of the young owner. He encountered the first difficulties in the search for this boat. It turned out to be very difficult for him to find a boat among local fishermen. And until they could do it, they had to stay on the island. Nobody even wanted to lend him a boat, because for the locals, the boat was the main way of survival, because everyone here was engaged in fishing. The problem turned out to be bigger than they first thought. Once the dog smelled an unpleasant smell that made him wary. People like monks marched one by one to the place where the young master was standing. They were looking for him, and when they found him, they stood next to him. Master Hearn understood that these were monks, but he could not understand what they were doing here. The monks carefully followed them without lowering their gaze. A strange energy emanated from them, indicating that they belonged to the Puto clan. The monks greeted the young master on behalf of the Puto clan. The Buddhist clan consisted exclusively of women. The young master immediately felt their energy as a powerful clan. One of the nuns immediately turned to the doctor with a question. Judging by the symbol on his bag and the accompanying dog, she recognized him as a young dragon from the Peklin clinic. The boy was amazed by their observation. Even in these remote places they know about him. He confirmed this and shared his guess what he had understood with the nun from the Puto clan in front of him. She confirmed that they were indeed students of the clan and introduced herself to An Hyung, talking about the difficult situation that brought them to him. The young doctor began to guess what the problem might be. He saw seriousness in her eyes. There were rumors that a strange disease had recently begun to spread, because even martial arts do not always protect against common diseases. However, powerful internal energy allows for faster healing. The guy felt that the woman spoke to him telepathically. It is a martial art that uses Chai energy to convey thoughts to a chosen interlocutor. He also possessed this skill, and they began to communicate on a mental level. He confirmed that this is usually the case, but this time the disease behaved very strangely. Therefore, they turned to the young master for help. They believed that the Buddha had blessed them because he appeared at this important moment. Heng thought in his thoughts that there was no mention of such unusual diseases in the novel. He suggested that something could influence changes in the future. Hyun asked the nuns about the symptoms, but they decided to show him everything with their own eyes. They invited him to the Puto clan, and the doctor understood that if it was an infection, it was necessary to act as soon as possible. Although the Skyhawk was important to him, people's lives were in danger, so he decided to help them first. And yet the question remained, would he be able to help them again? They went to the Puto clan, which was far away in the dense mountains. The beautiful building was the center of the Puto clan. The young master once heard that men are not allowed to join this clan. And it turned out to be true. Ordinary men are not allowed. But an exception was made for doctors. After all, the health of the sisters was a priority, so the young master had to be extremely attentive and careful. And Hung noticed that this young man was not at all like other masters of his age. The door opened and a woman entered. She learned that the doctor had arrived and happened to meet him at the port. It was an elderly woman who gladly welcomed the appearance of an important person. The guy wondered who she could be. He introduced himself by name and added that he was from the Peklin clinic. The woman introduced herself as Avi, short for Avich. Avich is the last of the 8 hells in Buddhism, the most terrible of them. The guy understood that this was an unusual name, but why was she called that way? It turned out that the woman left all worldly affairs behind. He remembered her name from the novel, where it said that during the attack on the heavenly demon, she fought him as the best swordswoman of the clan. She couldn't rise to the level of an emperor swordsman due to her lack of 5-star enlightenment. But that was just a guess. Avi asked to examine their patients. The boy went with them to the sick. They went outside and walked straight down the narrow path. Hwanggu asked to go with them, but was not allowed. The young man wore protective equipment, gloves, a mask, and a gown. Approaching the door, he took a deep breath. Going inside, he saw that it looked like an infirmary with many patients. The situation was very serious and urgently needed to be resolved. Walking through the infirmary, he carefully considered the surrounding conditions. Endless sounds of coughing from which it was clear that people have very bad temperature, nausea, and serious conditions. Also, the patients had diarrhea of dehydration and wrinkles on the faces became noticeable due to the loss of moisture. They were so exhausted that it was difficult to even open their eyes. He dipped his fingers in the liquid for analysis. I saw that the diarrhea looked like rice water, which was a bad sign. The monks were amazed that the doctor touched this liquid without showing any disgust. They expected him to treat them with high-mindedness because he was from the Peklin clinic. But he acted like a normal person. Heng looked at the patients and thought that in the modern world he would immediately take their blood and conduct a bacterial test. But in Muram's world, this is impossible. According to the symptoms, it was clear that it was cholera. What is cholera? This is the second most dangerous infectious disease. For modern Korea, it is not fatal, but in third-world countries, it still poses a threat. The first cases of infection occurred in the Ganges River in India. But after the occupation by Britain, cholera spread throughout the world. Few people know about its influence. It took more lives than the bubonic plague. It is an extremely dangerous disease. It still exists even in today's world. Cholera leads to dehydration, and after the incubation period, nausea and diarrhea begin. In the worst cases, patients die within hours of the onset of symptoms. Although martial artists are very strong, 57% of their bodies consist of water, without which they cannot survive. Most likely, the well was infected, said the young owner. In order for people not to become infected further, the well must be closed immediately, because it is likely that the monks are feeling well for now, but symptoms may appear after a few days. When the monks heard this information, they were shocked because they washed their clothes in this water and cooked their food. There was no other main source of water in their Puto plan, and they considered the well clean. The doctor understood that this was a huge problem. He immediately ordered to stop using the well and to isolate everyone who used this water. When asked where the doctor is going, he replied that it is difficult to treat all patients, so he is going to the village for help. When he went outside, he went to his dog Huang because she had an important job waiting for her. The monks hastened to close the well, realizing the seriousness of the situation. They needed to use heat to disinfect. Chun-Hee ordered Huang to find the nearest clean water source. The dog quickly completed the task. Meanwhile, the young master went to the village and found strong women who could help in the Puto clan. Although it was inconvenient for him to ask for alcohol, it was necessary. He used alcohol for disinfection. After boiling clean water, he added salt and a little sugar. It was an attempt at oral rehydration, which is how cholera is treated in third world countries. Soon a man approached him with the news that a new patient, a small child, had appeared in the village. The doctor was stunned because children tolerate cholera much harder. It was necessary to rush to the child immediately. The treatment of all began. The water he had prepared was given to the patients, and the energy of the young master purified the young adepts of the clan through the chakras. He worked without sleep, without leaving his patients, constantly worrying about their health. Once he asked the head of the clan if they could close the temple to the locals and go into quarantine for 1 or 2 years. The head of the clan did not understand why this was necessary, but the doctor warned her that she did not realize how dangerous this disease was. If they immediately release the cured after 10 years, the virus may mutate, and most likely, a large-scale infection will begin again. This is one of the only ways to completely eradicate the disease. It was important to close the temple. However, the closure for such a long period will completely remove their influence, and other families will take their place under the sun. At this moment, the young master realized that the clan would have to make a choice. They could either hide everything and live as before, or close the temple and destroy the disease at the root. It was a difficult choice for them, and they had to think it through. In her youth, Anheng survived a strong typhoon that flooded all the lower parts of the mountain due to the large amount of water. Their island was not small, but so much water and rain made it look like a small piece of land in the middle of the ocean. It seemed that they live in the middle of the sea. Then her sister hugged her and said that it doesn't matter how strong the typhoon is, the island will withstand it. And after some time, it became clear that she was right. Their island was able to survive no matter what. Realizing all the consequences and accepting the doctor's opinion, they made a decision. They decided to impose a quarantine on the advice of the White Dragon. Hearing this from the head nun, the women were shocked. But it was really the right decision. The discipline of their students obviously left much to be desired. So the head of the clan decided to conduct training and take advantage of this situation. The women understood what they were getting into and even saw some benefit in it. The doctor watched them and understood that Buddhist teachings help people feel like an island in the middle of a stormy ocean. Regardless of how strong the waves will be, the island will still stand. He was glad that such a decision was made. When everyone left, one of the nuns drew attention to him. She wanted to ask why he had come to Zhoushan and also wanted to thank him for his help. The young master knew that they saw him through and through, and he had nothing to hide. All residents of Murim have their own desires. The guy openly shared his intentions. He came to find the core of the sacred being that lives here. After the boy told her about his intentions, she invited him to her room in the residence. If she understood correctly, he wants to catch the skyhawk, and it turned out to be true. There was a misunderstanding between them, and the woman's face looked confused. The guy even thought that he had already crossed the line. Asking for help in the murder was too much. The woman closed her eyes, which indicated her disappointment. He realized that he made a mistake by saying this, and it will not be easy to correct the situation. He decided not to inconvenience her anymore. The boy explained that he was only looking for information about the heavenly hawk. He realized how much the people of the village love him. He even heard the story of how a bird caught a child who fell from a cliff and miraculously did not get hurt. The woman looked at him from the other side, changing her mind. The doctor continued to make excuses, explaining that people consider the hawk to be their protector, so he does not plan to kill him. And when he had gone so far, The boy asked her to show him more about the hawk. The woman did not understand what he meant, but it was clear to her that the boy had a good heart, and she decided to help him. She opened a chest, in which there were 3 feathers of the legendary hawk. She suggested that he touch them because these pyrans contain lightning energy. As soon as the boy reached for the feather, he felt an incredible electromagnetic force. The aura of one feather was simply incredible. He tried to protect his hands, using the power of the earth, but still felt the power of lightning. The woman understood that the skyhawk is capable of absorbing lightning during a storm, and this is probably why he lives in an archipelago, where there is always a storm or thunderstorm. Suddenly, a dog outside started barking loudly. The young master understood that Huanggu smelled something and quickly began to react. This dog was unusual and therefore never forgot the smells it encountered before. Now the young owner realized that finding the hawk would not be so difficult. Master Heng decided to confess that he had lied before. In fact, he does not want to get the core and plans to kill the hawk. The woman looked at him and smiled slightly. She felt that he is not such a person as he may seem. But even if this is so, she believes that he has a reason. Everyone has their own goals, so let them go their own way. She almost forgot about one important thing. Pulling out a tablet from her pocket, she handed it to him. It was not a simple object, but a real amulet. Zhoushan's amulet, made of Sisyphus, was proof that he was now connected to their clan, and would receive help anywhere in this land. The young master tried to refuse, claiming that he was not worthy of such an honor. But the woman insisted that he take the amulet, saying that he is really worthy because he saved them. She proudly thanked him for his work. The Zhoushan clan tablet was one of the most important in Hongzhou, and thanks to the transportation of goods by sea, they received great profits. However, the Zhoushan amulet was never mentioned in the novel. He now had ties to the Zhoushan clan. Soon he had only to spend the night in this place, and the next morning to go to the mountains in search of the heavenly hawk. There he discovered a contaminated source. Going down to it with his faithful dog, he began to inspect the place. His task will be complete when he clears the source. This can be done with the energy of the 5 elements. But if the infection was caused by the Blood Clan, he would have to stay in the Zhoushan clan to find the Heavenly Hawk. For now, this is just his guess. He should consider the option of intentional infection. Touching the water with his finger, he felt that it was not just an accidental infection. After that, his dog Huanggu started to get nervous. He heard terrible sounds that scared him. The guy felt uncomfortable, as if he sensed danger. The master also heard these terrible sounds and could not understand what they were. He wondered what could be the source of these terrible sounds. Huanggu led him to a cave where they entered together. Inside, they found a spring in a strange, unusual place. The boy paid attention to the seals that were placed on the walls of the cave. He also noticed a wooden box and did not understand why it was there. There were numerous amulets that seemed to be used for spells. But what was it for? Before acting, he decided to check what was inside the box by directing his energy towards it. Seals began to fly away from the place under the influence of his power. The seals scattered like nothing, and our hero activated his divine power. This force cleared the way by removing evil and giving him some answers. However, despite this, the strange stone continued to have a negative effect. Dark energy could be felt in the air. Something incomprehensible was happening in this place. The air was filled with anxiety. When the box with the seals was opened, he saw that there was a hand inside, and the theory of the young doctor's master was confirmed. He began to act to investigate this hand, and I definitely saw how she moved in the fire. It was a curse at the hands of the Blood Clan. They summoned a Jianshu monster for special purposes. It turned out that the situation went much further than he assumed. From this thought, the boy felt tension. The situation became more and more difficult. He needed to hurry with Huang to the island where the Skyhawk often appeared. After some time, they were already there. The young owner thanked the boatman who brought them. Having taken all his things, he and his dog went ashore. Huanggu immediately smelled the presence of someone important. The young master ordered him to quickly lead them to their goal. They ran into the forest, holding together without losing concentration. If his dog smelled a strange smell, it only meant that they were on the right track. Although if it wasn't for the delay due to Maheon and the Zhoushan clan, such a disaster would not have happened. However, he did not regret it because now they were speeding towards the main goal. Deep in the mountains, they moved through the forest, quickly covering the distance. Kilometer after kilometer, and finally they arrived at the place they were looking for. However, their journey brought them to a halt. The electromagnetic discharge around this place was mesmerizing with its beauty. It was a huge lightning bolt reaching into the sky. The boy thought that the Skyhawk was capable of generating electricity like an electric eel. but its power was much greater. Huanggu looked at the lightning and began to behave cautiously. Sensing danger, the young owner realized that he could finally see the hawk and hoped that it was not too late. And then a creature appeared on the horizon. It was the legendary hawk. Its incredible power was felt even from a distance. The electricity it emitted rose into the sky, creating an incredible sight. This bird turned out to be simply gigantic in its scale. It was so big that it was difficult to imagine its dimensions. Heng didn't think that the skyhawk lived in such a deep canyon. The bird began swinging its powerful claws over the boy, preparing to attack. Flying closer, the young master activated his powers to defend himself. The bird looked quite aggressive, and it was unclear what caused this behavior. Until the moment when Huanggu started barking hysterically. Strangers appeared on the horizon, and it was they who caused alarm in the dog. The foreigners were attacked by a bird, and it became clear that they had taken something from him. One of them shouted that if the skyhawk does not want to see the death of his children, then let him surrender. He demonstratively raised one of the baby birds in his hands. It was painful for the hawk to see what was being done to his babies. But the man shouted that any actions of the bird would be useless. The young master understood that these people belonged to the blood clan. It is obvious that they have captured his children and are using them as hostages. One of the foreigners, angry with the hawk, even fainted after being struck by lightning. From the main one of them, from which smoke came out, it was clear that he was their leader. His other subordinates kept the chicks in captivity, and it was clear that they were very dangerous. Then our hero turned to Huang, ordering him to listen carefully. Huang was supposed to bite whoever was holding the chick, and the boy himself decided to become a leader. Although this plan was dangerous, they had to carry it out. The skyhawk furiously attacked the scoundrels with his lightning bolts. His lightning strikes were so strong that the stones under his feet shuddered and crumbled. The warriors saw that this mighty bird was seriously attacking them. The head of this team, noticing the vulnerability of the hawk, extended his hand to him. He jumped into the air trying to catch the huge bird. He was sure that lightning would not harm him. Seeing such resistance made the hawk even nervous. But at that moment, hope appeared on the horizon. Huang's dog attacked from the side trying to bite the scoundrel. And when she opened her mouth and reached for the warrior's leg, he felt incredible pain in his joint. Out of pain, he threw the little bird from his hands, letting it go. Suddenly the dog latched onto his leg, disrupting their plan. The head of the team looked at the dog in surprise, not understanding where it came from. But there was an even bigger problem. Hawk began to run away. They couldn't even keep a single chick. He tried with all his might to catch up with the bird. He was aware that this was a great danger, but suddenly another obstacle appeared before his eyes. It was a young master who held his sword in his hands full of determination and looked straight at the enemy. His gaze even darkened the enemy's eyes as he felt the power radiating from the boy. The warrior understood that this battle would become legendary. He stopped the young master's blow with his hand, showing his strength. But the powerful electromagnetic discharge from the skyhawk suddenly stopped everyone. The hawk infused the young master's strike with incredible lightning power. This blow pierced the warrior's body and his sword, and the boy could not understand what exactly happened, whether it was his own internal energy or something else. Like lightning, a falcon's strike is directed into the epicenter of the battle. It pierces the young master, and the young man's sword begins to emit an incredible aura. The rival looks with fear at the cold look of the young master. The powerful energy of the impact throws both of them back several meters. An even stronger energy from the falcon suddenly appears from above, catching everyone by surprise. Hyun shouted at the falcon, why did it hit him so hard since they are on the same side? But suddenly, Hung felt that the moment had come to use the 5 elements to subdue the heavenly falcon. The falcon flies rapidly to its main goal. His mission is to retrieve his child and protect him from danger. But suddenly a dog appears and rushes towards the young falcon. All this time, like a faithful guardian, the dog protected the young falcon. The opponent of the young gentleman heard that he intends to tame the falcon, but it is not so easy. Who is he anyway? Hen understood that if he confessed that he had come to destroy the Blood Clan, he would be in mortal danger. His enemy will call the best masters to kill him, and our hero is still too weak to deal with them. Then this fellow shouted, "This is a sacred animal. Why did you come for her? We were the first to find this falcon, so back off." In his thoughts, the young master decided to cover himself with the fact that he only wanted to hunt this beast. He replies to the opponent that he has permission from the Zhoushan clan to meet this creature, and his enemy acts without any permission. The warrior hated the young master even more, not understanding what he was talking about. His energy began to leave his body with a red aura. He promised the young man that he would leave this world, and the elder of his clan would be happy to receive such a beautiful skull. Hen realized that the Blood Clan had actually sent the Lightning Master to capture the Sky Falcon, and their plan was not to leave him alive. At this moment, the opponent begins an attack on the young master full of determination. He wants to test how long the young master can endure in battle, and whether he can withstand his strength. Swinging his sword, the young master prepares to meet the devastating blows of the enemy. He feels the furious resistance and fury of the enemy's attacks, but continues to fight to protect the heavenly falcon. One day his sword pierces the enemy's dark aura. It can be seen that the opponent uses lightning using a demonic art. His strength and speed grow to incredible heights. This opponent is even stronger than the demonic creature of the ancient blood tree. One day the young master was distracted for a moment, and the enemy directed an incredibly strong blow at him, forming energy in his hand. He warns the young man that now it will be extremely difficult for him to repel this attack. Hyun sees that the opponent's lightning has become even bigger than the Sky Falcon's. Everyone watching the fight focused their attention on this and began to worry about Hen. The young master is faced with an incredibly powerful, explosive blow aimed directly at him. He understands that he can use gold and the technique of the 5 elements, and warns the enemy that he does not even know the principles of the lightning rod. Repulsed by this incredible blow, the boy makes a lightning maneuver with his sword. He takes the entire impact of lightning on himself, directing it directly into his sword, which instantly begins to heat up. Hyung looks his opponent straight in the eye, who was amazed at the effectiveness of the countermeasures from this scoundrel. The young master's sword shone with plasma light at the epicenter of the impact. It could be seen how he absorbed all the demonic lightning energy, and even continued to drink it greedily, as if he were thirsty. The opponent started shouting how Heng could spoil his lightning. "But will he have enough time to move?" asks the young master, and delivers a crushing blow. Unbelievably, the opponent notices the attack and begins to be filled with demonic energy again. He doesn't care if the lightning completely envelops his body. He still intends to use the gold for protection. The young master strikes the opponent with such a strong blow that even the ground trembles under his feet. His hand hitting the red aura warrior's body felt a powerful golden force. The opponent coughs from the blow, losing control over his energy. The opponent flies away, feeling the incredible power of the young master. His power was so powerful that the opponent was forced to use his legs to break and stop himself from being hit. Looking around in surprise, he realizes that his attack was repelled. "What is this scoundrel even doing?" he thought, shocked by the force of the young master's fist. What is the technique of the 5 elements? Where did he get it from? The enemy could not understand this. There is also a dog next to him that does not look human at all. Then he realized this. A student of the Peklin Clinic, a young dragon. Our hero was amazed that the enemy had guessed, and now he will face big problems. The enemy's power began to explode, filling the air with heat. Hate filled his heart. How dare this young man interfere in their clan's affairs? Does he think that the technique of the 5 elements is capable of repelling his lightning? He is not going to tolerate these insolent actions, and the boy listens carefully to his threatening words. "I will kill you with my hands full of demonic energy!" he shouts, filled with rage. Standing opposite each other, a strong tension arose between them, as if the air became heavy with energy. Hen understood that one of the bosses of the Blood Clan was standing in front of him, and this was not a simple opponent. His enemy uses the sacred technique of thunder, full of incredible power. This is the true master of thunder rolls. The young master in his head is already starting to build a strategy for how to defeat the enemy, clenching swords in his hands. He carefully looks at the opponent and understands that his internal energy has the attribute of electricity. This means that his power is like lightning that flies out of his hands, and they begin to oppose each other in a fierce battle dance. The young master understood that in front of him was an enemy whose body was covered with lightning, as if he were a living Tesla coil. The opponent shouts that if Hen's sword is made of ice, it means that he got it from the Silver Sea Ice Palace sent to Peklin Clinic. Heng replied that his mentor just really loves his students and cares about them. The opponent understands that the technique of the 5 elements and the ice sword is a serious threat, and decides to lay out all his trump cards in this battle. In front of the eyes of the young gentleman, an incredible force appears, directed directly at him. A huge punch moves towards him, flying straight into his face with devastating speed. After this blow, it begins to seem that the chaos gradually subsides, as if a brief pause in the battle is approaching. To save himself, Hen retreats to a safe distance, trying to get away from the opponent. The opponent's blow was too close, and now he uses lightning to strengthen his body and make it stronger. In addition, lightning can paralyze the young master, and now that the stage of attack and defense has been passed, the situation will become even more difficult. The opponent fills his fist with energy and turns to the boy who decided to use the 5-element technique. Although he can block lightning, the difference in strength between them is huge. "This is exactly what the power speaks for me! You may have tried, but you will not be able to avoid death," says the opponent. In his mind, Hung understands that one of the advantages of the 5-element technique is the ability to restore internal energy during battle. However, the Master of Thunder Rolls consumes a large amount of energy, and dragging out the fight will give him an advantage. The opponent notices that Hang is thinking about something important. But these thoughts do not make any sense because it is time for you to die, he decides. The Master of the Thunder Rolls rushes forward like demonic lightning and attacks the young master without pity. He sees only one goal in front of him, and the young master understands that it is time to use the divine technique of sky and leaves. He is ready for the fact that the enemy is about to strengthen even more. The opponent's dark lightning rips through the air, spreading throughout the cave like an unstoppable storm. His demonic eyes glow with peak power, and now it is impossible to avoid his incredibly powerful attacks. They filled the entire battle space. The boy, having faced his opponent, realizes that he is a real madman who will stop at nothing. The power of his blows is so great that it seemed that he would not be able to stay on his feet after such an onslaught. The attacks of the young master do not bring results because the opponent resorts to incredible tricks. He converts his own blood into energy, turning it into strength. This is one of the Blood Clan's dark blood explosion techniques. The opponent understands that the actions of the young master surprise him because he was able to block his chain of attacks. But the opponent cannot answer, wondering how the young man wields the sword so masterfully. A huge number of punches on the sword symbolizes that the demonic scoundrel still has the upper hand. The young master patiently waits for the perfect moment to deliver the decisive blow, and when he feels that this moment has come, he attacks the opponent with a sword that flashes like divine lightning with a powerful flash of light. Such opposition was a surprise for the opponent, for which he was not prepared. It was an extremely serious attack that caused great damage to the opponent. Now they fight with new passion, and the young hostess should be very careful. The doctor's massive strike and Taya's shining sword are directed towards the opponent, who sneers that this attack will be in vain. But in contact with the hands and feet of the enemy, the technique gives a positive result, and the enemy receives a devastating blow. Even the dog began to worry about the young master, impressed by his strength. The adversary understands that the Peklin Clinic managed to raise a real dragon, but his eyes flash with red demonic fire, and he warns the boy that he will not let him go alive, no matter what. The demonic power began to drain from the boy as he thwarted the enemy's great plan. He decided to kill him right now without delaying for a moment. Demonic energy began to fill his body, and every cell was burning red like fire with the power of the demonic sect. He summons a huge bolt of lightning to gain even more power, like a real demon in the flesh. He emerges with a new, powerful aura. The young master understands that in front of him is an army of 10,000, one of the highest techniques of the Blood Clan, which he read about in the secret records of the self-destruction technique of the Blood Clan. His opponent turned into something like a demon. His body changed, and now he became a real monster who rejoiced in the suffering of his opponent. Laughing, the demon warned that no more tricks would help and began to accumulate incredible power in his hands. The force was so massive that everyone who watched the battle was amazed by its power. The young master understood that if he did not avoid this blow, he would die. There was no chance to escape, so the only thing left was to use it. Method of building chi energy from the Chehal family and quickly draw symbols on the ground during battle. By using this technique on the ground, his incredible golden energy began to fill the battlefield with its power. In the background of his technique, the demon yelled, "Die, young dragon!" Heng only had hope that he would be able to resist. Looking at the demon that mercilessly rushed at him, the young man understood that he saw in him just another victim. The demon rushed at him with a smile, but the boy miraculously dodged the fatal blow, barely heaving a sigh of relief when he was able to avoid this terrible technique. He drives the demon right into the energy circle that activates the Cheal family's lightning power and reveals its true power. The equipment began to emit incredible circles of golden energy that belonged to the hidden equipment of the Chigal family. It seemed that everything was successful and the enemy was trapped. All that remained was to take control of the situation and consolidate the victory. Energy began to envelop the young master's dagger, and all he had to do was withstand the enemy's attack. The opponent, full of incredible power, rushed at him to destroy him once and for all. The power of this hated enemy that faced the young master was simply incredible. It was his first real test. They whirled in a fierce battle dance. Two extraordinary forces collided with each other with devastating power. For a moment, everything froze, as if the world froze in anticipation. Their energies began to fight with each other, clashing and opposing each other. Huanggu felt an incredible demonic power emanating from his opponent and tried to stay away. He saw how his mistress managed to repel a blow, but the demonic creature dodged his sword and almost grabbed him. The boy felt the incredible inner strength of the opponent, which seized the sword. If one of them surrenders now, he will definitely lose to the young mistress. One must hold the sword. Otherwise, death will come before he has time to make a decisive move. And then something incredible happened. His sword burst with a golden glow. The boy's impressive strength confused his opponent and made him tremble. His cold weapon began to melt the demonic enemy. And the young master felt the force of this devastating counterattack. The young master tried to bring the case to the end without stopping halfway. And at one point, his power began to surpass even that of a demon. Everything exploded with the blue aura of the Chehal family, which extinguished the demonic energy of the opponent. The blast wave threw everyone in different directions. Chaos filled the cave. Stones began to fall, destroying its walls and ceiling. Hagen tried to escape from this incredible energy and the chaos it created, but he was stoned and trapped. The falcon and its chick found a way to escape, flying away from this evil place, away from these crazy people who were hunting him. After a few minutes, the chaos began to subside and the dust settled to the ground. The doctor was sitting on one of the stones, holding his sword, breathing heavily from fatigue. Blood flowed from his mouth due to the tension and force of the blow, and he almost died, not expecting to start melting from the pressure. He thought that his opponent had died, but he saw a silhouette in the fog that was beginning to settle. Squinting his eyes, he could not believe what he saw. His opponent was still alive, but his lightning had weakened and was almost extinguished. The opponent began to shout at the young master, asking what he had done with his power. Heng, breathing heavily from exhaustion, greedily swallowed air, trying to regain consciousness. The doctor explained that he had sealed his energy in a lightning-suppressing circle. The opponent could not understand how this technique was able to seal his powerful lightning. And then the opponent looked around and saw the seal of the Chehal family. He realized that he was inside this circle, and his magic was reduced by more than half, and continues to weaken. The doctor approached him and ordered him to stop using the bloody arts, offering to surrender in order to save his life. The demonic scoundrel recognized the strength of the young master, realizing that the great dragon who thought everything through, even though he made some mistakes. But he warned Hen not to think he could defeat the entire blood clan, and at that moment, his eyes filled with blood. His body began to self-destruct, exploding like an overripe fruit. He planned all this from the very beginning. Smiling, he stopped seeing laughing and coughing up blood. Before his death, he promised that the blood clan would definitely take revenge and kill the young master. The doctor watched as his opponent took his own life, having destroyed himself so miserably that he was already lying dead on the ground. The doctor felt that his ice sword changed, acquiring new properties. Looking at his opponent, he hoped that he would choose a different path in his next life. Having recovered from this brutal battle, he began to look for the dog. When he saw her, he understood that everything was fine with her. The dog was scared, but now everything is fine. However, immersed in the battle, they lost sight of the falcon, and its chicks disappeared. Raising his head, Heng saw a falcon flying over him, holding something in its beak. The incredible power of the falcon could be felt from afar, and Heng seemed to begin to feel a connection with it. The falcon flew past him and telepathically thanked the people of Murim and the big dog for their help. Thanks to Hen's help, the falcon managed to save its chick. The falcon drops something in its beak and conveys the message, "Eat this man." This thing falls right into the young doctor's hand. The question before him is to eat it or not. Even the dog that has always been around does not understand what it is. The doctor himself also cannot determine the nature of this subject. In appearance, it was an ordinary mushroom. Nothing special stood out. However, it occurred to him that what if this is the same legendary mushroom of the Earth of Lightning? After night fell, only the rustling of leaves and a soft wind filled the silence. The young master understood that he needed to find a place to rest and recover his strength after the exhausting battle. The doctor guessed that it could be the mushroom of the Earth of Lightning, a legendary plant that grows only where the energies of heaven and earth meet and coexist for thousands of years. However, he wasn't sure if it was a real mushroom because there were only legends about it, and he looked at it with cautious disbelief. He understood that he was given such an important thing, and it meant not only respect, but also willingness to cooperate both from the people of Murim and from the animals. The boy decided to accept this gift without destroying it. And for this, he received a reward. Energy began to fill every cell of his body. He could feel the energies of heaven and earth flowing through his body, giving him strength. Thanks to thousands of years of influence, if you combine the energy of heaven and earth and direct them, his body will recover much faster. His body began to absorb the divine energy that gradually filled him. Meanwhile, his faithful dog slept by the fire, not even noticing what was happening. Throughout the night, the boy was filled with incredible energy, feeling the power of every cell in his body. Unbelievably, thanks to this herbal gift, he restored his body and organism in just one time, creating the perfect internal energy that he would normally develop for another 10 years. Now he could choose a particle of this energy and make it his permanent power. The young master was delighted and amazed that his healing was so perfect. Even his dog was happy and looked at him with gratitude and joy. After this incident, Hung and Huanggu decided to return to Hangzhou. The ship was sailing on waves that beat against the side with force. The young doctor held onto the railing of the ship, watching the island disappear over the horizon. And suddenly he noticed a silhouette in the distance. It was a falcon that swiftly flew after him. But why did he appear here? He assumed that perhaps the falcon had come to say goodbye to him. The bird began to communicate with him using telepathy, explaining that the dog told how they were constantly enjoying something delicious together with the young doctor, and that she was tired of constantly changing her place of residence because of the Murim people. The falcon flew closer and said that he was ready to give thanks if the doctor continued to feed him. At first, the boy did not understand what was being said, but then he realized that the falcon was hinting that they, together with his children, wanted to fly with him. The young doctor was amazed because the falcon had brought its chicks with it. They circled around the young master as if they had decided to join him. The dog was delighted to meet the heavenly falcons. The young master was stunned when he saw that 3 heavenly falcons were flying behind him. He definitely did not expect such a turn. Even if he asked them to get away, they surely wouldn't obey. It was noticeable how these little falcons were reaching for Huang as if they found a friend in him. One could only wonder what the dog had told the heavenly falcons, and now their ship had turned into a feeding trough for sacred beings. We are moving to the branch of the White Dragon Clinic in Hangzhou. People were shocked when they saw the same legendary sky falcon in the sky. Rumors spread throughout Chusungundo that the young dragon had won the trust of the sky falcon. But instead of killing him, as was customary, he let him go. And because of this, the falcon with children decided to fly after him. Such rumors circulated among the people. The young doctor himself could not believe that all this happened because he could not have assumed such a development of events. Rumors about this incident spread throughout Murim, making it famous. The young master decided to give names to these birds. One of them emanated blue energy. He named the sky falcon Nuejin and his children Chongjin and Nanman. The sky falcon agreed with these names and asked his children, to which they all happily agreed as well. When they entered the clinic, people greeted them with joy, greeting the young owner and hoping that he was all right. The owner of the clinic sent a letter. It was a reply to the young doctor's letter. However, the young hostess did not like the expression on the doctor's face. He suspected that something was wrong, feeling anxious. Despite this, they said goodbye, wishing each other a good day and a quick rest. Walking through the streets, the boy decided to inform the clinic that now the Sky Falcon is part of the White Dragon Medical Facility. And from there, send a message to Keban and the Hao clan to spread the word. Many new messages have been received during this time. When the young doctor saw the number of messages received, he was amazed. When asked why there are so many of them and why they are all from Yangbon, the girl answered that these are letters from the families of Samun Nam Gun Mudan, and also from the association of Chongpao and the Tang family. However, they could not be sent just like that. Something obviously happened. The woman explained that the Peklin Infirmary had made an inquiry about the condition of their chief student. He was informed about the victims in the Yangbon branch, and because of this, he was given this letter because everyone was worried about him. Opening the letter, he wanted to know what happened. The woman added that according to her information, the heir of the Sacheon Tang clan appeared in the Yangbon Infirmary, and because of the special poison, it was very difficult to treat the injured. Now he understood the situation completely. Baekrin Sung cares about the safety of his students and followers and will not rest until he is sure that everyone is safe, even if it concerns the Yangbon branch. For him, the most important thing is to protect his people. The girl continued to report that the Tang family, which was in Yangbon, was known for its masterful swordsmanship and ruthlessness, for which she was even nicknamed the Blood Queen. Then the young doctor remembered what the title Queen of Blood meant. It was the head of the Tang clan. She has a chance to win, and very soon the final battle will take place where the result will be known. If she wins, it will be the first victory for their family in over 100 years. Now the history of the Tang family is being written before Muram's eyes, and thanks to her power there is a chance that she will be able to clear her name. But now was not the time for thinking. It was necessary to deliver the letter to the mentor as soon as possible to inform that the young doctor was safe. By candlelight in the library, the young master tried to describe the complicated reason why the Sky Falcon was now with him. He decided that it was better not to mention the Blood Clan in his reply to the letter. Even the fisherman with whom he arrived yesterday does not know about it. So if he does not tell himself, no one will know this news. All that remained was to describe the fight with the demon of the ancient blood tree. It had to be done in general terms by reducing other details. However, even so, the letter turned out to be quite large, about 30 pages. Finally, all matters were settled, and he could relax a little. The young doctor was still worried about his mentor, and because of this, he did not sleep well at night. Even compared to the warm and cozy infirmary, Peklin Kanfo turned out to be a very cold place. He also needed to describe how after consuming the elixir, his internal energy had increased significantly. At the end of the letter, he decided to conclude with words of admiration for his mentor as a person who treats patients despite fear for his students, having put the last point on the paper. The young master understood that this would be enough. A little embarrassed, Heng hoped that the mentor would not think that he was stingy with words. Among these beautiful mountains, the young master never stopped cultivating his strength. The 5 elements were a challenge for him. Only gold was missing, but this did not prevent him from restoring harmony if he made an effort. He thought that controlling the elements becomes more difficult when there is too much internal energy. But this was not quite the case. Over the years, he had studied martial arts and was now seeing the results of his efforts. And now, having reached a certain peak, he felt how his abilities were growing. Now he needs to master the dual element technique and then go in search of the second sacred beast. Soon a lady rushes to him who really wanted to see the doctor. Hyung was also happy to see her. She looked healthy and reported that the doctors were taking good care of her. The doctor looked at her and understood that she became a completely different girl when her condition improved. He noticed that she started reading basic books, and this meant that she took up her studies seriously. However, she explained this by the fact that she simply likes pictures. Then the doctor offered to show her his books, and she could not refuse. He stroked her head, calling her well done. The doctor decided that he would continue on his own path and did not even think about the children. But maybe this is how the parents feel. He hoped that she would grow up happy and healthy. Soon the young owner leaves this place saying goodbye to the people around him. The deputies and the girl showed him their respect by giving him a sign of respect. He saw them off with a warm smile and asked Huang if he rested well. No doubt Huanggu is well rested, and they are off on a new journey. Their next destination is the Valley of Fire. The same valley from which it is impossible to return with its narrow paths and sharp rocks, resembling an axe blade. Passing through these complex rocks, the doctor could not understand where the valley itself was. The Mudan family elder's journal mentions the dual element technique and indicates where it can be found, but even the members of this family could not find her. However, the doctor had a completely different situation. Huanggu could determine the location by the smell of skeletons hiding among the mountains, and his falcons could see the exact location of their target from a height of flight. He fed his faithful birds and they went on. He knew that they would like it, and the falcons quickly found the right place, circling above him. When the doctor turned his attention there, his pupils widened in surprise. He lit a bright beam of light in his hands and began to move forward. The falcons illuminated his path with their electromagnetic fields, no worse than a lamp. Sunlight was coming straight from the cave, and at last his faithful Huanggu smelled that they had found the same place. The doctor noted that it was the power of the meat delicacies that attracted the falcons and helped them quickly find the right path. When they entered the cave, they saw a silhouette. Perhaps it was an old monk, but he had not moved for a long time. It was obvious that no one had visited it for years. The monk sat in the lotus position, and only a skeleton remained. The young doctor correctly guessed that it was a hermit who had lived here for a long time. Coming closer, He decided to pay his respects and carefully observe the remains of the old monk. Huanggu looked at the silhouette and wondered about the remaining bones. The young master noticed that some magazines were lying near the monk. After reading them, he found many interesting things. In the records, the monk requested that his remains be cremated and handed over to the Mudan family. He sat here all this time, hoping to return home at least in this way. The young doctor, although he became his last guest, decided to fulfill this request. He will do everything possible to make the Mudan family remember this monk and honor his memory. Smoke rose over the valley, enveloping everything around with a thin veil. The doctor fulfilled the monk's request as stated in his will. He wished that the monk had a good rest in the next world. Bowing to him as a sign of respect, he gathered together with his friends, lost in thought. Even the dog seems to have sensed a touch of sentimentality in this situation. He told the dog not to run around, but rather to look carefully at everything. The young master took the urn with ashes that he had prepared for the monk, and noticed under the text, covered by some object, another inscription that he had not seen before. He needed to fill in certain points. Before he can get the jewel element technique, it was cleverly done, and he wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't looked more closely. The monk wanted this technique to pass into the hands of a careful person, which pays attention to the smallest details. In this place, in reality, there was no one who could interfere with the young hostess. If he falls into a trance, there will be no need to worry because this place was suitable for meditation. He decided to learn this technique right here, and his dog will go around the area watching over him. And if he gets hungry, let him go hunting. The sun was setting behind the huge mountains, gradually hiding its rays. In the dark cave, the young master began to meditate, focusing on his inner energy. This technique involved the use of two elements, but not separately, but in harmony. Yin and yang must be in harmony with each other as if inside a small universe where harmony creates a balance between heaven and earth. The technique of the 5 elements of the Chehal family interprets the world through fire, water, earth, wood, and metal. The technique of 2 elements is based on yin and yang, which support the harmony of light and heavy, light and dark, cold and hot. When meeting, cold and heat lose themselves, and these are 2 different stories, none of which are incorrect. The ability to express this harmony through the technique of the 5 elements opens up new horizons. The answers to this can be found in the records of the late monk, and at that moment, feeling incredible power, the boy received answers to all his questions. To keep these answers, he needed to delve into the web of his thoughts. He returned to those moments when he experienced the strongest emotions, until those moments when he did incredible things that affected his life. He did not regret his path. His hands, although not stained with blood, took life in order to guide him to the right path. He helped his patients to do the right thing, and thus he was on the right path to his true self. His life did not contain internal contradictions, so the spirit of the demon could not penetrate into his soul. He was never lazy and always tried to achieve his goals. He never hesitated and always made firm decisions. He was proud of his life and always followed the right path. The main thing he did was not to stop, and the spirit of self-discovery now came to him. He immersed himself in a sea of chi energy, and at that moment, demonic energy also began to enter him. He realized that it was the technique of double consciousness, the basis of the technique of 2 elements. It was as if he looked at himself in the mirror and saw his own reflection, as if he was standing in front of himself, feeling the bliss of having finally found an answer. After many years of cultivation, he could not believe that he had finally reached this moment, and the leaf he held in his hands began to turn into ashes and dissipate into the air when the young master fully understood its meaning. The energy of the fire ignited a spark of life in him, giving him new strength. Thanks to the falcon, he easily found dry firewood. They decided to stay here for the night and rest. Today, the young master realized new knowledge that gave him 10 years of inner strength. Due to the dual consciousness technique, he could use 2 thoughts at the same time and master 2 martial arts. Of course, this threatened him with mental illness, but if he overcomes this barrier, a new world will open before him. By combining the technique of 5 and 2 elements, it will be much easier for him to defeat opponents such as the ancient blood demon or the master of thunder rolls. And operations will also become easier. He will be able to examine the patient from 2 sides at the same time, and the operation time will be halved. This was a huge advantage, as he would now be able to safely treat diseases that were previously limited to the time of the novel. It felt like he was in a dream where the possibilities were endless. But suddenly he remembered that he had forgotten to take his medicine, so he decided to eat it raw and go to sleep to regain his strength. 2 days later, being in the village, the young master finally reached the stormy city. He and Huanggu finally reached their destination. The young master had a specific goal. He felt the presence of the spirit of the dark centipede and its energy here. Approaching one of the merchants, the young man bought a piece of the skin of the spirit of the dark centipede. Without further ado, he gave the merchant the money. When asked why he needs this item and whether he really plans to catch the monster, the young master categorically answered that this is exactly what he was going to do. The merchant warned him not to ask too much because it could be a dangerous idea. This monster could eat him as it had already destroyed many Murim people, so it is almost imperceptible, as if a ghost was added by a merchant. However, the young master calmly showed that he has falcons that can inspect everything around, and that's why he's not afraid of a typical monster. Despite all the difficulties, he was sure that he would be able to find it thanks to his loyal followers. They are a great team, and together they will succeed. He gave the dog a piece of skin and ordered it to look for a place where the monster might be. Meanwhile, falcons flew over the mountains looking for traces of the dark creature. Soon they found the place where the monster was probably located. But it turned out that this is not just a place to stay. There's a whole nest here. The nest was littered with an incredible number of skeletons. One could only ask oneself how many people died here. Heng decided to use 2 swords at once. Since he now possessed the technique of 2 elements, he felt much more confident and did not even believe in his own strength. Walking along the skeletons, he heard how some bones began to make a cracking sound. The young master looked back at Huang and told him that this place was very dangerous. He advised the dog to move away and stay away. But at the moment when Huanggu closed his eyes, a shadow fell on him. The doctor understood that something was not clean here. Raising his head up, he saw a huge monster. His silhouette was incredible, and his fangs were huge. The guy was so impressed that he almost went into shock. The monster looked at his dog as if it were a victim. Hyun just managed to shout for Huanggu to start running away because the monster hit the ground, creating incredible chaos. The monster tried to reach the dog, which was thrown aside with a blow. The young doctor carefully looked at the opponent who stood before him. From the scale of this monster, it was clear that the battle would not be easy. In addition, this ugly creature was incredibly fast. Using his new technique, Hung felt like testing his strength and having fun in this fight. The millipede began to manipulate the cave, trying to surround him from all sides and hit him with his tail. The boy focused all his strength on the sword, trying to combine lightning and fire into one powerful strike. He only had to strike a decisive blow. The most important thing is to remove the skin from the monster, which served as a protective shield. Only the strongest will win in this confrontation. The doctor understood that one powerful blow would be enough for him if it was accurate. Soon after, he performed an incredible combo aimed at this creature. Black blood began to pour out of the centipede as the blow hit its target. The scale of this blow was simply stunning. No matter what blows the monster threw, the young master blocked them and suppressed them with his aura. Looking back, he saw that the monster fell. Everything was done faster than he expected. After several attempts, he managed to inflict significant damage on the enemy. The incredible power of his blow exceeded all expectations. All that remained was to pierce the skin of the ancient blood tree demon to end the battle. And at the moment when the monster tried to escape, it could not hide and fell, destroying everything around it. It lay in front of the young master, who could not believe that this whole being really died. It turned out to be much easier than he heard in the rumors, or he himself became too strong. He didn't even expect such an incredible level of strength from himself. Shortly after the battle in the cave, he went outside. Everything was fine, everyone remained alive, and today they will be able to cook their favorite dish for dinner. But first, he will have to try to clean up everything after the battle. But the main thing is to find the core. Soon night came and he finished his work. The dark centipede spirit core lay in front of him. It was much smaller than he expected, but that didn't mean it contained little power. Inside was something similar to a poison that could turn out to be dangerous. The young master's animals were amazed at the amount of food they found after the battle. He noticed that they began to consume meat in large quantities. Is centipede meat really that tasty? Or maybe it seems like an incredible delicacy for animals. Now it remained only for the young owner to taste the core of the centipede himself. He ordered his dog to guard him while he ate the core. He believed that a faithful dog would be able to protect him in case of danger. At first he decided to separate the poison, but then he thought that the effect might be weaker without it. So he decided to eat the kernel along with the poison. After swallowing the core, he had to make great efforts so that his body could absorb everything. He began to use all his energy to suppress the effect of the poison and turn it into power. The 5 elements in his body began to move due to the 5-element technique, but with the energy of the 2 elements, Their movement became much smoother and coordinated. Usually he was just trying to see particles of energy, but now he could separate everything into water, metal, and earth separately. An incredible power began to envelop his body, although it was extremely difficult for him. It seemed to him that his body would now be torn into small pieces. He endured the incredible impact of the core on his body, when the poison of the 5 elements and the power of the core collided. It was an incredible confrontation that literally destroyed him from the inside. But if he loses control over this process, he will die. Suddenly, an insight came to him like an illumination. A sea of energy began to pour out of him in a stream, filling the space around. When the morning came, and the sun began to rise from behind the mountains, the young mistress still had halfway left, and this core cost him 40 years of training. There are very few masters in the world who can accumulate so much inner energy so quickly, except, of course, the main character of the heavenly demon. Walking through the mountainous terrain, he suddenly noticed that something had changed. His pet animals got better, or maybe they even grew bigger. Maybe his dog Huangu is going to turn into a bear. The sky falcons also increased in size significantly, and this surprised Heng in no small way. He began to understand that he himself had become bigger. His body became stronger, and his structure stronger and more durable. Of course, Murim people grow faster than ordinary people. But can they so suddenly achieve such a change? He looked at his reflection, and saw that even his skin improved, became stronger and healthier. These were pleasant changes, and his animals became much stronger. Although he was happy about such huge changes, he understood that it was still not enough to destroy the Blood Clan. He needs to find 4 more items and swallow them. He vowed to use them as soon as possible to further strengthen his power. Their next target was the White Heavenly Ginseng. They have strengthened themselves well, and now it's time to work on achieving the goal. Their speed increased significantly, and they could easily move through even the most difficult places. Becoming strong is the main goal of the young master, and he was happy to see how everything turned out in his favor. Cheon-hee went to the nearest village to write a letter to the mentor that he had gained inner energy for 40 years, and sent him a small gift. After that, he, together with everyone, went on a new search. Now they faced the task of catching the White Heavenly Ginseng. The road to this was difficult, but fortunately the young owner managed to find this special item. When he held the ginseng in his hands, he realized that this was the same metal that he was so lacking in order to complete the technique of the 5 elements. Thanks to this, he was able to fill the gap in his energy that he lacked. At that moment, he felt his body being filled with new strength. After that, Jong-hee set out to find the next special ingredient in a small town. They needed to get a matsutake mushroom and send a letter to the mentor. The atmosphere in this place was great, but there was one problem. There was no one on the streets. Passing this place, he noticed that the streets were strangely empty. Now should be the time for trading, but there was no one anywhere. The only people he saw were people with swords and grim faces wandering around. It seemed that they were guarding something, and something must have happened. But so far, the doctor had no idea what could happen. Soon, the guards approached him and the dog began to bark, sensing danger. They greeted the young master and approached with caution. It was clear that this is a city guard that doesn't just show up without a reason. These people apologized and asked to show the sign with the boy's name. He had it, but he wondered why they were asking for it. He pulls a sign from his pocket and shows it to the guards. They look closely at her and analyze all the information. Then one of them realizes that in front of them is a legendary person. He was amazed that the young dragon himself appeared before them. The boy did not know that even in such remote places people would recognize him because they heard about how he travels with a big dog and a trunk and wanted to see him with their own eyes. However, they were ordered to check all arrivals. "And what happened in the village?" he asked them. The guards reported that the disappearances of people have become more frequent. Of course, this has nothing to do with the young dragon. Then the soldiers decided that it was time to go, but the boy did not understand anything. Their behavior was strange, and even more strange was their hasty departure. It was obvious that something was wrong, and they were hiding something. But he can learn everything from another angle. The guy went to the restaurant and ordered food for 8 people. The waiter did not understand what it means for 8, because he is here alone with the dog. Looking around, the doctor noticed that there were neither guests nor musicians in the restaurant. Although the restaurant looked the best in the city, the waiter said that there were no people and asked not to worry the young dragon. The doctor heard about the disappearance, but did not know the details. The waiter became nervous when he heard this question, and it was obvious that he was worried. He clearly did not want to talk about it, and it was obvious. The doctor understood that the guard could keep his mouth shut because of the connection with Murim. But why this waiter did not say anything remained unclear. Behind him, someone suddenly clinked a glass and said that he could tell everything to the young hostess. Turning around, the young master saw a rather strange person, who said that she would tell everything only in exchange for alcohol. He asked if the young master was willing to pay for such information. The doctor could pay for the drink, but wasn't sure who the man was. She exuded a strange energy, and her relaxed posture and relaxed style spoke of the fact that this person belongs to the top. This is clearly someone important. The boy moved his desk closer to the stranger and ordered a bottle of wine for his table. They were already sitting at the same table and drinking. The stranger was clearly happy to have a drink with someone else's money. The doctor noticed that this person was quite strange. The stranger almost forgot to introduce himself. Many people in Kongho call him the three-headed tiger. Hearing this, Young-hee started to get a little nervous. After all, the three-headed tiger is a representative of one of the families of tracking masters. But the question arose, why is he here? The doctor told him that he had heard of him and knew his name was Baek Ha. In turn, the doctor introduced himself with his skills and said that he was from the Baek Clinic. Baek Ha also recognized him as a young dragon very famous among the people. Baek Ha was pleased that the young doctor had heard of his achievements. He remembered that he had also heard how they defeated the ancient Blood Tree Demon and the Hao clan, and then caused the Podha clan to be shut down in the Zhoushan archipelago. The young doctor explained that it was not his fault that the clan closed. It happened because of the epidemic. However, there were many rumors about him. Baek Ha showed interest in communicating with the young master. But when it came to the disappearance of people, Baek Ha said that everyone avoids this topic. He said that hundreds of people disappeared in this city, and all of them were small children. Hearing this, the doctor exploded with indignation. Baek Ha continued, even the grandsons of one of the village chiefs have disappeared. It was a terrible event that people could not come to terms with. If someone kidnapped these children, it is a very serious matter, because even the children of influential officials have disappeared. And those who did it are not afraid of any danger. Now it became clear what is happening in this city. They suspect that a demonic clan is involved. For this, a group of professionals was called because it concerned the children of influential families. And therefore, they invited Baek Ha. So this landlord is investigating, but still no leads. After drinking some excellent alcohol, they continued, and meanwhile the animals enjoyed the food that the doctor had prepared for them. Baek Ha suddenly apologized for the strange question, but asked, "Is Young-hee not a virgin?" The young master was so indignant at this insolent question that he even threw his glass. He was confused and nervous, not understanding what this person was talking about and why such a question arose in the first place. Buck and Chin sat opposite each other at the table, each lost in his own thoughts. The young dragon didn't want to answer Chin's question, feigning indifference. Beck expressed his opinion. He sensed that the dragon's intentions were towards children, to manipulate their minds. Or maybe he needs these actions for some mysterious rituals. If it is really for the sake of the rituals, then the children will remain alive until they are performed. Beck, in fact, hoped for it. He needed a solution, not simple revenge. The young dragon asked curiously if Beck thought it was the demon dragon's doing. Beck replied that only partially. Not all forces could kidnap the children of high-ranking families, but there was one group capable of it. The word alone seemed suspicious to Chin. Is there only one? After that, Beck started walking away, leaving Chin to wonder if his candor was due to the alcohol. Aren't doctors the best information getters in the world of Kango? Beck asked, adding that everyone knew who the young dragon was. This is how Beck explained his willingness to cooperate with Chin. The young dragon asked if Beck had any other items related to the missing children. Chin soon returned to his room, lost in his own thoughts. When Huanggu's dog returned, Chin immediately asked if he had found any tracks. But the dog shook his head in different directions, clearly showing that there are no traces. This surprised the young dragon. Even Huanggu couldn't find them. Hope began to fade. What now? Perhaps it is time to recall the plot of the book. You have to close your eyes and drink the elixir, although he didn't know if the children were alive or not. There were many thoughts in my head, but he still drank the elixir and lay back on the bed. Thoughts did not leave him, and he considered what should be done next. Maybe it's worth trying to get information for money. And he, having concentrated, focused on recalling the events of the novel. He remembered how Ryun had heard from the demon of the ancient blood tree that the local residents were alarmed by the disappearance of the children. They believed it was the work of the demonic clan. Ryun didn't answer, but thought that maybe people were just looking for someone to take their anger out on. All events have their reasons. Ryun intuitively felt that the demonic clan or the Sun and Moon God clan would one day suffer great losses. That was all the young dragon could think of. Opening his eyes, he spoke the words, "Clan of the Sun and Moon God." Just one paragraph, and it is completely empty, does not contain any information. Neither the name of the village nor the names of the missing children were mentioned there. However, given the map and the climate described in the novel, this is undoubtedly the village where the young dragon arrived. This meant that he was close, but could not face the top of the Blood Clan at the moment and was waiting for Haryun's help. Yes, so far this is just a guess. However, right now it is best for him to find Haryun. He held the item up to Huang's nose and asked to find the owner of the item. And he also asked me to hand over the letter he was going to write. So he sent the two birds and Huang to find Haryun. While they were on the road, he decided to try to learn something else useful. The cave was cold and eerie. Children were forced to eat more to keep their blood clean and healthy. Told to chew well and think about digestion. Suddenly, a man in a red robe rang the bell. The children swallowed the rice spoon by spoon, silently obeying. They managed to hypnotize the children perfectly. But suddenly a righteous man appears and the old man asks him about the reason for coming. He heard that a young dragon had appeared in the village. It was this news that he passed on. They knew who the young dragon was, Pak Rin's apprentice. In addition, it was assumed that he may still be pure of heart. This information became known thanks to their spy. This became clear during a conversation with the three-headed tiger. He laughed, pleased that such an important person would appear here. He especially liked that the dragon had pure energy. The old man immediately ordered the righteous man to bring the dragon to him. He bowed, folding his hands in front of him, and saying, "I listen," he disappeared, and the old man plunged into his own thoughts. He reasoned that the owner of Thunder had not yet reported on the capture of the Sky Falcon. He decided that he would definitely get a promotion as soon as he got things done here. He even thought that maybe the 10 Heavenly Lords would teach him the Tao. The main entrance to the Good Sword Clan, the young dragon was already approaching it, and thanks to his name, he entered without difficulty. He was greeted by a girl he believed to be the clan chief's wife, her face full of concern. The young dragon explained that he had come to learn the swordsmanship style of the Good Sword Clan, but the girl admitted that they could not accept him properly. He understood her completely. Then he asked how he could help, and a ray of hope appeared in her eyes. Soon, Chin checked on the condition of the clan head and his wife. When he asked what happened, she burst into tears and told everything. She explained that that day was just like any other day. But when she woke up in the morning, something terrible happened. Some time passed. It was already dark outside. The young dragon walked on the roof, thinking that it was not so easy to track the enemies. There were no tracks here. In addition, time was pressing. There was not much of it. In the original script, Blood Clan rituals are usually held at the end of the year. Chin understood that they would try to kill and sacrifice all the children to increase their power. As he walked, the young dragon begged Ryun to come sooner because he really needed help. "You hate the methods of the demonic school yourself," he spoke into the void as he addressed Ryun. In the place where Ryun was, everything was boiling. Everyone was doing their own thing. But everyone understood that it was necessary to hurry. The departure for which they were preparing was to take place after dinner. The two men saw people from the Sun God Temple and the Sky Demon in front of them. Their master personally accompanied them, and during that time there were a few skirmishes, but nothing serious. However, the master's behavior was strange throughout the journey. He did not kill everyone who attacked them. On the contrary, he made the attackers his subjects, which seemed strange to the men discussing the situation. At that moment, Ryun pulled the reins, leading the horse. He ordered everyone to get ready, because they would be leaving soon. "That's right," answered the others, almost finished their training. As he sat on the horse, he remembered Hyen's words about how he managed to hold back twice already. Ryun managed to free his body from the influence of the Blood Clan. Now he could sometimes ignore the orders of the temple. You can't say otherwise. Everything is going according to plan. The only thing left was to find Hyun. That was exactly what Ryun was thinking. Suddenly he heard strange noises. 2 men trying to stop Huang. The dog burst through them, growling menacingly. But his skill was much higher, so he simply jumped over them. The men could not restrain the dog and only asked the master to be careful. Huanggu ran up to Ryun's horse from behind. Ryun turned and noticed him. At the same moment, Huanggu overtook the horse and stopped in front. The dog began to growl at the horse, and a note was hanging around his neck. The horse got scared and began to jump nervously on the spot. Ryun tried his best to calm the animal down. At the same time, he asked himself what the hell was going on. Looking at the dog again, he realized that it was a sacred animal. Then he hastened and ordered everyone to calm down, and he himself took a few steps towards the dog. Ryun thought he could kill it with one blow, but he said to the dog, "Tell me thank you for holding back. I've already restrained myself. There's one more to go. Ryun tilted his head down and saw a note with a deer symbol on it. He leaned closer to take a closer look and understood the meaning of the symbol. This symbol was left on a note by a young dragon. It was the symbol of Peckrin Clinic. At first, Ryun did not understand why the dog from the clinic had appeared here. But he remembered that he had heard about a young dragon traveling with a large dog. Is it him? He began to remove the note from around Huang's neck, thanking him for finding him. The others realized that the master seemed to know this dog. Ryun unfolded the note, folded into a scroll. He began to read, and his face took on a thoughtful look. He wondered in his mind if the young dragon had lost his mind. What is he thinking, putting himself in such danger? He turned to Huang and asked him to lead him. They had to find and save the young dragon. The dog, without thinking, immediately rushed forward. Ryun ordered his men not to follow him. He ordered them to continue to fulfill the tasks of the temple because he was in a hurry. The master left them with several questions in his haste. Ryun was getting closer and closer to the young dragon. Meanwhile, the young dragon discussed the plan to track down the kidnapped children with Beck and asked his opinion on the matter. Beck replied that it was a good idea, but he had already tried it several times. He explained that it would be extremely difficult, because one of the children could be kidnapped. The young dragon understood him. But what? How were children really used in sacrifices? Perhaps they can be traced by their birth dates. It wouldn't make sense to kidnap the children of influential families for a simple murder. No one would notice the disappearance of poor children or orphans, and they clearly choose children according to their taste. The young dragon's words made Beck think. He asked Qin what he would know when he got the information he needed. Don't worry. When I learned the techniques of the Chigal clan, I also learned the tracking technique, the young dragon explained. But the problem is that it is almost impossible to get the birth dates of all children. And here Beck could help. He had some information about these children. This became possible thanks to the support of the Sword of Good Clan. You just have to wait a little. After these words, hope appeared in the eyes of the young dragon. It seemed that everything was resolved. Beck quickly figured it out and soon brought documents about the missing children. The young dragon sat at his desk, going through one document after another. When it comes to tracking techniques, everyone first thinks of divination. But in the Chigal family, special attention is paid to working with documents. It will be necessary to analyze all the dates of birth of children. Even for a young dragon, this seemed like an incredibly difficult task. Suddenly, Beck asked an unexpected question. Will the young dragon be able to verify that a child he knows has been kidnapped? Who are you talking about? Asked the young dragon, turning to him. Beck closed his eyes and talked about his younger brother. He disappeared under similar circumstances. Qin was very surprised to learn that Bayek had a younger brother. It becomes clear that information about the family of the three-headed tiger is not available to the general public. His short words and cheerful style hide a personal story. Beck said that one day, he returned home to find his parents killed and his younger brother missing. There was nothing he could do but pick up his sword and try to find his brother. This is how the name Three-Headed Tiger appeared, but none of the heads helped to find him. And when did he disappear? Asked the young dragon. Over 20 years ago, Beck replied. He had already lost hope, but at least he wanted to find his brother's body. The young dragon thought about the depth of the words he heard. Beck said that from that day he even started drinking. He also understood that he could not do anything without having certain powers from birth. There are very few people like him, but misfortune comes to them as it does to everyone. The young dragon agreed that the world was extremely cruel. The three-headed tiger clenched his fists. He was incredibly sorry. He became a master swordsman, but truly talented people at his age reach other heights. That is why he spent all 20 years looking for his younger brother. At least, he thought so, based on his words. All these years he only drank alcohol, nothing else. He stayed on alcohol, overcoming numerous obstacles. Not everyone could withstand this. Then the young dragon asked him to name the date of birth of his younger brother. When Beck heard that he would try to find him, he was genuinely happy and thankful. He began to write down his brother's name in hieroglyphs. Then he handed this leaf to the young dragon. Qin himself had never heard of this character in the novel, but action novels often use nicknames. The kidnapping method is really similar. The young dragon read on. Beck understood what the matter was. He slammed the table, exclaiming that he knew it. Rejoicing that they had learned the truth, Beck said with determination, "I'm coming after you, brother." The young dragon also understood that now Beck would be even more active in looking for criminals. He narrowed the list of suspects down to 2 children. Beck took the 2 notes and began to read them over. Both are children from rich families. He asked if there was a sick child among them. Beck replied that he had heard of a boy named Ken who had recently come down with a cold. Their captors would hardly take a sick child. Then Chin proposed to stop at the other one and said that it needed to be found. They were able to quickly solve a case that Beck himself could not unravel for a long time. He called the young dragon his savior. Beck agreed to lead him using the quick step technique. The young dragon, just in case, warned him. Interference in the abduction process could lead to the loss of other children. Otherwise, the lives of these children will be lost forever. They soon reached their destination. It's getting dark soon. We need to hide, Beck warned. We'll communicate telepathically. Thanks to the 5 elements technique, they will be able to easily communicate with each other. Fortunately, the young dragon possessed this technique, and at this moment, he was wondering if Hwanga and the Sky Falcons had found Haryun. Deep night has already fallen on the street. The two of them stood guard, Beck wearing a black hood. Suddenly, they heard a creaking window from which a man in a red robe climbed out. He had a big bag on his back. He moved quickly, jumping from one roof to another. His agility and speed were impressive. Well, it's time to get moving, Beck said. Having agreed, Beck and the young dragon moved forward. They began to follow the man in red, who belonged to the Blood clan. Having passed further, they found themselves among the mountains. Beck lost track and assumed that the formation was used for defense. The young dragon began to concentrate energy around his hands. Thanks to this energy, he decided to take a closer look around. Beck was amazed that the young dragon could even do that, and with the help of the 3 lines technique, he was able to keep up with him. In response, the young dragon explained that this was made possible by his mentor's training. Meanwhile, he was already using the technique, trying to detect the formations. As Beck said, there were indeed many formations here, but not at all like the Chegal family. Many of them were connected with each other, but if you destroy these connections, you will be able to find a way. The young dragon decided to take on the role of guide. They immediately set off, moving very quickly. The young dragon relied on his senses as he moved forward. He did not let go of the sword, remaining ready. Suddenly he swung his sword and a wave of energy hit the rock directly in front of them. They were able to go through all the difficult stages of the journey. Beck admired his skill, but the young dragon called it mere skill. They went further. As they got closer, they saw in front of them a large tree with the smell of resin, as if specially created for the ritual. The young dragon noted that by destroying the formations, they would soon attract the attention of the enemies. Beck hoped that whoever had kidnapped his little brother would be among them. The young dragon warned him not to count on them being kept alive as hostages. Time was short, and now the enemies appeared, all dressed in red robes. Enemies moved very quickly. I wonder how many years they trained to move so skillfully. At this time, Chin and Bayek were standing in front of the entrance, wondering if a trap was waiting for them. Beck joked that after all this, he would treat him to a cup of tea as a thank you. They were talking when suddenly blades flew in their direction. The young dragon looked up and realized that it was a real mess. The enemies began their attack on them. The young dragon made several nimble moves, dispersing the energy around him. With a swing of his sword, he sent waves of energy at the 3 enemies. The members of the Blood clan were pushed back a few meters, but they were ready to continue the attack and were not going to stop. They gave orders to each other in an incomprehensible language. There were more and more of them, and they began to surround the boys. The rustling of their footsteps and small stones echoed across the ground. Enemies tried to completely enclose them in a ring. What to do? They didn't have time for a duel with everyone, and they didn't want to linger here. The young dragon heard an offer from Beck. Beck was willing to go into the lion's mouth to give the young dragon a chance to get into the very throat and try to save the children while he held off the enemies. In response, the young dragon ran 2 fingers along the blade of his sword. He asked Beck not to worry, assuring him that he was capable of dealing with everyone on his own. Incredible power, thought Beck, amazed at the inner energy of a young dragon at his age. However, although the enemies felt this power, they still continued to approach. Despite their fear, they acted on the orders of their chief. The young dragon began to use the 3-sword technique, adopting an incredibly beautiful fighting stance. And as he concentrated, he said, 3 swords blast! Each of the enemies had an excellent opportunity to escape, but they did not take advantage of it. They just decided to rush forward at the 2 boys. They seemed to believe that the numerical superiority would help them, but the young dragon was already showing his prowess. Only loud screams of pain could be heard from the enemy. These screams were the result of the young dragon's blows. If Beck had known it would turn out like this, he would have learned the 3 swords technique as well. He watched with pleasure as the young dragon acted masterfully. Beck, inspired, began to attack the enemies behind, while the young dragon announced that he was going forward. Walking forward, he asked Beck not to die, leaving a trail of blood-soaked enemies behind him. Although the enemy behind them shouted that they would never let them go, the young dragon was already far ahead. He moved forward through the cave, carefully examining everything around him. Fortunately, the cave was easily arranged, and he did not feel any barriers. He was sure that he was close to the goal. There must be children nearby, and at that moment he decided to run faster to the passage he saw in front of him. He entered the passage and began to carefully look around. In front of him lay a strange slime that seemed to be poisonous. Unfortunately, there was a lot of it, and it clearly made the way difficult. Due to the poison, the young dragon began to lose concentration. The enemies deliberately wanted to throw him off balance. That's why the path seemed so easy. However, he found the strength to fight the poison, relying on his sword. The strong energy of the 5 elements was supposed to help him. He used it to disperse the green, poisonous mist around him. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound in front of him, which seemed extremely disturbing to him. Everything around began to double in the eyes. Is this another technique of the enemies? He was on his knees, holding himself up with his sword. Now it became clear how enemies paralyze people and turn them into their puppets. Even the young dragon thought that normal barriers would be better here. Meanwhile, the old man from the Blood Clan was sitting on a chair. Enchanted children stood around him. Each of them completely lost control over themselves. The old man was only happy when he learned that the young dragon had finally arrived with them. He was waiting for him for so long. The young dragon managed to get out of the poisoned lair and was already almost at the entrance. Stepping inside, he heard the old man's words. "Judging by your clear gaze, you have not yet fallen victim to our blood-soul poison. It's surprising that I survived it, because it is stronger than a poppy." For now, the young dragon decided to just listen, so as not to directly ask about their affiliation with the Blood Clan, which could complicate the situation. He then spoke, "Are you the Demon Clan? It's amazing what a place you've built in the dungeon." He looked at the children and saw that they still seemed to be okay. Hearing the mention of the demonic clan, the old man just laughed. He said that the young dragon could think as he wanted, because he would soon become a victim himself. The young dragon had no idea what the old man meant. The old man continued, pointing out that the young dragon's date of birth was not quite suitable for their purposes, but he was sure the gods would be pleased with his pleasant appearance. "Besides, you're still a virgin, aren't you?" added the old man with a sly smile. How does he know all this? Thought the young dragon, looking at the wily and old face in front of him. He remembered a recent conversation, and instead of answering directly, decided to refute the statement. "I'm not chaste." But the old man warned that it is useless to lie to him, because he sees everything, and immediately hit the ground with his staff, performing a strange spell. "How can your chastity be preserved for more than 15 years? After all, you are a young man," said the old man. The young dragon asked him once more what he was talking about, and wondered if the old man could see his past life when he was alone. "You belong to the Taoists. In any case, your pure soul will be suitable as a sacrifice to the gods," said the old man, standing up. In his past life, Qin worked constantly, having no time for anything else, and remained alone all his life against his own will. But at that moment, the young dragon grabbed his sword and demanded that the old man stop his nonsense and let the children go. In general, the old man was glad that Qin was not a Taoist, although it was even better. He kept his pure soul. He ordered Qin to lower his sword. Pointing to the children, he said that if he did not do this, they would all die. The young dragon could not believe that the old man was planning to spill blood on the altar just like that, without a ritual. Qin knew the rules well and understood that this was a crime. He was not allowed to touch the future victims before the appointed time and could not violate the rule established by the trigrams. After his words, the old man called him really smart. However, he was sure that he would be able to subdue him in any case. Qin watched as the old man raised his staff. Then he struck the ground with his staff, and the sound echoed around. The air around them began to thicken in a strange way. Qin took his sword and got into a fighting stance. Looking down, he saw the stone begin to crack beneath his feet. The cracks became bigger and bigger. Some stones even flew into the air. People began to appear from under the stones, although it was not clear whether they were alive. There were stickers on their faces. They were ghosts. Can an old man rule even the dead? The old man, pointing his staff at the young dragon, ordered the ghosts to bring him without a single scratch, for he is a victim of the highest class. The old man was sure that the young dragon had nowhere to escape. He believed in his spell and the power of the ghosts he summoned. The young dragon had been preparing for this battle for a long time, and had imagined the battle with the ghosts many times. This was to be his first battle, where he would be able to use the two-element technique vividly. A large yin-yang symbol appeared under his feet, one half of which was blue and the other half red. He did not hold back and had not even the slightest desire to hold back. He activated his body's new mode. His body seemed to move smoothly in battle, holding the sword and separating different types of energy. The cold was supposed to bind their bodies and stop their movement. Only one who knows the location of bones, cartilage, and muscles is capable of this. Ghosts beautifully scattered into small particles. The young dragon was ready to use an even more interesting technique. Taiyi's sword, Taiyi's specter, was an incredible sight that the old man watched while holding the staff. He couldn't believe that such a young fighter was capable of using 2 of the 5 elements at the same time. "Who are you?" the old man asked himself, watching this incredible sight. At last, he began to realize that he had been overconfident, thinking that he would easily capture him. Realizing this, he decided to summon dark ghosts. Wasting no time, he struck the ground with his staff several times, and he began to loudly say the spell that he had been preparing for a long time. Other ghosts, more muscular and powerful, began to appear from under the stones. On their foreheads was the same seal that kept them under control. The young dragon realized that he was in serious trouble. These were dark ghosts. The experience of fighting an expert-level warrior was enough for him. And now he realized who his opponent was. He was a demon who controlled the dead and used murders for his rituals. Only after realizing this did the young dragon realize that the danger had become even more serious. It became clear that the jokes were over. The old man ordered the dark ghosts to seize him. Meanwhile, Beck continued to fight other enemies. But at a certain point, he was suffocating, feeling that he had become too old. He tried to fight as long as possible, but he didn't even know what was happening to the children. Suddenly, he noticed how the faces of the people under the hoods began to change, contorting into grimaces. Beck turned, hearing the sounds of a dog behind him. Behind him was Ryan, who asked if this was where his older brother was. Beck didn't know who he was, but he sensed an unusual energy in him. At this time, the young dragon continued his battle. His opponent became much more serious. The dark demons managed to attack him and inflict blows on his body. He quickly realized that they were not at all like ordinary mortals. Their bodies were much stronger, and even a sword could not pass through them. These corpses were surprisingly agile and could move almost like living people. Damn it, he thought. And the head of the demons just watched, laughing at this scene. He was confident in the strength of his dark knights and wanted to ensure that the young dragon had a decent end. Qin, meanwhile, knew that stalling would only make matters worse. First, he had to deal with the demon so that it would lose control over the ghosts. The technique of the 5 elements: fire, water, the path of yin and yang. He had to channel all his energy into the ice sword and transfer the fire to the black pine sword. It was a great plan that Qin had come up with. All that remained was to wait for the 2 swords to unite. He was the first to rush at the dark ghosts. When the water heats up, the pressure will increase rapidly. That was exactly what Qin planned to achieve. He just had to wait a little longer. And when that happens, the steam explosion will destroy the ghosts. Finally, it happened. The ghosts began to feel the immense pressure. More precisely, they felt nothing, but their bodies moved more and more slowly. Qin was putting his plan into action until the demon chief didn't understand what kind of attack it was. He realized that he could not just sit idly by. Therefore, he decided to show his strength by launching an attack on the control of the dead. His eyes glowed red, and the energy around him took on a green hue. It was a special attack of a demon that controlled the dead from the core clan. Qin only tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, realizing that this scoundrel was making his body as strong as the dead. In the novel, it is stated that his power is so great that it could put the last stone in Nikonstatology. Over the years of his battles with Ryun, he would demonstrate the ability to withstand such attacks. But it is still far from that. The strength of his body is still less than that of the real dead. Qin got into a more comfortable position, looking for solid support under his feet. His sword rested even more confidently in his hand. He optimally assessed the situation, finding more and more chances to win. This optimism was bolstered by Taiyi's sword, which boosted his fighting spirit as it flew straight at his head. He swung his sword and a blue flame spread around his body. Qin made a direct sword strike, but the chief didn't care. Qin just stared at his creepy appearance. They met in a fierce battle, which was difficult to see because of the fog that rose around them. The rocks cracked from the waves that came from their blows. Qin held 2 swords, while the old man used a staff to parry the attacks. Despite the speed with which Qin swung his sword and struck, this scoundrel held back his attacks. It was hard to believe that he could stop them with his hand that could withstand the energy of the sword. It became obvious that his body was not at all like the others. Dust settled all around, falling on the bodies of the children who stood and silently watched. During the battle, the old man called him Kid, and even complimented him on his excellent tricks. But at the same time, the old man said that he had greatly underestimated his dark dead warriors. He explained that they will not give up so easily. Chin quickly realized that he needed to destroy the old man before they could surround him. He hit the old man's staff again and again, but the old man repelled all his attacks. Victory depended on the amount of true energy that could be transmitted at one time. But the young dragon had accumulated it in advance and spread it throughout his body. This helped him move forward, creating more and more ki around him. The young dragon's face radiated confidence, but suddenly he looked down. He noticed that the old man's hand was firmly gripping the blade of his sword. It was a fatal mistake, as he immediately felt his body begin to freeze. This is exactly what the young dragon had in mind when he stepped on him. The old man brought his staff closer and closer to the young dragon's body. Meanwhile, the young dragon's sword began to gradually increase in size. The cold inherent in the sword and the young dragon's 5-element magic enveloped his body. It was a mixing effect of heat and cold that the young dragon was using. He could freeze an opponent and immediately tear him to pieces. But the stones around continued to tremble. The black ghosts were already running towards the young dragon. He needed to hurry and deal with the old man to avoid their attack. The energy consumption of the sword was extremely high, so it was necessary to finish everything in 30 seconds. This became the next problem. Otherwise, he won't be able to draw his sword back. The old man still continued to hold him tightly. Even if the dark dead were allowed to attack, the demon had to be dealt with first. The energy became more and more intense and dispersed around. The dead heard this spell and began to respond. A loud sound of coughing echoed around. Coughed the young dragon after being rejected by the demon as the very seed predicted by the Blood Clan. At that moment, incredible energy began to emanate from his staff. The young dragon realized that it was this energy that was the basis of the demon. The demon also now clearly understood the young dragon's skills. He was sure he could kill him and sacrifice the entire Blood Clan. The young dragon barely dodged the demon's attack. It became clear that the demon was just waiting for the right moment to strike again. Under these circumstances, the young dragon realized that the situation was very dangerous for the children. He himself was also not in the best position. Glancing to the side, he noticed that another threat had appeared there as well. He couldn't forget the ghosts that were still running towards him. The demon was still directing them, telling them to capture him. Feeling a punch from one of the ghosts, the young dragon realized that they had great power. This was evident from the expression on the young dragon's face and the way it cowered after being hit. One of the ghosts hit him right in the ribs. It was getting hotter on the battlefield. The young dragon fell to the ground as ghosts swarmed over him, attacking from all sides. The demon laughed, finally waiting until the young dragon was in his captivity. He admitted that it was the first time he had met someone who resisted so persistently. He asked the young dragon to simply surrender and become his victim. At this moment, the young dragon felt that he still had a lot of energy. He could use the 5 elements technique, though not for long. He didn't believe that these dead warriors could stop him, so he rose to his feet. His confidence grew. In battle, he never lost heart. Despite the limited time of using this technique, he moved forward. His sword shone with an increasingly bright blue light. His body was extremely tired, but he had to save the children, and he destroyed all the ghosts with one blow. The demon began to worry seeing this with his own eyes, not believing that for the second time, the young dragon had destroyed them all with his sword. The dead only followed the orders of their master. He did not attack them to death because they were worthy opponents, although no longer among the living. The young dragon explained this to the demon, realizing the incredible power of his energy. However, he himself was not going to yield to him in any way. Moreover, the demonic energy now had no effect on him at all. The fight will only end when Chin destroys his staff. It was time to act. He pushed himself off the ground and charged straight at the demon, aiming to smash his staff. As he ran, he shouted that he would not tolerate the demon using children for his altar. The demon began to drain his energy reserves as he prepared to meet Chin. He used so much energy that the surrounding space became almost completely dark. But the young dragon ordered him to think about what he said on the way to the afterlife, dispelling the dark cloud around him. He came closer and closer, sword in hand, clutching it with all his might. He promised that no one would die. However, I saw how the children were already lying on the ground. There was no choice. We had to put an end to this old demon. The young demon felt no pity for him, because he is a Taoist, not a warrior. Even if one cuts off his limbs and destroys the energy center, it is impossible to predict whether the demon patron will want to bring him back to life. Only time will tell if this decision was the right one. Regardless of whether he had to sacrifice himself, the young dragon was ready for it. There was only the sound of a sword cutting flesh. A moment, and the demon was already lying on the ground, and the young dragon was kneeling in front of him. Splashes of his blood flew around, and talismans that helped perform spells lay at his feet. The young dragon had used up almost all of his internal energy. He understood that it was necessary to get the children out, but he could barely move even a finger. The demon was cut in two, and the cut was frozen by the force of the young dragon's sword. Looking at this, the young dragon could only think of how horrible the creature was that made him do such a thing, and hoped not to meet him again. After that, he immediately began to examine the children. Everything seemed normal. There were no serious wounds. They were sharpened by the poisonous air gas in the cave. However, the antidote of the 5 elements helped them to get rid of this effect, and that was exactly what Chin was helping them with. At the same time, he himself suffered from exhaustion. It was difficult for him, and he had no idea how to get all the children out of here. He also worried about the fate of the 3-headed tiger. The others fought him without appearing here. Could he hold them all back? I hoped that he was all right, and that he was not seriously injured. Sitting next to the child, he suddenly heard a rustling from the side. Looking there, he was surprised to the core by what he saw. Despite the fact that only half of the demon's body was left, it still rose. In a terrible voice, he declared that he would never give him the children. If it was not possible to sacrifice the young dragon, he decided to simply destroy it. Chin could hardly stay on his feet listening to him. The demon whispered, "My God, give me the strength to kill him." It was clear to everyone that this technique would lead to a self-destruction that could collapse the entire cave. The ancient blood tree, demon's self-destruction power was terrifying. But how devastating will his blow be? He understood that not only would he not be able to save the children, but he himself would not be able to escape. He only tightly gripped the sword in his hand. A thought flashed through my head. Will it all end like this? And he exhaled heavily. Moments from the past began to flash before his eyes, like déjà vu. It was a memory from a previous life. Blood on the face and tears. Yes, then death was also unexpected, he thought, barely getting to his feet. Could she really step in again so easily? But he opened his eyes proudly, not letting go of the moment when he woke up in a new life, when he made new friends and adventures filled his days. He was sorry, but he was glad that he had done what he could. Meanwhile, the red orb emanating from the demon grew larger and larger as the demon prepared for self-destruction, believing that anyone who stood in the way deserved only death. The demon's eyes were burning red, and the young dragon with his eyes closed, his eyelashes clenched. Suddenly there was a loud smashing of stones. Chin felt that the whole cave might collapse. But it didn't happen like that. Someone appeared who was able to perform the dark dragon technique. This technique summoned arrows of dark cleansing that appeared due to Ryun's summons. Arrows that glowed like the demon's energy raced towards their target, piercing the air. They hit right in the heart, like revenge in action. The demon met his end, his body disintegrating not from the impact, but from the force of Ryun's arrows tearing him into tiny pieces that were scattered in the air. What the hell just happened? The dazed young dragon hid from the stones flying in his direction with a crash, completely not understanding what had happened. When he opened his eyes, the one behind this spectacle of destruction appeared in front of him. Ryun stood in front of him like a real savior who, without exaggeration, gave the young dragon a second life. Pausing only for a moment, Ryun yelled at the dragon to wait and rushed forward like the wind. He clearly understood. The demon had not died completely. His soul was still clinging to this world. In the next moment, he flew straight to the demon's head, which was hovering ominously in the air. Even without its head, the demon continued to move, gritting its teeth in silent rage and fury. The sight was incredible, like demonic art, but not belonging to any cult of darkness. Ryun cleverly dealt with this power, but he himself wondered how such a thing could be created in the first place. He confidently grabbed the demon's mouth, which was left floating alone without a body. The demon with only red eyes saw before him the last sight of his existence. The last thing he saw was Ryun ending him and destroying him for good. Behind Ryun sat the young dragon, who was already watching his savior with gratitude, realizing that his life had been saved. The young dragon slowly stood up, trying to sit up again, but the strength completely left him, and every movement was given with great difficulty. Ryun immediately ran to him, worriedly asking how he was doing. To this, the dragon replied, "Everything is fine, but I can barely stay on my feet." Ryun angrily shouted that he was acting recklessly because fighting alone against such an opponent was complete madness. The young dragon just smiled widely in response and said, "Thanks for being on time," expressing his gratitude for the help. Ryun couldn't hide his surprise. How, after everything he's been through, is this dragon still able to smile? On the way, Ryun met a 3-headed tiger and informed him that the dragon was fine and that he had defeated all the dark warriors. They also checked for important documents that could shed light on their purpose. This news was wonderful, but Chin, the young dragon, was so exhausted that he could not even raise his sword. However, his anxiety slowly passed away and peace enveloped his heart. He began to lose consciousness, and with his last strength, asked Ryun to take care of the children and send them home. His eyes were closing more and more, and fatigue was rolling in waves. As he passed out, he still worried in his mind about the children who needed protection. Ryun gently assured him that there was no reason to worry and promised to take care of everything himself. He carefully arranged the young dragon's body to rest, tucking it in so it was comfortable. Adjusting its position, Ryun made sure that the dragon could rest without too much trouble. Ryan carefully tilted the dragon's head to the side so that its breathing was freer and calmer. Strong and always thinking of others, Ryun thought as he looked at the dragon who was sacrificing himself for the sake of those around him. However, turning his head, he noticed that the children were lying on the ground, tired from all the trials. Now it was his duty to take care of everyone who was hurt. He began to clear the scene of the battle, making way for the children to help them as quickly as possible. Some time passed, and now everyone was in a cozy building where they were warm and safe. There were flowers on the shelves all around, and the atmosphere in the room was surprisingly pleasant and soothing. The young dragon was lying on the bed, still not recovered from the hard battle. However, at some point he slowly opened his eyes, feeling how difficult it was for him to even move. Ryun stood by all this time, and when the dragon woke up, his joy knew no bounds. The dragon, barely regaining consciousness, began to look around in confusion because he could not move. Then Ryun began to explain what the matter was. It turned out that he had bound the dragon. Strong chains held its arms and legs so that it could not move. Everything was securely fixed, but the dragon did not understand what was happening and why it was done. He asked Ryun what all this was for, and only then did he see the logo of Pak Rin's treatment facility on the handcuffs. These are the same handcuffs created by the mentor 10,000 years ago. The dragon was surprised, recognizing them. Ryun nodded and explained that he had invited the mentor to help with the treatment. He reassured the dragon, saying that the mentor had already prepared everything, so he would not feel any discomfort. However, the young dragon could not understand why the mentor was looking for him and why he appeared so early. Ryun suggested that the mentor might have foreseen that something like this could happen. Meanwhile, he cooked porridge and asked the dragon to eat, and then he noticed that Ryun was missing several fingers. The dragon asked him about this, looking surprised for an explanation, and Ryun answered calmly. Pak Rin temporarily took them away. Then he will sew it, said Ryun, and the dragon was completely confused, not understanding what it was about. Why do you have your fingers, mentor? He asked, still surprised. It's a fee, Ryun explained briefly and clearly, not wanting to go into details. He also informed the young dragon that he would stay here until his condition improved, and the mentor promised to keep the fingers in such condition that they would not deteriorate. Even severed fingers can be saved if the right conditions are met, he added. Do real madmen live in this Marima? How necessary was all this? Thought the dragon with surprise. Ryun brought a spoonful of porridge to the dragon's mouth, insisting that it eat first and get stronger. He explained that after the operation, the dragon must gain strength through food and rest. After all, in order for Ryuna to get his fingers back, the young dragon must recover as soon as possible. As soon as the young dragon asked, all the children were taken out of the cave into the fresh air to help them. The three-headed tiger and Huangzu took the children to the nearest village. Fortunately, thanks to the help of local residents, all the children gradually came to their senses and recovered from their ordeal. Meanwhile, the young dragon's sword wounds were very deep, and there was no Pak Rin pavilion or medical facility nearby. Because of this, Ryun was forced to act quickly, because it was dangerous to delay. He had to transfer the dragon to the Demon Clan's treatment facility. Pak Rin and Huanggu appeared there, ready to provide the necessary assistance. Pak Rin had just finished his business at the Dragon and Phoenix Clan branch and was hurrying to the young dragon. After meeting him at the Demon Clan's medical facility, Pak Rin immediately performed an emergency operation. His skills were impressive. He worked quickly and professionally, saving lives. However, there was one problem. If this was found out, Pak Rin could lose his rank as Muram's civil servant. So he had no choice but to pack up quickly and leave, staying in the shadows. Before leaving, he asked Ryun for his fingers as a guarantee of his promise to help the young dragon recover. Pak Rin promised to keep the fingers in the cold, so that their integrity would be securely protected. It was a request from the person who had saved the young dragon's life, so Ryan agreed without hesitation. Of course, if you can call it simple, thought the young dragon, considering the complexity of the situation. Ryun told him the whole story, explaining what happened and how it all led to the current events. The dragon stuck to his opinion. Ryun and Peck both look like madmen, because in Murima, the guarantee of a promise is extremely important. Ryun also explained that even if the fingers are sewn back together, it will not be possible to control them just like that. The human body is not so easy to restore to a normal state. And although you can rely on the mentor's skill, there is still a risk that the fingers will never regain full functionality. Hearing this, the young dragon was visibly worried, but Ryun just bowed his head and looked down at his hands again. He confidently said that these are trifles, because he gave them for the sake of his friend, and he does not see anything terrible in this. These words stunned the young dragon, and he was lost in thought for a moment. Then Ryun continued, saying that he had saved him more than once, and that nothing was more precious to him than the life of a friend, and the fingers were just a trifle. "I would give even my life for you, not just a couple of fingers," Ryun said firmly. The young dragon heard these words not so much with his ears as with his heart, deeply feeling their sincerity. He tried to remember and compare this moment with the events described in the ancient novel, lost in his thoughts. According to legend, a Death Star would always hang over him, and his 5 senses would sometimes go crazy, making him crave blood and death. Due to the time that the dragon devoted to him, Ryun had the opportunity to live an ordinary human life. However, he is still forced to suppress and contain his true essence, and this causes him excruciating pain. At that moment, Ryun asked the young dragon to focus on recovery, reassuring him that the situation was completely under control. Soon an unexpected guest visited him. Ryun, entering the chamber, immediately explained that he wanted to propose a deal. It was a 3-headed tiger that flew into the room, indignantly asking what it all meant. "Did these demonic fools think of putting the patient in chains?" cried the tiger. And the young dragon only smiled, realizing that he would have to hide the truth for the rest of his life. However, the 3-headed tiger was glad that the young dragon had survived, despite his serious wounds. Tiger also noted that Ryun gave him goosebumps, and it was quite understandable. But he immediately got down to business, saying that this time he had come to make a deal. At the same time, he visited the young dragon, hoping that Ryun had not offended him. The young dragon replied that everything was fine. They also received an antidote to the mind-clouding pills, so the kids recovered without a problem. The 3-headed tiger believed that this was the merit of the young dragon. By the way, he was also able to decipher the documents left by those people and learned a lot. Chin immediately asked what exactly. The tiger replied that although they looked like a demonic clan, they did not actually belong to it. Although there was no record of their self-name, the tiger learned that their name contained the word blood. Apart from the word horror, nothing else will fit here. He managed to find out something else important from various documents. The 3-headed tiger said at this moment that perhaps his sister was still alive. He learned that the kidnapped children were planned to be used for sacrifice, but on the orders of the clan head, they were raised as followers of the cult. Because of this, the tiger was sure that she was still alive. But, as they both knew, when a cult recruits followers, they are thoroughly brainwashed, so she could be very different from the younger sister he remembered. Whether in modern times or the world of martial arts, pseudo-cults use terrifying methods. However, the fact that she was alive was enough for the 3-headed tiger that he thought he could stun her and drag her here, and the rest can be thought about later. Although the young dragon understood that finding the body of his sister who died 20 years ago and finding her alive were completely different things. However, the 3-headed tiger wondered if he had the strength to subdue this child. He didn't look at it through rose-colored glasses. It was for this that he came to make a deal with the demonic clan. "What are you talking about now?" Chin asked him. He was silent for a few seconds, and then began to explain. "You can despise me, but there is simply no time or other way to reach the limit of transcendence for a criminal like me, and that won't change." Of course, Chin understood his feelings. However, he didn't understand why everyone in the martial arts world was like that. He reached out his hand, which was bandaged, and took his hand. He clearly felt that the seed of demonic martial arts had already begun to sprout within his golden core. Fortunately, it wasn't too dangerous. He then found out that Ryun had already started training him. Of all the demonic techniques, Ryun chose the most stable cognition technique, even though its effect is very slow. Although it is only stable among demonic techniques, it cannot be compared to the techniques of the Honor faction, because it is less perfect, although it is somewhat faster. However, the risk of turning into one of the 4 demons increases significantly. The world is arranged in such a way that in order to get one, you have to sacrifice others. But fortunately, the young dragon could help him. He told the 3-headed tiger about a martial art that would benefit them both to learn, the Fist of the Great Boundary. The 3-headed tiger knew about this technique, which is a breathing practice that is accessible even to ordinary people. He wasn't wrong. The Fist of the Great Boundary was extremely popular to study, because it not only possessed immense destructive power, but also, if you put in enough effort, it helped you master other martial arts. That's a simple truth. The young dragon had already mastered the basics of the Sword of the Three Beginnings art, and was well aware of how dangerous this technique was. This technique helps stabilize yin and yang. With the right approach, Qin had yet to see a single person lose their mind while learning the Great Boundary Fist. And even Beck thought it strange that someone could go insane from a single breathing technique. Together, they decided to try it, thinking that it couldn't get any worse. Beck agreed, because thanks to the young dragon, he was able to live to 20. The young dragon thanked him for being willing to listen to his advice. By the way, if you don't mind, I can consider you a true friend. The likes of you are hard to come by in the Kango. After a short pause, Beck said something that made Qin catch his breath. He immediately agreed to this offer, for which the three-headed tiger thanked him. He wanted to say thank you, but he didn't have anything special, so he reached into his inside pocket. Beck handed him a tag that the young dragon could show at any escort company, and they would immediately contact Beck. He also asked to contact him if you need to find information or track someone down. It was a good suggestion. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. This tag was specially made for the young dragon, so Beck asked him to protect it. A tag from the three-headed tiger himself. What a symbol of friendship. And indeed, when we overcome incredible adventures, risking our lives to protect someone, that's when fate gives us true friends who are ready to support us in the most difficult moments. A few days passed, and Ryun brought his brother lunch. Today it was a little fish, and the young dragon was already sitting on the bed, freed from the chains. When did you learn that? Ryun said anxiously. Qin held a key in his hands, adding, "Live a lifetime, learn a lifetime." He was freed from his chains by the steel game which the three-headed tiger hid. With the chaos energy spinning art and the five senses, he easily understood their inner structure. Ryun was going to let him go after he was fully recovered, but Qin assured him that he was already feeling better and there was no need for it anymore. He demonstrated that his body is already light as a feather, adding that the mentor has excellent skills. Ryun understood that it was difficult for him to remain in prison, which is why he released himself. At first, the young dragon offered Ryun to sew up his fingers, because that was what worried him the most right now. He said he needed to check on them and asked where they were. Also asked Ryun not to sacrifice his fingers for him anymore. All of this was because the young dragon was also very worried about him. As he spoke about his worries, Ryun closed his eyes. He closed his eyes and agreed to think it over. They decided to send the mentor a pigeon. They came to the office, where a disguised Chegel Rin was waiting for them. The young dragon thanked him, to which he asked not to be so polite. It was difficult to get used to the teacher's face, which had changed through the mask of human skin. They say that a father can't lay a hand on his child. And Rin was just like that. Seeing the injured young dragon, he wanted to punish him sternly. But seeing the smile on his face immediately eased his heart. After these words, Qin apologized to him. There were many things that needed to be discussed. However, their attention was suddenly drawn by another person who entered. It was a girl with long hair who turned to Qin, asking how he managed to be captured by such a monster. It was a strange old woman known as Bloodshed. Chegel Rin thought her words about the monster were an exaggeration. She then turned to the young dragon, saying that if he had become her apprentice in the medicine palace, he would not be in this situation. The head of the medicine palace was close to the demonic cult, so she came as soon as she heard news about it. "Whoever is my mentor, I will not leave him," the young dragon explained, dismissing her suggestions like teaching him the art of Jiangshi. Looking at her, Qin knew that in today's world, this strange old Bloodshed would be called a Mad Black. He explained to her once again that he was not interested in the Jiangshi because he was in the business of healing and had no intention of carrying around a bunch of corpses. It would be creepy if in the past battle both sides fought with the help of Jiangshi. It was more important to ask the mentor about the condition of the fingers, which the young dragon did. He asked not to worry, as it was a necessary matter that could not be neglected. "The fingers are fresh, as if they had just been cut off," Chegel Rin reassured him. Hearing this, the young dragon thought that his mentor was no less a mad scientist than strange old Bloodshed. Among all these weirdos, at least the young dragon should remain sane. He promised Ryun that he would definitely cure him. Soon they were already sitting at the table, playing with his fingers. Ryun never for a moment doubted his skills, which seemed incredible. "It feels like I can pick up a sword and go into battle right now," he said, looking down at his stitched fingers. Of course, these words stunned the young dragon, because if he did so, the fingers might not hold up and immediately parted. "Seams are elementary, and in general you need to watch how they take root," explained the young dragon. He advised staying in the room and meditating until he was fully recovered so that the flow of energy would synchronize with the fingers. Until then, you just have to be patient. I think I should be more careful for your sake, he added. To these words, Ryun replied, so I took mine. He was so worried about the young dragon. It seemed that he was even ready to risk his own life for him. They agreed to be more careful and advised each other to protect themselves. The young dragon was putting away his tools, which he had used to stitch up Ryunu's fingers. At that moment he thought, come to think of it, caring for others. This thought flashed through the young dragon's mind. And since everything was over, he decided to tell Ryun about the children who wanted to be his named brothers. What are you talking about? Ryan turned his head and questioned him. You disobeyed, explained the young dragon, calling out their names, Cheong-woo and Sama-hyun. Ryun approached and asked for more details. The young dragon began his story about the children he met. He began to tell about the children he helped and what he did for them. About the children in whose eyes hope and kindness appeared after his help. So you kept them alive because they treated you like an older brother? Asked Ryun. He suddenly hit the table and asked not to deceive himself. Ryun believed that the young dragon's children only needed his medical skills. But the dragon explained that he survived because of them. Just because you were the first to offer friendship, I consider you different from the others, Ryun said. Of course, the young dragon understood what Ryun was trying to convey. Namely, that those two are only using his medical knowledge as a ruse. And that he, Ryun, is the only true and close friend. Since you don't like it so much, I'll pretend it didn't happen, the young dragon agreed, explaining that he only told it because Cheon and Sama-hyun asked. However, for him, Ryun's opinion always comes first. In fact, Chin didn't regret that these two wouldn't become his younger brothers. And he was sure that they would still support each other when needed. If they're willing to risk it for you, I'll consider it, Ryun said as he turned. This meant that in the future, if they met Ryun, they would not back down if they could protect the young dragon. He agreed to give them his permission. He decided to test it in martial arts, although he said that they didn't have to defeat him. But if they could tear off even a piece of his clothes in 3 attacks, only then will he allow them to become a human shield for the young dragon. It sounded a little creepy indeed. The heavenly demon will pick up the sword again to prove that he has the right to be called the young dragon's younger brother. But why? Is this a test of endurance or just wanting to see if they can survive this? However, the young dragon did not like this method. Ryun insisted that they should try, and if they failed, let them pay with their lives for such a sin. He was simply asking permission for the young dragon to agree to this method. He himself thought that the children living in Kango would definitely have the sense to refuse. They would not agree to it. Chin Chung-hee was monitoring Ryun's condition while treating the demonic cult's patients. The herbs used in the Jiangshi technique also helped with anesthesia. When used correctly, they could plunge the patient into a deep sleep. The old bloodshed began to share her knowledge with Chin Chung-hee, sharing the secrets of her techniques and learning his methods. She asked if he knew the destruction technique, and if he ever thought that she could create a technique to counter it. If you had created it, I don't think you would have told the other Taoists about it, Chin replied to her. The time came and the young dragon fully recovered, deciding it was time to go. When he stepped outside, Huanggu ran up to him, eagles circling overhead. He had not seen them for a long time, and was sincerely glad to meet them. This cutie immediately started licking his cheek. Standing behind him, Ryun said he told the falcons the location of the demon cult's hospital. If the young dragon wanted to send a message, he could do so through any of them, and they would deliver it personally. But the young dragon was more interested in how Ryun did it. He told a simple secret. Animals can be tamed with food. Looking at them, he did not understand whether he had raised spiritual beasts or pigs. Well, it's time to go back. The young dragon thanked Ryun for everything, but now had to go, advising Ryun to continue the physical therapy as instructed. Ryun advised him to take care of himself as well. And if not, next time I'll have to cut off a few more fingers, he added jokingly. We'll see you later, Ryun said as he held out his hand to the young dragon. He lowered his eyes and looked at his outstretched hand. Then he extended his hand and shook it tightly to his friend Ryun. It's time to go. Chin waved him goodbye, and at that moment, they had to say goodbye. On this sunny and beautiful day, warm rays gently warmed the earth. A young dragon with falcons on his shoulders and a faithful dog by his side, who also carried a falcon on his back, went out to meet the future. Now he faced an important decision, and just at that moment he saw someone ahead. In front of him stood his mentor, looking incredibly handsome, and he seemed to have arrived just in time. What a reliable disguise he has, the young dragon thought as he looked at him. The mentor asked if he always goes with such a large company. Just one day my family got a lot bigger. Well, With your behavior, it was only a matter of time, Rin replied with a smirk. With that said, Rin reached for the horse's reins. Got to go, Rin warned, surprising the young dragon who asked if they were going back to the infirmary. It seemed to the mentor that he should not want to go anywhere else, but, out of politeness, he asked him. Although looking at his mentor, the young dragon knew that the answer was obvious. They were moving on. The medicine is left, so it is better to go willingly while there is such an opportunity, said the mentor. But I wonder where these horses are from. These are the black war horses of the Namgong family. Next to him was a young foal that would grow into a wonderful horse. Rin lent them to head Namgun, who immediately agreed when he explained that he was going to find his student. Chin was grateful because thanks to the mentor he would be able to comfortably return to the infirmary. At the same moment he swam easily onto his horse. Rin said he would ride ahead and lead them on their way. The young dragon agreed and ordered his dog to follow. During the drive, Rin called Chin lucky, and he noted that he should brag not only about his medical skills, but also about his luck. What does this mean? Chin asked himself, wondering if his mentor was playing a prank on him, or if the situation was so dire that he survived only by chance. Luckily, I'm good at following tracks, so I ended up in that weird spot. But probably it was also luck. My student is incredibly lucky, said Rin. At the same time, the young dragon thanked him, as he understood that it was only thanks to his intervention that he survived and could not express how happy he was that Rin was by his side. And Rin himself did not hide that the situation really made him nervous. He didn't want to go through something like that again. And the young dragon knew very well that he was on the verge of death and probably scared his mentor very much. At that moment, the mentor remembered that Chin had also changed a lot. During the treatment, it was not so noticeable, but now he is convinced of it. The young dragon admitted that he had learned the Mudan family's 2 energy martial arts. At this moment, the mentor was very surprised. The young dragon went on to explain that being alone with Master Mudan's ashes from the previous generation, he was able to learn a lot. But how come no one found his ashes? Rin thought. It seems that the beasts of the young dragon have considerable abilities. Chin did not hide that they helped him a lot. The young dragon also wanted to invite his mentor to learn the dual energy martial arts. It doesn't have to be used for medical purposes or to share opinions. It has to be good for your health, Chin explained. In addition, he found a way to stabilize his condition using the 5 elements technique. When told by the mentor that Mudan probably wouldn't like it, Chin only offered to keep it a secret. This seemed like a great decision, and the mentor noted again that the young dragon was nothing like Kanho's people. There are moments when he looks more like a scientist than a martial artist, and he also looks like an oddball who breaks the laws of Kangho's world. Although the mentor still believed that Chin, although he does not choose the methods to achieve his goals, is a good person. Suddenly their horses stopped, reaching for the branches above them. The mentor suggested that Chin give it a try, and he accepted his offer. The day was approaching evening, and the sun was already setting behind the mountains. Beyond the mountains where they stopped, they dismounted from their horses and moved on. They approached the cave and entered it to fulfill their plan. The young dragon didn't even expect the mentor to agree so easily. Fortunately, he was interested, and now only the last part of the ritual remained. The teacher sat in meditation, completely immersed in this state. The young dragon sat opposite, also giving himself wholeheartedly to the process. But when he opened his eyes, he was overcome with surprise. Looking at the mentor, he noticed that he had overcome the barrier of knowledge. Did it really happen? The dog, the falcons, and the horses stood at the entrance to the cave, almost dozing. It was deep night, and inside the cave, the mentor and the student lit a fire. Time passed, and Rin began to cough. Then the young dragon ran up to him, asking if he was all right. He guessed that the bone-changing technique was too difficult for him. Suddenly, the mentor took his hand and said, "You are a real treasure." His look was incredibly mysterious, and the young dragon had never seen it before. "Teacher, did you succeed?" he asked, but he only laughed and answered, "No. If so, I would overcome the wall and reach the edge of the legendary realm." However, he noted that the wall had cracked, and under the crackling of the fire he shared that he felt he was on the edge of the realm of creation. This meant that he would soon approach the realm of mysteries. Unbelievable, because then he will really be able to become the strongest in the world. Although he is on the edge of the realm of creation, there are 3 more in the world of martial arts who are stronger than him, and Rin himself admitted this. Who are these 3? Wondered the young dragon, not understanding who it was about. His curiosity got the better of him, and he asked his mentor about it. Rin began his story with a question. Do you know that the world's top 10 masters include 3 worthies, 2 apprentices, 2 ghosts, 2 kings, and 1 prince? The young dragon had heard of them. Rin went on to say that the 3 worthies are the strongest, followed by 2 apprentices, 2 ghosts, 2 kings, and the prince completes the list. Rin himself was a doctor, but unfortunately he did not make it into the top 10 masters. However, he could compete with 2 disciples and 2 ghosts now. As for the 3 worthy ones, there were rumors that they had already reached the realm of mysteries, but he didn't know for sure if they were stronger than him. The words competition made the young dragon realize that they were more or less equal in strength. In addition, it was clear from the mentor that he is confident enough not to rush around with empty words. Rin knew the young dragon had met one of the ghosts before, so he asked if he had any idea who it was. Qin suggested that it might be a strange old bloodshed, and he was not wrong in this assumption. After all, she behaved kindly in front of him, and in fact she is an incredibly strong person. However, it seemed that the mentor was still stronger than her, although it was interesting how much. What the mentor was absolutely sure of was that upon returning, it was necessary to train more. Since there is more internal energy, shouldn't we learn to manage it properly? Otherwise, it's like giving a knife to a child. The young dragon was incredibly interested in what kind of training awaited him, and the mentor explained it all to him. He said that the 5-element technique, Taya's broken immortality sword, and the chaos energy spinning art would be next, all wonderful techniques with perfect compatibility. But of course, other types of martial arts should be mastered. From the mentor's explanations, the young dragon understood that the training would be even more difficult than last time. In addition, he told the mentor that there were elixirs that they had not yet obtained. The teacher asked when he would receive them. The young dragon showed 3 fingers and said that if everything went according to plan, it would happen within 3 years. Then you will train for 2 years, said the mentor. He didn't care that it was a long time, and also that this time the young dragon may be hiding part of the truth from him. The mentor had guesses, but he didn't ask, wanting only to protect him from future injuries. It was clear to the young dragon that it was necessary for his own good. He perfectly understood the role of a mentor, and knew that no one in the world cared about him more. The mentor himself explained to him that he is his student, not a puppet, and therefore he cannot raise him as he would like. This meant that his job as a mentor was to help him become strong so that he would at least not get beaten up where he was going. Rin thought about this when he saved him, because Qin is a pure-hearted young man who always goes forward without looking back. If he considers the cause righteous and the situation hopeless, he will sacrifice himself again. That's what Rin realized. This whole story was too cruel even for him. It is said that a person who dies an unjust death becomes a ghost, and the mentor hoped that the young dragon would not be in danger. After all the words his mentor said to him, the young dragon fell to his knees. His mentor was letting him into Kengho for the first time, and it was like losing a child to him, so the young dragon felt he had no excuses. Your wounds? I sewed them up so carefully that not a trace was left, said the mentor. However, I hoped that at least one mark would remain, so that, looking at it, you would remember this incident. In response, the young dragon promised the mentor that he would definitely become stronger. However, the mentor asked him to understand these words correctly. He did not mean for him to live without doing anything. The most important thing is to appreciate your life, and that is enough. This conversation was extremely important for them at this moment. Both of them accepted her as the most important thing that had happened to them recently. The teacher also understood that his student was still a child. The morning came, and they went to the infirmary. Everyone there was happy to meet the head and the young dragon, and especially Yuho. Although it was not visible on his face, it was safe to say that his heart felt warm. The doctors stood in the ward, bending over the patients. Everyone was busy with their own business. Qin noticed that not much had changed here during his absence. Although the number of trainees had even increased, a large stack of books was waiting for him. As well as the number of trainees, the number of medical cases also increased. It was necessary to sort it all out. His only concern was why the work was taking so long. It was unusual for him to perform it according to the schedule. At that moment, Yuho came to him. Entering, he knocked on the already open door and asked if Qin had finished his work. Qin turned around and replied that he had already dealt with all matters. Yuho came to tell him that his mentor was waiting for him. He asked to leave when Qin was ready. Training was finally starting. When the young dragon came to the mentor, he was already telling him about the control of internal energy and that he had made significant progress for his age. However, even though his control is now better than usual, the mentor thought that in that fight he realized his own limits. The young dragon couldn't help but agree with that. remembering that incident. Frankly speaking, he felt his limit more than ever before. And although all traces of the battle are erased, the scars still remain. This greatly limits his medical skills. No matter how strong he is, if he had control of internal energy like Ryun's, it would be much easier for him. That is why the mentor prepared a special training for him and asked Yuho to bring something. The young dragon was impatiently waiting to see what he would bring. Yuho finally returned with the items wrapped in a cloth. The teacher offered to play dice with him. The rules were simple. If an empty line falls out, he wins. Otherwise, he will lose and be punished. The young dragon took the dice in his hand and began to examine it carefully. One of the tasks was practice percussive massage of acupuncture points on a wooden doll for an hour. Other faces of the bone offered. With the left hand, practice the sword art of the 3 principles. With the right hand, the divine spear of 10 steps within an hour. Climb the rock without the help of hands, and so on. With the exception of one empty face, each had goosebump-inducing body and inner energy training methods. It was worth throwing unsuccessfully, and a real training hell awaited him. And no matter how he looked at the mentor, the young dragon understood that he liked to torment his student a little. Yuho asked if everyone was ready and offered to start. If he is ready, then it is time to try to roll the dice. Before throwing, the young dragon concentrated. If an empty face is dropped, all will be well. The main thing is to choose the right moment. His hand finally lets go of the dice. She flies onto the table and rolls several times. Everyone froze in anticipation of what would happen. Chin tried to concentrate as much as possible, and so he releases the next bone. She also started rolling on the table. Its rotation gradually slowed down. The young dragon tried to influence her movements with his gaze. He needed to expose it in such a way that an empty face fell out. And at that moment, the empty face was in his hand. He was glad that the bone stopped just like that. It seemed like the perfect ending, but the second bone still kept moving. The perfect ending turned out to be not so perfect. He had to practice percussive acupuncture point massage on a wooden Yuho doll for an hour. Yuho himself only smiled. The young dragon began to get nervous and asked the mentor why this happened. The mentor recalled that he had warned of difficulties and that the point of learning is to get as much practice as possible. The mentor, trying to calm him down, said that while he was practicing, he would also practice. He added that Chin is not the only one who will have to go through suffering. Yuho even prepared an improved version of the wooden doll and invited them to follow him. He wondered if the young dragon could stop the doll, and if not, maybe he should just lie down and get a massage. At that moment, the young dragon was hit several times in the back. He felt a sharp pain and froze, asking the mentor why this was done. The mentor explained simply, "That's why I imposed the restrictions to make it harder to manifest the inner energy." He asked to try not to use internal energy. At first he did not understand, but then he felt that something had really changed. His body became incredibly heavy, as if gravity had increased tenfold. The mentor asked Yuho to take care of him, and also advised the young dragon to take his time because this is just the beginning. Chin realized what a mess he had gotten himself into. Soon the young dragon began his training with wooden dolls. It was very difficult because there were as many as 9 of them. It seemed that Yuho had gone a little crazy, making as many as 9 dolls. And it was terribly difficult because his body was so heavy. The next task was to separate white rice from brown rice. Before, he used a lot of energy to control the sword, but now he only had to use a crumb of it to separate each stipule. He also maintained the art of swirling chaos energy to distinguish grains in such darkness. It was extremely difficult, and the next task was sewing with a needle and thread. In order not to tear the skin, it was necessary to insert the needle correctly the first time. For this, a small part of the sword's energy should have been put into the needle. Since it will not be possible to avoid it, he decided to get at least some satisfaction from the process. Later, he needed to make scarves for Yoon and the younger students. If you take larger pieces of fabric and sew them on both sides, the scarf will last longer. He picked up the right material and went to his place. But first he needed to settle something else. This was in regards to a fight offered by his best-named brother, Ryun, under the title, "Die If You Want to Be a Younger Brother." It was necessary to write a letter with this topic and explanation, as well as to send the ashes to the Mudan school. He pondered whether it would be better to hand over the ashes in person, as it would be an insult if the ashes of the previous generation's elders were sent through a shipping company. He decided that despite the time spent, he would carry the ashes himself, considering it a matter of honor. Every day, Jin Chonghee's training became more and more difficult. However, his control of internal energy became more and more precise. The days passed one after another, bringing pleasant weather. Some exercises were repeated, but their difficulty did not decrease. Time passed so quickly that several seasons have already passed. Along with this, Chin himself was changing. He gradually matured. His shoulders broadened. The hands took on a more masculine look. The appearance became more mature, and Huanggu remained loyal to him all this time. Finally, the long-awaited letter from the younger brothers arrived, and after reading it, he realized that they had also grown up a lot. Now they catch martens, hares, and wolves with traps. He didn't know what kind of person this Ryun was, but he had to see for himself if he deserved his rank. He also understood from the letter that the younger brothers supported the idea of fighting for the title of the best younger brother in the world. And Hyun seems like a smart guy, he thought, and even needed that hide that Cheon sent. It was so useful that he even considered making a cape out of it. At this moment, the mentor was standing outside the door, watching him and thinking about how he uses the energy of the wind to strengthen the needle on the days when the blank face falls out. The mentor achieved that Chin, albeit slowly, began to do it on his own. You are truly incredible, thought the mentor. After a while, he called the young dragon to him to discuss a game that he himself had come up with, and which had received a positive response in the infirmary. Chin explained that the game was designed so that patients could stay in bed and have fun. Blue Jade, or Deep Marble, is a game adapted to the realities of Kanho, in which you need to earn money or build hospitals according to the conditions of the world. The teacher understood that this game is a real golden key. Patients were so engrossed in the game that they forgot about everything else, and many even wanted to buy it for themselves. When merchants fell ill, they also came to the infirmary. Some of the elders said that they got a taste of their time again by playing this game. But during this conversation, Chin didn't notice how the mentor, engrossed in his conversation, began to win the same game they were playing. The mentor continued to tell that the merchants wanted to buy the Ondol scheme because many soldiers who felt its warmth during their stay in the infirmary wanted to install something similar in their homes. And the young dragon most wanted to popularize the soap. It's a shame that it didn't get such a response. Do people really dislike hand-washing here? Losses from investments in soap production were significant, but you can't do anything. After all, the young dragon decided to sell the game, and the Ondol scheme after all. When the young dragon asked which trade guild offered a deal, the mentor replied that there were quite a few, and even made a list. There are even Namgong and Potha guilds among them. The young dragon jokingly added, I'd still like to find a place to sell soap. The mentor hinted that the soap would not be sold anyway, so he should give up and at least compensate for the losses. In the end, it was decided to do as the mentor advised. Although the young dragon was busy every day, he understood that he had to stay true to medicine. You can't neglect your studies. He was well aware of this and was now sitting at the table, fully focused on his studies. His next goal was to develop an effective antibiotic for the treatment of tuberculosis, streptomycin. Streptomycin is an antibiotic effective in the treatment of tuberculosis, also known as the White Plague. This is a typical soil antibiotic discovered by Dr. Zelman Abraham Waxman and his students, who noticed that tuberculosis bacteria are rapidly destroyed in the soil. After that, they conducted a trial and error analysis of thousands of soil-dwelling microorganisms. They managed to isolate Streptomyces griseus from the genus of Actinomycetes. Dr. Waxman received the Nobel Prize for this complex work. The young dragon knew that according to his scientific work, using a small amount of penicillin could increase the cultivation efficiency several times over. However, knowing and doing are two different things. He turned to Yuho and said he needed about 10,000 petri dishes. He also asked to use all available personnel. He considered Yuho to be an incredible laboratory technician, because in this era there is no such thing as a doctorate, so Yuho has nowhere to run. Yuho even managed to make the microscope that the young dragon had told him about earlier. Although it took a little longer to create a few small glass spheres, when it was done, it completely matched the young dragon's description. The smaller the glass sphere, the better it magnified. It was hard to believe that such a thing was even possible. It was an exact copy of the Leeuwenhoek microscope, created in the 1600s. An ordinary person would not have been able to create something like this. Yosh, Yuho was incredible. However, he cautioned that the price per unit is very high, and therefore distribution is not possible. The microscope is only made in one copy. The young dragon thanked Yuho sincerely for the microscope. But microscopes, and it was already time for training. Yuho added another new wooden doll, eagerly awaiting the results of the young dragon. It seemed that Yuho was simply tired of his success and decided to play with him with the help of a new doll. The young dragon tried to tell him that he had another training session today. Yuho didn't believe his attempted denial, considering it a cheap trick. A few days later, there was a meeting with the trade guild that had won the tender to install the Ondol. The representative sat across from the young dragon, thanking him for choosing their company. His name was Gongpanha of the Potha Merchant Guild, and he and his men had high expectations for their cooperation with the Pak Rin Medical Institution. The young dragon also had an interest, as no other guild could boast of maritime trade and supply of materials. At first, Honen's company, like Potha's, was a small house of guides, and both companies were even housed in the same building. After the young dragon saved Gong Il-san's younger brother from bandits, he later met his older sister Gong Ranha when he stopped to rest in a special room at the Heavenly Peace Inn. She was not affiliated with the Poth Trade Guild or their transport company. During the tea, he asked Han whether he belonged to the Honen Transport Company. Gon was a little embarrassed to admit, but due to business difficulties, the Gonen Transport Company had turned into Poth's Trade Guild. He further explained that in exchange for this, they were promised cooperation with the Potha Transport Company. Even a small company is not easy to manage. In fact, it is the same as the modern delivery service, where only large companies with a well-established system survive. Especially considering that the transport companies of this era swim, not in the blue, but in the red ocean. Qin emphasized that he has a trained eye because there are many people around him ready to help, and he is confident that his business will now go up. It was time to discuss serious matters, and the young dragon remembered, as he poured the tea, that he had heard of Gon's intention to buy the Ondel construction method. Gaussen admitted that it took a lot of effort to get the construction plan, and even scouted the information beforehand. He was also very surprised to learn that it was a young dragon that created her. He explained that he had only improved a system that was already in use elsewhere. It was difficult to tell about this place because it was very, very far away, but Gon wanted information from the young dragon to open this business. It became clear in general that he wanted the original product, but the young dragon requested 30% of the net profit from each Ondal installation deal. It was a lot, as Gon had hoped for 10%. But the young dragon explained that improper installation of an Ondal could be life-threatening. He spoke in detail about all possible risks. Gon realized that he could not beat him and agreed to the terms. 30%, but in return we will get exclusive rights, because selling the technology to other guilds will be like a stab in the back. The young dragon agreed to these terms with understanding. Gon was happy to immediately break the news to his guildmates. Their arrangement was successful, and they bowed to each other as a sign of respect. The young dragon led Gon to the exit. He felt satisfied that he had completed the Ondal contract on such favorable terms. The next thing was the Blue Jade game. At the gate, the Consent Trade Guild was already waiting for him, which was participating in the tender for the sale of Blue Jade. The young dragon headed towards it. He was looking forward to meeting the Consent sisters, since he hadn't seen them for a long time. All he had heard was that thanks to his advice as children, they had both become famous in Kangho. Then he received the Hickson sword from them, which he still uses. And so he went out to them, and saw a chariot to which 2 horses were tied, and directly in front of them stood these 2 girls. When he saw them, he was amazed at how much they had grown. They blew with incredible force. One of the girls laughed, called him a charity kid, and noted that he had become a real handsome man. They greeted each other and asked each other how they were doing, saying that everything was fine with them. The other sister was happy to see the white dragon known throughout Kangho. This meeting was genuinely pleasant for everyone. Qin noticed that Kang Sheng-hun liked to follow formalities as usual. At that moment, another girl started to get out of the chariot. She was called to say hello and came out with slightly red cheeks. Seeing her, the young dragon froze in surprise. He definitely didn't expect to meet her here. It was Kagyan. Her appearance shone like blooming flowers, and her cheeks, red with shyness, testified to her incredible modesty. She really had grown up incredibly. It had been a long time since they had last met, and he barely recognized her at first. She immediately asked how he was doing, and he replied with a compliment. "But you've really gotten better." It was a little strange, because he felt unusual, probably because they were not children anymore, and he did not know about her sudden arrival due to work. Here the sisters broke into the conversation, joking that he had no idea how cute Yeon was with her chubby cheeks. They also noted that she is an incredibly reliable bodyguard. Everyone had big smiles on their faces. Each of them was happy to see each other, as was the young dragon himself. However, the greeting was a little long, and he invited them to go inside. As soon as they entered, they immediately felt how the infirmary grew, and the atmosphere here became even more energetic. This was made possible by the fact that the young dragon managed to cure Pekrin's disease. One of the sisters shared that they have a power struggle between the main and side branches of the clan. She told about all the reasons and cases that they have to solve. From her story, the young dragon understood that she was gradually beginning to realize reality. It also turned out that Yan cannot communicate with the rest as with friends. Because of this, she is called a guardian, but only for certain reasons. Everyone began to notice Yan's shyness and encouraged her to make herself at home. But it was quite natural because she actually returned home. She had her own standards since she didn't acquire a secret ability or magical elixir. And then the one whom Yan wanted to see the most appeared. Turning her head, she saw her father standing next to her. He, not holding back his tears, rushed to her to hug her. Hugging her tightly, he said how much he missed her. At first, the sisters did not understand what was happening because they did not know that it was her father. The young dragon explained to them that it was her father, an elder known as the Demon Archer. She asked him not to cry, but he, wiping his tears, replied that Daddy doesn't cry. She, of course, saw his emotions and understood everything without words. After that, he began to ask why she was so thin and what she had to go through. It was a very emotional father-daughter reunion, but I guess it was time to get down to business. The moment his daughter returned safely, the elder became the happiest father in the world, and seeing how he was beaming, the mentor also gave him the day off. They immediately set out to eat and rest, having fun together. Thanks to this, the three of them were able to discuss matters and events of the past. Sitting down at the table, they agreed that now everything would be fine. The young dragon wondered what impression the meeting with Yan had made on them. At first, they couldn't find the right words. Finally, one of them mentioned that Yan must have wanted to make a strong impression when she brought the bandit leader's head in a salt box to the first meeting. Pretty specific first impression. It seems that she managed it very well. Obviously, she has a knack for making a first impression. The young dragon could not understand why she did that, because no one does that now. The sisters also agreed that such a method was not common, although some warriors still acted in a similar manner, sending heads mostly to their enemies. It was Safa's style. Did she really walk into the honor faction through the main entrance carrying the robber's head in a crate? I wonder what the Constant family thought when they saw this. She looks a lot like his archer uncle. But the young dragon never thought he would hear such a story about the style of the three kingdoms. It must have been something extremely important to Yan. But enough about Ion, it's time to talk about the game. The young dragon asked them to wait a moment and left to fetch the game. When they saw the game, they were amazed that he made it himself. The young dragon wondered why it was the blue jade that interested the sisters, and not the ondel, since the game was supposed to bring less profit. One of the sisters agreed that the ondel could bring more benefits. However, installing it in a house where people have lived for generations will require renovation and expansion, which can be a real headache. In addition, they do not have connections with transport companies, and the transportation of heavy materials is very expensive. In that case, selling the ondel to the Poth Trade Guild with their transport company was a smart choice, especially since their mysterious head is a serious competitor. Instead, blue jade was more profitable for them. If you hire craftsmen and have bamboo, you can ensure stable production. Considering that the elders of small schools are unlikely to want a game made of bamboo, preferring jade or black stone, special orders will bring even more profit. They even thought about it, and one of the sisters admitted that she also wanted to try the game. She played a little on the way here. She didn't even notice how time had flown by, especially when a single card could change everything. The young dragon noticed her high spirits and offered to discuss the terms first. He was willing to sell the game exclusively to the Constant family, demanding 30% of the profits. The girl could see how quickly she calculated the benefit in her thoughts. In return, the young dragon agreed to post the rules of the game in the infirmary and regularly buy copies for the pavilion. They knew they could trust him, and they calmly made a deal with him. They quickly agreed to his terms, and on this wonderful day, he thanked them for a successful deal. When the morning came, he was already at the mentor's and told about the fact that he had made a deal. He also warned him that this was just the beginning. The young dragon understood that it was necessary to connect the matter with the medical institution as soon as possible, because now Kango has many warriors, but those who are capable of leading an entire school can be counted on the fingers. The teacher could not help but be proud of his student. However, there is no need to rush. When the trade guild begins to operate, everyone will know about the innovation, and in addition, he promised to warn about all the dangers associated with the use of ondel. The mentor understood this, although at first he saw it as an opportunity to brag about his student in front of the other elders. The young dragon asked him to be patient. The mentor's enthusiasm was getting out of hand, but the young dragon successfully contained the situation so that he would not spread the news prematurely. After all, if the head of the Namgung family found out, then Namgung-un would start clinging again. Without realizing it, the young dragon had high hopes for the rising star of the martial arts world, the winner of the Dragon and Phoenix convention, because Tang was exceptional. The young dragon heard that Tang was fascinated by this whirlwind of events. Ondal and Blue Jade had already begun to spread throughout Kango. Now all that remained was to wait for the profits, some of which he planned to invest in the production of soap and the foundation for the creation of the White Dragon pills. A full month passed, and the young dragon returned to his office at the Pecorina clinic. The head of the Tang clan greeted the young dragon, whom he considered to be the head of affairs, but the expressions on their faces seemed alarming. Medical Department Chief Tang's eyes literally shone with anger. The young dragon decided to ask the mentor what happened. The mentor held a large red unfolded scroll in front of him and looked distressed. The young dragon was intrigued and did not understand what lay before the mentor. "This is a message from King Zhou," the mentor said in a sad voice. The young dragon asked in surprise, "Is it from the imperial court?" It seemed that the king had sent a message to the infirmary, and the matter was clearly serious. Now it was clear why everyone looked so excited. The young dragon asked what was in that message. The mentor briefly explained that His Majesty's younger brother was sick, and the king wanted to entrust his treatment to the young dragon. However, if His Majesty wishes to appoint someone personally, a royal decree must be issued. However, then there would be those who would want to know what was going on in the emperor's heart, so King Zhou sent the message instead. Then a man from the Tang clan approached the young dragon. He explained that it was an unofficial decree, but it was sent on behalf of the king and therefore could not be ignored. The imperial court is known for its eloquence, and they could not fathom what was happening. However, they knew one thing: in case of failure, the responsibility would fall on them. They discussed the possibilities a little more, whether it was a fracture or maybe something with the arm. One of them suggested that it was most likely an internal injury. To express doubt that the doctor was unable to heal his own internal trauma was tantamount to slandering the entire clinic. The young dragon noted that it would not be possible to avoid it. Another warned him that in such a case he would be walking on the edge of a knife. If everything worked out, he would get rewards and fame, but if not, he would fail. The young dragon realized that then it would become a problem not only for him, but also for the entire clinic. He asked the mentor if the message described any symptoms. He just handed the young dragon a message and asked him to read it himself. As the young dragon began to read, his face immediately contorted. These symptoms in the worst case may indicate colon cancer. He said the symptoms varied, but he is interested in only one. And judging by everything, the situation is very serious. The mentor understood exactly what he was pointing to: the impossibility of defecation due to a tumor on the left. Cancer should not be underestimated even in today's world, and in this case, it is probably incurable. On Earth in the 21st century, treatment combines surgery and chemotherapy. With the described symptoms, the best option would be to physically remove the cancer cells through surgery. Due to the nature of colon cancer, it is difficult to tell from the symptoms whether this tumor is benign or malignant. So making a diagnosis will not be easy. If even the court doctor could not do anything and turns to the Pecorin clinic for help, it remains only to hope that it is a benign tumor. It is impossible to refuse in this situation. Even the king can start to worry, but how can you refuse? Exactly, and it will no longer be possible to simulate the disease. The infirmary people, Huazhu, are always here as always. If you compare colon cancer with other types, here at least the prognosis is better. At least up to stage 2. The young dragon prayed that it would turn out to be a benign tumor, and if not, that it wouldn't progress beyond stage 2. The mentor turned to the young dragon and offered his help. He wanted to go with him because he understood that it would be difficult for him to cope with many issues on his own. The young dragon was already scrolling in his head with what kind of business. He ran away with his student. He could be called the third strongest in the world, so he did not lack courage. Even if Rin's clinic is blown to pieces, then there will be a choice. There will be a chance to either stay alive, coping in the wilderness. In general, this is a real headache. If you can't escape, then you can't allow failures. The mentor tried to calm him down, saying that he should not be afraid. After all, even if he fails, he will still be able to somehow resolve the situation, except if the young dragon dies before his eyes. The mentor also said that Huazhu was also walking like a dream and advised him to go to Baekrin's clinic because the disease cannot be treated, and therefore it is the territory of surgery. Here's a psycho, he dropped the bomb just to save himself. He didn't cross the line before, but the incident with the king was a serious blow to him, so now he's sharpening his teeth at Baekrin's clinic. As they say, you won't know if you don't try. Once you have chosen, There is nowhere to run. The young dragon decided to at least enjoy it. The doctor first of all thinks about saving a person. The young dragon's last words made everyone smile. Not only the mentor was smiling, but also everyone who was around. This should be the position of the young head of the Peck-Rin Clinic. A few days passed at the Huaju Clinic. Here it became known that Peck went to the imperial court together with the young master. The clinic consultant was not at all happy with this news and was sure that the patient would not be cured. The counselor of the infirmary was convinced that this boy would not cure the king in any way. Everything is much more complicated than it seems, he told his friend. If the king dies during treatment, who will be responsible? Because of this, all the problems were transferred to the Pecklin Pavilion, including the operation, realizing that Jack Sung would not be able to cope on his own. Unlike medicine, the operation immediately decides whether the patient will live or die. In case of a bad result, it will not be easy to avoid responsibility, the advisor said. He added that, as Yak Song said, the herbs will not help here anymore, so the Pecklin Infirmary is unlikely to use medicine and proceed to surgery. If they do not perform the operation, the court doctor will notice that they want to avoid responsibility, he continued. And that will put a big dent in their competitiveness. But one question remained. What if they did heal the king? Out of anger, the counselor hit the table and asked his friend not to talk nonsense. Our leader Jack Sung said it's impossible. There is no need to argue. You need to go and tell the other leaders about everything. God himself is helping us, so all that remains is to drink for it, he concluded. After all, today they had an initiative to surpass the Pecklin Infirmary. A week later, the young master found himself not far from the imperial palace. They arrived at the palace already at night. So that no one could see them, they were led to the leader. Cheon-hee realized that this was where the ruler of Zhou resided. The place where he lived was incredibly quiet because he is a member of the imperial family. Soon they came to the patient's infirmary, and the person who led them informed them that the doctors from Pecklin had arrived. The boys showed respect by bowing their heads. The man then said that everyone but the white dragon could be free. The young man was a little embarrassed because he was with his mentor, but nothing can be done with such requests of the leader. He wanted to talk to him in person, and now his mentor didn't seem so scary. So he entered the infirmary on his own. There was a calm atmosphere inside, and various notes were scattered everywhere. It was clear that these people had a hard time. They were met by the acting emperor. A good reputation or a sharp blade can sometimes harm its owner. She could see that they were upset and couldn't forget how she tried to steal his student. Peck admitted it was hard to forget. But what happened is over, said the empress. With a teacher like this, sooner or later he will become like him, White Dragon. Young-hee didn't understand why everyone was reacting to his mentor like this. Aren't there people in this world who sacrifice themselves for the sake of students? Now they get down to business. Are they aware of the situation? She lived with only one thought. She is not interested in predictions. The main thing is that the emperor does not die in bed during treatment. They promise to take care of it. But does that mean they should not treat him and just pretend? This man's disease is incurable, and he is just a puppet who can no longer fulfill his duty. So there is nothing you can do. Even Huajuyak Xiong, after measuring his pulse, could not help him, she explained. Although officially they could not ask him, because the illness of a member of the imperial family would become a weakness for the empire. As descendants of Tai Hao Fu, they must demonstrate their strength. Cheon-hee thought that this was the fate of those born into the imperial family, but it was ridiculous. Because the descendants of the third emperor Fu Shi were given special powers, but being weak could not be considered members of the ruling dynasty. Therefore, illness for them is a weakness and a deficiency. Peck wanted to prove that now the imperial power was stable enough, and there was no need to hide it. The woman replied, "It's all right, but suddenly it can harm our current situation." These words made the doctors a little worried. She didn't want to talk anymore, because it could become a big problem. Better go and measure his pulse, but under no circumstances remove the mask from the patient, she advised the young white dragon, knowing his righteousness. Jong-hee picked up on these hints. He was given permission to enter the patient. As expected, there was no eunuch to look after him. There was a minimum of security, because access was allowed only to the chosen ones. Everything was perfect to hide his identity. And suddenly, the young master felt tension. It was clear that the man's body was not moving. Instead of showing manners, this man yelled, "Take my pulse!" Jong-hee felt this young man's talent. He controls people with the help of words. If the talent of the Zhou ruler is related to physical strength, then the talent of this member of the imperial family is related to mental influence. Jong-hee promised to take his pulse, and at that very moment, his mentor decided to look around. Having taken the first step, he followed the young master. Holding his hand, Zhong-He remembered that the novel he was reading mentioned members of the imperial family. Since heavenly demon Yahello was not closely related to them, investing in their affairs made no sense. The only person who appeared periodically in the village was the ruler of Zhou, so it was difficult to understand what kind of person he was. And yet the young master saw a man lying on the bed in a strange mask, and began to feel his pulse. He found the right meridians. Judging by the body structure of this man, he is more than 30 years old. He had a fairly strong body, not as strong as Empress Zhou's, but he probably practiced martial arts. Qi energy began to spread throughout the ruler's body. The young master sensed some strange essence. He asked the ruler if he had taken poison. He said that he once did, but he took the antidote in time and survived. It was good, but there were traces of damage in the stomach and intestines. The doctor apologized for being rude and, using his strength, placed his hand directly on the emperor's stomach. This, of course, was different from any other way of analyzing the state, and it was much more noticeable to the emperor than the palpation of the pulse by the court physician. But all the young dragon asked was for the emperor to be patient. He understood that this was not the first stage of the disease, and already the second stage is in the worst condition. Worried, he realized that time was running out and he needed to act immediately. In the second stage of cancer, the muscular and serous layers of the intestine are affected. In this case, the 5-year survival rate is 68%. This is less than at the first stage, but still quite high. Problems begin with the third stage, when metastases penetrate the lymph nodes. From this moment on, the survival rate drops to 36%. However, the doctor was sure that this boy had the second stage. Fortunately, this is colon cancer, not rectal cancer, so it will be easier to identify the right area during surgery. Even with a large area of resection, functional disorders rarely occur. After surgery, there will be no need to worry about urinating, and right now this guy can defecate on his own despite the tumor. To the emperor's question about what the young dragon thinks about this and whether he will survive, he said that with the help of surgery, the disease can be contained, but it does not guarantee that the patient will survive 5 years later. The emperor replied that the most important thing for him was to hold out for at least another year. It was difficult to predict for sure, and one had to judge by the pulse. However, if done correctly, it is quite possible. Then the emperor realized that he would have to open his stomach, and he would sleep all the time. If so, don't worry about the mask the emperor wears. He's not going to take it off. The emperor said that he had already beheaded the 7 chief doctors who had said that. This time the doctors were recommended by his own sister, so he can't be sure for sure. But he knows for sure that he can be cured. Cheon-He understood in his thoughts that his intestines were already badly damaged by poisoning, and therefore, most often the emperor dealt with intrigues, and not with wars and betrayals. Zhu turned to him, asking why he still didn't trust them. But if he trusted everyone, he would have followed the nurse a long time ago. Zhong-He told him that it would help with the symptoms of the intestinal blockage to begin with. To the question of the emperor, whether it is necessary to open the stomach for this, the doctor reassured him and said that it would be enough to use acupuncture and decoctions. If the doctor won't cut it yet, so be it. Zhong-He went to prepare everything he needed. The young master and his teacher were in the department, where they were allocated a place. The teacher informed him that he had many thoughts on the matter. He thought that it would be difficult for members of the imperial family to survive. But when you have sufficient resources, you have to give up a lot. Zhong-Hai noted that the mentor was very calm about the matter. In his place, the teacher would say the same thing, that it is already too late to carry out treatment, and he would not get into this adventure for the sake of saving the patient. Peck understood the truth and carried it with him. Zhong-He knew it was a matter of life and death. If the heavens help and the first stage is revealed during the abdominal dissection, then it will be an incredible miracle. Although, according to the pulse of that man, it will simply be luck, and it definitely does not shine for them. The teacher noticed that the boy was worried about something. He worries that the ruler is so weak that it is not known whether he will survive the operation. In addition, his esophagus and intestines are already damaged. Peck understood this perfectly. Even if the poison is neutralized, if it has penetrated too deeply, the effects will be devastating and the human body will be difficult to recover. Cheon-He understood that he was in the maelstrom of the imperial court, and this maelstrom almost caused the emperor to die of poison. To survive in such a place, you have to stay alert all the time. Therefore, the young master could understand the emperor's concern about whether something would happen while he was unconscious. On the other hand, Ruler Zhou lives a very comfortable life. Peck understands that it's easier for everyone when you're strong from the start. In addition, A person is straightforward in his actions and desires, and those around him lose their vigilance. And the ruler never aspired to power because she does not consider it a burden. And there will be no benefit from her death. Now he understands why the Zhou ruler abdicated the throne. In that case, the ruler whose pulse he measured today is in power. Strangely enough, Peck asks him not to say anything superfluous or use voiceover techniques. Since they are in the palace, it is worth losing your vigilance, as they will be dealt with immediately. They needed to rest. They had come a long way. The next day they were laid on the table. He asked the mentor what he thought would happen. Who knows, the ruler needs at least 3 days to make a decision. If he wants to get to the bottom of it, then the imperial family must prepare in case something goes wrong. The ruler is an extremely cautious person, and he is not ready to open up. This will hinder decision-making, but in reality 3 days is still quite fast. The young master will be ready and understood these words. If it were him, he would have planned the operation in advance. His master asked that his student not overdo it with persuasion. High Congo is unusual, but there is nothing here that can take the place of a young master. The mentor isn't worried about this, but he tries to reassure him that he won't just die until he finishes his research. This was the correct answer for the mentor. Zhou came into the courtyard and ordered her soldiers to disperse. She had quite an interesting conversation with them. She asked Master Peck Rin not to get up as she would borrow his apprentice for a short time. He will not refuse in any case. Let him step as he wants. Everyone understands that many interesting things belong to him here. She took him to a private conversation. If this is true, the boy should be able to cure the disease when other doctors have given up. If so, she even laughed at him a little. She did not fully understand his goals. Maybe the young master needs money, fame, power. Whatever it is, she allows it to be done on her behalf. She trusts him. The young dragon says that everything is fine. Let him know if something is wrong. Then Zhou remembers that this guy had a children's aid fund. Money is always needed there, and treating children is like pouring money into a bottomless pit. Young-hee was a bit embarrassed by her words since she already knew about it. It was clear that the court's intelligence was very capable, and it was frightening. Still, they will do so. She will donate money to his foundation, and he will periodically visit her yard. Then she will know that the young dragon is her pet, and she will swat away 2 flies that are bothering him with 1 blow. Those words sounded quite tempting to Master He. When asked if he wanted to get a position as an official, the boy refused. He felt that the uniform would not suit him. It is still a pity for the ruler. She will make a donation, and then let him visit her yard if possible. The young dragon promised, and was very grateful for her donation. Still, in her opinion, he made the right decision. When it comes to strength, she can do anything, but no one can handle taking care of the people dear to her better than a guy. The details are to be discussed with the mentor, but of course the healer Peck Rin will respond to the lady's call at any time. Chiang-hee knew that this was incredible luck. The imperial family had a good reputation, and he did not expect to leave empty-handed. Once he promised, the amount of the donation will definitely be quite large. In addition, he will get rid of annoying grandmothers in one fell swoop. With her permission, he can recommend talented doctors whom he personally trained. It sounds brave to recommend such people. She will advance them if it is true. Then they will come to an agreement. You just need to get permission. After all, this is a free pass to the position of an official, and he understands that this is a lot for him to receive at once. One collaboration, and the laboratory assistant must see the light at the end of the tunnel, have a reputation, and be motivated to work. Mr. Ju is destined to work in laboratories forever, but other doctors have many ambitions and also a family to work for. It will certainly be a good incentive for them, and he should pave the way for them as much as possible. The ruler raised her finger as further recommendations will be on her behalf, and they must be truly outstanding individuals. She believes in the abilities of Peck Rin and the young dragon, but her name is on the line, and let him consider it. The boy promised her that nothing like that would happen, and she was sure, because this is a young master whom she trusts. Zhong-hee needs to put in a lot of effort for this. The mentor has already laid the foundations in the training system of Peck Rina, and the head of the 4 departments added them, and he will make some more adjustments to make it perfect. But his mentor does not know this yet, and we need to wait for his reaction. After all, this is an incredibly big deal for him and their hospital. With this trump card up their sleeve, they will be able to do the unthinkable, turn this novel into a work of art. In his chamber, Emperor Ying asked about that child, whether he should cure him. He will have to wear this mask for a very long time to heal, and since he will treat the Majesty himself, it is worth meeting him again. As far as he knows, the young dragon's name is Zhong-hee, and the man is up to something. Soon, the young heir had a rare opportunity. He was allowed to check the pulse of the patients in King Zhou's residence, which was both an honor and a great challenge for him. They wanted to discuss it in front of the patient, but the court physician looked displeased, so he quickly changed the subject and hurried away, trying to avoid an awkward situation. Zhang He is genuinely willing to help the emperor, because less work means less trouble for him. However, the palace healers and Kanho may have a different opinion. There is no need for extra hands in the world of martial arts, and palace workers fear that their work will become less in demand. Many doctors cannot get used to the strict rules of the palace, because for the slightest mistake they can be fired and sent to the provinces. They remember how difficult it was on Earth in real life, when the master was still alive, and realize that the circumstances here are not easier. However, the power of this place lies not only in the art of healing. No matter how talented doctors are, without the trust of patients, their efforts are in vain, and all skill becomes meaningless. Here, trust is valued more than medical knowledge. Zhang He knows that he cannot heal the emperor, so the question is, why was he called then? His mentor understands that the situation is very confusing. The reason why the physicians of the Peklin Medical Pavilion must be present is because their skills are unique. They adhere to neutrality, and there are no better ones than them in all of Morima. Despite the high positions, they still cannot take them. So King Zhou offered to give a recommendation. The young heir should be praised for this because the position of the head of a medical institution is not easy. The fate of many doctors and the chances of survival of patients in the clinic depend on his actions. Jung Hee takes these words as a reminder to use anything that can be useful. In this difficult situation, every little thing can play a decisive role, and he is ready to act decisively. This is exactly what the master wanted to convey. You need to look ahead and wait for the right moment. So it's a good thing he didn't show his anger to Hua Wu Ju Yak Sung. In this situation, you should not be angry with the young owner, because if there is a patient, he should go to him. This time, Hua Wu Ju Yak Sung did not act well and gave the message just to spite him. If he continues to act like this, eventually doctors will begin to leave their positions, and this will lead to serious problems for both the palace and the patients. In this situation, the best solution would be not to retaliate at all. Refraining from revenge can do more good than meets the eye. After all, such revenge is similar to a cancerous tumor in life. It grows and destroys everything around it. It is better to remove it at the very beginning to avoid further problems. He must remove this tumor from the root to avoid recurrence. Only decisive actions will help prevent the recurrence of similar situations in the future. He is obliged to expose everyone who is connected with these people and survive himself, as well as protect their children and relatives, considering everyone to the last. And that's exactly what he's going to do, focusing primarily on Hua Wu Ju's infirmary, where he can uncover all the hidden conspiracies and expose the ill-wishers. However, who knows, because he is not yet fully confident in his abilities and whether he will be able to realize what he has planned. Uncertainty adds tension to his decisions. But whether it is a benign tumor or malignant, time will tell. The pleasant wind of change is already beginning to blow, and soon everything will become clear, revealing the true nature of the situation. There was hope in Master Pek Rin's eyes. He believed that his student would be able to cope with all the challenges and show himself as best as possible. When the student asked him if he did not feel like a monster, the master thought, because such thoughts had come to his mind more than once. Having passed through many storms, he knows that it is not for him to judge newcomers. He understands how heavy is the burden of his position and what responsibility it imposes. Pek realizes that he made this decision to protect what is dear to him. He is ready to sacrifice a lot to keep what belongs to him. He seeks to solve everything with the least losses, shedding as little blood as possible. This is his way of keeping the peace and avoiding unnecessary violence. He understands that he will again face the fact that others will point at him and accuse him of being cold-blooded. But he is ready to accept these reproaches for the sake of a higher goal. However, the master sometimes felt that he did not deserve such a student, and when he spoke these thoughts out loud, it had a profound effect. After these words, the young owner felt uncomfortable. He felt excitement and uncertainty because he did not expect such frankness from the master. Jung Hee understood how difficult it was. He was aware that the situation required great courage and determination from him, and that difficult trials lay ahead of him. If this happened to him, would he be able to act as cruelly as his mentor did? This question troubled him, forcing him to think about his principles. It remains only to figure out what path to choose next, and what steps to take to achieve the goal without unnecessary sacrifices. He must find a balance between duty and humanity. However, their morning thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Queen Zhou, who appeared unexpectedly and changed the course of their conversation. Peck respectfully bowed his head to the queen, for Her Majesty appeared in person, which was a great honor for them. The queen noticed that it was extremely cold today and asked what they were doing here, because the king was already waiting for them and wanted to see them immediately. According to the young owner, it cannot be called cold. Aren't plum blossoms beautiful under the snow? King Ying is very suspicious by nature and doesn't seem to care at all that he is dying. Then, the young master takes off the white tiger skin cape he was wearing and throws it over the queen's shoulders so that she does not freeze on this cold day. He puts on the queen this skin made by the younger of Mudan, which he enjoyed using, and hopes that the queen will not be so cold now. She notices with surprise that he is the only one in the world who cares if the woman known as the goddess of war is cold. This attention touches her. However, he realizes that despite her legendary status, she is also human and can get sick. His care is sincere and selfless. The queen, amazed, looked into his eyes and seemed to understand why this monster Peck Rin was so protective of his student. After this meeting, he went to the emperor's chambers, preparing for a new conversation that could change a lot. When he arrived, he and the emperor played a game, and once again the emperor was victorious, showing his skill and grace. The emperor suspected that the young man was deliberately succumbing, but the boy justified himself with insufficient experience and lack of the necessary skills in the game. The emperor offered to play again, hoping for a more interesting game and an opportunity to better understand the opponent. The young master knows that he cannot refuse him. They have been playing Go all day, and it seems that the emperor wants to prove something with the number of rounds. The emperor invites the doctor to make a bet in this game to add excitement and interest to the duel. Zhang He looks at him, not understanding exactly what bet he is referring to. The emperor explains, if he wins, the doctor must remove his mask, revealing his face. The suggestion was strange, but clearly had a deep meaning that Zhang He didn't yet understand. Qiang He tells the emperor that if he takes off his mask, he will reveal his identity. But this is exactly what the emperor wants, so that the doctor no longer loses to him without a fight. The emperor does not seem to notice that the boy is not interested in who he really is. Zhang He knows perfectly well that he is not interested in this, because he could be in danger. Therefore, he asks the emperor how he understands this. The emperor feels that he has given him enough clues to guess, but sees the boy trying not to get to the point. Therefore, the emperor decides to take the first step to move the situation and reveal the hidden truth. With a wave of his hand, he makes the first move, starting a new game that could be decisive. The young doctor even turned a little pale from such boldness of the emperor. However, he still did not give an answer, and in conditions where time is important, you need to act quickly and decisively. The emperor was impatiently waiting for the young man to give a clear answer and agree to his terms, because much depended on it. Zhang He agrees and says that if he wins, they will play Blue Jade next time. The emperor agrees, having heard that the White Dragon is well versed in this game. Thus, a bit of a sparring ensued between the two, and the stakes got a little higher. Thanks to this, the emperor became more interesting to play, and he began to show himself more. The game turned quite interesting, and they went on equal footing, step by step. They soon reached a level where their game poses reached immortality. This is a position in the game of Go, when the same moves are constantly repeated. The emperor noticed that the boy was deliberately bringing everything to a draw. But how could he deliberately lead the game to immortality? Everything turned out so simply. Chun-Hee realizes that this is how the situation turned out. Now everything became clear. The emperor did not expect the young dragon to be so cunning, but he does not have enough time to understand his character. The result was not important from the beginning. At this moment, the emperor reaches for the mask, and he reveals his face to the young master, who does not believe that the emperor will really take off his mask. But the emperor was already determined and revealed his face to the doctor. Young Master He fell to his knees, feeling unworthy to see the king's face. The emperor, in turn, ordered him to raise his head. "I'm sure I want to make you my husband, Master He, so it would be nice if you knew what I look like," he said. Zhang He was convinced that there were certain rules that could not be broken. Judging by his stubbornness, he guessed who the emperor really was, and probably already had a puzzle in his life. But he wanted the White Dragon to understand that there was a reason why he was not using his unique talent. "Everything is possible at the emperor's will," he added. "Lift your head and look at me." Looking at him, the young master began to rise slowly. He first looked at his feet and then gradually raised his eyes upwards. Soon he saw the beautiful face of the emperor. Qianhe realized that this young man felt more like an official than a warrior. His facial features were rather soft. The emperor gave his real name, Fu Ha-ying, and perhaps Qianhe should have known it. Zhonghe was surprised to realize that it was not his majesty before him, which was actually correct, because before him were twins who complemented each other. They are doppelgangers, so Sister Fu made them emperors. He could see that the boy looked rather surprised, and it was worth it, because few people knew about it. There are few people they trust until they sit on the throne. Their empress mother died protecting them during the struggle for the throne, and their sister blames them for it. That is why both of them had to become emperors. If one of them died, the other would remain, and therefore their empire would not fall under any circumstances. It turns out that Hu Ju-ha isn't a puppet, and even though she says she's offended, Zhonghe wasn't sure that was true. Until now, she may have a stone on her soul. But the fact remained that, of course, it was right as an emperor to protect his brothers, and he watched her for a long time in the novel and in reality. He was sure that this was not the case. So another emperor is walking around the palace now. Fu Ying was glad that the boy understood who the emperor was, and had the unique ability to read and manipulate others' memories. Now he fits the role better than his brother. But it is one thing to work with memories and another with actions. Joining forces, they became simply incredible people. That's what they've been after. But their powers don't work on their sister, and they imply that there is a way to destroy them, though no one but her can know. Be that as it may, the sister vowed to make them emperors. But if she is the ruler of the kingdom, she can chop off both of their heads at any moment. And considering how many doctors she has summoned, their kingdom clearly does not satisfy her. The young dragon looked at this situation from a different angle at this moment. He did not understand at all why this young man was telling him everything. He explains his point of view, just so that they think that it is better not to hide anything, and if he wants to make him his man. In addition, he kept trying to return to the word Vyun, and the emperor decided to drag him deeper into this swamp. For the first time, he sees a man who seeks immortality only to avoid defeat. The young dragon felt a bit of fear as he answered. The emperor continued that the boy had shown talent, and as incomprehensible as it was, he was very intelligent. But if he accidentally drove himself into the combination of immortality, it was something incredible, and it was clear to the emperor that a worthy person was standing before him. The young master mentioned the information that in the novel he is virtuous, not greedy, not lazy, having survived many conspiracies virtually unsupported. The fact that he survived means that he is extremely careful and talented. In addition, he has the ability to control people's memories and actions, but the position of emperor is not the easiest. Qianhe knew that His Majesty had done everything as befits the rulers of the empire, and he had to express his respect for being recognized as a doctor by the emperor. He explains that he is only a simple doctor who does not know the hardships of the imperial family's circumstances. This is not a position I can handle. If you accept the treatment, then I, the young master, will help you. But if you refuse, then the young dragon will leave, he said. For the emperor, it sounded quite touching. He laughed out of sincerity and saw that the boy had definitely chosen the path of a doctor. In his thoughts, the young dragon only hoped that he would at least not be executed for these words. But since this is the situation, the emperor understands everything that he means. As he put on his mask, he realized that he had crossed the line a bit. If that's the case, then continue to treat me like a king, he said. The young dragon promised him that he would do so. But the emperor remarked that the boy now looked more like a patient than an emperor. The young dragon was glad that he seemed to be carried away. Because of this, apparently, his sister wants to take the young dragon for herself. He heard that there are many weirdos in Marima, but the weirdest of them is probably Zhonghe, and yet he prescribes treatment for him. After all, he trusts him with all his heart. And after some time, the young master received permission. He must prepare for the operation. This information he told the Queen of Zhou. She told her brother to start treatment as soon as possible. And it came to the point that the stomach had to be opened. The young dragon scoffed that it was not an easy decision, and then Zhou realized that he must have taken off his mask in front of him. She told the boy, "If that boy wants to win someone's heart, he gives everything at once. And Emperor Ying is like her. He kills those he doesn't like, and she keeps those she likes close to her." But the young doctor asks a rather interesting question. Whose side is she on at the moment? It doesn't matter to her. If he doesn't like it, can you get rid of the shadow? She has certain relationships. This was the true decision, and thinking of a member of the imperial family. And the only question left was, is there a risk of death during the operation? Young-hee knew that at this stage everything would be more or less fine, but there was no way to say for sure. Queen Jo understood and thought so. And yet, if this child dies, the world will not even know that the king has passed away. Such is his role. Even if he dies, there will be someone who will take his responsibility and bring to an end all the many upheavals. And yet the young master will try not to let the emperor die. If he said that, then Queen Jo was confident in his words. She loved it when a boy spoke in such a manner. The place for the operation was carefully prepared. People made every effort to make it comfortable, and even repaired the warehouse of medicines used by court physicians. Cheong-hee recognized that they were true masters of their craft. Everything was done at a level worthy of an imperial palace. Everything happens according to the previous agreement. His Highness observes the fast, and they act according to their advice. The preparation was completed. Although the young man had not performed operations for a long time, he understood that modern laparoscopic instruments and cameras could reduce the burden and speed up the patient's recovery. If you make an incision, the field of view will be wider, which can be an advantage in this situation. However, this is just a matter of technology and video equipment. What will happen after the operation is more important. Will part of the intestine be removed? It is necessary to think about how this will affect the patient's quality of life. From the point of view of saving the mane, everything should go well. But he cannot use radiation therapy, because in any case it would be necessary to perform an open operation, not a laparoscopy. Finally, the day of the decisive battle has arrived. Not only the fate of the Pek Rivna Pavilion depends on today's operation. However, the young owner is not worried at all. He goes his own way and thinks only about how to cure the patient. The young man consulted with his mentor about the presence of doctors from the Wangzhou Palace Clinic. They assured that they did not plan anything special. They just want to familiarize themselves with the art of surgery. If she did not like it, even if another one is needed, one should be careful even with outdated methods. Then the young master asks the teacher why they want to know about it too. Is he in too much of a hurry? It is said that doctors who understand politics live longer than their colleagues with outstanding skills. And what made these guys take such a position? Chung-hee apologized to them. There is no time now, and you can't ask a sick person for that. He asks King Jo for a favor to create a place to share medical skills and knowledge. He politely refused them, explaining that he also lacked a lot. I advised them not to get hung up and to continue preparing for the operation. After all, they are really good at politics, and it would be nice to get them on your side. If they can survive this operation, and this person takes the throne again, it will be not bad and a real blessing. Soon they approached the operating table. His patient lay in front of the young owner. He put on protective gloves and clothes so as not to infect the patient, and it was time to begin. The emperor fell asleep after taking the prepared decoction. They put the needles in the appropriate points, a great preparation for the operation. Everyone performed their duties perfectly, as before. One of the doctors noted that this time the operation was not particularly difficult. The problem is only possible complications, and the fact that both the stomach and intestines are damaged at the same time. But people will do their job, and the rest will be decided by heaven. However, Master Peklin was ready. And the people around him believed in the medical abilities of the young white dragon. He raised his disinfected hands. Time to begin. He looked at the abdominal cavity that needed to be opened. Taking his scalpel, he began to work. Soon the cold scalpel touched the patient's skin, and carefully cut open the abdomen of the emperor. Soldiers who maintained order guarded the chamber so that no one outside would enter. They prayed for their majestic emperor. Queen Jo, in her office, understood that this boy was an unusual personality for his age. He chose such a path and such madness, and this test will not be easy for him. And even she is not easy to watch all this. Besides, there's no one else in the world to trust it with. The young dragon hoped she would still take care of it. For all this, she raises a glass for him. After all, the life of her brother and a great man from a high imperial position is at stake. The patient was lying with his face covered by a mask. Later, the bleeding began to subside, and finally, the young dragon discovered a cancerous tumor in the left lower part of the colon. Both benign and malignant tumors were concentrated here, and it is clear that the emperor was suffering all this time. But the problem is that it is not known whether the lymph nodes were affected, and if a small part of the tumor penetrated there, the cancer will spread to other organs. This is similar to the way Empress Yuran was treated. It was necessary to go from the site of inflammation to all the hot spots, and so he was able to find all the cells of the malignant tumor. All this is different from simply finding suppuration sites. But in critical situations, as now, the boy had to use a special method. He will definitely manage and save the emperor. and he will certainly find all malignant formations so that the cancer does not return. During the anesthesia, the emperor plunged into memories of his childhood. Together with his brother, they played in the yard, asking each other if they wanted to be emperor. They were so similar that it was difficult to tell them apart. Time passed, the emperor was alive, and they felt the power. Their mother was always calm and always played with them. Above all, they loved to develop. He and his brother had the opportunity to read many different books, and they exchanged the stories they had read. It was recognized that each of them had quite good taste. They read and continued to do so, developing, preparing for the future life. But one day something happened. The child's cough spread throughout the imperial court. The mother ate an apple and began to suffocate. A doctor was called. The fact is that their mother was in a very fiercely competitive environment, and the boys noticed that she began to lose consciousness often. The doctors tried to help her. The boys tried too. But no one knew where the pain was. These court intriguers poisoned everything from peaches to apples to drinks. The children were angry with those court dogs who brought poisoned things and slipped them to their mother, but they only laughed behind their backs. The mother hoped it wasn't poison but just a peach, but the rules were against her. The imperial court is such a lousy place where everyone is fighting for their lives. One of them promised that when he grows up and becomes a master of martial arts, he will sneak into the palace and cut down all the peach trees. His brother supported the initiative. They will surely destroy all the peach-bearing trees with their swords. Since then, he sincerely wanted to leave the imperial palace. The prince died with their mother, so their mother said. She suffered a long time, and until the end her words were slurred, but she said that one of them must share this cup with her and die. After learning about this, the boys were worried. Everything began to fall apart. How could they plan something like this while their sister was not at home? These people are real scoundrels, but the mother stopped one of them. Dealing with these scoundrels is pointless. Now they need to find a way to survive. If they find themselves in her coffin, they can easily escape from the palace, and at least one of them should leave this miserable place. Then they felt a rather strange feeling, that their family will never be together again. The mother ordered her sons to run away from her as soon as possible. The boys had to leave her. She threw the candle, realizing all the consequences that await them. The candle fell to the floor, and the fire from it spread across the room. The flames quickly covered the entire space. The fire ignited every object in its path. It seemed that now the young owners could not get out of this horror. They begged their mother to get up, not to sleep, not to fall asleep in this place. But all this was done only for their sake, said one of the brothers, so that at least one of them could survive. One of them made a decision, and it didn't take long. Her mother's coffin was left to her. At that moment, they came up with the perfect plan. One of them will be engaged in politics, and the other in murder. Then at least one of them will live to the end and stop all this. But first they will be able to manage their own forces. They have a sister to worry about. She'll be able to control them. If 3 people say that there is a tiger in the city, they will be believed. If the 3 of them work together, they can create something that doesn't exist. A tiger. And they will definitely defeat these scoundrels from the palace. Later, Jo came and saw her mother. But this was her last farewell to her. She understood what she had done for the sake of her children, and cried for a long time in front of her coffin. The boys understood that the sister was the only one in this crazy palace who had not lost her mind. But it is not so difficult to force a healthy person to commit madness. And then they risk their lives and will continue to risk. But if something goes wrong and she doesn't like something, Sister Jo can cut their lives short and take over the place herself. Pain is both the mother's last will and the curse of their family's love. Then the 3 of them swore to each other that together they will get out of the deep hole they fell into. And although there were tears in their eyes, they decided to go into this world, into this cursed court world, surrounded by various traps. And then they all wanted to keep their promise and reach the end together. The realization of this gave the emperor the strength to live all this time. When he woke up, he realized that he had survived the operation. He started holding his stomach and asked someone to come. While waving his hand, he did not expect that the white dragon himself. I waited a long time for the emperor to wake up. He politely approached the emperor and warned that it was too early to get up. Even if you don't want to, you will have to get up a little later. The emperor asked how the operation went, but the warm smile of the young owner made it clear that everything was fine. Fortunately, the operation was successful for the emperor, and he has a chance to live a long life. Taking the emperor's pulse, Cheong-hee realized that luckily everything was going well, as he had hoped. According to research, there are good people and healthy people. The emperor felt good and did not allow others to manipulate him. Looking at his condition, if all went well, he informed that it would be possible to give the emperor a rice decoction with medicine to check his bowels. If there are no problems, it would be good for the emperor to start moving to prevent adhesions, but he should rest today. The emperor thought that he had not made a mistake in his decision when he had come to his conclusions based on Cheonghee's constant behavior. He asked Zhonghee if he could treat others as sincerely as he treats him, because the doctor treats his patients openly and honestly. But this is an unusual thing for doctors, noted the young owner. And now the emperor understood why the mentor Chegel Rin took such a student under his wing. The emperor asked him if he really wanted to become his court physician. The guy replied that he was definitely not planning it. The fact is that Jeon-hee is a master of martial arts, and does not want to give up his freedom and lock himself in this endless prison of the palace. This is how his words should be understood. The emperor has yet to undergo full anti-cancer treatment. This tumor is malignant, and this disease has relapses. Although the operation was successful, it is still too early to relax because cancer is a very dangerous thing. The real struggle begins after the operation. The emperor will have to fight this disease for the rest of his life. After hearing these words, he promised that he would follow all the doctor's instructions. The next day, Cheonghee stopped taking the elixir for the emperor. The problem is that the elixir contributed to the growth of a tumor that was destroying the body, and now the main priority is to restore digestive functions. He gave the court physicians a list to prepare the medicines and ingredients listed in it, and asked them to do it as well as he described in detail. He realized that he had finally figured out the situation. But the problem with cancer treatment is that there are no antibiotics or chemotherapy in this place. It seemed to him that using the water life energy bath could help him feel the true chi energy. But since experience on living organisms did not provide guarantees, the boy was not completely sure. The only question left was whether the pills made by the court doctors would help. After all, these drugs and herbs suppress the development and regeneration of cells. One pill is like poison, and taking it can have a negative effect on the body. But it's still better than dying from a tumor. Although doctors of this era roughly understand how cancer works. And then the master suddenly appeared, who noticed that the boy was planning to use this treatment. He told the mentor that the precious medicinal herbs included were hard to find even in their medical pavilion, but it could be quite effective. But the master warned that the stomach may not be able to withstand such toxic drugs. Zhonghee knew this, and therefore planned to use the toxin purification method. Defilement is a technique by which a master cleanses his body before learning a martial art. If he can burn all the scum and clean the blood vessels, then chi energy will be able to move freely through the body. Master pointed out that it only worked in his youth, and now His Majesty's internal energy was not improving. But the main goal of the young master is to purify the emperor's body. And, of course, it takes a lot of effort and medicine to get the maximum effect, but if it's happening in a palace, then it's possible, right? Master Peck understood that it was possible, but the procedure would be very painful, and he was worried about it. After all, when he used the defilement on his patients, it was a real torture, and he still has nightmares. If you direct the regenerative capacity to the stomach, cancer cells can start to grow. But identifying them and taking action before the cells spread can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thanks to the improved technique of the 5 elements, the cycle of elements, it is possible to help the patient in his recovery. It is possible to bring the body into harmony even without using the innate chi energy. However, to avoid complications in the long run, it should be done by someone at the level of a clan elder. After that, you will have to rest for a few days, because the procedure is not one that can be recommended to anyone. And for full recovery, you will have to rest for a long time. The energy of the young master filled the entire space around. He tried to direct her to where it was necessary. The emperor asked the boy, who looked exhausted, if everything was all right. The young master only asked not to worry about him. It was harder than he expected. Although he concentrated the 5-element technique, the heart and mind skill, and the hidden flow technique, it was not easy for him. Now he understands why this technique is not offered to just anyone. The emperor recognized that the doctor had tried very hard, and his method was similar to the treatment used in Murima. The effectiveness of the operation and the method of treatment of Murim together will give an excellent result. To the emperor, the boy is more like a martial artist. King Ying seems to be interested in the world of martial arts, as he has abilities, and members of the imperial family also study martial arts to some extent. Then the young master asked to use the inner energy of the emperor. He sat in the lotus position and began to focus on his energy. Closing his eyes, he became more confident in his actions. As his meridians began to pulsate, incredibly strong chi energy emanated from him. The emperor's stomach began to ache in a completely different way. He felt that the technique of the 5 elements had started working in him. Changhe confirmed that the marks would disappear in a few days, but it would help the emperor quickly restore his body's balance. The emperor smiled at this. He promised that he would be in great debt to the doctor all his life. But the young owner was a little embarrassed by these words. He just wanted to withdraw for a while and go to rest. Exhausted, he fell on the bed next to the emperor. The emperor quickly called a doctor for the young white dragon, and suddenly people began to converge. They began to drag the young man away from the bed, but all he needed was to rest in his room. After all, the boy spent a lot of effort, and it was not easy for him. In his room, Changhe woke up and thought that soon the emperor would recover and perhaps reward him handsomely. Since the thought of children did not give him peace, he understood that he had to earn enough, because he needed a lot of money for the business. And since in this age it is impossible to create a law to protect the rights of children, all the young dragon needs is more money and he will take care of everything himself. Changhe often visited the emperor's chamber and noticed that he was fast asleep, immersed in a deep sleep. He slept so soundly, as if he were in a deep unconsciousness. The surgery to remove the vices was really a tiring job. By placing his hand and measuring his pulse, Changhe made sure that his condition was stable. The young man felt that there were no signs of intestinal obstruction. It was obvious that health was gradually being restored, and food was being well absorbed. So, tomorrow it will be possible to discharge the emperor. The young master hopes that after discharge, the emperor will continue to implement his cunning plans, and will also stay healthy, not forgetting to support Paek Rin's medical pavilion, and continue to keep the traitors under control. Changhe has spent so much energy on him during the acupuncture that he can't even pretend that nothing happened. He hopes that the head of the martial arts world will make a full recovery soon. Suddenly, he felt as if an enemy was attacking him. To the question, "Who is there?" only dark energy came. It became clear that the situation is quite serious. People who went inside were surprised that the doctor noticed them. From their energy and strength in the darkness, it was clear that they were wearing masks. But who were they? The boy began to examine the strangers. Both were wearing masks. It felt that these people were strong. To the question, "Who are you?" the young man felt a powerful energy, especially from the man in the patternless mask. Their auras were getting closer and closer. And this master was similar to the demons he encountered in the underground dungeon. Changhe assumed that the assassins had come at this very time while His Majesty was in danger. So he decided to protect the emperor. And if they come even closer, the young master will call the mentor. They paused, watching the doctor's reaction as the boy radiated his energy, which spread and suppressed theirs. The so-called killers asked the boy to calm down, assuring him that they were not bad people. Their voices sounded familiar to the doctor, and luckily the mask was exactly like His Majesty's. Did the young master realize that this was the emperor's brother? If this is the second emperor, then the situation changes radically. Changhe fell to his knees, apologizing for his rash reaction. As the room was quite dark, he could not make out who had come and why the emperor had entered so quietly. He reassured the boy, saying that everything was fine, and he himself was to blame for this misunderstanding. He was glad that the young man was as clever as they said he was. He was just thinking about using his powers, but he sees that there is no need. Changhe realized that the emperor wanted to use the perception manipulation method, but luckily he didn't. The second emperor asked the doctor to stand up, as he had many questions for him. Looking around, the young man saw that the emperor had placed 2 chairs, and he sat down on one of them. It was the empty border technique. His assistant was standing next to him, and it was unclear who it was. But usually when using the void boundary, traces of spiritual power are felt. How can this man do all this without the manifestation of such powers? He also used this technique to push a chair towards him. He soon sat up, and all eyes were on the first emperor, who was fast asleep in his bed. The second emperor was looking at his brother, and decided to ask if Changhe was unmasking him. Changhe didn't understand how he found out, but he realized that there was no point in lying and confirmed it. The emperor's next question was about how things were going and whether his brother would be able to live at least another year. The doctor told him that he predicted a 70% chance of recovery. It sounded quite unreal, and the emperor even thought that the young man was lying for his own safety, but it meant that his brother would now be able to live. He remembered the moment his brother had given up. But now he would survive, and he put his hand on his brother's hand. He was extremely happy that his brother would be alive. Then his aide prepared tea for them, and the second emperor told them that the first time they took poison was when their mother was still alive. They were going to eat the peach instead of her, thinking that if they ate it, the mother would feel better, because there would be nothing else. But since then, both of them felt the same agony every time they swallowed food. Their mother hated herself for the rest of her life, because she suffered because of her greed. They wanted a place that was too high for them. She changed herself throughout her life, never complained but always blamed others. But they were lucky that the 3 children had such a mother, and this was their whole story. The emperor said that one day the sister broke the head of a servant who was feeding peaches to his mother. But she could not kill him to the end. She only knocked him unconscious, because their mother started sobbing as if she herself had been beaten. It must have been heartbreaking that even her daughter was becoming a murderer. Jung-hee realized that Queen Ju couldn't stand being touched because of this. There was something to think about while sipping tea. The second emperor continued to tell the story of how he and his brother, they ate peaches instead of their mother, and their sister tried to kill the criminal. And although their characters and methods are different, the same desire to protect burns in their hearts. In those days they fought for peace. All the heavens tried to destroy them. They did everything to survive, but even when they reached the top, peace did not come. The doctor lowered his head, and the emperor asked if he knew why this happened. The young man was silent, but assumed that it was because of the imperial throne. This is not a place where you can just relax. These words sounded quite categorical and strict for the emperor. But it was the truth. It was obvious that despair and hopelessness followed him. He is well aware of all this because he experienced it himself. Once at the school of the modern world, he attended classes. The children met him rather rudely, because they saw him for the first time in their institution. The teacher who brought him asked the boy to introduce himself to his classmates. The guy was afraid to say his words for a long time, but nevertheless he gathered courage and introduced himself. A long time ago in the schoolyard, children played, laughing loudly and rejoicing in happy moments. The boy lived for a long time in the modern world in an orphanage, far from family warmth. He studied alongside the same children who, like him, did not know family care. He did not remember the faces of his parents, nor even their names. Everything remained a secret. He was surrounded by the same abandoned children with whom he shared every day. Virtuous people taught them the basics of life, explaining how to act and what values are important. However, sometimes he was overcome by strange thoughts. Seeing a family on the screen going shopping together, he felt sad. He felt similar feelings when he saw one of his friends find a new family. People held their hands tightly, opening the door to a new life. And the boy remained alone within the walls of the same orphanage. He could not understand why no one took him from this house, why he was left alone. His thoughts returned to the fact that his entire life was spent in this place, starting from his childhood. He longed for warmth and dreamed of it, wanting to feel real care, even if it was just an illusion. One day, he was noticed by a man who felt the desire to do something good for a child. He decided to bring the boy a pleasant surprise to give him some joy. The next day, the man came to him not empty-handed, but with a gift. The boy was amazed because no one had given him gifts before. He thought that if someone really needed him, he would feel infinitely happy. He told himself that if he could go home with someone, that would be true happiness. And it was from that day that he was finally adopted. His new father hugged him so tightly, holding him close, that the boy felt real warmth. It no longer mattered to him whether it was a couple or a single person. The main thing was that he was accepted. Since then, they became inseparable, holding hands in every step of life. Together they went to the store, like the family from the commercials, and the boy felt that he felt better. He didn't even ask to buy something for himself. It was important for him to just be there. Instead of toys, he took only necessary things, such as salt or detergents. The boy knew that these thoughts were a little naive, but as a child he could not give up sweet fantasies. But when he was brought to a regular school, he was bullied. The children found out that he was from an orphanage, and began to say that he would always steal, because they say that's what they teach there. In those moments, the boy dreamed of a better life. But he realized that for many people outside the orphanage, life was cruel and unfair. He was blamed for everything, even when the money collected for the class disappeared. The teachers immediately searched his briefcase as soon as some things disappeared, without giving him any explanation. The boy did not understand why they were so cruel, forcing him to name his address and acquaintances. In high school, he was often beaten for homework, as if trying to break him. He studied well, but this only increased the discrimination and bullying against him. Despite everything, he tried not to end up at the very bottom of his group's ranking. Because of this, he read a lot to stay up to date and have a chance for the future. Every day he mastered difficult subjects so that in the future he would not depend on anyone. He had to flee in order not to become easy prey, even if it was difficult both physically and mentally. But in the end, he got an elite profession that he could be proud of. After becoming a doctor, he no longer felt a lack of money. He had everything a modern man needed. However, he needed to save other people's lives in difficult circumstances. He often checked patients' consciousness, external injuries, and mobility of joints. His life as a doctor was serious. He worked tirelessly, although he had no family of his own and no free time. His companions were a sore back and perpetually slipping glasses. One day, realizing the difficulty of his life, he applied for a year's leave, and it was during this leave that he was killed. Despite the irony, he understood what the twins felt in moments of despair. Their boundless, desperate yearning for hope was painfully familiar to him. The Emperor said it was amazing how the doctor understood this with his simple heart. He couldn't understand why his memories seemed to be blocked by a wall, but he could only see emotion spilling over the edge. The doctor sighed with relief that the Emperor had not been able to read his mind about the modern world. In his memoirs, the Emperor recalled how he and his brother shared roles. If heaven does not exist, then it is enough for our family to be safe. This is a place to return to, he thought. The young doctor completely agreed with him. These were words that expressed pure truth. The Emperor knew that without his sister, he and his brother would either destroy the imperial family or remain nobody. Looking at the young white dragon heir, he realized that this child was indeed worthy of attention. His train of thought was different from his emotions, so it was difficult for the Emperor to read them. And certain memories remained closed. However, he understood why both his sister and Emperor In himself liked the boy. At this point, he began to remove his mask. The servant tried to stop him, but the Emperor insisted that this child deserved to see his face. It seemed to him that this face was familiar to him, and he had nothing to hide. His brother repeatedly offered to do it. To avoid unnecessary questions, he decided to show his face to the boy, because he was really special. The young doctor, although he was hungry for money, was a good man, and now twice a year he will treat Ina, receiving a snake elixir for it. Young-hee did not understand the meaning of this gift at first, but when the Emperor took out the dragon sign from his pocket, he explained that it was a symbol of the protector of the imperial family. With this mark, Jong-hee will be able to get a war horse at any post station, and now this mark will always be with him. It was a great honor and a precious gift for Cheon-hee. From now on, the Emperor allowed him to be called Wang Guillaume, which was quite simple, and he would receive a reward for his treatment, although he considered it a great honor. And, having received the Emperor's favor, this precious sign reminded him of the importance of the duty performed. Wang Guillaume insists that the doctor carry this sign with him at all times as a symbol of loyalty. The young heir promises to abide by it and respectfully asks His Majesty's forgiveness. After leaving the Imperial Infirmary that evening, he feels relieved. However, he understands that he was so nervous that his whole body aches from tension. And suddenly Queen Zhou appears on the horizon, happily wondering if they've finished talking. The white dragon does not understand why she came at such a late hour, but she asks with a smile not to ask how she knows about everything that is happening here. It was clear that within these walls, she had both eyes and ears watching her every move. The queen asked where he got the censor's mark. Jong-hee did not fully understand what kind of sign it was, because the censor is a place where reports of corruption are sent. He only explained that he had received it, and the queen hinted that he should act incognito, as if she did not understand how the doctor was able to impress the Emperor. Young-hee began to realize that he had simply listened to him carefully. He received the censor's mark for listening attentively to the Emperor's younger brother, perhaps as a sign of gratitude. Both brothers are constantly trying to capture the attention of what the queen already has her eye on. Jong-hee reassured her that he had no intention of becoming a court physician. She replied that it is quite natural, because they are relatives, and therefore they look at people in the same way, drawing the appropriate conclusions. The queen put her hand on his shoulder, making it clear that she thought she was better than them all. The queen did not pressure him. She was simply his regular customer. Jong-hee realized that such strength was to be expected from a member of the royal family, and admitted that he was grateful to her for the long relationship. But the queen still wanted to hear from him that she was better than the others, although he did not say so. The boy realized that he needed to survive in this world, and the queen jokingly remarked that he was stubborn and very cunning. The next day, good news appeared in the imperial kitchen. The boy realized that he needed the help of a mentor, but the palace cooks were also skilled and cooked quite tasty. The young master knew that his mentor's skills were important, and he had to take that into account. The doctor was a little confused when he was suddenly asked to cook, but the others joined in, so it went well. Queen Zhou realized that he could cook well, and offered that if he prepared a meal for the emperor, she would provide him with a large donation. He is, of course, happy to receive the donation, although he will have to work with a knife. Today, he will make every effort to earn as much money as possible for all the children. He realizes that Bayaka is also a descendant of the imperial family. She became the adopted daughter of Queen Zhou, although he had never met her before. However, he plans to congratulate her the next time they meet. He decides to try to do it, despite all the circumstances. When the young host laid the table, the atmosphere became solemn. The food he prepared turned out to be really great for everyone. The guests liked it. Everyone was grateful that the boy had prepared such a delicious treat, and his mentor had carefully removed the bones from the fish, making the meat dishes truly unsurpassed. Alcohol was only an addition, which was supposed to improve the appetite of the guests. The young doctor observed his patient, who noticed that his complexion had greatly improved. However, his character remained the same. Then he looked at her. She was beautiful, and this was their first meeting. He thought he would feel awkward, but she was looking straight at him with confidence. It looked like an ordinary family, even though Becca was an adopted daughter appointed by the emperor. Maybe one of them can't have children, but they don't seem to want to either. He understands that quite clearly. Suddenly, the girl approached him. She was walking straight towards him, and he couldn't understand why. She started a conversation with him, explaining that she had heard him called a young dragon, and would like to get to know him better if possible. The boy, seeing the princess, stood up, but she asked not to pay too much attention to the titles. And yet, the young doctor agreed with it. He understood how Queen Zhou was raising her daughter, but he couldn't tell if she was speaking from the bottom of her heart, or if it was just upbringing. The maid brought her a cup of drink, placing it next to the doctor. The girl said that she doesn't mind if he calls her Princess Sovbeck, because His Majesty gave her that name. He agreed, although he had a hunch that she was quite hot-tempered. Sovbeck carefully examined him, trying to get a good look. She noticed that the young doctor was a little embarrassed. The closer she looked, the more she liked him. A real handsome man. Sovbeck met many men with outstanding looks. But, in her opinion, the young doctor was the best and most handsome. His long eyelashes gave him softness, like a cat's. In addition, he possessed a bright mind and prepared half of what was on the table himself. She would like to get close to him because he is handsome and moreover her age. The young dragon noticed that her gaze was not averted. He also began to look closely at her, but she quickly realized and tried to hide her admiration. The guy didn't know how to start a conversation. Sovbeck herself initiated the conversation, noting that she had heard of people practicing martial arts, developing unique abilities. She explained that not all abilities, only martial arts skills, are developed through training, as true abilities are passed down through the blood. The girl knew that skills are acquired only through hard training. She noted that the government and Miriam are relatively incompatible, like water and oil, but taxes are collected anyway, so she studied Miriam technology for a long time. The young dragon understood that Queen Zhou was already preparing her for her duties. It seems that the girl actually considered herself the queen's chief aide. Her empire seeks to continue an era of peace where there will be no wars. And although Sovbeck's rule could have brought chaos from the beginning, now the situation has changed, and he is no longer sure of this. He was able to prevent the destruction of the symbolic flying serpent. He healed Yulan, whose death would have been a common tragedy for Queen Zhou. He also saved one of the two emperors who was not even mentioned in the novel. He changed the course of history so much that he could not even realize how significant his actions had become. At this point, he is asked if the medical pavilion is really exempt from taxes. The guy noticed that she suddenly raised the issue and was convinced that it was only about income tax, but he would still pay the main taxes. He's sure they don't plan to change the law later, forcing him to pay in full. Sovbeck assured that according to the accounting, the profit from managing the pavilion is not as big as expected. In his thoughts, the young master could not understand what exactly she meant. Does she suspect his mentor of tax evasion? However, the girl continued to talk, especially about the soap business, which was unprofitable for her. The doctor was a little embarrassed, realizing that if she calculated everything, then this was not the point. He thought that perhaps his past life would also become a topic of conversation. Sovbeck, considering everything, noted that no matter how hard she tried, she could not understand it. It almost sounded like a punch to the heart when she asked why he kept putting money into soap. He let out a sigh of relief, deciding that he had his reasons, and he wasn't ready to explain them yet. The conversation turned to the benefits for the body. Soap foam helps to remove toxins and food residues, becoming an excellent means of maintaining cleanliness. This option is not of great interest. In its place, she would add scented soap or aromatic oil. The girl knew that he was smart and had excellent medical skills, but in her opinion, sometimes it is worth thinking not only about medicine, but also about other things. So she noticed that his sense of duty was clouding his vision. Our hero did not understand what she was talking about. Jung-hee wanted to know exactly what she meant, and the girl was confused for a moment. She carefully spoke about the importance of human feelings, which surprised him very much. But that was only part of what she was trying to convey. The girl explained, not only members of the imperial and noble families, but also ordinary people, going to important events, put a fragrant bag in their sleeve, because no one wants them to smell unpleasantly. After all, if a person smells bad, he can cause unwanted interest and disapproval. That is why she suggested adding scented oil to the soap to sell it together with scented sachets. This was her main idea. Although soap will not replace the sachet, it will be able to eliminate the unpleasant smell and at least justify the costs of its manufacture. She apologized for not explaining this sooner, as she had heard that the young dragon was very perceptive. Our hero was embarrassed to hear such rumors. He himself would never have thought of such a thing. The girl was sure that the wonderful soap could save from leftover food, but people are not impressed enough to pay money for it. Therefore, she suggested adding essential oils, which will definitely cause delight. In his thoughts, the hero mentioned that modern soap is also flavored, adding value to it. He thanked Beck for the great idea, and now she looks completely different in his eyes. Smiling sincerely, he looked at her. This really confused the girl. She looked down because the boy was too handsome to talk to her so openly. After some time, the hero went for a walk and met the imperial representatives. The emperor remarked that he had heard that a doctor would come to King Zhou's palace from time to time, and if that was the case, the emperor would also visit there at those times. Empress Zhou was annoyed by her brother's behavior, but she decided to consider it her form of permission. The hero understood that despite their quarrels, this helps them find a common language. It seems that Zhou has begun to forget the resentment she felt after her mother's death. Wan Ying has no idea about this. He is blinded by a sense of duty. Also, his ability to read hearts and minds doesn't work on Zhou, and the day the brothers will know what's on her mind may never come. Zhong-hee understood everything, and then the Empress asked if he had been told about the donation to his mentor, Baek Rin-seong. The hero was surprised by this. He realized that this is a great opportunity to get money and start his business. He sincerely thanked the Zhou king and the imperial family for their generosity and for the gold bracelet they had given him. The boy was extremely happy and promised to protect this bracelet. The emperor responded by expressing his confidence in him. Feeling the power in his words, the hero bowed deeply to him. All the same, the farewell was delayed, and now it's time for them to leave quietly. The horses were already ready for departure, and Chung-hee was finishing up his work. They knew that they would definitely see each other again. The master asked his disciple to make a decision about sending. The boy smiled warmly at him, signaling that it was time. They left the imperial court. The horses galloped as hard as they could, leading them back to the Baeklin Medical Center. During the trip, Jong-hee wished his master a happy birthday. He also prepared a gift for him, which greatly surprised and amused the master. The boy found time for this during his breaks, and the master was very grateful to him. After all, the student put all his sincerity into the gift. It was worth more than any money. The gift turned out to be magnificent gloves decorated with a jade pattern that he had carved with his own hand. He, of course, wanted to make them even better, but he tried his best. The master liked the gift very much. He immediately put on gloves, because they were very appropriate in the cold season. Jong-hee was glad that his gift had caused the master such delight. He asked if the gloves were fine, adding that they would be his greatest treasure. Looking at the happy face of the master, even such a modest gift seemed priceless. The hero realized that it is important not only to take care of his younger brothers, but also to do something special for his teacher. After some time, the news spread in the Huangju infirmary that the young dragon had healed the tumor. Or rather, he changed the crisis, where the patient was waiting for imminent death. And now, at this moment, he is getting better, although it is not yet a complete recovery. The leader of this infirmary got angry and started throwing books in the direction. The doctors were very frightened by his reaction. The head of the infirmary, Kwaju, was furious. How could you cure him? Now 2 more medicine shops refused to supply herbs. This is a real provocation. The doctors explained that they were not lying here, and that they had no connection with Baeklin Hospital. But the warden noticed traces of large purchases in one of the 3 trade guilds, and it is likely that a long-term contract was signed with them, and even a fool understood that the medicine was necessary in order to get to the Dr. Baeklin. The manager could not understand that this is actually a real curse. There's no evidence, but everything is obvious. What annoyed him even more was that Baeklin was not one to solve such matters easily. He had once been able to use his connections with Ixen and demons, but his health had deteriorated as he aged, and he no longer cared if his destiny was taken from him or not. It seemed that he was watching the world from the side, but everything turned out to be much more strange. He understood that Baek Lin did not seek fame, money, or even life, so their infirmary had almost no problems. He had everything, from the Zhou Palace and the imperial family to the imperial merchant guilds, and even after receiving nothing in return, he was saddened but did not give up because of his stupidity. But in one moment everything turned upside down. As soon as he had the chance, he began to return everything that had been taken from him. What is their purpose? What are they going to do next? The manager was behaving very strangely now. Normally, this fool would go on about every little thing, bragging about his student. But this time he suddenly fell silent. And then his doctors, filled with anxiety, realized that when it all came together, there could be much more than they could have imagined. Or the patient came from a family far more important than they expected, and he would have to be careful with his words. Or maybe he was up to something against Huangju Infirmary. This was already becoming a serious problem for them, and now they needed to be the first to respond. He hit the table hard. In any case, the 2 benches with herbs and medicines just disappeared. Although our infirmary still has strength, and there is no need to worry, we still need to report to Huang Jiansong. After these words, everyone felt a dry throat, and the deputy had to do it personally, although he understood the consequences and in general the reaction to such news from their leader. Excellent weather prevailed on the territory of the infirmary, and there was also a wonderful mood among the people who gathered near the infirmary. After all, there was an urgent appointment there. Our hero has not been here for several months since he returned from the palace, and now he is back in his place, continuing to fulfill the role of housekeeper. He prescribes patients and checks their health. As always, examines patients and conducts research. And he definitely trains, improving his fighting skills. The boy also did not forget to tell his laboratory assistants about Joe's promises to give recommendations. For them, this became a great reward. Not just an open path to an official position, but a recommendation entrusted to them by the emperor himself. And for him, this became an important stage in the completion of the development of streptomycin, and many of the laboratory workers will leave here, and the city will become empty. But thanks to Yuk, no one here feels alone. As always, he is enthusiastic and fully focused on his work. He noticed that the boy was staring at him, and angrily declared that if he did not take his beautiful eyes away, he would tear them out. This made our hero laugh, because he understood that the situation was becoming even more difficult. Sometimes he hears the words of Yuhu who goes out of his mind and anger overwhelms him. It seems to him that he is not a person, but some kind of knight, simply taking human form. Once our hero told him that by massaging acupuncture points with wooden fists, and these words caused a sinister smile in Yuhu. Apparently the doctor doesn't particularly enjoy attacking the doll, so maybe next time he will personally deal with his partner. The laboratory assistants pretended not to hear anything, but the boy stopped Yuka, assuring him that he was not yet at his level. However, Yuhu will definitely consult with the owner of Peklin, but in his heart he had only one desire. He would definitely kill this damn young master. Our hero felt that everything was not going according to plan, and then it turned out that the mentor gave permission, and Yuhu, like a madman, began to attack him. From the outside, it looked like the points he was picking up would only make him stronger. But the problem is that the beating on his part had a clear purpose. Yuhu yelled at him to take it as an honor, for it had been a long time since he had been so angry with just one person, and it was clear that his eyes burned with a burning desire to kill. Because Yuhu wanted Cheon-hee to realize that it is an honor for him to stay alive, because the one he has a service contract with is Chi Garin, not him. And then he flashed his hand near the head of our hero in a dangerous maneuver. If he hadn't had time to dodge, it would have resulted in serious injuries. The boy avoided and kept silent, trying to avoid all his blows. But one day Yuhu caught him and swung his hand very hard. His hand flew straight to our hero's face. He realized in horror that he could destroy him. It's definitely not a martial art, but the energy was incredible. It was pure anger. And at the herbal supply meeting for Peklin Infirmary that day, a very high-quality herb was being discussed. They were willing to sign a contract to supply medicinal herbs to a trading company, not knowing how lucky they were, or how much they could trust them, including the distribution of pills by this trading guild. And maybe they mean Peklin's miracle pills, and they will be in their place, even through other infirmaries, despite trying to bypass the competition. One of them believed that such cases should be treated very carefully. The boy was a little confused in terms of the traditions of this world. The checks turned out to be slightly disappointing. One pill will not only be used by doctors trained in their infirmary, it will be officially sold, and there is no room for compromise. It's not all bad after all. The longer the review, the higher the level of trust in the drug. and already many families are sending their relatives to find out why these pills did not come to the market earlier. One of them remarked that it was true, and all because the Peckrin Infirmary is a very good organization that does not make concessions for the sake of quick profit. Of course, they were impressed by the reputation that even if they wanted to, they could not buy with any money, because instead of money, they invested all their energy and time. "What else do they need?" asked the master. The guy said that not all results are stable. Fortunately, the effect was not bad enough. Strangely enough, even an allergy to penicillin in the pills did not occur. However, when taken on an empty stomach, they can cause the stomach to dissolve, so it is better to take the pills after a meal. But the master was sure that if the drugs had such side effects, the world of martial arts would have changed a long time ago and radically. And everyone, in fact, is even embarrassed to call it a side effect. These are miracle pills. And this was the result of their work with Yuhu. And it should also be included in the list of lab technicians working for mass production. And the masked boy declared that this was a truly momentous event. And then, apart from the money for the palace, their income would provide for the supply of blue jade and Peckrin's miracle pills. As for the blue jade, the young head takes all the profit. However, it should not be forgotten that when creating miracle pills, they invested not only efforts, but also ingredients. Zhang He knew that they weren't going to back down, even though they were united by their desire to heal people and probably make more money. Everyone wants more, and they will certainly not forget about their hard work. The heads of the two halls didn't lift a finger when he first asked if they wanted to create a pill, and now they're salivating at the profit from it. And because of this, our hero wants to convey how much these people really want to take for themselves, in the form of gratitude. The master silently observed the students' words. One of them stated that doctors of various levels also needed thousands of herbs for the manufacture of medicines, which required monthly payment, plus the supply of raw materials that had already been used and would still be needed should be taken into account. He wants to take 30%. Yuhu, hearing these words, became a little angry, but did not show it. And it seems that after some time they have already completed the exact calculation, and these words cannot be taken lightly. Our hero can easily give them 30%, but he is a little sorry, so he wants to add a fragrant oil to it, and the advisors noticed that he was not going to give up oil at all. And didn't they talk about him? It is now suffering heavy losses, and the boy began to worry. He was too naive. However, the Indian princess Sovbek added a scented oil, and selling it together with the scented bags will definitely work. And the guy wants to convey that the business will definitely work, and as a result of success, they will provide half of the profit of the Hall of Medicinal Herbs. Let them give him another plan. These guys knew that the new idea was interesting. They were very interested in whether he would succeed or not, but no one could guarantee that it would work. And it was clear that everyone's mood was not good at all. Even if it was a simple oil, it could be used by doctors. The production costs here are small, so even 30% could bring a significant profit for the medicinal herb hall, and they decided to support it. With enthusiasm in his eyes, the boy did not believe this, but believed that this time the soap factory would definitely succeed. The guy replied that he was specifically talking about aromatic oil, and this is the most important thing right now. But the only scent he knows is fruity. Have you never paid attention to any specific fragrances that can be added to soap? Of course, he is a little embarrassed, but he does not even know what aromatic oils are popular now. One of them asked why he didn't use scented oil when he washed himself, but probably because of his martial arts background, he didn't face such a problem. And one of them emphasized that the young dragon was always accompanied by a light aroma of medicinal herbs, and they guessed that it was fragrant soap. But our hero thought that if his friend Wangu talked about the fact that he gave off a smell that the spirit beast liked, and maybe after applying a technique that changes the bones of his body, his energy becomes pure. And because he practices the 5-element technique, his smell has changed, his natural aroma has changed, and that makes sense. Who would have thought that the penetrating, all-knowing head of the operating room would turn out to be completely ignorant in such a field? Baek Rin Song understood his student perfectly, and one of them taught him a lesson. Taking his hand, he waited impatiently. Their cooperation begins, and may it be fruitful. Spirits are the realm of chemistry and emotions. In this, his current world coincides with modernity, so that the search for a good fragrance is a serious business. Fragrances are a sensual and even intimate subject, so in order not to take any chances, they decided to ask the trade guild and then use their sold options. And the truth is, as with cooking, the first time it is better to use an existing recipe, if you want to succeed in preparing original dishes without a cookbook. You will have to. The cook greeted joyfully. I'm waiting for you. If they are looking for exactly the smells that they add, then let them go here. He demonstrated a lot of remedies that need to be tested with the head of the medicine room to begin with. His name is Mangog, several incenses, and he will learn to combine them. After a while, he came up with something, and he tried new ways of combining. Since he wanted to succeed this time, he hoped that he would definitely not face another failure. Since his idea was at stake, he took it seriously. When he brought his test scent to the master, he was surprised by the strong musky smell, and he hoped that his student would not use this soap when he came to his office. The smell was so insistent and worse than last time that our hero tried everything on the mentor, because he is very sensitive to smells. You'd think he was oversensitive, so he gave normal golden advice. After listening to the mentor, he immediately understood how it works. He didn't even notice that there were some mistakes. He will try again and again, hoping that eventually everything will match. When he mixed some more ingredients, after 15 days, he had the result. A shocking, subtle fragrance that people first heard from soap. At last, he was able to calm his agitation and was kindly noticed. One of them noticed that the herbal medicine head seemed to have no power at all. But he came to him day and night, saying that he no longer wanted to do joint research with the head of the operating room. Then he decided to give the young dragon a piece of advice. If he continues to live like this, he will die. Don't doubt it. As for the scent from the soap, with a scent like that, he would definitely want to buy it. Now that everything was ready, they decided to test the success with the sales of the miracle pill, and they had an intuition that it would all sell like hotcakes. Our hero also aspired to this. He would like to rest, but there was a lot to do. However, one of them hoped that his efforts would not go in vain, and they would earn a lot of money. And everyone at the same time wanted to help the young dragon and make money from his ideas. Because a beautiful smell attracts attention, and a lot of money is never superfluous. This concludes the important affairs of the young dragon. Small businesses also seem to have carved out a niche for themselves. Now it's time for him to deal with what he has been putting off for so long. Delivering the ashes to Mudan was an important matter, the teacher said. And knowing his student's skills, he had no reason to stop him. The boy only asked to take care of the exchange of experience between the doctors and the butler Joe. But the master asked him to be careful in everything he does. Even if a stranger begs him for help twice or even 3 times, let him check everything carefully. But Chong-hee was sure that the master should not worry, because he was already very strong. However, extra caution will not hurt. Only the mentor will worry about his student. He takes with him Huanga, Thunder Juice, and 2 more of his children. With them, he will be safe, and the master will be more at ease. It was actually wonderful. He collected himself and didn't forget anything. He packed the ashes, a skill book, a heart and mind, and 5 miraculous oils. He will treat people, and at the same time advertise his products. And he really prepared well, according to the master. Here we are moving in the afternoon before the trip. Everything worked out, and all that remained was to conduct it. They also came and carefully escorted him. Everyone had a very nice expression on their faces, and so to speak, joyfully saw him off. It was only a road from Anhui to Hubei, but everyone saw him off and wished him a pleasant journey. Together with his team, the young master decided to go forward, was full of thirst for the adventures that awaited him. Finally, he was going to Mudan, where Cheon-hee and the secret teachings of Mudan's founder may be on the verge of danger, and he should be extra careful. The question is raised. There will be a chance to use it without sagging. The waves of the river raged. The ship was sailing on the Yangtze River. Our hero, reading the letter of the 3-headed tiger of the Blood Clan, sees that he is acting quietly. Thankfully now their followers don't perform rituals, but that also means they've become more difficult to track down. He will have to be patient. And then, thinking uncontrollably, he realized that he was forgetting to practice the Great Limit Fist every day. Although he can use demonic martial arts to save his younger sister, he doesn't want to see this world turn its back on Yeharyun. Зрение на письмо он понял, что 3 брата вернули свои долги. Then it will be possible to take them to the Pekrin healer, even if they have problems, but still lack hands. He hopes that the old demon archer will find a good shelter for them. Here Soku informed that there was something important. He saw from above that they were approaching the place, and all that remained was to get out of the ship and see what awaited them next. We moved to Wuhan, Hebei Province, to Mount Mudan, a place of majestic 72 peaks and 20 rocks that rise like guardians of ancient wisdom. Covering itself with thick forests and extraordinary rocks, this place is one of the most difficult to climb. It is now the center of the Honor faction, where every stone and wind holds ancient secrets. The greatness of these mountains permeates every cell, giving a feeling of something infinitely large. Our hero, bowing his head from the heaviness, asks Halang if he really likes this climb to Mudan. He continues his struggle with the peaks, because this path is extremely difficult, but he does not stop. Mentioned in numerous martial arts novels, the Mudan school has always held a special place among the great schools. Depending on the novel itself, these schools may renounce worldly pleasures, not eating meat, and devoting themselves to the purification of spirit and body. But it also happens that they create nefarious plans to weaken other clans. But there is something that our young hero knows for sure. All this is just the first step on his way. Their martial arts are based on the boundaries of incredible strength that transcends all imaginable boundaries. Here they are, standing at the Mudan gate, where guards keep a close eye on everyone who enters and exits, not missing a single detail. It was incredibly cool for our hero to feel a part of this place filled with power. He understands that it is time to disarm, to hand over his weapons. The warrior asks him to hand over his sword, and the hero does not hesitate to comply with the request. Finally, he goes inside. The feeling of being here is incredible. He hands his sword to the guards, though to be honest, Huango didn't trust such maneuvers. The boy hands over the sword without hesitation, showing no weakness. The guard watches him in surprise, because this young man is a true master of martial arts, and yet he surrendered his weapon without hesitation. The guard even begins to suspect that the hero is up to something cunning. He was dressed as a medicine man, with a huge falcon next to him, and Huango looked even more majestic. And so the hieroglyph on the chest was written. The hieroglyph of the great medical pavilion Peklin. He gathered it all together and exclaimed, "You are a young dragon, doctor!" Sensing popularity, our hero realized that he was really recognized, and this fame spread quickly. The security immediately escorts them to the hospitality pavilion because it is a great honor for them. They let him inside, and our hero, to be honest, was already used to such ceremonies. It was a problem, but not for him. When they arrived at the main pavilion, one of the guards asked what brought the white dragon to Mudan. In his thoughts, the hero understands. First the guard checks, then in the tea room it is clarified why they are here, and only then they are distributed among the rooms. It was effective. There are many visitors. The boy came to return the remains of the deceased so that they would take care of him. However, our hero stated that the remains are in an irreversible deep pit. He brought the remnants of the elder of the previous generation, as well as his instructions from the heart and mind. The gatekeeper, hearing this, almost collapsed from shock. If that was true, they didn't know how to react. They did not even imagine such a value. It was a great honor. They wanted to show the young dragon a place to rest. The doctor noticed that he turned pale, as if he had seen a dead man come back to life. What will happen to the others? He was taken to a sufficiently spacious yard, and then to the luxurious room. It all came down to one thing. He got to the very heart of this place, and then the hero noticed an important detail. It all worked out as described by the greatest novel of the heavenly demon. Mudan studies the Tao and manages the clans at the same time. For this they need money. So naturally, they have many connections with trade guilds and transport companies. This was a good sign for the young dragon. But in reality, he knew that Mudan was rotten. They hypocritically claim that they are doing everything for the good of the honor faction. And in fact, internal conflicts never stop here. It was fortunate that the Sky Demon hadn't come into play yet, and they hadn't reached a full fall. The boy reacts with amazement to the place where he was taken for rest. He realizes that now is the best time to learn martial arts and be free as a bird. The room was incredibly large and spacious. In addition, there was enough light, and his pets were at ease here. He made himself a cup of tea, realizing that Longjing has excellent taste. But he wonders what kind of man Zhongwu has become. They exchanged letters and gifts. But this was actually their first face-to-face meeting. Did he use the scarf and cape that our hero gave him? He received gloves and an eye patch made by the hero. He is honored to wear these scars, because they must disappear. But you can't fix the human body. It's too cruel. A lost eye cannot be returned. First, Zhongwu would have to have his eye removed and a prosthesis inserted. But they do not live in the modern world. Even if it were possible to make a glass eye or a prosthesis, it would still have to be replaced twice a year. Therefore, he decided to keep his eye and wear a bandage. In the letter, he mentioned that he was wearing this mask. Our hero is looking forward to the meeting. He is interested in how this warrior lives, because there is nothing more pleasant for doctors than to find out how the treatment went, how the child he treated became strong and healthy. After a while, it was reported that Uncle Man had been brought back, and it was incredibly true. And they all got that message. Their leader, holding his hand against the pillar, understood that it had finally happened. It was Elder Chun Hyung, who tearfully remembered his uncle. He asked to bring the leftovers and thank the benefactor. For a long time, The main character could not accept that they searched the whole world in search of a body, but never found it. Meanwhile, his uncle himself managed to return alive. He cried for a long time and incessantly, not holding back his tears. His only wish was to meet the young white dragon in person. So, without delay, he rushed to meet him. The elder was asked not to interfere, because an important meeting required restraint. Zhonghuan will take care of everything. But the elder did not understand why he was forbidden to greet his uncle personally. Chongguan, unlike him, was well aware of the elder's real motive. He wanted to honor his uncle himself. However, the transfer of ashes should take place according to tradition. The elder is the foundation of the Mudan school, and should retain that role. All the disciples begged the elder to stay and not leave his place. He didn't even know what to answer them, and kept silent in confusion. Gritting his teeth in anger, he still accepted their decision. We are transferred to the times when blood was spilled on the battlefield. The senior comrade, although he was wounded, remained in his place until the last. But trouble befell them, and he resolved to leave the field of battle as soon as possible. The blade intended for his uncle pierced his body instead of its target. After that, he was ready to listen to everything that Chongguan said. With patience, he gradually expanded his influence in the Mudan school. He always cared about the school, despite the regret and pain of the war. But this time he felt that he was no longer able to make sacrifices. Things went too far, and a martial arts book filled with spiritual energy became the center of controversy. This book, so protected by his uncle, contained unique sacred techniques. Only selected Taoists from the Mudan school are allowed to practice these techniques. The previous elder foresaw the danger from the very beginning, and in his will forbade the passing on of this knowledge. But Chongguang persisted in asking the elder to entrust him with the task of retrieving this book. The elder, although restrained, only clenched his teeth. He did not trust Chongguang. The senior student decided to refuse Zhongguang and stand his ground to the end. The elder emphasized that the martial arts of two energies were a dangerous waste, and it was not by chance that the predecessor forbade their transfer. At these words, Chongguan barely held back his anger, igniting even more. The elder calmly conveyed his opinion, reminding about responsibility. In his mind, Chongguang gritted his teeth, thinking that he had already reached enough strength, but he was still denied. He clenched his fists and slyly recruited lower-level masters and young apprentices to his side. Everything is carefully prepared for one goal: to acquire the art of spiritual energy. The dispute arose out of distrust of Chongguang, despite his enormous influence. However, the majority would not allow the elder's words to be challenged. Everything turned into a huge scandal. Tension grew. The elder knew that this would happen, and although it upset him, he remained calm. Chongguang was filled with hatred. If he missed this chance, there would be no other. He believed that these martial arts would help heal his right hand. Determined, he begged the elder to let him have this book. The dispute between the supporters of Chongheng and Chongguang did not subside, but only gained momentum. Meanwhile, the boy the white dragon mentioned appeared on the horizon. He walked right up to them and asked where the young dragon was. The representative of Taoism calmly pointed his finger at the guest yard. The boy did not hesitate to head in the indicated direction. Meanwhile, our hero calmly dined, noting that they put too much cinnamon in Mudan's sweets, and he doesn't like it. Although Taoists value tea with sweets, all dishes here are made with expensive and high-quality ingredients. But his mentor, Baek Rin Sung, would clearly be unhappy with such a combination. At that moment, his pet suddenly reacted to the strange sound. Suddenly, something like a loud knocking sounded in the room. The door swung open and the silence disappeared. A boy ran into the room shouting loudly, "Chonghe, master!" The hero was so impressed that he almost dropped everything from his hands. A boy with a bandage on his face rushed here after hearing about the hero's arrival. At this moment, the hero noticed a familiar bandage. Is it really him? Yes, it was John Woo himself. They had not seen each other for a long time, and the young man immediately rushed to him. The pets also noticed how much Cheon Woo had changed. It was hard to recognize him. He grew older and changed, and the hero looked at him with delight, while John Woo wanted to hug him. They came closer to each other and hugged each other sincerely. John Woo, without holding back his emotions, said that he couldn't imagine how much he missed him, and was incredibly happy to meet him. The young dragon also sincerely rejoiced at the unexpected meeting. He remembered how this boy, who had once been between life and death due to the ravages of congenital syphilis, had now become such a strong and healthy young man. The doctor remarked that Cheong Woo's abilities were truly exceptional. The boy admitted that at first he suffered from pain in his joints, but later he began to grow like bamboo after the rain. The young dragon praised him, noting how nice it was to see him so healthy and strong. Cheon Woo said that he received a new Taoist name that symbolized his new path. He also explained that the Taoist way of life presupposes the renunciation of marriage, because once on this path, it is impossible to return to worldly life. However, this was not a problem for him, because he was never interested in marriage. The doctor supported his choice, understanding how serious this decision was, because now his whole life is dedicated to martial arts. John Woo had really grown up, and it was evident in his words and actions. In the modern world, such a choice could be compared to the life of a Catholic priest or a Buddhist monk. The doctor understood that continuing to follow the chosen path is an extremely important and difficult decision. This is the beauty of the world of martial arts: self-sacrifice and total dedication. They decided to have a snack and drink tea together, during which Chong Woo revealed that his Taoist name remained the same. The elder thought that there was no point in changing a good name with a good meaning, so he decided to leave it as it is. Cheon Woo was happy because he kept the name that the doctor once gave him. However, he understood that it is not the name that defines a person. The main thing is that his intentions remain pure and good. After that, the doctor asked Cheon Woo to give him a tour of Mudan. He also wanted to take his pets with him. It was clear from their looks that they were not against this idea. Obviously, the pets understood everything, because they were spiritual beings. Chun Woo took out one important thing from his pocket. It was beef jerky. He knew that the master was very fond of it, and he remembered how he had talked about it before. At that moment, his pets' eyes lit up with delight. They immediately pounced on the beef jerky, but Chong Woo prepared even more for them. With great enthusiasm, the pets devoured the pieces, enjoying each one. The young dragon noted with a smile that Cheon Woo had adjusted well to life. At this point, he thought about it and asked, "Why don't I try?" But at that moment, Huanggo decided to take all the food for himself, which of course was inappropriate. Returning to the Mudan Mountains, they climbed higher and higher. Soon their path led to a temple located among the clouds. The Golden Palace at the top of the dance was a sacred place, and entry to the temple was forbidden to outsiders. Instead, a Taoist altar was set up for visitors, where fans could pray and pay their respects. The temple is located high in the mountains, and people still make the difficult journey here. The doctor thought enthusiastically that there were no cars or cable cars here. Simply incredible. People came here with faith in their hearts. They worshipped their gods and traditions, finding peace in this. The hero asked what these people usually pray for, and Cheon Woo explained that mostly they ask for health, peace in the family, or a little luck, believing in miracles. The young dragon agreed. Even Taoists cannot ignore the reality of human aspirations. Then Cheon Woo pointed to an incredibly beautiful landscape that a master must see. They went to the edge and looked down. The view was breathtaking. Meanwhile, the contented pets were enjoying a snack nearby. Chun Woo looked into the young dragon's eyes and saw calmness and admiration in them. In turn, the hero noticed that Cheon Woo has incredible popularity wherever he goes. He was extremely talented, and at such a young age had mastered the power to survive. It's just a pity that he chose a path that excludes the possibility of marriage. At the edge of the mountain, Cheon Woo asked about Yahello, and the young dragon told him that he was a young man who, despite all the trials that befell him, sought happiness. He is also very strong, and he consider themselves brothers. Cheon Woo admitted that he wants to fight Yahello when they meet. The purpose of this was to officially become his younger brother. That was what he was talking about, but still not decided. However, Cheon Woo believed that this would definitely happen, and did not think that Yahello was delaying the meeting on purpose. He asked the doctor just to wait a little while, although he himself understood that the appointment was indeed constantly postponed. In the end, they decided to postpone the matter until later, and in the meantime, representatives of Taoism appeared at the gate. Pets immediately reacted to the unexpected appearance of strangers. Their behavior became restless and they could not find a place for themselves. Cheon Woo and the young dragon looked ahead, noticing the stranger. The boy turned his attention to Jung Woo and rudely called him a jerk. The doctor was outraged by such an address, considering it unacceptable. Cheon Woo politely greeted the senior disciple, asking why he was here, as he and the dragon were inspecting the temple. The senior student had heard of Jung Woo, but he didn't expect to see him here. The doctor, analyzing the situation, noticed that Jung Woo was holding back and decided to pretend that nothing happened. He politely greeted and introduced himself to the stranger. The boy admitted that he had heard a lot about the doctor, and an older student named Chonggen expressed his respect for him. Raising his head, the young dragon noticed several important details in their clothing. Judging by their clothing, they were swordsmen from the Mudan school, but their expressions did not seem friendly. Perhaps they were jealous of Cheon Woo's talent. One of them revealed that they were waiting for the arrival of the young dragon to see the Chigal clan's martial arts. The hero felt the tension and did not understand why they needed it. Behind them stood the students, who clearly wanted to see something spectacular. Cheon-woo realized that the situation was escalating and their original target might have been the White Dragon. He decided to settle the situation, saying that the young dragon had just arrived and had not yet had time to rest after the journey. However, the swordsman only scoffed, saying that this was a unique opportunity for them, since Chi-Gal's art had almost disappeared, and they could not miss such a chance. These words sounded like a provocation aimed at the White Dragon. Cheong-woo remarked that such treatment of a guest was unacceptable, and suggested that they should rather fight him than the dragon. The senior student, enraged by such words, gritted his teeth, not understanding where Chun-woo had such confidence. The doctor, looking at the tensed faces of those present, felt uncomfortable, but even Cheon-woo's inaction looked confident and solid. Cheon-woo asked to leave the White Dragon alone, noting that such actions could lead to serious problems. At that moment, the doctor's hand touched Jung-woo's shoulder. He stopped him, reassuringly. "I'm fine. In fact, I would also like to see the Mudan clan's martial arts. Sharing experiences is a great opportunity." At the same time, the doctor carefully and sternly looked at these young brats. The senior student remarked that the White Dragon truly deserved its name, and his words made sense. However, Cheong-woo did not understand why the doctor would allow such a situation. The doctor assured him not to worry. "I just want to know what they're up to. All the details, as he noted, will be clarified in the process." They decided to go to a place where it would be more convenient to hold a battle, because there were no training grounds nearby. The group took them to a more remote place, away from populated areas, into the thicket itself. The pets reacted aggressively to the swordsman, but the doctor followed them without delay. Descending with the group, the hero understood that even though he and the swordsman were of different ages, he could still become a strong opponent. On the way, Cheong-woo told how he once broke the sword of an older swordsman during a fight, and the latter disliked him ever since. The boy belonged to the Chongguan faction that was currently in power. Zhongguang knew more about politics than sword art. The doctor noted that in martial arts novels, one generation usually lasts about 20 years. In the generation that bears the surname Zhong, the word justice is of great importance. The faction also has two other namesakes. The next generation bears the surname Cheon. The first apprentice with the surname Jeon has risen to the rank of elder and now oversees the training of new warriors, dividing these responsibilities between the apprentices with the surnames Jeon and Jeon. Also, Baekrin Sung's student may be considered equal to his teacher, which makes the situation even more tense. The boys seem to have started an argument and most likely are leading the doctor with some ulterior motives. Perhaps it all has to do with the matter of the ashes and the situation with the Taoists under Chongguang's rule. It's known that he can't use one hand and lost his position as an elder, but that's an old story, and Youngwoo only knows about it superficially. Now the doctor had a better understanding of how things worked in this system. He must have done a lot of research to find a way to regain mobility in his arm. Even the most famous doctors found it extremely difficult. There was even a case when he turned to a strange old woman. But after a bloody fight, she replied that nothing could be fixed. Come to think of it, after gaining a dual energy martial art, he might be able to solve his problem. At this moment, our hero realized exactly what Chongguan was up to. Before, he had no idea about the martial art of two energies. But now it became clear that the problem was related to the nervous system. Even the wondrous old woman of bloodshed couldn't fix it. So, Master Chongguang is desperate to master the energy spirit martial art, and Taoist Honggen belonged to his faction. Now the puzzles began to form a single picture. To begin with, the doctor decided to find a way to get along with them. They arrived at the site, and the question arose, what will be the rules of this fight? Whoever gives up first loses. But what to do with the use of weapons? One of the swordsmen suggested using real swords. Zhong-woo understood that the reason for this proposal was obvious. They wanted to test the power of the White Dragon. Then he decided, maybe it's better to go out himself instead of Chung-hee. But if swords are offered, he has none of his own. The swordsmen generously offered to use their weapons. One of them drew a sword from its scabbard and threw it onto the battlefield. Several more swords were thrown, all with bare blades. Each sword was unique, and their weight could be felt even from a distance. The hero saw a sword flying towards him. He understood that he could get hurt, but it was necessary to catch the sword. The sword spun in the air. Chong-woo deftly caught it with his hand, feeling the pressure of the swordsman's gazes looking down on him. One of the boys remarked that this sword suited the doctor very well. The doctor felt that such behavior is real rudeness. These brats were clearly trying to provoke Heng. He understood that they should not give in, but he decided to wait for them to make the first move. The elder swordsman displayed his art with outward calmness, but in his heart he wanted to embarrass the doctor. The hero sensed the evil and vile intentions of this young man. The elder swordsman's friends watched, waiting for the moment when they could appreciate the doctor's skill. Qianwu doubted if the white dragon could stand up to such a strong opponent. The boy looked down on the doctor, confident in his victory. Confident in himself, he sharply rushed into the attack. The doctor calmly took a fighting stance, ready for a fight. As the enemy approached, he used Mudan's 8 swords technique. One by one, the swords headed straight for our hero. The attack was powerful, with all 18 hits applied. For a contemporary Mudan, this was an outstanding achievement. Changgun watched intently, waiting to see how the doctor would react to his technique. The powerful energy of the attack was filled with a thirst for death. But the doctor understood that compared to the opponents he had faced before, it looked shallow. He deftly dodged every blow, moving with incredible speed. His maneuvers were so impressive that he seemed elusive. Chonggen began to worry, realizing that his opponent's strength was far beyond expectations. The doctor swung his fist sharply, leaving no chance of retreat. His blow hit the boy right in the stomach, causing him to almost drop the sword from his hands. The young man yelped like a frightened dog, and it seemed that he almost peed himself from fear. The boy's friends looked in disbelief at their leader, who was clearly losing control of the situation. After being hit hard, he was breathing heavily as he tried to recover. Gasping for air, the boy seethed with anger and sought revenge. No longer hiding his intentions, he shouted at the doctor, "This bastard must finally die." He delivered a powerful series of blows, trying to destroy his opponent. The sound of swords flew across the battlefield, but our hero dodged each blow like water running through his fingers. The students looked on in amazement, not believing that it was possible to evade such attacks. They knew he was a doctor, but where did he get such fighting skills? The boy, enraged by this, did not stop, marveling at how easily the doctor answered all his attacks. He continued to charge, hoping to find a weak point. But when their swords clashed, it became clear that the advantage was not on his side. Qiangun decided to sneak up behind the doctor, hoping for a surprise attack. However, all his attempts were instantly countered by lightning movements. The hero, watching the fight, thought about how everyone was wondering if the doctor had mastered the energy spirit martial art. If they are so interested, they will try to corner him, but only under the threat of death will he show his true power. But this red-haired brat won't get anything if he doesn't try harder. At one point, his sword almost slipped through the doctor's defenses. Taking advantage of the moment, the boy decided to strike from above, trying to do it without warning. But the doctor easily intercepted the blow, because this opponent was no match for his previous enemy Yuhu. Swords clanged as they collided with each other. The tempo of the battle increased, the steps became faster. Chonggun seemed to lose his faith, wondering how the doctor could even smile during his attacks. At one point, the opponent's sword was at the doctor's neck, but he easily deflected the blow and forced the weapon to deflect to the side. Chonggun was even more enraged as all of his attacks were being blocked without any effort. His weakness became obvious, and he seemed intent on acquiring the secret technique at any cost. Meanwhile, Cheon-woo, watching the doctor's skill, admired his incredible strength. Chonggun looked exhausted, while the doctor didn't even show any signs of fatigue. After a while, even the warriors began to look at the senior disciple with fear. They realized that the riot he had raised had only made his situation worse. The doctor looked at his opponent with cold certainty, realizing that his motives were rotten, for Mudan students were not allowed to learn secret techniques. The art that the master so protected remained untouched, and the hero was also not going to pass it on to those who were not worthy to study it. Choking, Cheongun looked at the doctor in disbelief, realizing that the rumors about him were true. He thought it was just a doctor who had recently started learning martial arts, but he turned out to be incredibly strong. For the first time in his life, Cheon-gun felt like he was facing a wall without seeing any weak spot. He realized that he no longer had techniques that could help him. The boy sought to expose the doctor, suspecting that he was hiding knowledge of the art of 2 energies, but he never found any evidence. Meanwhile, the doctor grew bored and suggested that the fight be postponed, leaving the opponents for his friends if they wanted to attack as well. This statement shocked everyone present. Jong-woo was stunned that the doctor himself was provoking this defiant opponent. They understood that they should not agree to such a proposal, because it is an obvious provocation. But Cheon-gun decided that losing would be an unacceptable shame for him. He eventually accepted the challenge, hoping to learn something new, though his warriors tried to stop him. At that moment, Cheon-gang was no longer confident in his abilities. He was determined to do something, but he didn't know if he had the ability this time. Tension on the battlefield grew rapidly. The hero realized that this boy couldn't even come close to matching the power of Yuhu's 9 wooden fists. Jianwu worriedly asked the doctor if everything was okay because these guys clearly wanted to kill him and he was playing with fire. He offered to help if needed. The doctor categorically asked him not to interfere in any way. To the question why, he replied that he would leave the fight at this point anyway. He warned that any attempt by Jiangwu to interfere would only make their opinion of him worse. Despite Jiangwu's desire to help his friend, the doctor insisted, "Don't do it." With a smile, he added that it was time to have a little fun and challenge these juvenile fools from Mudan to attack as they pleased. This was a clear provocation that made Chonggun very angry. His friends were so upset that they even swallowed a lump in their throats to contain their excitement. The opponents were not confused and put forward their condition, surrounding the doctor from all sides. The ring of swordsmen closed, creating tension. The doctor turned to Jiangwu again, urging him not to interfere. "You are now a Taoist and should only move up." This phrase struck Jiangwu and was forever etched in his memory. The doctor's sword rang like an arrow ready for battle. Mudan's warriors and swordsmen surrounded him, full of determination. In his thoughts, the hero reflected on Jianwu, realizing that he should not interfere, lest he make enemies. No matter how this fight ends, Jiangwu will have to live in this place, so he needs to stay away. At that moment, the swordsman's powerful strike passed through the doctor's body, slicing through the air. The doctor instantly rolled, avoiding the blow, and noticed that his opponent was not so weak anymore. He realized that this boy had potential, and if one of the best started training him, he could become a worthy swordsman. Everything the doctor did, he did with his friend Jianwu in mind. But suddenly the doctor's look changed. His pupils widened in surprise. He saw the power-filled battle energy begin to disperse around the opponent, creating an incredible impact. The doctor felt himself in a new state. His resources and energy were completely restored. Gathering his strength, he ran up to his opponent and destroyed his defense with one stroke of the yin-yang sword. The battlefield froze in silence, leaving only one question. What kind of doctor is this who possesses such powerful martial arts? Cheon-gyun, having received a crushing blow, fell to the ground. He rolled down, unable to keep his balance. It was the true art of cold-blooded swordsmanship. The doctor demonstrated an incredible mastery of martial arts, leaving everyone in awe. He once again asked his friend not to interfere, assuring him that nothing was in danger. The doctor told Jiangwu not to worry, he has everything under control. The two opponents split up, trying to attack from different sides. One tried to get behind him, preparing a blow. But the doctor quickly parried the attack of this brat. Not only that, he grabbed his arm, completely controlling the situation. Skillfully twisting his arm, the doctor made him feel severe pain. When the boy laughed, trying to hide his weakness, the doctor smiled and joked, "Don't worry, I'll treat you later." At that moment, the boy felt incredible pain in his hand and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, his friend charged with a sword. Looking at him, the doctor thought, "It's a shame he uses a sword. If he gets hurt with it, it will be difficult to treat him." However, the doctor decided to surprise him. Changing position, he quickly found himself at the bottom side, smiling his wicked smile. The boy understood that the situation was becoming dangerous, but he could not do anything. The doctor only smiled slyly, clearly controlling the situation. After striking, he advised, "It will hurt less if you stay where you are now." The cries of the little swordsmen from Mudan could be heard in the courtyard, their pleas carried far and wide. This caught the elder's attention. The elder was worried about the commotion that broke out on the training ground. After a while, all the opponents were lying on the ground, and the doctor was standing over them, calm and confident. The doctor walked over to Cheon-gyun, who was lying on the ground, and asked with a smile, "So, are you happy now? Sit still, and don't move until you get up again." If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't have done this, but Mudan warriors recover much faster due to their internal energy. The doctor began to examine the other opponents, who were also badly injured in the battle. Cheon-gyun thought as he stood up, "This crazy doctor. He breaks us and then restores us. The difference in our martial arts is just unbelievable." But most of all, he wanted to know if the doctor had the dual energy technique. However, the doctor's power was so impressive that it made him afraid. He remembered how the doctor easily defeated even the older students, causing them serious injuries. This could be cause for complaint, but now the situation was clearly not on their side. And suddenly there was a sound in the air. It was simply unforgettable. Cheon-gun recognized the voice and immediately froze in fear, his heart pounding. The soldiers were also frightened. The voice was familiar and frightening to them. This mysterious man turned to the doctor. "You make a strong impression." And surprisingly, even he allowed himself a slight smile. The hero could not understand whose voice it was, and what was happening nearby. When everyone decided to go back to fighting or negotiating, events took a dramatic turn. An old man appeared on the horizon, carefully watching what was happening. The old man had not seen such a sight for a long time and looked pleased, but at the same time asked, "What are you doing here?" The hero was stunned. When the old man approached, it seemed that he appeared from nowhere. He stood right in front of them, his voice echoing nearby, and his very presence felt like that of an extraordinary master. The questions remained. Who is he and why did he appear here? Suddenly, Cheon-woo bowed low, showing respect to the master. The warriors also bowed their heads before the old man, realizing who he was with obvious fear. Our hero did not fully understand who this older uncle was. He assumed that he was the oldest and most respected member of the clan, and perhaps the only one who had not yet become immortal. Perhaps this is the one the master was referring to. A legendary martial artist. One who can move mountains and reverse rivers with his fist is known in Marima as the Emperor's Fist. Cheong-gyun trepidatiously expressed his respect, timidly glancing at the old man, who examined him carefully and remarked that he looked pitiful, but there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly the uncle made a sudden movement. His dynamic movement was so rapid that it was difficult to see anything. Everyone present felt a lightning strike. The boys immediately hit the ground. The old man blocked their acupuncture points, and they didn't even realize what had happened. As he passed by, the soldiers lying on the ground received scrubs. He said that Chongguang has talent, but in matters of counting money and choosing disciples, he has neither talent nor skill. How was it possible to take such little people as students? The master reproached himself. The hero thought that this old man was not even mentioned in the novel, Majestic Heavenly Demon. Besides, if Ye Har-yoon starts his active activities in Marima in 8 years, maybe this old man will have passed away by then. The old man looked at Cheon-woo closely and asked whose disciple he was. The boy explained that he had not yet decided on a master. Hearing this, the old man was delighted. He noted the huge potential and incredible energy in this boy, adding that this is very good, because he still has a chance to choose a worthy mentor. Our hero just watched from the sidelines, not daring to intervene. The old man sternly ordered everyone to get up off the ground. In his mind, he was evaluating Jong-woo, realizing that the boy was a valuable talent, but he had not yet chosen a mentor. After that, the old man turned his gaze to the young master Cheon-hee. He began to slowly approach him. The hero looked warily at the old man, sensing something unusual. Suddenly, he felt an incredible power emanating from this person. He was overcome with fear, as if an insurmountable mountain stood before him. It was such a feeling that no force could move this man. At this, Young-hee involuntarily opened his mouth in surprise. The old man continued to walk towards him, with a look that showed that he understood who was before him. This is the same dragon that the rumors are about, thought the old man. He had heard that John-hee was a slacker who always caused trouble, and now his guess was confirmed. In fact, the old man came closer to determine the strength level of this boy. He noted that the doctor manages his inner energy perfectly, suppressing his own emotions. This testified to the instinctive ability to correctly assess the strength of the opponent. Jong-hee didn't answer, just stood there, holding the sword with trembling hands. He felt the old man's incredible strength, which seemed insurmountable. Looking at this monk, there was only one question. Are you even human? And then, gathering his strength, he decided to attack to see what this old man was capable of. The attack was not so much of a competitive nature, as a desire to find out how powerful his opponent was. At that moment, a huge energy rushed towards our hero, and he realized that the old monk was ready to enter the battle. Opening his mouth wide, our hero decided that it was time to act. He drew his sword and took a fighting stance, ready to fight. But the old man, with just one movement of his hand, easily repelled his attack, as if manipulating a sword. It was so incredible that the hero froze in amazement. When the sword stopped, the old man looked carefully at the young man. He was in awe of his strength and self-control. The old man assessed him as a master of incredible strength. Cheon-woo did not understand anything at this moment. What had just happened was beyond his imagination. He was shocked that the doctor was able to block such a powerful warrior's attack with incredible speed that no one even noticed. The old man waved his hand lightly. Then he put it in his other hand, turning to the side. This amused him. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that such a young boy could block my secret technique? He added that among all Mudan martial arts, those practiced with bare hands are the highest skill. The doctor realized that he had only blocked the attack on instinct. The body was still trembling from the tension. Here it was, the true mastery of the Imperial Fist, one of the highest secrets of martial arts. The old man praised the doctor. Impressive. I want to recruit you as a fighter to our Mudan school. How do you like such an offer? I will take all the responsibility. But the young man explained that he was only a doctor. The old man remarked with a smile. That Pak Rin must be making a fuss right now. The rumors about him have been very interesting lately. If he shows up here and causes a ruckus, even you won't be able to handle him easily. The hero was slightly embarrassed by these words, but smiled, mentally recalling the words of his mentor that only a couple of people in the world could compare to him. It only proved how strong this old man was. Out of the blue, the old man asked our hero what his current dual energy martial arts level was. This question confused him a lot. Hearing this, the hero couldn't hold back his sword. It fell out of his hands, and it revealed what he had so carefully hidden. There was a tense silence between them, broken only by the sound of a falling sword. Hearing this sound, Cheon-woo opened his mouth wide in surprise. The monk, without looking away, waited for the doctor's answer. The hero knew that a master like this old man would not attack without reason. He belonged to the 10 strongest masters, who are compared to natural cataclysms. No one could predict how such a master would behave and what he would do next. As expected, the hero confessed. The old man understood everything. At this moment, the hero's level reached 4 stars. The old man nodded thoughtfully, realizing that now everything fell into place. But when he began to think about the 4-star level, it became difficult for him to comprehend what he heard for a moment. If he really claims to have reached the 4-star level, that's just crazy. The old man was in real shock. The old man could not believe that the hero had reached such a level without proper knowledge and deep study of martial arts. The hero only thanked the sage Mendok, who left such a legacy that everything became possible. The old man had heard of this legacy, and knew that the hero had returned all that was left of Mendok. So this is it, he thought. The hero was worried that the old man would scold him for mastering the technique without permission. But the old man, to his surprise, was happy. Mandok is finally back. It's incredible. He remarked that if Mandok were alive, he would be one of the top 10 martial artists. Mandok taught him dual energy techniques and the art of Taiji swordsmanship. He also taught him the sacred art of Taijing, in which every stroke of the sword was flawless. The hero became interested and asked what really happened to Mendok's legacy. The old man said that he also studied the technique of dual energy, although not completely. He noted that their meeting was fate, and offered to teach the hero several important things. The hero was confused. Teach me? What does he mean? Cheon-woo, for his part, was delighted, watching the old man's every move carefully. Suddenly, the old man got into a fighting stance, radiating confidence and skill. With his hands, he created movements that resembled the shape of a hieroglyph, impressing everyone with its precision. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he began to move towards Jong-hee, radiating incredible power. Jong-hee quickly began to block his blows, showing his skill. He parried all of the old man's attacks, making him a little nervous. The old man, outraged, decided to attack from all sides, using powerful blows with his fists. Jong-hee felt that he could no longer block these blows. Their power was incredible. The blows contained such powerful energy that the air seemed to be torn apart. But suddenly everything stopped. The old man froze, placing his hands on Cheon-hee's chest. This fight had gone too far, and if it continued, the hero could die. If the old man had really hit full force, the doctor might not have survived. Cheon-woo, watching this scene, stood with his mouth wide open, unable to believe his eyes. The old man smiled slightly and asked, "Well, do you like the way they use the dual energy technique?" It was amazing. The doctor gained new knowledge and experience that exceeded all his expectations. He realized that when the old man's hands touched his solar plexus, it felt like an electric current went through his brain. After that, the old man folded his hands, leaving the boy in a state of incredible insight. This feeling was reminiscent of a real enlightenment that changes the world view. The old man explained that the dual energy technique does not simply split one thought into two. One side can be fast and the other slow. One is strong and the other is weak. Each movement must be followed by a pause. Only in this way can harmony be achieved. Then the old man asked, "Do you know how it works?" The doctor was still in a state of shock, trying to process what had just happened. He understood that what he experienced could be a real achievement of the highest level, Zen. It was the energy of the dual energy technique, and he knew how important it was to remember its source. Jong-woo watched in delight, realizing that the headmaster was teaching Jong-hee. Without a doubt, he believed that the doctor would understand everything after studying the texts and manuals. But it seemed that without a deep understanding of the philosophy of the Mudana sect, no one could fully master the dual energy technique. Suddenly Jong-hee closed his eyes. He felt the yin-yang forces awakening within him. The master watched how the hero plunged into his conscious, which brought him closer to true enlightenment. This thought made one thing clear. The hero could be wrong about his interpretation of Tai Chi. He realized that the true essence of this art is completely different than he imagined. At that moment, he felt the presence of something new and powerful. It seemed that the world was beginning to crumble into tiny pieces before his eyes. He looked at everything from a completely different angle, discovering a new reality for himself. Chongguan suddenly appeared on the horizon, watching what was happening with admiration. The old man turned and saw this insolent opponent. Confused, Cheonwu didn't know what to say, feeling that the situation had gone too far. The doctor opened his eyes and turned his gaze to Chongguan. He looked at him in such a way that he felt a pressure and a call to think. The doctor said sternly, "How can you teach secret techniques to someone you don't even know?" One of the people present wanted to remark that the doctor was not such a bad person, but Zhongguang abruptly silenced him. The young master thought that the sect leader and elder appeared at just the right moment. This must be the same elder Chongguan who has been talked about so much, he thought. Chongguan realized that the situation had become critical. The outsider had mastered the dual energy technique, and if he delved into his consciousness, the consequences could be dire. The old man laughed as he looked straight into Chongguang's eyes. "I didn't like you from the beginning. Your personality is repulsive. We will meet again, but not now." But how could the master just leave like that? He left them without a word, leaving behind only the shadow of his presence. The headmaster was always like that, carefree and unexpected. He even taught the little white dragon the dual energy technique. But what were his true intentions? It was dangerous, and Chongguang was sure that if everything remained a secret, he could turn a blind eye to it. But now everyone will know about it, and it will definitely cause controversy. The leader sighed heavily, realizing that things were not going as he would have liked. He knew that the old man had good intentions, but all this could cause chaos in the Mudan sect. Our hero straightened up, becoming slender, ready for anything. Our hero collected his thoughts and said, "Welcome, leaders of the Mudana sect." The sect leaders, looking around, saw the state of their warriors lying on the ground after the battle. The hero apologized for this, explaining, "They themselves challenged me to a duel, not even considering the fact that I am their guest, and did not have time to rest after arriving. Besides, they attacked me altogether more than once." He asked not to punish them severely, noting that he himself agreed to the battle and gave them the opportunity to try their hand. The sect leaders understood that the White Dragon was an amazing person who deserved respect, because even in such a situation he did not lose his temper. The hero looked at Cheon-woo with an indifferent look. Cheon-woo was worried, hoping that Cheon-hee would remain whole and unharmed, because the situation had gone too far. The leader suggested moving to the temple, saying, "This is not the place to talk to our patron." Cheong-woo, feeling tense, suspected that the emperor had noticed something in Cheong-hee, but what exactly remained a mystery. In the main building, everyone gathered to discuss our hero's journey and how he found the cure he was looking for. The hero laid out the route in detail and told about the location of the irreversible gorge. However, the Mudan clan members didn't even know how to check it, as they didn't have such capabilities. The leader felt that it was necessary to inspect the area and suggested that one of the elders visit the area in person. One of the elders raised his hand, declaring that he had already been there. The leader, looking at him, did not understand how to explain what was found. Everything was recorded in the documents, from the discovery of the remains to the mastery of the heart of the mind skills. The hero explained everything to the major factions, remaining calm and confident. However, this created confusion that was predicted to be difficult to resolve within the Mudan school. The council, reviewing the documents, did not know how to act further. The advisors hesitated how to treat the doctor, but there were no doubts about his honesty. The hero understood that Yuho's report that he had given was very valuable. His presentation was perfect, and even if one wanted to complain, there was no point. Since it involved the remains of the deceased and the heart of mind skill, any discrepancy could lead to a serious investigation. To put everyone at ease, the hero insisted that no questions be left and moved on to the next point, inviting questions. One of those present sharply hit the table. It was Zhongwan who stated, "What kind of prepared speech is that on his part? We're talking about a doctor. I've heard of the Chagall family and I know a lot of them are weird, but not to this extent." Yung Wang added that it all seemed like a trick on the doctor's part to him. The hero calmly continued, explaining that the deceased's body had been cremated using the Chagall clan's 5-element technique. The relevant item 5.1 is specified in the documents. Everyone checked the documents and agreed that everything indicated was true. The council began to analyze this report in detail. However, one of the members of the council became very angry, although there were no reasons for objection. Everyone understood that it was impossible to find fault with the doctor. His arguments were impeccable. Chongguan could not understand what the confusion was and exactly what questions the council had. In the will of the deceased, it was clearly stated. First, the body should be cremated, and the ashes should be given to Mudan School. Second, the rights to things belong to the person who found them. Third, the dual energy martial arts can be studied, but must be returned to the Mudan School. Suddenly, Zhongguang aggressively turned to the doctor, asking why he had mastered the dual energy art. His fierce face clearly expressed hostility. It was clear that he did not come with good intentions. The hero understood that there was no point in lying. He calmly admitted that this was true, but emphasized that he was only following the will of the deceased. The council listened attentively to these explanations, discussing them among themselves. Chongguan, meanwhile, exploded with hatred. It was just Uncle Mendok's will. How could you act on your own without the elder's permission? He added that this posed a serious problem for the school, as an outsider had mastered their school's divine technique. Now what will others think? He continued indignantly. Everyone present was a little saddened by Chongguang's words, but understood that there was some truth in them. They were worried about how the Chagall clan would react to their techniques being spread like this, and it raised many questions. They were aware that the young white dragon was not a bad person, but one could never be sure how someone would act in the future. This presented them with many questions that required serious discussion. Zhong-He watched the reactions of these people, and understood that the old man was trying to put him in a difficult situation. But he thought to himself, if that's his goal, then let him use Murim's methods. In any case, Zhong-He was prepared for this development and prepared a plan B in advance. While the board pondered how to proceed, the discussion continued. The leader said, "Going against the young white dragon is pointless. If we violate the Golden Core and collide with the Peklin Pavilion, the consequences will be catastrophic." But Chongguan objected, saying that the Mudang School had always relied on its own strength, not the Peklin Medical Pavilion or the Huangju Infirmary. He emphasized that he considers the Huangju Infirmary to be pious and more trustworthy. However, the leader noted that regardless of their prejudices, they should not overdo it. He then turned to the council, asking what they thought about it. Some suggested that the location of the Peklin Medical Pavilion would not have a significant impact on the school's reputation. Chongguang, raising his voice, hoped to offend the council members with his words. The leader turned to them. "Why are you all silent? How could our school have come to this state in the first place?" At this moment, the young white dragon realized that the discussion was taking a threatening turn. He realized that the Huangju Infirmary was being discussed next to him, and the old man seemed to be threatening him. Suddenly, someone who was not even noticed by the masters entered the council hall. It was the old man we saw earlier. He, without any doubt, called everyone present fools. His appearance was not accidental. He came to assess how correct decisions they would make, and nothing else bothered him. The old man walked slowly between the advisors, looking each of them in the eye, radiating authority. He ordered them to make no noise and take their seats, demonstrating his undisputed superiority. When the old man entered the hall, the leader visibly tensed, and his gaze became more attentive. Chongguang thought with disdain, "This scoundrel dumped all the work on me and now pretends to be noble." The old man remarked that nothing terrible had happened and offered to accept Zhong-He as his apprentice. He noted that even a civilian, like the young head of the medical pavilion, has the right to this. This proposal surprised the hero so much that he did not know how to react. Everyone present at the meeting was also shocked, not understanding what was happening. What is this uncle even talking about? Everyone thought. Even the hero himself thought that it was already too much. But the old man continued. Teaching together is not unheard of in Mudan's history. It has happened 5 times. What if Peklin shows up? He added. Last time they left me guilty. The hero was stunned to hear that even his mentor was in debt to this old man. The old man continued, pointing out that Peklin must not have told Zhong-He anything. He remembered how in his childhood he saved the life of the current mentor of the hero. When the Green Dragon School sought revenge against their blood relative Chihal, it was the old man who put pressure on the Murim Alliance and stopped them. The doctor, stunned by these revelations, could not understand why his mentor had never mentioned his past, but he decided that there were probably good reasons for this and refrained from further questions. Everyone present, hearing these words, tensed up, realizing the importance of what was said. They understood that Fist of Mudan, although called an elder, is so authoritative that it is impossible to argue with his decisions. At the same time, many believed that the doctor's choice had ulterior motives. In the end, the elders decided to support Big Fist's words. The only one left displeased was Chongguan, who couldn't believe that the elder would allow such a thing. The elders were silent, although deep down each of them understood that the old man might be right. Meanwhile, the old man watched his new student with visible excitement and pleasure, as if new opportunities were opening up before him. The hero was at a loss. How should he react to this? He became the old man's apprentice without his consent, and one thought was running through his head. What kind of fool is this anyway? The old man decided to protect the doctor from any gossip and destructive decisions of the council, because he considered him part of their legacy and hope for the future. He especially emphasized that Chongguang should treat the doctor with respect, saying over and over again, "The only reason you're still here is because of kindness." After saying all he wanted, the old man left, leaving Chongguang in a state of deep indignation. For the doctor, this situation was extremely dangerous. The old man had said so many important and controversial things, and now he simply left. One of those present noted, "He is so talented that even the emperor supports him." Those present could not understand what was so special about this young guy that the old man made such a decision. The elder, upset, did not know how to cope with all this and thought, "Why does heaven make life difficult for me?" He even doubted if the doctor understood what it meant to be a sect leader. Chongguang ran up to the leader, asking what they were going to do next. Why is the emperor doing this? Are the elders just a joke to him? We can't turn a blind eye to this. But the leader understood that even if he complained to heaven, it would not change anything. He replied, "Firstly, the disciples who are outside the sects remain outsiders to us, but now he is the sole heir of the emperor. Because of this, I give him the sacred capsule and the taijing." This statement shocked the council. It was something incredible. Chongguang nearly passed out at the thought of the sacred capsule and taijing going to the doctor. The hero himself did not even understand how important these words were. But judging by the expression on the faces of those present, it was something extraordinary. After a while, the doctor went outside to breathe the night air and calm down. Thoughts raged in his head. What is happening on this earth anyway? He assumed that the elders, especially Zhongguang, would be against giving him the sacred capsule. However, everyone suddenly fell silent, leaving everything as it was, and none of them objected. At this moment, the doctor began to understand what the sect leader wanted to achieve. Even if he is cooperating with the Huangchu Pavilion, he knows exactly how strong the White Dragon Clinic is. And while the sage Mingel solves problems in such unusual ways, the sect leader probably sees this as a great advantage for Mudan. But the hero was aware that being a non-sect disciple could work to his advantage, even if the situation seemed ambiguous. He had already learned several secret weapon techniques, including the Bloodborne Elder technique. Taijin's strike, shown by the emperor, was also far from simple. However, the main problem remained. Would his own master accept his actions? The hero understood how great adversaries he and the emperor had been in the past. Once the emperor and his mentor fought, and this battle became a legend. He thought that if he had to face the emperor, it would help him understand how right his mentor was in his teachings. But even to imagine that two of the world's strongest martial arts masters could compete through a student seemed absurd. The doctor admitted that maybe he was being overly dramatic, and he wasn't really as important to them as he thought he was. Calling his dog Vanga, he decided to go. Wangu quickly rushed to help, and together they waited for an answer from the master. Meanwhile, the sky was painted blood red. In the wasteland where the old abandoned house stood, another scene unfolded. Old Chongguang was asked if he would accept the immortal blood path. He answered in front of the man in red that he was ready for anything if it would help him get his hand back. The man in red warned, "If you choose the path of immortal blood, there will be no turning back. Are you ready for this?" Chongguang no doubt shouted that he was ready. Then the man in red said, "May the path of blood be with you." At that moment, the aura in the house tensed up, filling the space with a heavy feeling. The man in red disappeared, dissolving into thin air, as if he had never existed. Chongguang couldn't even sense her presence. It was definitely an experienced master. A roll of paper appeared in front of him, inside which lay a red pill. Chongguang took a closer look at the pill to make sure it was really her. It was a very strange thing. It seemed as if something was alive and moving inside the pill. He understood that he would have to eat her, because the sect leaders and the sage Mingel were the ones who made him like this. Now he faced the final step, carefully considering his decision. Chongguang was certain that the Mudan sect was rotten and it was time to change things. He thought with disdain, "They call themselves Taoists, but they never trusted me with the dual energy technique, even when I was left without an arm." To him, these people were no longer Taoists or brothers. He felt a deep resentment, remembering how heartlessly they had treated him, knowing the hardships he had gone through. Is the Little White Dragon Clinic more important than me? A person who has devoted his whole life to the sect? He thought bitterly. What is so special about the deceased's will that I was not given the dual energy technique? Chongguang thought furiously. He was breathing heavily, clutching the red pill in his hand, as if trying to control his emotions. Although he didn't want to do it at all, he knew he had to. Finally, he popped the pill into his mouth. He swallowed it without even drinking it, bracing himself for the inevitable. A clot of energy entered his body, and red veins suddenly appeared on his face like a web of fire. The bones in his hands began to crack and break as if a new power was rebuilding them. His body was enveloped in a dazzling red aura. It was immortal blood. The power in that blood was so intense that it seemed to overwhelm him. The whole room trembled from the explosion of incredible energy that was raging around. Suddenly, he felt a transformation. He became stronger and began to feel his hand for the first time in a long time. If I wasn't given the dual energy technique, then I would follow the path of immortal blood, he decided, feeling a rush of determination. At that moment, the old house erupted, filled with red energy emanating from Chongguan. That night, everything around glowed with a blood-red light, as if nature itself felt a change. Zhang He accomplished his mission. He returned the remains and passed on the dual energy technique. Everything was done as the sage instructed in his will. He thought that he had completed all his affairs and now he could rest easy. But the title of sect disciple, which appeared out of nowhere, suddenly became a problem. Princess Juha, Her Majesty, as well as the blood-born elder became very emotional as they all tried to win Zhang He over to their side. He was moved when he learned how close the master was to the first emperor. This connection could prevent the master from rash actions that could upset the balance. He knew that in the Murim world, regardless of whether you serve the Orthodox school or the Dark Forces, you can never forget the name of your benefactor. Having finished his thoughts, he wrote a letter to his master. He understood that he needed to wait a little until he received an answer. With the help of his faithful dog Wanggu, the hero decided to send a letter. A few days later, Zhang He knocked on Zhong Wu's door, wanting to enter. What happened? The hero was surprised, noticing the guest's facial expression. Cheon Wu revealed that the initiation ceremony into the sect's disciples would soon take place, and the emperor ordered the doctor to begin preparations. The hero did not understand why everything was happening so quickly. Chong Wu explained. The emperor said that we must finish everything before the white dragon returns. Although he owes the emperor, he is very unpredictable and angry. If you press a few points, you can cause an acute bout of nausea to avoid conflict. Chong Wu also shared that the emperor promised to teach him something new too, and all of this was made possible by Chong He. Thanks to you, I feel like I'm part of something big. It's like a dream, he said happily. However, the hero asked, if I become the heir, can I leave this opportunity and become your apprentice? Cheong Wu reassured him by explaining that he was not a hostage to the situation, but hoped that the emperor would not be unfair to him. It was obvious that John Wu looked tense and must have been scared, but his fear consisted of only one thing. He was afraid of disappointing the emperor. The hero put a hand on his shoulder and gently said, don't worry, everything will be fine. It won't happen. However, Zhang Wu didn't even want to imagine that something could go wrong. In his mind, the doctor decided that he would do everything he could to protect Cheon-un, no matter what. After that, they got together and went to the appointed place. Arriving at the temple, they sat down and bowed before the majestic image, while the room was filled with the aroma of incense. The sect leader understood that although the ceremony was unofficial, everyone in the hall, including the other Taoists, were actively participating in the preparations. He was aware that heirs of this level were extremely rare, and even in his wildest thoughts he never imagined that he would have to face this. Despite everything, he was glad that the master had received the letter in time. However, before the letter reached the hero, it was read by the sect leader himself. In the letter, it was written that Master Peklin allows the student to learn everything possible, because it can save him in the future. The leader clenched his teeth at these words. They discussed it with the emperor, and although the decision was made, he did not want to acknowledge its significance and tried to ignore it. After that, he hugged the new students and led them forward, although in his heart, he did not understand how they would cope with the consequences. Suddenly, bells rang in the temple, announcing the start of the ceremony. The essence of the ceremony was simple. It honored the legacy of the ancient sages of Mudan. Words of loyalty were pronounced, and the hero was solemnly announced as a new member of the sect. He was also declared the direct heir of the sect. As they stood in front of the altar, the incense filled the air with fragrance, creating a sense of the sacredness of the moment. Together they raised the incense up, completing the ritual. Despite the fact that the preparations for the ceremony ended quickly, the tension remained. The emperor, speaking to Cheong He, remarked, the white dragon accuses me of stealing his disciple. He even hinted that I might be falling into senile delirium. But the fact that he still gave permission means that he thinks it's best for you, John He. That's the kind of person your master is, always thinking soberly, without emotion. The hero was sure that the white dragon was still angry, but he considered it a payment for old debts. After these words, he wondered what exactly the emperor had in mind. The emperor continued. The old man has been alive for a very long time, and soon he will leave this world. One day he will ascend as a deity, and he will no longer be here. The white dragon understands that. In the novels, when the bloody path of the heavenly demon began, the sage Mingle was not around, and when the Mudan sect needed help, no one could find it. The emperor predicts that this may happen again. That's why he's so happy to see you, Cheong-hee, as his apprentice, the emperor said. I hope you can help the Mudan sect when the time comes. The hero did not know how to answer this. What does his phrase mean? When the time comes? Thought Cheon-hee, puzzled by the emperor's words. There were many questions in his head, but the master just turned around and went to the ceremony. During the ceremony, the hero decided to check the emperor's pulse, but doubted whether it should be done. He thought, the emperor is not my patient and did not ask me for an examination. It might look ugly on my part. However, it was very important to Jong-hee, and he still asked for permission. The old man, thinking, held out his hand to him. If that's the case, he said, even smiling slightly. But the emperor was closely following Cheon-hee's actions, analyzing him. When the emperor showed his hand, the doctor began to examine it. Using his technique, he analyzed the emperor's condition. He discovered that the old man's heart was fine, and all his problems were only related to age. The emperor's body was tired from the many battles he had fought during his long life. The old man had reached the limit of his capabilities. If he doesn't ascend as a deity soon, he'll probably just die. This, of course, was far from the most pleasant news. The old man joked, "The doctor can't cure me. You just laugh at my determination, although I haven't seen such a thing in a long time." In response, the hero thought that if the old man had treated everything more simply in his youth, he might have been in a better condition. But, on the other hand, if the emperor had not fought then, he would hardly have become emperor at all. Martial arts are about risking your life for practice and improvement. If you don't take risks, you will never become a true master. Only a shadow of potential achievements. He who avoids battles will be only a simple vessel, incapable of reaching new heights. It was clear that the emperor was completely obsessed with martial arts, but despite this, he had no regrets. However, he is worried about what will happen after his departure. It's easier for me with two students, the old man thought. One oversees Mudan's internal affairs, and the other is a martial arts genius who will leave his roots here. He was sure that with these two things the sect would do well for the next 30 years. But there is one problem. These two fools are very hot-tempered. The doctor got a little angry at the emperor. You can say whatever you want about me, but leave Chong-un alone. He has the best character of anyone I've ever known. But the emperor, smiling, remarked, every time he opens his mouth, it seems as if he released 1,000 vipers. His words are a real poison that can be felt a kilometer away. The hero felt puzzled by such words. No one, not even Sage Mingguel, seemed to understand Cheong-un. But he'll change his mind when he sees how Cheong-un does the right thing, the doctor thought, defending his friend. At this point, during the discussion, Jong-un's ear began to itch. Surely someone remembers me, he thought, feeling awkward and a strange foreboding. The next day it was time to decide exactly how to teach the new students. The emperor decided to teach his students the same way he had been taught, noting that the success of their studies depended only on their efforts. He also noted that although it wasn't much that he could give them, the Chagall clan's mystical divine art technique was very impressive. The emperor hoped that the doctor could quickly fill all the gaps in knowledge in one day, but he himself was not sure of this. Emphasizing his opinion, he noted that the doctor is not like those who promise a lot in their youth, but do not achieve anything. To his surprise, the emperor began to sympathize with him. Everyone who joins the Wudan sect must know these basics, whether they are sect disciples or newcomers. If they don't learn it by nightfall, the bell will ring, he said sternly. The old man became extremely serious. His posture and gaze changed, causing tension in the air. The students did not know how to react and only smiled awkwardly, not realizing the seriousness of the situation. The emperor unexpectedly allowed them not to call him master, even formally. You are heirs. You don't need to treat me like an ordinary mentor. When the disciples asked how to address him then, the emperor replied, call me what you like. For example, I like to be called Emperor or Taijing Emperor." After a short pause, the Emperor, with a smile on his face, invited the students to call him simply Grandfather. The students were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that such informality was acceptable. "Why not?" asked the old man. "If I had a grandson, he would be as intelligent and noble as the doctor. So let them call me Grandfather." The hero thought, maybe I really fit the type of his favorite old man. The disciples agreed to the new address of Grandfather, and then Cheon-woo was asked what he would like to call the Emperor. Cheon-woo looked a little embarrassed. He had never had a master, and this was his first. He would like to call him Master. But, given the circumstances, Cheon-woo decided that it would be more convenient that way, and let things be as they are. The hero just smiled. As the sect leader said, the Emperor is very eccentric and different from everyone else. The training started chaotically. With determination, the Emperor stepped forward. "Let's start the lesson." He took Chung-woo's hand, testing how well he knew the basics of the Wudang sect. "If you don't take training seriously, you'll have to start over." Chung-woo confidently promised that he would not disappoint the Emperor. The Emperor then switched to the doctor. "If that's the case, then I guess you've already learned everything before my arrival?" The hero just waved at Jung-woo, hoping that he would return alive and well after his training. They waved each other's hands and went in different directions. At this moment, the doctor went deep into the study of the material. It was not easy for him to read the sacred scriptures of Taoism, but he understood that at the heart of the mystical divine art was cramming, and it was still incredibly fascinating. He thought about internal energy, imagining it as water moving smoothly. Focusing, he felt the energy moving through his body. In his imagination, the muscles became clouds, and the bones became mountains. If the energy is correctly distributed along the meridians, then Taijing does not need to be divided into yin and yang. After some time, the master returned, and the doctor managed to study all the material before his arrival. The old man could not even imagine that the students from the Chegal clan were so capable, but he decided that a new stage of training would begin tomorrow. After these words, he left the students, closing the door behind him. The hero turned to Cheon-woo, asking how he was doing, as he looked very tired. Cheon-woo replied that it was fine. He was very grateful, but noted that the master was extremely strict and even a little intimidating during his training. He thought that the doctor would not be able to withstand such a load. The hero remembered his training with Yuho, who, despite not having any skill, was always trying to damage or confuse him. Having decided to rest a little, they sat down to eat and then went to their rooms. The hero admitted that he did not need a long rest, but noted that he did not like the food in Mudan, so he offered to cook something himself. John-woo enthusiastically offered to help, and they set about cooking something delicious together. After finishing their preparations, they decided that tomorrow they would start their martial arts practice. The next day, the old man gathered them at the training ground. He began to teach the basic techniques of Shaoqin energy and the Shaoqin sword art, the basics that both sect disciples and those coming from outside would master. For non-sect disciples, mid-rank martial arts were available, such as Pure Yang's art. However, the mastery of such techniques required deep knowledge of the foundations of the Chehal clan and a significant internal reserve of energy. The old man sternly asked the hero if he knew what he was being taught, despite all the difficulties. The hero thought that it must be the final results of the study. But the old man objected. "This is for you to fully master the dual energy technique and use it correctly." The doctor expressed his opinion. Smart people act differently. When asked why he thinks so, he answered, "Imagine that a martial art is a tree, and a dual energy technique is a fruit. In order to grow a good fruit, the tree must have strong roots." The old man confirmed that this was true. Even if the hero learned everything the master explained, it was not enough to develop a martial art. The hero realized that it was extremely useful. He imagined how the dual energy technique would help him during operations. He would be able to think about several things at the same time and save more lives. The old man remarked that the hero did not look as joyful as the martial artists. But the hero thought only about new opportunities to help his patients. The master was shocked. "Are you going to use the dual energy technique to heal others? Just become a doctor?" The old man could not understand how someone like him became a co-heir. But he decided that from today, he will show all the techniques in person so that the hero can carefully observe and learn. After the preparation, the master turned to the students with the question, "Are you ready?" They confirmed their readiness without hesitation. Their fists were tightly clenched, and they stood in fighting stances. The feet were shoulder-width apart, reflecting stability and determination. When Chong-Woo started practicing his kicks and Tai Chi techniques, his movements resembled the smooth flow of water, harmoniously combining yin and yang. He concentrated intently, swinging his hands so that everything was technically perfect. His movements were so precise that he drew Tai Chi symbols with ease, harmoniously combining yin and yang as he moved forward. The energy he used created balance and harmony within him. It was a real art, so impressive that everyone watched his training with delight. Using the principle of momentum capture, his beats flowed seamlessly from one to the next, creating a sense of wholeness. Chung-Woo's Tai Chi punches were vastly different from anything the doctor had seen before. Thanks to his grasp of momentum, he combined yin and yang in his movements, creating perfect harmony. This allowed him to form Tai Chi, although there were some unusual moments in his technique. At first glance, the blows seemed weak, as if they could not move even the leaves. But despite this external simplicity, there was something fascinating and deeply thought out in the technique. With each new approach, the technique became better and better than the previous time. This was impressive, because the old man's student had exceptional abilities. The doctor was next in line for training. He didn't expect to be summoned as well, but the master wanted him to demonstrate the Grand Realm Fist from start to finish. Can he continue to pretend he can't, despite his skills in the art of spinning chaos energy? The doctor was worried that he would be scolded for mistakes, but the master promised that, of course, it would be so, because it is an integral part of training. Cheon-Woo believed in the doctor. He will definitely manage. And the hero himself is used to hellish training. As he watched Cheon-Woo, he remembered several important details. And then he started with something simple. He confidently put his foot on the ground. The doctor adjusted his robe in preparation for the demonstration. If I became grandfather's student, I have to prove that I deserve it, he thought. At this moment, the hero demonstrated an impressive technique that was significantly different from Jong-Woo's technique. His movements were the complete opposite. Soft, smooth, but at the same time full of hidden power. Even the old man was surprised by what he saw. He wanted to see if the doctor could complete the technique and warned, "If you can't do it, I'll give you a hard time." The doctor began to maneuver his hands, showing the fist of the great limit for the first time. His movements were smooth, like flowing water. The beats appeared and disappeared, creating the impression of a harmonious flow. It was fascinating. The doctor knew the basics of the great limit fist well, but adapted the technique to his own way. There was something unique about his style, and it was immediately noticeable. The doctor's technique was significantly different from the traditional methods of inner strength. The old man quietly explained to Chong-Woo what to pay attention to. This is not just a great limit fist. It is a technique that can be called a great elemental fist. He was sure that in front of him was a genius who understood the essence only by observing. Impressed, the old man called him a talent. "The doctor is a real gem," he remarked. "He grasps in an instant what elders would take years to understand. He does what is hard to even think about," the old man said proudly. "To survive in the world of Mudan, one must not only be strong, but also understand how to act correctly." The doctor soon picked up a wooden training sword to improve his skill. The old man noticed that the doctor had used the floating cloud style while sharpening the Seokin sword. He watched the doctor's movements with delight. All the water energy he had accumulated was put into the wooden sword, giving it incredible power. Water, like the technique of the Great Limit, symbolizes harmony. Therefore, the Seokin sword is best suited for her use. But only one question remained. If Cheon-Woo is a genius, then who is his mentor? A doctor who turned out to be an even more outstanding talent. The old man noted that since ancient times it was believed that a swordsman must be cool-headed to show his impartiality in the use of the sword. However, the doctor did not look like a person who purges his mind of emotions. Despite everything, he continued to think and act according to his own unique principle. His energy was so refined that it was difficult to imagine how it could be used to kill. The old man could not imagine how the doctor cuts a wooden trunk with such a technique. And yet it was surprisingly impressive. The doctor not only understood the essence of the technique he saw, but also adapted it to his own style, turning the sword into a tool with a powerful range. When the doctor explained that he was using dual energy martial arts to help people, the old man at first thought he was joking. "Perhaps this is precisely why the Chehal clan is not liked by others," the old man mused. "But genius and outstanding talent are always difficult to accept." The doctor, despite all the worries, did an excellent job. The old man confirmed that the Great Limit Fist technique was not similar to the Seokin sword technique, but understanding it opened up new facets of the martial art. "Now we will hone the basic skills. This will help us to understand the technique of two energies more deeply," said the old man. The doctor began his studies with enthusiasm, ready to memorize everything down to the smallest details. The old man jokingly recalled how he was taught by white scales, noting that, despite his best efforts, the doctor's training seems even more difficult. After training, the doctor felt hungry. He offered to treat the old man to something delicious, because they couldn't eat it all themselves. The old man realized that the students were cooking on their own, because he didn't like the food at Mudan either. The old man remarked, "Your food is definitely better than many. Even spirit beasts always only choose what you cook." The animals perked up when they heard about the food, and it was clear that they were hungry, as they were every day. The doctor quickly prepared something simple, and the old man remarked that it would be interesting to teach even these babies, spirit beasts, combat techniques. "Why not?" said the old man. "Paws or wings can be considered fists. What does it matter what they look like if they can punch?" The idea immediately intrigued the doctor, and his eyes lit up. If it's possible, it's just brilliant, he thought. But before starting the training, they decided to have a snack, because the animals were already barely holding on from hunger. They went to a place where they could have dinner. The doctor looked at the old man and thought, well, he's an eccentric, but eccentricities suit him. 2 weeks have passed. They ended up near a picturesque waterfall. The hero thought about how fast time flies. I've already mastered the basics, but why can't I fully understand elemental martial art yet? He thought. However, his level had increased from 7 to 8 stars, and the speed was surprising even to himself. And what about Chongwan? He has quieted down, although before he acted as if he was going to destroy me, the hero thought. Chongwan seemed to have distanced himself from everyone, perhaps hiding somewhere and training in secret. Meanwhile, the grandfather pressured the Council of Elders, forcing them to accept the changes in the hero's status and to agree on the attachment of part of the statue of the primordial Heavenly Lord. It's good that now my grandfather is standing behind me. You can go there without any problems even by yourself, thought the doctor. Because of the changes he brought about in the structure of the council, the elders did not even look him in the eye. Today is the time to take advantage of this and do something, he decided. The only question that remains is where exactly should he go? Climbing up the flank, Cheon-woo was already feeling tired, but the doctor encouraged him. Just a little more, we're almost there. Although there was no precise indication in the records as to exactly where the scroll was located, it was said that it must be hidden in the oldest and largest statue of the primordial Heavenly Master. Fortunately, both the large statues are located in separate places where rarely anyone comes to worship. Soon, when our hero rose, he remarked that the place was wonderfully quiet and secluded. He asked his dog Wang to inspect everything carefully and return as soon as possible. Wanggu dashed off, surveying the area as the hero prepared to act. The statue looked ancient and monumental, radiating majesty and mystery. The doctor bowed low to her, paying his respects. If I find this scroll, I will take proper care of it, he thought. He moved closer to the statue, full of determination. He began to climb on her, trying to get a better look. When he managed to jump higher, he began to carefully inspect all the details. The scroll must be here somewhere, he thought, searching from all sides. He felt every inch of the statue with his hands, trying to find what was hidden. He ran his hand over the surface, carefully looking for the slightest hint. I did not find anything for a long time, and decided to check the other side. Finally, he felt a strange energy emanating from a single point. He began to pull at her, hoping to find the hidden secret. Finally, I found it, he thought, pulling at the hidden thing. Pulling out the scroll in his hand, he felt a wave of joy and relief. I did it. The hero was happy that he was able to get such an important thing. But what exactly was written on the scroll? After reading a few lines, he realized that it was a top-secret document. I guessed that there would be a secret scroll, but its contents were not mentioned in the novel, he thought. He couldn't even imagine that the technique of the Great Realm Wisdom Sword would be described here. This technique was one of the strongest sword arts, and was one of the 5 lost sacred techniques. In the novel, it was mentioned that only charred fragments remained from this technique. When Mudan was finally corrupted, an unknown Kadoas, whose name was not mentioned, passed on the secrets of the demon cult and joined them. This traitor set fire to the mountains that were his native palaces, destroying numerous temples. It was then that the Mudan elders discovered the statue of the primordial Heavenly Lord, behind which they found this scroll. This is how the scroll was preserved, but only by a miracle. The ancient sages did their best to preserve Mudan's heritage, but even this could not save them from the schedule. How can children burn their parents? The hero asked himself, outraged by Mudan's fate. How could everything turn out so disastrously? These thoughts did not give him peace. There was only one thought in his mind. Who could set Mudan on fire and destroy everything? After reading the writing, he realized how valuable the Great Realm Wisdom Sword was. It was worth the risk, he decided. Now I will be able to prevent the elder from dying in the future. The hero was extremely happy to find this scroll, realizing its importance. The hero was so happy to find the scroll that he decided to treat his faithful beasts. Together they descended the mountain, enjoying the achievement. But descending, his head began to swarm with thoughts. What to do with the found scroll? Maybe burn it? He understood that researching the two-energy technique had already brought a lot of trouble, and if he came back and showed the scroll, there could be even more trouble. Maybe pretend nothing happened, he thought, but then his conscience woke up. She, as if in a doctor's gown, looked at him with stern eyes. How can you think that looking at these amazing records? This is the Great Realm Wisdom Sword, a real treasure. His conscience insisted that he would regret it if he destroyed these beautiful records. Burning this scroll would be cruel, she insisted. Besides, Mudan can find out about it. The hero decided, no matter how hard it was, he must return the scroll to its rightful place. I will find my grandfather and return it to him, he decided. He turned to Wang for help in finding his grandfather, and the dog immediately picked up the trail. Wang Gu confidently ran forward, leading his master to the right person. The hero understood that if he used the scroll alone, it could lead to serious consequences. At last they came down from the mountain, and the hero quickly found the old man. I return what belongs to you, he said, holding out the scroll. The old man, raising his eyebrows in surprise, looked at the scroll in the doctor's hands. At first he did not understand what it was, but after taking it in his hands, he appreciated the importance of the find. Well, since you've made up your mind, I'll accept it, said the grandfather, accepting the scroll. However, there was only one question in his eyes for the doctor. Why did you do that? How did you know there was a hidden scroll? Asked the old man. The hero explained that he was mentioned in a secret testament. However, he couldn't just say he learned it from a novel, so he used Mendok's old father's name. Hearing this, the old man plunged into memories. He thought of that foolish Mendok who carried this burden alone. This fool didn't trust Mudan, but he couldn't leave him either, said the old man, tears welling up in his eyes. Tears flowed softly from his wrinkled eyes, reflecting deep sadness. He explained that in reality, the Sword of Great Realm Wisdom is a martial art that has long been forgotten. But do you understand what that means? He asked, looking straight into the hero's eyes. Us dumbass can't just use it like that. It was evident on the old man's face that this scroll had a meaning that he himself was not fully aware of. How does knowledge of martial arts techniques spread? The old man began to tell, thoughtfully looking into the distance. For example, if the one who was supposed to pass on the lost sacred technique dies a tragic death, falling into a conspiracy or under the influence of a spell, he added, filling the words with anxiety. The old man explained that a world with secret technology was always created as a safety measure just in case. This also applies to the Great Limit Wisdom Sword. A generation ago, the bearer of this technique died, and the scroll disappeared without a trace. If he died, it means only one thing. There was a battle, said the old man with conviction in his voice. But such stories are not told in the outside world. If it was a battle, thought the doctor, then hardly anyone knows about it. He realized that there was only one reason for the disappearance of this technique. The Great Limit Wisdom Sword was used in that battle. It was definitely an internal conflict in Mudan, the old man added with a sigh. Some people deviate from the Tao way but continue to use the dual energy martial arts. However, with the Great Limit Wisdom Sword, this is impossible. This technique is extremely difficult to impart because it depends on the character and ability of the student. It is not available to an exile, continued the old man. Therefore, you did the right thing by giving this world away. To master martial arts, one must give up the possibility of having heirs, sacrifice one's name, and dedicate one's life to Mudan. How many people would agree to this? After all, energy distortion can occur when studying the Fist of the Great Limit. Of course, your growth and ability to learn make your story unique. The old man looked at the doctor appraisingly. But those who have neither the willpower nor the ability only destroy themselves by trying to master this technique by force. Because of this, Mudan carefully selects its students, putting safety above all else. This understanding should come to you as well, he concluded, looking intently at the doctor. But the doctor knew that it was difficult to convince most people of this. Even if they are willing to sacrifice everything to get to Mudan, they always have their limit. But as strange as it may seem, people who master the martial art of two energies can never become stronger than their own potential allows. It was an old problem that the old man often mentioned. The martial arts of two energies is one thing, he said, and the Sword of Great Realm Wisdom is completely different, and that won't change. It was very difficult to convince others of this, because a person must see this limit himself. But when he reaches it, his energy and spirit are often already broken. This is a really serious problem, the old man continued with deep sadness in his voice. He asked the hero, "Do you think the great limit is something gentle? It should be as comfortable as a parent's hug. But is it true?" The old man himself answered, "The great limit is an element, stormy and unrestrained. You can call it gentle only because of ignorance, having grasped only a part of its essence. This powerful technique allows you to control energy, but it does not tolerate weakness or mistakes," he added, looking thoughtfully at the scroll. "And yet it is true," said the old man, sighing a little. "How can someone not as strong as Imperial Fist speak about the truth and essence of the great realm? Even I, seeing it from the outside, feel tired." He held the scroll in his hands, appraising it thoughtfully. It is very fortunate that the technique was sealed away and appeared just when Mudan needed strength. To protect it again, to raise a new generation of people who will be able to defend this legacy, the old man sighed. But the memories of Mendok did not give him peace. After a while, the puzzle began to come together. When the records of the Great Realm Wisdom Sword turned to ash, it left a scar on Mudan's heart. The elder lost his mind and died, but it wasn't because of the scroll itself. It was because he allowed it to happen. "It was a shame for Mudan," said the old man. "Why do good people leave this world so quickly, and only remain helpless like the Emperor, who does not understand anything?" The old man looked upset. "Mandok was a fool to leave me with so much trouble. Still, I must pass this sword on. With such information, even the head of the Honor faction will not be able to stop him. His friend Hen's sword will help him move forward despite the difficulties." Studying this scroll, the old man was shocked to the core. He saw how the technique is unique, and at the same time deep in content. "I knew that only the Imperial Fist could fully grasp this art," he thought. The old man confirmed that even after reading many chapters, he himself did not understand everything. The Great Limit tells us, it is ourselves. The text emphasized that man is a microcosm, a reflection of the universe. And suddenly a stream of pure energy hit his head. His eyes shone with an unusual spark. As he read these words, he could feel the energy flowing through the letters, as if they had a life of their own. It gathered into one big and powerful stream. Holding this scroll, the old man seemed to fill himself with this energy. Our hero, watching him, only thought, "Is it possible?" Red and blue energy suddenly mixed together, and the old man's face showed tension. Suddenly there was something like an explosion that instantly filled the room. The two spaces, red and blue, turned into one harmonious sphere of yin-yang. It was incredible. The yin-yang energy circulated around the old man, filling everything around with life. But this confused our hero a little, because it was clear that the old man was on the path to enlightenment. He breathed in the fresh air, feeling the harmony and reaping the fruits of knowledge from this scroll. Although this was only a small achievement, it was an important step forward for the old man. Although it is not a technique, it has become clearer than before. When asked if he had reached the realm of mysteries, the old man replied that he was half a step away from it. A little more training, and he will overcome the limit. It was incredible to watch a mentor who was on the threshold of a new level of mastery. In fact, he was on par with the Imperial Fist. But considering the age difference, Peikrin's mentor was a true genius. Despite everything, the old man decided to pass the scroll with the Sword of Wisdom of the Great Realm to our hero. The boy was stunned. He couldn't understand why he would. "I'm just a layman. Why do I need such responsibility?" he thought in surprise. But the old man's eyes showed a firm determination that left no doubt about his intentions. The Emperor asked the boy not to be modest, because he had already mastered the martial art of two energies and was going to learn the art of Taingshan. However, our hero thought that other Taoists might not like it. The old man remarked that the Tao that can be expressed in words is not the true Tao. If others are jealous, it only shows that they have strayed from the path of Tao, and there is nothing you can do about it. He asked the boy not to take him for a simpleton. "Do you really want to throw away what you've learned? The dual energy martial art, Great Realm Wisdom Sword, is something that even Mendok would be proud of," he said. Hearing this, the doctor realized how much the old man missed his late friend. "Anyway, I've already studied you well, boy. And honestly, since you haven't read the entire scroll yet, let's not waste time," added the old man. Our hero understood that it was useless to hide something. He explained that he only wanted to learn the basics of martial arts, which is why he mastered the Broken Immortal Sword technique. The old man pointed out that the Broken Immortal Sword technique was also a lost sacred technique, but there was a difference between it and the Great Limit Wisdom Sword as between a child and an adult, and therefore he must realize it. The old man looked at him carefully and agreed to convey only the principles, without practical knowledge. It was a fair decision to which the doctor agreed. But can the principles of the Sword of Wisdom be applied to the broken Sword of Immortality? Although the dual energy martial art and the chaos energy spinning art were incredibly effective, it raised new questions. The doctor expressed deep respect for his teacher. In response, the old man said that he would not force him to study Tanzen Sunsho. The old man also emphasized that usually everyone wants to know more, but he agrees with the doctor's approach. The doctor asked another important question. He asked the teacher to take care of Cheong-un. Hearing this, the old man realized that the doctor's refusal to study Tanzen was due to his concern for his younger brother. The doctor felt responsible for Cheong-un. He remembered how much hardship this boy had to go through, and believed that only good things awaited him in the future. The old man pulled the doctor close and told him not to worry. He made him his disciple for a reason. "I gave you everything in the arsenal of the Mudan Imperial Fist," said the old man. The doctor thanked him for this trust. The old man then wondered if Cheon-woo knew what the doctor was feeling. But even if he remains respectful, as to his father, this is not enough. The main thing between brothers is attachment, not excessive respect, he added. A month had passed during which the doctor had studied the principles of martial arts with old Mengil, and he had made considerable progress. Although he had not yet reached the realm of creation, he had managed to create his own martial art style. He began to demonstrate this art in training. In particular, the principles of the martial art of two energies were revealed in a new way. Now he could control both streams simultaneously. Even during his training, John Woo noticed his significant progress. "Not so fast, doctor. You'll break my sword," John Woo joked, although he was a little annoyed. The doctor sometimes got into a frenzy during training, and John Woo didn't always like it. But now it's his turn to show off his skills. The doctor felt that something incredible was about to happen. He began to dodge Jong Woo's attacks. The blows were surprisingly accurate and strong, if a little rough. The doctor understood why the Sword of Great Realm Wisdom was considered one of the best lost sacred techniques. It was an absolute defense, a true sword of wisdom. Thanks to small changes in the technique, it was possible to add softness, which eliminated excess hardness. Attacks now allowed for better splash power. At the moment when one of the shots flew into the target, Chun Woo noticed that the incredible power of his attack had no effect at all. It was a stroke done to perfection, but his brother Jong Hee was the true genius. The old man watched the training carefully. He saw how his students made progress during their studies and was proud of them. One evening he decided to demonstrate a few key techniques to them. These tricks were essential to get to the next level. They were really powerful and generated a lot of interest. The only question left was, is this the true meaning of the Sword of Great Realm Wisdom? As the old man showed them these movements and maneuvers, they were amazed. Space seemed to disappear and distort. No one could figure out how it worked. But as the old man explained, when the essence of yin reaches the Tao with the help of Tanzen Sanshu, one can distort the space around oneself. Even for himself, this was an extremely difficult task, and now he understood why this technique was almost never used in real battles. Chung Woo should have understood this point. It has grown significantly over the past month. His ability to see and feel energy became extraordinary, and he was able to understand the nature of what he saw. Cheong Woo speculated that the Great Limit Wisdom Sword was an auxiliary method for a master who had reached the limit of the mysterious realm. This raised many questions, and everyone asked him to tell more about what he saw. Jong Woo said that the moment the space warped, he felt a powerful flow of energy. Mastery of this technique requires innate ability, and its improvement is possible only through persistent training. If even one of these factors is missing, it is impossible to control the energy and master the great limit. All this was correctly explained. The old man's mentor always said, to go beyond the realm of creation and reach the realm of mysteries, one must understand the heart of martial arts. The initial energy is accumulated through breathing techniques. Then it spreads through the body through the 8 miraculous meridians. Having reached the realm of mysteries, a person is able to kill with only one will. This is called the heart limit. The doctor understood that this was right. Every time he practiced martial arts, he tried to imagine it. However, true awareness comes only when you reach the appropriate level. Therefore, the stage had come when he had to learn to control and use true energy. In other words, progress in using the sword depends on understanding the heart of the martial arts. This was a correct statement. The principle of the Great Limit Wisdom Sword is based on this. Thanks to this, the technique is able to distort space. The sword allows you to exceed the limits of power, but it is too new and complex. That is why it is based on a technique that uses this concept. No wonder the doctor couldn't fully understand it just by reading it. In the novel, only a few people could use the heart of martial arts. It was Yahello, the final boss that the main character had defeated, as well as the 3 worthy masters that were among the strongest. Who would have thought that Zhang-He would be able to learn the heart of martial arts? He felt incredible warmth from the fanatical admiration for such novels. After a week, the boys looked pretty tired. Zhang-Wu knew that his friend was simply an incredible talent. He noted that the technique used by the doctor seemed to manipulate space, as if he was truly a master of martial arts at his peak. However, our hero understood that this was not the case yet. Compared to his grandfather or mentor, he still has a long way to go. But even this is nothing if you remember the heavenly demon. His achievements were made possible by learning the dual energy martial art and the great realm wisdom sword. But he still has room to grow. At the same time, his friend began to realize at least a grain of truth and was already able to put it into practice. This is a big deal. Usually, if you have not reached the realm of mysteries, it is impossible to do this. The heart of the martial arts helped him understand the sobs of the sword, and now the only question left was, why does it look like he's moved up another notch? But it really is. The higher he rises, the more he begins to see. The doctor looked at his friend with completely different eyes. Chun Wu was already a little afraid of him. The doctor's energy, mindset, and techniques were really close to peaking. No one could beat him. But he knew that murder was not in his nature. His maximum was to suppress the opponent. There is no arguing about that. The doctor is a great Taoist, and even many local people are far from him. But he claimed that he would never kill unnecessarily and would always forgive. However, he remained cautious in his thoughts. When faced with difficulties, he always tried to avoid bloodshed. But sometimes, to save thousands of lives, you need to stop one madman, and thereby save people from suffering. Who knows what fate may have in store? But the time was approaching, and the doctor was preparing for it. Yes, confirmed his friend. Tomorrow has already come. And that meant that the day he would leave school was fast approaching. Everyone understood that this moment had come. When our hero was about to leave, he went to the exit, where people were waiting for him. The master wished him a happy journey. Everyone, holding only good thoughts for him, wished that he would go on his way sooner. Our hero was glad to leave this place. At that moment, Huanggo looked at a butterfly flying by. Walking past Cheon Wu, he asked if the doctor would be participating in the Dragon and Phoenix Festival. Since he was given a Taoist name, it meant that he could leave with the mentor's permission. But Cheong Wu would only come if the doctor also showed up. The doctor knew he could try. But first he had to be in the top 3 of Mudan's students to be eligible to participate in the festival. He also plans to come to the next festival, although few of his relatives currently participate in such events. He was unexpectedly allowed to participate, perhaps because he has a lot of interest and some want to fight him. But why would anyone compete with a doctor? Chung Wu thinks there are reasons. Master Peklin's son brags about his student to the right and left, and the doctor's merits to the world of martial arts are not small, although perhaps only he does not understand this now, how proud they are of him. In any case, Peklin's son is not stingy when it comes to status and recognition in the martial arts world. So even if the doctor isn't involved, everything will end well. And the doctor prefers to gain experience in treating patients and learning new herbs. So even if he were invited, he would still most likely not come. But the doctor's eyes showed a glint in his eyes every time he talked about medicine. This aroused genuine interest in him. He reached the gate of disarmament. Taking away his weapon, he finally felt that he was no longer defenseless. But he did not notice one important detail. As they said goodbye, Cheon Wu thanked the doctor for learning so much from him, and remembered how the doctor had recommended Mudan School to him. The doctor believed that anyone else in such a situation would have done the same. But in what sense? If Zhong Wu hadn't lost his eye in the past, he might never have met the doctor. Now it has grown a lot, and the scar is almost gone. Our hero believes that Cheong Wu has not only grown up, but also become very handsome. For this, Cheon Wu thanked him, because it was thanks to the doctor that he was able to rise and become stronger. They promise each other to remain as bright and eccentric as before. And as they hugged, Cheon Wu said he hoped to see the doctor at the next Dragon and Phoenix Festival. The doctor promised that he would definitely make a new scarf for him and write letters more often. After that, they only had to say goodbye, and the doctor set off, promising to be more careful in his travels. Their parting was accompanied by a warm and friendly atmosphere, the kind that only exists between true friends. They exchanged experiences and assured each other that they would always remain friends, regardless of the circumstances. Passing through the bustling market, the doctor felt the energy of the city, full of life and the adventures that still await him. People in the market actively attracted the attention of buyers by selling goods at low prices. They demonstratively cut their goods into pieces, creating a buzz and attracting new customers. Everyone lived their normal lives. The doctor decided to stock up on provisions for the journey. He bought beef jerky, black pepper, and decided to find goat's milk to make butter. Looking up at the sky, he realized that the day was coming to an end and it would soon be dark. He asked his dog Vanga to hurry up and not get distracted by small troubles. The dog seemed to understand him, speeding up its movement. When it got dark, the doctor decided to spend the night in the nearest hotel to gain strength for the further journey. Finding a cozy room, he settled down and relaxed with relief. The doctor planned to finally prepare some elixirs, which he had been meaning to do for a long time, but had not had the time to do so. He wanted to send these elixirs to Zhongwu to help him increase his energy. However, in the depths of his consciousness, only one disturbing thought remained. Will Mudan be able to withstand the test of the future and not repeat the past, when he was burned in the fire of intrigues and conflicts? After Imperial Fist attained enlightenment, he had a disciple, which made him even more attached to this world. Probably, this will help postpone the events that threatened the future Mudan. And maybe the ending of the novel will be completely different. The doctor felt tired and began to prepare for sleep. He wished his spirit animals a good night and lay down to rest. But just beginning to doze off, they heard a sharp sound. A loud and unpleasant noise made them wary. Something happened that could not be ignored. The doctor jumped out of bed, realizing that something serious was happening. He quickly looked around and saw that something was clearly wrong. There was a great commotion outside, and judging by the shouts of the people, something extraordinary had happened. People ran through the streets in panic, and flames could be seen rising in the distance. Among the crowd, the doctor recognized a familiar face running towards the temple. The doctor looked ahead and realized that he needed to head in the same direction immediately. The flames looked unusual, almost unreal. Looking closer, he realized that it couldn't be. It was a fire in the Mudan. But according to the plot, the fire was supposed to happen several years later, after the death of the Imperial Fist. What is it? He thought, realizing that events began to deviate from what he knew. Everything went contrary to expectations. The doctor used his inner energy to move faster to the scene. He thought that everything should have developed completely differently, and definitely not the way it is happening now. The current Mudan school is not yet as rotten as in the history he knows, and the Elder and the Emperor are still alive. When he reached the territory of the Mudan, a scene of incredible chaos and destruction opened before him. Who could bring so much grief to these lands? He thought. The warriors shouted calls to defend the Mudan, warning that retreat could have fatal consequences. The doctor saw that the situation had gone too far. He stood by a huge flame. Buildings were engulfed in flames. He realized that the Mudan had been attacked. But where could these scoundrels come from? How were they able to break the Mudan's defenses? What to do now? Warriors fought to the last, shedding their blood in a fierce battle. The doctor looked at this horror and saw many victims. When did it all start, and how did it happen? He asked himself. All around were moans, screams, and tears of those who lost their comrades. The situation looked hopeless, but something had to be done. Suddenly, his dog, Wangu, began to bark, attracting attention. The doctor looked around to see the ninja swing his sword to attack him. Defending himself with lightning, the doctor delivered a lightning strike, neutralizing the attacker. With one stroke of his sword, he quickly finished off the enemy, although he understood that this was only the beginning of the battle. This is the world of martial arts, and the doctor knew he had to fight. Everything will be fine. He has no right to allow himself to break. In this world, just like on Earth, people kill each other for survival. Only the strong can find their place in this cruel world. The doctor gathered his thoughts. Whether it was a dream or a love affair, it was important to adapt. It's a brutal world of martial arts, and he has to accept its rules. When blood must be shed, he must do so without hesitation. Looking ahead, the doctor noticed the enemies attacking the Mudan with incredible boldness and audacity. He got the idea that two of the attackers might have weaknesses, but only one of them had symptoms of heart disease. However, the very fact that the Mudan was attacked even in the presence of the Imperial Fist indicated that the attackers had a secret plan or special power. This could not be a coincidence. Something unusual is behind this attack. Suddenly, one of the Mudan leaders, Elder Hachon, appeared from the flames. He struggled to stay on his feet and turned to the White Dragon. To the doctor's question about his condition, the elder replied that he thought the boy was already far away. Hachon was extremely happy to see the young dragon and admitted that he hadn't expected it. The doctor immediately noticed that the elder had suffered a serious hemorrhage and decided to help him. "Hold on. We'll fix everything now," he said, trying to stop the bleeding. The elder tried to form his last words, but the doctor did not give him the opportunity to succumb to weakness. Despite the elder's serious condition, The doctor did everything to prolong his life until the end of the battle. It was strange for the elder to see a martial artist fight for his life instead of listening to his last will. He was grateful that the white dragon was around. The doctor gave him a special pill that would help maintain consciousness and allow the elder to move to a safer place. The doctor understood that his efforts would be short-lived, but he was ready to do anything to give the elder a chance to escape. Looking around, he could not understand how much longer this horror would last. Suddenly, the elder put his hand on his shoulder. "Thank you for everything," he said. "I will definitely survive." A spark appeared in the elder's eyes, symbolizing his will to live. The doctor rose to his feet. His goal was unchanged, to save human lives. He could not spare a moment. He ordered the falcon to rise into the sky, watch for the approach of enemies and not be distracted by secondary things. "Focus only on the strong," he added. "If you can, cover us from time to time and use lightning discharges to protect against attack," the doctor clarified. The dog had to follow him. Together, they will search for the wounded, using the fighting techniques his grandfather taught him. The dog barked loudly in agreement. The doctor and his faithful companions marched forward without wasting a second. Electric discharges from the mythical beast hit enemies with incredible speed, causing them devastating damage. The beast acted with incredible precision, as if it knew where to strike to instantly stop the enemy's heartbeat. A lightning strike left opponents with no chance. Huang's dog, seeing enemies on the horizon, rushed at them without hesitation. Her powerful jaws bit into the hands of her enemies, stopping their movements. The warriors were confused, not understanding how to deal with this unusual siege. Together with the doctor, the animals quickly moved from one opponent to another, leaving them no chance. The doctor felt a mad desire to punish all the scoundrels who stood in his way. But he understood that there was no time for that. The opponents shouted, trying to intimidate him. "You are no match for us. Get out of your way if you want to survive." The doctor stopped in front of the enemies, his gaze filled with cold determination. He knew immediately that these people belonged to the Blood Clan, an organization whose presence heralded nothing but chaos and destruction. Realizing this only strengthened his resolve. Every step they took on this earth was a personal affront to him, and he wasn't going to let it go unanswered.